There's an old maxim in wrestling that the only thing that really matters and the thing that fans will mostly remember is a match's finish. Load of old bollocks, of course, but there is perhaps a grain of truth in there. One thing is for sure though, and that is that you definitely do not want to go into the trouble of wrestling a match and putting the time and effort in only for things to go awry right at its conclusion. It's happened to plenty of wrestlers before, even some of WWE's biggest superstars on the grandest of stages. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 botched WWE match finishes. Join us.
This video is brought to you by WrestleCrate. WrestleCrate is the original and best wrestling subscription box packed with the best wrestling merch and shirts every single month delivered straight to your door. T-shirts like this, or this, or this, or these! WrestleCrate partner with the biggest wrestling stars of the past and present to provide you exclusive merch that you will not find anywhere else. Like this, or this, or this, or this, or these. Sign up today at wrestlecrate.co.uk. The link is in the description below, and use code Cultaholic to double the goodies in your first WrestleCrate. Double! You would be a stupid idiot not to.
Number 10, Kevin Owens vs AJ Styles at Battleground 2017. A botched ending to a match is never welcomed, but it's got to be especially disappointing when it happens on a pay-per-view and a championship is on the line. Obviously, with the increased stakes, you would assume that the pressure to deliver would be even higher than usual. You would also assume that two performers of the quality and tenure of AJ Styles and Kevin Owens would be immune to such mistakes, but the finish to their United States title match at Battleground 2017 proved that even the most talented and experienced performers sometimes get it wrong. Their match was going swimmingly when the Phenomenal One got KO in a submission hold and Owens rolled Styles over while it was still being applied. The referee, who had been bumped beforehand, then groggily counted the pin on AJ even though one of his shoulders was up. The title changed hands, but that was not part of the plan, and Styles was reportedly genuinely pretty damn upset about how the ending played out. Seeking to remedy the situation, WWE booked the prize fighter to defend his new prize against AJ and Chris Jericho in a triple threat match on SmackDown 2 days later, with Styles pinning Y2J to regain the gold. Number 9, Natalya and the Great Khali vs AJ Lee and Big E on Raw. I know what you're thinking looking at that lineup of talent. Just how did the Great Khali manage to screw this up, and how bad was the damage? Well, it might shock you to hear that the Punjabi Playboy was an innocent bystander as this intergender tag match fell apart in its dying seconds. It might shock you even more to hear that a wet behind the ears Big E, not long on the main roster by this point, also wasn't to blame. Rather, it was Natalya and AJ Lee who managed to get their wires crossed and end the match on a confusing note. The Queen of Hearts had the then Divas champion in the sharpshooter, causing Lee to tap out. However, AJ began pounding on the mat after Natalya had, curiously, let go of the hold. When Natalya asked the referee to raise her hand, he informed her that she hadn't yet won and instructed her to reapply the hold, which she did. Afterwards, commentator JBL noted that the contest had went off the rails, with his broadcast partner Michael Cole clarifying that Natalya and Khali had in fact won. Number 8, Too Cool and Rikishi vs Edge, Christian and Kurt Angle at Judgment Day 2000. The ending of Judgment Day 2000 is fondly remembered for its chaotic scenes as The Undertaker returned at the climax of The Rock and Triple H's WWE title 60-minute Iron Man match. In the midst of all the mayhem, WWE actually removed the on-screen countdown clock in order to time it out right, not that fans really noticed or cared. Fans also didn't notice or care that they'd seen one other match finish go awry, with the ultra-hot opener between Too Cool and Rikishi and Edge, Christian and Kurt Angle not ending as originally planned. Grandmaster Sexay hit Edge with the hip-hop drop, with Rikishi rolling over for the pin as the referee Teddy Long counted for the 3. But hold on a minute, player, because Angle was supposed to break the count. Unfortunately, the Olympian got there a fraction of a second too late, and the wrong team ended up going over while everyone involved looked bewildered. WWE then booked the rematch for the next night on Raw, with Team ECK getting the win that they were booked to have the night before. Number 7, the Divas Battle Royal on Raw. Caitlyn was the surprise winner of a Battle Royal to determine the #1 contender to the Divas title title on the August 20th, 2012 episode of Raw. A surprise to the fans as well as a surprise to Caitlyn herself, and a surprise to Eve Torres, who was really supposed to be the last lady standing. Caitlyn had clotheslined Eve over the top rope to the floor to bag the title shot. Torres should have landed on the ring apron and then eliminated Caitlyn, but she misjudged the landing, a consequence of her instructing Caitlyn to hit her harder. The victor trudged backstage fearing that she would be fired for the mishap, but was instead met by Vince McMahon laughing hysterically at the gorilla position. Far from mad, the boss clearly thought the snafu was pretty bloody funny. Eve, full of adrenaline, was upset at the time, but the incident had the effect of bringing her and Caitlyn closer together, and they soon found themselves working a program over the title. WWE would have Eve injure Caitlyn at Night of Champions, and then take her place in the Divas title match against Layla. Number 6, the Hardcore Battle Royal at WrestleMania 2000. And now another Battle Royal, though this was not a Battle Royal in the traditional sense-making sense, but a Battle Royal in the bunch of school kids on an island trying to kill each other way. With the Hardcore Championship on the line, 13 competitors fought for 15 minutes in a match that saw the title change hands on 11 occasions. All of them, besides the final one, were inconsequential. Regrettably though, the final one was the one that went tits up. With seconds to spare, Hardcore Holly hit Cousin Crash with a glass jar and pinned him for the 3 with just 1 second to spare. It would have been a cool and exciting finish anyway, but they were supposed to time it so that the clock ran out on the count of 2. Referee Tim White believed that they were going to nail it, but the countdown in his earpiece didn't correlate to the one shown on the big screen, and they were a second off. Luckily, the Hollies shared entrance music, and WWE put the situation right the next night on Raw by having the Elroy Jetson lookalike reclaim his ramshackle strap. Number 5, Rated RKO vs D-Generation X at New Year's Revolution 2007. While a lot of botched match endings are the result of timing issues or miscommunication, sometimes injuries can lead to confusion and cause the script to be thrown completely out the window. When Rated RKO defended their tag team titles against DX at 2007's New Year's Revolution pay-per-view, it was supposed to end with Edge and Orton retaining the gold, leading to a bigger blow-off match in the future. As they were nearing the finish, the game nailed the Legend Killer with a spinebuster and blew out his quad. Deciding to gut it out as he had almost 6 years earlier in similar circumstances, Hunter carried on despite being in tremendous pain, determined to finish the match. And then a bizarre scene unfolded, with Triple H hobbling around and Orton at one point running into the ring with a chair, only to turn suddenly around and bail for no adequately explained reason. Michaels, sensing things were falling apart and that it would benefit them to wrap things up sooner rather than later, decided to take matters into his own hands and punch the official before ad-libbing a post-match beatdown. Number 4, Eddie Guerrero vs Rey Mysterio at SummerSlam 2005. Eddie Guerrero and Rey Mysterio's 2005 rivalry was long, controversial, and one of the most heavily promoted storylines on WWE television. After 3 pay-per-view matches between them and a couple more on TV, it required a suitably epic conclusion. And what better way to end the soap opera than a ladder match at SummerSlam with the custody of Rey's son Dominic at stake? The match was a banger, as all Guerrero vs Mysterio matches invariably were, the stunts escalating and the drama ramping up as fans became more and more gripped by the action in anticipation of the outcome. Sadly, the finish didn't happen the way it was supposed to, at least not at the first time of asking. With Latino Heat trapping his foe under the ladder and climbing up to reach the briefcase suspended above, he was forced to unnaturally stall when his wife Vicky missed her cue to run in and prevent him from doing so. Eddie and Rey improvised a spot to buy themselves some time, with Guerrero launching a loud expletive-ridden tirade when he hit the mat. Guerrero then had to cool his temper and feign surprise when Vicky showed up a minute later. Number 3, Kurt Angle vs The Rock at No Way Out 2001. No Way Out 2001 was one of the strongest pay-per-views of its, or in fact any era, chugging along at a terrific pace and culminating in a barnstorming WWE title match between Kurt Angle and The Rock. The two were giving it everything they had, unleashing a bunch of near falls as each man kicked out of their opponent's finisher. Referee Earl Hebner must have been as caught up in the action as the fans were, as he forgot the planned finish and hesitated on what was supposed to be the match-winning 3 count following a second rock bottom. As the Olympic hero told it years later, Earl must have forgotten about the first rock bottom and believed that there was another one coming. The great one was, less than thrilled and let the official know about it before picking Angle up and hitting him with yet another rock bottom to finally take the match home. According to Kurt, Dwayne had cooled off by the time they got backstage and refrained from shoving something straight up Hebner's candy ass. Number 2, the 2005 Royal Rumble. The 2005 Royal Rumble was set to be the biggest night of Dave Bautista's career to that point. The animal had caught fire and WWE were in the middle of teasing a split between him and Evolution leader Triple H. Booked to win the Rumble, this would be the first stop on the road to a WrestleMania showdown with his mentor and then World Heavyweight Champion, and it almost didn't happen. At the end of the Rumble, Big Dave went to powerbomb John Cena when they lost their balance and tumbled backwards over the top rope to the floor. In a merciful piece of good fortune, they happened to land at roughly the same time, which helped when it came to hastily arranging a redo. Once an apoplectic Vince McMahon had marched down to the ring and barked out instructions, infamously tearing his quad on the ring apron in the process, Batista and Cena were able to do the finish over and end the match with the correct winner. Incidentally, this wasn't the first time a Rumble finish had been botched, though The Rock and Big Show got away with it in 2000 and managed to incorporate it into storylines going forward. Number 1, Becky Lynch versus Charlotte Flair versus Ronda Rousey at WrestleMania 35. Fudging the finish to the Royal Rumble is bad, but there are at least, in theory, ways to remedy the situation and make sure the right superstar makes it to the main event of WrestleMania. Which is all well and good, but knackering up the finish of the most important match on the biggest show of the year? Well, that's not so good. And it is, alas, the fate that befell Ronda Rousey, Becky Lynch and Charlotte Flair in their WrestleMania 35 headliner. It was a historic occasion, given that it was the first time women would be going on last at the Showcase of the Immortals, and everything was set up nicely for the man to finally dethrone Rowdy Ronda and win the women's title, handing the ex-UFC star her first loss in the process. Lynch had crucified Rousey for the 3, but it was clear that not only were Ronda's shoulders not down, but it appeared that she was in the process of actively kicking out. Regardless, the bell rang to end an, in truth, underwhelming contest, with Rousey later clarifying that she was legitimately trying to get her shoulders down, and she didn't realize the referee had already started their count. A ton of men and women wrestled in WCW rings over the course of its history, and at one point, it felt like the company had over 9,000 people on their active roster. So while you had legends like Ric Flair, Sting, Goldberg, Scott Steiner, and Perry Saturn enthralling audiences the world over, you also had a lot of bone benders who blended into the background and have, in many ways, been forgotten about. And I am not about to stand back and let that happen for Kwee-Wee's sake. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 WCW wrestlers you don't remember. Let's get ready to reminisce! Number 10, Firebreaker Chip. Early 90s WCW was a real mishmash of good, bad, and some of the most ridiculous bollocks you've ever seen in wrestling. Some of the actual wrestling was truly exceptional, but a lot of the gimmicks were duds and showed why the company was in such a rotten slump before Eric Bischoff took the reins in the middle of the decade. One of the many crap tag teams from that time were the WCW Patriots, which comprised of Todd Champion, Gulf War veteran, and Firebreaker Chip, fireman. God bless our men in uniform. Chip was portrayed by Curtis Thompson, a compact ball of muscle who had been working for a few years on the independent scene and in Puerto Rico. As part of the gimmick, he wore a fireman's helmet and looked every bit the low-rent Chippendale with his greased-up physique and suspenders. Special Forces had a couple of feuds with the likes of the Fabulous Freebirds and Young Pistols, but didn't achieve much success. Their biggest match was probably their unsuccessful tag team title match with the Enforcers at Halloween Havoc 91. One of the most notable aspects of Thompson's WCW run was not anything that happened in the ring, but his backstage fight with Diamond Dallas Page at a house show. Number 9, Hard Work Bobby Walker. Hard Work Bobby Walker was around in WCW for the best part of a decade, and in that time, managed to do almost nothing memorable. Injuries didn't help, but the truth is that WCW didn't position Walker, who had worked for Japan's FMW, did some enhancement matches for WWE, and trained at the power plant, as anything more than a jobber to the stars. His best year was probably 1996, as he wrestled his largest amount of yearly matches, 25, and got televised victories over the likes of Billy Kidman, Mr. LJ, and Brad Armstrong. WCW even gave him Teddy Long to act as his mouthpiece, but he didn't exactly receive a big push on the back of it. Walker was charismatic and athletic, but never given a storyline or anything substantial to work with. In the end, he was just one of many on a bloated WCW roster at the time. Post-WCW, however, he caused lots of headaches for them, and later WWE, who inherited some of WCW's legal mess, when he, along with others including Sonny Ono, filed a racial discrimination lawsuit against the company. Number 8. Reno. A former amateur wrestler and professional kickboxer, Richard Cornell was one of many hopefuls who received their pro wrestling education at the infamous WCW power plant in the late 90s. It made sense then for him to join up with a bunch of his fellow power plant graduates in the Natural Born Thrillers stable. The man with the ponytail took a bit of a backseat to hot prospects like Sean O'Hare and Mark Jindrak, but he did find success in the company's hardcore division, holding the title for a month between October and November 2000. While Reno had a unique look and received a little bit of a push, he just didn't yet have the tools to pull it all off. Outside of his admittedly great roll-the-dice finisher, his wrestling style was basic and unpolished. It also didn't help his cause that WCW was a creative wasteland around this time and people were tuning out in their droves. WWE felt like he had some potential and bought his contract out when they acquired WCW, but he never made it past developmental, was released, and then left the business soon after. Number 7. Joe Gomez. I know what you're thinking. How could I forget somebody with such a ridiculously good head of hair? Gomez started in WCW in 1990, wrestling as Alan Iron Eagle and losing to just about everybody before leaving the company and resurfacing later in the decade. In 1996, Gomez came back and got something of a mini push, teaming with other generic, uncharismatic performers like Mark Starr and Jim Powers in a brief feud with the Dungeon of Doom. I mean, I suppose when you fail to eradicate the mighty Hulk Hogan from the face of existence, the next logical step is to go after Gomez, Powers, and Starr, right? While the New World Order was running rampant, the crew of jabronis also got into a dispute with the Horsemen, and Gomez even wrestled and lost to Steve Mongo McMichael at Bash at the Beach. WCW soon lost interest in Gomez, and he was moved down the card, forming a loser tag team with the Renegade. He did go out on a high, mind you, beating the Gambler on an April 1999 episode of WCW's Saturday Nights. Number 6. Swole. A former NFL player and a trainee of Brad Rheingans, who had also had a hand in coaching Brock Lesnar prior to him starting in WWE Developmental Territory OVW, Randy Thornton's career began with brief stints in the AWA and New Japan in the early 90s. He finally received his big break in 1999 when he got a gig with WCW thanks to his friendship with real-life friend rap superstar Master P, who was then with the company as the leader of the No Limit Soldiers. Thornton joined the Soldiers as the group's muscle, hence the apt name of Swole. The NLS primarily feuded with the West Texas Rednecks in a country music versus rap rivalry, but Swole himself only wrestled in a handful of tag matches, including at that year's Bash at the Beach pay-per-view. Swole was a brawler who lacked finesse and was noted for his palm thrust finisher, but he wasn't around for the long term. After the feud with the West Texas Rednecks ended, Thornton left WCW and retired from the business. Number 5. Yoshi Kwan. Another case of a talented wrestler being saddled with a terrible, and in this case highly offensive and downright racist, gimmick. A Kentucky-born Florida resident and student of the Malenkos, Chris Champion had a decent run in the 80s and early 90s, working for groups like Championship Wrestling from Florida, Mid-Atlantic, and the USWA, before finding his way to Ted Turner's organization in 93. Not as Chris Champion though, but as Yoshi Kwan, a stereotypical sneaky Asian heel. Was it China or Hong Kong? WCW never did decide. He was managed by Harley Race in his attempt to rid WCW of Cactus Jack. With his garish mullet and over-the-top fake eyebrows, Kwan turned heads with his appearance, but he didn't stick around long enough or have good enough matches to make too much of an impression. After losing to Cactus Jack at Fall Brawl, he was put on the sidelines with a knee injury and never did return. He passed away in 2019 at the age of 57. Number 4. Kendall Windham. It can be hard for some members of famous wrestling families to live up to the legacy and carry on the name. Son of Hall of Famer Blackjack Mulligan and brother to Hall of Famer Barry Windham, Kendall Windham had the size and surname but sadly lacked the charisma or ring nous to get halfway as far as they did. A veteran who had worked for All Japan as well as various American territories in the 80s, Kendall was used by WCW as little more than a glorified jobber, losing to, in 1998 alone, the likes of Jim Duggan, Jim Neidhart, Finlay, and even the lowly Kenny Chaos, among many others. His career received a boost the following year when he partnered up with Brother Barry, Kurt Hennig, and Bobby Duncan Jr. in the West Texas Rednecks, and he briefly held the tag team titles with Big Baz. He left WCW late in the year and bounced around from here to there before calling it a day in 2002. Though some would say he didn't fulfill his potential, Kendall's own father admitted in an interview that he wasn't gifted with the it factor in the way that Barry was, and actually overachieved considering his limited physical abilities and personality. Number 3, Braun the Leprechaun. Seeing that name written down makes me sad that we never got to see Strowman morph into a 7-foot hornswoggle, you know? It also makes me sad because it means that I have to think and talk about Braun the Leprechaun, an ungodly WCW creation portrayed by Dwayne Bruce. Bruce had worked for WCW since the late 80s as an undercard talent, most notably as Sergeant Buddy Lee Parker in the NAF tag team State Patrol. He was repackaged as the woeful Braun the Leprechaun in the summer of 1996, managed by Jimmy Hart as a member of the Dungeon of Doom. Seeing him run around and scream while pretending to be the folkloric Irish creature, while the ultra-cool NWO were kicking ass and taking names at the same time, really showed the strange dichotomy of WCW at the time. The company thankfully realised it wasn't working and canned it before too long. Bruce then wrestled sporadically while working as the head trainer of the power plant. As seen during his appearance on Louis Theroux's Weird Weekends, Sarge, as he was known, clearly had a massive small man complex. Which leads me to think that the whole leprechaun thing may have been a rib. That'll teach you to mess with Waldo. Number 2, Emery Hale. You can see what WCW believed they had in Emery Hale the moment you lay eyes on him. The guy was massive, and during an era where those with larger-than-life physiques got opportunities despite lacking in other areas, Hale got an opportunity on the big stage. Our Hale was a monster, but strangely, or perhaps not so strangely since this is WCW, the company didn't book him as such. Instead, his first handful of televised matches were quick squash losses to Van Hammer, Lex Luger, Barry Windham, Booker T, Hugh Morris, and Mike Enos. He disappeared and re-emerged a year later in a mask as The Machine, but again lost, this time to Diamond Dallas Page. Worse than that, Hale, who was managed by Jimmy Hart, looked completely out of his depth and mistimed a crotch spot move so badly that it probably sealed his fate with higher-ups. WCW persisted for a little longer, giving him, as Hale, a few squash match victories over nobodies on the barely watched Saturday Night and Worldwide shows. He left WCW later that year and sadly passed away from kidney failure in 2006 at the age of just 36. Number 1, Loch Ness. We've seen lots of British wrestlers penetrate the American mainstream over the years, from Dynamite Kid and Davey Boy Smith to William Regal and Wade Barrett, but few experienced the type of fame in this country like Giant Haystacks. He, along with Big Daddy, were huge stars in the 70s and 80s, back when World of Sport ruled the airwaves. Haystacks also worked for Stampede Wrestling and All Japan in his prime, but by the time he showed up in WCW in 1996, it was clear for all to see that his best days were long behind him. Renamed Loch Ness, Haystacks was brought in as a member of the Dungeon of Doom for a month in early 1996 and wrestled a handful of matches, including his last ever against the Giant at that year's disastrous Uncensored pay-per-view. Looking like a relic from a bygone era, it was sad to watch the gargantuan legend struggle out there. He retired soon after when it was discovered that he was ill, and sadly he passed away just a couple of years later at the age of 52. Anyone who attempts to attack a professional wrestler is a stupider person than me. A rare club. Despite obviously not being a good idea, some fans have crossed the boundary and attempted to cause physical harm to people who are much bigger and tougher than them. 9 times out of 10, it doesn't end well for the attacker, but on rare occasions, it can sometimes be close to very bad for the intended victim. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 times fans attacked wrestlers. And before we start, one important thing to remember: don't try and attack professional wrestlers. Join us. Number 10, it's clobbering time. CM Punk, like all effective heels, wanted the crowd to hate him. He wanted them to boo him, to cheer on the babyfaces against him, and wanted them to see him get his ass kicked. He didn't want them to go one step further and put their hands on him themselves, however. After Ryback chased him off following his match with Vince McMahon on the October 8th, 2012 episode of Raw, the straight-edge superstar hightailed it into the crowd, seeking higher ground to create some distance between him and the big guy. While McMahon addressed Punk on the microphone, fans began shoving, prodding, and slapping the WWE champion. Eventually, Punk had enough and lashed out with a spinning back fist and a pie face to a fan behind him. Regrettably, the fan that endured the champ's wrath hadn't actually put his hands on Punk and was an innocent victim. The notably salty Punk subsequently expressed regret and apologized for the incident in a WWE.com interview, but the fans should have known better than to cross the line, and really, security should have done a much better job ensuring the safety of the performer in this circumstance. Number 9, losing the game. Heels being attacked is obviously a lot more common than babyfaces bearing the brunt of a fan's fury. But while wrestling on a 1999 house show in Berlin, Germany, one silly little idiot went after WWE's premier good guy and tried to attack then WWE champion Steve Austin. Stone Cold had just beaten Triple H in the show's main event when the fan jumped into the ring and went after him. Immediately springing into action, the game grabbed the fan in a waistlock and took him over with a hell of a suplex before laying in the punches in a bid to subdue the punter. Referee Mike Chioda got in on the act too, delivering some kicks of his own before security finally, after what seemed like an age, got the nutter out of there, with Hunter giving him one last good shot to the face as he was bundled through the ropes. Recounting the incident on his podcast many years later, the Texas Rattlesnake credited the Cerebral Assassin's quick thinking and thanked him for intervening, since he, as the hero, didn't want to have to fight the fan himself. Number 8, the Fists of Jericho. Chris Jericho has been around the block a time or 2, or 10, and has basically seen and done it all when it comes to the pro wrestling business. That extends to fans attacking or trying to attack him, which has happened on multiple occasions. The first time occurred when he was reigning as undisputed champion on the February 4th, 2002 episode of Raw. Y2J was waiting at ringside for his partner The Undertaker to make his entrance so they could take on The Rock and Steve Austin when some silly bastard ran at him and pushed him aside before being quickly tackled by security and then decked by Jericho. The second time didn't even happen in the arena, but as Jericho was trying to exit one in his rental car following a show in early 2009. Fans blocked his pathway, and when Jericho got out of the vehicle, several of them verbally and physically assaulted him while the wrestler screamed at security to do their effing jobs. He didn't say effing though, he said the real thing, the big rock star. And then in 2021, a fan tried to gatecrash his contract signing segment with MJF on an episode of Dynamite, causing Jericho to fire a warning shot before the fan could make it all the way to the ring. Number 7, flocking to Raven. Getting jumped by a fan who is running towards you is bad enough, but at least it gives the wrestler a chance to react and defend themselves. Raven had no such luxury when he was attacked by someone on the April 9th, 1998 episode of WCW Thunder. He was cutting a promo while sitting in the corner of the ring with his back to the turnbuckle, as he liked to do. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a fan appeared and pulled Raven out of the ring by his hair from behind. Amazingly, Big Scott remained composed and resisted the urge to pelt the perpetrator. He believed at first that it was Kanyon, the man that he was feuding with at the time, as the two had just discussed doing something similar on TV somewhere down the line, hence why he basically took a bump through the ropes. Not knowing what else to do after security hauled the fan off, Raven went back to the business at hand, and then his microphone cut out. Sometimes you just have a day, don't you? Number 6, don't hit the hitman. Bret Hart has been through a lot over the years and amazingly come out of it on the other side as a healthy and happy person. There was Montreal, the tragic death of his brother Owen, the career-ending concussions, the stroke that left him wheelchair-bound, the 2 bouts of cancer. Honestly, the man's perseverance and fighting spirit is incredible, and we're all lucky that the legend is still with us. Which is why it really pisses me off that someone who probably couldn't even get into clown college attacked the hitman fan while he was standing at the podium at the 2019 WWE Hall of Fame ceremony accepting the Hart Foundation's induction. The so-called fan made the major mistake of attacking Hart while he was in an arena with many of Bret's family, friends, and lifelong fans. Chief among them was the Revival's Dash Wilder, who made sure to give the knacker a little bit of a souvenir. No flips, just fists. The idiot, who we won't name and give any more publicity to, was charged with assault and criminal trespassing and held by police on a $1,500 bond. Number 5, a Latino beating. While performing as one half of the despised pro-USA tandem Los Gringos Locos in Mexico, Eddie Guerrero was used to having to fight his way back to the dressing room after matches, such was the hatred that fans had for him and his partner, Art Barr. While wrestling Rob Van Dam live in the main event of Raw in a ladder match no less, being rushed by an unruly spectator was probably the last thing on Eddie's mind. But that is exactly what happened, the fan coming in while Eddie was halfway up a ladder, attempting to push him off. Luckily, Guerrero managed to see the fan coming out of the corner of his eye and jumped a split second before he was pushed. He landed on his feet and was able to get one good right hand in while security subdued the fan and got him out of the ring. Eddie later wrote in his autobiography that he at first thought that it was Crash Holly, as the fan was wearing similar street clothes to the Houdini of hardcore. When the confusion passed and Eddie realized that it was just some bellend from the audience, he saw red, and the fan was lucky that refs got to him before Guerrero did. Number 4, assault on Planet Jarrett. Some would say that the TNA Impact Zone's worst crime was popularizing the "this is awesome" chant, but one audience member at a Universal Studios taping tried to commit an actual crime when he attempted to attack Jeff Jarrett. Perennial NWA heavyweight champion Double J was the top heel at the time, and one fan wearing a Rey Mysterio replica mask, oddly enough, had had enough. After being goaded by Jarrett, the fan hopped the barricade and tried to get into the ring. He didn't quite get all the way into it, however, as he was met by Jeff, then a referee, then security, then James Storm, then Samoa Joe, all of whom looked like they were happy to have the excuse. Tip to any wrestling fans out there, wearing a Rey Mysterio mask doesn't actually make you Rey Mysterio, and you will get your head kicked in if you try something like this. Amazingly, not too long after this, Jarrett would meet Joe in a Fans Revenge lumberjack match, where a mix of real and planted fans were stationed at ringside with leather straps, ready to belt the chosen one should he venture their way. Number 3, a savage beating. If my plan was to hop the barricade and enter the ring uninvited, then I think I would probably pick any other time than when both Randy Savage and Kevin Nash are in there. Some presumably drunken Mark fancied his chances during the May 17th, 1999 episode of WCW Nitro, trying to get in as the Macho Man was laying waste to Big Sexy. Now, Savage was known to get set off and lose his lid at even minor infractions, so the fan entering into his danger zone sent him into a rage. He actually took the fan away from security and referees who were trying to hold him back, bringing him into the ring where he took him down and leathered him with hard punches to the face and head. Randy was so dialed in that he tried to push away security as they attempted to defuse the situation. Had Nash been the aggressor here, you would fancy him to handle it in the same way. As we saw when a fan attempted similar at the 1996 Bash at the Beach, Big Daddy Cool puts in twice as much effort while shooting than he does while working. Number 2, Rollins with the punches. Seth Rollins has had a couple of close encounters with fans over the years, always on bloody Raw. On the September 7th, 2015 episode of the WWE flagship, Rollins, then reigning as United States and WWE champion, was joined on the ramp by a spectator who had hopped the rail. The architect simply continued to make his way to the ring while the fan was ushered away. Then, almost a year later, on August 15th, 2016, a fan made it into the ring and squared up to Seth while he was cutting a promo. Rollins gave him a little shove before security arrived and got him the hell out of there. The Drip God wasn't so fortunate on the November 22nd, 2021 episode of Raw, mind you. On that show, he was charged and taken down with a tackle before a sea of bodies pried the assailant off of him. Seth got a lot of flack from the old boys club afterwards, as they believed he looked weak and admitted that he was frightened by the situation and that made him a bad heel. Or perhaps, he's a new father and was blindsided by a lunatic who could have had a weapon or anything on him. Just a thought. Number 1, striking the Viper. A fan hopping the rail? It happens. A fan hopping the rail and getting to rush a wrestler before being dealt with by security? Not great, but it happens and usually ends without anyone being seriously hurt. A fan hopping the rail, getting into the ring, stalking someone for several seconds, and then smashing one of the biggest stars in the industry in the bollocks? Well, it happened once, and it happened to Randy Orton in 2013 when WWE were on tour in South Africa. The Viper had just beaten Big E in Cape Town when the deranged rubberneck, who fancied himself as something of a wrestler himself, delivered the low blow. Orton sold it since his back was turned and he probably thought it was Big E doing something post-match, but then shrugged it off a la Super Cena when he realized that it was in fact an audience member. Security eventually got the fan out of there, but not before the Legend Killer gave him a boot to the head and said goodbye using sign language. WWE pressed charges against the man who, believe it or not, thought that this stunt would earn him a contract instead of a black eye. Due to the nature of their profession and the fact that most of the company's televised shows take place live, WWE superstars do not get the benefit of a second take. Unless, of course, the show happens to be taped. In which case, they can always give it another go if they make a mistake, whether that shatters the illusion of kayfabe for the crowd in the arena or not. The imperfect bone benders deserve a second chance too, right? That has been true before, be it for a promo, ring entrance, match finish, or on some occasions, an entire match. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 botched spots WWE needed to retape. Join us. Number 10, Kurt Angle adjusts to the lucha style. Kurt Angle is rightly regarded as one of the best of all time and is often credited as someone who could have a great match with absolutely anyone, regardless of his opponent's style. There's undoubtedly some truth to that, but in the summer of 2002, the Olympic gold medalist was finding it difficult to adjust to Rey Mysterio's lucha libre style. Angle was Rey's first major rival in WWE, the two famously having a barn burner of an opener at that year's SummerSlam. However, it took Kurt, a product of WWE's feeder system, a minute or two to figure out Mysterio's flying springboards and head scissors. Rey hit the ring and attacked Angle after Kurt had beaten Mark Henry on the August 15th, 2002 episode of SmackDown, hitting him with a diving Hurricane Rana from the top rope, followed by a makeshift 619. What viewers at home didn't see was the other two screwed up attempts at the Rana, the first of which left Angle bloodied after Mysterio's knee brace sliced him up. On his podcast, Kurt admitted that the first two mistakes were entirely his fault. See, even the very best of us make mistakes. Oh, it's true. It's Tramdlu. Oh, sorry, can we do that one again? Number 9, a pandemic of errors. The COVID-19 pandemic fundamentally changed the way WWE taped their television shows, as they had to follow stringent health protocols. The upshot was that much of that era's content was pre-taped as opposed to live, which had both its good and bad points. Not long into the pandemic, in June of 2020, one joint Raw and SmackDown taping featured several moments where proceedings had to be stopped to allow performers time to redo things. One of them was harmless enough, as MVP had to redeliver his lines in a promo after referring to the Performance Center audience as NXT superstars. An unnamed person, speculated to be Kevin Dunn, then informed Bobby Lashley's manager over the PC's loudspeaker that the correct verbiage was actually Performance Center recruits. Alright then. The second error was far more painful, as Otis was ordered to take 4 spine busters during reshoots for his match with King Corbin. Bizarrely, reports indicated that the spine buster wasn't even the part of the bout that was bungled? I guess they just had the big man take 4 of them for a laugh? I bet Otis was chuckling all the way to the chiropractor. Number 8, sell, sell, sell. 6 months after WWE did their best to give Otis a herniated disc, they were once again instructing one of their wrestlers to film a portion of their match again. And not just any wrestler, but one considered one of the very best the business had to offer. You would be hard-pressed to find many, if any, flaws in an average Daniel Bryan match, but Vince McMahon evidently didn't like what he was seeing when the American Dragon clashed clashed with Jey Uso on the episode of SmackDown that was being taped to air on Christmas Day 2020. According to reports, a spot in the match was ordered to be retaped, with Bryan instructed to sell and attack more. WWE decided to put the Thunderdome audience on a commercial break for several minutes while they reshot the spot. Also at that taping, WWE were forced to edit out the moment where Sasha Banks accidentally dropped her SmackDown Women's title belt during her segment with Bayley. There's probably a joke here about Sasha Banks being unhappy dropping a title belt, but I think we're all above that sort of thing by now, aren't we? Number 7, Mayday for Swagger and Clay. This one is not so much an example of a match being done over due to a singular botch, but more likely because the old man sitting in gorilla position decided he fundamentally wanted to change the outcome of the match. At the May 1st, 2012 SmackDown taping, Brodus Clay beat Jack Swagger via disqualification when the All-American Americans tag partner Dolph Ziggler got involved. According to reports, the Funkasaurus then made a comeback and sent the show off and Swagger packing, chasing the team and Vicky Guerrero off before getting down with his bad self. So far, so standard. After a few other matches, however, Clay's disco ball lowered once more and Swagger came out demanding a rematch, which was, in actuality, a retape. This second time around, the two had an even shorter match, ending not with a DQ due to some Ziggler interference, but with Brodus winning the bout via countouts. It was the second one that aired, but if anyone out there has the first match on tape, please let me know, as it's the only one I need to complete my Brodus Clay collection, and I've been after it for years. Number 6, Sinfully Bad. Look, you didn't think we would have a video with botch in the title and not include this gaff-prone masked wonder, did you? Mystico may have been one of the most spectacular and celebrated luchadors in the world prior to signing with WWE, but his time in WWE as Sin Cara will predominantly be remembered for the in-ring mistakes he would make on a seemingly weekly basis. Perhaps the mask itself was cursed, because the dark version of Sin Cara, played by Hunico, had similar luck, or lack thereof, when he initially donned the hood, as evidenced by one particularly shoddy outing he had opposite Heath Slater. At a SmackDown taping on August 23, 2011, Vince McMahon ordered both men to go back out and do the finish to the match again after ballsing it up the first time. Unfortunately for them, the sequel was deemed to be just as bad as the original, and later on in the night, WWE management sent them out for a third time, not just to give the finish another go, but to do the whole match one more time. 3-man band? More like 3-take man. Number 5, a false finish. A month before his Hurricane Rana mishap with Rey Mysterio, Kurt Angle got his wires crossed when battling The Undertaker in the undisputed title main event of the July 4th, 2002 episode of SmackDown. The Dead Man and the Olympic Hero were having a banger out there before things came to a halt with a controversial finish. Undertaker pinned Angle as Taker simultaneously tapped out to Angle's triangle hold submission. At least that's how it came across on TV. To the live audience, it appeared as though the champion simply retained with a standard pin. According to reports, the two men were out of position, and referee Mike Chioda countered the pin before Big Evil tapped on Angle's leg. It was confusing and had fans in Boston chanting something similar to "pull ship." Once the arena had emptied out, WWE sent Angle and Taker back out there to film the finish again in order to get it just right for when it aired. This time, Undertaker tapped the mat rather than Kurt's leg to make things much clearer. However, since there were no fans in the building, WWE put employees in the front row and used some creative camera work and editing to ensure people were none the wiser. Number 4, a raw deal. Squash matches are, or at least should be, as routine a piece of business as it gets in WWE. Established superstar beats on enhancement talent before he decides he's had enough and wins in convincing fashion while barely breaking a sweat. Job done. And Samoan super heavyweight Yokozuna knew a thing or two about squash matches by the time he faced off with Phil Apollo at a Raw taping in August 1994. The match itself went off without a hitch, but WWE management realized that there was a balls up during Yokozuna's ring introduction, so after the match was over, both men had to go back out to the ring so WWE could film it again. Naturally, this was odd to the crowd at the taping since Apollo had just been squashed and in theory would have been in tremendous pain after suffering the banzai drop. In fact, it was doubly really weird because after the match ended, WWE had played Undertaker's music to continue his storyline with Yokozuna, and Yoko had freaked out and left in a hurry. Number 3, a table for 2. Takes. Wrestling is a tricky enough endeavor as it is, requiring trust, cooperation, and excellent timing to make it all go smoothly in the ring. Add the unpredictability of weapons or other props into the mix, and things get a whole lot more difficult, as John Morrison and Triple H found out when they clashed in a table match on the January 9th, 2009 episode of SmackDown. The two were having a fine scrap right up until the finish. Now, television viewers saw Jomo try to put the game through a table by jumping on him from the top rope, only for Hunter to counter by launching him off the top rope through a table at ringside. Those who were at the taping, however, witnessed something quite different transpire. The first time they attempted the spots, they got their timing wrong, and Morrison ended up overshooting his intended target and missing the table, save for the back of his head, which dangerously clipped the edge of it. Rather than come up with a new way to put the Shaman of Sexy through the wood, the two simply repeated the spot again, this time successfully. Number 2, Seth Rollins feels the wrath of McMahon. Historically, WWE superstars who are being groomed for a top spot have wanted to get in the good graces of Vince McMahon. The Architect was on the receiving end of a major push after splitting from The Shield, with WWE's head honcho earmarking him as a future main event singles player when Rollins raised the ire of the genetic jackhammer. After beating Kofi Kingston at the October 7th, 2014 SmackDown taping, Seth returned backstage happy with his night's work, only to find his boss was seething. According to Rollins, McMahon's major issue was that he gave too much to Kofi in the match, even though it only ran a little over 3 minutes, and the former Hound of Justice went over decisively. He recalled feeling angry and embarrassed about being instructed to go out and do the match once again later in the evening, and even considered walking out of the arena and not doing it in response. He did do it, of course, like a good little sports entertainer, and later cited it as a valuable learning experience that taught him that it's okay to mess up. Number 1, not fair to Flair, or the Macho Man. It's hard to imagine prime Ric Flair or Randy Savage having a bad match with anyone, let alone each other. Well, Vince McMahon certainly thought that they were having a stinker, or at least not closely following his pre-match instructions at a TV taping on September 1st, 1992. The Nature Boy and the Macho Man were squaring off in a bout for Savage's WWE title when Bobby Heenan emerged from backstage about 12 minutes in and signaled to referee Earl Hebner that the match needed to end. Everyone went back to the dressing room as Howard Finkel told the live crowd that the match would resume once the referee had everything under control. Following a few squash matches, they went back out and did another 25-minute match. This time, however, Randy sold his knee a lot more, while Flair's manager, Mr. Perfect, interfered less freely as per McMahon's desires, with Slick Rick beating Savage to claim the gold. According to Flair, McMahon was furious with the wrestlers, while Randy's heart simply wasn't in it, as he didn't want to drop the strap. Being a member of a famous wrestling stable can sometimes be the highlight of a performer's career, or otherwise serve as a way to take them to the next level. Successful stables tend to change and morph over time as members come and go and offshoots are formed, while on other occasions stables end up wildly different in practice than they had been in the planning stages. How different the careers of the following could have been had the following stables gotten some surprising members. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 wrestlers who almost joined famous wrestling stables. Join us, but not you. Number 10, Dan Severn in the Ministry of Darkness. Dan Severn stuck out like a badass mustachioed thumb in the Attitude Era. While everyone around him was turning up to 11 and getting more outlandish by the week, NWA champion Severn was going about his business trying to represent the flagging institution with dignity and respect. The upshot was that his straight traditional wrestling style didn't exactly get over with an audience primarily tuning in to see beer bashes and boobies. WWE attempted to help the former UFC man fit in by pitching him as a member of The Undertaker's Ministry of Darkness group in early '99. According to Dan himself, the company wanted him to become one of the dead man's disciples, with the plan to have him put 666 on his head. The mark of the beast, get it? Like Dan the Beast Severn, brilliant. But Severn put the kibosh on the idea straight away. Citing his small-town America home and not wanting to have a potentially controversial storyline reflect poorly on himself, his family, or for his business, the upstanding Seven claims that his refusal was met with a threat to job him out into oblivion, to which Dan audibly pondered what would happen if he decided that he didn't want to lose all of those matches. My money is on the Moustache Man. Number 9, Cassius Ohno in The Shield. The artist formerly known as Chris Hero never made it to main roster WWE across 2 stints in NXT, but if it was up to one of his friends and most notable rivals, he would have gotten a prime spot in a famous group. When CM Punk was pitched having his own heel stable on WWE TV, the company originally suggested it include established stars like Big Show and Daniel Bryan. The straight edge superstar instead recommended they use 3 guys from FCW who would otherwise just be treading water in developmental. Punk pitched Dean Ambrose, Seth Rollins, and Cassius Ohno as members of this would-be group, but only 2/3 of them got okayed by Vince McMahon and Triple H. They were fine with the Architect and the Lunatic Fringe, but not so high on the other guy. Ohno was out, Roman Reigns was in, and thus the Shield was born, though they weren't exactly Punk's group as had originally been suggested. For what it's worth, Hero himself gets a bit prickly at the suggestion that he was ever officially in the running and replaced, but that was at least the plan in the Second City Saints head. Number 8, Charles Wright in the New World Order. One of the best things about the Monday Night War era for wrestlers, aside from the boatloads of cold hard cash that they were making, was that they had options. If it wasn't working out in one company, there was always the possibility that they could go the other way, or even get work in ECW or overseas in Japan. So hot was the business in general at the time. Though Charles Wright was pretty much a WWE lifer from Papa Shango to Kama Mustafa and The Godfather, Eric Bischoff's rival organization still attempted to poach him during a period where Wright wasn't actively working for Vince McMahon. According to the WWE Hall of Famer, WCW reached out to him about coming in as a member of the New World Order at a point where Turner's crew was starting to get a foothold in the so-called war. While the two sides were in negotiations, however, Charles was surprised to tune in to Nitro and see Virgil debut in the spot that had been earmarked for him. Turns out the Meat Sauce King had agreed to do the gig for a much lower dollar amount. Who'da thunk it? Number 7, Fandango, EC3, and Dean Ambrose in 3MB. Considering the 3-man band was just thrown together as a way to give a few underutilized performers something to do besides enjoy catering every week, it really took on a life of its own and became a very entertaining act that fans look back on fondly. It was Heath Slater who pitched the idea of 3MB after feeling that the one-man band shtick had run its course, but it wasn't Drew McIntyre and Jinder Mahal who he had in mind initially when it came to prospective bandmates. According to Heath, he had thrown out the names of several talents who were then in developmental but hadn't made it to TV proper yet. Slater suggested NXT The Game Show version luminaries Johnny Curtis, who would go on to become Fandango, and Derek Bateman, who would go on to become EC3. Amazingly, he also name-checked Dean Ambrose, and it's incredible to think just how different his career could have been had he shown up on Raw or SmackDown in leather pants and throwing up 3 fingers, considering the Shield debuted just a couple of months later. Number 6, Test in D-Generation X. After Shawn Michaels was forced to temporarily retire from in-ring action at WrestleMania 14, Triple H took over as the leader of D-Generation X, bolstering the group's ranks by adding the New Age Outlaws and a returning X-Pac to go alongside himself and Chyna. If then WWE writer Vince Russo had his way though, DX would have added yet another member to its lineup in 1999. According to Bruce Pritchard, Vinnie Rue wanted Andrew Martin to don the green and black, making the comments that Test was the same size as the game's buddy Kevin Nash, but several years younger, and would one day be an even better worker than Big Daddy Cool. Hunter and HBK strongly disagreed, telling Russo that Test was no Kevin Nash, while Big Brucey P wanted Martin to go to developmental for a while before hitting the prime time. Pritchard managed to use his influence to nix the idea, and Test came in as a member of the corporation instead. Ironically, Test would feud with the Cerebral Assassin later that year, and it went just brilliantly for him as he was beaten, had his girl stolen, and ended up teaming with a man named after a genital piercing when all was said and done. Number 5, Mark Jindrak in Evolution. Evolution is a mystery, and so for the longest time was the reason why Mark Jindrak was supposedly kicked out of the group in favor of Dave Bautista. When WWE were putting their 4 horsemen-like group together with Triple H and Ric Flair, the former WCW Tag Team Champion was pitched by Vince McMahon as a potential member, feeling that he fit the mold as an enforcer given his size and youth. However, Hunter pushed back on the idea rather quickly, even though the foursome had already filmed vignettes together and there were plans to debut them on TV. After a bit of back and forth with his future father-in-law, Triple H got his way and the Animal got the gig instead. The game's misgivings came because he felt that Jindrak was too immature for the spot at the time, and he said that he and Orton, who were close friends, would be negative influences on one another. Jindrak, for his part, later agreed with what the Evolution leader said, saying that he and Orton were jack-offs at the time, while also contending that he got on great with Flair while Triple H was a total bore. Number 4. Chris Benoit in the $1 Million Corporation. The summer of 1995 was decision-making time for Chris Benoit, as all three of WWE, WCW, and ECW wanted to acquire his services going forward. ECW were already booking the Crippler, but had plans to have him feud with Eddie Guerrero over the ECW title in their main program, while WCW, who had a working relationship with Benoit's primary employer, New Japan, fancied him for their cruiserweight division ahead of the launch of new show Nitro. WWE also wanted to bring him in as a member of Ted DiBiase's $1 Million Corporation. He was given several dark match tryouts at WWE TV tapings that June, doing the honors for Bob Holly, Adam Bomb, and Owen Hart. For at least one of them, he had the $1 Million Man as a manager, and as the Pegasus Kid, he was presented as a member of Ted's group. Officials wanted him to come in as a member of the stable, and he had a powerful backstage ally in the form of top star Bret Hart too, but he ended up signing with WCW instead due to pressure from their ally New Japan, who didn't want him working for the rival organization. Number 3. Christopher Daniels in The Brood. Despite being on the periphery during the Attitude Era, Christopher Daniels never quite got his shot in WWE. The developmental prospect worked shows like Shotgun Saturday Night and Jacked, and did dark matches as well as moonlighting as a conquistador for a bit, but he would ultimately need to continue his career on the indie and international scenes. Things could have been very different had the Fallen Angel been in The Brood, as was initially planned. According to Gangrel, it was going to be himself, Edge, and Daniels as the trio of vampires when, suddenly, Daniels was axed and Christian was in. It was apparently Edge who went out to bat for his best friend and got him a spot in the group. Since the whole thing was designed to ultimately get Edge over as a singles star, WWE apparently saw no harm in making him as comfortable as possible by teaming him up with his real-life buddy. Between this, being passed over for the higher power storyline, and getting signed by WCW weeks before the company went under, it's fair to say that Christopher Daniels didn't have luck on his side before finding a home in TNA. Number 2. Val Venus in D-Generation X. D-Generation X was already bursting at the seams in 1998 with Triple H, Chyna, the New Age Outlaws, and X-Pac, but that didn't stop Vince Russo from pitching another member, months before he would try to do it again with Test. According to Sean Waltman, Russo wanted to use his creative clout to get Val Venus a spot in the sophomoric stable. This would have likely been in the summer of 1998, and though you can certainly see a character like the Big Valboski fitting in with a group that uttered catchphrases such as "suck it" and were more than happy to see any sort of flesh bared, the group themselves didn't feel like Sean Morley's alter ego fit in with their natural chemistry. The DXs vocally objected to adding Venus to their tribe, and Val was given a strong singles run in the mid-card instead. Number 1. Chyna in the New World Order. Joni Laura was a hot property in wrestling even before she had made her debut for a major company. In 1996, both WWE and WCW wanted to sign up the Killer Kowalski student, impressed by her size, power, and overall unique look and raw potential. She'd met Triple H and Shawn Michaels at an indie show, with the pair trying desperately to convince their boss to snap her up. At the time, Eric Bischoff's organization approached her at the behest of Kevin Nash with the proposition that she would come into WCW as the first female member of the New World Order. She accepted in principle, but crucially didn't sign a contract, allowing WWE to make a late plea. According to the Ninth Wonder of the World, it was Shane McMahon who called her and convinced her to join Team WWE instead. She soon debuted and became the female bodyguard of DX. WCW clearly wanted to have at least some version of Chyna on their roster come 1999, hence Asia. If If you've ever been in WWE, or will ever be in WWE, hell, if you've ever been in a WWE locker room for any reason, or have placed your eyes on a WWE contract of any kind, then you've more than likely had at least a cup of coffee in TNA. At this point, the phenomenon has long been a running joke, but the funny thing is that there are actually more examples than you probably realise or remember, particularly during the eras where nobody was really paying much attention and it felt like Dixieland could close down at any moment. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 WWE stars you didn't know wrestled for TNA. Join us. Number 10, Jim Duggan. After leaving WCW in 2000, Jim Duggan did the Weekend Warrior indie thing for a while and soon showed up in very early day TNA. He debuted for the promotion on their March 12, 2003 pay-per-view as a surprise, taking on bang average Mike Sanders. Hacksaw got a great reaction, people just bloody love that bloke, and were into his shtick for the first couple of minutes. But 6 whole minutes was simply too long for them to be out there, and the match badly fell apart towards the end, with Duggan wearing overalls to hide his girth looking worse as the bout wore on. They put him over and did so again the next week when he teamed with, of all people, Moondog Spot to defeat Sanders and Glenn Disco Inferno Gilberti. Siri, show me the worst match you could possibly put together in the year 2003, please. Duggan also, naturally, got fans riled up with pro-USA chants and took his opportunity on the stick to show support to the troops heading to war in Iraq while blasting anti-war Hollywood types and the Dixie Chicks for their opposition to the bloodshed. Duggan returned 7 months later to put over Jeff Jarrett, as was TNA tradition. Ho! Number 9, Cassius Ohno. Alright, I suppose describing Cassius Ohno, aka Chris Hero, as a WWE star might just be pushing it a little, but the fact is a lot of fans will know him from his ultimately disappointing NXT run, and not for his superlative work on the indies and overseas. As Hero, he also wrestled for TNA back in the day, adding the promotion to the 500 or so others he was working for as one of the more in-demand names on the small hall circuit. First showing up at the Tennessee State Fairgrounds in Nashville in July of 2003, Hero would go on to have 8 TNA matches total between then and April 2004. Sadly for him, they were all relegated to the little-watched secondary show Explosion and not shown on the weekly pay-per-views. Even worse, he failed to win a single outing, doing the job for the likes of Eric Watts, Joe Just Joe Legend, and the Harris Brothers. Still, it was exposure and experience, and if nothing else, Hero managed to get his very own rookie card out of it. Number 8, the Road Warriors. Remember when the Road Warriors surprisingly showed up on that random episode of Raw in May of 2003 and had a match with World Tag Team Champions Rob Van Dam and Kane? And everyone was disappointed because they looked really old and slow and you felt like your childhood was evaporating in front of your eyes. Oh, and Kane looked massively pissed off because Hawk popped right back up after the finish, basically no selling it. Well, anyone who had been watching the TNA pay-per-view that took place months earlier would have had fair warning when the Legion of Doom headlined, tagging with Dusty Rhodes and Jeff Jarrett against Triple X and Vince Russo. They had debuted as a surprise 2 weeks before and got a huge pop, and to be fair, that bizarre 8-man wasn't the complete train wreck that it could have been, since Double J did the majority of the heavy lifting. Further making it feel like it was 1985 all over again, the heels won when Mr. Wrestling 4 hit the American Dream with a chain before unmasking and revealing himself as Nikita Koloff. A great moment for anyone watching over the age of 65, I'm sure. Number 7, Gene Snitsky. Given TNA's history of signing up anyone with WWE name value, it was hardly surprising that they would bring a character like Gene Snitsky into the fold. What was surprising was TNA booking him in 2014, considering he'd been let go by WWE in 2008. Strike while the iron's been in the cupboard for 6 years, as the old saying goes. In any event, Gene showed up on an episode of Impact alongside Rick Lon, formerly known as Ezekiel Jackson, attacking Tommy Dreamer and Team 3D and aligning with Dixie Carter in her crusade against the ECW Old Guard. Everyone's favourite foot fetishist, well, he's actually my second favourite, but Andrew's personal life is neither here nor there, stuck around for about 5 weeks before having his one and only TNA match. In it, he teamed with Rick Lon, EC3 and Rhino to take on the extremists Bubba, Devon, Tommy Dreamer and Al Snow in a hardcore war. After his team lost, Dixie fired Snitsky and Rick Lon before she was put through a table. In reality, Snitsky actually didn't stick around because he felt like he was being underpaid. Number 6, Umaga. Despite earning a reputation for recklessness inside and outside of the ring during his rookie WWE year, Eddie Fatu, who wrestled as 3-Minute Warning's Jamal, was hotly sought after following his June 2003 release. First, he got booked with Uncle Affa's World Extreme Wrestling and for Major League Wrestling, but his first post-WWE big splash came in NWA TNA. Literally a big splash, as that's what he nailed D'Lo Brown with when he made his debut on the September 17th, 2003 weekly pay-per-view. Forming a tag team with fellow Islander Sonny Siaki, the duo achieved modest success in the doubles ranks, crossing paths with teams as varied as Danny Doring and Roadkill, The Gathering, and Shark Boy and Mad Mikey, formerly known as Crash Holly, another oft-forgotten TNA alumnus. Unfortunately for TNA, their newly acquired Samoan super heavyweights then went on a tour of all Japan and made that company his priority once they promised to bring him back full-time in 2004. The future Umaga did manage to squeeze in one TNA match that year, doing the honors for Alex Shelley in a match where ECMO's contract was on the line against manager Goldilocks' money. Number 5, Chyna. Given what a massive star Chyna was at her Attitude Era peak, it was sad to see how quickly that star power faded once she left WWE in acrimonious circumstances in 2003. Save for a tour or two with New Japan, the ninth wonder of the world essentially left the business as her personal and professional lives unraveled. In May of 2011, TNA made a deal with her to come in for 2 shows, 1 episode of Impact and the Sacrifice pay-per-view, where she wrestled her first match on US soil in a decade. Tagging with Kurt Angle against Jeff and Karen Jarrett, Chyna didn't do much, but she got a huge reaction for everything she did do, including nearly killing Jeff on a body slam as they worked the match with her positioned as the big star, building up to her involvement in the finish. For the finish, Chyna got the win after putting an ankle lock on Karen, drawing her wrestling career to an end and giving her and her fans closure on a trailblazing career. Number 4, Mike Awesome. Mike Awesome's ill-fated WWE run was anything but awesome, that is. The ECW and WCW standouts, who also had a hell of a career in Japan during the 90s, was branded with the dreaded "doesn't know how to work" tag and left to rot on weekend show Velocity before receiving his release on September 27th, 2002. A return to the land of the rising sun was foremost in Awesome's mind, but he also worked indies and turned up in TNA for a brief spell in the spring of 2003. All told, Mike worked 5 matches for the promotion as a disciple of the new church under the tutelage of Father James Mitchell. He crossed paths with Perry Saturn, Cliff Compton, aka WWE's Domino, and Mike Sanders in a tables match, as well as in a hardcore 6-man and the catastrophic Anarchy in the Asylum Battle Royal, which lasted an excruciating half an hour and ended with a friggin' Disco Inferno victory. Even though he was mostly limited to garbage brawling and didn't get much of a chance to show off all that he could do, there was still flashes of the Awesome of old during the Fat Chick Thriller's time at the fairgrounds. Number 3, the Basham Brothers. They're bland, they're bald, they're bound to show up in TNA sooner or later. Yes, they are the Bashams. Former 2-time WWE Tag Team Champions Doug and Danny Basham were cut loose by WWE on January 18th, 2007, and were shortly thereafter butting their big, bland, bald heads into the storyline between Christy Hemme and the wretchedly named Voodoo Kin Mafia. The ex-Outlaws were giving poor Christy a hard time for having the nerve to be a woman, and Hemme, in response, brought in Doug and Danny to sort out the misogynists. Christy had previously tried to accomplish this with the Heartthrob, so I guess the Bashams were an upgrade by default? The two teams feuded for a couple of months before the VKM lads won the dispute by beating the Bashams at the Victory Road pay-per-view. Doug and Danny did manage to get one pay-per-view victory though against Kip in a handicap match after they attacked James at a meet and greet and gave him a storyline concussion earlier in the day. This short TNA run was basically the end for the Bashams, however, as they both retired from the business not long after. Number 2, Bart Gunn. Bart Gunn was another ex-WWE star who randomly popped up during the Asylum years, sadly coming in a little bit too early for that Smoking Guns reunion that I and absolutely nobody else pined for. Bodacious Bart's career had hit a bit of a wall, or rather Butterbean's massive fist, after winning the Brawl for All and subsequently being punished for it with that infamous WrestleMania 15 15 knockout. After having his jaw sent into orbit, Bart, under the name Mike Barton, wrestled full-time in the Far East for both All Japan and New Japan. His lone TNA appearance came against one of his then New Japan colleagues as he went up against fellow hardman Perry Saturn on the April 9th, 2003 pay-per-view. You would think the match would be unremarkable, if not outwardly rubbish, but it was actually a really bloody good hoss fight. They went just long enough and told a compelling story, with Barton busting Big Pez open with hard punches, but going to the well once too often and breaking his hand, leading to a submission loss. Number 1, Vader. One of the most awe-inspiring big men of all time. In his prime, Vader was a total force to be reckoned with and attracted suitors from every major company going, leading to him working on top for the likes of WCW, WWE, and New Japan. In 2003, the Mastodon's best days were very much behind him, but he was coming off an impressive run for Japan's Pro Wrestling Noah when he showed up in TNA. On the February 19th pay-per-view, Vader came out to save Dusty Rhodes from a beatdown at the hands of the Harris twins, leading to a tag team match on the next week's show. Dusty and Vader won a short, mostly rotten bout via DQ, but got the last laugh in the post-match when Vader hit an interfering Sonny Siaki with the Vader Bomb, while the American Dream got to whip Siaki's valet Desire in the butt with a belt. 12 years later, Vader came back for a one-off shot, wrestling in his trackies to a DQ win over Bram. The WWE title, arguably the biggest prize in professional wrestling. The one belt the majority of wrestlers aspire to one day hold, and Big Goldie too, let's not forget WWE's other classic World Championship. Between the pair of them, there have been over 190 reigns. We've seen the good, the bad, and the far too brief. And that is what we are looking at today, those title wins that unleashed a wave of euphoria and optimism throughout the WWE fanbase, then were over in the blink of an eye, usually as the status quo was restored. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 WWE Championship reigns that should have lasted longer. Join us. Number 10, Bray Wyatt. Bray Wyatt is one of the most outlandish characters in recent memory, with a strong aura and presence about him. But he is one performer who has suffered more than any other thanks to poor booking and creative. In early 2017, the Eater of Worlds was on a tear, making the final 3 of the Royal Rumble, then bagging a place in the WWE title Elimination Chamber match. On the night, Bray overcame the likes of AJ Styles, John Cena, and Dean Ambrose to win the belt, setting up a WrestleMania showdown with Rumble winner and Wyatt family brother Randy Orton. The two met at Mania in a major misfire of a match, more remembered for Kevin Dunn's spooky bollocks insect projections than any in-ring action. Making things even worse, Orton unnecessarily beat Wyatt to win his umpteenth world title, ending the reign at a weak 49 days. Still, I suppose it could have been worse. He could have lost in 3 minutes to Goldberg in Saudi Arabia. Number 9, Jeff Hardy. Jeff Hardy has always been super popular with a dedicated fan base, but that fan base really started to make themselves heard when the charismatic enigma returned to WWE in 2006. After runs in the Intercontinental and tag title scenes, the company's decision makers could hardly ignore the thunderous crowd reactions he received or the mountain of merchandise he shifted as Jeff beat Triple H at Armageddon 2007 to become the #1 contender to Randy Orton's WWE title. Orton would retain the title at Royal Rumble 2008, but Jeff would again challenge for the gold, this time coming up short against Triple H in a pair of thrillers at No Mercy and Cyber Sunday 2008. Eventually, Jeff came up trumps, beating Edge and Hunter at Armageddon, capping off a year plus of trying to win the big one. It was a joyous scene, but just 42 days later at the Royal Rumble, Jeff fell in his first major defense, losing to Edge in a no DQ match when Brother Matt turned on him. The bastard. Number 8, Daniel Bryan. Daniel Bryan had already shown that he could hold a main title during his 2011 to 2012 World Heavyweight title run, but after his popularity exploded in 2013 due to his work in Team Hell No, the fans chose Bryan as their guy. John Cena agreed, handpicking Bryan as his opponent at SummerSlam 2013, with the GOAT beating Cena clean in the main event. Unfortunately though, special guest ref Triple H helped Randy Orton cash in Money in the Bank, with Bryan's reign over in minutes. Bryan would eventually eventually beat Orton at Night of Champions to win the title back, but only for a day due to a controversial finish. Although Bryan was eased out of the title picture in favor of Cena, Orton, and Big Show, the super vocal Yes movement ensured that Bryan made it to the main event of WrestleMania 30, winning the unified titles on the grandest stage. Sadly though, what could have been an epic reign was cut short due to injuries, ending it at 65 days. Thankfully, he would have a more substantial run 4 years later. Number 7, Edge. Propelled by the real-life love triangle with Matt Hardy and Lita, Edge became the sleazy, must-watch, rated-R superstar and upped his game in every respect. WWE, realizing his potential, booked Edge to win the first ever Money in the Bank ladder match at WrestleMania 21. Edge carried the briefcase around everywhere, but since he was the first person to hold it, there was no expectation or clue as to when he would cash it in. When he did so on John Cena at New Year's Revolution, it was instantly iconic and solidified Edge as a true main eventer. In the following weeks, Edge demonstrated that he could be a ratings draw too, as fans tuned into Raw in their droves to see what/who he was doing. It was exciting, different, and 3 weeks later, it was over, as Cena regained the title at the Royal Rumble. In fact, most of Edge's WWE title reigns were of a transitional nature, with the longest of the 4 clocking in at just 76 days. Number 6, Big Show. 2002 started kinda quiet for the Big Show, but his fortunes changed when he was drafted to SmackDown in October, making an instant impact by attacking and kayfabe injuring The Undertaker, then becoming #1 contender to Brock Lesnar's WWE title. The next big thing hadn't had the belt for too long at that point and was in the midst of an impressive undefeated streak, so the odds of Show unseating him weren't great. However, Brock was working with several niggling injuries, and WWE gave Show the win at Survivor Series, turning Lesnar babyface and Paul Heyman heel in the process. A rejuvenated Big Show running roughshod over the blue brand with Heyman could have been great, but 28 days later he lost the belt to Kurt Angle at Armageddon. Nothing was going to stop Angle versus Lesnar happening at WrestleMania, and Show was always going to be a way to get the title to Kurt so that Brock could chase, but it was a shame for Paul White. Number 5, Rob Van Dam. Despite being immensely over and mixing it up with top stars like Steve Austin and The Rock in main events, WWE were hesitant to book Rob Van Dam above a certain level after his debut in The Invasion, with Mr. Monday Night settling into the mid-card. After recovering from a severe knee injury in 2005, Van Dam returned with a renewed fire, winning the second ever Money in the Bank ladder match at WrestleMania 21 before cashing in against John Cena at ECW One Night Stand 2. His first world title was worth the wait, and on the first episode of ECW on Sci-Fi, Paul Heyman gave RVD the ECW World title too, making him a double champ. Mere weeks later though, Van Dam and partner Sabu were arrested on possession charges. WWE suspended the champ for 30 days and booked him to drop both titles on the subsequent Raw and ECW shows. After years of being overlooked, it's unfortunate RVD's sole WWE title run went up in smoke. Number 4, The Undertaker. Despite being one of WWE's longest mainstays and beloved characters, The Undertaker didn't hold the top prize all too often or for too long. Of course, the argument could be made that the dead man didn't need to be WWE or World Heavyweight Champion since his gimmick was so strong and so over, and that his general lack of beatability made it hard to book him as effectively if he held the belt. Of all of his short reigns, his World Heavyweight title run in 2007 was the most disappointingly brief. He beat Batista in a blockbuster at WrestleMania 23, having won the Royal Rumble match for the privilege. At this point in time, Taker was lean, mean, and putting on the matches of his life. Regrettably, he soon went down with a torn bicep, necessitating surgery. That meant his reign would have to be cut short, so WWE engineered a scenario where Edge would cash in his Money in the Bank briefcase, with the Phenom dropping the strap after a short 37-day reign. Number 3, Shawn Michaels. Similar to the case of Big Show we looked at earlier, Shawn Michaels won a world title at the 2002 Survivor Series, only to lose it the next month at Armageddon. For HBK though, his title win was even more special as he won it in the first ever Elimination Chamber match at Madison Square Garden in only his second bout back after improbably returning from a 4-year injury layoff. WWE gave Michaels the World Heavyweight title in a confetti-filled feel-good moment. However, it soon became apparent that Michaels was not yet back long-term and that the title reign was tokenistic in nature. HBK defended the title one time, a disqualification loss to Rob Van Dam on Raw, before giving it back to Triple H at Armageddon after losing a 3 stages of hell match. A 4-week reign with the big gold belt would have been fine had the showstopper captured another one before his 2010 retirement, but he didn't, and this felt like a missed opportunity. Number 2, Christian. Since returning to WWE in 2009, Christian's run with the ECW title seemed to be his ceiling until lifelong friend and tag partner Edge was forced to retire whilst World Heavyweight Champion. In a bid to move out of Edge's shadow whilst also paying tribute to him, Christian beat Alberto Del Rio in a ladder match at Extreme Rules 2011 to win the gold. The title win had been a long time coming for Captain Charisma, who was a great worker, popular, and a fresh face at the top of the card. But then, on the very next episode of SmackDown, he dropped it to Randy Orton. You know, the proper star. Luckily, he won it back a couple of months later at Money in the Bank, with Christian and Orton having a tremendous summer series that elevated not just them, but the title itself. Christian proved that he could carry the championship and deliver the goods, but he didn't get long to enjoy it, dropping it back to the Viper 28 days later in another belter at SummerSlam. Number 1, Mankind. 1999 was particularly bad for playing hot potato with the WWE title, as it flipped back and forth between the likes of Steve Austin, The Rock, The Undertaker, and Triple H. Mankind got in on the act too, lifting the big one on the January 4th episode of Raw, in a win that put a lot of butts in seats. 20 days later, and The Rock was champion again, for a week, when Mankind got the belt back once again, winning the rating smash halftime heat empty arena bout that aired during the halftime of the Super Bowl. And that lasted for 2 weeks, when The Rock once again regained it in a ladder match on Raw. There was simply no chance WWE weren't going to go with The Rock versus Austin for the title at WrestleMania, but it was harsh on the hard-working Foley. Mankind's third and final WWE title run that year lasted just 24 hours, winning the strap in a triple threat match at SummerSlam, only to drop it to Triple H the next night on Raw. Storyline can and should span several months, if not years. Some of the greatest storylines in WWE history have continued on for an age, but at their best remain compelling enough to take in an untold number of twists and turns, and are on occasion even rebooted long after they appear to have wrapped up. Other great storylines, however, are done and dusted far too early, leaving fans and even the performers themselves frustrated and wondering what could have been. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 promising WWE storylines that ended too soon. Join us. Number 10, the two-man power trip. The 2001 heel turn of Steve Austin is generally regarded as a major creative misfire and is often cited as a key reason why WWE's business slumped in the wake of WrestleMania X7. But there were reasons to celebrate Stone Cold's jump to the dark side, such as his dastardly alliance with fellow villain Triple H. The so-called two-man power trip caused havoc on WWE programming, starting with their formation on the post-WrestleMania Raw. The Cerebral Assassin and the Texas Rattlesnake had some great, albeit short, feuds with Team Extreme and the Brothers of Destruction, and looked set to start a program with Chris's Jericho and Benoit when disaster struck and Hunter tore his quad. Just like that, the duo were no more, which is a shame because it felt like they had at least a few more months left before they inevitably began warring with one another. Obviously, there was nothing WWE could do about it ending when it did, and there wasn't a chance to revisit it following Triple H's recovery, since both he and Austin were back in the babyface ranks by then. Number 9, the Devil's Advocates. Sean O'Haire really had just about everything you could want in a WWE superstar. He was big, jacked and athletic, and with the Devil's Advocate character, had a winner of a gimmick too. The gimmick was introduced via a series of intriguing vignettes where O'Haire encouraged viewers to break the law, cheat on their spouses, and even skip church, among other hedonistic instructions. Those vignettes spilled over onto SmackDown as the Devil's Advocate used his powers of persuasion to convince Spanky to streak through the arena and Dawn Marie to flash the crowd. His scheming could have gone way beyond getting his co-workers to bare flesh, but the storyline was hastily dropped. Turns out those effective vignettes were expertly edited and helped to mask O'Hare's flaws on the microphone, and when his shortcomings were exposed at non-televised live events, WWE changed direction and got Roddy Piper in to do his talking for him. The Devil's Advocate presented an untold number of possibilities as far as angles and feuds go, but alas, it wasn't to be. Number 8, the Black Heart. One of the surprising positives to come out of the Montreal Screwjob was the creation of the nefarious Mr. McMahon character. But while the chairman got the opportunity to play the bad guy, the situation really should have led to Bret Hart's brother Owen emerging as an uber babyface seeking revenge against Shawn Michaels. Owen had taken a brief hiatus following the 1997 Survivor Series, but returned at the next pay-per-view as the Black Heart, intent on making the Heartbreak Kid suffer for his actions. The new edgy Owen continued to attack Michaels and even got into a confrontation with Vince himself before receiving his WWE title opportunity on the last Raw of the year. The Black Heart won via disqualification and, frustratingly, never got another crack at HBK's gold. He instead moved into a dispute with Triple H over the European title as WWE cooled off Owen's anti-authority stance. Rumor is that backstage politics, courtesy of the DX camp, played a part in the Black Heart getting shut down before it could truly get going. Number 7, Kane vs. Kane. Okay, hear me out. The execution may have left a lot to be desired, but Kane feuding with his former self in 2006 was a wacky premise that could have resulted in some very entertaining stuff. The imposter Kane, decked out to resemble the 1997 version of the character, continually got the better of the real deal, leading to a clash of the Big Red Machines at Vengeance. Fake Kane won that one, convincingly too, ensuring that a rematch would no doubt take place. Well, it would have anyway, had Kane not beaten up and thrown his tormentor out of the arena on Raw the next night, quickly and frustratingly ending the not-so-epic saga. According to Mayor Jacobs himself, the feud would have gone on longer, but Vince was so upset at fake Kane's frizzy wig during the first confrontation that he decided to put the kibosh on it early. As goofy as the storyline was, there were 1,000 directions they could have gone in had it progressed, and you have to feel a gimmick match or two was in the offing. Hell, they could have even drafted in a fake Undertaker and had the Step Brothers of Destruction run riot. Actually, on second thoughts, nah, a fake Undertaker would never work. Number 6, the tyranny of King Regal. William Regal, as well as being a first-class wrestler, was a totally believable authority figure. He had plenty of credibility, an authoritative delivery, and let's face it, a beautiful head of hair. After a spell as commissioner in 2001, Regal claimed power in the summer of 2007 when he won a battle royal to become new general manager of Raw. Britain's finest was a riot as GM and did lots of memorable things to put his stamp on the role, even little stuff like constantly pronouncing Umaga as Umanga. He gained even more control in the spring of 2008 when he became King of the Ring, last defeating CM Punk in the tournament final. The power went to Regal's head, and on the same night as his coronation, he demanded that the broadcast of Raw be taken off the air prematurely after commandeering the production truck. The week after, he turned the lights out on Punk's match with Randy Orton. He continued to meddle with and torment WWE stars, and it looked like it could be leading to Regal challenging for and possibly winning the WWE title. But then he got popped for a second wellness policy violation and was sent home for 60 days, bringing a regicidal end to proceedings. Number 5, who ran over Stone Cold? Though WWE deserved scorn for continuing to advertise Steve Austin for the 1999 Survivor Series despite knowing that his neck was knackered and he couldn't perform, they at least set up an intriguing storyline for his eventual return. When Stone Cold came back the best part of a year later, he set about finding out who ran him over, interrogating and stunning a sizable part of the roster over the course of several weeks. But just a few weeks after Austin started his crusade, Mick Foley revealed that Rikishi was in fact the wheelman. Not only was it an underwhelming culprit, but WWE had prematurely let the cat out of the bag and robbed us of weeks of further intrigue. WWE could have easily prolonged the suspense by, say, having an unnamed heel continue to taunt Stone Cold about his involvement, or, for example, have Austin find out who mowed him down only for it to come out that he had actually actually gotten it wrong and that the real guilty party was still out there. Number 4, the Kurt Angle, Stephanie McMahon, Triple H love triangle. Not too long before Steve Austin made his triumphant return, the most intriguing storyline on WWE TV was the love triangle developing between Stephanie McMahon, Triple H, and Kurt Angle. In fact, it was at Unforgiven 2000, the same show where Stone Cold came back, that the love triangle storyline concluded, probably a good month too early. It had all started in the build-up to SummerSlam, when the Olympic hero kissed a possibly concussed billion-dollar princess. Naturally, the game was furious at Angle's meddling and gave him a hiding, but Kurt continued to stir the pot and sow doubt as to whether Vince's daughter had the hots for him or Hunter, even though Steph herself maintained that they were just friends. That led to the blow-off match with Commissioner Foley as guest referee, where Stephanie showed her true colors by ensuring Triple H won. Afterwards, the cerebral assassin gave his gal the most aggressive kiss ever captured on film, drawing a very weird line under the disappointing conclusion. Number 3, WWE Champion CM Punk leaves the company. WWE expertly blurred the lines between fantasy and reality with the storyline that saw CM Punk win the WWE title right as his contract was set to expire. The straight-edge superstar really did only sign a new deal just prior to downing John Cena in an absolute classic at Money in the Bank 2011. For weeks, Punk had claimed that he would bag WWE's biggest prize before taking it home to Chicago and look to make good on his promise by staying off of WWE's flagship. Well, for 8 days anyway. Just 2 Raws after taking off with the title, the champ came back to confront newly crowned interim champion Big Match John. There was so much potential for WWE to make Punk's absence way more meaningful. He could have made appearances on shows for other companies such as Ring of Honor and fought the war against WWE from afar before deciding to come back or being baited to come back in order to defend his crown. The anticipation for his re-emergence would have been huge had WWE kept him away for at least a little while longer. Number 2, the death of Vince McMahon. Just before the June 11th, 2007 episode of Raw went off the air, Vince McMahon blew up. After acting noticeably a bit off, even more so than usual, the chairman went to his limo in the parking lot, closed the door, and promptly went kaboom! This was supposed to be the start of a summer-long storyline where the McMahon family, in conjunction with the authorities, tracked down the responsible party or parties. On the subsequent episodes of Raw, SmackDown, and ECW, WWE talent shared their disbelief at the boss's demise via testimonials. 2 weeks after his supposed death, the June 25th episode of Raw was set to be a special 3-hour memorial tribute to the genetic jackhammer. However, after the very real Benoit tragedy took place, WWE dropped all pretenses and had Vince open a very different type of show out of character, ending the whodunit storyline. WWE couldn't obviously in good conscience continue given what had happened, and so drew it to a close by having McMahon say that he had faked it all, before segueing into the illegitimate child storyline instead. Number 1, Shawn Michaels turns heel. When Shawn Michaels returned to WWE in 2002, he did so as a reformed character, having cleaned up his act after finding the Lord. With his new outlook on life, the showstopper was hesitant to revisit his previous evil ways and endeavored to perform as a consummate babyface. His mind was changed when offered the chance to have a program with Hulk Hogan, and HBK went rogue once more, albeit temporarily, in the summer of 2005. It led to some of the best work of Shawn's career, as he was clearly having the time of his life during the infamous Larry King parody and teasing Montreal with a phantom Bret Hart appearance. Sadly, once Michaels had done the job at SummerSlam and Hogan had swanned off to shag his best friend's mates, Shawn immediately reverted back to his previous character. And that was fine and all, but a couple more months with him as heel would have been something to savor. And it might have happened too if the Hulkster hadn't backed out of the planned rematches. Let's just add this to the big pile of things Hulk Hogan has ruined, shall we? Without Cody Rhodes, there would be no AEW. Whether you love him, hate him, or were indifferent to him, it is undeniable. From lighting the flame of All In to whatever the hell he was on about in most of his promos, Cody was at times the very lifeblood that kept AEW pumping. So, color us all very surprised when Cody and wife Brandi Rhodes announced that they were leaving AEW, with rumors that Cody is about to traipse back into the waiting arms of WWE, the very company he spent the last 5 years trashing at every opportunity. For all intents and purposes, it seems as though this is the end of Cody Rhodes in AEW, so let's sit back, relax, shine up our neck tattoos, and reflect on the American Nightmare's finest moments in an AEW ring. Until it's revealed that he's worked us good and proper, that is, the dashing swine. I'm Adam Pachisi from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are the 10 best Cody Rhodes triumphs in AEW. Join us. Number 10, Shaq. Cody wanted to be seen as AEW's MVP, no, not him, and if there was a mainstream crossover opportunity, then Cody would take it. From the Go Big Show and Rhodes to the Top to teaming with Snoop D-O-double-G, Cody wanted to be seen as Mr. AEW to the wider world. So when AEW managed to get Shaquille O'Neal to finally wrestle a proper match, there was only one man to stand across from him in the ring. The match itself was far better than it had any right to be, with Cody making Shaq look fantastic after taking a pitch-perfect powerbomb. Red Velvet and the debuting Jade Cargill played their parts as Shaq and Cody brawled, and it all ended when Cody splashed the NBA icon through 2 tables at ringside. Was it the best match ever? Hardly, but the best celebrity match ever? It's certainly a candidate, and Cody was the one pulling all the strings. Number 9, Malachi Black. In positioning himself as Mr. AEW, Cody inadvertently painted a huge target on his back for anyone entering the company, with a statement win over Rhodes enough to etch your name in the history books. So when Malachi Black appeared out of nowhere and sent Cody and Arn Anderson's jaws into space with a pair of black masses, it instantly put him on the map as one of AEW's greatest threats. When the two finally faced off in singles action, we all expected Cody to do his best Hulk Hogan and overcome the odds without breaking a sweat, but to his credit, he did the job, and then some. Malachi battered Cody to the point where Rhodes teased retirement, going so far as to leave his boots in the ring. And if it wasn't for Arn Anderson burning his clothes or threatening to shoot him in the head, yes, really, then it may have actually happened. Well, in kayfabe at least. Unfortunately, this story ended before it really got going, but for what it achieved in a short space of time, it truly delivered. Number 8, the pandemic. After Dynamite's successful debut in October 2019, AEW was starting to find their groove and build off that initial momentum when the COVID-19 pandemic threatened to put a stop to everything. Rather than shut down or retreat, AEW pressed on behind closed doors with their first show of the new era set for March 18th, 2020 in Daly's Place. And who opened the show? Who else? With the lights down, Cody stood alone in the ring and spoke from the heart, reflecting on real-world events and the kayfabe struggles of the elite. He was eloquent, he was the grandson of a plumber, and there was no doubt that Cody was the de facto face of the company. Given how car crash Cody Rhodes was for the last 6 months of his AEW run, with his terrible rambling promos, weird isolated storylines, and possibly egotistic booking decisions, it almost seems odd to remember that he used to be the most popular star in the entire company, and it wasn't even close. Number 7, the man for the big moments. In WWE, the rule of thumb was that if there's something big and stupid to jump off of, then Shane McMahon was the man for the job. In AEW, it seemed like the man for the big spots was one Cody Rhodes. For starters, there was the first ever AEW cage match where Cody took on Wardlow, a good match that is remembered for Rhodes hitting a monstrous moonsault from the top onto Mr. Mayhem. Then, in a weird throwaway feud with Andrade, the two found themselves in a no DQ match for no reason at all, and Cody, being an absolute lunatic, decided that this was the perfect time to do a flaming table spot. He crushed Andrade with a reverse superplex, taking the brunt of the heat on his back. And then, during his final bow in the company, he took one of the most remarkable bumps in ladder match history when Sammy Guevara nailed him with the most perfect diving cutter you ever did see. Bloody show off. Number 6, tackling Le Champion. With Chris Jericho lording over AEW as its first world champion, Cody Rhodes stepped up as Le Champion's first major test, with the two signed on to go one-on-one for the gold at the inaugural Full Gear pay-per-view. As the fiery fighting babyface, Cody cut one of his greatest ever promos, claiming that he went from undesirable to ungoddamn deniable, and stated that if he didn't beat Jericho, then he would never challenge for the title again. Everyone thought that Cody had telegraphed the ending and that he would be stood at the top of the company he built with the belt held high. Things were going Cody's way too, and after Jake Hager was ejected from ringside, Rhodes crushed Jericho with the Crossroads in front of match judges Dean Malenko, Arn Anderson, and the Great Muta. But Jericho fought on, and soon Le Champion was back in it, locking in the Lion Tamer as Cody's protege MJF did his best Owen Hart impression. His throwing of the towel meant that Cody could never ever again challenge for the belt, and to Cody's credit, he never did. Number 5, the Trials of MJF. MJF costing Cody any shot at the AEW World Championship turned the cocky young Burberry-loving weasel into one of the biggest baddies in the business. Whilst MJF's potential as a heel was never in question, Cody was the perfect babyface foil to kick it off in AEW, with MJF and newly hired goon Wardlow out to make Cody's life a living hell. MJF decreed that Cody would have to adhere to a no-touching policy, defeat Wardlow in a cage match, and receive 10 lashes with a belt if he wanted a revenge match at Revolution 2020. Rhodes obliged, his whipping segment on February 5th a truly eye-watering affair. Again, we all assumed that after going through hell with MJF, Cody would come out on top. But again, he did the job, MJF continuing his undefeated streak with the help of his newly won Dynamite Diamond ring. Of course, MJF was humble in victory afterwards. Number 4, Throne Smasher. Wrestling works best when smothered in layers of symbolism, those gestures and images that say more than 1,000 words ever could. Heading into All Out, Cody had a statement to make, and on his way to the ring, he passed by a very familiar throne, one similar to Triple H's. Cody, naturally, twatted it with a sledgehammer to rapturous applause, as Hunter either quaked in his boots or chuckled loudly from his fortress of money and leather jackets. Cody's references to trips wouldn't stop there, and as the crowd started to turn on Rhodes, the references would change in significance. The sledgehammer would come out time and time again, as would a golden shovel. Then, despite never being a heel, Cody got booed out of the building when he first hooked Malachi Black's arms for a pedigree, only to drop a Tiger Driver 98 instead. We all thought that pedigree would inevitably come when Cody finally snapped and turned, but he was out of the door before it could happen. Number 3, Mr. Brody Lee. Brody Lee's arrival in AEW had wrestling fans excited because we finally knew Big Rig would be given the spotlight he so richly deserved. As the hulking head of the Dark Order, Brody blazed a path of destruction during his time in AEW, with his biggest victory coming in the quick annihilation of Cody and the entire Nightmare family. In doing so, he became the second ever TNT champion. Once again, Cody helped make Brody a star by doing the job, even getting battered whilst on a stretcher. The rematch between the two was even greater, as Cody and Brody channeled Greg Valentine and Roddy Piper to utterly paste each other in a good old-fashioned dog collar match. In victory, Cody became the first ever two-time TNT champion and the second man to defeat Brody in AEW, sending the Exalted One running for the hills. At the time, we weren't to know that this would be Brody's last ever match, but the entire angle served as a perfect example of just how good a wrestler John Huber was. Number 2, the TNT champion. With Cody unable to ever contend for the AEW World Championship, there was only one avenue for him to get his hands on some sweet singles gold. As the first ever TNT champion, and to date the only ever 3-time holder of the belt, Cody elevated the title beyond the mid-card to become almost on the same level as the AEW World Championship. The first reign saw Cody take on literally everyone, from Warhorse and Ricky Starks to Eddie Kingston and Jungle Boy. Anyone who wanted a slice got a slice. After losing and regaining it from Brody Lee, Cody did the job again for Darby Allin. So far, so good. Cody's third reign, though, we could have done without it, to be honest. We expected it to be the latest step towards Cody turning heel, but instead he missed a defense at Battle of the Belts, then made up for it in his final AEW match against Sammy Guevara at Beach Break 2022. Number 1, Cody versus Dustin. All we ever wanted in WWE was a significant singles clash between Cody and Dustin Rhodes, but Vince McMahon was against the idea, so we got a quick bout at Fastlane 2015 and bugger all afterwards. Coming into All Out, Dustin was fresh out of WWE, and Cody vowed to finally defeat his brother and kill the Attitude Era. The Rhodes boys truly left nothing on the line, with Dustin pissing buckets of blood and Cody even harking back to bloody Stardust of all things. Eventually, Cody reigned supreme, but the real story was the quality of the bout itself. The match was not only match of the night, but one of the matches of the entire year. With tears streaming down his face, Cody told Dustin that he was not allowed to retire and that he was set to face the Young Bucks in tag action. But he didn't need a tag partner, he needed his older brother, and the two embraced to a huge ovation. If Cody never ever steps foot in an AEW ring ever again, then this moment alone cemented his legacy. World Championship Wrestling, you beautiful, weird little bastard, you. You've been gone for 2 decades now, but your legacy lives on because many of your top stars are still inexplicably wrestling on TV to this very day. WCW has come in for a fair bit of stick since it bit the dust in 2001, with one of the key criticisms being that they either couldn't create stars or grossly misused the ones they did have. The narrative that WCW would simply use Ted Turner's checkbook to buy WWE's established stars, while WWE could take an underutilized WCW talent and make them a main eventer is grossly overstated, but there is some merit to the claims. You don't have to look too far to find examples of both, and upon reflection, it is somewhat staggering the amount of top-tier performers that WCW failed to capitalize on. Yes, they had their success stories too, and WWE also sometimes screwed the pooch when it came to ex or future WCW guys, but some of these are truly shocking. And I ain't talking about Uncle Fred in a Stormtrooper helmet, baby. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 WWE stars wasted by WCW. Join us. Number 10, Jim Neidhart. WCW had Jim Neidhart on their books on a couple of different occasions. First in 1993, when he still had some of that Hart Foundation, New Foundation shine to him. The Anvil wasn't down south for long, showing up in April and only working 12 matches before leaving in October. Most of those were on non-televised house shows too, as Neidhart's only TV work was seen on low-priority programming like Worldwide and Saturday Night. Still, the experience didn't put Jim off returning in early 1998, following the fallout of the 1997 Survivor Series. Neidhart left WWE in protest after the way Bret Hart had been screwed over, and WCW were more than happy to hand him a big money deal. Sadly, the ideas didn't match the pay packet, as the Anvil did absolutely sod all, occasionally teaming with a British Bulldog or otherwise being used as a glorified jobber. He might have been some years removed from his Hart Foundation prime, but surely WCW could have thought of something better for him to do, considering the large sums they were putting into his bank account every month. Big Jim was released from the company 10 months after joining and basically eased into semi-retirement thereafter. Number 9, Rob Van Dam. Rob Van Dam made his name in ECW in the late 90s and became an even bigger star once he joined WWE in 2001. Before he developed the thumb-pointing, cool airbrushed singlets, or incredible moves like the Van Terminator, he was another fresh-faced up-and-comer trying to make his way in the wacky world of wrestling. Just a few years into his career, Van Dam found himself gainfully employed by WCW, having been hired by Bill Watts in 1992. The Cowboy didn't like the name Rob Van Dam, so he instead went by Robbie V and was positioned as a young, high-flying lower mid-card babyface. He didn't appear on TV much, but he did wrestle some notable names such as Scotty Raven Flamingo, Vinny Kevin Nash Vegas, and Paul Orndorff. Unfortunately for RVD, Bill Watts was replaced by Ole Anderson not long into his run. Ole didn't see as much in Robbie V, who found himself looking at the lights more often than not. Not only that, but the pay wasn't great either, and Van Dam knew he could make more money elsewhere. So he left after 6 months and less than 20 matches and never looked back, soon securing a full-time gig with All Japan Wrestling. WCW unsuccessfully tried to get him back many years later. Number 8, Triple H. After impressing the right people with his tryout match, a young Paul Levesque, going by the not even remotely punny name Terror Rising, was offered a guaranteed 2-year deal worth $52,000 a year by Eric Bischoff in early 1994. Amazingly, the man that would go on to be known as Triple H, the smartest and toughest man in all of wrestling, lest we forget, asked that the contract would only be for 1 year, as he felt that after that, the Bish would know whether or not he was worth $52,000 or if he was worth a whole lot more. After ditching ditching the absolutely awful name for the slightly less awful Jean-Paul Levesque, the game got over somewhat as a snobbish aristocrat with a French accent. It was low-level stuff, but fans, management, and his fellow wrestlers noted his improvements and tireless work ethic, tipping him to be a star of the future. Once his year was up, Levesque jumped to WWE after catching the eye of Vince McMahon with his performance against Alex Wright at WCW's Starrcade pay-per-view. Helmsley was persuaded to go to New York by others who believed that McMahon would make him a star. Bischoff, on the other hand, credits the Cerebral Assassin's lack of WCW success with him living away from WCW's Atlanta headquarters. Personally, I think it was the crappy names, naff gimmick, and the fact that WCW was a disorganized mess at the time, but what do I know? Number 7, Owen Hart. Owen Hart was another who wanted to leave WWE for WCW in the wake of the Montreal Screwjob, but WWE held him to his contract with the promise he would receive fair treatment and a renewed push. Owen in WCW is an interesting prospect to say the least, and likely wouldn't have been anything like his little-seen run there in 1991. The Rocket found himself in between gigs with WWE, and despite his obvious abilities, he didn't get the opportunity to really do much of anything. All told, he worked 14 matches for the promotion, half of them on house shows and half of them quick squashes, which he won, for shows like Main Event and Power Hour. It wasn't like he didn't have his supporters, chief among them Jim Ross, the WCW commentator who also sat on the booking committee, who wanted to get him signed to a long-term deal. But Owen still had mixed feelings about WWE and felt like he had unfinished business and more opportunities there, especially with his big brother on the rise, and chose to put pen to paper with Vince McMahon's organization instead. Good old JR felt WCW should have done a lot more to secure Owen's services, especially since a potentially amazing tag team with Stampede alumni Brian Pillman was on the cards. Number 6, Bam Bam Bigelow. Bam Bam Bigelow was a big deal in wrestling, whether he was a Hoss headliner for New Japan, main eventing WrestleMania in WWE, or being pushed as a top attraction in ECW. The Beast from the East had a couple of brief stints in the NWA WCW in the late 80s and early 90s, but never signed with them long term as his Japanese commitments took priority. He finally inked that long and lucrative deal in late 1998 after growing tired of Paul Heyman's bounced checks. Though he had some miles on his body and wasn't quite the dynamic performer of years gone by, Bama still had an aura about him and could work against a variety of different styles, which he had proven during his time in Philadelphia. Things started off positively enough as he went after WCW champion Goldberg in his first rivalry, but it was all downhill from there. It wasn't long before he was mired in the hardcore division, scrapping with old ECW mates like Raven and Hardcore Hack. The Jersey Triad stable with DDP and Canyon was an improvement, but it didn't last and he settled into the mid-card. To illustrate how far down the pecking order he slid, his final WCW contribution was being used to put over Sean Stasiak. Number 5, Marty Jannetty. Say what you want about Marty Jannetty, and trust me, there's a lot you could say about the one-time rocker, but for all his outside-the-ring behavior, he has remained a first-class talent and always worked hard. Party Marty left WWE at the end of 1996, and after a year on the independent circuit, showed up in Turnertown in January of 98. Marty was one of the many signed to help bolster the roster for the arrival of New Show Thunder, so it makes perfect sense that his first couple of matches took place on Nitro, doesn't it? It was readily apparent from the off that Jannetty wouldn't be moving high up the ladder as he was put into the role of enhancement talent rather quickly, losing short matches to the likes of Chris Jericho, Scott Steiner, and Raven. Whenever he got the rare opportunity to shine, he looked good, especially in bouts with Dean Malenko and Chris Benoit, and he could have been a cruiserweight division mainstay. But Marty was just one of about 800 people under contract at that time, and he very much got lost in the shuffle, working 29 matches in just over 8 months before sustaining a shoulder injury while wrestling Conan and getting released while recovering from it. Classic WCW. Number 4, Mick Foley. Mick Foley wasn't some jobber to the stars or anything when he was in WCW in the early 90s. He was a star, a featured performer who was promoted and pushed. Much of it making a name for himself is down to Foley, who, as Cactus Jack, did everything imaginable in order to get over. His series of matches with the likes of Sting, the Nasty Boys, and especially Vader were brutal, violent masterpieces that were unlike anything else in the PG world of WCW. More than willing to take abuse for the cause, Foley would routinely risk life and limb to entertain, doing ungodly things like taking a powerbomb on the concrete floor. This penchant for pain worried WCW management, including the EVP and legal staff, and Foley had several of his outlandish ideas nixed and was told to tone it down on multiple occasions. Things got to the point where enough was deemed enough, and Mrs. Foley's baby boy left the organization for the indie and international scenes. Considering how much bigger Foley became in WWE, WCW really dropped the ball with him, as he never got above a certain level despite consistently delivering the goods. Number 3, Bret Hart. The Bret Hart WCW got in late 1997 was a Bret Hart who was the most sympathetic wrestler in the world, coming in red hot with a ton of fan support after being screwed by the evil Vince McMahon at Survivor Series. They were also getting one of the best wrestlers to ever lace them up too, but the events in Montreal handed Eric Bischoff and company a golden opportunity right from the get-go. And guess what? They blew it! Shocking, I know, but it's true. The Hitman's first big task in WCW was acting as guest referee in the Starrcade 97 bout between Bischoff and Larry Zbyszko before getting involved in the bungled finish to the Hogan-Sting main event. Things didn't get too much better from there, as Hart shockingly became just another face in the bloated crowd. He had his moments in WCW, such as the steel plate spear angle with Goldberg and the tribute match he wrestled for Brother Owen, but his stay in the organization was a massive and expensive disappointment. Bret himself has been very critical of WCW, saying they never knew what to do with him and that in a perfect world he wouldn't have left WWE in the first place. Number 2, The Undertaker. After a couple of years on the indie scene, Mark Calloway ended up in WCW in late 1989. It's not surprising that they would offer him a job since he had the height and size that is often sought after, especially in those days, combined with an impressive athletic ability for a man of his dimensions. Mean Mark Callis was a star, and he looked impressive whether wrestling in singles or as the replacement for Sid Vicious in the Skyscrapers tag team. When he went back to being a singles wrestler following the team split, he became a Paul Heyman guy and had some fairly high-profile matches, including a US title bout lost to Lex Luger at the 1990 Great American Bash. It was evident that he wasn't going to achieve great fame in WCW after a conversation with Booker Ole Anderson, who told Calloway that nobody would ever pay to see him wrestle during contract talks. Seeing the writing on the wall, he met with WWE, agreed on a deal, handed in his notice, and a few months later debuted as The Undertaker. Now, I may be going out on a limb here, but I think one or two folk might have paid to see the dead man wrestle since then, you know? Number 1, Steve Austin. From the very beginning of his pro wrestling career, Steve Austin wanted to be good at it. Very good at it. The best. Austin had a hunger and passion that took him from Texas and Memphis to WCW, where he captured the TV title after just a few weeks on the books. Stunning Steve gradually climbed the ladder, standing out for his rapidly improving performances and evident charisma. His Hollywood Blondes tag team with Brian Pillman was gold, and he showed the true scope of his abilities in his US title rivalry with Ricky Steamboat. His WCW future, though, looked bleak when he was booked to lose the title to Jim Duggan in 35 seconds, and he was fired by Eric Bischoff, who didn't see him as a marketable commodity while out with a triceps injury. Classic WCW! A pissed off Austin would channel that resentment into a brief but spectacular ECW run, and with a little bit of luck and a lot of hard work, shed the shoddy ringmaster character to become Stone Cold. Steve Austin always had the talent and drive to be a big star, but WCW didn't see it. WWE took a chance on him despite initially viewing him as a good mechanic and nothing more, both parties laughing all the way to the bank. And that's the bottom line, because Adam Pachiti's going for a nap. Bye! The Rock, Stone Cold Steve Austin, Shawn Michaels, Triple H, Mick Foley. Those are just a few of the names we won't be talking about here because, let's be honest, they've all been given a fair amount of credit for the success of WWE's hottest ever period. Yes, go back and watch any Attitude Era retrospective and you will see plenty of footage of beer drinking, tank driving, it was actually a Jeep, sock puppet wearing, and stuff getting shoved up people's candy arses. But that wasn't all the Attitude Era was about. Because at its best, it was a rough and rowdy variety show where everyone from the opening match to the main event had a storyline or something interesting going on. It was an era that made the careers of some performers who would have doubtless struggled to even have a career at other points in time. It was also an era that, over 2 decades later, has seen some of its unsung heroes forgotten about. So let's celebrate those men, women, and misfits who added colour and created great moments but didn't get all the plaudits. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 unsung WWE Attitude Era heroes. And if you ain't down with that, I got 2 words for ya. Join us. Number 10, Al Snow. The Attitude Era provided a lifeline for many performers whose WWE careers were thought to be over. After failing to make an impression as Avatar, Shinobi, or Leif Cassidy, I know I'm as shocked as you are, Al Snow was sent off to ECW, where he reinvented himself as a schizophrenic with a mannequin head as a best friend, having supposedly been driven insane due to his years spent as a lowly jobber for Titan Sports. His ECW work earned him a WWE recall, and he brought the character to Monday nights. From there, Snow was a fixture on television and usually provided much entertainment value, especially when competing in the hardcore division. One of the company's best ever hardcore champions, Snow had legendary mid-card battles and feuds with the likes of Hardcore Holly and Big Boss Man. Al was also on top form whenever he moved away from the division, whether it was stirring the pot between Mankind and The Rock, adopting a different continental guise for every match of his European title reign, or trying to draw some personality out of the super serious Steve Blackman. Snow was also a major factor in the success of MTV's Tough Enough reality show, where he served as the head trainer. No, not that sort of head. Number 9, Terry Runnels. A big draw for the important to advertisers male 18 to 34 demographic was WWE's endless parade of flesh-bearing females. Sunny, Chyna, Sable, Lita, Trish Stratus, and others all get their due, but there were other divas who contributed a lot to the product back then. Perhaps no more so than Terry Runnels, who, despite not being a trained wrestler and initially reluctant to bare her body, did just about everything that was asked of her in the name of sports entertainment. She made an impression as the gold-wearing, cigar-smoking manager of her real-life husband before moving on to other much more risque angles and storylines. She was a member of the Pretty Mean Sisters, where she faked a miscarriage, which was way too distasteful even in the context of the time, and controlled her love slave Meat by using her feminine wiles. From there, she engaged in a long feud with the Cats, and you knew that if you were watching one of their matches or segments, you were going to see more skin than a well-paid dermatologist. The so-called horny little she-devil also added to the presentation of the Radicals and helped Perry Saturn stand out from the pack before she broke him by callously murdering poor defenseless Moppy. Number 8, Kai and Tai. The Attitude Era was a great time for lots of things, but not really for light heavyweight wrestling. The division had its moments, but WWE's high flyers were routinely blown out of the water by WCW's world-class cruiserweights. Without a strong division, WWE's performers of that ilk had to occupy themselves elsewhere, with some of the most successful being the men who comprised the group Kai and Tai. Men's Teo, Sho Funaki, and Dick Togo arrived in WWE the day after WrestleMania 14 in order to go after their countryman Taka Michinoku. They felt that the light heavyweight champion had become Americanized and took offense, going on to have themselves a series of captivating matches with him and his unlikely partner Bradshaw. Taka eventually joined up with the group and targeted Val Venus, famously going choppy on his precious PP. Eventually, the group boiled down to just Taka and Funaki as a low-level tag team, but they still delivered the goods even though they weren't regularly spotlighted. Their evil and indeed phase was good fun, and Taka once took world champion Triple H to the limit. They also added much humor to backstage segments and could be counted on to have a good match and enhance other acts when called upon. Honestly, they were just great fun. Great, quite racist looking back on it, fun. Number 7, Val Venus. Some gimmicks absolutely could not exist anywhere other than during the Attitude Era. Val Venus, porn star extraordinaire, is a prime example of this. Sean Morley burst onto the scene, some would say exploded or jizzed, but I'm rather above that sort of behaviour, via a series of lurid vignettes, including one with real-life adult entertainment superstar Jenna Jameson. Val, with his raspy voice, chiseled body, and towel-wearing entrance, was a master on the microphone, the king of the double entendre. entendre. Actually, he was the king of the single entendre, but he could double it up for you, if you know what I mean. Wink wink, nudge nudge. I think I have something in my eye. No, not that. Venus managed to be the total package. There's another knob reference for those keeping score, combining charisma and character work with superior in-ring action. He was already a well-polished performer, before arriving in WWE, and used his skills and experience to great effect in matches with D'Lo Brown, Ken Shamrock, and others. Unfortunately, once WWE went public, the Val Venus character was a frequent target of critics, particularly the Parents Television Council, and the pressure eventually resulted in the gimmick first being toned down and then removed from TV. Talk about a bona fide boner killer. Number 6, Ken Shamrock. Ken Shamrock's WWE tenure was brief but explosive, and not in the Val Venus spunky wanger sort of way. The world's most dangerous man came into the company with a reputation and was put to good use in his first task, refereeing the epic Steve Austin vs. Bret Hart submission match at WrestleMania 13. From there, Ken had feuds with Vader, British Bulldog, and Shawn Michaels before starting a rivalry that would, in some ways, define his WWE career. Shamrock's feud with The Rock, and by extension his Nation of Domination pals, was a highlight of WWE television in early 1998. Their segments and matches were always captivating viewing, and their program elevated not only the participants involved, but the Intercontinental title as well. From there, he became King of the Ring and had a series of matches with Owen Hart, including one in the Octagon-inspired Lion's Den, and was an ever-present on television, whether butting heads with Venus over his desires for storyline sister Ryan, or stepping up to Ministry of Darkness leader The Undertaker. After 2.5 years, however, Shamrock's time in WWE came to a somewhat abrupt end when he felt the itch to fight in MMA again, and he's been persona non grata ever since. A real shame, since he contributed much to one of WWE's defining periods and is fondly remembered by fans today. Number 5, Steve Blackman. Like Shamrock, Steve Blackman was an intense, legit, no-nonsense guy that you messed with at your own peril. That the Lethal Weapon even made it to WWE at all shows just how tough he was, since he recovered from a severe case of malaria and its after effects to resume his career in wrestling after a multi-year hiatus spent fighting for his life. In the zaniness of the Attitude Era, the no-frills Blackman could have easily gotten lost in the shuffle, but the nondescript appearance belied his keen talent between the ropes, where he incorporated martial arts techniques seamlessly into his act. The inevitable feud with Shamrock was good, but he really came into his own, first as a member of the Odd Couple Head Cheese with Al Snow, and then as the kendo stick-wielding gatekeeper of the Hardcore division. The zenith of that period for Blackman was his balmy Hardcore title match with Shane McMahon, which ended with the Lethal Weapon sending Vince's kids sailing backwards about 50 feet off the entrance stage. Blackman's Hardcore matches were always a bit different and routinely provided a mid-card delight. His WWE career came to an end due to injuries as the Attitude Era was winding down. He now works as a backup dancer for Britney Spears. Not really. Please don't kill me, Mr. Blackman. Number 4, D'Lo Brown. Do you know what you're looking at right now? That's right, you're looking at the real deal D'Lo Brown. That's how his entrance music went, wasn't it? Yeah, pretty sure that was it. Anyway, D'Lo is probably the most unsung member of the Nation of Domination, since the rest went on to be world champions, Hall of Famers, and, oh yeah, the most successful and popular movie star on the planet. But Brown, on his day, was as good as anyone and really helped make the European title his own across his 4 reigns. He also captured the Intercontinental title on one occasion, but his biggest contribution was adding some much-needed in-ring quality in an era that sometimes lacked it. Brown's matches with Val Venus, Jeff Jarrett, and X-Pac really stood out at the time, and many had pegged him as a future star, maybe even a world champion. It didn't quite happen, though he did help a young Mark Henry along when they tagged together, formed a fun but fleeting team with The Godfather, before trying his luck in doubles again with Lowdown until he was phased out. Fans of the era still affectionately look back at the head-wobbling, chest protector, and all the gnarly Stone Cold Stunners he took. Number 3, Too Cool. The Attitude Era was known for producing great tag teams like the Hardys, Dudleys, Edge and Christian, and the New Age Outlaws. One duo that provided much entertainment but don't quite get the same credit is Too Cool. Too Sexy Brian Christopher and Too Hot Scott Taylor were languishing as Too Much, a tag team that weren't much of anything really, other than obnoxious Sunday Night Heat mainstays. When they added Rikishi to their unit and became Too Cool, their popularity exploded, however, and they became one of the most anticipated parts of any show. They made over their entire act, changing their look and style and adding a post-match dance routine that often received the best reactions of the night. Their change in fortunes had them mixing it up in main events and led to a short tag team title reign. Too Cool were just the perfect bit of light entertainment and comedic relief, and they got massively over despite their name being untrue because nothing about them said cool, never mind the two. Too Cool's act worked in its time and place, and the team didn't outstay their welcome, their main run together lasting just over a year before they went their separate ways. Number 2, Shane McMahon. I know, putting the words McMahon and unsung hero in the same sentence does make me feel as though I've just cut the cheese in the middle of a packed elevator. And by cut the cheese, I mean done a massive stinky fart, just in case there was any confusion there. But hear me out. While we've all perhaps grown a little bit tired of Shane-O's shtick over the past several years, you cannot deny just how much he added to the Attitude Era. A former European champion, Shane provided many in-ring highlights during the time against opponents as diverse as Steve Austin, X-Pac, Test, Big Show, and even his own dad. He was entertaining even when he wasn't doing sky-high pratfalls, and he brought a lot to other roles too. Whether he was a crooked referee, a commentator, or just running interference and meddling in someone's affairs, Shane did everything he was tasked with to the best of his abilities and provided tons of entertainment. He played a significant role in the corporation and also gifted us the Mean Street Posse, a trio of legends who confirmed to me that there's nothing wrong with sweater vests and frosted tips. The best wrestler in the world may have outstayed his welcome by a good, well, decade or so, but he was gold during the Attitude Era and doesn't get enough credit for his efforts. Number 1, Crash Holly. The Hardcore Championship had its ups and downs during its short but violent lifespan. One of its undoubted high points was when it was in the possession of Crash Holly, the pint-sized Elroy Jetson lookalike who endeavored to defend the strap 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The Houdini of Hardcore had clearly bitten off more than he could chew, which led to some fantastic television as he battled to retain possession of the title while fighting off all challenges in every conceivable location. He defended that ramshackle thing at the airport, in his hotel room, and even at Funtime USA. The impromptu matches were a delight and really allowed Crash and his hardcore brethren to show off their creativity and, importantly, get over. But Holly wasn't just an asset whenever plunder was involved. He also formed a great tag team championship winning team with Cousin Bob and momentarily held the European and light heavyweight titles too. As the Attitude Era wound down, so did Crash's role, but he could still be found with Bob and his cousin Molly and gave a good showing whenever he was given the opportunity. And really, everyone who has ever held the 24/7 title owes a debt to the man who stood at 6 feet 6 inches tall and weighed in at allegedly well over 400 pounds. Remember the first wrestler that scared the absolute bejesus out of you. Maybe it was the towering Andre the Giant, or the macabre Undertaker, or perhaps his equally demonic brother Kane. Frankly, even today, Abaddon gives a few of us here at Cultaholic the absolute heebie-jeebies. And this is a good thing, because it means the performers are absolutely effective in their roles. Do you know how easy it is for a wrestler to try to be scary and absolutely fall short in that regard? Actually, you do, because we've all seen wrestlers get put into supposedly menacing roles and induce more ridicule than fright. Sometimes it's not the performer's fault. It could be a case of creative overthinking, the costume, or the characteristics, resulting in the poor soul under the accessories being doomed on arrival. Folklore, horror movies, and thrillers have inspired pro wrestling for eons, and that continues to be the case. But such inspirations have to be handled and nurtured with care, and you'll see why in a bit. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 scary wrestlers that were anything but. Join us. Number 10, the Boogeyman. The Boogeyman certainly has his place in WWE lore as a unique curiosity, but the only people who were truly afraid of him were the heels that were scripted to be paralyzed in terror when feuding with him. Yeah, the whole eating worms deal was a little unpleasant, but Boogeyman came along in a time when Jackass and Fear Factor were readily accessible on our TV screens. We've seen people eat far more disgusting things. Sorry, Mr. Man, but Joe Rogan and Steve-O aren't terribly impressed. Now, some of you may argue that the Boogeyman was never meant to be scary, that he was always meant to be a slightly ironic oddity. Tell that to Jim Cornette though, who had to book the character in Ohio Valley before it was unleashed upon an unsuspecting WWE audience. It was at an OVW event in 2005 that a still training Santino Marella laughed in the presence of the Boogeyman instead of registering fear toward him. This led to an irate Cornette smacking Marella several times, and the incident played a big part in Cornette being let go from OVW later that summer. Though Marella wasn't laughing at Boogeyman's gimmick per se, it should be noted that the character was so unscary that it set the ball in motion for somebody to be fired as a result. That has to count for something. Number 9, Santa Claus. You don't have to go too far to find contemporary examples of a twisted Kris Kringle in media. The Silent Night, Deadly Night movie shattered the unintentional comedy scale in the 80s, while Bill Goldberg's turn in Santa's Sleigh was its own kind of demented. And let's not forget Weird Al Yankovic's The Night Santa Went Crazy, which is quite descriptive, to put it mildly. Each of these examples has a better example of a bad Santa than what WWE had in 1995. The man who eventually became Balls Mahoney had a cup of hot cocoa in New Generation WWE as Santa Claus, Santa's evil brother who lived at the South Pole and stole presents from the children of the world. Frankly, if you've seen The Thing, you know that jolly old Santa ain't even the scariest thing in all of Antarctica. He's third behind The Thing itself and an axe-wielding Wilford Brimley. I suppose the idea was that Santa Claus would terrify children with the thought of ruining their Christmases, but since it was December 1995, more and more kids were probably watching Hulk Hogan and Sting on Monday Nitro, so the national fear level was significantly low. The character was also short-lived, disappearing by early 1996, because what's the point of trotting out a sterilized evil Santa in June? It wasn't even scary in December. Number 8, the Christmas Creature. Hang on, we're not done bastardizing Christmas yet. For this particular log of Yule, we have to venture all the way back to 1992, when a certain future world champion and elected official was only in his first few months as a wrestler. The Memphis territory has been known for its use of extremely outlandish ideas and characters, and one of them crossed paths with the USWA champion Jerry Lawler during the 92 holiday season. His name was the Christmas Creature, and to have ended up in this outfit, one has to assume that the wearer was on someone's naughty list. I mean, just look at the poor guy in the Grinch bodysuit, candy cane sleeves, and tinseled bandolier. If this were 2005, Santino would have pissed himself laughing as Jim Cornette launched a cinder block at him. This multicolored fever dream had better days ahead, but to get there, he first had to portray a dentist and then rip off Kevin Nash's WWE gimmick. Yes, as I'm sure you already know, that's Mayor Glenn Jacobs as the Creature, 5 years before he struck gold as Kane. Now Kane, that was a scary character. His debut alone left goosebumps up and down your arms as he stormed into Hell in a Cell in order to confront his brother. Now imagine the Christmas Creature coming out to rip the door off the cell. If Undertaker fell over laughing, could you really blame the guy? Number 7, Triton. Debut vignettes are a great way for a new character to strike fear in the hearts of the audience. Nathan Jones may have been a flop as a wrestler, but those clips of him inside the empty prison? Horror movie material. The Wyatt family also had plenty of buzz created by those creepy, hazy videos set by the swamp. In other instances, though, there are vignettes that only serve to confuse the audience. The performance of the wrestler could potentially make up for the muddled production, of course, but not when your name is Triton. In 2005 TNA, the 6'10" Ryan Wilson was cast as Triton, and it's not exactly clear what he was supposed to be. The sunglasses, leather attire, and mechanical movements seem to cast him as pro wrestling's answer to the T-800, whereas the vignettes seem to hint at him being more of a powerful alien type. What was clear was that Triton was supposed to be a monster heel, but he was only a monster in size. In reality, Triton looked like a bright-eyed babyface that just happened to be nearly 7 foot tall. He may have been better off pulling a Mr. Hughes and just wearing the sunglasses during his matches. After a good amount of build-up, Triton failed to make any sort of violent dent into TNA and fizzled out of the company months later. Number 6, Retribution. Yeah, they're a contemporary example, but come on, how could they not be included here? They were supposed to be a group of shrouded revolutionaries whose mission was to bring a corrupt and unjust WWE to its knees. In order to achieve that sort of ambitious goal, Retribution would have needed to orchestrate a thorough hostile takeover, not unlike that of the New World Order in WCW a quarter century ago, albeit for righteous reasons, not self-serving. Plus, it would have taken brilliant creative and firm commitment to make it work. Their mayhem needed to be the focal point, and it had to resonate. But despite wearing masks that made them look like variants of Bane, Jason Voorhees, and other theatrical adversaries, Retribution were about as menacing as a throw pillow. Between the docile takeovers of the empty performance center and the sustained beatings they've received from pushed wrestlers, not to mention the names that sounded like rejected Ninja Turtle villains, it's almost as if Retribution were intentionally designed to be bad. In fact, WWE had group leader Mustafa Ali claim invention of those names to show the members what judgment and mockery feels like. And that's another sad thing. Ali did all he could to make the flatlining concept mean something, but through no fault of his own, Retribution always felt like meandering pawns instead of aspiring rulers. Number 5, Mantar. Half mandolin, half guitar. Mantar was... wait, no, that's not right. If that were accurate, we would be dealing with a whole other beast than WWE's mythical beast, but sadly, we are not. And while I'd love nothing more than to regale you all with a hybrid musical instrument that not only has sentience, but also a strong wrestling background, I have to press on with the truth. And the truth is that Mantar was a rather succinct embodiment of 1995 WWE. Ambitious, but ultimately silly, and memorable for all the wrong reasons. While we at Cultaholic remember the 400-pound Mantar with some good-natured fondness, the gimmick was honestly just brutal. A half-man, half-beast from the Isle of Crete, Mantar originally wore a giant bull's head over his own and apparently struggled to get into the ring with it on. And the face of the mask, it looked more like a happy college football mascot than a burdensome beast. Underneath, Mantar wore black face paint over and around his eyes, the designs arching back over his shaven skull like horns. He would moo and he would snort and he would kickstart on the canvas before charging at foes, but there was just nothing imposing about Mantar outside of his super heavyweight build. If wrestling fans wanted to look at remorseless monsters in 1995, they could just go play Doom. That provided more nightmare fuel than Smiley the Bovine here. Number 4, Oz. Standing nearly 7 feet tall with broad shoulders and a deep, booming voice, Kevin Nash could be pretty damn intimidating when he wanted to be. The heel version of Diesel was put to use as a pretty tough customer, confidently dispatching foes with unrelenting brute force. When he's not being funny, Nash can make for a convincing badass, and you don't need to gimmick him up too much to get that point across. But what if you're WCW and you have an idea for a gimmick that requires a scary-looking man for that role? You would hope it would be a good role, but instead, poor Big Sexy was saddled with the character of Oz. Unleashed from the Emerald City in 1991, Nash strode out from a mock castle background at Super Brawl 1, playing the great and powerful ruler of his namesake land. Not even his meanest mugging at the audience could convince people that he was a force worth fearing. Despite possessing a pretty awesome finisher in the Emerald City Twister, Oz was an instant flop, way too cartoony to be taken seriously. Nash was soon off to see the wizard himself in search of better roles, and he got them in the ensuing years. Nash had the upside and size to overcome the poorly concocted Oz gimmick, which is good for him, because bad gimmicks can be killers, and not everyone is as fortunate. Number 3, the Dungeon of Doom. Now, to be fair, it's not like the Dungeon of Doom aspired to be Lugosi and Karloff levels of ghoulish. They were in some ways a means to an end, give Hulk Hogan a bunch of opponents he felt safe working with, and for most of them update their appearances and gimmicks into something a little more nefarious. Hogan was getting pretty handily booed by WCW audiences, and to try to remedy that, he was matched up with foes that few in the crowd would want to cheer. With Meng as an obvious exception to our point, there was nothing haunting about these goblins. Brutus Beefcake became the self-contradicting Zodiac, John Tenta morphed into a human shark called Well, the Shark. Oh, and let's not forget the freaking Yeti showed up. Their supreme leader was a scarred elder called the Master. Kevin Sullivan led these men and other assorted misfits around for a couple of years. Only the Giant had any real potential among the Dungeon of Doom, as the rest were mostly knockaround guys for the beyond stale Hulkamania to keep dunking on. On the bright side, it's not like the dungeon consisted of brilliant gimmicks, because it would have been a greater injustice if brilliance was what fell at the feet of the aging Hogan. Number 2, Giant Gonzalez. You can't blame wrestling promoters for wanting to try their hand with young Gonzalez. Standing 7 feet 7 inches tall and coming at a time when Andre the Giant was nearing his sunset, it made sense to try to find the next Andre, impossible as that truly is. Gonzalez had the size, no doubt, but he probably had 1/20th of the wrestling faculty that Andre had, and that's being generous. Still, it didn't hurt to give Gonzalez a try, because how often do people of his size cross your field of vision? After a modest run in WCW as El Gigante, Gonzalez signed with WWE at the end of 1992. He was programmed with The Undertaker, and why not? If anyone could slay the undead mortician, it's a near 8-foot giant. But man, what a costume. Renamed Giant Gonzalez, he became a Sasquatch-like creature from the Andes Mountains. To get that point across, Gonzalez wore a flesh-toned bodysuit adorned with fur patches, airbrushed muscles, and a little hint of arse crack. Did I mention that the flesh tones didn't match his actual skin color, making for a rather awkward clash at his neckline? Gonzalez was admittedly a poor wrestler, but the outfit doomed him just as badly in 1993. Group all of this with the bug-eyed faces he made when selling, and Gonzalez didn't exactly leave his massive footprint all that deeply. Number 1, the Black Scorpion. The idea was a sound one. Have WCW champion Sting be taunted and tormented by an ominous unidentified figure from his past, one hell-bent on revenge for some reason or another. Let the mystery play out for several weeks or months, leading to a big reveal. In the right hands, this is the sort of formula that can create a new star, but even the shrewdest of creative types might find it difficult to come up with an absolute perfect payoff. And seeing as this is 1990 WCW, the people involved in this creative process weren't exactly shrewd to begin with. This so-called Black Scorpion growled at Sting through vignettes in his Dr. Claw voice. Then the hooded villain started appearing in the arena, performing bizarre magic tricks to show off his evil powers. Eventually, the two were signed for a world title match at the 1990 Starrcade, to which the Scorpion arrived in style, landing in a space pod on the entranceway, preceded by the arrival of 4 randoms in masks. As for the reveal, well, it turns out that when WCW began this complex conundrum, they didn't exactly know who would be unmasked as the Scorpion in the end. So they just randomly stuck Ric Flair in there and called it a day. Really, the only thing scary about the Black Scorpion was WCW's hope that someone would be genuinely intrigued by this laughable mystery over its lifespan. Wrestling and realistic are not words you always feel comfortable saying in the same sentence. Not that wrestling needs to be realistic or anything, unless you're a grouchy old-timer. It's important to be able to suspend your disbelief, yes, but part of the fun of wrestling is seeing incredible athletes and performers doing out-of-this-world, unbelievable things. Wrestling has changed, and the days of someone working the headlock for half an hour and a scoop slam being a finisher are long gone. Sorry, Mr. Cornette. While believability has perhaps been stretched by the way in which the business has changed and evolved, there are occasional matches that make a point to emphasize realism, even in the showbiz world of WWE. Now, nobody's going to confuse The Miz for Minoru Suzuki anytime soon, but there are certain men and women who, whether through the stiffness of their strikes, personal nature of a storyline, or the structure and stipulation of a match, can make you stop and ponder just how supposedly fake what you're seeing really is. Throughout the history of WWE, there have been a good many matches that take a much more realistic approach, and they jump out at us and live long in the memory because of it. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are the 10 most realistic WWE matches. By the way, before we get going, honorable mention to Balor vs. Dunn from NXT TakeOver Vengeance Day. What a stonker! Join us. Number 10, Bret Hart vs. Shawn Michaels at Survivor Series 1997. A match most famous for its screwy ending, yes, but the action until then was authentic and took advantage of the blurred lines between reality and fiction. The personal animosity between Bret and Shawn was well known going into the match, with the two men having a much publicised backstage brawl some months before their meeting in Montreal. Neither had been shy about shooting on the other in promos either, and it gave their WWE title match a bit of an edge, especially when it was common knowledge that the Hitman was on his way to WCW sooner rather than later. Where the duo had previously danced together beautifully, most famously in their 1-hour Iron Man match at WrestleMania 12, this promised to be more of your standard hockey fight. And that is how it shaped out, with the more cerebral and technical Hart and the more flamboyant and high-flying Michaels ditching the choreography for some wild brawling, as they fought around the arena with Sergeant Slaughter and Vince McMahon shadowing them as they went. Things continued in the same vein as the two combatants made it back into the squared circle. Everything they did was logical, the strikes were snug, and the events leading to the match made you question whether they were totally working with each other or if one or two potatoes were being thrown. The infamous ending and post-match fracas only added to the realism of it all. Number 9. Greg Valentine vs. Ron Garvin in a submission match, Royal Rumble 1990. When you think of 1990 and a picture of a blonde bloke in red and yellow, you probably don't immediately think of realistic. You're probably thinking of hot dog skinned menace Hulk Hogan, a man whose cartoonish physique and in-ring theatrics basically changed the very nature of the business and expedited the move from wrestling to sports entertainment. While Big Terry was winning the Rumble match in the main event of that year's titular pay-per-view, two blonde blokes in red and yellow were kicking lumps out of each other earlier in the night. Rugged Ronnie Garvin and Greg the Hammer Valentine met in a submission match and engaged in a contest that was far more hard-hitting than pretty much anything else you would see on a WWE show back then. It helped that the two had a personal issue heading into it. Valentine had previously retired Garvin in the storyline and the tension had been simmering ever since, but truth be told, these were just two old-school cats who would hit hard and often and apologise later. As well as the surly strikes, both men went for pinfalls during the match, playing off the fact that a submission match was an alien concept for the era and adding to the realism of it all, since it looked like they were going on instinct rather than running through a bunch of spots that required planning and cooperation. In another great moment, Hands of Stone simply stopped selling pain while locked in a hold and began pulling faces at his foe. Number 8, Chris Benoit vs. William Regal, No Mercy 2006. William Regal spent most of No Mercy 06 getting humiliated, first by falling into a hot dog cart and getting his lovely suit ruined, and then by accidentally exposing his pecker while getting out the shower. His long night got even worse when he was put into an impromptu match with a returning Chris Benoit, who was coming back after a 4-month sabbatical. These two had a long and illustrious history, having clashed in WCW, Japan, and WWE previously. Their matches were always wars, as they seemingly had carte blanche to batter each other for real, so long as it was within reason and nobody lost a limb. Really, there were multiple Benoit-Regal matches from this time period that could have been chosen for this list, but this one sticks out because A, it was on pay-per-view, and B, the rabid Wolverine chopped the real man's man in the effing face. Simply put, this was a fight, and you can't pick any holes in it. Everything is crisp and executed with a little extra piss and vinegar, especially the sickening shoot headbutts that busted both men open the hard way. A violent chess match where every move and hold was fought over with purpose, this was exhausting to watch. I can't even imagine being in the bloody thing. Number 7, Matt Riddle vs. Timothy Thatcher, NXT May 27th, 2020. Don't be fooled by the Jeff Spicoli act and dumb backstage comedy. Matt Riddle is as legit as they come. A former UFC standout who enjoyed a 5-fight unbeaten streak before being unceremoniously dropped by Dana White's group, Riddle has incorporated his MMA experience and training into his pro wrestling persona. Longtime independent journeyman Timothy Thatcher was the perfect opponent for him, as he too favoured a more ground-based and realistic style. The former tag partners turned enemies clashed in the original Bros NXT send-off on May 27th, 2020. This was no ordinary match, however. This was a contest that would take place inside the Fight Pit, a steel cage similar to the one seen in mixed martial arts, where the match could only be won via submission or knockout. Olympic gold medalist, WWE Hall of Famer, and certified hardman Kurt Angle was drafted in to be special guest ref. It started off with some grappling and exploratory striking before quickly being taken up a gear thanks to a cage-assisted kick that left Timothy Thatcher bloody and and missing some teeth. A ringside doctor was there to check him over, again adding to the real sports feel of the presentation. The brutality continued as they eventually found themselves onto the elevated platform, the sequence ending with a beautiful floating bro off it. It wasn't enough, however, as Timothy slapped on a rear naked choke for the victory. Let me just tell you, I got a few more hairs on my chest after watching these two try to maim each other. Number 6, Brock Lesnar vs. John Cena, Extreme Rules 2012. Nobody ever doubted Brock Lesnar's toughness or mean streak when he burst onto the scene in 2002. The absolutely massive former NCAA Division I heavyweight champion was, quite clearly, not somebody to be messed with, and he along with Kurt Angle were the two most legit tough guys on the roster. Fast forward a decade and there were even fewer doubts over the real fighting ability of the next big thing, as he returned to WWE after conquering UFC. Lesnar's first bout back in the scripted world of sports entertainment was an Extreme Rules match with John Cena at the pay-per-view of the same name. The match had been built with some hyper-realistic angles, such as the one where Brock smashed Big Match John in the mouth and busted him open. The Beast approached this match differently than he had matches during his first run, wrestling in MMA shorts and gloves. There was little finesse as Lesnar went for the ground and pound and cut Cena open almost instantly. You could see where the point of Brock's elbow connected with John's fire hydrant of a head, for God's sake. The doctors tried to patch him up to no avail as the Beast went into, well, beast mode, smashing Cena around the ring at will. This match would have been even more realistic had it ended with Brock eating him and hanging the carcass on his living room wall, but this was the Super Cena era, and so Lesnar ate the pin after a chain shot and AA onto the steel stairs. Number 5, Chris Jericho vs. Chris Benoit in a submission match, Judgment Day 2000. Chris Benoit was one of the most intense and realistic wrestlers ever, a man who wasted no movement and dedicated his life to perfecting his craft and becoming as believable as possible. Suspension of disbelief was easy when the crippler was in the ring, but things went up a few levels if he was matched against a Guerrero, Regal, Angle, or Jericho. The matches he had with fellow Canadian Chris were some of the saltiest of the Attitude Era, the countrymen having a mutual pact to beat the snot out of each other as if they were scrapping in Stu Hart's dungeon. Of all their classic encounters, the Intercontinental title submission match at Judgment Day 2000 was perhaps the closest to a Japanese strong-style match you could see on WWE TV. There were no countouts and no disqualifications, it was either tap out or pass out, and the tone was set from the very first lockup. Y2J and the Wolverine both threw some tasty-looking punches and kicks and chops and each tried to lock on submission holds before Benoit began working over the shoulder with surgical precision. Jericho came back and removed his opponent's knee brace before absolutely leathering him with it, then tied him up in a walls of Jericho in the ropes, which I think is how they used to punish thieves in medieval times. Number 4, Edge vs. Matt Hardy, SummerSlam 2005. If one of my best mates stole my girlfriend from me while I was sitting home recovering from major surgery, I'd be more than a little miffed too. Luckily, I don't have a girlfriend, and I don't even want one, so the joke's on you. But I can certainly sympathize with Matt Hardy and the situation he found himself in with Edge and Lita. Few could blame V1 for flying off the handle and airing the dirty laundry on the internet, but WWE fired him anyway. Following fan protests, they brought him back and, looking to capitalize on the high school drama, put him straight into a program with the rated R superstar. Walking a fine line between work and shoot, tensions were quite clearly high in the build to their big grudge match at SummerSlam, with some querying whether the two could maintain professionalism in a working environment. The eventual match resembled a barroom brawl as they threw wild punches and brawled around the ringside area. Eventually, Edge got a spear through the ropes and took complete control when he dropped his rival face first onto the ring post. The resultant cut led to a referee stoppage as Hardy couldn't answer Edge's repeated kicks to the face. As a match, it was short, but it got its point across beautifully, and the way in which it was worked was realistic and reflected the personal nature of the storyline going into it. Number 3, Volta vs. Ilya Dragunov, NXT UK, October 29th, 2020. Few matches generated as much buzz in 2020 as Volta vs. Ilya Dragunov for the NXT UK title did. The UK subsidiary of NXT has flown under the radar a little bit, despite being chock full of talented performers. This match put the fledgling brand firmly on a lot of people's radar, however. The issue had been building for months and finally came to a head on October 29th, and the almost empty setting of the BT Sports studio somehow added to the atmosphere of what was such a brutal and mesmerizing wrestling fight. Volta had been in possession of the NXT UK title for the best part of 2 years and was firmly established as a big-time player. Ilya, on the other hand, had yet to have a true breakout performance despite being in several great matches. A barbaric masterpiece, this was a clash of two personalities and styles that complemented each other wonderfully. Neither was pulling their punches much here, or their slaps, and wrestled like it could be their last ever match. The selling, timing, and psychology was off the charts excellent, and everything seemed like a struggle in the best possible way. As well as being violent and realistic, it also told a great story, with the smaller Dragunov fighting from underneath against the much bigger Austrian anomaly. Volta retained with a choke, but neither man really came out of this contest a loser. Number 2, Eddie Guerrero vs JBL, Judgment Day 2004. Everyone involved in this match knew that they had to deliver in a big way. JBL was a new character that was not yet properly established, and if he failed to do his part here, would likely sink without a trace. Eddie Guerrero was WWE champion and needed to prove that he could get new acts over while carrying the brand on his back. To drum up interest and generate some real heat, WWE had Eddie Guerrero's mother fake a heart attack while being confronted by JBL at a house show in El Paso on Mother's Day. Yep, that'll do it. Latino Heat brought the fire as he battered the Wall Street mogul from the off before JBL used his size to gain an advantage. The tide turned after the ref was bumped in a realistic, innocuous way as Eddie simply ran into him by accident, and the former acolyte blasted the champ with a sickening chair shot. Springing an absolute gusher, Guerrero looked as though he had walked out of a horror film, while JBL continued to pound away with his customarily stodgy offense. Mercifully, the match ended when Eddie got DQ'd after using the title belt as a weapon. This match felt so real because of the heavy blood loss. Guerrero had shed so much claret that he actually went into shock afterwards backstage. Number 1, Vader vs Ken Shamrock, In Your House, A Cold Day in Hell. Ken Shamrock arrived in WWE in 1997 with a reputation. Dubbed the world's most dangerous man, Shamrock had been one of the first UFC superstars, while also leaving a legacy in Japan for various MMA organizations. With a little bit of pro wrestling training and experience under his belt, WWE felt comfortable putting him in a ring with Vader for his first major outing at an In Your House pay-per-view. Considering Kenny was known for being just a tad tight with some of his strikes, Vader was an ideal opponent for him. After all, this was the mastodon that had his eye removed by Stan Hansen and yet somehow finished the bloody match. The two notorious hardnuts competed under no-holds-barred rules and put together a quasi-shoot style match where there were precisely zero niceties. At one point, Vader can be heard asking Shamrock to ease up on his kicks, and when he doesn't comply, the former WCW champion promptly takes his head off with a rugged clothesline to the side of the face. Each competitor had their own strategy, with Kenny going for the submission and Vader trying to land a knockout blow. The execution of this was top draw, and neither man held back, offering the American audience something akin to a proper shoot. Shamrock ended up winning with the ankle lock, and Vader hobbled back to the locker room on legs made of rice pudding. There have been plenty of wild and wonderful gimmick matches in WWE over the years, with the company all too keen to bring the best of them back time and time again. Not everyone can be a winner, however, and some of their gimmick or stipulation offerings are done after just one attempt. Whether the initial try was just so terrible that it had to be removed from existence before it could do further harm to the general public, or time and tastes simply changed too much for them to resurface later, there are some very rare WWE match types that may have disappeared but left a lasting, often hilarious legacy. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 wild WWE match types only seen once. Join us. Number 10, the Good Housekeeping match. The Attitude Era was gimmick match central, with every week seemingly unearthing some new, usually wacky concept. Whether it was a random episode of Raw or a major pay-per-view, the odds were there would be some sort of unique stipulation on offer, often one that was directly related to a storyline or wrestler's gimmick itself. Case in point, the Good Housekeeping Intercontinental title match at No Mercy 1999, which saw Jeff Jarrett defend the strap against Chyna in a bout where both could only use weapons that are objects found inside the home. This came about as Double J had been on a chauvinistic tear, claiming that women needed to stay in their domestic space and away from the squared circle, something that the ninth wonder of the world naturally took offense to. The match itself was actually a pretty good one and saw everything from a toilet seat and salad tongs to an ironing board and yes, the actual kitchen sink itself get deployed before Jarrett thought he'd won it with a sneaky belt shot before Teddy Long restarted the match since a title belt isn't a household object and Chyna won with a guitar shot, which apparently is. Number 9, the Extreme Elimination Chamber match. The Elimination Chamber has been one of WWE's most successful and long-lasting gimmick match inventions since it was unearthed at the 2002 Survivor Series. Combining elements of Hell in a Cell and War Games while still being its own thing, the Chamber sustained its impressive aura, at least for a while. While the Chamber itself may have gotten an aesthetic update from time to time, the only time the rules have properly been changed is when the steel structure was used at the disastrous December to Dismember pay-per-view. On that night, the Elimination Chamber became extreme due to the fact it was taking place on an ECW pay-per-view. The selection of weapons that were tied to the chains, from a standard steel chair to a barbed wire baseball bat, gave the combatants plenty of toys to play with and make the match a memorable one. Regrettably though, the Extreme Elimination Chamber match landed on the lower end of the scale as far as chamber matches at the time were concerned, but it was a good idea in principle, even if WWE didn't agree and only did it the one time. Number 8, the Duchess of Queensberry Rules match. One of the nice things about reigning as commissioner for William Regal is that he could just about make any match that he bloody well pleased. So when Chris Jericho humiliated and then beat him to retain the Intercontinental title at WrestleMania X7, the battling Brit pulled out the big guns and challenged Y2J to a Duchess of Queensberry Rules match at Backlash. You reap what you piss, Chris. Nobody knew what the heck the rules were going into the contest besides the Crooked Commish and the Duchess, played by WWE office worker and Warrior Award recipient Sue Aitchison, who was stationed on a throne at ringside. Essentially, Regal and the Duchess were able to change the rules as the match was in progress, thwarting Jericho's attempts at securing victory. The first round time limit conveniently expired after he hit a lion salt, and submissions suddenly didn't count when Sir William tapped out to the walls. Regal eventually got the win after smashing his luckless opponent over the head with a chair, the original disqualification being overturned by that royal pain in the backside. Number 7, the Las Vegas Showgirl match. A year and a half after the Duchess of Queensberry screwjob, as I call it, Regal was involved in another one-off stipulation match, only this time he wasn't the commissioner and was left to the mercy of the Raw Roulette wheel. This was the very first episode of Raw Roulette, the kayfabe creation of Red Brand general manager Eric Bischoff. While we got that classic TLC main event out of it, we were also treated to a blindfold match, a bra and panties paddle on a pole match, and the Las Vegas Showgirl match. For it, both Regal and Goldust had to compete while dressed as Sin City entertainers, which naturally infuriated the blue-blooded Englishman. Though the character was seething, the man behind the gimmick was having the absolute time of his life, and later revealed on an episode of Table for Three that it was the most fun he'd ever had in his decades-long career. WWE did do a Las Vegas Showgirl Lumberjill match when Raw Roulette returned in 2013, but that was basically just the then divas standing at ringside wearing funny hats, so it doesn't count, and if you have a problem with that, feel free to come and fight my dad. Number 6, the Raw Bowl. WWE and American football. What could possibly go wrong? Oh, right. Well, many years before WWE were pissing away a small fortune by trying to launch the XFL, twice, the closest they got to the hand egg field was either by booking its stars such as Lawrence Taylor, WrestleMania main eventer, or by doing weird stuff like the Raw Bowl. The first, and thankfully last Raw Bowl, took place on the January 1st, 1996 edition of WWE's flagship, and was done to capitalize on college football's bowl week madness. It was, in essence, a 4-team elimination match, with the Smoking Guns, Yokozuna and Owen Hart, Savio Vega and Razor Ramon, and Sid and 123 Kid, vying for the prestigious Steve Lombardi Trophy. Everything was dressed up to be like the NFL, including the ring, referee Earl Hebner, and the wrestlers themselves, who wore jerseys for combat. There were also ringside cheerleaders, a marching band, and each team was afforded a timeout, while a wrestler had to make actual physical contact with an opponent before he was allowed to tag out. An all-time fumble. Number 5, the Gulf of Mexico match. One of the low-key highlights of WWE ECW was the program between CM Punk and Chavo Guerrero over the ECW title. It was a feud that actually yielded several highlights, but is probably best remembered for the non-title meeting between the pair on the February 5th, 2008 episode of ECW on Sci-Fi. Taking advantage of being in Corpus Christi, Texas on the day, WWE booked Chavito and the Straight Edge Superstar in a Gulf of Mexico match. The rules were simple in that there weren't any rules, but the match could only end when one man had thrown the other into the nearby Gulf. Bob Holly and Al Snow had previously taken a trip to the Mississippi River at Backlash 99, and John Cena famously chucked Edge into the Long Island Sound in 06, but this was the first time the objective of a match was for one man to give another a very unwanted early bath. Punk scored the win by GTSing Guerrero after they almost got run over by a passing car into the water. Number 4, the Thong Stinkface match. The epic feud between the Cat and Terry Runnels needed a suitably cinematic payoff. They had waged war for the best part of half a year and had even collided at WrestleMania 2000, but come SummerSlam it was time to put the rivalry to bed. Which I'm sure is literally how Jerry Lawler would have settled things had he been booking his then-wife's storylines. The finale we got was kinky enough, mind you, as the bickering beauties faced off in a Thong Stinkface match. Can you believe there was only ever one of these? They got there after the Cat helped Rikishi back that thing up on her enemy, with Terry responding in kind and giving Cat a whiff in retaliation. To settle things once and for all, one of these ladies was going to have to don the dental floss undies and rub their backside in the face of the other, just like Lou Thez and Buddy Rogers did all those years ago. The Kings misses one by giving the horny little she-devil an up-close and personal view of her copper penny. I'm really sorry. Number 3, the barbed wire steel cage match. Everyone and their stupid mother could tell that John Cena was going to dethrone WWE Champion JBL at WrestleMania 21 weeks if not months before it happened. The Boston rapper was the hot new thing, and the tall Texan's reign of tyranny was due to end, making his defense against the Big Show at No Way Out 2005 seem arbitrary at best. WWE, to their credit, added intrigue by employing a match type never seen before or since. To prevent the champ's cabinet members from interfering and from JBL himself simply running away from his comeuppance, SmackDown GM Teddy Long booked them in a barbed wire steel cage match, with the sharp stuff surrounding the top of the structure. Interestingly, the match took place in the state of Pennsylvania, where the use of barbed wire in pro wrestling matches was banned by their athletic commission. Good job this is sports entertainment then, isn't it, pal? Realistically, what was Pennsylvania going to do? Ban WWE from their state? Anyway, the barbed wire didn't even really come into play during an average match that was saved by a novel finish, as JBL was chokeslammed through the ring and only escaped, and thus won, by fluke. Number 2, the Kennel from Hell match. On paper, the sound of a cage match taking place inside Hell in a Cell while ravenous dogs patrol the area between the two structures sounds like wonderfully demented fun. In practice, the Kennel from Hell debacle was one of the most embarrassing misfires to ever take place on a WWE pay-per-view. Al Snow and the Big Boss Man were the unfortunate fellas put inside the so-called kennel, the natural conclusion to a storyline that had seen the prison guard cook and feed the head case's chihuahua to him. God, I love pro wrestling. A Vince Russo special, the match could only end when one man had somehow managed to escape the cages and evade the hungry Rottweilers waiting for them at ringside. The threat of getting completely bitten was completely removed when it became apparent that the mutts weren't properly trained and had no intention of doing what they were supposed to do. I mean, why attack a mid-carder when you can pee on the floor and lick another dog's butt? Speaking of licking butts, this match licked a butt and then some, not even having the decency to fall into the so bad it's good territory. Number 1, the Concrete Crypt match. The Undertaker has been tasked with facing all manner of opponents in all different kinds of out there gimmick matches, but the Concrete Crypt might just edge the rest as far as the wackiest is concerned. After Paul Heyman and the Dudleys kidnapped Paul Bearer, a handicap match was booked for the Great American Bash where, if the dead man lost, his his manager/father would be buried alive in a glass of cement. No pressure then. The match itself was a sluggish bore that was overshadowed by the fate of a man's life hanging in the balance, with the camera continuously cutting back to Bearer sitting in the crypt as it filled up with what looked like prison oatmeal. In reality, everything involving Bearer had been filmed earlier in the day, and William Moody was actually on a plane back home while the show was in progress. A body double was employed for the benefit of the live crowd, not that it mattered all that much because the whole thing was so overwhelmingly naff anyway. Taker won, of course, but decided to murder his old man regardless, for reasons never fully explained. I suppose he did it for a laugh, the cheeky prankster. March 26, 2001. That was the last time wrestling fans had the pleasure of watching an episode of WCW Monday Nitro before the organization was bought by WWE. Nitro had been a staple of Monday night since September of '95, and though the company had been circling the drain for a while and the product was a shadow of what it once was, it was still incredibly sad to see it go. Even on its last episode, it was providing fans with memorable moments, as Booker T beat Scott Steiner to become the five-time WCW champion, and Ric Flair wrestled Sting for the final time in a sentimental main event. While Nitro had been at times frustrating, perplexing, and depressing over the years, when it was good, it was great, and some of the biggest moments of the Monday Night Wars happened on it. There has been a bit of revisionist history, mainly by those who won the war, go figure. The WCW was pure wrestle crap 99% of the time, but that is simply not true, and the following should help dispel that harmful myth. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are the 10 best WCW Nitro moments. Join us. Number 10, it's La Parka. When Randy Savage was booked against La Parka on the July 7th, 1997 episode of Nitro, it just seemed like a typical random match that fans of the show had come to expect to see. Given their respective statuses on the card, Savage was a solidified main eventer, Parker a little bit of novelty mid-card fun, most would have expected a routine victory for the Macho Man. This was emphasized by the fact they cut away from the WCW chairman's entrance to show a recap, while superstar Randy made a long walk to the ring flanked by NWO pals Scott Hall and Elizabeth. The bout was short and one-sided as anticipated, and Hall walked up to the commentary booth in the middle of it as Savage went for the big flying elbow to wrap things up, while the prone Parker lay there unconscious, according to the announcers. But then he got his feet up and nailed a stunned match with a diamond cutter? The man under the hood was, of course, everyone's favorite yoga dad, Diamond Dallas Page, masquerading as the skeletonized luchador. It was a great angle and an expert reveal, as nobody had a clue it was DDP under there, and provided a rare moment of someone getting over on the New World Order. Number 9, Sting repels from the rafters. Sting's decision to walk out on the company following the WCW vs NWO War Games match at Fall Brawl 1996 kicked off one of the best storylines in the company's history. The Stinger went all moody after that, ditching his neon threads and colourful face paint in exchange for gothy black and white, and sat about in the rafters for a while, watching on as the Order continued to wreak havoc. The first time he rappelled down was an incredible moment. It happened right at the start of the January 20th, 1997 episode of Nitro. Randy Savage, who hadn't been seen on WCW TV since losing a WCW title match to Hulk Hogan at Halloween Havoc months earlier, stormed out and announced that he wasn't going anywhere until he talked to somebody with stroke. He then beat up Chavo Guerrero and Max Payne, and would have likely done the same to the gaggle of goons who came out next, until Sting descended from the ceiling. The sea of wrestlers and officials parted as the baseball bat-clutching vigilante confronted the Macho Man, and the two left together without a word spoken between them. A killer way to start a show, and a first proper look at the new Sting. How he could be so trusting after being turned on about 57 times in the past, I will never know. Number 8, the Hitman outsmarts the man. One of the great tragedies of Monday Night War era WCW is just how they managed to waste one of the best wrestlers in the world while he was arguably at his hottest. When Bret Hart came to WCW, he was fresh off being the victim of the Montreal Screwjob and had a ton of sympathy and fan support behind him, giving WCW plenty of options as far as angles and storylines were concerned. They failed to do just about all of them, of course, because who likes money anyway? Instead, the Hitman's time in WCW is seen seen as a massive missed opportunity. He did have his moments, however, such as the Owen Hart tribute match, a couple of hilarious promos about El Dandy, and that time he outsmarted Bill Goldberg. It went down on the March 29th, 1999 episode of Nitro, which took place in Toronto, Canada, making Bret the de facto most popular star on the show. The excellence of execution challenged Goldberg, who said nothing but delivered his usually devastating spear in response. I say usually because on this occasion it was the man who came off worse, as Bret stood up to reveal a steel plate hiding underneath his Maple Leafs hockey jersey. Typically, WCW didn't exactly follow up on this dynamite angle, but it made for compelling television nonetheless. Number 7, the first shot in the Monday Night Wars. One of the best moments in WCW Nitro history took place on the very first episode of the show. A lot was riding on the success of the first Nitro, which took place at the Mall of America in Minneapolis on September 4th, 1995, and had all the major stars like Hulk Hogan, Sting, Ric Flair, and Randy Savage appearing. Setting the tone for what was to come in the weeks, months, and years after, WCW also showed that they had one or two surprises up their sleeves and were really going for it in their ratings battle with WWE. One day after wrestling for the WWE Tag Team titles at a WWE house show, Lex Luger strolled down to ringside during the Sting vs. Flair match as the commentary team, including Eric Bischoff, flew into a panic at the sight of the alleged invader. The total package came out again later at the culmination of Hogan's win over Big Bubba Rogers, saving the Hulkster from a Dungeon of Doom beatdown before teasing a confrontation with Mr. Nanny himself. For a first shot in the Monday Night Wars, this was a big one, as it immediately conditioned viewers to expect the unexpected and went off the air on a real cliffhanger. Number 6, lawn darts. Following their formation at the 1996 Bash at the Beach pay-per-view, the New World Order were just about unstoppable. Hogan, Hall, and Nash run roughshod over WCW in the aftermath, doing what they wanted to do when they wanted to do it. The Order are remembered as a kick-ass unit who made WCW cool and helped to keep them ahead of WWE in the ratings. You know, before they welcomed everyone from Virgil to, well, actually that's bad enough, isn't it? The episodes of Nitro immediately following Bash at the Beach showed NWO at their best, and perhaps none were better than the July 29th edition, where the trio took apart the WCW roster. First, they got to Arn Anderson, Marcus Bagwell, and Scotty Riggs with a baseball bat and stage lights, before Rey Mysterio attempted to crossbody Big Sexy and got thrown mask first into the side of a TV truck like a bloody human lawn dart. And I, like you, probably only know what a lawn dart is because of this moment. Randy Savage then attempted a rescue, only to get driven away while dangling from the NWO limousine sunroof. Everything about the angle and its aftermath was game-changing television, and also appeared on the same show as the first NWO paid advertisement, which gave us the debut of the NWO logo and entrance theme. Number 5, the Enforcer's Farewell. A little over a year after being taken out by the NWO in that memorable backstage scene, Arn Anderson was forced to call it a day on his wrestling career. The Enforcer had been experiencing a lot of pain due to severe neck and back issues and required surgery that would end his days as an active wrestler. In a memorable and emotional scene, Anderson addressed his health and the events leading up to his decision to retire on the August 25th, 1997 episode of Nitro. Speaking from the heart, AA delivered the address/promo as well as any in his career. This Nitro was taking place in Carolina, Horseman territory, so Arn naturally got the respect he deserved as he said his piece while Ric Flair tried to hold it together in the background. He seamlessly and humbly parlayed his retirement announcement into another astute piece of business when he offered Kurt Hennig a spot, not just any spot, but his spot in the Four Horsemen. A time when wrestling wasn't exactly known for its tact and class, this was a refreshing and respectful way to wrap up a hell of a career. And then the New World Order did a tasteless parody the very next week, because WCW, that's why. Number 4, Luger beats Hogan. Though the New World Order usually got the upper hand on their opponents and came out of almost every situation smelling like roses, they did get their comeuppance from time to time. Few would have expected it to happen to NWO leader Hulk Hogan on the August 4th, 1997 episode of Nitro, however. The Hulkster was defending his WCW title against Lex Luger in the main event of the show. This was just 5 days before Hulk and Lex were due to clash in the main event of the Road Wild pay-per-view, so the odds were that Hogan was walking out as champ due to some shenanigans, seconds in order to build anticipation for the event that fans actually had to cough up for. How nice then that Luger actually won the match and got a big moment out of it. As a match, it was as good as you would imagine, i.e. not very, but the sight of Luger fending off the Order with his steel forearm of doom and then making Hulk cry "Uncle, brother" in the torture rack was just lovely. The moment was made that much sweeter by the WCW babyface locker room emptying out and congratulating him after a rare triumph for the good guys. And you know what? I'll give you 100 shares in Hulk Hogan's Pastamania if you can tell me who won the rematch at the pay-per-view. Number 3, the bad guy shows up. After Lex Luger showed up on the debut episode, it became readily apparent that absolutely anyone could and would show up on Nitro on any given week. Former WWE Women's Champion Medusa rocking onto the Nitro set and binning the title belt? Sure, why not? Rick Rude appearing on the live Nitro the same night as he was featured on a pre-taped Raw? Simply ravishing stuff. Of all the various former WWE superstars to show up in WCW during the Monday Night Wars, however, none had the same impact as Scott Hall and Kevin Nash. The former Razor Ramon and Diesel's contracts expired in the spring of 1996, and they headed down south to disrupt WCW programming as invading forces being sent from the competition. The bad guy was the first to show up, walking through the crowd in stylish double denim during a nothing match between two losers, hopping the barricade and informing everyone watching, including billionaire Ted, that they were going to get a war. This worked because it was totally unexpected, and since this was 1996 and the internet hadn't yet ruined wrestling for everyone, nobody was really clued up as to Hall's contractual status. His best buddy from up north joined him 2 weeks later, sowing the seeds for the formation of the New World Order. Number 2, Goldberg beats Hogan. Seeing Hogan lose the world title on Nitro is so nice, we just had to put it twice. The circumstances surrounding him dropping the strap to Goldberg on the July 6, 1998 episode of Nitro were a lot different to when he lost it to Lex the year before, however. The rookie had been on an unprecedented run since debuting, steamrolling through the competition and getting seriously over in the process. Goldberg was a unique phenomenon, a lightning in a bottle situation that WCW simply had to capitalize on. Though they may have forewent a gazillion dollars in pay-per-view revenue by putting the match on free TV, the company booked Goldberg against Hogan on Nitro in a WCW title match. And not just any Nitro either, but one emanating from a sold-out Georgia Dome. 40,000 plus were on hand to watch the former Atlanta Falcon wrestle the biggest match of his young career. As a contest, it wasn't going to win any Match of the Year awards, but nobody cares or should care about technique and finesse when there's this much star power and heat involved. Following interference from DDP and basketball player Karl Malone to counteract Kurt Hennig at ringside, Goldberg blasted a distracted Hogan with his spear jackhammer combination to become WCW champion to a monstrous ovation. And you know what? We still love seeing him winning world titles these days, don't we, guys? Guys? Number 1, fire me. I'm already fired. Despite being one of the best wrestling groups ever and still adored by wrestling fans, the Four Horsemen were noticeably phased out during the Monday Night Wars. Eric Bischoff felt as though the stable were passé and that Flair in particular ought to be nowhere near the main event scene. The two fell out in 1998 and the Nature Boy disappeared for months as threats of lawsuits flew back and forth. In the end, Flair would come back to WCW. And how? Once again, this Nitro took place in Carolina, so to say he was greeted warmly is like saying he liked a cocktail or 16, one for each world title reign, you know? The dirtiest player in the game, with a tear in his eye, embraced his fellow horseman and cut an impassioned promo, thanking the fans for sticking with him before turning his attentions to his boss and absolutely roasting him with the kind of delivery that can only come from the heart. Fire me! I'm already fired! Woo! Sorry, got a bit carried away there, which isn't hard when you're watching something as raw and genuine as this. For my money, the best moment in WCW Nitro history. And also a really welcome palate cleanser on a show also containing The Ultimate Warrior, Drunk Scott Hall, and Van Hammer. sort of a running joke these days that AEW has become the modern-day TNA as far as being a likely destination for ex-WWE stars. And while it's true that many of Vince McMahon's former playthings do end up working for Tony Khan, it's also true that AEW have plenty of their own homegrown stars and have routinely managed to secure talents that may have had tryouts with WWE but didn't sign. Either because WWE didn't want them at the time, or because the wrestlers themselves wanted to be all elite instead. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 AEW stars who had WWE tryouts but didn't sign. Join us. Number 10, Eddie Kingston. Eddie Kingston is by no means what WWE traditionally looks for in a new recruit. He doesn't have the bodybuilder physique, and when he had his tryout in 2016, he was already on the losing side of 30. The Mad King got a look in at the Performance Center thanks to his longtime friend Jimmy Jacobs, who was then working as a writer for WWE. He remarked later that he felt as though the class of recruits that he was in was designed more to get people on board for the upcoming Mae Young Classic, as it was disproportionately female. Things didn't go well for Eddie either, as he was asked to record an on-camera promo following a conditioning drill and made the mistake of mentioning how it was hard for him, even as someone who had been stabbed and shot at. Apparently openly discussing guns and knives is a WWE promo no-no. Who knew? Well, Kingston knew his chances of getting signed were slim to none after a promo talking about Tupac and Santa Claus left two WWE writers observing the promo class completely bewildered. Sounds like a good promo. Number 9, Ricky Starks. Ricky Starks had his first WWE enhancement match all the way back in 2012, just a year after he started wrestling. A lifelong fan who had wanted to be a sports entertainer all his life, Starks felt like he was going to get his big break after putting over Jinder Mahal, getting put through a table by Ryback, and cutting a promo on Kane prior to getting demolished by the Big Red Machine. He then had several tryouts at the PC and later said that he felt he did well in the promo class, especially against athletes from other walks of life that didn't know much about the business. But nothing ever came of it, and after being in a bit of a limbo stage for a while, Ricky knew he would have to explore his options elsewhere. As someone who grew up watching WWE and whose major goal it was to get signed there full time, not getting a call back was a blow. Shortly after wrestling Cody Rhodes on AEW TV, however, someone from WWE did call and said that they wanted to bring him in. While Starks entertained the idea, he decided to put pen to paper with Tony Khan instead. Number 8, Satnam Singh. Vince McMahon likes giants. I don't think I'm telling any tall tales when I say that, and I don't think I'm lying when I say he would probably sell Shane McMahon to get a giant who could appeal to a major overseas market. Former NBA player Satnam Singh was invited to the Performance Center for a workout in 2017, with WWE even uploading footage of the Indian-born athlete practicing to their social media channels. Described as one in a billion, Singh was obviously somebody that WWE would have liked to have used, as he had all the tools to become the next Great Khali. But you know, the Great Khali with coordination and 2 functioning knees? Satnam considered his options, but chose AEW over WWE for a simple reason. Though he enjoyed the WWE experience and felt like he could do great things there, he knew he would stand out more in AEW, where he would be the first Indian wrestler on a roster that isn't exactly overflowing with 7-footers. His AEW journey has really only just begun, but there's no doubting he feels more unique there than he would in the other place. Number 7, Penelope Ford. When WWE shared a photo of the potential signees taking part in their December 2018 tryout, indie wrestling fans were quick to point out Penelope Ford in the lineup. The bad girl was in the same group that produced Cal Von Wagner Bloom, but she herself did not end up signing with the company. Instead, just weeks later, it was revealed that Penelope Ford had signed with All Elite Wrestling. Ford had been part of the All In pay-per-view, accompanying her then-boyfriend Joey Janela for his match against Adam Page, so she must have been at least on Cody and Co.'s radar. Whether or not she knew too much about AEW or had signed a contract prior to going to the Performance Center is unknown, but it seems unlikely she would purposely do something to irk her new employer. Not much has come out about Ford's WWE tryout experience, but either the company passed on her or she passed on their offer. Either way, Penelope has been around since AEW's inception, and they even paid for her wedding, so Well, good for her. Number 6, Sammy Guevara. Sammy Guevara was certainly known to WWE brass, having done Rosebud duty during the Adam Rose era of awesomeness, and competed in a tag team dark match against Primo and Epico. His performance in that match, which saw him bust out the always impressive 630, landed him a subsequent tryout at the PC, where he found himself in the same class as his future colleague Ricky Starks. Sammy knew the tryout would be difficult, especially when it came to cardiovascular conditioning, so he prepared in earnest in order to avoid blowing up. Guevara was already a wrestler, and like many, his dream was to make it to WWE, but his opinion of that dream and of the company itself changed during the course of his audition. As he told it on Talk is Jericho, he felt as though there was a bias against wrestlers or those whose dream it was to actually become a WWE star. In his opinion, athletes and models received better treatment, while the wrestlers there were looked down upon. The Spanish God also claimed that the atmosphere would be nice and chill until the cameras turned on, at which point the coaches turned nasty. Number 5, Jade Cargill. I can't imagine Vince McMahon has many regrets in life. Oh, wait. But I would wager one of the things that keeps him up at night, not that he sleeps, is letting Jade Cargill slip through his fingers. The total package really is all that, and then some, possessing a tremendous look, superior athleticism, and a natural charisma and star presence. She basically has everything you can't teach, and WWE wanted her bad following her 2019 tryout, but they were concerned with just how much Cargill needed, or, as it turns out, didn't need them. The undefeated TBS champion was far from hard up and didn't want to be just another number in the system. WWE also had reservations about how she would handle the travel schedule, given that she had a young daughter, even though Jade assured them that she knew what it all entailed. In the end, she opted against signing the 100-page contract they sent her, continued training at her own pace on the advice of Mark Henry, and said yes when Tony Khan came a-knocking. Number 4, Anthony Bowens. Anthony Bowens' WWE experience was a far from positive one, as he chased a contract for an age while being ghosted and even suffered a scary injury while doing job duty on an episode of NXT. His first tryout came at the 2015 Arnold Classic, with another following at the Performance Center a year later. In conjunction with the PC camp, Bowens got a shot on TV, teaming with another hopeful to take on the Authors of Pain. Unfortunately, the Acclaimed member got knocked out in a nasty situation when his partner was powerbombed directly onto his face. He had been told that he was in line to get signed in 2017, but didn't hear anything for 3 years. And would you believe it, right after appearing on AEW's YouTube show Dark, Bowens received a phone call from somebody in WWE offering him a contract to start with NXT. However, after being ignored for so long and feeling unconvinced by the offer, Anthony decided to reject them in favor of AEW, where he signed a 5-year deal. Number 3, the Young Bucks. After they became independent wrestling's hottest commodity, and prior to helping start AEW, the Young Bucks were strongly courted by WWE. Matt and Nick Jackson had done extra work in the past, including a parody of D-Generation X, but they showed up at their tryout, which was basically just some pre-show ring work, not exactly seeking full-time employment. The brothers had actually already agreed to sign with Ring of Honor, but went to the Raw taping anyway to see what it would be like, and to generate some buzz ahead of their imminent arrival in ROH. Before doors opened, they apparently had a barn burner of a bout with the Usos, talk about your contemporary dream match there, and would have likely been approached about getting signed had William Regal, who was on his first day on the job, not erroneously believed that they were still in their teens. Also of note from their tryout was the big drama that came out afterwards about them not shaking Booker T's hand backstage, which had the 5-time WCW champion spinner-rooneying in rage until they squashed the beef years later. Number 2, Wardlow. Wardlow's WWE tryout experience was so disheartening that it almost resulted in him quitting the business, and what a travesty that would have been. The story of his tryout is a familiar one by now, as he showed up in great shape and full of passion for the business. Hell, he even observed the WWE dress code and wore a suit, something he later said he was alone in doing. In Wardlow's own words, he smoked the tryout and was so sure that he would be offered a deal that he sold his motorcycle and home in order to put all his money and energy into moving to Florida. Ultimately, though, he was passed over for others who, according to him, had no knowledge of wrestling and claimed to not even like it. He was crushed, but he didn't stop working and ended up personally training with WWE legend Kurt Angle as the Hall of Famer was preparing for his final couple of matches. The Olympic gold medalist assured Wardlow that it was not a matter of if, but when as far as a WWE opportunity went, but Wardlow didn't fancy waiting, and the rest is history. Number 1. Powerhouse Hobbs. Simply take one look at Powerhouse Hobbs and you will see a performer that has big time written all over him. How did WWE not snap him up? A fan of the business since he was a kid, Hobbs did the indie thing and paid his dues for 7 years before he got his first WWE tryout, which saw him in the same class as Eddie Kingston and former AEW star Big Swole, and led to a dark match against Baron Corbin. He'd gotten into great shape for the tryout and cut an emotional promo about his older brother who had been killed by gunfire years earlier, which impressed William Regal. 2 months later, he received an email saying WWE didn't have anything for him right now, but they would continue to monitor him going forward. Fast forward to immediately after his standout match with Darby Allin on Dynamite, and WWE had changed their tune on Hobbs, reaching out to say that they were very much interested in him. Refusing to take the carrot, the Team Taz member told WWE in no uncertain terms what he thought of their sudden U-turn and decided to take his chances with AEW instead. Not everyone can appear in the public eye and suddenly become a star. My advice, for what it's worth, get a billboard. No, usually it takes plenty of hard work, a little bit of talent, the right amount of luck and help and support from those in positions of influence. And the same is true when it comes to WWE. Hell, Vince McMahon could have made Reno Riggins world champion and WrestleMania main eventer if he so desired, but his role was as a designated jobber. It's a role that many have occupied throughout WWE history, and while it can be tough to outgrow it, many jobbers can and do go on to become stars. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 WWE wrestlers who went from jobbers to stars. Join us. Number 10, 1-2-3 Kid. Though immensely talented, Sean Waltman was vastly undersized when it came to mainstream North American wrestling during the era he broke in. The High Flyer was something of a trailblazer in the early part of his career, thrilling audiences on the independent circuit and in Japan with his cutting-edge, high-octane style. He earned himself a WWE tryout, which led to a contract, if not instant stardom. From the beginning, the Kamikaze Kid was primarily used to put others over, including in his brief debut match against Doink the Clown. The name changed from Kamikaze to Cannonball, though it didn't change his fortunes much as he quickly lost yet again to Mr. Hughes. The next week on Raw, however, now simply going as the Kid, he managed to score the upset of a lifetime when he famously pinned Razor Ramon after a moonsault. A star-making performance and result, the match with Razor turned Waltman into a genuine star, and he began to receive a decent push that saw him win more matches than he lost. From then on, size didn't matter when it came to the future X-Pac. Number 9, Daniel Bryan. Once upon a time, young Daniel Bryan was signed to a WWE developmental deal, plugging away in Memphis in the hope that his big break would one day come. It didn't though, as the American Dragon was let go before making it to TV proper, despite doing some extra work and wrestling in the requisite dark matches. He didn't sit around and cry about what could have been, however, instead grafting hard to become one of the premier independent talents of his generation, with standout work in groups like Ring of Honor and overseas in New Japan. How peculiar then that the GOAT showed up for a few Velocity bouts just as his international reputation was really starting to grow. D-Bry did the favors for Jamie Noble, John Cena, and the team of Paul London and Brian Kendrick on separate shows, though he got to avoid looking like a total jabroni in defeat. He didn't sign a contract with WWE, however, opting instead to stay the course for the preceding 6 or so years. When Brian did return, it was as the long shot contestant on NXT The Game Show Series 1, and he proved all the bastards wrong. Number 8, Barry Horowitz. Back when the squash match was king, WWE needed plenty of enhancement talents on the book in order to work the marathon TV tapings that saw multiple shows being recorded in one sitting. Veteran journeyman Barry Horowitz was a great choice for the gig, since he had ample experience and a little bit of name value, meaning that whoever beat him would get more of a rub than if they got a win over Joe Schmo or some other generic punching bag. Horowitz rarely, if ever, won a match, but he was allowed to look competitive and garnered something of a cult following with viewers. This resulted in Big Baz getting a shocking win against Bodydonna Skip in his first proper victory over an established WWE star. That in turn led to a mini feud and subsequent push for Horowitz, as he got more surprise wins over the likes of Hakushi and found himself booked on major pay-per-views like SummerSlam and Survivor Series in featured matches. It was a dizzying few months, but inevitably it couldn't last, and it wasn't too long later that Horowitz found himself back on a long losing streak before being released. Number 7, just incredible. There was nothing incredible about PJ Polacco's early WWE days, though I'm sure the rookie was just thankful to have a job with a major organization back then. And job is the operative word here, because that's what Polacco, as PJ Walker, spent most of his time doing. The future ECW champion stared at the ceiling for everyone from Yokozuna and The Undertaker to Ludwig Borger and Lex Luger in the early to mid-90s on shows like Raw, Superstars, and Wrestling Challenge. His career picked up when he was signed to a full-time contract and became Aldo Montoya, the Portuguese Man-O-War. No, not an actual battle veteran or anything like that, a Portuguese Man-O-War, you know, the jellyfish. Though he looked like he had a yellow jockstrap slapped onto his face, it was still a step up, and he became, if not a star, then certainly a more featured part of the show. PJ would become an even bigger deal when he left WWE in favor of Philadelphia and returned to WWE after the death of ECW as a star in his own right. Number 6, Mick Foley. Mick Foley is as unlikely a superstar as you're ever going to come across. The man is a legend 10 times over, of course, but his look, wrestling style, and character were all far from what was courted by the mainstream. Long before he was being thrown off the cell or playing with sock puppets, Foley was getting tossed around those rock-hard WWE rings in the mid-80s as an ordinary job guy. Foley, who got the gig thanks to his connection with his trainer and former WWE star Dominic DeNucci, suffered a rude awakening when he met the British Bulldogs in his first WWE outing, receiving a broken jaw courtesy of a particularly unhappy Dynamite Kid. Matches against the Killer Bees, Kamala, and Hercules went smoother for Jack Foley, but he never looked like getting signed. And nor should he have, since he was green and unremarkable at the time. Foley spent the next decade making his reputation in WCW, ECW, and Japan, and when he put pen to paper with WWE proper in 96, he did so as a polished performer ready for prime time. Number 5, James Ellsworth. The jobber, or in WWE speak, local competitor, made a bit of a comeback in the 2010s, first as bait for the insurgent Ryback and then as fuel for the Braun Strowman choo-choo train. Because remember, he was a choo-choo train, folks. They had a sound effect and everything. Feels like a lifetime ago. Anyway, this proved that the formula of big guys destroying no-name little guys week after week is one that works for a reason. It also gave life to the phenomenon of James Ellsworth, the pasty-skinned, no-chinned chancer who set social media alight with his odd appearance and pre-match promo declaring that anyone with 2 hands has a fighting chance. Incredibly, WWE latched onto the buzz and booked Ellsworth for future appearances, putting him into the storyline between Dean Ambrose and WWE champion AJ Styles. One shot turned into 2, which somehow turned into a 1-year run with the company, where he was always featured in some sort of storyline, whether fighting for the WWE title or managing Carmella. And now I hear that Ellsworth is able to charge double his old fee on the indies these days, based on his WWE notoriety. That's right, $70. Number 4, Dean Ambrose. It might surprise you to find out that the man now going by Jon Moxley wasn't always a surly, old-at-heart barroom brawler type that smokes cigarettes instead of stretching and celebrates wins by knocking back shots of gasoline. He was once a fresh-faced rookie hoping to turn heads, which may explain the candy floss pink hair he was sporting when he showed up for WWE job duty in the mid-2000s. The Lunatic Fringe first appeared to put over then tag team champions M&M in a match taped for Velocity, before coming back a few months later to lose a handicap match to Big Show on Sunday Night Heat. His partner on that night? Well, a lad going by the name Rick Dick, now known as LA Knight. Ambrose had one more job left in him and returned many months later to do the honors for Val Venus in another match taped for Heat. Hey, you know what? I reckon Val Venus should have teamed up with Rick Dick because they could have... well, never mind. And that was it for Ambrose in WWE for a few years, before he signed a developmental deal and eventually debuted with a couple of other fellas who turned out to be pretty alright too, I guess. Number 3, Bobby Roode. Being the son of WWE Hall of Famer Rick Rude, you would think that Bobby Roode would have a golden ticket when it came to... Hold the fort! You're telling me that Bobby Roode didn't come from the swiveling hips and pulsating groin of the Ravishing One? Well, I'll be. Regardless, Bobby Roode had a lot of the tools that WWE looks for in prospects and had at least been on their radar since 2001, which is when he first showed up to take a pasting. That first time was an episode of Jacked, going by the name Rudy Roode, and his opponent was the always mellow Perry Saturn. The Glorious One would continue to be paid for being pinned on WWE TV on and off for the next 3 years. He wrestled the likes of Albert, the FBI, 3 Minute Warning, Billy Kidman, Sean O'Hare, and Al Snow on both Velocity and Heat, while also working dark matches. Clearly, WWE were at least interested, but they never made a move, and Bobby made his way to TNA instead, where he became a star before eventually going to WWE. Number 2, the Brooklyn Brawler. Ordinary jobbers are all well and good, but jobbers with gimmicks are much better. Steve Lombardi got to be both, as he started working under his own name while wearing generic trunks and boots and doing little more than losing basic matches very easily. After a few years of that, he started developing a little bit of a heelish edge. He still lost all his matches, of course, but he was a regular presence on television and house shows. And then, in 1989, Lombardi transformed into the Brooklyn Brawler, a street tough in a disheveled New York Yankees jersey and jeans. Now competing under the watchful guidance of Bobby Heenan, Brawler entered into a feud with the Red Rooster. And then he lost all of those matches too, as his alliance with the Brain was quietly phased out and he went back to his role as an enhancement talent. And that is where he remained for the rest of his in-ring career, though he at least stood out thanks to the name and gimmick and had occasional flashes of greatness, such as when he got a victory over Triple H in 2000 and made Jinder Mahal tap out at TLC 2012. When you think of the name Brooklyn Brawler, you may not think star, but you damn well know who he is. Number 1, the Hardy Boys. The Hardy Boys were not quite hardy men and more like hardy babies when they showed up full of spunk, as the kids say, as enhancement talents in the mid-90s. Eager to please and willing to bump their backsides off, Matt and Jeff were favourites of superstars who knew that they would look good throwing the North Carolinians around with glee. Amazingly, Jeff was underage and actually lied about how old he was to WWE management in order to get his break. Looking like a Vanilla Ice tribute act, the charismatic Enigma got beaten by Razor Ramon, 1-2-3 Kid, Jim Neidhart, King Kong Bundy, Waylon Mercy, Hunter Hearst Helmsley, Hakushi, Owen Hart, and, well, just about everyone in those first few years. Brother Matt, on the other hand, had the pleasure of getting his backside kicked by IRS, The Undertaker, Crush, Nikolai Volkov, Steve Austin, The Sultan, and, well, just about everyone else too. It was when they were finally allowed to team and had more seasoning that WWE realized that they had something special, signing them properly to developmental deals. You're on the road, you're hurting, your colleagues are annoying you, you're in an enclosed space, you're all jacked up and full of adrenaline, somebody says or does the wrong thing. Inevitably, there's going to be a fight. Backstage fights are hardly a rare occurrence in professional wrestling, and some end up taking on a life of their own, growing in mythic proportions with each shoot interview retelling. Some of these backstage fights, which, remember, were probably only witnessed by at most a handful of people, become legendary, often thanks to the absurdity of the situations and the people involved. Sid, Brian Pillman, and a squeegee, anyone? Some backstage brawls, on the other hand, manage to either get swept under the rug or, for whatever reason, just aren't as readily referenced as they become forgotten over time. Even ones involving true icons of the industry become mere footnotes, an anecdote briefly mentioned in passing. And that is a damn shame, because if there's one thing we need more of, it's tales of behind-the-scenes beefs that turned ugly. So I, Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, bring you as a piece of public service 10 accounts of backstage wrestling fights you probably didn't know about. Join us. Number 10, Eddie Guerrero versus Road Warrior Hawk. Eddie Guerrero was no stranger to butting heads with his co-workers. The fiery Latino heat had well-publicized backstage scraps with Kurt Angle and Charlie Haas, as well as others across his decades in the business. One of the physical altercations most people don't know about, however, is the time he challenged Road Warrior Hawk during a tour of Japan in the mid-90s. The incident was kept quiet until Dave Meltzer of the Wrestling Observer spoke about it when Hawk passed away in 2003, with Eddie later going into further detail in his autobiography. Basically, Guerrero liked to have a drink or 2 or 10 when working overseas and would turn into something he and the rest of the boys called Eddie the Giant. After pounding the brewskis all night, Eddie would grow another couple of feet taller and add another couple of 100 pounds of muscle, happy to take on anyone and everyone who looked at him sideways. One night, it was the Road Warrior who bore the brunt of Eddie's wrath, the obvious mismatch going in favor of Hawk when he knocked his smaller foe out cold. Guerrero was furious about it when he came to the day after, but soon realized he had been in the wrong, and the two men eventually patched up their differences, with Hawk also expressing regrets that it escalated as far as it did. Number 9, Big Show versus Chavo Guerrero. Of course, challenging much larger men to fisticuffs is not just a trait that belonged to Eddie. Practically every member of the Guerrero clan had a hot temper, including his nephew Chavo. The former tag team and cruiserweight champion apparently lost his mind backstage at a SmackDown taping in December 2004 because he challenged not just a larger man, but the largest to a fight. Chavo had been feeling frustrated for a while as he felt that he and the rest of his smaller-sized contemporaries were being overlooked. Despite their hard work and effort, the likes of Chavo, Paul London, and Billy Kidman were rarely rewarded by management. Big Show had no such problems, as his size and main event status meant that he would be a constant feature on television, even if he had grown somewhat sluggish and undisciplined as he had at this point. Reports at the time suggested that Chavo had overheard a comment from Show talking about smaller wrestlers and responded by calling him fat and lazy. Not content with words, Chavito launched himself at Show and tried to fight him, which ended exactly as you would imagine it would, with the world's largest athlete shoving him halfway across the locker room. Twice. Chavo showed some guts by getting into it with Show, who had previously been taken to court for damage he had done to a fan during a one-sided bar fight. Thankfully, Show and Chavo made nice afterwards. Number 8, Chad Dick versus James Dick. The SmackDown locker room of the mid-2000s was notoriously tough on newcomers, especially newcomers who were shorter than 6 foot tall and had the gimmick of being a greased-up Chippendale dancer. The Dicks made their big stiff arrival on the main roster in late 2005, but didn't do a great deal while in the Blue Brands tag scene. Backstage, they were subject to the requisite ribbing from the welcoming committee. JBL and company made work just a lovely place to be for the struggling duo, the comments especially getting under the skin of Chad, while James tried to take it in his stride. Chad was eventually summoned to Wrestlers Court during a tour of Mexico, but got so scared about what was potentially about to go down that he snuck away and accidentally locked the angry mob in the bathroom. They laughed it off, but when some people saw Chad crying to James about the situation, the ribbing only intensified and ended somehow with James and Chad being made to fight each other. That did not go well for Chad either, as he was roughed up and left with a split lip. Worse still, once news got back to the office, the Dicks were duly given their big spunky release. I bet they both felt really shafted about that one. Knobs. Number 7, William Regal versus Van Hammer. A name that frequently comes up in conversation when discussing wrestlers who can handle themselves outside of the squared circle is William Regal. He broke into the business battling with punters at the tent shows at Blackpool Pleasure Beach, where he legitimately had to defend prize money against paying members of the public who fancied their chances against the wrestlers. Adept at strikes and submissions, Regal entered WCW in the early 90s with a hardman shooter rep. That rep, though, didn't stop Van Hammer, a limited and inexperienced performer who nonetheless had an impressive look and rock star gimmick, from getting into it with the Brit at, of all things, one of Diamond Dallas Page's Christmas parties. Heavy Metal was supposedly bad-mouthing Regal at the soiree, and when Regal heard what was being said, things quickly intensified. By that I mean Regal headbutted Hammer 4 or 5 times right by the punch bowl, giving him a bloody lip. There was a rumor that Van Hammer's wife ridiculed him after the drubbing, and while there's no way to confirm that to be true, I have to include it here because it's simply too funny not to. Regal hasn't said much about the incident, but did reply to a 2012 tweet asking him which wrestler he compares himself to, cheekily name-checking a certain Mr. V. Hammer. Number 6, Diamond Dallas Page versus Firebreaker Chip. The host of that fateful Christmas party, DDP, is also no stranger to throwing down with his colleagues. He famously got his head absolutely caved in by a rampaging Scott Steiner during the dying days of WCW, but that isn't the only time everyone's favourite yoga dad has found himself getting into a bit of backstage argy-bargy. Now, if you struggle to remember Van Hammer, I don't imagine you'll fare much better with Firebreaker Chip. Chip was portrayed by journeyman wrestler Curtis Thompson, who formed the Special Forces tag team with Todd Champion. Firebreaker Chip was a big buff fireman in suspenders, as WCW was seemingly going after the bachelorette party demographic. Special Forces were booked against a pre-Razor Ramon Scott the Diamond Stud Hall, and in his only second ever match, Diamond Dallas Page, on a November 27, 1991 house show in Baltimore. During the match, Dallas felt like Chip was working too stiff with him and warned him that a receipt was on its way. Tensions flared after Page got his shots in, and the aggro continued when they got behind the curtain, with a shouting match being closely followed by a fight, which ended when DDP used his bouncing experience to subdue Chip with a front facelock. Things cooled down and the pair eventually shook hands and had a beer together, while DDP thanked his lucky stars he didn't come out of the tussle with a black eye, since he was due to marry Kimberly just 4 days later. Number 5, the Hurricane versus Rodney Mack. Stand back! There's a really angry Shane Helms coming through. Helms isn't the biggest of wrestlers by any stretch, but that's never stopped him from standing up and defending himself in the past. He notably got into it with, and got the better of, Buff Bagwell when the two were training shortly after being signed by WWE, and he's also had an admittedly drunken run-in with pal Chris Jericho as well. One physical confrontation that didn't work out for Sugar Shane was when he raised the ire of former WWE star Rodney Mack. The Hurricane and partner Rosie were due to wrestle Mack and Mark Henry on a September 13th, 2003 house show when things got heated as the teams were laying out the match. According to reports from the time, Helms was dictating what would happen in the ring and ignoring Rodney's suggestions, which led to words being exchanged and ended with Mack sending a bloodied Helms to the hospital. While he did need treatment after the incident, the planned match did go ahead as scheduled, though the result was changed so that Mack and Henry's team went over. There were no lasting repercussions, but both men did receive a talking to about it, and the match was subsequently changed up, with both teams taking on different opponents on future shows. Number 4, Buff Bagwell versus Ernest Miller. A couple of years before Shane Helms launched a water bottle off his head, Buff Bagwell was squaring up with Ernest Miller backstage in WCW. The deal went down at the 1999 Road Wild pay-per-view, but the fracas wasn't the result of one particular isolated incident. Bagwell was generally disgruntled at the fact that Miller had always been booked to look superior and get the upper hand in their exchanges during the feud. Miller, on the other hand, wasn't too pleased with Buff's mocking promo from the July 19th episode of Nitro. By the way, did I mention that the stuff did said promo in full blackface and it featured lots of racial overtones? Seems quite important, that. Everything came to the boil in Sturgis after Bagwell was informed that he had been penciled in to do the job, and then complained to Booker Kevin Nash to get the result changed. During a pre-match meeting, Buff either slapped or attempted to slap Miller, which was a mistake since the Cat was a former karate champion and rocked him with a couple of solid punches to the face. Buff backed down, and incredibly the match went ahead as planned that night, with Bagwell winning thanks to some shenanigans. He was removed from the following night's Nitro as a punishment though. Number 3, Paul Roma versus Coco Beware. I'm sure you, like me, have often sat around and wondered what would happen if Coco Beware and Paul Roma got into a real fight. Whenever I picture the scenario, it usually ends with Frankie the Bird ripping out one of the former Four Horsemen's eyes, but the reality of the situation is, sadly, a bit more mundane. Roma and Ware's backstage fight went down at a WWE show at some point in the late 1980s, and it all came about because the Birdman had heard that the Glory in Power and Glory had said something about him. Supposedly, this was Roma referring to him as Buckwheat. Feeling he had a chip on his shoulder, Coco confronted Roma and ended up throwing punches, with Roma trying to subdue him but neglecting to take things further as he feared he would be out of a job if he did. Now, both men have told their own version of this story in various interviews over the years, and both clearly have very different recollections about what actually happened. Roma did go into a lot more detail and claimed that he did give a shot back before people got in the middle of them and broke it up. Neither man was reprimanded, while Roma's attempts to instigate a rematch during a flight were unsuccessful. Number 2, Sheamus vs. Sin Cara. Sin Cara, the second one portrayed by the former Hunico, is undefeated in WWE backstage fights as far as we can tell. His battles with Chris Jericho and Simon Gotch are well known, but fewer people bring up the time that he and Sheamus came to blows. It was said that Cara had an issue with Sheamus's real-life bestie, Drew McIntyre, feeling as though the Scotsman would only shake hands with the established main event level talent, while failing to acknowledge those working lower down on the card. Now, if you've heard any wrestler speak about anything ever, you know that everyone must shake everyone's hand every single time that they see each other, or else. Naturally, the Celtic Warrior sided with his buddy and made a comment to the effect of, "I need to use the training table now, I'm more important than you," while the Luchador was receiving some treatment prior to the May 5th, 2014 Raw. Accounts vary as to what happened next, but the common belief is that Cara called Sheamus out, and after the Irishman threw a punch, took him down and landed at least one good shot of his own before they were either stopped or it was broken up. Sheamus, who had previously lost a fight to Yoshitatsu, later explained that he thought that Cara was joking, though that doesn't explain why he allegedly threw the first punch. Naturally, Sheamus won the United States Championship later that night in a battle royal also involving Sin Cara. Number 1, Perry Saturn vs. Bam Bam Bigelow. Two lads you probably didn't want to cross in any locker room were Perry Saturn and Bam Bam Bigelow. One was a former Army Ranger and Boston bouncer, and the other was a bounty hunter who belonged to motorcycle gangs and had a flame tattooed on his actual head. The Beast from the East and the former Eliminator were not to be messed with, which makes it all the more incredible that someone tried to get them to mess with each other. Talk about the irresistible force meeting the immovable object, eh? According to Saturn, who relayed the story during an appearance on Talk is Jericho, WCW booker Kevin Sullivan gave the finish of a match involving the bald brutes that had Perry going over. The way the finish was laid out didn't sit well with Bama, since he had just done a similar one in a match with Kanyon in his previous televised match. When he told this to Sullivan, the Taskmaster then informed Perry that his opponent didn't want to do the job for him, and Saturn, not knowing the full context, confronted Bigelow and punched him in the face. A fistfight ensued before DDP intervened and calmed things down. That Diamond Dallas Page, is there anything he can't do? Well, besides beat Scott Steiner in a fight, that is. Holler if you hear me! See ya! Wrestling and long-term planning are not always the best of friends. While sometimes plans can be thought out well in advance and carefully plotted down to the smallest details, the truth is that wrestling, given the nature of the industry, is quite often booked with a short-term mindset. Sometimes it feels like shows are written on a napkin and catering 30 minutes before airtime, but there you go. This philosophy extends to everything from storylines and title reigns to gimmicks and tag teams. Considering WWE's noted neglect of their tag teams over the decades, it's hardly shocking that a good number of duos are put together without much an endgame in mind. This inevitably leads to a breakup, and while on occasion that can be the culmination of a long-term build, more often than not it comes out of nowhere, leaving fans and sometimes the performers themselves feeling like the team was broken up way too soon. Of Of course, it's not always creative's fault, as real-life things like injuries and departures can be the cause. But whatever the reason, we've seen some truly awesome tag teams cease to be just as it looked like they were getting going. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 short-lived WWE tag teams that broke up way too soon. Join us. Number 10, Big Show and The Undertaker. When Paul White arrived in WWE in 1999, he knew he had to make it to the Big Show. I mean, he was the Big Show, but despite a few years of success in WCW, the Giant was far from the finished product and took some time getting used to his new environment. He had been protected by pals like Hulk Hogan and Randy Savage in Atlanta, but in the Shark Tank that was WWE during the Attitude Era, Show had a much harder time keeping up with the likes of Stone Cold, The Rock, and The Undertaker. Being a fellow big man, it was Mark Calloway who decided to mentor the expensive acquisition, taking him under his wing not only backstage but also on screen when they formed a sadly short-lived tag team in the summer of '99. They looked like one hell of a formidable unit and captured the WWE Tag Team titles in one of their very first matches together, beating Kane and X-Pac, another good albeit short-lived team, at SummerSlam. Losing the title a couple of weeks later to the Rock and Sock Connection, hey, there's another one, on SmackDown, the team was quickly split up as Taker took some time off to heal up. The duo was done from then on, and the Phenom and the world's largest athlete were much more likely to be adversaries. Number 9, Eddie Guerrero and Tajiri. The uncle-nephew team of Eddie and Chavo Guerrero were riding high and gearing up for a big tag team title ladder match against Charlie Haas and Shelton Benjamin of Team Angle when disaster struck. Chavo injured his bicep during a dark match, putting him out of action for several months. Rather than cancel the contest, WWE drafted in a replacement, pairing the often overlooked Tajiri with Eddie to form a makeshift tag team. Demonstrating instant chemistry, Latino Heat and the Japanese Buzzsaw won the ladder match and became champs in their first bout together as a team. It was readily apparent that the two complemented each other stylistically, as they never missed a beat in the ring and had a number of outstanding defenses against Charlie and Shelton and others. Sadly, after just 6 weeks of seamless performances, the duo were broken up. Eddie went ballistic after Tajiri collided with his lowrider, blasting him through the windshield of the car in retaliation. It was no secret that WWE had bigger plans for Guerrero, who had really upped his game during the course of the previous year, but it's still a shame that we didn't get to see much more than around a month and a half of a team that was just so much fun to watch between the ropes. Number 8, Hurricane. Look, sometimes you just have to break up a promising tag team with a ready-built name and instant marketability in order to forge ahead with a storyline based on murder and necrophilia. It happens, and you should probably expect it from a company like WWE, really. When the Hurricane jumped to Raw in September of 2003, he instantly began teaming with Kane. It just made sense. One was big, the other was little. Both wore masks, they both used the chokeslam as a finisher, and they had the name Hurricane just sitting there waiting for them. The would-be superhero and the Big Red Machine could have been a major force in the Red Brand's tag division for a long time, and they certainly got off on the right foot, winning the World Tag Team titles in their very first match together. Then, just a few weeks later, they lost the straps to Christian and Chris Jericho and ceased teaming up. You see, Kane was a little, distracted by the revelations about his personal life at this point, and Helms took it as his cue to go solo. Before long, both men would form new teams, Kane partnering with Rob Van Dam, and Hurricane finding his sidekick in Rosie. Number 7, Head Cheese. What does everybody want? Steve Blackman. What does everybody need? Steve Blackman. And I guess Al Snow was alright as well. Both the Lethal Weapon and Mick Foley's favourite punchline were fighting a losing battle for precious airtime when they were teamed together in early 2000. In the storyline, Snow was trying to get Blackman to loosen up, and the two were involved in many amusing skits that played up their odd couple dynamic. Snow was the goofy, zany one, while Blackman was the straight guy who was more likely to deliver a deadly blow with a pair of nunchucks than he was a knock-knock joke. The tandem grew in popularity and even teamed together at WrestleMania 16, albeit in a losing effort to TNA. They also failed in their quest to become tag team champions thanks to those pesky radicals, but it's not championship reigns or classic matches that Head Cheese are remembered for. Unfortunately, the team didn't last very long despite getting over, as Blackman turned his attention back to the hardcore title scene and Snow went after European gold. A team for just shy of 6 months, Head Cheese managed to stand out at a time that WWE had an embarrassingly strong roster and, if given the opportunity, might have done great stuff with the likes of the Hardys, Dudleys, and Edge and Christian. Number 6. Rated RKO. Sometimes opposites attract, and other times two performers cut from the same cloth make the best teams. Randy Orton and Edge, who formed the impressive Rated RKO in late 2006, were both young, talented, sleazy, and had a chip on their shoulder the size of a really big chip. Like, really big. Flanked by the lovely Lita, the Legend Killer and the Rated R Superstar set their sights on those damn DX boys. In the storyline, Edge and Orton felt as though Triple H and Shawn Michaels were holding them back and preventing them from becoming world champions and fulfilling their potential. And in real life, they were probably... you know what? On second thoughts, let's just leave that one, shall we? Rated RKO were able to do what no other team had been able to do since the Degenerates reunited and handed them their first losses. Following that, they beat Ric Flair and Roddy Piper to claim the tag team titles and continued warring with the Game and HBK. They were smooth as silk in the ring and hilarious during promos and skits, such as when they parodied their enemies, but they had a serious edge to them too. No pun intended. The dispute with DX raged on until early 2007, but ended abruptly when Trips tore his quad. Rated RKO then continued teaming for a few more months before dissension predictably led to their breakup. Number 5, the 1-2-3 Kid and Marty Jannetty. Unlike a team like Big Show and The Undertaker or Rated RKO, the pairing of Marty Jannetty and the 1-2-3 Kid was clearly not a case of two would-be world champions joining forces. Undersized and often underutilized, the Clique member and the former Rocker were teamed up because they certainly didn't have much of a chance of finding prolonged success in the singles ranks. Marty Jannetty is, famously, Marty Jannetty and almost always finds himself in one tag team or another, while Waltman has enjoyed singles success but arguably works better in a tag team or bigger group, like X Factor. Remember them? Too many legends. The exciting neon-soaked High Flyers began their alliance at the tail end of 1993 and were actually the survivors in their Survivor Series tag team elimination match, outlasting the likes of IRS, Adam Bomb, Rick Martel, and Diesel. In January of 94, they shockingly upset the Quebecers on an episode of Raw, winning the tag titles in a nice moment for the underdogs. Not so shockingly, they dropped them back a week later at a Madison Square Garden house show, and after their epic 7-day reign, immediately went their separate ways. Though never outright confirmed, Party Marty disappeared from the company a short while later in order to sort out some legal issues and wouldn't return for a year, which might have had something to do with the abrupt breakup. Number 4, the Allied Powers. If there's one thing us Brits are good at, it's moaning about the weather. If we're good at anything else though, it's war. I mean, just look at our record. Makes me want to jump in a Spitfire and sing God Save the Queen right now, it does. Anyway, we're good at war, and we like to be reminded about it at every opportunity. So naturally, a tag team matching up one of our greatest wrestlers with some American bloke and naming them after the country's alliance during World War II was an instant smash. Partnering the British Bulldog Davey Boy Smith with Lex Luger was a natural, since both were big babyface stars and had similar gimmicks emphasizing patriotism. Adorned in the stars and stripes and Union flag, they looked the absolute business as they overpowered opponents and got audiences as pumped up as their inflated physiques. The Allied Powers never won the tag team titles, though they did come close and had several decent matches with champions Yokozuna and Owen Hart, and started to disband after around 6 months of teaming, during which time they mainly battled with members of the $1 Million Corporation. Regrettably, we never got to see the big blow-off match between the partners, as the total package sneakily headed for WCW before it could happen. Number 3, Y2AJ. Good enemies, but seemingly better friends, the tag team of AJ Styles and Chris Jericho was one that was born out of a respectful in-ring rivalry built around competition. Y2J and the Phenomenal One had traded wins on television and pay-per-view in early 2016, and having developed a respect for one another, decided to team up in pursuit of tag team gold. This was right at the start of AJ's WWE run, and it was clear that the company were trying to figure out just what they could do with him. A team with an established WWE veteran like Jericho was as safe a bet as any. Y2AJ beat the Social Outcasts a couple of times and also got the better of the New Day in a non-title match, setting up a bout for the titles the next week. Unfortunately, they lost that one, and so the troubles began. Jericho turned on his partner and then burned their t-shirt, which had been designed on very short notice to trick fans into thinking the team would be a long-term one, in the middle of the ring. That led to a series of matches between the pair, including one at WrestleMania, and that was all fine and dandy of course, but they didn't even come close to scratching the surface of what they could do as a team. Number 2, Rey Mysterio and Edge. It was early days in the initial draft split in 2002, and WWE were doing what they could to create a new batch of brand-exclusive stars. While over on Raw we had the aforementioned Murder and Necrophilia, on SmackDown we had the SmackDown 6, a sextet of incredible performers who were battling over the newly created tag team titles. Joining the familiar Los Guerreros and frenemies Kurt Angle and Chris Benoit were the dynamic duo of Edge and Rey Mysterio, who gelled instantly and engaged in a series of breathtaking matches with the other two teams. The best of which was probably the finals of the tag title tournament, a thriller at No Mercy against Angle and Benoit. They ultimately came out second best on that occasion, but won an incredible 2 out of 3 falls match a few weeks later to become champs. Their reign wasn't a long one, mind you, as they dropped the belts to Eddie and Chavo just 10 days later at Survivor Series. The team were only a full unit for a few months, but they packed some amazing bouts into that time. Whenever they teamed up in the future for one-off matches, they proved that they hadn't lost any of their shared chemistry. Number 1, the two-man power trip. Who doesn't love a good power trip? I know I do, which is why I made all of the Cultaholic staff sing me happy birthday every day for a month one time. Sometimes you just have to show everyone who the boss really is, you know? And that's exactly what Steve Austin and Triple H did when they formed, on paper one of the most powerful and decorated tag teams of all time. It came about in the aftermath of WrestleMania 17 and Stone Cold turning heel and aligning himself with Mr. McMahon. Where the CEO is, the cerebral assassin is never very far behind, and despite the fact that the two had been trying to kill each other just a couple of months prior, they put their differences aside to create the two-man power trip. At one point in possession of the WWE Intercontinental and Tag Team titles, they were for a brief time unstoppable, and had a series of memorable matches with the Hardys, the Brothers of Destruction, and Chris's Benoit and Jericho. Alas, it was during a barn burner with Y2J and the Rabid Wolverine that Triple H suffered his first quad tear, necessitating a breakup while he was booked in for surgery. They had dropped the titles in that match anyway, and likely would have turned on each other before long. When the game had recovered, the Power Trip, now both babyfaces, had a one-night reunion, going up against Kurt Angle and Booker T, and serving as a reminder of what a tremendous unit they had been during their short lifespan. The late great Owen Hart was beloved by all because of his easygoing nature, exceptional talent, and fondness for practical jokes. There have been many renowned ribbers in wrestling history, but Owen was up there with the best and is certainly my favourite since his jokes tended to be more good-natured and not the felonious crimes his peers often tried to pass off as good old-fashioned gags. Of the countless stories of Owen's ribs, the following are among the best and should give some indication as to why the King of Hearts was widely considered the King of Ribs. I'm Adam Pachisi from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are the 10 best Owen Hart ribs. Join us. Number 10, the Powdered Donut Addict. Owen didn't just rib his fellow wrestlers, but also those high up in senior management, including talent relations head Jim Ross. It was good old JR's job to look after the performers, and that included helping them get straightened out if they had issues with, for example, substance abuse. At a television taping one day, Ross had to have a long conversation with a talent that he believed may have had these issues. The door of his makeshift office was closed for the majority of the day as he talked with the talent in question. After it was all over and the man in the black hat made his way to the announce table for that night's broadcast, he saw none other than Owen Hart stumbling down the hallway, bouncing off the walls. Not only that, but he also had a suspicious white powder around his nose. Obviously, the two-time Slammy Award winner was not a drug user. He'd simply gone to catering and used the sugar off some donuts. It was a way to cheer up the commentator, who had had a rough day and could have used a smile. Number 9, the Brass Napkin. Some of Owen's best ribs came at non-televised house shows when cameras weren't rolling and, crucially, camera phones were not yet invented. It presented the perfect opportunity for him to mess with his opponents in matches that would only be seen by those in the arena that night. In his book, former WWE referee Jimmy Korderas recalled one night in Oberhausen, Germany, where Owen teamed up with Jeff Jarrett to take on Edge and Christian. A hell of a match on paper. The contest started ordinarily enough until it was time for the heels to get some heat on Edge. As Jimmy tells it, Owen decided to pull a foreign object out of his tights while the official's back was turned and hit his opponent with it. He did the same trick several more times, and every time Edge sold it like he'd been hit with a brick, because he assumed that Owen had hit him with a pair of brass knuckles. Eventually, Corderis caught on to the cheating and demanded that Owen show him what was hidden under his armpits. When Owen lifted them up, a single red napkin harmlessly floated down as everyone involved in the match, including Edge, burst into laughter. Number 8. Hog-tying the bad guy. Another classic Owen Hart house show match rib took place when he teamed with Shawn Michaels to take on Brother Brett and Razor Ramon. Again, a hell of a lineup of talent in the ring at one time, but the Rocket decided that messing with Scott Hall would be much more entertaining than putting on a 5-star barn burner. The bout was the main event of a show in Holon, Israel, and perhaps wanting to lighten the mood during a tiring tour, Owen did everything possible to make a mockery out of the bad guy's offense. He pretended to smoke a cigarette while he was supposed to be selling a wrist lock, he did giant dinosaur steps while circling the ring, he went dead weight as Hall tried to slam him, he did some ridiculously phony bumps when he did take moves, he trapped him in the world's worst bear hug, and finally, maniacally began to attack Ramon with a microphone cord on the arena floor. Unbeknownst to Razor, he hadn't just attacked him, but also managed to tie him up like a rodeo calf. Number 7. Ribbing his dad. Not only could Owen imitate his dad's stew to perfection, but he could also irritate him as well. Owen had pulled a fast one on plenty of people before, including Jim Ross, Bruce Pritchard, and Jim Cornette, while pretending to be his famous father. Most of the time, this would be accomplished via prank call, something Owen was particularly skilled at. But one time, it was his old man that got worked up while on the line, as Owen pretended to be one of his dad's old friends, former champion bodybuilder and belt maker Reg Park. While relaxing in his New Jersey hotel room in the run-up to WrestleMania 4, where he was a guest of Brett's, Stu's phone rang and he began to talk to who he believed to be Park. The conversation started politely enough, but then Reg started to goad Stu about the fact that the shooter never had the balls to take him on, that he wouldn't be able to beat him if they had a real fight, and that they should meet and square things up in the hotel lobby. Stu became increasingly furious until Owen, unable to contain his laughter on the other end, let him in on the gag, the Hart patriarch slamming the phone down before turning to Brett and saying, "That lousy Owen, he got me." Number 6. Gangrel's Ghost Watch. Something that makes a lot of Owen's ribs great was his commitment to the bit. It doesn't matter if it takes an hour, a day, a week, a month, or even a year, if Owen was going to get you and get you good, he was prepared to wait it out so the rib had maximum effect. One night when Gangrel was wrestling in Philadelphia, Owen took the vampire's watch out of his bag and placed it into his own. Later, when Gangrel couldn't locate it and had no idea whether or not it was time to fang or to bang, Owen innocently asked him what the time was. Upon learning that his watch was missing, Owen spent the next hour looking for it with Gangrel, even after the show had finished, before giving up. The next time WWE visited the city of brotherly love, no, not that one, months later, Gangrel opened his bag to find the watch was there, leading him to contemplate whether it had been there the whole time or whether there were more sinister forces at play. Owen, who had put the watch back in the bag while Gangrel was in catering, then just happened to walk by and ask for the time. Number 5. Harley Race Chili. Whenever the WWE crew were in St. Louis, Missouri, it was tradition for a bunch of them to get together at local legend Harley Race's house for a cookout. Hard-nosed Harley, a feared man's man type that few would think about testing, was another target of Owen's ribs. Well, him and everyone else who wanted to have a good time at the barbecue anyway. On one occasion, the king made a giant batch of some of his famous chili, a dish that he was particularly proud of and took great care to get absolutely right. You can probably see where this one is going, can't you? When Race wasn't looking, Owen dumped 3 whole bottles of extra hot sauce into the mix and then waited. After declining a bowl of his own, he then watched as wrestler after wrestler turned redder than the devil's dick, gasping for air and searching for water, milk, beer, piss, anything to cool down their mouths. Harley did get Owen back in the locker room the next night, mind you, surprising him with a stun gun to the buttocks. Number 4. Fish fingers. One of Owen's favourite victims was his older brother Brett. Where Owen was carefree and game for a laugh, the Hitman was altogether more serious since he was one of the top stars in the company and often represented them as WWE champion. The Rocket and the excellence of execution worked extensively with one another and had countless great matches on the road. Before one such bout, Owen stopped by the ring prior to doors opening and hid a can of sardines under it. At some point during their match, Owen managed to roll to the outside of the ring, open the can, douse his hands in sardine juice, and then get back into the ring to continue wrestling. He then managed to get Brett down and locked him in a camel clutch before proceeding to rub and smear his fishy fingers all over his sibling's face. And there was nothing Brett could do but grin and bear it. He also didn't have time to get revenge since Owen and Sean Waltman, who was also in on the rib, had their bags packed and the car ready to go so that the Rocket could flee the arena without suffering reprisals. Number 3, sign these pictures, Val. These days, it probably wouldn't take too much to get Val Venus into a big tizzy. I mean, just tell him that you don't think the world is actually run by an underground network of evil lizard people. That should do it. But back in more chill times, it took a crafty Owen Hart rib to really get the big Valboski to lose his cool. Venus was checking into a hotel and signing autographs for fans when a man with long greasy brown hair asked him to sign a small stack of 8x10 pictures. Realizing that the fan's intention was to then sell those on for profit, Val declined his request, finished signing for the others, went to his room and began nodding off. Just as he was about to fall asleep, his phone rang and the fan told him that he better keep his promise and come and sign the pictures, which Val again declined. It then happened again, but this time the fan challenged him to a fight in the lobby, so Val raced down and saw that nobody was there apart from Owen Hart and Jeff Jarrett, who told him the fan had fled. Val searched around, couldn't find him, and went back to his room, seething. 6 months later, and moments before appearing on Off the Record, Edge let Venus know that Owen was the one on the phone. Number 2, rattling the narcissist. One of Owen's key partners in crime was frequent opponent and fellow tag champion Davey Boy Smith. The British Bulldog was a notorious ribber in his own right and had a reputation. One of his catchphrases when somebody was ribbed was, "I wasn't there, it was Owen." Usually it was one or the other. But often the two would team up, as Lex Luger found out on various occasions. While tagging with Yokozuna against the Allied powers, Owen would call out power moves like press slams to Luger, but would sandbag him so that Lex could just barely get him up after much struggling. He then called the same moves to Davey Boy moments later, going up light as a feather several times in a row in order to make Bulldog look stronger. On another occasion, the three of them were driving when Davey sprayed water at a police car. When the cops pursued their vehicle, Owen told Luger, who was behind the wheel, that it was just Shawn Michaels and that he should race him. The police eventually caught up, pulled Luger over, and cuffed him. The kicker? Vince McMahon watched the whole bloody thing and found it hilarious from his limo. Number 1, pigging out. Speaking of the genetic jackhammer, not even he was immune to Owen's ribs. In fact, he was on the receiving end of what was perhaps Owen's best and most audacious practical joke ever. At the December 1995 In Your House Seasons Beatings pay-per-view, Hunter Hearst Helmsley met Henry Godwin in an Arkansas hog pen match. Naturally, such a stipulation required some livestock, which were delivered to the arena earlier in the day. When the crew arrived with a truck full of pigs, they asked those milling about where they needed to be put. Owen Hart had an idea and kindly directed them to Vince McMahon's makeshift arena office. Cue a mad scramble where WWE's head honcho tried to get the stinking swine out of there, much to the amusement of onlookers. Recalling the rib years later, Jim Ross stated that Vince was indeed angry, not a fan of the rib, and that he knew exactly who the culprit was, even if nobody would outright confirm it. Given that Vince once soiled himself while trying to fart on Gerald Briscoe's head, then went out and cut an in-ring promo on live TV in his stained khakis, I would have thought that he'd have considered his office smelling like pig poop a real knee slapper. Perception that WWE stars are mostly unable to refuse creative plans, that they're paid to be characters in a television show, damn it, and that it's their job to go through with storylines and angles whether they want to or not. If they don't, well, they can either get to the back of the queue or alternatively get out the door, because they're clearly not a team player, and hell, there are plenty of other performers who will do it. Despite the implications of turning down storylines, WWE stars do sometimes stand up and and say no for a variety of reasons, career progression be damned. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 WWE stars who refused storylines. Join us. Number 10, Ken Shamrock. Ken Shamrock is about as no-nonsense a performer that has ever graced a pro wrestling ring. I mean, just look at him. Do you think that that man is going to go in for any nonsense? Not a chance. His patience was tested during the off-the-wall Attitude Era, however, as WWE attempted to put him in a compromising position. In early 1999, Shamrock's storyline sister Ryan was introduced as part of a storyline with Val Venus, with the big Val Boski seducing the world's most dangerous man sibling and causing Ken's notoriously short temper to explode. All fine and well, but WWE wanted to push things further and have it be revealed that the kayfabe brother and sister were actually knocking boots themselves. The UFC legend flat out refused to do it, not only because, I mean, come on, but also because he and the woman portraying Ryan, Alicia Webb, were dating in real life. Add to that the fact that Shamrock's own son was named Ryan, and well, this was one storyline that was definitely too close to home. Number 9, Rob Van Dam. It takes a lot to ruffle the feathers of the usually cool, calm and collected Rob Van Dam, but WWE writers and execs had him wanting to Van Daminate their heads off for real back in late 2001, just months after he had joined the company following the collapse of ECW. RVD was pitched a love triangle storyline with Stephanie McMahon, who would be after his affections, and Chris Jericho, who would be pining after the billion-dollar princess. Though Van Dam would be shown to have no real interest in Steph and wouldn't exactly have to do anything overtly romantic, he wasn't happy with the proposal. Mostly this was because his then wife was, according to the man himself, a little bit jealous whenever Mr. Monday Night received any female attention, and he was wary of rocking the boat with his missus. Rob was so miffed when the script wasn't changed that he had words with the writer in question and wanted Bruce Pritchard to pick a hand, code for which fist do you want me to smack you with. He calmed down, probably after puffing on a big old doobie, and ultimately the angle was dropped at his request. Number 8, Jeff Hardy. There's no denying that Jeff Hardy was a good soldier during his early WWE days. Hey Jeff, fancy doing a massive flip off that tall balcony over there? Sure thing, boss. Hey Jeff, how does falling off the top of a very big ladder through a table sound? Sounds good to me, Chief. But while the charismatic enigma was more than happy to put his body on the line, he wasn't about to put his lips where they didn't belong. As he revealed during a 2003 shoot interview, the one thing Jeff outright refused to do was kiss Lita on screen. WWE asked him to play tonsil hockey with his brother's lover in late 2001 when they were teasing a Team Extreme breakup, but the younger Hardy told Stephanie McMahon that there was no chance. He and Matt had always said that they would never cross that line and do a storyline based on the couple's real relationship. According to Jeff, the threesome were then taken off the road for several weeks, supposedly as a punishment for not following through with the creative team's wishes. Number 7, The Ultimate Warrior. The Ultimate Warrior was the ultimate WWE babyface during his late 80s and early 90s prime, captivating young fans with his pulsating entrance, colourful appearance, and endearingly incoherent promos. I have no idea what he's talking about, but look at how passionate and muscular he is. Despite Babyface Warrior basically being a license to print money, Vince McMahon felt the act had run its course in late 92 and drafted up plans to turn him heel. The idea was that he would ditch the music and the face paint and the bright attire, you know, everything that made him so popular in the first place, in order to feud with new WWE champion Bret Hart. The chairman's pitch was countered by Warrior, who considered his character his brand and was very hands-on with any and all decisions relating to it. And he would only agree to do it on the condition that he received a lot more money, got to skip the house shows, and, oh yeah, was allowed to visit Hollywood and audition for film and TV roles whenever he fancied. That was basically Big Jim's way of saying no thanks to turning rogue, and he was gone from the company soon after. Number 6, CM Punk. The reasons for CM Punk deciding to walk out and leave WWE in early 2014 are numerous and varied. He was beat up, he was burnt out, and had a list of grievances longer than the Lord of the Rings films. One of his big misgivings, as talked about during that infamous Art of Wrestling podcast appearance, was his scheduled WrestleMania 30 plan. In the meeting he had with Vince and Hunter before he headed home for good, Punk was informed by the boss that he would be wrestling his son-in-law on on the grandest stage. According to Punk, he then turned to the game and said, "All due respect, I do not need to wrestle you. You need to wrestle me. I do not want to wrestle you. In fact, I seriously resent you for not putting me over 3 years ago when you should have." Jeez, say what you really mean, Phil. The straight-edge superstar was told that he was booked to win the bout, but at that point, he didn't care about the result and steadfastly refused to do a storyline or match with the cerebral assassin. Number 5, Owen Hart. Owen Hart was a man of high moral fiber and definitely not a nugget. As a happily married family man who grew up around a traditional wrestling territory, his personal philosophy was often at odds with the sex and violence attitude era of the late 90s. The Rocket just wanted to show up, do his job, pull some pranks, win some slammies, and go home without being drawn into the smut and innuendo. So when the writers asked him to do a storyline where he would lust after Deborah, the on-screen squeeze of his tag team partner and real-life buddy Jeff Jarrett, he expressed his displeasure with the whole situation and refused to go through with it, even after tweaks were made. Owen wasn't about to put his actual family in a compromising position and told the company that he would not go through with the angle. In response, WWE saddled him with the puritanical and comical blue blazer gimmick as Owen became the masked Avenger rallying against the tawdry scenes he saw every Monday night on Raw. Really, it's hard to blame Owen for not wanting to portray an adulterer on global television, given the weird world in which wrestling resides, where lines between fantasy and reality are often blurred. Number 4, Daivari. After some regrettable timing and lack of foresight left WWE with no choice but to axe the Muhammad Hassan and Daivari pairing in 2005, both men must have wondered where their careers stood after they had been such a controversial heat-seeking act. For Hassan, it was the end of the line, but WWE had other plans for Daivari. And initially, those were terrible, terrible plans. According to the man himself, he was approached with a plan to change his name to George W. Bush and have him come out as a red, white, and blue patriot proclaiming his love for America. Daivari immediately informed Stephanie McMahon that it was a bad idea, to which the boss's daughter agreed. Daivari suspected the idea was a Vince one and that Steph was just the messenger. Daivari cited the character having A, no longevity, and B, being absolutely pissing ridiculous as his reasons for not wanting to do it. Instead, he took a bit of time away and came back as Kurt Angle's personal referee cum manager. Vince McMahon, intent on ruining at least one person's career, unleashed Kerwin White just weeks later. Number 3, Roddy Piper. When Roddy Piper returned to WWE in 2003, he came back with a bit of bad blood still simmering between himself and Vince McMahon and company. He had been outspoken about the direction change sports entertainment had taken in recent years, in particular the increased stunts, shock TV storylines, and sexualization of performers. In his 2002 autobiography, he mentioned in particular Rikishi's famous stink face move and how he would never allow himself or any member of his family to be subject to something so degrading. So, what do you think the first thing they asked him to do was? Well, it wasn't to take a stink face actually, but rather join Vince McMahon's Kiss My Ass Club, which the Rowdy Scott wasn't going to entertain. Not getting the hint, they then brought up him taking Rikishi's signature move, an idea that was again met with a resolute no thank you, and by the way, how would you like to have a coconut smashed over your skull? Explaining his refusals in a WWE.com interview, Piper said that if taking a faceful of Samoan ass would help his bank account increase by a few million or put his kids through their schooling, then he would possibly consider it, but he wasn't going to do it just for his employer's entertainment. Number 2, Randy Orton. The Undertaker's WrestleMania winning streak was not something that was designed, but rather happened organically, and by 2005, it was the main selling point as Randy Orton attempted to defeat the Dead Man. Following a failed babyface run, Orton was back as the Legend Killer and building momentum heading into the Showcase of the Immortals as he vowed to break the streak and become a legend in his own right. Realizing that young Randy was more than likely the future of the business, Taker supposedly asked Vince to book a famous win at Mania. When Orton himself was presented with the golden opportunity, however, he refused, citing his respect for the locker room leader as the reason. Also, I mean, by all accounts, Orton was an absolute tyrant at this point and probably aware that being the person who ended the streak would give him all sorts of backstage heat. So he lost that day in Los Angeles, which is probably just as well, since he was a good few years away from properly maturing into a reliable headliner, and I mean, well, we all just loved Brock Lesnar breaking it in 2014, right? Number 1, Stephanie McMahon. One thing you can commend Vince McMahon for is the fact that he will never ever refuse to do anything that he asks of his performers. Well, that can be commended most of the time anyway. On the 2006 McMahon DVD profile of the Genetic Jack jackhammer, it was revealed by his daughter Stephanie that while she was pregnant with her and husband Triple H's first child, her father suggested that he be revealed as the storyline daddy. And if you now want to immediately turn this video off and have a nice long cold shower, I won't begrudge you one bit. Understandably aghast at the suggestion, Steph told Pops that under no circumstances would that be happening. Fair enough, thought Vince. I suppose that does push the boundaries of taste just a little bit too far. What about Shane then? Yes, the madman basically followed up the worst idea ever with something somehow just as reprehensible, and wouldn't you know it, Steph wasn't too keen on her brother being named as the father either. Shane has since been quoted as saying, retroactively, "Well, my sister's hot. I don't know if I would have really minded that." Right, let it never be said that the McMahons are anything close to normal. Being a rookie in the WWE locker room was traditionally pretty damn tough. You usually started at the bottom and had to work your way up, putting in your time while proving that you deserved whatever opportunities you were given. And that's not even mentioning the crap pay and backstage hazing and politics and everything else. Yes, it can be tough being a rookie, but some are either destined for big things from the very start, or impress the right people with their skill and professionalism so quickly that they can have themselves a rookie year where they bypass the dues paying and go straight to big money glory. There's something special about watching a greenhorn say sod the mid-card and power their way to the main events, especially if their progression matches the push. It doesn't always come off as planned, but when it does, it usually sets a superstar up for a long and fruitful career. We're all rooting for you, Damian Priest. Do not screw this up. Anyway, I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are the 10 best rookie years in WWE history. Join us. Number 10, Bobby Lashley. With his distinguished amateur wrestling background, freaky physique, and impressive athleticism, it was obvious from the off that WWE weren't going to waste time when it came to Bobby Lashley. After smashing through the Simon Deans and Orlando Jordans of the world, Lash has found himself at the top of the card as a member of the SmackDown Survivor Series team, earning his place in the main event of that show around 2 months after his televised debut. From there, Lashley was booked to look dominant in whatever he did and had notable feuds with veterans like JBL and Finlay, going months before tasting a pinfall loss in singles competition. His feud with King of the Ring winner Booker T, who beat Lashley in the finals, raised his stock, as did his US title win in May of 2006. Elevated liver enzyme took him out of action for a bit, but when he returned, it was evident that WWE planned on pushing him to the very top, placing him into the World Heavyweight title scene with Booker, Finlay, and Batista. Lashley ended his rookie year as one of the top babyfaces on the blue brand, but would actually achieve more success when he was shipped over to ECW. The Almighty deserves a lot of credit for the improvements he made during his rookie year, as he went from green muscle man to a much more accomplished worker. And it only took WWE 15 years to pull the trigger on him properly. Number 9, Sheamus. The Celtic Warriors' rookie year is especially impressive when you consider that, at the time, it was a lot harder for foreign talent just to get signed, let alone used and pushed by WWE. And Sheamus certainly was foreign, wasn't he? The big ginger translucent Irishman that he is. His unique look certainly set him apart, but it was his close relationship with gym buddy Triple H that really landed him in the good graces of higher-ups. Not that Sheamus didn't work hard or anything, because he absolutely did, quickly graduating from low-level matches and feuds on ECW to getting drafted to Raw and put in a program with WWE champion John Cena. Incredibly, Sheamus beat Cena in a tables match at TLC, winning the spinning gold under 200 days after his first televised match. From there, the Great White held it for a couple of months before dropping it and moving into a feud with The Game, which saw him lose at WrestleMania but win at Extreme Rules. Mere days before his one-year main roster anniversary, Sheamus won a Fatal 4-Way at, Fatal 4-Way to win the WWE title for the second time, which established him as a member of the Main Eventers Club for the foreseeable future. Number 8, The Shield. Sometimes it can take wrestlers coming from WWE's developmental system a long time to make it, if indeed they make it at all. Stop-start pushes, 50-50 booking, and a general apathy or indifference are all things that can stunt the careers of a hot prospect. Luckily for the members of The Shield though, they encountered no such setbacks after they debuted at the 2012 Survivor Series. It helped that they were aligned with CM Punk, top star and then WWE champion, but Seth Rollins, Dean Ambrose and Roman Reigns did all the work work and were good value for their winning streak, which lasted through June 2013. It certainly wasn't a bad time for the Hounds of Justice, as each member won their first WWE title in May, Ambrose bagging the US title while Reigns and Rollins captured the tag straps. They continued defending their titles and put on some incredible matches over the summer and autumn, and were associated with WWE COO Triple H, a sure sign that the company had big plans for them. The Shield were stars and were clearly being positioned as the future of the company, potential world champions one and all, and they continued to go from strength to strength as they entered their second year. Number 7, The Undertaker. In the hands of someone other than Mark Calloway, odds are that the Undertaker gimmick probably would have been done within a year. Debuting as a surprise at the 1990 Survivor Series, The Undertaker instantly began terrifying the impressionable in the audience. He was protected from then on, usually demolishing his opponents in quick squash matches before stuffing them into a body bag. On a completely unrelated note, one of my biggest childhood fears was a zombie mortician dropping me on my head and stuffing me into a bag. Weird that. Taker's WrestleMania winning streak began during his rookie year with a win over Jimmy Snuka, and he was always featured in a top spot thereafter, regularly headlining house shows, which is where the money was back then. He would usually only lose if it was a stipulation like a casket match or by DQ or countout, and gained such momentum that he was programmed with WWE Champion Hulk Hogan at the 1991 Survivor Series. And that's where he won his first WWE title, almost killing the Hulkster with a tombstone piledriver. Thankfully, with the power of prayers and vitamins, Hogan came back a couple of weeks later and took his belt back, but Taker was already a made man at that point, as he could lay claim to being the youngest WWE champion in history. But hold on a second, how can you age if you're already dead? I've done it! I finally found a flaw in the Undertaker character. Number 6, Yokozuna. Like The Undertaker, Yokozuna had the benefit of being a monster WWE creation that ticked a lot of boxes for the time. He was experienced, he had a great gimmick, and he had the size required to be pushed as a force. Which he was, right from the get-go, as he banzai dropped his way through the opposition from his October 1st, 1992 debut to the Royal Rumble, which he won by last eliminating Randy Savage. This was the first Rumble that guaranteed a WWE title shot at WrestleMania, the Sumo leaving the showcase of the Immortals as champion after defeating Bret Hart. No, wait, it was the Hogan thing, wasn't it? Damn it, I thought the lobotomy worked this time. Anyway, Yoko wasn't without the title for long, as he won it back at the King of the Ring pay-per-view. His first real test was the suddenly patriotic Lex Luger, who famously slammed the big man on the USS Intrepid on July 4th. Yokozuna would lose their big match at SummerSlam, but retained the title since it was only by countout. Somebody please tell Luger before he... Oh wait, look, no, it's too late. He's already celebrating with confetti. Yoko passed his 1 year in WWE mark as champ, the then youngest WWE champion ever, having established himself as the man to beat. Number 5, Charlotte Flair. Charlotte Flair has dominated the women's division since she debuted on WWE television in 2015, the tone being set right from the beginning. And the good news is that absolutely nobody has had a problem with the Queen's perennial main event status. She won her first title, the Old Divas Championship, when she beat Nikki Bella at Night of Champions just a couple of months after her main roster bow. She retained it against Nikki and in a series of matches with Paige before turning heel and getting past Brie Bella and Becky Lynch. That took us to WrestleMania 32, where Charlotte, Lynch and Sasha Banks competed for the new women's title, replacing that terrible purple butterfly thing. Guess who won? Yes, it was Charlotte, who had a new title but continued running through the division in the same fashion, defending it against Natalya and Paige once again, before being drafted to Raw and finally relinquishing the belt to Sasha Banks just over 1 year after Stephanie McMahon introduced her to the WWE Universe proper. Charlotte's first year is not just noteworthy for how long she held onto her titles and her undefeated pay-per-view run, but also her growth as a performer, as she developed into one of the most assured talents on the roster, male or female. Number 4, Alberto Del Rio. It doesn't feel good putting Alberto Del Rio on a list of best anything, unless it's best worst person or something, but it's hard to ignore just how impressive his first year in the company was. A seasoned veteran with extensive experience in Mexico and Japan, and with a real pedigree due to his family, Del Rio showed up in June of 2010 via a series of vignettes displaying his aristocracy, and then made his in-ring debut almost 2 months later, beating Rey Mysterio. He quickly worked his way up the ranks and was the Booker's choice to win the 20th 2011 Royal Rumble, the biggest ever with 40 participants, didn't you know, giving him a crack at Edge and the World Heavyweight title at WrestleMania. He was unsuccessful in his pursuit and also failed to upend Christian for the vacant title following Edge's retirement, but that didn't slow him down too much. ADR won Raw's Money in the Bank ladder match in July and cashed in a month later, beating CM Punk at SummerSlam after the Second City Saint had beaten John Cena but was attacked by Kevin Nash. That title triumph came just 5 days before the 1-year mark of him beating Mysterio in his first WWE match. Number 3, Ronda Rousey. I suppose it's a bit silly to talk about Ronda Rousey having a rookie year in WWE because at this point, she's only had 1 year in WWE, at least if we're counting the time between her first and last matches, that is. She debuted at the 2018 Royal Rumble and did some lovely sign pointing, making her intentions of having a WrestleMania match very clear. On the road to the Showcase of the Immortals, she got into it with The Authority, which included a couple of killer angles, and then teamed with Kurt Angle to take on Triple H and Stephanie McMahon at WrestleMania in her first actual match. For a debut performance, it was practically perfect, as Rousey, who won the match, came out of the show looking better than anyone. She failed to win the women's title from Nia Jax at Money in the Bank as she won their match by disqualification, but wiped the floor with Alexa Bliss to become champ at SummerSlam a month later. And after that, there was simply no stopping Rowdy Ronda. Nikki Bella, Mickie James, Natalya, Charlotte Flair, Sasha Banks, and Bayley all couldn't get the job done, and it took Becky Lynch to hand Rousey her first loss in the main event of WrestleMania 35, ending her title reign at 231 days. Number 2, Brock Lesnar. WWE offered Brock Lesnar what was at the time their biggest developmental deal in company history in order to lure the NCAA Division I heavyweight champion away from other potential suitors in 1999, and it was plain to see that with that sort of investment behind him, Brock wasn't going to be toiling in the opening match once he made it to TV. Debuting on the post-WrestleMania Raw in March 2002, Lesnar tore his way through everyone in his path and won the King of the Ring tournament in June. That led to SummerSlam and a title match main event with The Rock, where the next big thing sent Dwayne off to Planet Hollywood as he became the youngest WWE champion in history. Following that, Lesnar became SmackDown exclusive and saw off The Undertaker, including beating him in a brutal Hell in a Cell match before dropping the strap to Big Show, who then lost it to Kurt Angle in order to set up a WrestleMania match between the amateur standouts. Lesnar won the 2003 Royal Rumble to book his place against the Olympic hero and capped off an amazing year by downing Angle in a classic at Mania. Brock was always good, but he went from Goldbergian powerhouse with untold upside to genuine box office draw and ring general in a scarily short amount of time. Number 1, Kurt Angle. Lesnar's ascension was awe-inspiring, no doubt, but Kurt Angle did it first, and on the whole, did it better. The Olympic gold medalist wasn't guaranteed anything but an opportunity, as he received no monster developmental deal and came into the fold at a time when WWE were riding a real wave and had an embarrassing amount of star power. Kurt's proper in-ring debut came at the 1999 Survivor Series, an easy victory over Shawn Stasiak that established him as a squeaky clean and thus very annoying to the Attitude Era audience heel. He was soon in possession of both the European and Intercontinental Championship belts and won the 2000 King of the Ring before becoming involved in a major storyline with Triple H and Stephanie McMahon and finding himself in the WWE title mix. Kurt capped off his astonishing year by beating The Rock for the title at No Mercy. Taking to wrestling quicker than just about anyone ever, Angle demonstrated an aptitude for not just the in-ring aspect, but everything else too. He could be serious or funny, performed admirably in skits and angles, and developed his own unique promo style as well. By the time he took the belt from the Brahma Bull, he was a total all-rounder and truly deserved to be positioned as WWE's main title holder. Oh, it's true. Well, you know the rest. How upsetting it must be to work tirelessly, pay dues, and get good enough at your profession that you finally make it to WWE, only to be saddled with a rubbish gimmick that you cannot stand. While everyone would love to be a badass champion of the world who defies authority and does whatever they like whenever they like it, obviously not everyone can be so fortunate, and the wacky world of pro wrestling needs characters that, for the people tasked with portraying them, might not be so desirable. Sometimes the gimmick itself might not be inherently awful or anything, but it's still a struggle for the performer doing it because it's so far removed from either what they were expecting to do or what they're comfortable being. Invariably, they will at least give it the old college try because, well, you might only get one shot in the big time and 15 minutes of fame is better than no fame at all, but more often than not, these characters end up being failures. While not ideal by any means, a failed character doesn't always mean the end of the road, and some wrestlers have managed to shake off the stigma of playing a dud to go on to either salvage or resurrect their careers. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 WWE stars who hated their gimmick. Join us. Number 10, Dean Douglas. Not all wrestlers are big, stupid muscleheads who have difficulty tying their shoelaces or stringing a coherent sentence together. I mean, most of them are, obviously, but there are exceptions and a few grapplers are actually quite bright. Take, for example, Shane Douglas, ECW's franchise who made a living in the not too terribly smart way of getting hit in the head with chairs and being put through tables. But Douglas was a clever guy, having a couple of master's degree equivalents to his name. At one point, he had even been invited to attend medical school but declined in order to pursue his wrestling dream. When WWE Creative were tasked with coming up with a character for him in 1995, they fixated on his above-average education and turned him into Dean Douglas, the obnoxiously intelligent, paddle-wielding college dean in powder blue. The former ECW heavyweight champion tried to give himself to the role but clearly wasn't into it, somewhat dismayed after being a big fish in a small pond and having the creative freedom to do pretty much whatever he wanted. The character was a bomb, and its failure, coupled with Shane's backstage issues with the Clique, meant that Douglas came and went very quickly, the whole experience leaving a bitter taste in the performer's mouth. Number 9, Cowboy Bret Hart. Before fully developing his hitman persona, complete with shades, pink and black gear, and leather jacket, Bret Hart was basically, well, just a wrestler who wrestled. Coming from his father's Stampede wrestling territory and having worked extensively in Japan, Bret didn't have an OTT gimmick when he showed up in mid-80s WWE. A little colourless for New York, perhaps, Vince McMahon decided that he wanted his new Canadian acquisition to have a cowboy gimmick to help him stand out. According to Hart, this would come complete with an electric cowboy hat and a new horse being rode to the ring every single night. The excellence of execution disliked the concept so much that he flat out refused to do it, telling the promoter that, where he came from, if you're going to say you're a cowboy, then you damn well better be a cowboy. As an aside, he had no issues with being billed as Cowboy Bret Hart when he worked for the UK's All-Star Wrestling early in his career. Fortunately, Bret managed to avoid irking the cattlemen of Calgary, instead suggesting that he team up with extended family member Jim Neidhart as the Hart Foundation. The duo, with Jimmy Hart as their manager, were a winning unit, the team catapulting both men to success that they couldn't have imagined when they signed with Titan Sports Inc. Just think how different wrestling history could have been if Bret Hart had become a bone-bending buckaroo instead of the pink and black attack. Number 8, the Stalker. It is sometimes said that the most successful wrestling gimmicks are born when the performer's own personalities are simply dialed up to 11. In order to unearth that, in the past, Vince McMahon would ask a wrestler what they enjoyed doing, what other life experience they had, and then tried to mold their character based on that information. So when he sat down with Barry Windham and the big man from Sweetwater, Texas told him that he enjoyed outdoor pursuits like camping, hunting, and fishing, it naturally evolved into, well, this. What was supposed to be a guy who was adept at catching prey and surviving the wilds turned into a slightly deranged ex-jungle commando. The character was hyped via a series of unsettling vignettes, but by the time Windham started working matches as the Stalker on TV, it was more toned down and fan-friendly. Barry himself wasn't a fan of the role, especially the face paint and camouflage gear, which was a million miles from the look he was used to having. It was a far cry from the dynamic performer who had captivated NWA fans years earlier, but to be fair, Windham was also more injured, heavier, and less motivated during this run, something that was reflected in his performances as the Stalker. The character was scrapped after just a few months, and Barry became one of the new Blackjacks, which is surely the only time that would be considered an upgrade. Number 7, The Good Father. It took Charles Wright years, as well as a couple of departures and returns, to find the gimmick that turned him into a true superstar. The Hall of Famers started as Papa Shango, came back as Karma the Supreme Fighting Machine, and then segued into a role in the impressive Nation of Domination, but it was as fun-loving Pimp the Godfather that he truly caught on. In the freewheeling attitude era, the Godfather was one of the most over acts on the show, helped in no small part by the convoy of flesh-bearing totties that accompanied him to his matches. And Wright had an absolute blast with the persona, which, as the owner of a Las Vegas strip club who liked to dabble in a bit of the green stuff, was not too far removed from reality. Unfortunately though, the pesky Parents Television Council weren't such big fans and lobbied hard to get the character axed from WWE TV. In the end, they were successful. Wright was rechristened the Good Father and put into the PTC mocking group Right to Censor. And boy did he hate it, threatening to quit the company rather than do the bit, which is when Vince McMahon made him a tag team champion in order to convince him to stay. After the RTC disbanded, the Godfather came back, but as a neutered version that the audience didn't take too strongly. Number 6, Rhythm and Blues Greg Valentine. For a select few wrestlers, the best gimmick is having no gimmick at all. It certainly worked for Greg Valentine anyway, who made his name as a hard-nosed, no-nonsense second-generation bruiser in black trunks and boots. The glitziest it ever got for Valentine was his nickname, the Hammer, because he would smash you in the face with the force of one, and a few sequins on his traditional wrestling robe. In a bid to repackage him, WWE teamed Greg up with the Honky Tonk Man in the Rhythm and Blues tag team, with Valentine eventually dyeing his hair black, donning shades, and carrying a guitar to the ring too. The grizzled Killjoy did so begrudgingly and let everyone know that he did not like the gimmick. The team name was coined by Rick Rude, while Valentine's appearance change was suggested by commentator Jesse Ventura to Vince McMahon. It took months of convincing for the Hammer to ditch the blonde, by which point the powers that be had lost interest and turned their attentions instead to shiny new toy, the Legion of Doom. Honky left, scrapping a planned feud between the former partners, and Valentine has since stated in retrospect that while he didn't enjoy doing it, he wishes that he had committed to the part a lot more. Number 5, Saba Simba. It's always weird when WWE brings back an established talent that everyone knows and tries to put a totally outlandish gimmick on them. While yes, sometimes a performer needs a new coat of paint to freshen their act up, it can be a hard thing for, especially long-term fans, to accept. Tony Atlas was well known from his time teaming with Rocky Johnson, the Soul Patrol being the first black tag team champions in WWE history. Sadly, the vet had fallen on hard times and was actually homeless when Vince McMahon reached out for an improbable return in 1990. He wasn't going to be brought back as Mr. USA, however, but a Ugandan tribe warrior named Saba Simba. While Atlas's part was acknowledged, on commentary McMahon explained the change by claiming that he had rediscovered his roots. Though Tony was happy for the paycheck, he didn't like the gimmick, believing it to be a stereotype and not something that he could do properly since, you know, he wasn't an actual Ugandan tribe warrior. He didn't know the rituals, the dances, or anything about the culture really, and basically played the character for the money, which allowed him to re-enroll in school and not rely totally on wrestling once it came to an end. Number 4, Kazani. Sizumtizimes a Rizesla Wizil Tizaka Gizimic to... Actually, no. Sorry, I can't do this for the whole time I have to talk about Kazani, which really is punishment enough in itself. Kazani is Carney for, well, Carney. Isn't that clever? Pitched to the journeyman Sin Bodhi from Vince McMahon himself, Kazani was a carnival worker who spoke the language that used to populate wrestling locker rooms across the United States. The introductory vignettes were well produced and intriguing, but once he debuted on SmackDown, it all went to hell. He defeated MVP in his first match, was eliminated from a battle royal in another, and, well, that was it for Kazani's WWE career. Bodhi himself liked the carnival worker aspect of it, but disliked the name and the fact that the gimmick would mean that he would have to speak in Carney all the time in order to maintain kayfabe. I guess it was lucky for him then that the character came and went in the blink of an eye. Bodhi has since said that he believes that Kazani would have gone further if he had been a heel, but the boss was dead set on him being babyface. And you know what? Vince was right. The best babyfaces are totally the terrifying ones you can't understand when they talk. Jesus. Number 3, the Ringmaster. If somebody came up to me and told me that my gimmick was to be the master of the ring and that I would have the $1 Million Man as my manager, I would ask them to never wake me up from the beautiful dream I'm clearly having. But the Ringmaster was not a winner in the eyes of Steve Austin, who was coming off a run in WCW where he felt that he had been underused. The idea behind the Ringmaster, such as it was basically that he was such a bloody good wrestler. The DiBiase pairing and $1 Million Man garnish were just extras to add colour to a bland concept. WWE gave him the gimmick because they felt that he was simply a good mechanic, which is to say a very good and accomplished worker, but one lacking in charisma. Oh, you poor fools. Austin knew the gimmick was a stinker, and fearing that his WWE career was going to go the same way as his WCW one, crafted a new identity called Stone Cold Steve Austin, after watching a documentary on Mafia hitman, the ruthless Richard Kuklinski, who was nicknamed the Iceman. Naturally, WWE wanted to ruin that one too, with name suggestions like Fang McFrost, but the Texas Rattlesnake persevered and laughed all the way to the bank. Number 2, Johnny Polo. Considering just how good and successful the Raven character was, it's amazing just how different Scott Levy's wrestling gimmicks before he went all grunge really were. To be fair, the wrestling landscape was much different in the early as opposed to mid-90s, and the boy toy Scotty the Body, followed by the neon-soaked surfer Scotty Flamingo, definitely fit in that landscape. After leaving WCW and joining WWE, Scott was given the Johnny Polo gimmick. Polo was a preppy rich kid heel manager, no doubt inspired by similar stuck-up brats that Vince McMahon must have encountered living in the affluent Greenwich, Connecticut. Scotty did what he could with the character, and it felt like he did a decent job making it memorable and fun, but that doesn't mean he liked it. And that's because he didn't. It just wasn't him, something that his boss picked up on one day when he told him that he always felt that there was a disconnect when watching him and that he really wasn't Johnny Polo. And that was true, because whenever he wasn't on the clock, Scott would be somebody completely different. He eventually quit WWE, tired of portraying something that he felt no affinity for, moving to ECW and rebranding himself as the tortured soul in black t-shirts and cutoffs. Number 1, Stardust. It was heartening to watch Cody Rhodes' progression in WWE as charted through his various gimmicks. Watching the grandson of a plumber go from generic fiery babyface to legacy member to dashing to Phantom of the Opera villain to a mustachioed Rhodes scholar to an accomplished all-around performer with main event potential, you could see his evolution as a wrestler and knew that whatever he was tasked with doing, he was going to make it good. And then, along came Stardust. Now in theory, undertaking a gimmick that was inspired by his brother dusting Goldust Rhodes' most famous guys in order for the two to feud was not a bad idea per se. But as Cody himself so succinctly put it later on, they made Stardust a pissing space clown. Stardust gave Cody something to do and made him a bit of money, but it was a million miles from where he wanted to be in his career. His heart just wasn't in it, and supposedly his apathetic performances resulted in him moving down the card to the point that he was either jobbed out or otherwise appearing on minor shows like Main Event. Eventually, Cody got so disgruntled with his lot and was so tired of putting on the paint that he asked for his release. Now, with that unsightly neck tattoo, at least he can look stupid on his own terms. As long as there is more than one single wrestling company out there, odds are that some wrestlers are at some point going to jump ship. It's been happening for decades and will continue to happen, especially now that there are once again several appealing options for talent to explore. We've seen in recent times, for example, how wrestlers are now happy to let their WWE contracts expire and leave the organization in order to join All Elite Wrestling. The reasons for jumping can be manifold, but usually come down to either money, creative satisfaction, or a combination of both. A wrestler jumping can be a huge deal because in a business where perception is reality, a worker choosing to hop from one company to another certainly says something. It also gives the promotion that the wrestler has signed for plenty of ammunition to stick it to the competition by having the new arrival do something like, say, I don't know, dumping their title belt into a trash can on live TV. It's not always that wonderfully spiteful, of course, but whenever a big name star goes from one place to another, it usually causes a stir and makes for riveting viewing. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are the 10 best times wrestlers jumped ship. Join us. Number 10, Big Show to WWE. Paul Big Show White was with WWE for so long that you would be forgiven for forgetting that he actually spent the first couple of years of his career in WCW. White competed for Ted Turner's league as The Giant, initially brought in as the kayfabe son of Andre the Giant in a battle with Hulk Hogan. Possessing the size, look, and athleticism required to make it to the very top, it wasn't too shocking when the Giant won the WCW World Heavyweight title, beating the Hulkster in his very first match. He had initially tried to get into WWE before WCW took an interest via WWE referee Mike Chioda, who met White when the big man was bouncing at a Philadelphia nightclub. Chioda's attempts to orchestrate something failed when Pat Patterson erroneously believed that Chioda was trying to fob Elegante off on him. Vince McMahon was reportedly furious with the oversight, but he did eventually sign White to a 10-year deal worth roughly $1 million per year. Debuting at the February 1999 St. Valentine's Day Massacre pay-per-view by attacking Stone Cold Steve Austin in his match with McMahon, The Big Show made an instant impact and further bolstered WWE's ranks during a time where they began to pull away from the competition in the Monday Night Wars. White proved to be a tremendous asset because while his creative direction often left a lot to be desired, he added much both in the ring and backstage. Number 9, Christian to TNA. 2005 seemed like the year that Christian was finally going to break out of the mid-card pack and establish himself as a main event player in WWE. He had successfully shed his tag team image and reputation and now looked and carried himself like a single star. Displaying a new air of confidence, Captain Charisma always worked his backside off in the ring and was about as solid as a worker as they come, but he also added new facets to his game, noticeably improving his mic work to the point where he could verbally duel with WWE Champion John Cena. Christian was hungry and over, and by rights should have been given a chance in a program with Cena, but WWE never pulled the trigger, instead making him a third wheel in Cena's feud with Chris Jericho before sending him off to SmackDown, where he failed to gain any momentum due to indifferent booking. When his contract came up, he elected against re-signing, making his last on-screen WWE appearance at Taboo Tuesday before showing up in TNA at the Genesis pay-per-view just 12 days later. A major coup at the time, Christian was not some washed-up WWE reject looking for a lighter schedule, but a proper difference maker who still had a lot to contribute and proved a shrewd investment over the course of the following years. Number 8, Rick Rude to WCW. Ravishing Rick Rude was something of a nomad during the 90s, leaving WWE at the beginning of the decade and bouncing around from the Indies to WCW to Japan to ECW to WWE and finally back to WCW again. He didn't spend all of that time wrestling though, since an injury sustained against Sting on a New Japan show in 1994 forced him to retire from in-ring action. But Rude was versatile and still had something to contribute in the form of being a heavy for different groups, whether it was the Triple Threat or Generation X. When Rick was acting as the insurance policy of Shawn Michaels' Triple H in China, he was actually doing so on a pay-per-appearance deal, as he hadn't signed a proper contract with WWE, though they were negotiating one. And that is pretty crazy when you think about it, since Rude had a hot temper and had previously left the company due to a business dispute with Vince McMahon. And then he walked away again, following the events of the 1997 Survivor Series in Montreal, furious at the treatment his friend Bret Hart had been on the receiving end of, and accepted a deal with WCW. This led to the novel situation where Rude was able to appear on both a taped episode of Raw and a live Nitro in the same night. Rude cheekily shaved his facial hair in order to tip off that the WWE show was airing on a delay. Number 7, the Radicals to WWE. Losing one top talent to the competition has to sting, but losing 4 in one fell swoop is a blow that could potentially be company killing. Not that the WCW departures of Eddie Guerrero, Chris Benoit, Dean Malenko, and Perry Saturn in January 2000 were the final 4 nails in the coffin or anything, but it certainly was indicative of just how far the organization had fallen. The quartet had been unhappy about their positions in the company and the rampant backstage politics for eons and wanted out. The main crux of their displeasure was that despite always working hard and getting over, they were only ever allowed to get to a certain level, as the top spots were reserved for other stars. The appointment of Kevin Sullivan, who had personal issues with Benoit, to head booker was the final straw. Their jump to WWE was conducted in secret, with WWE officials only meeting them after they were shown proof that they had been granted full, unconditional releases. Debuting on the January 31st, 2000 episode of Raw by showing up in the front row, the Radicals made an instant impression by attacking WWE wrestlers. Incredibly, this happened just 15 days after Benoit was crowned WCW World Heavyweight Champion, though WWE had no interest in making a big thing of it, since they were already well on top by that point, and the WCW World title held about as much value as my charity shop VHS collection. Number 6, Chris Jericho to WWE. One of the reasons the Radicals must have felt good about going from WCW to WWE was seeing how it had worked out for their pal and former co-worker Chris Jericho. Y2J was another who had grown tired of constantly swimming against the current in WCW and decided to try his luck elsewhere. Successful in Mexico, Japan, and ECW before WCW, Jericho was pigeonholed as a cruiserweight mid-carder in Bischoff's League, someone who could be depended on to go out and have a nice little match and entertain people, but not someone who was ever going to be booked in a headline program. He tried, bless him, engineering his own feud with Goldberg, which could and probably should have generated some big money on pay-per-view, until the kibosh was put on it by the powers that be and Goldie himself. Seeing the writing on the wall, Chris Jericho opted against signing a new contract and instead put pen to paper with Titan Sports. Though everyone knew the Millennium Clock seen on WWE television was almost certainly there to usher in his arrival, the Ayatollah of Rock and Roller's debut was still a major moment as he interrupted The Rock's promo on Raw. Despite a somewhat shaky start to life in his new surroundings, Jericho went on to have an incredible WWE career while the WCW ship continued to sink. Number 5, Lex Luger to WCW. WWE tried to make Lex Luger the next Hulk Hogan. They really tried. Incessantly tried. Tried beyond all justifiable reasoning, to be honest. I mean, he slammed the evil foreigner on the USS Intrepid on July 4th. He had his own red, white, and blue bus, for God's sake. But the wheels came off the Lex Express when Luger failed to show an ounce of the passion or charisma that the Hulkster had in his pomp. Sure, he was a tall, chiseled stud with blonde hair, but he wasn't Hogan, no matter how much Vince McMahon wanted him to be. Following the failure of that whole experiment, Lex settled into a role as the Allied Forces tag partner of British Bulldog, but he wasn't happy in the company and had told his WCW buddy Sting that he wanted to return to Atlanta. The Stinger put in a word with WCW Vice President Eric Bischoff, who wasn't keen and lowballed Luger on money, only to be surprised when the total package accepted the offer. One day after wrestling on a WWE house show, Lex Luger, whose contract with WWE had quietly expired, showed up on the very first episode of Nitro, signaling the first shot fired in the Monday Night Wars. Number 4, Jon Moxley to AEW. Similar to CM Punk in a lot of ways, WWE simply worked Dean Ambrose into the ground. By the end of his tenure, nobody was working more matches on a yearly basis than the Lunatic Fringe, and with the insane schedule came injuries and burnout. It wasn't the aches and pains and tiredness that was really getting to Ambrose, however, as the former Shield member likely would have re-signed for big money if he'd had any confidence in WWE's creative. But as he's made clear many times since leaving in the spring of 2019, he really didn't. And who can blame him? Despite his obvious talent, popularity, love of the business, and willingness to do whatever was asked of him, Ambrose was consistently given some of the worst writing imaginable, so much so that the former WWE champion's stock was seriously devalued and he became just another face in the crowd. The Dean Ambrose who showed up unannounced to AEW's Double or Nothing pay-per-view less than a month after his WWE contract expired, on the other hand, instantly re-established himself as the major star he was once viewed as. Because this wasn't Dean Ambrose, this was Jon Moxley, the red-hot anti-hero who was here to eradicate any memory of hot dog carts and gas masks. Number 3, Ric Flair to WWE. Anytime there's an opportunity to sign one of the best wrestlers ever, you take it. Anytime there's an opportunity to sign one of the best wrestlers ever while he's still in possession of your rival's world title, you give it no more than a second's thought. Ric Flair basically was the NWA/WCW, having been their biggest star in the 1980s and into the 90s. In 1991, however, the Nature Boy butted heads with WCW President Jim Herd over not just creative direction, but also pay and the terms of his contract. Rumors were that Herd wanted Flair to shave his head, wear a diamond earring, and change his name to Spartacus. Wait a second, was that Jim Herd in charge or Vince Russo in a Jim Herd mask? He was also asked to take a substantial salary cut to boot. Naturally, the dirtiest player in the game wasn't going for any of that, and not long after being fired by Herd, showed up on WWE television holding the NWA World Heavyweight title belt and proclaiming himself as the real world's champion. Flair in WWE was a big deal at the time and instantly threw up fresh matches against Hulk Hogan, Roddy Piper, Randy Savage, and others, and demonstrated just how far ahead Vince was at the time when it came to competition between both companies. Number 2, Kurt Angle to TNA. From the outside looking in, Kurt Angle's 2006 WWE release was truly shocking. This was Kurt Angle, a solidified main event player, a man who had done everything there was to do and who, despite several serious injuries, was still able to perform at an elite level. Behind the scenes, however, the Olympian's health and behavior had been troubling management for some time. His personal issues were getting out of control and the injuries were worse than he was letting on. WWE felt as though they had to let him go for his own good, lest he become another tragic pro wrestling statistic. The understanding was that Angle would take some time away, get his health back to where it needed to be, and take care of his substance abuse issues. Then he would be welcomed back into the fold. Kurt had other ideas though, and instead, less than a month after he was given his P45 by Vince, his signing was announced by TNA. This was huge at the time because TNA were on the up and the acquisition of Angle was seen as something that could take them to the next level. He proved good value over the course of the next decade as he had a hell of a second career in Orlando. Number 1, Scott Hall and Kevin Nash to WCW. WCW were able to lure former WWE stars to come and work for them due to the big guaranteed money they could offer, as well as an easier schedule. It's what brought Hulk Hogan, Randy Savage, Bobby Heenan, Gene Okerlund, and scores of others down south. Each ex-WWE guy had their merits, but few who jumped ship had quite the impact of the 1-2 punch that was Scott Hall and Kevin Nash. The former Razor Ramon and Diesel were both disgruntled with the grind and plateauing pay that they had encountered in WWE and left the company in the spring of 1996. And since this was the mid-90s and most people needed a flux capacitor to even get the slowest potato quality internet, news of their departures was not exactly far-reaching. So when Hall showed up on Nitro talking about bringing a war to WCW, he could have conceivably been a member of the opposition going into business for himself in someone else's territory. Nash followed soon after and joined the fun, sowing the seeds for the New World Order group and storyline that would help turn the tide in the Monday Night Wars. The Clique. Shawn Michaels, Kevin Nash, Scott Hall, Triple H, Sean Waltman. Ask them who the Clique are and they will likely tell you that they were a group of passionate wrestlers and close friends who changed the business for the better, while perhaps ruffling a few feathers along the way. Ask a good chunk of their contemporaries for their opinion on the Clique, however, and you will get a very, very different answer. Because for some, the Clique were an absolute menace, volatile provocateurs that knew their power and influence and used it for evil. The Clique may have made money, won titles, and made their fair share of history, but they also made more than their fair share of enemies too. Whether it was someone having a problem with the whole gang or just one or two members, the Clique developed a reputation and have a legacy of stirring the pot, ensuring some performers weren't able to advance in their careers and, well, much, much worse too. Each individual in the Clique is a worthy Hall of Famer, but the following WWE stars would rather kick them in the neck than shake their hand. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 WWE stars who hated the Clique. Join us. Number 10, Adam Bomb. Brian Clark had a lot of things needed to be a star in the wrestling business. He was big, had a great look and a cool name, and hell, he wasn't even half bad in the ring either. As Adam Bomb in WWE, Clark got over but found it hard to maintain momentum due to pushes that constantly stopped and started. He also ran afoul of the Clique, which certainly didn't help his cause any. A frequent target of their ribs, Clark let his frustrations show by lashing out at the 1-2-3 Kid, Razor Ramon, Shawn Michaels, and company. When he left WWE for WCW in the late 90s, things didn't get much better for him politically. While climbing the card as Wrath and supposedly on course for a showdown with undefeated world champion Goldberg, Clark met a big sexy brick wall when he was asked to do the job and surrender his own winning streak to Kevin Nash. The creative reasoning was that Nash needed to end one streak ahead of ending demands at Starrcade. Clark made his feelings about the Clique well known in many explosive interviews following his retirement, throwing around lots of four-letter words and making wild accusations while expressing his sentiments. Number 9, Jim Cornette. Now, you can always count on Jim Cornette to have a measured and rational response to something, especially something he dislikes. So naturally, Jim has not been shy about his dislike for the Clique over the years. As someone who takes the wrestling business about as seriously as any person who has ever lived, Cornette took exception to the Clique's backstage behavior and lack of locker room etiquette. Old school to the core, he was particularly triggered by the infamous Madison Square Garden curtain call incident, where the Clicksters got together to share a kayfabe-shattering in-ring hug on Hall and Nash's last night in the company. Irate at their exposing of the business, Corny later claimed that he would have fired Triple H on the spot for his part in it. In another interview, he also claimed that he said his piece to the game's face directly, and that after receiving that tongue lashing from the tennis racket collector, Helmsley went and apologized to the rest of the boys. But it was Shawn Michaels that Cornette was particularly upset about, citing him as one of the backstage area's worst instigators and blasting him for treating his friends, in particular Chris Candido and Vader, very poorly indeed. Number 8, Bob Holly. As a lower card guy with a naff gimmick during the New Generation era, Bob Holly was a prime target for the Clique. Old Sparky Plug was struggling enough as it was with the brutal schedule, poor payoffs and lack of any sort of push, and was tipped over the edge by the supposed meddling of the Clique. He wasn't a fan of their backstage demeanor in general, but things came to a head during one of the notoriously grueling European tours. According to Bob, he was backstage one day looking to get catering when he saw that his food card, the voucher that enabled him to get lunch at the arena, had been torn up. After inquiring around, someone tipped him off that the Heartbreak Kid was the culprit, setting off Holly's short fuse. After finding Michaels, Holly duly told him that if he ever did it again, he would kick his backside, before allegedly shutting down Nash and Hall with similar threats when they tried to intervene on their buddy's behalf. Now, the Clique have all disputed this version of events, but that doesn't stop Bob Holly's hatred of them from being any less real. He's repeatedly gone after Scott Hall for being a crybaby, while attesting to HBK's prickish attitude in the 90s, and you only need to read one page of his autobiography to see how little time he has for Triple H. Number 7, Jean-Pierre Lafitte. Former WWE Tag Team Champion Pierre Carloulet was starting a new, decidedly swashbuckling gimmick as Jean-Pierre Lafitte, following the disbanding of the Quebecers when he ran into trouble with the Clique. PCO has freely admitted that he didn't get along with the group and that they made things hard for him backstage, saying that they were cocky and basically controlled what went on since they often held most, if not all, of the WWE gold on offer. The issues between him and Shawn Michaels and Kevin Nash really escalated at a series of house show events in the Pirates' native Canada. Lafitte was asked to cover for an injured IRS against Shawn Michaels in Montreal and Quebec, and he was told that he was doing the job by road agent George the Animal Steele. After consulting with his former tag team partner Jacques Rougeau, Oulet refused and then later changed his mind and agreed to the finish, but the damage was done and HBK held the episode against him. Later in the year, Lafitte was again asked to do the honors, this time for WWE Champion Diesel in Quebec and Montreal, after being promised that he wouldn't lose in his homeland. He refused to be pinned in Montreal, but agreed to stare at the ceiling the next night in Quebec. Once more though, the damage was done and he was a marked man as far as the Clique were concerned. He opted to leave WWE just a couple of months later. Number 6, Chris Candido. Chris Candido, who wrestled in WWE as Body Donna Skip, and Tammy Sunny Sitch were high school sweethearts. They grew up together and then came up through the business together, having been through a lot in their time as a couple. At some point, Sunny began having an affair with Shawn Michaels behind Candido's back. Well, sort of behind his back anyway. Alright, actually, it was pretty much right in front of his face. The way it's told, you would think that they were upstairs humping in the bedroom while Chris read the paper and drank coffee at the kitchen table. So he knew about it, but he felt like he had to play dumb in order to avoid a burial, or worse, a firing, while the rest of the Clique and a great deal of the locker room lost respect for him for basically allowing his woman to sleep around. It ate him up inside, but he let it slide. Seeing the love of his life swanning off with one of the most powerful men in the company left Candido in a depressed state, especially since the showstopper supposedly wasn't shy about dropping hints or making jokes about it in front of him or anyone else. Candido eventually left WWE for the greener pastures of ECW, while Sitch stayed, got back together with him, and ended things with Michaels. Number 5, Bret Hart. During the Clique's reign of terror, Bret Hart was one of the WWE locker room leaders, a well-traveled and greatly respected performer that tried to stand up for what was right and do business the correct way. As a top star, the Hitman's position was never really in any threat, but that didn't stop him from having cross words with some members of the Clique. While he has spoken highly of Waltman, Nash and Hall in the past, he's had less kind things to say about Triple H, and his real-life feud with Shawn Michaels is the stuff of legend. The man who once said that the Clique were a backstage cancer was, in sunnier days, tight with Michaels, but that began to change as the 90s wore on, and both men battled to be the best. What was initially a work-shoot rivalry turned into a fully shoot one, as the constant cheap shots and petty comments from both began to get under the skin. The pair infamously had a behind-the-scenes fight after Shawn claimed live on air that Bret was having an affair with Sunny, which turned out not to be true, and the bad beef culminated in the Montreal Screwjob, where both Michaels and Helmsley had a hand in doing the dirty on Hart on his last night in the company. His stance may have softened to them over the years, but there's clearly still a little bit of residual bitterness there on Bret's part. Number 4, The Rock. While it could be argued that some of the Clique's targets, like Candido, Lafitte and Holly, never had a hope of taking their spots at the top of the card, the same can't be said of someone like The Rock. Though he had a shaky start to his WWE career, Dwayne Johnson's potential was on full display for all to see, and according to some, HBK and Triple H wanted to halt his progress. Bret Hart has spoken at length about how the DX boys would try to mess with the Great One, referring to an incident early in Rock's WWE days when Michaels chewed him out in the dressing room for doing a top rope dropkick, claiming that the move was his and his alone. The excellence of execution also claimed that the Cerebral Assassin once tried to get the finish of a match changed so that Bret would beat the People's Champion for the IC title, in Hart's opinion so that it would steer himself away from the world title picture while simultaneously handing Rocky Maivia a big loss. Years later, when the two were certifiable main eventers in their own right, there were countless stories of The Rock and the Game having a rivalry based on professional jealousy, while Dwayne purportedly refused to work a match with Michaels due to their bad blood, which stemmed all the way back to Michaels insulting The Rock's grandmother many years prior. Number 3, Shane Douglas. After having had earlier spells in WCW and WWE, Shane Douglas settled into life as one of ECW's top stars. As the franchise, he was a big fish in a small pond and a focal point of the company, but left in the middle of 1995 in order to take another shot at becoming a WWE superstar. He immediately fell afoul of the Clique after snubbing their offer to join their crew. Not only did Douglas, now the nefarious higher educator Dean Douglas, have a crap gimmick to contend with, but also people running down his abilities behind his back. The franchise was fine with Nash and Waltman, but had his problems with Michaels and Hall. For the Clique's part, they have come out in years since and said that their main issue was that they felt that Douglas was overrated and often lazy in the ring, especially on house shows, and that he exaggerated a back injury in order to get out of working. Shane was also slightly perturbed by what went down at the In Your House 4 pay-per-view. He was scheduled to face Shawn Michaels for the Intercontinental title, but Michaels ran into some Marines on a night out and was physically unable to defend the strap, or so he said. So HBK vacated it to the Dean, only for, you guessed it, Razor Ramon to come out and win the belt himself. In part due to his issues with the Clique, Douglas left WWE just a few months later. Number 2, Bam Bam Bigelow. If there's one person I'm going to try to avoid getting on the wrong side of, it's probably the massive bloke with the missing tooth and the flame tattoos on his skull. But knowing that they had strength in numbers and that the pen is mightier than the fist, the Clique weren't afraid to mess with Bam Bam. The Beast from the East had been a big star elsewhere, particularly in Japan, and though his WWE run was by no means a total washout, he retroactively blamed the Clique for using their influence to hold him back. There was one case of Bigelow getting screwed over by the Clique, albeit indirectly, as their tag title match against the Head Shrinkers at SummerSlam 1994, which they were scheduled to win, became a non-title affair after the two dudes with attitudes won the straps on a house show the night before. Kevin Nash has said in shoot interviews since that he didn't have a problem with Bam Bam, but he also didn't have any issues taking his spot as a tag champ. Bigelow was also upset at how the Clique treated some of his friends, in particular Douglas and Candido, the trio once kicking Scott Hall out of an ECW show after he showed up with Clique hanger-on just incredible. Number 1, Men on a Mission. Not content with making life difficult for just one person, the Clique targeted all 3 members of Men on a Mission in different ways. Mabel, Mo and Oscar each had their own issues with Shawn Michaels and his band of merry aggravators, with Oscar finding himself on the receiving end of plenty of ribs. As for Mo, he almost got into a scrap with the showstopper after he claimed that Michaels assaulted him backstage one night. According to Mo, after threatening to take care of him if Michaels ever did it again, he was promptly taken off of TV for 9 months, intimating that Shawn had had a word in Vince's ear about it, which led to Mo suffering depression. And then there's Mabel, the improbable 1995 King of the Ring, who had heat with Nash after clumsily injuring Big Daddy Cool in their matches together. Per the future Viscera, there were at one point plans to make him WWE Champion and have him go after Diesel at SummerSlam, but those plans abruptly changed. He believes that the Clique once again had a word with the boss and convinced McMahon to change his mind. TNA could be a rather sad place at times. Bad attendances, shameful creative, a world title scene populated by ex-WWE guys having a bit of a holiday, poor business decisions leaving them in a seemingly endlessly perilous financial situation. But for all of TNA's negatives, there was always some good stuff that made it a compelling product to watch. There were genuine stars, it looked and felt different from the competition due to stuff like the 6-sided ring and novel TV production, and the X Division was a tasty 150 miles per hour high-flying cocktail that meant you got your decent wrestling fix even if Jeff Jarrett and his flimsy guitars were clogging up the main event. One of TNA's very strongest suits was its tag team division. Whereas WWE couldn't give two bashams about their doubles scene, TNA actively invested in and promoted their tag division to the point where tag team title matches would sometimes headline major events like pay-per-views. A mixture of veteran duos, up-and-comers, and those that were thrown together on a whim, TNA's tag division at its best was a vast and eclectic mix of distinguished outfits that all contributed something different. And just to be clear before we get going, for the purposes of this video, I am talking about TNA and not Impact Wrestling. Yes, I know they're the same thing, but they're also really not, are they? And besides, TNA is more fun because of mental bollocks like this. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are the 10 best TNA tag teams. Join us! Number 10, The Wolves. Davey Richards and Eddie Edwards looked likely to sign for WWE in 2013 before a week-long tryout at the Performance Center, including a quick match against the Ascension on NXT TV, led to Paul Levesque passing on the Indie Darlings. WWE's loss was TNA's gain, as the Wolves were snapped up and subsequently debuted in January 2014 during a backstage segment with Dixie Carter. It didn't take them long to achieve success, winning their first tag team titles about 6 weeks later when they beat the Bromans, only to lose them back to the Bromans a week later in Japan before reclaiming them a short while after. All told, the Wolves held the straps 5 times and put on a dandy series of matches with the Hardys, including a brutal Full Metal Mayhem match also involving the Dudleys. An injury to Richards led to Edwards going solo and tasting singles glory, which eventually led to a heel turn and a feud between the former teammates. Their feud was good and resulted in some fine bouts, yes, but really these two were better off as a team, as they were smooth as my ass when paired together. Number 9, bad influence. If you want to create a successful tag team, just stick a bald guy with a guy with hair and watch the money roll in. It's a formula that's worked at least several times before. In all seriousness, Christopher Daniels and Kazarian knew each other very well after years on the Indies and in TNA together, and were a natural fit as a team. They were first thrust together as members of the Fortune stable in 2011 during the Fallen Angels' whole trying to stab people with a screwdriver phase. Once that stable had run its course, they partnered up to take on AJ Styles and his mates, and then set their sights on Tag Gold, beating Samoa Joe and Magnus for the straps before dropping them to the Phenomenal One and Kurt Angle. The matches were great, and really, they had to be, because this was a messy time for TNA Creative, and those involved had to put up with nonsense like the whole Claire Lynch mess. Further matches with Angle and Styles, and a series with Chavo Guerrero and Hernandez were good, and crucially, as their run continued, Bad Influence also grew as characters, becoming more entertaining in backstage segments and promos. They were one of the best teams in the business in 2012, and are still going strong as SCU in AEW today. Oh wait, bollocks. No, they're not. Number 8, The Naturals. We're going back to the early days of TNA now for a look at a tag team that have seemingly been lost to time. Along with America's Most Wanted, Triple X, and Team Canada, The Naturals were one of the staples of the company's tag scene in the early to mid-2000s. The Naturals comprised of Andy Douglas and Chase Stevens, two young, clean-cut up-and-comers who wrestled an old-school Southern tag style, which was hardly a surprise considering they formed their unit in Jerry Lawler's Memphis Wrestling. They won the NWA Tag Team titles in a 12-second match with America's Most Wanted and lost them back shortly after, but would end up holding the belts a further 2 times. While they had their act nailed between the ropes, the Naturals were perhaps missing a bit of charisma and pizzazz. Alright, that's putting it kindly, to be honest. They were about as plain as a dinner of tap water sandwiches and white rice, but TNA smartly counteracted that by giving them a series of managers. First, they were mentored by Chris Candido until his tragic passing, then Jimmy Hart, and then Shane Douglas, all 3 of which could do the talking while Douglas and Stevens did the work in the ring. As far as their in-ring highlight, the tag title 6 Sides of Steel cage match with America's Most Wanted from the July 27, 2004 weekly pay-per-view is the one to seek out. They had a great theme song too, dun 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 natural, something that's almost as important as having matching gear or a tandem finisher. Number 7, Team 3D. The Dudley Boys had a sensational run in WWE over the course of almost 6 years, but when Bubba and Devon were let go, it was clear that they had done just about everything they could and were staler than 10-day-old prawn crackers. There was a world of new possibilities in TNA, however, and when they showed up during the first Spike TV edition of Impact on October 1st, 2005, it was seen as a huge get for a company that were on the up and looking to, in some ways, compete with Vince McMahon. Renamed Brother Ray and Brother Devon as Team 3D for legal reasons, the two table breakers got themselves straight into the thick of it, starting a feud with AMW. Subsequent feuds with Team Canada, the Naturals, and old foes the James Gang showed that 2 of ECW's finest weren't there to half-arse it and intended on doing the work. Though to be fair, half of Bubba's arse is about the equivalent of most people's whole arse, so perhaps people wouldn't have noticed anyway. Team 3D proved to be mainstays, wrestling anyone and everyone over the better part of a decade with the company and usually doing more good than bad. The 2-time TNA Tag Team Champions were inducted into the TNA Hall of Fame in 2014. Number 6, Team Canada. Just like putting a bald guy with a guy with hair is a surefire recipe for success, so too is sticking 2 Canadian lads together. There are literally examples of that working, people. One of them is TNA's Team Canada, which was originally a stable made up of Jack Evans, Johnny Devine, Petey Williams, and team captain, the nefarious Teddy Hart. It quickly morphed into a new stable of Williams, Devine, and the tag team of Bobby Roode and Eric Young. Really, any combination of the Canucks worked, but it was Roode and Young as a team that brought double success to the group, while Williams killed it in the X Division. The two had excellent chemistry and worked a solid style that complemented opponents like 3 Live Crew and America's Most Wanted nicely. Roode and Young won the NWA Tag Team titles twice, and while they perhaps never had that absolute classic match that distinguished their reigns, their work was always very good and they certainly looked the part. Bobby was a total machine and stood out as a future star, while EY distinguished himself with his ability to take some wince newsworthy big bumps for the cause. The unit disbanded in 2006, and all the players went on to do bigger and better things, but their time together did much to set them up for future success. Number 5, Triple X. Alright, let's get the Vince Russo nonsense out of the way right at the start, shall we? Triple X, Christopher Daniels, Loki, and Elix Skipper started life as a team in Russo's Sports Entertainment Extreme faction. Sports Entertainment Extreme equals SEX, of course, because naughty acronyms rule. Do you reckon Vinny Roo knows that you can spell boobies out on a calculator? You know what, actually, nobody tell him just in case he decides to make a comeback. Anyway, Triple X were a rare highlight of early day TNA, instituting the Freebird rule, which meant that any combination of the three men could defend the NWA Tag Team titles. And really, any combination of those lads is good stuff, and they had smashing bouts with America's Most Wanted and the makeshift team of Jerry Lynn and Amazing Red. The best version of Triple X, however, was Daniels and Skipper. It was those two that had one of TNA's best ever matches, the Six Sides of Steel NWA Tag Title Cage match at the 2004 Turning Point pay-per-view. A bloody masterpiece, quite literally. The match is legendary thanks to Skipper's insane cage walk Hurricane Rana, the sort of move that really shouldn't even be possible. Triple X were around until 2007 and won the tag straps 3 times in total. Number 4, America's Most Wanted. Rivals on the indie scene before TNA, Wildcat Chris Harris and Cowboy James Storm won a contract after wrestling each other on a tryout show. Despite being thrown together as a team, they made it work and demonstrated instant chemistry while tagging. It didn't take them long to grab some gold either, winning the vacant NWA tag titles in a gauntlet-style match after just a few months of teaming up. It was the first of 6 reigns that would see many epic matches with teams such as Triple X, The Naturals, AJ Styles and Christopher Daniels, Team 3D, and LAX. ANW looked, worked, and felt like a proper tag team and had their shtick down pat. The addition of Gail Kim as their manager in 2005 made them stand out a little more still, but after a few years together, their split was due. When they did finally call it a day as a team and began a feud against one another, the work was still awesome, and their matches, particularly a gory Texas death match at 2007 Sacrifice, more than delivered. Storm went on to form another, even better team after, which we'll get to in just a moment, while Harris went knocking on WWE's door and gave us the gift of Braden Walker. Number 3, LAX. There have been a few versions of LAX in TNA, but we are going with the original, which was Homicide and Hernandez. Well, I say original, but that's actually wrong, as the original Latin American exchange was Homicide with Apollo. Don't worry, I don't blame you for not remembering or caring. And then the next incarnation was the notorious 187 with a lad named Machete. Again, I don't blame you for not remembering or caring. But what you should care about is the Homicide and Hernandez version of LAX, because they were an awesome force, a little and large tag team that took care of business in the ring while their mouthpiece Conan stirred the pot on the microphone. Hector Guerrero and Shelly Salinas Martinez added further pizzazz to the group and made them one of the hottest acts in the company at the time. The crux of LAX's beef was that they felt, as minorities, that they had been discriminated against and used violence as a way to make up for previous slights. Violence could be anything from hanging AJ Styles up like a piñata to nailing a brutal border toss or cop killer, 2 of the nastiest finishers in the business. LAX's best series of matches were against Styles and Christopher Daniels, with whom they feuded over the NWA Tag Team titles and had great standard matches as well as Cage and Ultimate X clashes. The team fizzled out after a while, but when they were at their peak, they were one of the best in the business and one of TNA's best ever. Number 2, Beer Money Inc. James Storm had established himself as a top-tier tag teamer with America's Most Wanted. Bobby Roode had shown himself to be a hell of a hand as a member of Team Canada. When those associations ended and neither man had much going on, TNA put them together and voila! Beer Money was born. Storm liked a nice cold pint, while Roode liked the green stuff, and they became best mates, brought together by their goals of getting pissed up and rich. The act worked because both men could put on a killer tag match in their sleep, and they were committed to being a great team. Plus, the gimmick allowed them to show new aspects of their personalities in skits and promos, both men displaying charisma and comedic instincts previously unseen. They could work as babyfaces or heels and gelled well with a variety of opponents and had some of TNA's best matches against Motor City Machine Guns. Their Best of 5 series was a true highlight and helped make the promotion worth watching during, shall we say, wonky times. The many-time tag team champions did invariably split up and feuded over the TNA World title. For two once directionless single wrestlers who were teamed up just to give them something to do, Storm and Rude really ran with it and made the best of their situation, going from floundering spare parts to genuine main eventers. Number 1, the Motor City Machine Guns. The Motor City Machine Guns were not actually a TNA creation, with Alex Shelley and Chris Sabin having teamed up in Japan and on the US indie scene in the years before they debuted in TNA in April of 2007. And that helped them in Orlando because they already had their chemistry down by the time they tagged on the national stage. Another thing that helped them was the addition of Kevin Nash as their manager in the hilarious Paparazzi Productions, a period that was sadly too brief. The Detroit natives didn't let the departure of Nash slow them down as they entered a feud with Team 3D and then fought seemingly every one of TNA's ragbag tag teams, usually putting on excellent matches despite the randomness and varying quality of the opposition. Their best matches were against a couple of young bucks called Generation Me and the Best of 5 series with Beer Money, which really made the tag titles mean something. The Guns were so good because despite being smaller and working a faster paced style, they were incredibly versatile and had no issues wrestling different styles, playing babyface or heel or even tweener, and showed charisma and personality outside of their matches too. Innovators of unique and unseen offense, Shelley and Sabin were partly responsible for the evolution of the style of tag team wrestling we see commonly today. They say the grass is always greener on the other side. I don't know who they are exactly, but they've clearly never visited my street because my garden is a dandelion-infested mess, while Mr. Dingle's across the road looks like the Chelsea Flower Show all year round. The same is also not necessarily true when it comes to former WWE stars joining TNA or Impact Wrestling. At one time, TNA was a de facto destination for such cast-offs, who were drawn to the lighter schedule and healthy pay. And some talents made the best of it, either reliving their glory years or showing WWE just what they were missing. Others, on the other hand, probably went to TNA expecting instant glory based on their established superstar status, but found themselves either poorly used, lost in the shuffle, or otherwise embarrassing themselves and actively harming their legacy. Whenever TNA signed someone with the former WWE superstar tag attached to them, they no doubt wanted great things from them and expected their arrivals to aid them in the fight against the world's biggest sports entertainment juggernaut, but were often left disappointed, angry, or simply bewildered by what they actually got. I'm Alan Panini from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 WWE stars who flopped in TNA. Join us. Number 10, Test. It's a bit unfair to speculate about these sorts of things, but do you think that Test's WWE career might have gone a little differently if Triple H hadn't outsmarted him, stolen his woman away, and repeatedly and decisively beat him in televised matches? It's a possibility, you know, because the big man was getting over before his lanky legs were cut off in late '99. He still had a good career after that main event dalliance, of course, forming a decent unit with Albert and Trish Stratus, becoming an Un-American, and then messing about with Stacy Keibler and Scott Steiner. He was released in late 2004, but returned in 2006 for the relaunched ECW, looking bigger and meaner. A lot bigger. I mean, sorry, but the bloke was like a walking neon sign for peds, and it was no surprise when shortly after he failed a wellness policy test and was subsequently released. It was even less surprising when he showed up in TNA a few months later as the Punisher Andrew Martin. More surprising was the brevity of his run, which included a couple of Impact appearances and a spot in the Doomsday Chamber of Blood cage match at the Hard Justice pay-per-view. The group decided to let him go after that as they were well aware of his substance abuse issues, and it turned out to be his last notable contribution to the business before his tragic 2009 passing. Number 9, Val Venis. Val Venis managed to have himself quite the long WWE career before finally being given the boot in 2009. Luckily, TNA were going through a phase of signing every reject they could, even if they had been a glorified enhancement talent for years and were about a decade removed from their Attitude Era prime. That was good news for Val, who showed up in TNA in January 2010, wrestling under his real name Sean Morley. He still had the towel and somewhat sexy theme music, but really he was just a half-decent bald bloke in trouble. trunks. He debuted on the big January 4th live episode of Impact, which was the first one to go head-to-head with WWE Raw, bad idea, appearing in a backstage segment with the beautiful people. From there, he explained that he was now an adult film producer rather than a star, and feuded with Christopher Daniels, beating the Fallen Angel at the Genesis pay-per-view. He also turned heel and beat Jeff Jarrett in a Falls Count Anywhere bout on Impact, but then quit the company a day later, citing a desire to work in Mexico. And you know what? I don't think anyone outside of maybe Eric Bischoff and Hulk Hogan actually cared. Number 8, Orlando Jordan. Another head-scratching acquisition during the Hogan-Bischoff era was Orlando Jordan. Jordan's biggest claim to fame was being JBL's running buddy during his WWE title run, and then for being what is widely regarded as one of the worst US champions ever. Once he dropped the belt, he fell down the card before being released and fading into obscurity for a few years before TNA came calling. Another January 4th, 2010 Impact debutante, Jordan began a feud with fellow former WWE dud Elijah Burke. TNA pushed Orlando strongly, putting him over De Niro and Samoa Joe before he went away for a month and resurfaced with an altogether new-looking gimmick, starting a bisexual angle and even getting his own interview segment, The Ozone. You couldn't really help but take notice of Jordan since he would appear in increasingly, unique outfits and do things like squirt lotion all over his chest before matches. Orlando, mate, I'm not sure if you were aware of this, but that lotion splashing all over your pecs really looked like spunk. The gimmick was controversial and certainly got people talking, but the truth is OJ hadn't improved at all in the ring, and when he was released in July 2011, the whole thing felt like some sort of bizarre fever dream. Number 7, the Nasty Boys. Alright, the last couple of entries have looked at people who were signed at the behest of Eric Bischoff and Hulk Hogan when they took over during their ill-fated spell in charge. And if you're talking about Hogan's mates getting a gig due to pure nepotism, you cannot not talk about the Nasty Boys. Jerry Sags and Brian Knobbs were also signed in early 2010, showing up on the, you guessed it, January 4th Impact to start a feud with Team 3D. The Nasty Boys were a major team in WWE and WCW in the 80s and 90s, but by the time they waddled into the Impact Zone, they looked completely past it. In their 40s, scarily out of shape and with an out-of-date gimmick, they were a sight for sore eyes and most fans didn't want them there. Yet TNA persisted and actually put them over Brother Ray and Devon in their pay-per-view bout thanks to interference from another Hogan hanger-on, Jimmy Hart, who debuted as the Nasty's manager. Who knows how far Knobbs and Sags would have went if they hadn't been fired 3 months and 4 matches in after Knobbs caused a scene with his boorish behavior at a function where Spike TV executives were present. Number 6, Booker T. The signing of former WWE World Heavyweight Champion Booker T not too long after his WWE release should have been a major boost to TNA at a time when they were really starting to make some noise. An experienced veteran who had genuine star power and was still in great shape, Booker was viewed as a hell of a get for the company, a headliner who could help the likes of AJ Styles, Samoa Joe, and Bobby Roode get to another level. Things started well enough with the rapturous response he received when he was revealed as Sting's mystery tag team partner at the 2007 Genesis pay-per-view. His matches with the likes of Styles, Roode, and Christian were fine, and he fit the bill as a member of the star-studded main event Mafia stable, but you couldn't help but feel that Booker was sleepwalking through it most of the time and might have just been there because of the premium pay and easy schedule. And that's because he was, as he's admitted such numerous times since, referring to his TNA run as a vacation. The former 5-time WCW champion just didn't have his heart in it, wanting to focus more on getting into acting, and the overall impression of his 2-year stint is that it was a wasted opportunity that resulted in only mediocrity. And I simply cannot dig that, sucker. Number 5, the Bashams. Of all of the duos to hold the WWE Tag Team Championships, the Basham brothers were certainly one of them. And you cannot take that away from them. Debuting on WWE television as Shaniqua's S&M love slaves, Doug and Danny then ditched the leather and chains and joined up with JBL and Orlando Jordan in the WWE Champions Cabinet. That brought them another tag team title reign, but once the group had run its course, the Bashams drifted and were ultimately released. Naturally, they got the call from TNA, who brought them in as Basham, aka Doug, and the DiMaggio, aka Danny, to feud with the Voodoo Kin Mafia. In the storyline, the Bashams were drafted by Christy Hemme to take on BG and Kip James, who had been targeting her with some frankly appalling harassment. Bear in mind that Hemme had previously brought in the former Heartthrobs for the task, so the Bashams were actually an upgrade. But But they brought nothing to the table and only wrestled a handful of nondescript matches on Impact and a couple on pay-per-view before they were shown the door. In WWE, with a gimmick or a kinky manager or as part of a stable, they worked. But in TNA, they were about as exciting as a Sunday afternoon listening to Classic FM while sorting out your sock drawer and filing your tax returns. Boring, bald bastards. Number 4, Trevor Murdoch. Trevor Murdoch was probably born 40 years too late, because I reckon he would have been a big star in the territories of the 70s and 80s. Not that he did too badly in WWE or anything. Along with his partner Lance Cade, Murdoch won the World Tag Team titles 3 times between 2005 and his 2008 release. They were quite the handy unit and had great feuds and matches with the likes of the Hardys and Paul London and Brian Kendrick, but it was always clear that WWE saw Cade as the potential single star and that Trevor was doomed once he went solo. Could he achieve singles glory in TNA though? He showed up in Orlando almost a year after receiving his WWE pink slip as the outlaw Jethro Holliday, a great name for a baddie in a Western B-movie, but not exactly a moniker that screamed world champion. His highest profile bout was a loss to Abyss at the 2009 Hard Justice pay-per-view, but he spent most of his time being jobbed out and wrestling for the Explosion web show. Trev never actually signed a contract with the group and was being used sporadically on a per-event basis. TNA stopped using him in November of 2009. Mere weeks later, an Orlando-based chewing tobacco company went bust. Coincidence? Number 3, Dustin Runnels. You've got to hand it to Dustin Runnels. The man is game for anything. I mean, he once volunteered to get breast implants for tits' sake and has had to endure some absolute dross over the years, but he's still going strong today. A big star in WWE as Goldust, his fortunes fell somewhat when he showed up in TNA. His first run there as the Lone Star Dustin Rhodes was inoffensive if not inspiring, but his second spell a few years later was an absolute disaster. Runnels did a split personality gimmick where he was himself and also Black Rain, an alter ego that looked like some sort of rubbish indie wrestler in a wig doing a knockoff Goldust gimmick. It was sad to see, since Dustin was clearly not in a good place, looking slow and far from in the best physical condition. The creative was crap as well, because the split personality aspect was totally unbelievable, and he carried around a knife cane thingy and had a giant pet rat called Misty. His addiction issues really hampered his performances in the ring, and his feuds and matches with Shark Boy, Chris Harris and Abyss were some of the worst of Dustin's career. He has since stated that this era was the lowest period of his life, and he refuses to talk about Black Rain, a mere mention of it on social media resulting in an instant block. Number 2, Rikishi. Who doesn't love Rikishi? He's a big thong-wearing Samoan man who wiggles his bum in people's faces and does a little dance afterwards. What's not to love about that? TNA was certainly interested in his services, which were bum wiggling in the face and funny dancing, remember, when he was released by WWE in 2004. At the time, however, Keisha's wage demands were way too high and TNA had to wait a few years until they could come to terms on money. Junior Fatu debuted in TNA in September 2007, and his first couple of matches, one against Christian and a 6-man tag, were decent, but it was all downhill from there. His interviews were a train wreck, as he clearly felt the company was beneath him. The one where he called Robert Roode Rick Rude and did some bizarre impression of The Rock is actually one of the worst promos you will ever see on a major televised wrestling show. He was also a participant in the illogical cluster bastard that was the Reverse Battle Royal and was gone after his match with Robert, gee that is difficult, Rude, leaving the company a little over a month after arriving. According to reports, Fatu packed his bags when they couldn't come to terms on a pay rise. Yes, he actually wanted a pay rise after his oh-so-sterling performances. Number 1, Scott Hall. Though Scott Hall's substance abuse issues began negatively affecting his behavior and performances in the late 90s, he was still considered a star whenever he showed up in TNA. The bad guy was actually on TNA's first ever show and hung around in the NWA title scene for a brief period before leaving. He showed up again with buddy Kevin Nash in late 2004, but only wrestled a handful of matches in an Elvis-style jumpsuit for some reason, before leaving once again in early 2005. His third and final return to TNA rings, now 4-sided thanks to Hogan, came on Alright, go on. Have a guess. When do you think he returned? That's right, the January 4th, 2010 episode of Impact. Way! Hall was one of the many stars of yesteryear who showed up to see if nostalgia could damage WWE Raw in the ratings. Reforming his alliance with Kevin Nash and Sean Waltman as The Band, it was clear that the creative well had run dry and that the 51-year-old former Razor Ramon was nowhere near the wrestler he once was. The matches and segments he was involved in were generally rotten, and he was fired while reigning as a tag team champion due to poor health and an outside-the-ring incident that saw him arrested. We can only thank wrestling angel Diamond Dallas Page that it didn't go any further than that. Despite leaving this mortal coil over 15 years ago, the memory of Eddie Guerrero continues to inspire, particularly with the newer generation of WWE stars. Everyone from Sasha Banks and CM Punk to Ricochet and Dominic Mysterio have publicly paid tribute to the late Latino Heat in matches, whether wearing familiar ring gear, hitting his signature moves, or sometimes pulling a trick out of his lie, cheat and steal playbook. Eddie always had the talent and the ability to be a major star, but it wasn't until he began emphasizing the lying, cheating and stealing that he was able to truly reach his superstar potential. Flipping conventional wisdom on its head, Eddie became one of the biggest and most popular stars in the industry by doing all of the things that those bastard baddies usually did. But Eddie did it with a smile and a wink and a nod, and as he was quick to point out, he may lie, cheat and steal to get ahead, but hey, at least he was honest about it. And he was inventive with it too. Not content to just lump an opponent on the bonce with a lead pipe or kick them square in the lowriders, Eddie would constantly come up with unique ways to put his trademark catchphrase in action. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are the 10 best ways Eddie Guerrero cheated to win. Join us. Number 10, the Cat O' Tails. One of the great things about Eddie was that he was able to incorporate his opponent's gimmicks or character into his act, including in his cheating. Kurt Angle has gold medals, does he? Let's use them. Carlito spits an apple, huh? We could do something with that. And while he couldn't exactly go full-on Pulp Fiction and tie BDSM enthusiasts the Basham brothers to chairs, he could use their fetishist apparel to his advantage. Doug and Danny were frequent opponents of Eddie's and often found themselves on the receiving end of his hijinks. The best and most creative of these instances, however, came when Eddie beat the Gimps in a handicap match on a November 2003 episode of SmackDown. After the Basham's manager, Shaniqua, tried to interfere, Danny switched with Doug, but the crowd informed Eddie, who then stole Shaniqua's Cat O' Tails, whipped his opponent, and belted distracted referee Nick Patrick in the backside before passing it over to a recovering Danny. Oh, a kinky. While the ref was giving the Bashams the look, Eddie rolled him up, and Ever the Cheat even tried to put his feet on the ropes too. It was a cute bit, completely made by Latino Heat's timing and facial expressions. Number 9, the pickpocket. Being undersized by WWE standards, Eddie's ingenuity when it came to cheating to win served him well whenever he came up against one of the company's many giants. It also helped when his opponent was, shall we say, a little bit of a useless charisma void. Eddie, of course, was positively bursting with passion and personality, but he wasn't always matched up against similar opponents, and so the cheating made at least the finishes of matches against the likes of the Bashams and Luther Reigns and Mark Jindrak memorable. Eddie found himself battling Luther in the opener of 2004's No Mercy pay-per-view. It was a slide down the card for the man who had main evented order-only events earlier in the year, but Guerrero was still determined to put on a show and entertain. At the close of a match dominated by Reigns, Eddie was outside of the ring and, sensing an opportunity, picked the pocket of an unsuspecting ringside security guard, nicking his baton. He brought a chair back into the ring as a decoy, and it promptly met a protesting Jindrak skull, then, after missing a frog splash, used the baton to put Luther down before hitting the move successfully for the win. Number 8, Hammer Time. Another entry, another instance of our man stuffing an inanimate object into his boots. In the autumn of 2003, Eddie was moving up the card as the ultra-popular US champion. He had originally been a devious heel, but fans were reluctant to boo him and turned him babyface again soon enough. On the October 16th edition of SmackDown, he put his US title on the line against Rhino, himself trying to move up the card after a recent return from major neck surgery. The contest was a customarily good one, the type of competitive back and forth bout that typified the blue brand in this era. And the finish had more classic Latino heat cheating, although Rhino played a part in his own downfall on this occasion. Early in the match, the Man Beast had brought the title belt into the ring and went to hit Eddie with it, only for referee Nick Patrick to intervene and move the title to the corner of the ring under the bottom turnbuckle. Later in the match, Eddie was knocked over the top rope to the outside and began unlacing his boot, placing the timekeeper's ring bell hammer in there and going back inside. The champ then tossed it to Rhino, which the referee saw and, using the distraction, grabbed the title belt from earlier and decked him with it for the win. Number 7. A missed opportunity. The man that Eddie had tried to turn heel on in 03 was Tajiri, Guerrero's makeshift tag team champion partner, drafted in when nephew Chavo went down with an injury. The pair picked up where Los Guerreros left off and had a number of outstanding matches, but all good things must come to an end. When the Japanese buzzsaw accidentally collided with Eddie's lowrider, Latino Heat responded by smashing him through the windshield. Seems like a bit of an overreaction to a car being slightly damaged, but then again, I'm a bit more of a Harley-Davidson man myself. Anyway, Tajiri finally got a shot at Eddie and his US title on the July 31st episode of SmackDown, taking the champion to the limit in an absolute banger. Naturally, Guerrero wasn't about to try and win the bout in an honorable fashion, and it wasn't long before he backheeled his opponent in the Tarantulas. Tajiri attempted to hit the green mist in retaliation, but Eddie ducked and it blinded the referee instead. That provided Eddie with the perfect opening to grab his title belt and hit the frog splash to retain. Not before, however, borrowing commentator Taz's bottle of water to help wash out the ref's eyes, of course. He may lie, cheat and steal, but he takes emergency first aid very seriously. Number 6, if at first you don't succeed, cheat and cheat again. Eddie Guerrero had lied, cheated and stolen his way to the finals of the United States title tournament in the summer of 2003. En route to a match with Chris Benoit at Vengeance, Guerrero had gotten one over on Ultimo Dragon and Billy Gunn, while the rabid Wolverine saw off Matt Hardy and Rhino. The two longtime friends and rivals were the perfect pairing for the final of a tournament to crown a new champion after the once prestigious US title had been vacated for a couple of years. And while, yes, there was the usual blend of hard strikes, submissions, suplexes and high flying that you would expect of Benoit and Guerrero, there was also a new element added as Eddie was well into his run as the crafty liar, cheater and stealer. And Eddie was truly committed to the bit, trying again and again during the final stretch of the match to put the crippler away by any means necessary. First he hit Benoit with the championship belt, but that didn't get the job done. So then he hit referee Mike Chioda in the back with it and tried to frame his opponent, but he apparently hit the official too hard and so that didn't work. Moments later, poor Chioda got blasted again, this time when Eddie pulled him in the way of a diving headbutt. Then Rhino ran in and hit Benoit with a gore as Eddie braced himself for impact before giving a coy shrug of the shoulders and nailing a picture-perfect frog splash to bag the gold. Number 5, the smoking belt. By the fall of 2003, it was quite clear to anyone with eyes and ears that WWE had some big plans for Eddie Guerrero. Having climbed up the card throughout the course of the year, Guerrero found himself in possession of both the United States and tag team titles held once again with Chavo. One of, if not the most popular superstar on the blue brand, Eddie was all over the show and was usually doing a bit of lying, a bit of cheating, and a bit of stealing. On the October 2nd edition of SmackDown, Guerrero kicked off the show with a US title defense against Matt Hardy, then in his Mattitude version 1 phase. It was a cracker of a contest, but with Eddie involved and Chavo and Matt's little MFer, that's Mattitude follower, at ringside, the question was not if there would be shenanigans, but when. Shannon tried to interfere and strike Eddie with the belt, but got a dropkick for his troubles. With the referee distracted, Eddie picked up the belt and looked to hit Matt with it, but threw it at him instead. Matt caught it as Eddie feigned as though he had been struck. Then, when the ref removed the foreign object from the situation, Chavo ran in and belted, see what I did there, Hardy with his own title. A wry smile and a frog splash later, and Eddie walked out as the reigning champ. Number 4, the Phantom ring bell. When Chavo got injured in the spring of '03, WWE made the best of a bad situation by pairing Eddie with the underutilized yet ultra-talented Tajiri. The team won the WWE Tag Team titles in their first match as a duo, downing Team Angle in a swashbuckling ladder match at Judgment Day. Don't get your hopes up too high if you're going back and checking the match out, however. There were no actual pirates or anything involved. I've just been itching to use the word swashbuckling in a video for a while now. Anyway, Charlie and Shelty were eager to regain the straps and got their rematch a couple of weeks later on SmackDown. It was another doozy, but without ladders at his disposal, Eddie had to think of another way to win the match. So he chose the ring bell instead, though he didn't use it in the way you would automatically suspect. Rather, at the end of the match, Charlie had Tajiri in the Heart of Pain submission hold when the bell suddenly rang. Only the referee hadn't called for it, and in the confusion, Eddie was able to bring the title belt into the ring and get Charlie Boy framed, winning the match for his team via DQ. Replays showed that it was actually Eddie, the cheeky little scamp, who had rung the ring bell and triggered the misunderstanding. Number 3, cheating the beast. Eddie's lying, cheating and stealing antics had made him so popular that, come 2004, WWE were willing to position him as the challenger for Brock Lesnar and the WWE title. This was far from ordinary at the time, as Eddie, popular, skilled and charismatic though he was still several inches shorter and about 50 pounds lighter than what WWE usually look for in their figureheads. Eddie also had to get a little bit more serious and dial down the comedy as he headed for a showdown with the next big thing. But that didn't mean he wasn't still going to try and cheat his way to victory, of course. Their match, the main event of the No Way Out pay-per-view, was a classic. The prototypical David vs. Goliath bout, where the persistent Latino heat just wouldn't quit against his much larger foe. While David had a slingshot, Eddie had the WWE title belt, which he was able to use as he countered an F5 and dropped Brock's big slab of a head onto the gold with a mid-air DDT. Okay, he also had an assist from Goldberg, who ran into Nail Lesnar with a spear, but the Beast kicked out of that, and in the end, it was up to Eddie to get the job done and win his first and only world title. Number 2, cheating until the end. In the final year of his career, Eddie flip-flopped between beloved babyface to hated heel and back again. Feuds with the likes of Rey Mysterio and Batista had been some of the best work of his career, but as a bad guy, the lovable lying, cheating and stealing escapades had all but disappeared, replaced by a ruthlessness and intensity until now unseen. And he was doing mad stuff like claiming to be the father of his enemy's children, but let's move swiftly on. Towards the end of his career, Eddie Guerrero was back doing what he does best, teaching a new generation of WWE stars how to get the desired results by nefarious means. On the November 11th, 2005 episode of SmackDown, Eddie was up against Ken Kennedy in what would sadly turn out to be his last ever match. But what a match and moment to leave his legion of fans with, giving a vintage performance once the referee had been conveniently bumped to the ground. Again, it's not really what he did, but how. That mischievous little look at the hard cam before grabbing the chair and setting Kennedy up for the DQ, that little wave goodbye as he had his hand raised in victory. It was classic stuff and showed that Eddie Guerrero was an entertainer right until the end. Number 1, the Magic Boot. As WWE Champion, Eddie went from battling Brock Lesnar to fighting off Kurt Angle, which is sort of like saying, well, Everest was a laugh, let's give Kilimanjaro a go, shall we? It was a real test for Latino heat, especially considering it was his first major defense of the title, and it was taking place in Madison Square Garden at the 20th WrestleMania. Eddie and Angle had wrestled before that night, and they had wrestled afterwards, but this remains their finest work, thanks in large part to one of the most memorable finishes ever. The match was a great piece of the proverbial human chess, each man entering with a strategy and trying to out-wrestle the other. Angle had the intensity, while Guerrero had the experience and the craftiness. As the match wore on, Kurt got more and more frustrated and aggressive, leaving himself open. After getting his ankle worked on, Eddie began to unlace his boot, supposedly to relieve the pressure and perhaps ease the swelling. Then, like a shark smelling blood in the water, the Olympic gold medalist went in for the kill, only to be undone by, well, the boot coming undone. Irate, he charged into a small package and Eddie retained the title, having saved his most inventive cheating for the grandest stage. When When a wrestler leaves WWE, there are usually many different ways for them to continue to earn a living in the wrestling industry, whether it's signing for another company, doing the convention and autograph signing thing, starting a podcast, or, well, lots of things. Some former WWE stars, on the other hand, decide that the business simply isn't for them and just about disappear from it altogether. Just why do some choose to hang up their boots, and what becomes of them once they leave the spotlight? I'm Adam Pachisi from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 WWE stars who completely disappeared from the business. Join us. Number 10, Nathan Jones. Nathan Jones had so much going for him. He had the size, the look, a killer gimmick based on his real-life checkered past, and it's really no surprise that WWE gave him a big opportunity, despite the fact that he wasn't exactly Dean Malenko when it came to the actual wrestling bit itself. The Colossus of Boggo Road was initially brought in as the protege of The Undertaker, but he was taken out of a planned WrestleMania 19 tag match and sent to developmental for more training. He emerged months later as a member of SmackDown general manager Paul Heyman's Monster Squad and looked initially impressive. During a tour of Australasia, however, Jones snapped and quit the company. According to reports, he found backstage politics, constant ribbing, and merciless mind games too much to bear. Also bothered by the constant stress of traveling and worn down by physical wear and tear, Jones packed his bags and pretty much vanished from the industry. He worked one brief tour of Australia a couple of years later, but has focused on his acting career since. Number 9, Paul Burchill. An English heavyweight who moved like a cruiserweight, Paul Burchill was signed by WWE in the mid-2000s, long before the company started freely snapping up any Brit with a glimmer of potential and opened up NXT UK. Burchill, who had made his name in the UK's Frontier Wrestling Alliance promotion, initially debuted as a partner of William Regal, then morphed into a Jack Sparrow-inspired pirate before being repackaged again and paired up with on-screen sister Katie Lee. He managed to avoid a proposed sibling romance angle, but sadly he couldn't avoid injuries, stop-start pushes, or erratic brand switches. The highlight of his latter-day WWE run was his feud with the Hurricane, which culminated in a rare mask versus career match. Go figure that, just a few months after losing that match, he would be fired for real. Despite only having just turned 30 at the time, and still with heaps of talent that he never really got to show on the biggest stage, Burchill practically retired after his WWE career ended. He opted instead to go back to school, get married, have kids, and become a fireman, and has only wrestled a handful of indies since his release. Number 8, The Cat. Stacey Carter got into the business due to her relationship with then-boyfriend and future husband, Jerry He Likes 'Em Young Lawler. About a year after first surfacing in the King's Memphis territory, Carter debuted on Monday Night Raw as Miss Kitty. Before long, she was winning the women's title and also wrestling in pudding matches. She was a regular on WWE programming for much of the year 2000 and engaged in a long rivalry with Terry Runnels before getting into it with the devious right to censor who wanted to prevent her from getting them out and polluting our horny little minds. While that storyline was still ongoing, the Cat was fired for reasons that were never really made abundantly clear, and Lawler quit the company in protest. They did the indie thing together for a few months before their marriage fell apart and Carter filed for divorce. After their split, the Cat retired from wrestling and was MIA for several years until it was eventually discovered that she was working in real estate. Carter briefly returned to wrestling in 2010 after marrying the man formerly known as Kazani, though once again went back into the wilderness following their divorce. Number 7, Rico. Rico got into the wrestling game late, but made up for lost time by packing quite a lot into his eventful stint. Prior to getting into the Graps game, Rico led an eclectic life and was at various times a police officer, bail bondsman, Batman at the Six Flags amusement park, and an American Gladiator, amongst other things. After learning the ropes down in OVW, Rico emerged on WWE television as the stylist cum manager of Billy and Chuck, before reinventing himself as something like the modern-day Adrian Street. He got over, winning the tag titles on 2 occasions and gaining a firm following with fans. Despite this success though, his advancing age and mounting injuries convinced WWE to cut bait in late 2004. After being released, Rico did one tour for All Japan, but was far from happy with his experience experience in the land of the rising sun and decided to call it a career. He went back to law enforcement work and neglected to do the indie convention and shoot interview thing that so many of his ilk do, but did come out of retirement in 2012 for a match in his native Las Vegas. Number 6, Shaniqua. A basketball standout at university level, Linda Miles tried out for the second season of WWE Tough Enough in 2002. She, along with Jackie Gator, were declared co-winners and started on TV soon after. Too soon, as it turned out, since both women were pulled from our screens after a matter of weeks and sent to OVW for further training. She re-emerged a year later as Shaniqua, the leather-clad S&M-obsessed manager of the Basham brothers. Very athletic, as well as possessing a unique look, and with time on her side, Shaniqua stood out as one to watch as she dominated SmackDown's Divas and led the Bald Boys to Tag Team Championship glory. Though she was doing well in front of the camera, things were rather different behind the curtain. According to reports, Miles had a tough time dealing with the grind of the road and was called out for her supposed attitude issues before being sent back to Ohio Valley Wrestling in early 2004. The reports of her time there were much the same, and she was released that November. Outside of one random match in Mexico in 2005, she never wrestled again and currently works as a college basketball referee. Number 5, Steve Blackman. An unsung hero of the Attitude Era, Steve Blackman came back from near death after contracting malaria to get signed by WWE and ultimately became the MVP of the company's hardcore division. The Lethal Weapon found his niche competing in those plunder-filled matches and had memorable bouts with the likes of Shane McMahon and Ken Shamrock, while also amusing an odd-coupled tag teams with Al Snow and Grandmaster Sexay. Wrestling such a punishing style and defending the title 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, took its toll on Blackman, however, and he began to suffer from nagging injuries. He took time away in order to heal and did some work in WWE's developmental system, but the damage was too much, and after sitting out the best part of a year of his contract, he and WWE parted ways in October 2002. Since then, he's gone back to being a bail bondsman and opened up an MMA academy. He did pop up in a battle royal for the 15th anniversary of Raw and showed his face on the JBL and Cole YouTube show, but has otherwise stayed away from the business. Number 4, Palmer Cannon. Brian Mayo was an indie worker who, while wrestling as Brian Black in the small halls and armories, caught the attention of WWE and was signed to a developmental deal in 2005. Adept at working as both a wrestler and in an authority figure role, Brian was brought to television as Palmer Cannon, the meddling network representative who was on hand to make SmackDown general manager Teddy Long's life a misery. A veiled shot at UPN, Palmer was responsible for the introduction of the Dicks, the Boogeyman, and the ill-fated Juniors division. WWE were building to a match between Cannon and The Miz, which would have served as Miz's in-ring debut, but Brian abruptly quit the company before it could happen. During the first day of a planned 8-day tour of Europe, he packed his bags in the middle of the night and flew himself home after allegedly being on the receiving end of some serious harassment courtesy of locker room menaces like JBL and Chris Benoit. Though Mayo wrestled a few indie shows after his WWE exit, he mainly focused on MMA and now works in marketing. Number 3, Marcus Corvon. Could somebody, anybody, please tell me how this man wasn't a major star? An NFL standout who played in a Super Bowl, Monty Brown decided to try his hand at wrestling once his football days were done due to injury. He gained experience on the indies and had a brief spell in very early day TNA. Though that didn't immediately lead to a sustained run, Brown came back over a year later as the alpha male and quickly climbed the ladder. Possessing an incredible physique, tons of charisma, and one of the best finishes in the business, Monty got over big time, but hit a ceiling and could never quite penetrate the NWA title scene. He left TNA in mid-2006 and was snapped up by WWE, debuting on the revamped ECW brand as Marcus Corvon, where he quickly aligned himself with the so-called new breed of ECW stars. 6 months after debuting, Corvon asked for time off in order to address a family issue and never returned to either WWE or the wrestling business. He now works as a personal trainer and last showed up in a video shared by AEW star Lance Archer. Number 2, Nydia. Co-winner of the first Tough Enough alongside Maven, Nydia did the requisite time in OVW before being called up to SmackDown and paired with Jamie Noble. The redneck couple were a riot on the blue brand, and Nydia demonstrated ample charisma and comedic timing in interviews, angles, and skits. She continued to work on her in-ring skills behind the scenes and worked the occasional match, usually mixed tags, before her and the redneck Messiah were split up and she was traded to Raw. In her new surroundings and without a real defined gimmick or much of a storyline to work with, Nydia floundered. It was no surprise when she was among those released during a round of cuts in November of 2004. Nydia has since stated that she was relieved when she got the call and that she hadn't been enjoying her WWE life for some time. She didn't immediately leave the business mind, doing a couple of indies as well as matches in Italy, Puerto Rico, and Mexico before quitting it for good. Number 1, Muhammad Hassan. A career as brief as it was infamous, if things had went different for Muhammad Hassan, he could have been a genuine long-term main eventer and even WWE champion. But that didn't happen, and Hassan didn't get to reach those heights due to circumstances mostly out of his control. Debuting on Raw in the back end of 2004, Hassan and his manager Daivari instantly drew an impassioned response with their button-pushing gimmick. Though he played an oppressed Middle Eastern minority, the man behind Muhammad Hassan, Mark Capani, was actually Italian-American. Hassan and Daivari had a whirlwind 7 or so months on the main roster, working with the likes of Hulk Hogan, Shawn Michaels, Steve Austin, Batista, Chris Jericho, and The Undertaker, while Capani ruffled feathers in the locker room with his naive behavior. His character was forcefully taken off of SmackDown television when a controversial angle aired on July 7th, 2005, the same day as a series of terrorist bombings in London. Hassan was then officially killed off at the Great American Bash pay-per-view. Quitting the business cold turkey, Capani went back to education and is now a high school principal. That said, he did wrestle a one-off indie match in 2018, so maybe he's not done yet. History is written by the victors might as well be tattooed across Vince McMahon's infamous buttocks. The vaunted winner of the Monday Night Wars and killer of his competition has rewritten wrestling history from a decidedly pro-WWE standpoint, and who can blame him really? Part of that rewriting is convincing the world that WCW was absolutely crap. While we can't argue that its demise was almost slapstick in nature, we will stand up for WCW as at times a fantastic wrestling company during its too short lifespan. One part of WCW history in particular that seems to be glossed over is its tag team division. From its early days as a holdover of the traditional NWA style, through its glittering 90s, and to its mixed bag of an end, the WCW tag division was often very strong indeed. Chock full of Hall of Famers, household names, and past and future world champions, it's a division that deserves a little bit more recognition than it tends to get. Before anyone kicks off, we are treating WCW as starting in 1990, when Ted Turner's Universal Wrestling Corporation officially changed its name to World Championship Wrestling. So please, no cries for the amazing tag teams that were at their peak during 80s NWA. Got it? Great. Without further ado, I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic.com, and these are the 10 greatest tag teams in WCW history. Join us. Number 10, the Blue Bloods. There's nothing more satisfying in wrestling than seeing some hoity-toity posh fellas get slapped about a bit, and I'm sure you'll agree that there aren't many performers better in that role than William Regal. Still going by the name Lord Steven, Regal was at his absolute pompous best as the leader of the Blue Bloods in WCW. Teaming with Earl Robert Eaton and Squire Dave Taylor, the three routinely cheated their opponents, angered the audience, and battered their hapless manservant Jeeves years before we all locked Lara Croft's butler in the big freezer on Tomb Raider 2. Don't pretend like you didn't do it. Now I know what you're thinking. What was legendary Midnight Express good old boy Bobby Eaton doing mixing it up with British snobs? In classic Regal style, Eaton was knighted by Blackpool's favourite son and taught about the finer things of British society. Think My Fair Lady, but if Audrey Hepburn had a mullet and did top rope leg drops. In the ring, the Blue Bloods were all business, mixing the methodical workmanship of Regal with the tag expertise of Eaton, and later the tough, hard-hitting style of Taylor. The Blue Bloods mixed it up with the likes of Harlem Heat and the surprising tag team champs Dirty Dick Slater and Bunkhouse Buck over the titles, but never claimed them for themselves. Interestingly, before Regal recruited Eaton, he was circling a certain Jean-Paul Levesque, but Levesque left WCW before they could properly team up. Wonder what happened to him. Number 9, the Fabulous Freebirds. Although not the genre-changing force they once were, the Fabulous Freebirds in WCW WCW was still a vital cog in the tag team machine. Gone were long-standing members Terry Bam Bam Gordy and Buddy Jack Roberts, leaving Michael P.S. Hayes and longtime associate Jimmy Jam Garvin to carry on the group's legacy. A few years removed from the famous Freebird Von Erich feud, and the Freebirds were starting to slow down a little. However, 2 runs with the tag titles during the NWA's crossover into WCW reaffirmed their status as one of the top teams in the country. Weirdly, this second run with the titles, their first as official WCW tag champions, lasted minus 6 days. Actually though, they lost the titles before they even won them due to WCW's taping schedule sometimes going a bit back to the future. Which makes sense when you consider that the Freebirds' WCW Galoob figure card makes them look like Doc Brown auditioning for Lick It Up era Kiss. The Freebirds also had 2 stints with the WCW United States tag titles, which shows you how deep the WCW tag division was if it could also have mid-card titles. And this was several years removed from the WCW Cruiserweight tag titles. WWE, you cowards, bring them back. Number 8, Sting and Lex Luger. Sting and Lex Luger is the story of friendship between a weird fella covered in paint and a big muscular dork in the face of adversity. Teaming off and on for the best part of a decade, Sting and Luger would have one reign as WCW tag champions and would even feud over the WCW title. Despite the odd argument though, nothing could stop these 2 lads from being the best of pals. Their most interesting work together began when Luger returned to WCW, you know, in the big ridiculous Seinfeld shirt, and started bickering with everyone and everything. Sting always acted as peacemaker, vouching for the total package whenever he needed to do so. Shortly after their one run as tag champs, Sting was face and Lex was heel, with Sting constantly having to save Luger from a beating because he was his boy. The NWO changed everything though. Not only was Sting and Luger part of the Bash at the Beach main event with Randy Savage when Hulk Hogan shocked the world, but it was Luger's belief that Sting had joined the villainous group that caused the Stinger to start his goth phase in 1996. We've all been there, mate. But like we said, nothing could stop them from being the best of pals. And when Lex joined the Wolfpack, Sting joined too, and marked the occasion by growing a crap little goatee. Number 7, the Nasty Boys. Sitting somewhere between Bulk and Skull and Bebop and Rocksteady, the Nasty Boys were a pair of grimy, greasy ruffians who loved a great big scrap. Former one-time WWE tag champions, it was the Nasty's second run in WCW from 93 to 97 that served as the highlight of their career. Never a pair of in-ring technicians, the Nasties were allowed a little more brutal freedom in WCW than what had been afforded to them in WWE, and their all-out brawls became a highlight of WCW TV. The Nasties' tag title defense against Cactus Jack and Kevin Sullivan at Slamboree 94 is a particular highlight of their run and a perfect example of their style. A title feud with Harlem Heat in 1995 was another success, and a garbage brawl street fight dream match with former ECW stars Public Enemy in 1996 was further evidence of their success in the company. The Nasties' time as a team came to an end during a feud with the Outsiders. During a match between the 2 teams, Kevin Nash hit Nasty Boy Sags in the back of the head with a title belt, sending him into a legitimate rage. Sags thought Scott Hall had gone into business for himself and had hit him in the back of the head with a chair, and responded by knocking Hall's tooth out. Nasty by name, nasty very much by nature. Sags was soon released from WCW and retired, while Nasty Boy Knobs became a cornerstone of WCW's rubbish hardcore title scene in the late 90s. Number 6, the Hollywood Blondes. Some of the best tag teams in wrestling history are gone in the blink of an eye, and this was definitely the case with the Hollywood Blondes. The team of Flying Brian Pillman and Stunning Steve Austin were only together for the best part of 10 months in 1993, but left a mark which has only grown in importance with time. Although 2 of the best young talents in WCW, Austin and Pillman were seemingly going nowhere fast, bouncing from pillar to post, tag team to stable, and everywhere in between. But when the 2 started up the Hollywood Blondes in January 1993, everything changed for them. To put it simply, on screen, the Blondes were a pair of dickheads. Smug, brash, and believing in themselves to the nth degree, Pillman and Austin soon became one of the most hated teams in the company. The 2 played off each other fantastically, and soon picked up the WCW tag titles from the weird on-paper team of Ricky Steamboat and Shane Douglas. The Blondes' reign was long and eventful, lasting 169 days before Austin and Steven Regal, filling in for an injured Pillman, dropped the belts to the team of Arn Anderson and everyone's favorite favourite horseman, Paul Roma. The Blondes carried on for a little while longer before eventually splitting up. Years later in WWE, Austin and Pillman would join up again once more before falling out, leading to Pillman trying to shoot Austin in the Loose Cannon's house. Not wrestling shoot, actual shoot. With a gun. Number 5, Doom. Doom is a curious case of a tag team that created great waves during their short lifespan, but don't get nearly enough recognition from modern fans as they should. The team of Ron Simmons and Butch Reed were only together for a little over a year, but was so effective that it got the previously little-known Simmons over and ready for a run with the WCW title. Originally introduced by Woman as a team to topple the Steiners, Doom were two big burly brutes under nondescript black masks that absolutely battered the piss out of whoever was in their way. However, it wasn't until Woman abandoned the team in favor of the Four Horsemen that Doom really hit their groove. Unmasked and with Teddy play along as their new mentor, Doom went on a tear and toppled the Steiners for the NWA/WCW tag titles at Capital Combat 1990 at a time where Rick and Scott rarely lost. Doom held the belts for over 280 days, and it was during this reign that the championships officially became the WCW tag titles. Doom steamrolled the entire WCW tag division, beating the likes of the Steiners, Flying Brian, and Z-Man Tom Zenk, as well as retaining their titles via countout against Ric Flair and Arn Anderson. Doom dropped the titles to the Freebirds for the aforementioned weird negative tag title reign, and immediately split up, but appeared together sporadically afterwards. Number 4, the Four Horsemen. Okay, so this one is cheating a little bit, but who in their right mind is going to argue against the Horsemen being included on this list? Although the glory days of the Horsemen were, yes, in the NWA, the many 90s incarnations of the legendary group were pretty fantastic and yielded some pretty awesome tag team combos. Arn Anderson and Ric Flair, of course, Arn and Brian Pillman, Chris Benoit and Dean Malenko, Arn and Paul Roma, even Mongo McMichael was alright, I suppose, and that's not mentioning the likes of Jeff Jarrett, Sid, Barry Windham, and Kurt Hennig. Although overshadowed in parts by the NWO in the late 90s, the Horsemen was still a formidable name in wrestling and had 2 runs with the WCW tag titles to their name during the decade. Out of all Horseman combos in the 90s though, it's hard to look past the team of Benoit and Malenko. One-time tag champs, the combo of the Crippler and the Iceman was pure technical wrestling nirvana, bringing a serious workmanlike ethic to the Horsemen, which was a far cry from the sometimes jet-flying ways of the past. Criminally, Benoit and Malenko's run with the titles only lasted 15 days, but seeing as there were 17 different tag title reigns in 1999, you can kind of understand. And people wonder how WCW flew off the rails. Number 3, The Outsiders. WCW's greatest triumph, and arguably a major cause of its downfall, The Outsiders and the NWO completely changed the business. When Scott Hall and Kevin Nash turned up in WCW in 1996 and caused utter mayhem on the reg, it was unlike anything we'd ever seen before. Whether powerbombing hapless commentary gimp Eric Bischoff through the stage, launching Rey Mysterio Jr. like a lawn dart, or skirting so close to their WWE gimmicks that it kicked off a massive lawsuit, everything the Outsiders did was lapped up by the WCW audience like thirsty dogs at a paddling pool. In the ring, their Midas touch continued, and the two became 6-time WCW Tag Champions over a 3-year period, including a mammoth 231-day run with the straps in 1997. Even when they adopted the Freebird rule, Wolfpack rule with 6, it couldn't slow their momentum. A focal part of the NWO versus WCW feud that engulfed the company, the Outsiders had memorable feuds with the Steiners, Harlem Heat, the Nasty Boys, and seemingly everyone in between. And who didn't like the Outsiders, really? Whether NWO, Wolfpack, or any variation of the two, the team had a license to print money, and the achingly cool charisma of Hall and Nash was always destined to get over. The only thing stopping the Outsiders from being higher on this list is a combination of erratic behavior, backstage shenanigans, and an apparent lust for power that ultimately helped doom both the team of Hall and Nash and WCW as a whole. Number 2, Harlem Heat. The 10-time record-breaking WCW champions Harlem Heat were one of the true homegrown success stories of WCW. Brothers Booker T and Stevie Ray debuted with the company in 1993 and stayed together for the best part of 7 years. Originally known as Kane and Cole for some reason, the brothers were pissed off heels and sided with monsters Sid Vicious and Vader in a losing War Games effort against Sting, Davey Boy Smith, Dustin Rhodes, and Calamity Lummox the Shockmaster at Fall Brawl 93. When the two gained the services of Sister Sherry Martel and took back their names of Booker T and Stevie Ray, they started gaining momentum, winning their first WCW tag titles in December 94 from the team of Stars and Stripes. stripes. Harlem Heat then swapped the titles back and forth with apparently the entire tag division for the next 2 years, avenging every tag title loss until crossing paths with the Outsiders at Halloween Havoc 96. WCW saw money with Booker T and would split the team up for the majority of the next 3 years. Booker became a mainstay of the mid-card, while Stevie Ray joined up with the NWO as arguably the best part of their B team. Blood is thicker than water though, and 3 more tag title runs came in a 3-month period in 1999. We told you it was chaotic, before the two had a frankly crap brother versus brother feud over the Harlem Heat name. Number 1, the Steiners. There is no greater team in WCW history than the legendary Steiner brothers. Collegiate powerhouse Rick and certified lunatic Scott were one of the most over acts in the history of the company, fusing technical mastery with stiff strong power moves and retina-straining multicolored singlets. 7-time WCW champs, the two have a combined reign of 520 days, the most in WCW tag title history. Best bout machines across WCW and Japan, the Steiners became the first team in history to have held the WWE, WCW, and IWGP tag titles, which only proves how popular they were no matter where they worked. Despite hopping out of WCW for the best part of 3 years from 1992, the Steiners never lost any momentum upon their return and picked up exactly where they left off, basically smashing people in the face really hard before dropping them on their pencil necks with a suplex. A few more tag title reigns followed, but Scott soon started to change, packing on considerable muscle mass to his already huge frame and growing an evil Star Trek style goatee, and before long turned on his brother to join the NWO as the legendary / mental Big Poppa Pump. Rick hung around in the mid-card scene, picking up TV and US title wins, as well as winning the WCW tag titles with Kenny Chaos. Kenny Chaos! As for Scott, he did whatever he pleased really. I mean, who was going to tell him otherwise? Another quick run together occurred in WCW's dying days, before later legacy runs in New Japan and TNA. The Steiners are a team more than deserving of a spot in any Hall of Fame, although with Scott's feelings about seemingly everyone, this probably isn't going to happen anytime soon. Point in time, WCW had the most enviable talent roster in the world. Backed by Ted Turner and Time Warner, Senior Vice President Eric Bischoff was able to attract not just major stars who made their names in WWE, such as Hulk Hogan, Randy Savage, Scott Hall, and Kevin Nash, but also hot young up-and-comers who would go on to revolutionize the business, like Rey Mysterio, Eddie Guerrero, and Chris Jericho. And let's face it, pretty much everybody in between. Just about anyone with 2 legs in spandex worked for WCW either slightly before or during the Monday Night War era, it seems, but not everyone who had plied their trade in WWE rings saw fit to shake hands with Bischoff, and there are some notable cases of WCW wanting, yet failing to sign WWE talents. They run the gamut from established main eventers to mid-carders, announcers, backstage personnel, and even those who were yet to even enter the business. Each is an interesting case that, had they actually happened, would have made wrestling history very, very different. I'm Adam Pachisi from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 WWE stars WCW failed to sign. Join us. Number 10, Bob Holly. Look at the WWE roster during the Monday Night Wars and you will be hard-pressed to find a more loyal soldier than Bob Holly. Signing with WWE full-time in 1994 and lasting an incredible 15 years before being released, Holly was around for the good times and bad. He would have to endure his share of false starts and dodgy characters like Thurman Sparky Plug and the New Midnight Express, but finally found his niche as the grumpy guardian of the hardcore division. It was during the height of his success that WCW came calling to ask whether or not he would fancy jumping ship, right as he was in the middle of contract negotiations with WWE. Head of Talent Relations Jim Ross, on his guard after letting Jeff Jarrett's deal quietly expire, was the one trying to tie Bob down. WCW apparently offered to double whatever WWE were willing to pay him without hearing the dollar amount first, but Holly was a WWE guy and appreciated the opportunity that Vince McMahon had given him, not to mention the race car he had gifted him years earlier. It was the right decision for Holly as he continued to be a fixture on WWE television, while WCW went into a sharp decline, ultimately never to recover. Number 9, Tatanka. It's actually a little bit odd that Tatanka didn't show up in WCW at any point, since he was an over character with a recognizable gimmick, and after leaving WWE, didn't really do much of anything in the business outside of independent shows. The Native American Warrior had enjoyed life in WWE, being the recipient of a lengthy winning streak and push on television, which coincided with high-profile feuds against some top stars. However, after a few years on the road and trying to keep up with WWE's intense schedule, he was getting tired and ended up leaving the company in the spring of 1996. Before he officially departed, however, he was contacted by Eric Bischoff and WCW, who were then really beginning to gather some momentum and looking to snap up recognizable names for Nitro. According to Tatanka, Bischoff offered him a lucrative deal and planned to have him shown on camera in the audience during a broadcast and have an altercation with another talent. But the former $1 million corporation man put an end to the conversation, noting that while his contract was due to expire, it hadn't yet, and thus he wouldn't commit. Once his deal ran out, he chose to ignore WCW's advances and pick his own schedule instead. Number 8. Jerry Lawler. One of the great what-ifs is what would have happened if Jerry Lawler had signed with Eric Bischoff's WCW, something that didn't almost happen during the peak of the Monday Night Wars, but right as they were about to end. A few months before WCW was sold to WWE, Eric Bischoff was desperately trying to engineer a deal for himself and a team of investors to buy the company from AOL Time Warner. They were confident that a deal was about to go down, and word made its way around the industry that the Bish was about to reboot, putting several free agents on high alert. One man who found himself without a paycheck was Jerry Lawler, who had recently left WWE in protest of them firing his wife, Stacey the Cat Carter. The King called Bischoff at 5:30 a.m. one day while Eric was driving somewhere, probably the Gold Club, to let him know that he was available and if there was any interest. The former WCW vice president was indeed interested, thrilled with the prospect of bringing puppies to Atlanta, and endeavored to follow up. Nothing ever came of it though, as Bischoff's WCW deal fell apart, WWE swooped in, and Jerry ended up back with his former employer by the end of the year. Number 7. Owen Hart. Before getting his break teaming with and later battling against Big Brother Brett in WWE, Owen Hart had explored his options and wrestled for WCW, briefly working for them in 1991 before deciding to sign with Titan Sports. WCW had wanted to sign him back then, but couldn't get the deal over the line as Owen opted to go where the Hitman was, feeling that his sibling's main event status would help give him extra security. When things soured between WWE and Brett years later, manifesting in the Montreal Screwjob at the 97 Survivor Series, Owen suddenly took a different view of the situation he was in. He requested to leave the company in order to follow the excellence of execution, as well as the British Bulldog and Jim Neidhart down south. WWE wouldn't allow it, however, holding him to his contract and telling him that despite what went down, he would be welcome back and wouldn't be punished in retaliation. Other accounts suggest that Owen simply felt the need to support his brother and that he never really wanted to leave in the first place, but at this point, it's all a little he said, she said. It would have been amazing watching Owen work with the Jerichos and Guerreros of the world at the time, but sadly, it was not to be. Number 6. The Rock. One of WWE's great weapons in turning around the Monday Night Wars was not just the star power of Steve Austin, but an up-and-coming crop of main event players, including The Rock. The Rock had always had the look and athletic tools to be a top guy, but it took him a little while to put it all together and have his charisma shine through. Rocky Maivia was deemed tedious to a changing audience that wanted to see shades of grey and big boobies, while the Nation of Domination allowed him to develop his act and gain the confidence necessary to take himself to the next level. WWE always had big hopes and high expectations for the most electrifying man in sports entertainment, and it never once looked like he would defect to the competition. But that doesn't mean WCW didn't try, of course, though it supposedly happened long before he laid the SmackDown on the glass ceiling. When a fan asked him on Twitter in 2013 if WCW had ever made an approach for his services, the Great One revealed that they had done so in the beginning of the Monday Night Wars and offered him twice as much as his WWE salary. Well, I mean, if it's good enough for Bob Holly, you know? He turned them down, saying that he wanted to move the crowd first and that the money would come later. I hear he can lend you a $5 these days if you need it. Number 5. The Godfather. Charles Wright got into wrestling almost by accident when he was spotted by some wrestlers while working at a bar. They encouraged him to get into the business, telling him that his size and look would make him a marketable commodity. And it certainly worked out, but Wright was never a true fan of the business and was more than happy to duck in and out of it whenever he wasn't enjoying what he was doing. In it to have fun and make money, Wright listened when WCW approached him about coming in as the New World Order's head of security, and he tentatively agreed to do it, only to later find out that that position had been filled by Virgil for a third of the price it was going to cost WCW to bring in the former Papa Shango. Wright was annoyed at Virgil for costing them both money, but ultimately relieved that the move never materialized. After speaking with fellow Nation of Domination man Ron Simmons, who had worked at WCW a few years earlier, it became apparent that the Godfather would encounter issues with some of the good old boys backstage. His loyalty to WWE paid off as he hit the jackpot with his fun-loving pimp persona and was inducted into their Hall of Fame in 2016. Number 4, Pat Patterson. He may not have been a star in the ring anymore, but few people were as important to WWE's success in the late 90s as Pat Patterson. A genius when it came to talking with talent and laying out their matches, the first ever Intercontinental Champion's speciality was the unique finishes he would habitually come up with. Pat's had a knack for finding the right match ending, especially when it came to major television or pay-per-view bouts. Conversely, WCW's finishes were routinely atrocious, often ruining not just matches but whole shows. They could have the better wrestling, superior production, and bigger crowds, but in the end, the climax would let them down. In order to remedy this, Eric Bischoff had designs on bringing Patterson on board, though he soon realized the bond between Pat and Vince McMahon was unbreakable and that he would have to look elsewhere. So Bischoff instead turned to Johnny Ace Laurinaitis, who had a similar reputation for concocting dramatic endings. Interestingly, Bischoff also tried to poach Patterson's fellow stooge Gerald Briscoe, who considered an attractive offer but also stuck with Titan. Both were rewarded for their devotion. Number 3, The Undertaker. The Undertaker and WWE are synonymous with one another. Perhaps Vince McMahon's greatest ever creation, The Undertaker gave Mark Calloway an incredible 30-year career, during which he became arguably the industry's most respected legend. Taker was extremely loyal to WWE, going above and beyond countless times for the company, working with everyone regardless of their skill level, while traveling the road and wrecking his body. Vince appreciated that and counted on the dead man to act as a locker room leader and standard bearer for the rest of the boys in the back. Despite their relationship being so close, Calloway did at least consider going back to WCW. He'd had an unremarkable spell there before signing with WWE, of course. This was when WCW were handily winning the Monday Night Wars and WWE was struggling both creatively and financially. Take out a word with Kevin Nash, who assured the Phenom that he'd be able to get him a sizable guaranteed contract if he were to make the jump. Obviously, he ended up passing and sticking with WWE, still tasting a little bitterness after the way he was dismissed by WCW the first time, while being thankful to McMahon for providing him the platform to become a star. It was an astute move because it wasn't too long after that WWE began to turn the tide with the Attitude Era in full flow. Number 2, Brock Lesnar. It's well known that Jerry Briscoe was the one who recruited Brock Lesnar, while the next big thing was making waves in college as an amateur wrestler. With his size, look, and athleticism, it's no wonder that Jim Ross signed him to a contract, which at the time was the largest deal ever offered to a developmental prospect. In another universe, Lesnar could have ended up putting pen to paper with WCW, as Vern Gagne had tried to push the then president Eric Bischoff into signing him. This was before he was a WWE man and was still on the market, with New Japan also expressing an interest in signing the goddamn freak of nature. Bischoff essentially blew Gagne off, saying that he was so mentally frazzled by the chaos behind the scenes at the time that he didn't give two thoughts about some rookie from Minnesota. Man, talk about dodging a bullet for Brock, eh? Just thinking about Lesnar being booked by Vince Russo in deathbed WCW is the stuff of nightmares. He'd have probably ended up being the third best one in the Natural Born Thrillers or fighting Vampiro in a graveyard or something. WCW similarly chased away another member of OVW's golden generation by telling Batista that he would never make it in the business as he attended a tryout at the power plant training facility. Reports of WCW's executives lighting their cigars with $100 bills remain unconfirmed. Number 1. Shawn Michaels. Along with The Rock, Shawn Michaels is possibly the only other Attitude Era main event star that never stepped foot in a WCW ring at any point. In the mid-90s, the Heartbreak Kid had no desire to leave WWE as he was one of the top paid stars, the recipient of a big push, and was working with his best mates like Clique members Scott Hall and Kevin Nash. Come mid-1997, however, things were very different as Hall and Nash had defected, Michaels had lost his smile, and the increasing tension between him and Bret Hart was making the dressing room a volatile place to be. After Shawn and Bret had a fight following Shawn's infamous Sunny Days promo, Michaels stormed out of the arena, threatening that he would never work for WWE again and was on his way to WCW. He no-showed events, disconnected his house phone, and even did a magazine photo shoot wearing a WCW Outsiders t-shirt in a bid to goad Vince McMahon into canning him, but the CEO would not do it. There were no formal negotiations between HBK and Eric Bischoff, and the volatile showstopper could have just been using going there as a threat to gain leverage, but he ended up staying in WWE anyway. Once Michaels' in-ring days were over, Vince even paid him $750 a year to basically not go to WCW. So that's your video, Wrestle fans, and remember, if you enjoyed this and would prefer me to stay at Cultaholic and not go to work for a rival YouTube channel, $750,000 should be about enough. The constant 365 days per year nature of mainstream pro wrestling, combined with an audience that demands to see something new, ensures that wrestlers will, from time to time, need to reinvent themselves. This fact was especially true in WCW, a promotion with a stacked roster populated by some of the biggest stars in sports entertainment. In the Turner-owned organization, getting stale was the kiss of death, since there were about 100 other people who desperately wanted that precious TV time. This was the case for everyone on the card, whether a lowly homegrown cruiserweight or a legend from New York, brother. I'm Adam Pachisi from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are the 10 best WCW wrestler reinventions. Join us. Number 10. Curt Hennig. In his day, Curt Hennig was one of the most dynamic performers in the entire wrestling industry. He was so good that it wasn't a stretch for him to portray Mr. Perfect in WWE, since he could do everything, well, perfectly, usually the first time of asking. During his late 90s run in WCW, however, injuries had well and truly taken their toll, and he needed something else to hang his hat on. His cowboy hat, to be specific, as Hennig reinvented himself as the country music loving, rap hating, good old boy leader of the West Texas Rednecks. Hennig, along with fellow rednecks Bobby Duncombe Jr., Barry and Kendall Windham, and Virgil for a bit, was clearly having the time of his life playing Johnny Cash in spandex during the Rap is Crap World Tour. Though they were supposed to be the baddies, since WCW predominantly ran in southern markets where country music was king, they became the baby faces, while rappers the No Limit Soldiers were de facto heels. It's a shame that it was so short-lived, because Hennig was very entertaining in the role and there was potential to do a whole lot more with it. Number 9. Dustin Rhodes. Prior to signing with WWE and portraying Goldust, Dustin Rhodes was a plucky young grandson of a plumber, fiery babyface in WCW. His 3+ years under the makeup as the Bizarre One, however, completely changed his career trajectory. The character was so outlandish and memorable that it threatened to typecast Dusty's kid. When he left WWE to go back to WCW in late 1999, it was supposed to be as another weird creation, Seven, but AOL's Standards and Practices department rejected it on the grounds that the hype vignettes made him look like a child abductor. And people say wrestling today is too PC. So he immediately dropped the guise and began wrestling as Dustin Rhodes once again, reinventing himself by going back to the past and becoming the American Nightmare. Dustin was able to have a solid second run in WCW without the need for theatrics. He had some memorable feuds and matches with the likes of Terry Funk and Jeff Jarrett, and when he returned to WWE in early 2002, he was still able to comfortably slip back into the black and gold bodysuits. Number 8. Rey Mysterio. While Rey Mysterio proved that he was infinitely more marketable with the mask on during his WWE career, those big fat royalty checks will attest to that that one, his maskless run in WCW wasn't the disaster that many people seem to think it was. While Ray didn't want to lose the mask in the first place, doing so did provide the luchador with the opportunity to reinvent himself. In the wake of showing his face for the first time in his career, Mysterio went on a run as the Giant Killer, fighting and beating much bigger opponents like Kevin Nash, Scott Norton, and Bam Bam Bigelow. The audience responded too as Ray's popularity increased. Shame WCW's decision makers didn't listen though, of course. After getting the better of the big lads, the master of the 619 became a no-limit soldier and then a filthy animal as he tweaked his wrestling style and experimented with various looks. He also, at this stage, got more promo time and even got to work as a heel for the first and only time in his long and illustrious career. I'm not sold on the devil horns, mind. Number 7, Chronic. 2 Bryans for the price of 1 now, as Clark and Adams ditched their old guises, teamed up and took the WCW Tag Team division by storm. Clark had been wrestling as Wrath and was on quite the roll when he tore his ACL and was forced to spend most of 1999 on the shelf. Adams, meanwhile, wasn't exactly crushing it, wink wink, as a member of NWO's B Team or after when he went solo, taking a hiatus at the back end of 1999 because there was nothing really for him to do. The pair resurfaced as Chronic, the badass hired mercenaries who were happy to beat people up as long as the check cleared. Though WCW was a mess at this point, Chronic were one of the best things in it and really stood out thanks to their look, characters, and strong booking. They weren't the greatest wrestlers in the world or anything, but they worked to their strengths and were good value for their 2 WCW tag team title runs. Plus, their team and finisher name, The High Times, were references to smoking doobies, which is just about the coolest thing a person can possibly do, or so I'm told. Number 6, Randy Savage. Randy Savage was a legend by the time he got to WCW in 1994 and could have rested on his laurels for the duration of his time there, but chose to mix things up and take his character in new and exciting directions instead. He entered WCW from WWE as the loud and colourful macho man that we know and love, but in 1997 he defected to the dark side and turned in the rainbow colours for the black and white of the New World Order. This made Savage hotter than he had been in a while and led him right to the WCW title. Unfortunately, a couple of serious knee injuries put an end to that run, but when he came back the following year, he did so with another new look and attitude. Randy was now sporting a slicked back ponytail, earrings, dark sunglasses, and some dandy new outfits. He'd also put on about 30 pounds of new muscle and had a young lady with him, which soon expanded to a trio of ladies dubbed Team Madness. While this was all utilized as a smokescreen to distract from his declining physical capabilities, it sure worked well and kept Savage at the top of the card. Number 5, Buff Bagwell. For the longest time, Marcus Alexander Bagwell was a fresh-faced, hand-slapping good guy who seemed destined for life as the less interesting half of a tag team. He partnered variously with Tom Zenk, Too Cold Scorpio, The Patriot, and Scotty Riggs, which led to several tag team title runs but no real prolonged period of success. Truth is, Bagwell was a decent wrestler with potential, but he was bland. He was young and talented and had a good physique, but no real character. In a world of Hulk Hogan and Ric Flairs, that just wasn't going to cut it. Defecting to the New World Order did Bagwell's career much good, as he was fully able to embrace his naturally cocky personality. Renamed Buff Bagwell, he stood out a lot more with his goatee, silly top hat, and proclamation that he was not only buff, but he also had the stuff. By the time WCW came to an end, he was arguably one of their top stars and well equipped with an eye-catching character for the upcoming invasion of WWE. I'm sure he did just fine. Number 4, Brian Pillman. Brian Pillman was one of many talented WCW cruiserweights who felt that no matter how many times they produced the goods, weren't going to get a chance to advance up the card. For the former Cincinnati Bengal, getting to the main event was imperative in order to provide for his growing family while in the prime of his career. In order to increase his bargaining power, Pillman created the loose cannon persona, a wildly unpredictable character that seemingly did what he wanted, when he wanted, whether the script called for it or not. Instances of supposedly going going into business for himself included him spontaneously grabbing commentator Bobby Heenan, causing the Brain to drop an F-bomb on live TV, naughty naughty, and walking out of a strap match with WCW matchmaker Kevin Taskmaster Sullivan after saying, "I respect you, Booker man." To go along with the new edgy character, the former Hollywood Blonde's appearance became more disheveled and darker. The loose cannon wasn't around WCW for too long as he successfully negotiated his very real release, ostensibly in order to work for ECW and then come back to WCW at a later date, only to take an improved financial offer from WWE instead. Number 3, Scott Steiner. I must confess that when Scott Steiner showed up with a blonde buzz cut, goatee, new gear and an extra 5 inches on his arms that I didn't even know it was the same bloke. He turned on Brother Rick and said goodbye to being a good guy, instead adopting the appearance and manner of one of his idols, superstar Billy Graham. After toying with the name White Thunder, Steiner settled on Big Poppa Pump and set about establishing himself as a singles star and world title contender. The truth is, the change in look and demeanor is exactly what the genetic freak needed to get to the next level. The mullet and amateur style singlet just weren't going to cut it in the new millennium. As well as altering his appearance and wrestling style, Steiner also changed up his promo and character work, though how much of it was him playing a role and how much of it was him genuinely losing his mind, I don't think anyone really knows. Now a big-time heel, Steiner let his hair-trigger temper come to the fore, snapping on not just fans at ringside, but also fellow wrestlers like Ric Flair and Diamond Dallas Page, which only added to his scary aura. Number 2, Sting. From the late 80s through to the mid-90s, Sting was WCW's constant presence and force for good. As the neon-soaked face-painted superhero to match the Hogans and Warriors of WWE, Sting became one of the promotion's biggest and most bankable stars. While others came and left or changed their allegiance from good to bad on a whim, the man with the blonde flat top could always be depended on. Things started to change in 1996, however, subtly at first as Sting began to grow out his hair and let it revert to its natural brown color. Soon as the NWO ran roughshod over everyone, people began to question his motives and wonder if he would defect to the group. He didn't, but the accusations caused a change in the Stinger and he began wearing black and white, carrying a baseball bat, and hanging about in the rafters. This new character, inspired by Brandon Lee in the film The Crow, was a huge hit and added extra layers and depth to the Sting character. At a time when shades of grey were becoming more common in the genre, he accepted the ambiguity and used the opportunity to not only freshen up his act, but become the most over wrestler in WCW without even having to wrestle. Number 1, Hulk Hogan. WCW's signing of Hulk Hogan was monumental for the company. After all, this was the man partly responsible for one of the biggest boom periods in wrestling history, the former golden goose of WWE, and someone who added much credibility, not to mention the potential for many other lucrative business ventures. Anyone for pasta? The Hulkster's say your prayers and take your vitamins shtick worked for the first year and a half or so, but by 1996, a vocal section of the fan base was noticeably sick of it. The audience was changing, and Hogan realized that if he wanted to remain on top, that he needed to change too. And so he accepted the creative decision to make him the mystery third man, aligning with Scott Hall and Kevin Nash to form the New World Order. As Hollywood Hogan, Terrible Terry assured his position at the top of the card as he played a villain for the first time in forever. Switching the red and yellow for the black and white was frankly a genius and timely move and transformed a performer in danger of being left in the past into the hottest thing in the industry. Before AEW came along, the main alternative for one-time WWE wrestlers in a post-ECW and WCW world was TNA. Though the promotion was rarely what you would call stable, it was always a place for established stars to ply their trade, and many made the jump over the years. Many, but not all, because try as Dixie Carter and co might, there were just some talents who they wanted but just couldn't have. Some of them came close, but eventually decided against life in the Impact Zone. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 WWE stars TNA failed to sign. Join us. Number 10, Edge. Outside of a couple early day enhancement matches for WCW, Edge has basically been a WWE lifer. After making their names on the indies, he and best friend Christian were signed by WWE in the late 90s, grinded their way through Dory Funk Jr.'s training camp before being brought to television, ultimately becoming two of the breakout stars of the Attitude Era. Captain Charisma eventually left WWE for TNA in 2005, frustrated with his lack of main event opportunities, while Edge stayed and became the rated R WWE Champion. A few years later, however, the Ultimate Opportunist did consider an opportunity with WWE's then closest competition. Edge revealed during a 2017 podcast appearance that his contract was coming up in either 2008 or 2009, and somebody from the Orlando outfit reached out to him to discuss money and schedule. The idea of working less dates for decent pay was appealing to the Canadian, whose beaten-up body was very much feeling the effects of a taxing career. He was also attracted by the possibility of working with fresh opponents and meeting back up with Christian, but in the end turned it down as WWE felt like home. Number 9, Shelton Benjamin. There was a time when he was getting big victories over Triple H in the main event of Raw before having a long reign with the Intercontinental title that it looked as though Shelton Benjamin would break through and become a top-tier WWE superstar. It never quite happened though, as the Gold Standard had a damn good run, winning the IC, US and Tag Team titles, but never broke out into that main eventers club. When he was released in 2010, it was expected that he would be a man in high demand, and so it came to be, with the former amateur standout getting plenty of work for groups like Ring of Honor, as well as in Japan for New Japan Pro Wrestling and Noah. People likely expected him to show up in TNA, but it didn't transpire. After getting badgered with questions about it via social media, Benjamin addressed the situation on Twitter in 2015, writing that the two sides did have discussions and were eager to do business together, but that a mutually satisfactory agreement could not be reached. I can only assume that this means Shelton actually wanted to get paid on time. Number 8, Jim Ross. TNA didn't just try to sign wrestlers who had worked for WWE. Over time, they also welcomed into the fold former WWE referees, managers, production staff, and writers in a bid to improve their products. One person they tried to bring over who would have made a huge difference is Jim Ross. Good old JR was synonymous with the WWE product, having worked backstage as the top dog in talent relations and on camera as the lead announcer of both Raw and SmackDown. His time in the company had, at times, been tumultuous, however, with a couple of high-profile firings and some televised ribbing that had to rattle. TNA made a play for him in the early 2010s, with Eric Bischoff passing on the Hall of Famer's details to Dixie Carter, who flew him to the family ranch in Texas for talks. As Ross recently explained on his podcast, he enjoyed socializing with the Carters and did consider their offer, but ultimately declined because he left the meeting unsure about his job description, company structure, and the backstage atmosphere he would be walking into. Number 7, Rey Mysterio. When Rey Mysterio received his WWE release in 2015, every other wrestling organization in the world was salivating at the prospect of how many replica masks they could potentially sell to impressionable kids. In all seriousness, Mysterio is one of the best ever and was now a free agent, opening the door for many exciting possibilities. TNA/Impact were naturally interested and reached out to Ray about coming in. The two sides talked and Mysterio was receptive to working some matches, but didn't want to be tied down to a contract. That didn't work for TNA, who obviously wanted him locked into an exclusive deal. So the Master of the 619 did the indie and international thing instead, before showing up in Lucha Underground. A few years later, Impact was still trying to get their man and were negotiating to bring him in for their April 2018 tapings. However, according to reports, there was a snag during the finalization of the deal when Ray's representative Conan got involved, and the biggest little man was back in WWE full-time by the end of the year. Number 6, The Ultimate Warrior. When TNA was looking to launch in the summer of 2002, Jeff Jarrett tried to get as many major stars as he could in a bid to draw interest. The likes of Sean Waltman, Scott Hall, Ken Shamrock, BG James were all on board, but Double J reached out to many more performers who had been major deals in previous eras, such as Sid, who was prepping to make a comeback following the gruesome leg injury he suffered in a WCW ring, as well as big names like Chyna and Randy Savage. Jarrett also had a couple couple of conversations with the Ultimate Warrior, who hadn't been seen in the business since his disastrous run with WCW almost 4 years earlier. His pitch was the same one given to other talents such as Kurt Hennig and Rick Steiner, that TNA was a startup and they weren't looking for a long-term commitment, at that point simply attempting to do one show per week for 6 months. Warrior listened, but passed, deciding to put all of his energy into his burgeoning public speaking career. Oh boy. Number 5, Paul Heyman. According to Paul Heyman himself, TNA had been trying to get him on the phone since the day he left WWE in December of 2006. The man behind ECW didn't take their calls though, wishing instead to divorce himself temporarily from the wrestling business in order to focus on other endeavors. With the help of Spike TV, TNA finally managed to speak with Heyman in 2010. They were interested in bringing him in to help with the booking and creative direction of the company. Heyman was also interested in getting back into the Graps game, but as he revealed in later interviews, had some demands before he would sign up. According to him, he wanted complete control of the brand's direction, as well as a stake in the company and the ability to, should the time come, take the company public. The Carter family was ready and willing to acquiesce, but balked at Heyman's proposal to make TNA a more youth-oriented promotion and get rid of everyone on the roster over the age of 40. With the likes of Sting, Kurt Angle, Hulk Hogan, Ric Flair, and other influential figures on the roster at the time, Dixie wasn't prepared to sanction that and the two sides went their separate ways. Number 4, Ryback. You know, you forget that Ryback was, at one point, quite the big deal. These days, he's a walking joke, more likely to be mocked online for something dumb he said rather than anything positive he's done in the ring, but he really did catch on back in 2012 and had a hell of a run in WWE. Ryback, or Rizbiz as I like to call him, eventually got tired of the WWE grind and the backstage politics and the bad writing and the injuries, and well, he just got tired of WWE alright and decided he needed to get out. The gut reaction from many sections of the fanbase was that the big guy could be a big fish in a smaller pond, with TNA/Impact being the natural destination in their minds. Post WWE, however, Ryback hasn't really done much wrestling at all, working a handful of indies but otherwise choosing to focus on his other business ventures. TNA/Impact were interested though, with Ryback stating that they did make an offer to him, but he had no interest with everything else that was going on at the time. Sadly, it looks as though an Impact run will never happen now, as Ryback is officially retired. Number 3, CM Punk. Oh, Pachiti, you silly boy. Punk actually was signed to TNA, so you are wrong, you big stupid idiot. Blah, 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 I hear you say. Look, obviously I know that Punk worked for TNA during their early years, before he decided to choose Ring of Honor over them when TNA issued an us or them edict in 2004. One of the ones that got away, the straight-edge superstar went on to become a massive star in WWE before sensationally walking out and quitting in early 2014. Fancying their chances over a decade on from Punk saying goodbye to them, TNA made a play for his services in late 2014. According to Dave Meltzer of the Wrestling Observer, the deal sent via an intermediary was almost Hogan-esque, which presumably means they offered Punk a boatload of cash and promised they would bring his daughter Brooke in somewhere down the line. As it became obvious in the years after the second City Saints WWE walkout, Punk was definitely not in the place to consider a return to the business at that point and didn't put a pen to paper. Something tells me ice cream bars weren't in the TNA budget. Number 2, Chris Jericho. Though Chris Jericho has been loyal to and had a strong relationship with Vince McMahon for over 20 years, he has also shown in recent times that he's not afraid to move on and work for someone else when necessary. He's shown up in New Japan and now flies the AEW flag, but things might have been different and he could have been singing the praises of Dixie Carter instead. When Jericho left WWE in the summer of 2005, TNA were rapidly gaining momentum and was soon able to attract plenty of big-time stars. With Y2J no longer tied to a WWE contract, publicly praising up-and-comers like Samoa Joe and AJ Styles, and living on the doorstep of TNA's home base of Universal Studios in Orlando, it was a no-brainer that TNA would attempt to bring him in. Fuel was added to the fire when TNA licensed a Fozzy song to use on a promotional video, and Jericho put a TNA logo on his website, the sexy troll. Though Jericho met Dixie and Jeff Jarrett for lunch in Tampa, he knew in his heart and mind that he would always go back to WWE and politely turn down their offer. Jericho, ever the savvy businessman, then helped leak details of the lunch in order to get a better offer from Vince. Number 1, Goldberg. When TNA were on the rise and trying their best to get as close to WWE as possible, a prevailing theory was that they just needed that one major mainstream star to take them to the next level. The idea being that if a Steve Austin or Brock Lesnar showed up in the Impact Zone, that the fans would flock and the money would roll in. They could never afford either of those, of course, but they did try their luck with Goldberg several times over the years. They first pitched him in 2005 as they were about to start on Spike TV, with rumors a year later claiming that Big Billy was on his way in for a feud with Samoa Joe. There was mutual interest there, but they couldn't agree on terms, and talks quietened down for a few years. Then, during the Hogan-Bischoff era, they tried again, but Goldberg turned them down once more because he viewed the promotion as a minor league and didn't want to tarnish his legacy. Bill, I've got some bad news for you, mate. Anyway, one final push came in 2015, but also fell on deaf ears, and Goldberg was back in WWE not too long after, where he's managed to perfectly preserve his legacy. In terms of movie and television entertainment, few things pique our interest and get us debating and theorizing more than a good mystery. Who was the murderer on the Orient Express? Who shot JR? Not that one. Who shot Mr. Burns? The first hint of intrigue, watching the story build week after week before finally the perpetrator is revealed, explaining their actions, whether they be warranted or not. However, like in all genres, the reveal doesn't always strike the right chord perfectly with its audience. This can be due to how it was built up and developed, how the reveal is presented, or simply who the person behind it all is. Sometimes it's fantastic viewing, sometimes it makes you switch channels and never watch again, while sometimes it just leaves you scratching your head in confusion. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic.com, and these are the 10 best whodunits in wrestling history. Oh, and by the way, there's no SmackDown hacker here because that's still possibly, maybe, ongoing, perhaps? I don't know. Join us! Number 10, who was the Midnight Rider? Not the biggest mystery on the list, but it was one of the first of its kind in the industry, and the payoff makes it very noteworthy. In the late 70s and early 80s, the American Dream Dusty Rhodes was one of the biggest stars in wrestling. However, being on top of the world for so long, it becomes hard to keep things fresh. As the saying goes, how can I miss you if you won't go away? While feuding with Kevin Sullivan, Rhodes would lose a lights-out cage match and as a result be banned from the state of Florida for 60 days. Just days later, a masked figure known as the Midnight Rider would show up. Now, anyone with functioning eyes could tell that this was Dusty in disguise, and Sullivan, along with fellow heels Jake the Snake Roberts and JJ Dillon, pleaded that the Rider be banned from arenas. However, NWA President Bob Geigel demanded proof. Bounties were placed on the man who could unmask the Rider and prove it was Dusty. The story came to a head when the Midnight Rider defeated Ric Flair to capture the NWA Heavyweight title. Geigel then demanded that the Rider reveal himself or be stripped of the title he had just won. The Rider chose not to do so, losing the title immediately and remaining a mystery to us all. Perhaps we'd be able to figure it out if he was wearing polka dots. Number 9, who was the Black Scorpion? A similar narrative, done not quite as well, with an interesting resolution that was not what was originally intended. 1990 was a difficult time for WCW, with executive VP Jim Herd's crackpot ideas and practices driving many performers either to insanity or out the door to their competitors. One of the few bright spots was the rise of fan favourite Sting to the top of the mountain, defeating Ric Flair for the NWA Championship after several setbacks. 1 month later, though, the Stinger began to be haunted by a new mysterious challenger known as the Black Scorpion, thought to be a demon from his past coming back to get revenge. The Scorpion was originally portrayed by Al Perez, who wrestled Sting at Clash of Champions and would have been unmasked that night if not for the appearance of another Scorpion, which allowed the original to escape. But not long after the angle began, Perez would quit WCW and the storyline quickly span out of control. Plans were changed repeatedly, several wrestlers were brought in to play the character, and when the blow-off was booked inside a steel cage at Starrcade in December, there was no clear idea of who would be under the mask when the reveal would eventually happen. In the end, it was the Nature Boy, which made some sense, but the mechanics getting to that point are just as big a mystery. Number 8, who was stalking The Undertaker's wife? Just before the invasion, a series of strange home movie-style videos began appearing on WWE television, the focus of which was a woman soon to be revealed as The Undertaker's then-wife Sarah. The images made fans uneasy and drove the American badass crazy, demanding to know who was behind these incredibly surreal and violating acts. The answer came on the June 18th, 2001 edition of Raw, as a man dressed in leather with a black balaclava over his head rode down to the ring on a motorbike. The perpetrator then slowly removed his disguise to reveal the master of the Diamond Cutter, recent WCW star Diamond Dallas Page. Unsurprisingly, this reveal was greeted with a mixture of shock and confusion. This is because DDP had been a big star and former champion in WCW, spending his best years as a top babyface, and was known to be happily married to a Nitro girl. How were fans supposed to believe that he was stalking another man's wife in such a creepy and perverted way? The answer was, they didn't. The story became more and more surreal over time, with Page creating shrines to Mrs. Calloway in dressing rooms, earning him a severe beating and a taxi to the mid-card. Number 7. Who ran HBK's head into a car window? This one was a short mystery with an obvious culprit, but what followed more than makes up for it. Following his back injury in 1998, Shawn Michaels would make sporadic appearances on WWE TV as a commentator and then as an on-air commissioner before his personal demons forced him to be off television for some time. Then in mid-2002, the Heartbreak Kid returned, joining the short-lived NWO reboot alongside buddy Kevin Nash. Once the group fizzled out, his other clique buddy, Triple H, would return to Raw and reform D-Generation X, only for the game to nail Michaels with a pedigree. Despite this, and his promo denouncing Michaels stating he was not what he once was, when Michaels was then found in a pool of his own blood, having been rammed face first into a car window, Helmsley showed genuine concern for his fallen friend. However, when Michaels next appeared on TV, through some camera trickery, which even by today's standards is literally impossible, it was revealed that Triple H himself had attacked HBK from behind. And although this was a fairly short mystery with an obvious resolution, what came next was perhaps even more of a mystery, as Michaels would square off against Helmsley in an unsanctioned match at SummerSlam that year, throwing himself across the ring as if he'd never been away, defeating the Cerebral Assassin in the middle of the ring before continuing to wow us for another 7.5 years. Number 6. Who was Mr. McMahon's illegitimate child? If not for a real-life tragedy, this entry would have been something completely different. In the summer of 2007, Vince McMahon was not in a great state mentally, and following the explosion of his limousine with McMahon inside at the end of an episode of Raw, the boss was presumed dead, in storyline that is. However, following the Benoit tragedy, he was forced to reveal the explosion was a hoax and the angle behind who was responsible for it was nixed. 6 weeks later, McMahon returned to television, revealing that he had faked his own death and rang the changes on Raw, only to be told at the end of the night that he had sired a son out of wedlock, clearly in an attempt to steer us back towards a mystery angle, just of a different kind. Done correctly with the right person, the potential for a young up-and-coming star to get a shot in the arm by being associated with the owner of the company could have been big money. And it looked like that would be the case when Mr. Kennedy proclaimed that he himself was McMahon's child. That was rendered untrue, however, and the announcement would come the next week on Raw. Naturally, the reveal was Hornswoggle, because screw you, that's why. It ended up going nowhere, but it was intriguing TV for the time it lasted. Number 5. Who was the anonymous Raw GM? Following the firing of Bret Hart as Raw GM in June 2010, Vince McMahon announced that his successor was to remain anonymous in order to avoid favoritism. The GM would make rulings via email messages sent to a laptop on a podium at ringside, which for some reason a very annoying and biased heel Michael Cole would read out loud, beginning with the phrase, and I quote, "It's really no wonder the show's viewership dropped around this time." Hints were given as to the GM's true identity, as several catchphrases would appear in its messages, but no real puppet master was ever revealed. About a year later, the anonymous GM would be phased out in favor of John Laurinaitis, and the identity of the person behind it was left a mystery. That is, until the build-up to Raw 1000 in the summer of 2012, when it would return for one night only on July 2nd. There, Detective Santino Marella, with the aid of Jerry the King Lawler, would finally discover the truth. Hidden under the ring, sending the emails this whole time was Hornswoggle, again, because as I said before, screw you, that's why. Number 4, who was the leader of Aces and Eights? Over the years, Hulk Hogan slayed many dragons and got the better of many armies. Ted DiBiase and his millions, Bobby Heenan's family, and the Dungeon of Doom, to name a few. When Hogan joined TNA, one group sought to take him out for good, Aces and Eights, the company's attempt at an invasion storyline in the summer of 2012, with the Hulkster and his veteran pals finding themselves constantly outnumbered. One glimmer of hope for the organization came in the form of Bully Ray, who had recently turned face and was rising through the ranks as a singles competitor, going against his long-term partner Devon, who would become a key member of the Sons of Anarchy. Sorry, I mean the Aces and Eights. Tensions rose between Hogan and Ray, though after it was revealed Ray was in a secret relationship with Hulk's daughter Brooke, who was in an on-air authority position at the time. However, through his devotion to Brooke, including proposing marriage to her, and his willingness to fight for the company, Hogan showed his appreciation by giving Ray a TNA title match in a steel cage at Lockdown against champion Jeff Hardy. There, the mystery was finally solved as the members of Aces and Eights interfered on Ray's behalf, allowing him to win his first ever world title and, in the process, reveal himself as the true leader of the group. Number 3, who was Angle secretly on the phone with? After 11 years away from the company, it was announced that Kurt Angle was to be a part of the 2017 WWE Hall of Fame class. And when it was made known that he would be returning to the company full-time as the Raw general manager, fans everywhere were excited to see him come back, hoping for some of his trademark intensity, comedic timing, and maybe even the odd match or two. Then creative saddled Angle with a horrible storyline when Corey Graves informed Angle about some scandalous information he had received about him that could potentially ruin the man's life. What this information could be was a big question on everyone's mind. 20 years ago, the idea of a wrestler having an affair or something of that nature in storyline could have been believed, but this was 2017. Everyone knew Angle was a family man and a devoted Christian. Sadly, the writers just decided to ignore all that, and it was revealed that Angle had a son with a woman he met in college, and that son turned out to be Jason Jordan, clearly trying to give Jordan a big push by being associated with the Olympic hero. As expected though, the fans didn't buy it one bit. One, because of Angle's well-documented life outside of wrestling, but also, come on. Of the two members of American Alpha, who makes more sense to be Angle's illegitimate son? Sometimes the simple and more obvious answer is the best one. Number 2, who ran over Stone Cold Steve Austin? In the fall of 1999, Steve Austin was in a bad way. The Texas Rattlesnake needed major neck surgery and thus had to be written out of storylines while in the middle of a hot angle including himself, The Rock, and WWE champion Triple H. So the company pulled the old bait and switch when, with the three booked in a triple threat match at Survivor Series, Austin was shown getting run over in the arena parking lot earlier in the night, forcing him to be removed from the matchup, replaced by The Big Show. Aside from a few sporadic appearances, the Bionic Redneck returned in the summer of 2000 with one thing on his mind: who was driving the vehicle that cost him a year of his career? In the way you would expect, Austin went through his list of suspects one stunner at a time until the culprit was initially revealed to be Rikishi, the wide-ass Samoan who had until recently been a firm dancing favourite. Following Austin's attempts to gain revenge by trying to literally kill Rikishi with a truck, a more sensible and obvious culprit came forward in the form of Triple H, who was the one who had lured Austin into the car park to be run down in the first place. Number 1, who was the higher power? After months of build and intrigue, the interweaving of characters and the implications of what happened during and could have happened after, JR's commentary truly summed up this frustrating reveal in a nutshell. In late 1999, The Undertaker went full gothic and satanic, which for a dead man is saying something, attempting to bury, embalm, and crucify people, and recruiting other superstars to form the Ministry of Darkness. The group would feud with Mr. McMahon's corporation and make the owner's life a misery, abducting his son, burning his daughter's belongings, and torching a cross on his front lawn, all to appease a so-called higher power who was controlling their behavior. Things went from bad to worse as a fresh-faced Stephanie would be abducted by the group, twice, the second resulting in an attempt at a demonic wedding to The Undertaker himself, only to be saved by Mr. McMahon's long-term nemesis, Steve Austin. Then, when Vince's son Shane betrayed his father to unite the two groups as the corporate ministry, it seemed that Austin and McMahon had finally found a common enemy. Eventually, after Undertaker and Shane had stolen the WWE title from Austin, it was time to reveal the identity of who the mysterious puppet master was. Who was the bastard behind all of these horrific acts? Who was this supposed higher power? Why? It was Vince McMahon himself, because, and I cannot repeat this enough, screw you, screw your logic, respect your masters, and do not mess with the big boys. When you think of WWE's PG era, what immediately comes to mind? Crap comedy? Can I say crap? Is that PG? How about Big Show crying or turning or crying while he turns on someone? Or perhaps you instinctively flash to PG poster boy John Cena's infinite collection of garish t-shirts. One thing, or actually 10 things, you likely won't think of are the following PG-era superstars, as you will have a hard time recalling them being there in the first place. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 WWE PG-era stars you don't remember. Join us. Number 10, Courtney Taylor. Like many so-called WWE divas of the era, Courtney Taylor came from a modeling background, having appeared in the pages of Playboy on multiple occasions. I can confirm this because I've seen the evidence with my own eyes. Not only that, but Taylor, real name Beverly Mullins, was a member of the prestigious Hooters Hall of Fame. A fan of the business who cited her hero growing up as Stone Cold Steve Austin, she reported to FCW in 2008 and was given her fair share of go-nowhere gimmicks prior to being called up to the main roster. Though she wrestled down in Florida, she was brought up to Maine to briefly act as a backstage interviewer for the drain-circling ECW brand. Her most memorable moment on WWE television was probably when she chased somebody in a tiger costume through the arena with a golf club on the December 21st, 2009 episode of Raw, just like her hero Stone Cold Steve Austin. That was really as good as it got for Taylor, who was released from her WWE contract on April 14th and subsequently retired from the business. Number 9, Camacho. You know when you grow up telling everyone that your dad is harder than the other kid's dad, and what's more, he's actually the hardest dad in the whole entire world? Well, former WWE star Camacho could truthfully claim that because he is the son of Haku. Not that you'd know it based on his WWE run, of course, because he certainly didn't play up the connection or get into any fights where he ripped a guy's nose off. Following a successful tryout, Tavita Fafita spent the requisite couple of years in developmental doing a little of this and that before landing on the main roster as the Latino gangster buddy of Hunico. If you remember anything about the duo, it is likely their entrance, which saw them ride to the ring on a blinged out bicycle. And that's because otherwise the pairing was unremarkable and spent most of their time doing the honors for other, more over tag teams. Hunico would fare slightly better after donning the Sin Cara mask again, while Camacho found himself down in NXT feuding with Adam Rose before being released. Number 8, Kalen Croft. Chris Pavoni first signed with WWE in 2003 when he was stationed in Ohio Valley Wrestling and won not only the OVW tag team titles, but also the OVW heavyweight title during his 3-year stay. For the man known as Chris Cage, however, his WWE dream would come to a temporary end in March of 2006 when he was released following what was described as an outside-the-ring nightlife incident that saw him end up in the hospital. It was quite the fall from grace for a performer who had been pegged as an original member of M&M before an injury intervened to the benefit of Joey Mercury. He was re-signed not too long after and began working in FCW, where he was rechristened Kalen Croft. Must have had a contractually obligated double C name clause in his contract. He and his Dude Busters tag partner Trent Beretta were brought to the main roster, where they were placed, where else, on the ECW brand. Though the team was talented, they had about as many distinguishable features as Morph, with an ordinary look, cookie-cutter name, and a wrestling style right out of the WWE Farm System playbook. Number 7, Michael Tarver. The Nexus invasion of the summer of 2010 was a breath of fresh air at a rather creatively stagnant time, as the band of rebel rookies shook up the status quo and launched themselves into the main event mix with a series of powerful attacks on some of WWE's untouchables. Most of the Nexus, save for the quickly canned Daniel Bryan, were unproven commodities at the time, but would come good in the end, except for Michael Tarver. It feels a bit mean to single him out from the original group, but the truth is that Tarver was only around for a few months and was easily the weakest member as far as in-ring work was concerned. He had a decent look and was a serviceable mouthpiece, but that wasn't going to be enough for him to get by in the long run, and it wasn't much of a surprise when he was released not too long after getting booted out of the Black and Yellow group. Reflecting on his run a decade later, Tarver claims that he was buried when he got to the main roster and that one man in particular, let's just say it rhymes with Don Gina, held him back. Number 6, Ryan Braddock. Knock knock, who's there? My name's Ryan Braddock and I'm gonna knock... No, Wait, hold on a second. That was a different nondescript no-hoper who came and went in the summer of 2008. Though to be fair to Ryan Braddock, he did manage to participate in 7 whole televised matches, 6 on SmackDown and 1 on ECW, before being taken off TV and sent back to developmental before his inevitable release. Braddock had been in the company's farm system for 3 years before he got his call-up, having toiled in Deep South Wrestling, OVW, and FCW. Despite training in 3 different WWE feeder leagues, the company clearly weren't convinced by his abilities and had him doing job duty from the get-go, though he did score a DQ win over Festus after being wrapped in bubble wrap and duct tape. Braddock's issue, like so many of his ilk, was that absolutely nothing about him stood out. He was just a wrestler in a pair of trunks and boots with a boring name and by-the-numbers wrestling style, which is why these days he feels right at home as a member of the NWA roster. Kidding, calm down. Number 5, Ricky Ortiz. Richard Young was the exact sort of athlete that WWE coveted once upon a time, the kind of guy you can just see Jim Ross chomping at the bit to get a stat sheet report on before crowing about his tremendous upside. A 6'4", 250-pound former NFL and XFL player, Young signed a developmental contract in 2006 and reported to OVW, where he was christened Atlas de Bone. Touted as one of the system's brightest prospects, Young debuted as a member of the ECW brand in the summer of 2008 as Atlas Ortiz, though that was quickly changed to Ricky. The Latin assassin got off to a decent start and was booked to go on a singles winning streak, but when WWE had Jack Swagger break it, Ortiz began to flounder. A trade to SmackDown in 2009's supplemental draft didn't change the course, and he was released after being used as a jobber to the stars. Ricky Ortiz may have had all of the physical tools, but ultimately he failed to stand out from the crowd. Luckily for him, his physical tools were enough for former WWE star Layla, who ended up marrying him. And I mean, that's the real world title, isn't it? Number 4, Eric Escobar. After rising to being a world title star in his native Puerto Rico, Eric Perez was signed to a developmental deal in the summer of 2005, the company no doubt encouraged by the success of his countryman Carlito. 4 years split between Deep South and FCW were fruitful as he won both groups' tag titles as well as the FCW heavyweight title. His September 2009 promotion to the main roster saw him aligned with Vicky Guerrero, which must have filled Perez, now going by Eric Escobar, with confidence. After all, Vicky had been involved in some major storylines, was a bona fide heat magnet, and had seconded the likes of Edge at a main event level. Things got off to a good start as he beat Matt Hardy in his debut match, immediately securing himself a spot on Team Blue at the Bragging Rights pay-per-view. A couple of weeks later, however, he was removed from the match, and not long after that, his union with Vicky was axed. After being punished by Guerrero with a series of handicap matches and a bout with Kane, Escobar disappeared and was quickly released amid rumors that his not insignificant yet fleeting push had been sabotaged by someone backstage. Number 3, Mason Ryan. When knee injuries put an end to a promising football career, Welsh Adonis Barry Griffith set his sight on pro wrestling instead. Right, while we're on the subject, just why do athletes who are forced to quit proper sports turn to the graps anyway? Because it's so notoriously easy on the body? Nobody ever gets hurt taking bumps 200 nights a year, do they? Anyway, Barry certainly had the superstar look, and after training for a couple of years in FCW, was called up to the main roster as Mason Ryan to be a member of the new Nexus, making a debut statement by interfering in a match between CM Punk and John Cena. You couldn't miss the muscle man, but beyond his bulging physique, there simply wasn't a lot there to keep fans' attention. Injuries didn't help, but Big Mason never quite put it all together, and WWE obviously felt that he needed more seasoning, eventually sending him to the rebooted developmental version of NXT. Unlike Batista, who he was often, perhaps unfairly, compared to, Ryan never quite figured it out, and WWE eventually cut bait. As well as performing in Cirque du Soleil, his name lives on through song. Number 2, Oksana. A former professional bodybuilder from Lithuania who possessed a striking femme fatale look, Oksana certainly made a bold first impression. The former FCW Divas champion was called up after about a year in developmental to participate in the all-female season of NXT The Game Show, placing a respectable 4th while being engaged literally in a storyline with her pro Goldust. Her fortunes on the main roster were mixed, as she was once again placed in a romance storyline with Teddy Long and Antonio Cesaro, the latter of whom she managed for a short time. Once their European Union came to an end, no Brexit jokes please, Oksana's luck fluctuated and she got lost in the shuffle. She actually had an odd charisma about her and noticeably improved between the ropes as time went on. But the era was not kind to WWE's fighting females of the day, and Oksana was typically used to enhance other women that the promotion had bigger plans for, rarely getting significant opportunities of her own. An alliance with Alicia Fox was not enough to save her, and Oksana was released to make space for the incoming stars of NXT. Number 1. Sim Snuka. For the child of a parent considered legendary in some circles, it must be tough trying to carry on the legacy. This fact is true in wrestling, where we see time and time again a second or third generation talent fail to live up to the expectations placed on them by fans to live up to their famous name. Luckily for James Snuka, son of Hall of Famer Jimmy Superfly Snuka, his big break came with the benefit of a name and gimmick that disguised his roots. As Deuce, he had a solid 18 months on SmackDown, where he won the tag team titles and was involved in notable storylines and matches. It was when he and Domino split that the trouble started. Drafted to Raw and repackaged as Sim Snuka, he had 5 forgettable matches where he showed nothing to suggest that he could make it on his own. The fact that he wasn't added to the Legacy stable spoke volumes, and the last straw for Snuka came when he, disguised as a cameraman, failed to catch The Undertaker at WrestleMania 25, causing the respected locker room leader to fall on his head at the biggest show of the year, eh? Way to go, douche. A beloved public figure who is often mobbed by members of the general public, I know what it's like to need a little bit of protection from time to time, and thus completely relate to certain sports entertainers who enlist the services of a heavy. The wrestling bodyguard hasn't been in vogue in WWE for a good while now, but there have been some great ones over the years, and it has proven to be a launching pad for many future superstars. For example, the following 10 badass lads and lass. I'm Adam Pachisi from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are the 10 best WWE bodyguards. Join us. Number 10, Tyson Tomko. Well, just look at this big, bald, jacked up muscle man, fresh off of the Ruthless Aggression Creator Wrestler conveyor belts. What the hell are we gonna do with this beefcake? Featuring many of the qualities that Vince McMahon looks for in his would-be superstars, especially back then, Tyson Tomko was far from a world beater in the ring, but his look alone guaranteed he was going to get a shot to do something. And pairing him up with Christian and Trish Stratus as the evil couple's problem solver was probably the best use of him, as he got to look imposing and impressive while doing their dirty work, while being given a ringside seat to observe the work of 2 of the best in the business at that time. Tomko mainly stuck to being the silent observer cum ass kicker, keeping his mouth shut before running interference with power moves like crushing clotheslines and big boots when the time called for it. But he did occasionally get to display his comedic talents by playing off the often wound up Captain Charisma. For the year or so he was matched up with Christian, the highlight was probably their blunt exchange in a backstage segment at the 2005 Royal Rumble. Tomko, give me a beat! No. The big fella genuinely added to Christian's act and vice versa, and Tomko struggled to keep the momentum when they split. Number 9, Batista. When Batista was learning the ropes down in WWE developmental territory, Ohio Valley Wrestling, OVW booker and wrestling Nostradamus Jim Cornette predicted that the man who plied his trade as Leviathan would sooner than later headline WrestleMania. Big Dave would get there eventually, of course, but his introduction on WWE television and early role didn't exactly suggest WWE had the grandest hopes for him. Enlisted as the muscle of the crooked Reverend Devon, Deacon Batista basically had to stand there and guard the Rev's collection box, which was secured around his neck by a large chain. It didn't scream WrestleMania main eventer by any means, but it was a start and Batista did it well. He looked imposing, even if they did criminally cover up all of those beautiful muscles by putting him in a suit, and even though he only had 1 or 2 things to do on any given show, he typically did them well. Devon and Batista weren't pushed too strongly as an act, and it didn't take long for the animal to start arguing with his bent boss, eventually leading to a breakup and match between the pair, which Batista won. After that, the animal was traded to Raw and joined up with Evolution, and though he wasn't a bodyguard per se, he was certainly an enforcer type in a similar vein. Number 8. J&J Security. While most wrestling bodyguards tend to be a fair bit larger than the body they're protecting, there are exceptions to the rule, with J&J Security being the most notable example. Former WWE stars who were then working backstage as producers and trainers, Jamie by God Noble and Joey, the other one from M&M Mercury, got an on-screen gig as the punching bags for the Authority's Seth Rollins. The unit worked because they could both use their strength in numbers in attack and also justifiably get their behinds handed to them, which happened often. Noted solid workers in their own right, Mercury and Noble competed in multi-man matches as part of the job too, teaming up with the Architect in what were often TV main events. They looked good out there and helped to enhance Rollins, who was either WWE champion or otherwise firmly in the mix as a top contender. J&J were at their best when they were being thrown around, however, which was perfectly demonstrated when they got on the wrong side of Brock Lesnar, who took not just them but their new Cadillac apart. The bodyguard function eventually ran its course and J&J were written out of storylines, but they were good value while they were around. Number 7. Sid. Possessor of one of the most incredible looks in wrestling history, Sid was practically tailor-made for the bodyguard role. Never one of the great workers, though much better than people tend to give him credit for, and flaky at the best of times, aka softball season, Sid was never positioned as the top guy for long and invariably found his way out of WWE or WCW after relatively short spells. Sid's 1995 run as the bodyguard for Shawn Michaels was a masterstroke as he backed up the Heartbreak Kid in his pursuit of the WWE title, which belonged to his old running buddy Diesel. The master and ruler of the world was a menacing presence at ringside, and most figured he would aid HBK in his big title showdown at WrestleMania 11. It wasn't to be, however, as Sid accidentally cost his employer the bout, their relationship ending the next night on Raw when Sid powerbombed Michaels over and over again. He soon accepted another payday from the $1 Million Corporation before he himself went into battle with Big Daddy Cool. Following a loss to Michaels, Sid disappeared again for a while, and when he came back, it was to act alone and go for the WWE title. Sid as the burly backup was a textbook case of hiding weakness and highlighting positives. Number 6. Big Boss Man. Ray Traylor first made his name in the professional wrestling industry in Jim Crockett Promotions as silent bodyguard Big Bubba Rogers, protecting Jim Cornette and the Midnight Express. He would go on to establish himself as a single star in his own right, gaining a reputation as one of the best bumping big men in the business for his work in WWE and WCW. When he returned to WWE in 1998 with a lot more miles on his body, he did so by going back to his roots as the bodyguard for Vince McMahon and the corporation. It was a high-profile role for the man from Cobb County, Georgia, and he looked more than credible in it. It did help that he changed up his look to SWAT-style gear as opposed to his old prison uniform, and that the top stars were all willing to sell for him. He captured the tag team and hardcore titles and was on such a roll that he met The Undertaker in a Hell in a Cell match at WrestleMania 15. That did not end well for him, and the year got crazier from there as he became a dog-murdering, funeral-crashing psychopath. But for those first few months when he was riding high with the chairman and his entourage, he proved his worth as a pivotal part of the show and a damn fine bodyguard. Number 5. Bob Orton Jr. A lot of times, heels will need bodyguards because they are too cowardly to fight their own battles. However, that wasn't the case with Roddy Piper, who enlisted the services of Bob Orton Jr. because he had so much heat that he oftentimes needed a little insurance policy in case things boiled over and the fans became as rowdy as he was. Orton was an accomplished second-generation star with a perennially broken arm who could more than take care of himself in ugly situations. The Cowboy had the good fortune of being paired up with Piper around the time of the very first WrestleMania, meaning that he was involved in the main event of the inaugural showcase of the Immortals, rubbing shoulders with Hulk Hogan and Mr. T. Piper and Orton's partnership worked very well, no doubt helped by the fact that they were genuinely close friends away from the ring too. The chemistry was on display for all to see. When Roddy left the company, Orton began working as the bodyguard of Adrian Adonis, leading to a bitter feud with Piper when Hot Rod eventually returned. Underrated then and now, Bob Orton Jr. was both a hell of a worker and an excellent heavy for the Wild Scotsman. Number 4, Virgil. Though often referred to as Ted DiBiase's servant, Virgil was initially brought in as the $1 Million Man's bodyguard. Virgil, the name and inside rib on the competition's Virgil Dusty Rhodes Runnels, carried around Ted's big fat wads of cash and would be on hand to punk out those who would do demeaning tasks in order to get their hands on some of the green stuff. He was also typically around to take a hiding from a fired-up babyface whenever DiBiase would flee the scene. Virgil would often be sent into battle to soften up a Jake Roberts or Randy Savage, though it never went as planned for the heels. After a long time playing the lackey and increasingly fed up with his frequent humiliations, Virgil finally stood up for himself and turned on his employer, which led to a babyface run and a series of matches between the two. Sadly for Virgil, the emancipation didn't lead to any sort of prolonged singles success, and he was so well defined in his previous role that he found it hard to shake the stigma. He showed up as head of security Vincent, another inside rib on Guess Who, for the New World Order in WCW, before eventually coming back to WWE for a brief storyline with Ted DiBiase's namesake offspring. Number 3, the APA. There have been countless instances of WWE taking two talented performers who are doing nothing, teaming them up and hoping for the best. It doesn't always work, sure, but when it does, it can be magical. Fortunately for Ron Simmons and Bradshaw, they swam instead of sinking, first as the Acolytes as members of the Undertaker's nefarious Ministry of Darkness, and then as the Acolyte Protection Agency. Though while they were aligned with the Dead Man, they were good value, winning a couple of tag team championships and having a series of decent brawls with teams such as the Hardys and the Dudleys. It was when they transitioned into hired muscle and crucially were allowed to replicate their backstage personas on camera that the two really took off. The APA were formed in early 2000 and didn't care whether they were protecting a babyface or a heel, so long as they got paid and were allowed to drink beer and play cards in their makeshift office. When their pounding music hit, you knew it was on and that somebody was more than likely going to get their head kicked in. And that's because APA stood for Acolyte Protection Agency, but also always pounding ass too. Number 2, China. Before Joni Laura came along, if a female performer accompanied a male to ringside, it was almost exclusively to act as their valet. While sensational Sherry Martel was unafraid to get physical with the guys and took some outrageous bumps for her clients, China took things to another level when she burst onto the scene in 1997, displaying an unmatched physicality and possessing a physique that matches many of the men. Not long after debuting as a planted fan in the crowd, she was properly established as the bodyguard of D-Generation X. This was something that some members of the roster had a hard time coming to terms with, as they were not used to selling offense from a woman. China, though, made it easy because she had the size and presence to make it believable, and she acted well as the stoic counter to Hunter and Sean's frat boy theatrics. China's popularity grew and grew over the following months and years to the point that she became a two-time Intercontinental Champion and was once considered for a run with the WWE title. Not too shabby for an originally limited Killer Kowalski graduate with an undeniably unique look. China was a trailblazer in the industry, and it all started with her time as a bodyguard, a job she did as well as anyone with balls. Number 1, Diesel. Start your engines and honk your horns because it's time to take a look at Big Daddy Cool himself. Kevin Nash had been criminally misused in WCW, going from Master Blaster to Oz to Vinny Vegas. 3 naff gimmicks that did the Giant no favors whatsoever. Shawn Michaels was a fan of the wisecracking Vegas, however, and implored Vince McMahon to give him a shot. The Heartbreak Kid was on the rise as a singles star and felt that having a heavy in his corner would help add to his presentation. And he was right. From the moment they appeared together on screen, the pairing clicked, with both performers continuing to grow and flourish together. Decked out in black leather and opting to do his talking with his fists, Diesel was undeniably cool and was a nice counterbalance to the flamboyant and cocky HBK. It was hardly surprising then when Diesel started getting more and more popular, eventually outgrowing his fellow dude with attitude as fans embraced him as a would-be hero. The split happened at the 1994 Survivor Series, and just a few days later, Big Sexy beat Bob Backlund to win the WWE title at a Madison Square Garden house show in front of 40,000 fans. I mean, the Garden doesn't actually hold 40,000 fans, but by God, it did that night. A WWE superstar goes to the ring every night knowing there's at least the possibility that they will sustain an injury while performing. The old school mentality when this happens is that unless you're physically unable to move, you must finish the match. And we've seen that countless times before, but thankfully the long-term health of the talent seems to be prioritized a bit more these days. Rather than risk making an injury worse, WWE backstage staff, referees, and doctors are now more than happy to call the bell if they believe a wrestler is legitimately suffering. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 WWE matches stopped due to injury. Join us. Number 10, Sin Cara vs Alberto Del Rio. Sin Cara's WWE career was one big blunder after another. He botched countless moves, fell afoul of the wellness policy, and suffered mid-match injuries that necessitated script changes, such as the 2011 Survivor Series. And you know what? That doesn't even cover the first year of his WWE career. The masked man's unreliability didn't make him too many friends in the locker room, and he even fell on the wrong side of countryman Alberto Del Rio after the two clashed on the August 19th, 2013 episode of Raw. Truth be told, the two never liked one another dating back to their Mexico days, but Del Rio's disdain for his fellow luchador went up a few notches after their match needed to be stopped just a minute into it after Sin Cara suffered an injury. He dislocated his finger while performing a suicide dive, and after consulting with the referee and ringside doctor, felt as though he couldn't go on. Alberto was furious that the match ended for what he perceived to be a minor injury and what actually turned out to be the original Sin Cara's last televised match for the company before being released and replaced by Hunico. Number 9, Dana Brooke vs Sarah Logan. It's not often that WWE's female wrestlers get busted open. In fact, I'm not sure there's ever been an instance of a female performer deliberately getting some color, and the times that it has happened hard way have been few and far between, such as Lita at Survivor Series 2000, Beth Phoenix in the 2020 Royal Rumble, or Nia Jax on Raw. Another example is one that flew under the radar as it happened on the little-watched main event in 2019. Dana Brooke was battling Sarah Logan when she took a full-on face bump into the LED ring post and suffered a nasty cut above her right eye. Logan technically won the match via referee's decision when he intervened in proceedings, but really the match was cut short as a precautionary measure. After the bout, Brooke was given a towel to cover up the blood and was walked backstage by WWE doctor Chris Amann. Thankfully, she wasn't too badly hurt and was back in the ring just 4 nights later. Number 8, Edge vs Jeff Hardy. Few in WWE history have been bitten by the injury bug quite as often as Edge, who was forced to undergo countless surgeries and ultimately had to retire due to the accumulative wear and tear on his body. On a couple of occasions, the Rated R superstar went down with an injury during a match, resulting in that match being stopped. If you can't remember this happening, it's because the injuries happened on non-televised house shows. The first time was in the summer of 2004, when Edge was reigning as Intercontinental Champion, defending it against Chris Jericho in Salt Lake City. Just a few minutes into the bout, he took a bump on the floor and immediately knew that something was wrong. He'd actually torn his groin, with the ref stopping the match and awarding a count-out victory to Y2J. Edge was subsequently forced to vacate the title. 5 years later, the Ultimate Opportunist was taking on Jeff Hardy in San Diego when he tore his Achilles tendon, again just moments into the contest. The charismatic Enigma was awarded a win by referee's decision, while a sullen Adam Copeland headed once more to the operating theater. Number 7, Humberto Carrillo vs Sheamus. Just because a live audience weren't allowed in the building during the COVID era doesn't mean the same risks weren't there for the WWE stars who were giving it their all to entertain during a global pandemic. There were a couple of nasty injuries during Corona times, like Ivar of the Viking Raiders suffering a scary neck injury, which caused the match he was in to be hurriedly concluded. As the Thunderdome era was coming to a close, Humberto Carrillo narrowly avoided serious injury during a Raw outing with Sheamus, though at the time he was in enough pain that the match needed to be stopped. It happened as he attempted to sunset flip powerbomb the Irishman off the ring apron, his leg buckling beneath him as it made contact with the floor, with the Celtic Warrior falling on top of him in an awkward landing. Watching at the time, it was hard not to flash back to when Seth Rollins wrecked his ACL performing a similar move on Kane in 2015. Fortunately, there was no real damage done and Humberto was back the next week. Number 6, Absolution vs Bayley, Mickie James, and Sasha Banks. Another non-televised match here, and what should have been a routine 6-person tag bout ended up having far greater ramifications than it just ending abruptly. On December 12, 2017, Absolution, Paige, Mandy Rose, and Sonya Deville were taking on the babyface squad of Bayley, Sasha Banks, and Mickie James in a match that they had done several times previously. As the anti-diva was working over the boss, she turned her back on her, giving Banks an opportunity to kick her hard in it. And immediately, it was obvious that something was wrong, and the referee made the decision to stop the match while she was seen to by ringside doctors as the other match participants looked on with worried faces. Paige, who had previously undergone major neck fusion surgery and had only been back in action for about a month, had sustained an impact injury to her neck from the stiff kick. It not only meant the end of the match, but sadly the end of Paige's in-ring career as she was forced to announce her retirement just a few months later. Number 5, the Vaudevillains vs Enzo Amore and Big Cass. They say payback is a bitch, and that is certainly true if you're Enzo Amore and the year is 2016. Enzo was teaming with Big Cass against the Vaudevillains in the show's opener, which was a tag title #1 contender match. Minutes into the bout, Simon Gotch went to throw Amore outside the ring, with Enzo attempting to slide under the bottom rope and, in theory, evade damage. Unfortunately, the certified G's head hit the rope, forcing it to snap back hard against the mat. There was nothing soft about the landing. Lying in an unconscious pile on the floor, it looked like Enzo was in big trouble. Gotch tried to pick him up, but the referee, sensing something was amiss, intervened and called for a doctor. A stretcher was brought out and Enzo was given oxygen as he was wheeled out of the arena. It was a tense situation, especially for those in the arena watching live who weren't updated on his condition, but the realest guy in the room managed to escape with only a concussion and was discharged from a local medical facility later that evening. Number 4, Randy Orton vs AJ Styles. Randy Orton has been in the job for a while and has, over the course of a now 20-year WWE career, had his fair share of injuries. The thing that has troubled the Viper most are his hypermobile shoulders. I mean, who could forget him knacking them by simply pounding on the mat in anticipation of hitting Edge with an RKO at 2010's Over the Limit? The ending of that match had to be improvised, which is more than can be said for the time Orton sustained an apparent injury while wrestling AJ Styles on a 2019 live event. Their match in Hershey, Pennsylvania had to be called off after Randy looked to have landed dodgy while attempting to hit the RKO. According to reports from those who were there, it seemed like Orton had landed badly on his left knee and had to be helped to the back with the aid of referees. However, it later transpired that the injury was actually part of an angle, with Randy using it as a ruse to lure the Phenomenal One into a trap the next night on Raw. Clever stuff. Number 3, Rusev vs Neville. 2015 must have been a frustrating year for Rusev, who fractured his foot in May and then had to deal with a cucktastic summer storyline involving his wife and Dolph Ziggler after coming back from the bench. He encountered another setback in October when he wrestled Neville in a match taped for Main Event. Their match was ticking along nicely when the jumping Geordie hit the Bulgarian Brute with a springboard dropkick, forcing Rusev to take refuge at ringside. When the show came back from commercial break, Rusev was seen holding his arm and talking to the referee, concern etched on his face. Neville was kept away while a ringside doctor entered the fray before the match was abandoned while it was in progress. Rusev, in character, blew a gasket, ranting and raving and kicking the steel stairs before chasing the timekeeper through the crowd. It later transpired that the former United States champion had sustained a proximal bicep tendon rupture and would miss about a month of action. Number 2, Neville vs Chris Jericho. About 6 months after Rusev injured his bicep, it was Neville's turn to suffer an injury so bad that he couldn't continue a match. He was taking on Chris Jericho on the March 14th, 2016 episode of Raw, the two having a characteristically dandy scrap when suddenly things ground to a halt. The Newcastle native didn't crock himself doing one of his breathtaking aerial attacks, but while attempting a relatively simple baseball slide through Y2J's legs. It wasn't initially clear what had happened, since Neville continued to battle on and even hit some kicks with the injured appendage as well as a Hurricane Rana. Soon though, the pain was too much and Neville informed his opponent that he thought he'd broken his ankle and that they needed to go to the finish. Jericho tried to wrap things up, but Charles Robinson noticed that Neville's shoulder was up off the canvas and only counted 2. A subsequent push from Jericho to the official did the trick and Robinson called for the DQ. Adding insult to literal injury, the fracture occurred just weeks before WrestleMania 32, 2, where Neville was scheduled to participate in the IC title ladder match. Proper shan that, like. Number 1, Daniel Bryan vs Randy Orton. While some wrestlers are more than happy for a match to end when they suffer an injury, others must be saved from themselves. Like Daniel Bryan, the world-traveled warrior who had navigated the business with the mentality that a match must go on no matter what. When he suffered a stinger, a type of neck injury that can result in a loss of feeling in the arms and legs during his no DQ match with Randy Orton on the June 17, 2013 episode of Raw, D-Bry tried to stay the course despite clearly not being in a great way. It was actually Triple H watching from ringside who made the call to the referee to stop the match. The game was concerned for both participants' safety, even if the American Dragon was determined to keep going. In fact, when Bryan got to the gorilla position afterwards, he was furious with Vince's son-in-law, the two getting into a heated confrontation. Credit to Hunter for protecting the talent, even if it feels a bit rich coming from someone who soldiered on to the finish after blowing out his quad. Twice. With our collective attention spans having never been shorter and an abundance of entertainment available at our fingertips, we generally want what we watch to be short, and we want it to be bloody good. So you could do a lot worse than check out some of these sub-5-minute offerings from WWE, contests that may have been brief but pack a hell of a punch in the tit. I've already lost you, haven't I? You clicked off the video, and now you've opened TikTok, haven't you? Goddamn goldfish. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are the 10 best WWE matches under 5 minutes. Join us! Number 10, The Hardy Boys vs Edge and Christian at King of the Ring 1999. There wasn't too much to celebrate at King of the Ring 1999, a major misfire during one of WWE's hottest ever periods. The matches were mostly poor and the booking left a lot to be desired, but a quartet of young up-and-comers looking to make an impact provided one of the show's few bright spots. Edge and Christian clashed with the Hardy Boys in one of their first ever meetings, with a future shot at the WWE Tag Team titles up for grabs. Adding to the pressure, this was Matt and Jeff's pay-per-view debut. The tournament matches meant the card clocked in at a beefy 10 bouts, with the two teams being tasked with getting the job done in under 5 minutes. They would have better, longer matches fought under a range of stipulations in the months and years that followed, but this was a nice glimpse into the future of WWE's doubles division. The highlight was Edge hitting Jeff with a mid-air spear as he attempted poetry in motion, though the younger Hardy was able to rally and get the win with a twist of fate. Number 9, The Ultimate Warrior vs the Honky Tonk Man at SummerSlam 1988. The Honky Tonk Man was originally scheduled to defend his Intercontinental title against Brutus Beefcake at SummerSlam 1988, before Ron Bass and his trusty steel spurs bloodied up the barber and took him out of commission. Then, enjoying a record-setting run with the IC belt, the wannabe Elvis didn't bemoan his lack of known challenger and asked to wrestle anyone instead. He didn't care who it was. The challenge was answered by none other than the Ultimate Warrior, who sprinted to the ring, knocking announcer Howard Finkel off the apron in the process, and proceeded to demolish the Honky Tonk Man in 31 wonderful seconds. A couple of clotheslines, a slam, and a warrior splash later, and the painted hero was our Intercontinental Champion. One of the longest reigns in history had been ended with one of the shortest matches, but fans were clearly far from bothered by the brevity of it all. On the contrary, the Madison Square Garden crowd cheered like nutters for the switch, as happy to see the cocky honky get his comeuppance as they were to see their warrior bag the strap. Number 8, The Kid vs Razor Ramon on Raw. After losing to Doink the Clown and Mr. Hughes on Raw in the weeks before, the Kid proved that the third time was the charm when he scored a monumental and completely shocking victory over Razor Ramon. The odds didn't look good for the Kid, who had lost his previous kamikaze and cannonball prefixes and looked destined for life as a job guy. Most people watching his match with Razor assumed that the bad guy would gobble him up and spit him out like one of his toothpicks in a routine squash match, and that is pretty much how things were shaking out before the Kid managed to evade a charge and hit a moonsault body block for the most improbable victory. It wasn't so much that this was a genuinely incredible match or anything, but the surprise upset really did catch everyone off guard and instantly made Sean Waltman a star. There was no indication that the Kid would win, and he didn't register so much as a single offensive maneuver before the winning one, which is what made it all so brilliant. Number 7, Paige vs AJ Lee at SummerSlam 2014. One of the common criticisms leveled towards WWE's handling of their women's division, or Divas division if you want to use the parlance of the time, before the so-called revolution is that the company's fighting females were rarely afforded more than a couple of minutes for their matches. This even extended to title matches on pay-per-view, and as such, it was hard for them, especially when dealing with a bunch of other restrictions, to create something memorable. Two so-called divas who were really before their time, Paige and AJ Lee, managed to have a dandy of a Divas Championship match at SummerSlam 2014. Doing what they could with the 4 minutes and 55 seconds they had to work with, they had a fiery match that certainly benefited from going on second and not in the death spot just before the main event that the Divas were typically put in. Watching these two work with a real purpose and have a match with crowd heat hinted not just at what they could do with more time and effort put into promoting their match, but how WWE was slowly starting to change the perception of women's wrestling within the company before the arrival of the next generation of stars. Number 6, The Undertaker vs Rey Mysterio on SmackDown. When Kurt Angle was put on the shelf following WrestleMania 19, Brock Lesnar was left without a top-tier opponent for the upcoming Backlash pay-per-view. With a lack of credible heels that the next big thing hadn't already worked and beaten on offer, WWE decided to hold a good old-fashioned tournament to determine a number 1 contender. The tournament itself was so-so, but the first round threw up at least one very intriguing match on paper: Rey Mysterio versus The Undertaker. With such a massive height, weight, and stylistic difference, not to mention a gulf in their position on the card between them, it was fun to watch how they pieced together a believable match. They did the smart thing by keeping it short, 3 minutes and 23 seconds to be exact, and having the masked man fly out of the blocks while attempting to chop Big Evil down. There were some believable near falls with a tornado DDT and 619, but ultimately Mysterio was unable to overcome and fell to the last ride. He may have lost, but he won the dead man's respect for his battling effort, and isn't that really the same thing as winning in the end? The answer is no. He lost. Number 5, Kurt Angle vs Taz at Royal Rumble 2000. Look, Taz's WWE career may have been in the main a complete disheartening washout, but he will always have his Royal Rumble 2000 debut. Coming out as the surprise opponent of the then undefeated Kurt Angle, even if half the MSG crowd had sussed out the former ECW champion was the mystery man, Taz received a thunderous response from his hometown faithful. Things started fast and furiously, with the human suplex machine backdropping the Olympic hero over the top rope before being taken down with a suplex on the concrete. Taz rallied and hit a few tasty suplexes of his own, including one off the top rope and one that turned Kurt inside out before hooking on the Taz mission for a technical submission victory. Packing an awful lot into their 3 minutes and 16 seconds, both men were allowed to show off their stuff and Taz got a big win on his first night in. And the finish also gave Angle an out, as he would happily tell anyone who listened that he was choked out and didn't tap out, and that the Taz mission was an illegal move, hence he stayed undefeated. Number 4, Kurt Angle vs Brian Kendrick on SmackDown. It must be hard trying to tell a compelling story in the time it takes to drink a cup of coffee, but luckily for Kurt Angle and Brian Kendrick on the February 27th, 2003 episode of SmackDown, they had plenty of story already going into their match. Kendrick was trying to win a job on the Blue brand and was told by General Manager Stephanie McMahon that he could have a contract if he could last 5 minutes with the WWE Champion. What unfolded was really just a step above a prolonged squash, with the gold medalist toying with his opponent and Kendrick only getting slithers of a comeback for the first few minutes. However, as the clock ticked down and the champ neglected to put him away, Kendrick almost made him pay by not only hanging on, but valiantly fighting back. The crowd were with him every second of the way too, cheering him on while hoping for the impossible. Sadly though, Spanky wasn't able to last the full 5, though he made Kurt work for it and only succumbed with 2 seconds to spare. Number 3, Rob Van Dam vs Tajiri on Raw. If the invasion did anything good at all, it at least introduced the WWE Universe to Rob Van Dam. The whole flippin' show not only got over and quickly established himself as a star in those first few months, he also seriously elevated the Hardcore title, which he wore and defended with pride. While RVD's pay-per-view defenses against the likes of Jeff Hardy and Chris Jericho are rightly lauded, it should not be forgotten that he also routinely put the title on the line on Raw and SmackDown in a series of short yet thrilling matches. The best of the bunch was his scrap with Tajiri from the July 30th, 2001 episode of Raw, which just happened to take place in ECW's home base of Philadelphia. Mr. Monday Night and the Japanese Buzzsaw certainly had complementing styles, and the Anything Goes rules only helped spur on their creativity. There was good wrestling, some martial arts, a bit of high flying, and plenty of mean chair-based offense. The only negative is that at 4 minutes and 23 seconds in length, it's simply 3 seconds too long because of 420. Get it? RVD? 420? Doobies? What are ya? Freaking knock? Number 2, Owen Hart versus the 1-2-3 Kid at King of the Ring 1994. The King of the Ring tournament is often an event that features a lot of matches on the shorter side, depending on how it's set up. If there are 3 stages of matches on the night of the pay-per-view, for example, it's fair to expect that the majority of those will clock in at under 10 minutes, with many coming in at around the 5-minute mark or under. It can be hard to build up a head of steam in these circumstances, but the ultra-talented Owen Hart and 1-2-3 Kid had no problem in their semi-final outing in 1994. The Rockets set the tone with the evilest baseball slide that ever slid, and things simply didn't let up from there, with the two of them throwing out everything they had in a bout that lasted a breezy 3 minutes and 37 seconds. They went at it non-stop, unleashing suplexes and dives and top rope moves galore, while also managing to incorporate some nice technical wrestling and counters. A breathless sprint, they just about stole the show and showed that less can sometimes be a lot more, even when it comes to time. Number 1, Brock Lesnar vs. Goldberg at WrestleMania 33. At WrestleMania 20, Brock Lesnar and Goldberg stunk out the joint with a jointly shambolic performance in a match that the Madison Square Garden crowd viciously turned on before it even got started. They were out there for just under 14 minutes, but it felt closer to 40 as the dream bout turned into a total nightmare. It was a shame that this Clash of the Titans turned out the way it did, but thankfully they were able to have a redo on the grandest stage 13 years later. This time there would be no stalling or drawn-out lock-up jostling, with Lesnar, never one to be paid by the hour, going on the attack immediately in his attempt to claim the gold. Finisher spam matches may be a little played out at this point, and if I ever see another breaking spot in my life, I will be a happy man, but despite the sense of familiarity, everything here worked perfectly. For a match that was about 85% German suplexes and spears, it never once felt repetitive, and I was properly sports entertained for its entire 4 minute and 45 second duration. The right manager can be just the thing that takes a wrestler to the next level and turns them into a fully fledged WWE superstar. Often the missing piece of the puzzle, managers have greatly added to the presentation of some of the biggest names in the industry. Though they're all incredible in their own rights, it's hard to imagine the careers of the likes of Brock Lesnar, The Undertaker and Randy Savage taking off in quite the same way if they weren't guided by Paul Heyman, Paul Bearer and Miss Elizabeth. Putting a wrestler with a top manager should be a way of facilitating success, but for a number of reasons, it doesn't always happen, sometimes leading to seriously forgettable associations. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 forgotten WWE manager-wrestler combinations. Join us! Number 10, Teddy Long and Mark Jindrak. Now hold on a minute, player, I hear you say. I know you remember WWE Hall of Famer Teddy Long taking charge of Doom. You remember him leading Mark Henry into battle too, most likely. Hell, you probably even recall him as the mouthpiece for Chris Nowinski, Rodney Mack, and Jazz around the same time. But Mark Jindrak? What was that all about? Well, after Jindrak got split from Garrison Cade and sent to SmackDown in the 2004 draft, he found himself repackaged as the reflection of perfection, a ruthless aggression spin on Lex Luger's old narcissist persona. Since Jindrak was tall, chiseled, and handsome in the face, WWE obviously had an idea to make him a single star, so they paired him with Long in a bid to get him over. They even gave Mark an undefeated streak as he beat the likes of Orlando Jordan, Hardcore Holly, Scotty 2 Hotty, and Billy Kidman. And that's all well and good, but those matches all took place on house shows or Velocity, a weekend show that hardly anyone watched. The Jindrak-Long alliance lasted a couple of months until Teddy became general manager, and Jindrak was put in a stable with Kurt Angle and Luther Reigns. Number 9, Stevie Richards and Chronic. There weren't too many things to cheer in the dying days of WCW, but Chronic were one of them. Big Brian Adams and equally as big Brian Clark, remembered by WWE fans as Crush and Adam Bomb, took the WCW Tag Team division by storm, winning the WCW Tag Team titles twice and wrecking everyone with their impressive high-impact offense. They didn't immediately get signed by WWE for the invasion, but found themselves in the mix a few months later, being recruited in the storyline by, of all people, Steven Richards. Richards enlisted their help to take out The Undertaker after the American Badass had put an end to his right to censor group earlier in the year. Chronic's debut was strong and they looked the business when dismantling Kaientai in their first match, but it all fell apart once they got in the ring with Taker and Kane at Unforgiven 2001. With Richards stationed at ringside, the two teams had one of the worst matches of the year, full of awkward and mistimed moves and moments that made the locker room leader noticeably upset. And that was it for Chronic in WWE, as Clark was canned and Adams was sent to developmental, while Stevie spun his wheels before eventually finding success managing Victoria. Number 8, Trish Stratus and Val Venus. Though in time she developed into one of the best female wrestlers and all-around performers in the history of the company, when Trish Stratus was first signed and introduced on television in the year 2000, she was there primarily as eye candy. And that she did very well indeed. I mean, just look at her. A pretty, pretty lady. Stratus first caught the attention as the manager of TNA, but a few months into her tenure, partnered up for a short while with Val Venus. This was during the period that the big Val Boski had turned heel and dropped the whole adult star gimmick, looking to be taken seriously as a top single star in the Intercontinental Championship scene. Under Stratus, Val feuded with Rikishi before the pair of them got into it with Chyna and Eddie Guerrero. They broke up after Stratus lost the IC title for Venus, whoops, so she went back to focusing on Test and Albert. All told, their union only lasted a couple of months. Towards the end of the year, Trish found herself in another short-term manager-client relationship, this time with WWE champion Kurt Angle, as he feuded with Triple H. While a spot opposite the WWE champion and a major rivalry should have been memorable, this was during the same time she was gratuitously making out with Vince McMahon every week, so, you know. Number 7, The Jackal and the Acolytes. Don Callis is riding high these days, being an integral part of AEW World Champion Kenny Omega's act. However, he didn't have such a good run of it in WWE in the late 90s, where he, as the Jackal, was first a member and then the leader of the Truth Commission. The Oddities were an upgrade, and Jesus Christ, how many times can you say that? But they weren't around for too long. The Jackal, drifting aimlessly, was then put in charge of two other talents who had been floundering without direction and found themselves teaming up in a sink-or-swim situation. Farouk and Bradshaw, originally dubbed Hell's Henchmen, soon became the Acolytes under the management of the Jackal. It was an act with potential, and the Acolytes looked like two performers reinvigorated by the renewed push, but it was over before it really began. Much of that probably has to do with the fact that the Texan wasn't fond of Don, who he labelled Monkey Boy backstage and would rib mercilessly. After just a few televised appearances together, Jackal left WWE and wound up in ECW, while the Acolytes joined The Undertaker's Ministry of Darkness. Number 6, Amy Zidian and Jimmy Wang Yang. Like many before and after her, Amy Zidian's elimination from the WWE Diva Search didn't mean the end of the road for her in the world's largest sports entertainment enterprise. Though she was the first hopeful eliminated in the 2006 version of the contest, WWE signed her up anyway because they liked her look. After a very brief spell in developmental, she was called up to the main roster after pitching herself as the girlfriend/valet of Jimmy Wang Yang. Ah yes, Jimmy Wang Yang, one of the great wrestling repackages of the time, from heelish martial arts practitioner to chaps-wearing, yee-hawing redneck. Zidian was kitted out to match her client, adopting the Daisy Dukes and cowboy boots you would expect, managing him for a month on SmackDown as he became the top contender to Gregory Helms' Cruiserweight title. And then she was released just days before the championship showdown, which is a story in and of itself. See, after receiving her promotion, Amy began to immediately self-destruct backstage, insulting Diva Search winner Layla, Crystal Marshall, Vicky Guerrero, and now, this is the kicker, Stephanie McMahon. Knowing what a heat magnet she was, Yang supposedly stayed well away from her outside of their matches and segments. WWE rejigged the formula later on, utilizing another blonde Tori Wilson in the role. Number 5, Slick and Rick Martel. When you hear the words Slick and Rick together, you most likely immediately picture a buck-naked Ric Flair patrolling the aisle of an airplane and wooing anyone unfortunate enough to catch a glimpse of Space Mountain. Or at least I do. Maybe I'm not well. Anyway, Slick and Rick also applies to when the Jive Soul Bro joined forces with Rick Martel after he turned heel on Strikeforce partner Tito Santana. An odd pairing in many ways, they just never seemed to fit one another the way that Slick did with Butch Reed, the Twin Towers, or Kamala. It was never actually properly explained why Martel and Slick became involved with one another, though a prevailing notion amongst fans is that WWE perhaps didn't have the confidence in Martel to speak for himself due to his strong French-Canadian accent. And Slick was a good manager with a proven track record, but it just didn't work on this occasion. In recent years, Slick has said that while the two got along personally, professionally Rick didn't want to be associated with him as he felt it was holding him down and that the act was going nowhere. Their partnership didn't last long, Martel soon after becoming the model and proving that he could, in fact, speak for himself. Number 4, Daivari and Kurt Angle. After Muhammad Hassan was almost literally killed off by WWE following the regrettable terrorist-like angle that coincided with the July 7th, 2005 London bombings, Hassan's manager Daivari disappeared for a while. After spending a few months in developmental, he was brought back to the Raw brand as the hand-picked shady referee of Kurt Angle. The Olympic hero was in a feud with WWE champion John Cena at the time and sought to utilize every underhanded method imaginable in his bid to win the gold. Vince McMahon put an end to the whole referee deal and Daivari simply became Kurt's manager instead. They failed to dethrone Cena, but managed to jump ship to the blue brand and win the World Heavyweight title in a battle royal after it had been vacated by an injured Batista. Angle's triumph did not lead to an extended run with Daivari as his manager, however, as they broke up on the next episode of Raw after Daivari cost Angle his match with Shawn Michaels and then slapped the WWE Hall of Famer in the face. Might have been a mistake that, Daivari mate. After their union was over, Daivari began managing Mark Henry against Angle before unleashing the Great Khali on the world. Number 3, The Coach and Mr. Perfect. Fear not, my friends, the late great Curt Hennig did not have an unmemorable association with Jonathan Coachman or anything mental like that. No, you see, before The Coach, there was The Coach. Back when, Mr. Perfect was managed expertly by Bobby the Brain Heenan and was reigning as the Intercontinental Champion, with many believing that, under Heenan's guidance, he would one day be WWE Champion. However, when the Brain decided to give up managing in order to focus solely on his broadcasting career, Perfect decided he needed another man in his corner, and on an episode of The Funeral Parlor, he and Heenan introduced The Coach. Coach was, well, your classic high school football coach, shouting nonsense and maniacally blowing a whistle in a bid to motivate. The man behind the gimmick was former star John the Golden Greek Tolos, who had been a top performer from the 50s through the 70s. Coach and Perfect were only together for a couple of months, with their most high-profile appearance being at the 1991 SummerSlam for an Intercontinental title defense against Bret Hart. That was also, sadly, Hennig's last match for some time, as he took a lengthy sabbatical to rehab his knackered back. Coach also briefly managed the Beverly Brothers around this time, but that role was taken over by the Genius, and George was released. Number 2, Sunny and the Godwins. Redefining the female manager/valet role in the mid-90s, Sunny was on hand to lead the likes of the Body Donners, the Legion of Doom, and others into battle. With her charisma and sex appeal, she was a great asset to any performer or act, equally adept at playing face or heel. She had a habit of discarding teams whenever they didn't do what she wanted or let her down, down though, which is what happened to Skip and Zip after they lost the tag team titles to the Godwins. Phineas Godwin, of course, had been smitten with Sunny for some time. During the free-for-all pre-show portion of the In Your House Beware of Dog pay-per-view, she came out with the Godwins and Hillbilly Jim. Phineas was distracted after Billy Gunn planted a kiss on the object of his affection, however, which led to the Smoking Guns beating the Hog Farmers for the straps. A day later on Raw, the blonde bombshell came to the ring with the new champ, signalling the end of her fling with the Godwins. So within the space of a couple of weeks, Sunny had jumped between three different teams, ending up with the titles in her possession, but eventually getting slopped for her transgressions. It was also around this period that Sunny managed grumpy gladiator Farouk in another of those short-lived did that really happen creative decisions. Number 1, Terry Runnels and the Hardy Boys. When the Hardys first started to make waves in WWE in 1999, they caught the eye with their cutting-edge wrestling style and penchant for taking risks, but were perhaps lacking when it came to cutting convincing promos. Initially, they were paired up with backstage booster Michael P.S. Hayes, who looked like a walking midlife crisis in those baggy pants and skin-tight t-shirts. I mean, it was positively conservative next to his usual attire, but still, you know. Matt and Jeff dropped him to join up with Gangrel and form the New Brood, but there was another suitor interested in the Young Daredevils. Terry Runnels fancied them both, as well as Edge and Christian, and devised the best of 5 matches Terry Invitational Tournament between the two teams, culminating in the fantastic ladder match at No Mercy 99. The Hardys won and walked away with $100,000 and the managerial services of the former Marlena, giving the vampire the old garlic kiss goodbye. Terry managed the Hardys for a couple of months before she was put through a table by Bubba Ray Dudley and then turned on Matt and Jeff for failing to prevent the attack. She then fleetingly started managing Edge and Christian, which was supposedly going to result in the premature breakup of E&C until cooler heads prevailed and Terry was speared out of the picture. Raw has historically been viewed as the A-show, as it was WWE's first really big weekly primetime offering, and, let's be honest, the company as we know it wouldn't be the same today if it wasn't for its success. Debuting on January the 11th, 1993, the show has been on the air for almost 1,500 episodes and has seen stars from the New Generation, Attitude, Ruthless Aggression, PG, and modern eras grace its ring. Typically the show where most of the major televised events would happen, Raw has at times been must-see TV and at others an utter chore to sit through, but while the stars, announcers, set, theme, song, authority figures, and format may have changed over time, one thing that Raw has consistently done well is finishing the show with a bang. Whether that was a huge angle, cliffhanger, or, as you're about to discover, a banging match, Team Red has been successful in leaving people wanting to tune in for more each week. Having racked our brains trying to condense almost 30 years of show-closing bouts, we have come up with 10 that we consider the most epic in the history of the show. Given that there's many amazing encounters that we've had to leave off by necessity, I'm already looking forward to reading your constructive feedback in the comments. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic.com, and these are the 10 most epic Raw main events. Join us! Number 10, TLC 4. A year and a half after SmackDown hosted the third TLC match, Eric Bischoff's Monday Night Raw gave fans the fourth installment as the main event of the October 7th, 2002 Raw, known that night as Raw Roulette. Every match that night in the City of Second Chances had a stipulation thanks to a giant gimmick wheel that determined who was wrestling in what, with audiences being treated to a cage match, street fight, and a, Las Vegas Showgirl contest. Saving the best for last, TLC 4 provided all of the thrills, spills, and near misses of the earlier classics. This one had an altogether different feel to it, since only Christian, Bubba Ray Dudley, and Jeff Hardy remained from the original lineups. Joining the fray were Chris Jericho, Spike Dudley, Rob Van Dam, and Kane, each man unafraid to saddle up and take their licks for our perverse entertainment. In the end, it was the Big Red Machine flying solo after partner the Hurricane was taken out before the match who stood tallest. I mean, he is almost 7 feet tall, so he actually was the tallest man in the match. In fact, I don't even really know what he needed a ladder for, now that I think about it. You've got some explaining to do, Mr. Mayor. Number 9, Triple H versus Shawn Michaels. The last Raw of 2003 took place in San Antonio, Texas, birthplace of everybody's favorite sexy boy. He's certainly mine. Being in the backyard of Shawn Michaels, it made sense to feature him in the show, and during the course of the broadcast, WWE hyped up his World Heavyweight title showdown with Triple H by way of showing clips of vintage HBK. Going a full half hour, the match was as good as any straight wrestling match that the show has ever produced, and think of the ground that covers. Shawn dominated the early going until Triple H backdropped him over the turnbuckle and into outer space in order to take over and begin picking his foe apart. Michaels made intermittent comebacks and even locked on a figure 4 leg lock as Ric Flair went mental at ringside. The match chugged along as the crowd heat increased with every near fall Michaels managed to muster, and the roof practically blew off the arena when he kicked out after a belt shot. Everything suggested that this was his night, and with the referee down, Raw GM Eric Bischoff got involved and countered what appeared to be the winning pin after Sweet Chin music. Only it wasn't, because Shawn's shoulders were also down, meaning the match ended in a double pin and the game retained. The absolute bastard. Number 8, CM Punk versus John Cena. One of the best feuds of recent times, John Cena vs CM Punk, is a match that always delivers, whether they're squaring off on a house show, pay-per-view, or in the main event of Raw. Their clash on the February 25th, 2013 edition of the show had added importance, as though it may not have been for a title, a shot against WWE Champion The Rock in the main event of WrestleMania was on the line. Given plenty of time and leeway, Cena and Punk wove together another epic for the ages. The story was, going into the match, that Cena had been in a funk since losing to The Rock at WrestleMania the year before, and wary that the straight-edge superstar had gotten the better of him in their previous meetings, there was a real sense that Punk could score the upset and punch his ticket to the showcase of the Immortals. Both men varied up their movesets and played off of prior meetings, countering moves and then countering their counters, with Punk going so far as to resort to the outlawed piledriver, which shocked even Michael Cole on commentary and probably caused Vince McMahon to headbutt a wall, but it didn't quite get the job done. Cena shook it off and won with an attitude adjustment, set up by the world's worst Hurricane Rana, perhaps the only real flaw in an otherwise flawless contest. Number 7, Owen Hart and the British Bulldog versus Shawn Michaels and Steve Austin. Not everything WWE touched turned to gold in 1997, but the May 26th episode from that year gave us a standout tag match that is today fondly remembered, as WWE was on the cusp of going full on with their new attitude. Capping off a show-long storyline, WWE Tag Team Champions Owen Hart and the British Bulldog squared off with the red-hot Steve Austin and Shawn Michaels, who had finally managed to find his smile and was wrestling in his first match in several months. With the frankly ridiculous amount of talent in this match, it would be a struggle to be a stinker, but everyone was on their game, played their role perfectly, and the action flowed beautifully as the crowd got more and more into it. Owen and Davey Boy spent much of the match working over Michaels, including a nice spot that called back to the Owen Inzaguri angle from a couple of years prior, before Shawn was able to make a tag so hot that no amount of Factor 50 could save you, the Texas Rattlesnake coming in to clean house. The unlikely duo then scored the win, but had no time to celebrate as a mass brawl with the rest of the Hart Foundation was triggered. A blistering end to a gripping contest, and a hint that WWE was not far off turning things around in the Monday Night Wars. Number 6, Charlotte Flair versus Sasha Banks. Sasha Banks and Charlotte Flair weren't the first women to main event an episode of Monday Night Raw. That distinction belongs to Lita and Trish Stratus, who did it almost 14 years prior to the Boss and the Nature Girl throwing down on the November 28, 2016 episode. They may not have been the first, but Charlotte and Sasha certainly took full advantage of the rare opportunity to headline, with the Women's Championship on the line in a Falls Count Anywhere match that took place in Charlotte's hometown of, Charlotte. These two have always had great chemistry together, and with the spotlight shining on them, they delivered in spades, wrestling with great fire and intensity and throwing in some very inventive spots that incorporated their favorite moves, as well as some brutal shots with kendo sticks. Charlotte hit a massive moonsault off the announce desk that was set up on a small stage, while Banks hit a diving double knee drop from the barricade. True to the stipulation, the action spilled throughout the arena, which is where the match ended, as Sasha was able to trap Charlotte in a Banks statement through the guardrail to become champion for the third time. In a nice touch, Charlotte's old man Rick came out afterwards to raise the hand of and endorse the Boss, while his daughter lay writhing in pain in the stands. Attaboy, Nate. Number 5, The Radicals and DX versus The Rock, Cactus Jack, Too Cool, and Rikishi. The Rock and Mick Foley, this time masquerading as Cactus Jack, teaming up with Too Cool and Rikishi against DX, X-Pac and Triple H, and The Radicals, Benoit, Malenko and Saturn. This one was again set up with a great show-long storyline as the Radicals turned on Foley in the opening segment after they were given contracts by Triple H. After the beatdown, a match was made with Mrs. Foley's baby boy needing to recruit 4 partners to go up against the Game and his goons. He managed to wrangle his former Rock and Sock Connection comrade, and Too Cool and Rikishi joined the mix for a barnstorming 10-man tag that was expertly worked and had a positively molten crowd on hand to enhance the already exciting action. It may have only lasted 10 minutes, but they packed a lot into that time and everyone got their opportunity to shine. It also helped further feuds and set up future matches between Cactus and Triple H and the Radicals and Too Cool and Rikishi. The Radicals got the deciding pin, much needed after going 3-0 against DX the week before on SmackDown, but a mass brawl and the surprise return of Kane made for one of the greatest endings ever after an all-timer of a main event. Number 4, the 2-man power trip versus Chris Benoit and Chris Jericho. In the aftermath of WrestleMania 17, a newly healed Stone Cold Steve Austin aligned himself with recent rival Triple H, forming a destructive force that ran roughshod over the WWE roster, at one point holding the WWE Intercontinental and World Tag Team titles. The terrible twosome would have likely continued to wreak havoc for the foreseeable future had the Game not went down with an injury sustained in their tag title defense against Chris Jericho and Chris Benoit in the main event of the May 21st, 2001 Raw. A hard-hitting and fast-paced example of old-school tag team wrestling par excellence, the match saw the Bionic Redneck and the King of Kings use brute force and illegal tactics to gain an advantage over their smaller opponents, only to be undone by the technical wizardry and sheer determination of Y2J and the Rabid Wolverine. It was during the melee at the end that Papa H tore his quad completely off the bone, a sentence that makes my knobbly knees hurt just saying it. Nevertheless, he toughed it out and finished the match, including taking a waltz of Jericho on the announce table, which must have felt about as good as standing in your average bear trap. The Canadian kids were able to pull off the upset, winning thanks to a miscommunication, but nobody really lost coming out of this one. Well, I suppose Triple H may have lost 8 months of his career and some of his leg, but still, good match. Number 3, Mankind versus The Rock. Unlike many of the matches on this countdown, The Rock vs. Mankind for the WWE title from the January 4th, 1999 Raw was not exactly a great one, despite the great one being in it, at least from a technical standpoint. It wasn't a bad match by any means, but it was a shade under 10 minutes long and featured more brawling and shenanigans, like Rock putting on a headset and calling his own match, than actual wrestling. For pure emotional investment, however, few matches in the show's illustrious history measure up to this one. The story going in was that the former champion Mankind, who had been screwed out of the title at the 1998 Survivor Series in Bret Hart-like fashion, wanted a rematch and threatened to break Shane McMahon's arm if he didn't receive it. The match was made with a no disqualification stipulation, with the McMahons and members of the Corporation and DX stationed at ringside. A mass brawl inevitably erupted, allowing Stone Cold to interfere and deck the People's Champion with a chair shot, giving Mankind the win and causing a crowd reaction so seismic that they're going to have to invent a new scale in which to measure it. In some circles, it's known as the Pachiti Pop. An incredible main event and a true Cinderella moment, if Cinderella wore a leather mask, lived in a boiler room, and liked to roll around in thumbtacks, that is. Number 2, Jeff Hardy versus The Undertaker. Jeff Hardy vs. The Undertaker in 2002 was a mini feud that kicked off the way most good ones do, with one man kicking another into a pile of Tommy Dreamer's vomit. Auspicious beginnings, yes, but the final product of this divergence, Taker was gearing up for a major feud with The Rock at the time, but the Great One was having a well-deserved break after promoting the Scorpion King, was a match that literally catapulted Jeff Hardy into, and figuratively, up the WWE ladder. In his biggest match without his older brother by his side, the charismatic Enigma had the upper hand in this speciality match, but Big Evil was the reigning undisputed champion, and after an early flurry by Jeff, he began to pick him apart in trademark style. A lot more deliberate than just about any of Jeff's other stunt show extravaganzas, this was no less engrossing, and the fans were with the underdog every step of the way, as he wouldn't stay down and came within millimeters of leaving as the new champ. Jim Ross doing an incredible job of selling the potential miracle on commentary. On this night, it wasn't to be though. A chokeslam off the top of a ladder, his downfall. Again, literally, because down he fell, off the top of a freaking ladder. But he did gain something that night besides an aching body, and that was the respect of a locker room leader. Me. Number 1, John Cena vs. Shawn Michaels. Here it is, the most epic main event in Raw history, and what a fitting word that is, because John Cena versus Shawn Michaels, headliner of the April 23rd, 2007 edition of the show, was one of the longest in the show's history, certainly before WWE decided to torture us every week with an additional hour of needless content. The show took place in Earl's Court, London, but that night the venue belonged to Big Match John and the Heartbreak Kid, not some candy-ass mark called Earl. In a rematch from their WrestleMania 23 main event, Michaels and Cena went at it with great vigor for close to an hour. It wasn't an Iron Man match, and nothing in the build-up suggested that the fans were about to witness a marathon effort. That is what they call a pleasant surprise. The early stages consisted primarily of good mat wrestling. Yes, Cena could actually do that, despite what Cena Sucks 69 would have you believe, before the two traded the advantage, pulling out moves and sequences that neither man has done before or since. It was a fantastic achievement, and the UK crowd definitely helped things, as the drama really ramped up with the false finishes before Michaels wrapped things up with a sweet chin music. Redemption for Michaels, a great advert for Cena's abilities, and catnip for fans of this mental thing that we all love. WWE has been the biggest wrestling company in the world for over 30 years, and rightly or wrongly, the feeling is that if you make it in WWE, then you've truly made it as a wrestler. A good run in WWE could set you for life, whether staying with the Fed and earning bucket loads of cash, or using your WWE fame to maintain a successful run elsewhere. Having that WWE seal of approval next to your name can work wonders. Alas, for all the exposure and fame that comes with a big WWE run, sometimes there's only so far you can go within the system, and many wrestlers have found greater success away from Titan Towers. Whether these are kayfabe accomplishments like prestigious title runs and memorable storylines, or being positioned as a more prominent cog within the machine, there are many examples of wrestlers having far greater success away from Vince McMahon and his endless supply of brass rings, including some high-profile WWE legends. But how do you define a WWE legend? For the purposes of this video, we're saying it's a wrestler that when you think of them, the first thing you're likely to think of is their WWE run. So there will be no Kevin Nash and Scott Hall, because face it, they're really more synonymous with WCW. Same for Ric Flair and Dusty Rhodes, whilst the likes of Bubba Ray Dudley and RVD are ECW legends first and foremost. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 WWE legends who had greater success elsewhere. Join us. Number 10, Matt Hardy. A pioneer in WWE's tag division in the Attitude Era, Matt Hardy's legend is all but cemented, and alongside brother Jeff is a first ballot future WWE Hall of Famer. Across several runs in WWE, Matt picked up pretty much every title and accolade on offer, but the closest he got to a world title run was with WWE's bronze medal, the ECW title. Matt Hardy in Impact was a different story though. Far from being the lesser Hardy, Matt was allowed the freedom to forge his own path. He reigned atop Impact twice as World Heavyweight Champion, his second run seeing Hardy turn into the villainous Big Money Matt. And of course, there's the Broken Universe. Matt was given carte blanche to basically do whatever he pleased, aided by several of Impact's best minds such as Jeremy Borash. We all know the score now: drones, dilapidated boats, fireworks fights, and the tireless work of Senor Benjamin, of course. This all occurred because Impact trusted Matt with creative freedom, and off to the races they went. In a time when Impact was in a state of flux, Matt Hardy made them the talk of the wrestling world, for better or worse in some fans' eyes, and when he returned to WWE's welcoming arms, all we really wanted to see was Matt cackling wide-eyed and threatening to delete everything that moved. Number 9, Bam Bam Bigelow. Bam Bam Bigelow is arguably one of the biggest wastes of talents in WWE history. With a unique look, imposing aura, and a surprising amount of agility for a man of his size, the Beast from the East was hyped up beyond all recognition from day one, being profiled in Sports Illustrated while still a rookie. But across 2 spells in WWE, Bam Bam's biggest achievement was headlining WrestleMania 11, where he lost to NFL star Lawrence Taylor. Whilst headlining Mania is a rare feat, the loss did hurt Bam Bam's stock, and when he turned up in ECW in 1996, the ruthless Philly crowd mocked Bam Bam because of the fact that he did the JOB to LT. However, it didn't take long until they changed their tune. Bigelow was positioned as one of ECW's biggest heels as part of Shane Douglas's triple threat, memorably warring with Taz, throwing Spike Dudley into Rosette, and reigning as ECW heavyweight champion. But before all of this, there was Bam Bam in Japan, where both New Japan and All Japan treated him like a star. He battled Vader for the IWGP title in New Japan and also tagged with him, destroying Keiji Muto and Hiroshi Hase for the IWGP tag titles as the appropriately named Big Bad and Dangerous. Yet, in WWE, he feuded with Doink and Dink. Number 8, Greg Valentine. Greg Valentine is one of the greatest, fiercest, if not most underrated Intercontinental Champions in WWE history. A linchpin of the mid-card as the rock and wrestling era took flight, Valentine also had a run with the tag titles, teaming with a young but still disgraceful Brutus Beefcake as the Dream Team. But for all of the Hammer's accomplishments during the WWE's first boom period, this was not the hottest point of his career. For that, you have to look at Jim Crockett's Mid-Atlantic Championship Wrestling. In Mid-Atlantic, Valentine was a promising up-and-coming heel, tagging with Ric Flair and winning the NWA tag titles on 2 occasions. Soon, the team ran afoul of Chief Wahoo McDaniel, and Valentine and Wahoo engaged in one of the greatest feuds in Mid-Atlantic history. Valentine famously broke McDaniel's leg and defeated him for the NWA Mid-Atlantic title before wearing a t-shirt emblazoned with "I broke Wahoo's leg" and becoming one of the biggest heels in the territory. A second stint in Mid-Atlantic saw Valentine turn his back on Flair as the two warred over the NWA US title, with Valentine brutally breaking Flair's nose and later beating Nate for the strap in Charlotte of all places. Number 7, Kerry Von Erich. The modern-day warrior Kerry Von Erich is probably best known to modern viewers for his work as the Texas Tornado. Although only part of WWE for a little over 2 years, Tornado was pushed heavily, at least initially, defeating Mr. Perfect for the IC title after only 2 months with the company. Von Erich's greatest successes, though, came in the NWA, being one of the stars of the highly influential WCCW with his brothers, the Von Erichs, where Kerry, David, and Kevin famously battled the Fabulous Freebirds and others in sellout arenas across Texas. Although the Von Erich Freebirds War was the most famous chapter of Kerry's career, his greatest moment came in solo action, when the 24-year-old defeated NWA World's Heavyweight Champion Ric Flair in front of 45,000 spectators at the Texas Stadium. Granted, Kerry only held the title for a cup of coffee and dropped it back to the Nature Boy 18 days later, but to be part of the mid-80s NWA World title lineage alongside Flair, Race, and Rhodes is a rarefied air. Kerry's lack of WWE success, and in the end his tragic downfall, was in large part due to his physical limitations due to his amputated foot, as well as his substance abuse issues. Number 6, Ricky Steamboat. As one of the most celebrated stars of the 1980s, Ricky Steamboat's legacy was cemented when he defeated Macho Man Randy Savage for the Intercontinental title at WrestleMania 3, in a match still lauded by many as one of the greatest of all time. But after winning the IC strap, Steamboat's WWE career went south. After taking time off to witness the birth of his first child, Steamboat was de-pushed by WWE, so Big Rick said sod this and went back to the NWA. Steamboat was treated as a returning hero when he rejoined the company in January 1989, and 1 month later lifted Big Goldie after defeating Ric Flair. This kicked off an incredible trilogy of contests between Steamboat and Flair, lauded as some of the greatest wrestling matches, well, ever. During his time as NWA champion, Steamboat even defended against Misawa in All Japan Pro Wrestling, whilst the All Japan ace was wrestling as Tiger Mask 2. Soon he was back in WWE and wrestled as the Fire-Breathing Dragon. Steamboat then said sod this again and went back to WCW, where he won the tag titles, TV title, and US title before retiring in 1994. Number 5, Rick Martel. With his bright pink tights, brash attitude, and cologne spray bottle arrogance, the model Rick Martel was an easily detestable mid-carder in the early 90s, memorably feuding with the likes of Jake Roberts and Shawn Michaels. However, before his singles run as the model, Martel was an accomplished tag wrestler in WWE, winning gold with Tony Gurria in the early 80s, and defeating the Hart Foundation for the straps with Tito Santana as the popular Strikeforce in 87. Between these tag runs though, Martel was the top face of the AWA. Heavily Heavily pushed as the future of the company by Vern Gagne after Hulk Hogan slipped through his fingers, Martel reigned as AWA World Heavyweight Champion for nearly 600 days from May 1984 to December 1985, the longest AWA World title reign of the 80s. As champion, Martel fought the likes of Nick Bockwinkel, Harley Race, NWA World Champion Ric Flair, and Michael P.S. Hayes before dropping the title to Stan Hansen. Whilst his model run was fantastic, it must have been disappointing to go from the face of a company to just another good hand in the locker room. After bumbling about in WWE, a rejuvenated Martel turned up in WCW in '98, won the TV title, and retired a few months later. Number 4, Curt Hennig. Mr. Perfect Curt Hennig is often regarded as one of the finest wrestlers to have never been world champion. That is, if you're strictly talking about the WWE World Championship though. Before he became the brash 2-time Intercontinental Champion, Hennig was putting on clinics week after week in the AWA, with the Ailing Company putting all of their hopes into Hennig and hoping the 20-something sensation would bring the AWA back from the brink and return it to prominence. Indeed, Curt wound up as the AWA World Champion in 1987, defeating 4-time champ Nick Bockwinkel for the strap at Super Clash 2. Despite Super Clash 2's attendance being a paltry 2,800 compared to Super Clash 1's 20,000 plus gate, there was renewed optimism in the Federation, with the newly heel Hennig lording it over the AWA as champ for the next 373 days. However, like many before and after him, Hennig was swayed by WWE's money and unparalleled exposure, and his leaving alongside the Rockers heralded the AWA's imminent doom. Hennig would later join WCW, first as a perfect addition to the Four Horsemen, then as a prominent member of the NWO, and later as the leader of the anti-rap West Texas Rednecks, winning the US title and tag titles during his 3-year run. Number 3, Rick Rude. In his pomp, Rick Rude was one of WWE's greatest heels. A focal point of the Heenan family, Rude had heated feuds with the likes of Jake Roberts and the Ultimate Warrior, besting the latter for the IC strap at WrestleMania 5. This would be the only title Rude would hold in WWE, and after a dispute with Vince McMahon, Rude left the Fed and ended up in WCW in 1991. In WCW, Rude was pushed as a major threat, feuding with fan favorite Sting as the main force of the Dangerous Alliance. Rude's time with the Dangerous Alliance saw him take part in one of the greatest War Games matches of all time at WrestleWar 92, and saw him reign as US champion for 14 months, the second longest reign in title history. But Rude had greater ambitions and wound up feuding with world champion Ric Flair, defeating the Nature Boy for the big gold belt at Fall Brawl 1993. Rude would trade the title with Hiroshi Hase in Japan and would later feud with old nemesis Sting over the strap before retiring in 1994. The only blemish on Rude's time as champ is that the title wasn't officially sanctioned. WCW had split from the NWA with Big Goldie still in their possession, but they already had the WCW World title, so Big Goldie was crowned the International World Heavyweight title instead. Regardless, just look at Rude with the strap, the absolutely ravishing bastard. Number 2, Kurt Angle. A 6-time world champion in WWE, Kurt Angle is rightly regarded as one of the finest wrestlers to ever step foot in a WWE ring. A best bout machine in his day, Angle won pretty much every accolade on offer in WWE in his 8-year in-ring run. But for all that he's a WWE legend, Angle actually spent the majority of his career in TNA, where Dixie Carter & Co. rightfully built the promotion around him. Angle was a once-in-a-generation talent, and TNA knew it. They put every title in the men's division on him at some point or another, and used his incredible skills to help get other talents over. When TNA entered into a working agreement with New Japan Pro Wrestling, Angle made his way there too, and was rightly treated like a megastar. Before long, TNA champion Angle defeated IWGP heavyweight champion Brock Lesnar for the gold, and made Kenny Omega's belt collection look almost pathetic by comparison. Angle then beat some of New Japan's very best before dropping the belt to Shinsuke Nakamura. He then fancied another run with the strap in 2009, but unfortunately couldn't defeat the ace Hiroshi Tanahashi. Regardless, Angle was pushed as the man until he could barely wrestle anymore, and when he finally left Impact in 2016, he left as a 6-time world champion and made his way back to WWE. Number 1, the Legion of Doom. The Legion of Doom, the Road Warriors, call them what you will, icons wherever they wrestled. They are arguably the greatest tag team of all time and were standout stars when they joined WWE in 1990. 2 runs as WWE Tag Champions across 2 stints in the Fed were the highlights of LOD's WWE tenure. We don't talk about Road Warrior Heidenreich around these parts. But as popular as LOD were in WWE, they were simply on another level in NWA. Plying their trade across the AWA, GCW, and WCW, the Road Warriors were 2 of the biggest draws in America, with fans losing their minds for their no-nonsense knockdown drag-out style, and paying hand over fist to see the Road Warriors absolutely clobber some geeks. Their matches would headline massive super shows over world title bouts, and they were such a commodity that every team and their dog ripped them off. But it wasn't just the States where Hawk and Animal were revered as wrestling icons, as their work in All Japan Pro Wrestling and New Japan in the 1980s was also met with huge critical and commercial success. So popular were the Road Warriors in Japan that whenever the 2 were between contracts in America, they would fly over to Japan for a couple of squashes and a Ribera Steakhouse dinner and would be welcomed like gods. Unless you're some sort of weird idiot, or WWE do a piss-poor job of hyping you up for it, the actual Royal Rumble matches should be the things that you most look forward to at its namesake event. I would wager that most watch for the twists, turns, surprises, and the general thrill of counting down from number 10. But we shouldn't forget about the men and women who make up the undercards in non-Rumble matches. The Rumble may be the draw, but it's not always the best actual match on the card, and has regularly been upstaged, usually when a major title has been on the line elsewhere. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are the 10 best Royal Rumble matches that weren't the Rumble. Join us. Number 10, Triple H vs Shawn Michaels in 2004. There was a tinge of controversy surrounding Triple H's last man standing World Heavyweight title defense against Shawn Michaels at the 2004 Rumble. Allotted a rather considerate 23 minutes plus entrances, the Game and the Heartbreak Kid were given more time than the rest of the undercard 4 other matches combined. Credit to the DX lads, however, because they took that time and used it to craft a compelling, bloody bout that was another winning entry to their long-running series. The pair were well acquainted by this point and had collided in all manner of different stipulation bouts, but the last man standing rules here certainly added to the drama. They brawled, bled, and bounced all over the place, with Michaels crashing through the announce table in a spectacular bump. The fans got more and more into it as it went on, and were on their feet when HBK finally hit what looked to be a title-winning sweet chin music, only for Shawn, beaten and sporting a crimson mask, to fall to the canvas in a heap before getting fully to his feet, the match ending in a somewhat unsatisfactory draw. Everything up to the finish was great mind. Number 9, Chris Jericho vs Chris Benoit in 2001. Chris's Jericho and Benoit had followed each other throughout their careers, with Y2J emulating his fellow Canadian by showing up in Japan, ECW, and WCW not too long after the Rabid Wolverine had made his mark in each territory. They'd had their fair share of battles and had produced a cracking feud in WWE in 2000, with Benoit walking through the door of Titan Towers after Jericho on this occasion. Great as that series was, none of the matches quite compared to their Intercontinental title ladder war from the 2001 Rumble. Built around violence, grit, and psychology, and less of a stunt show than some prior ladder matches, theirs was a gripping contest that featured some never-before-seen moves and sequences like the top of the ladder walls of Jericho and Benoit trying to tope his way through a steel chair. They beat the maple syrup out of each other during the 19-minute show stealer, keeping the audience guessing as to which way it was going to go, with some tantalizing near misses before Jericho grabbed the strap to become the new champion. Number 8, Shawn Michaels vs The Undertaker. One of the highlights of late 1997 WWE, the rivalry between Shawn Michaels and The Undertaker had produced many stirring matches, including the epic first ever Hell in a Cell match. Looking to draw a line under their dispute, they met at the 98 Rumble in a casket match main event with the showstoppers WWE title on the line. Another predictably brilliant outing, with the Stips adding a new dynamic. Both men were on form, with Shawn especially putting in a customarily bump happy shift. It was during one of those first spectacular bumps, a backdrop over the top rope onto the casket, that Michaels suffered the back injury that would see him retire for over 4 years, though the adrenaline was flowing and he didn't know it at the time. Finding their groove, they ramped up the big spots, including a rarely seen piledriver on the steel stairs. In the end, the Phenom looked to have things sewn up, but his plans were scuppered via a massive run-in, and then Kane finished the job and trapped him inside the casket before setting it on fire. Brothers, eh? What are they like? Number 7. John Cena vs Umaga in 2007. After reaching the summit and winning the WWE title at WrestleMania 21, John Cena began receiving a swift and intense backlash from WWE fans who resented him for supposedly being the hand-picked chosen one. While his see-through street fighting rapper gimmick was at times a bit naff, Cena was the man for the big occasion and routinely came through in top matches when the pressure was on. At the 2007 Royal Rumble, he not only put forward a tremendous performance in his WWE title Last Man Standing match with Umaga, but he also added some much-needed credibility to his never-say-die character. This also served as one hell of a coming-out party for the Samoan Bulldozer, who had been on a tear for the previous 8 or so months, but had yet to have a truly great match. Taking full advantage of their surroundings, Umaga and Cena had something akin to a more violent, weapons-filled version of the classic Hulk Hogan vs. the Monster of the Week match.
Crash! Bang! Wallop! What a wrestling match!
And what a creative finish too, Cena getting the win after making his opponent pass out by applying an STFU with an assist from the top rope, which had come loose during the carnage. Number 6, Chris Jericho vs The Rock in 2002. Fresh off beating The Rock and Steve Austin in one night to become the first ever undisputed champion, Chris Jericho set about beating them on back-to-back pay-per-views. He started with the great one at the Royal Rumble. Rock and Jericho had not long since had a thriller at No Mercy 2001 over the WCW World title, with Y2J emerging on that night with the big gold belt around his waist. The dynamic was different at the Rumble, with Jericho a now fully fledged heel as opposed to a sort of kinda tweener, though the match was no less thrilling because of it. Arguably even better than their No Mercy offering, the two men electrified for 19 pulsating minutes full of good wrestling, big moves, callbacks, close near falls, and shenanigans like ref bumps and run-ins. Everything you could want in a major title match from one of the biggest pay-per-views, it finished with some commendable cheating from the champ to retain. He not only smacked Rock and his Brahma bollocks, but also rammed Dwayne's head into the exposed turnbuckle before pinning him with his feet on the ropes. What a heel. Number 5, Brock Lesnar vs Seth Rollins vs John Cena in 2015. You look at the lineup, the stakes, and the setting, and you think to yourself, how can this be anything other than absolutely class? Then you remember that it all hinges on which version of Brock Lesnar decides to clock in on the night, and well, it suddenly appears as though there's an equal chance it could be a clanger or a banger. Thankfully, the Beast Incarnate had his working boots on and looked downright unstoppable as he punched through and suplexed his opponents around at will. Cena and Seth intermittently recovered and managed to get Lesnar to stop chucking them about, but Lesnar came back time and time again, like a reliable case of herpes. By the way, Brock mate, if you're watching, I'm not saying that you're anything like a nasty venereal disease, alright? Or in fact I've ever had herpes, for that matter, despite what high school blabbermouth Susie Simpson might tell you. Anyway, back to the match, which was a contemporary classic, and the best thing on this show by a Minneapolis, Minnesota mile. Speaking of, Brock retained, coming back for revenge after being put through the announce table and stretchered out. Why on earth would you make him even more angry? Number 4, Mankind vs The Rock in 1999. Going into their WWE title I Quit match at the 1999 Rumble, Mick Foley knew that he had to do everything within his power to not only have a show-stealing match, but also get The Rock ready for his WrestleMania date with Steve Austin. Nobody knew just what incredible and downright scary lengths Foley would go to in order to accomplish this, but accomplish it, he did. While the bout is remembered for the sickening finale, which saw the People's Champion go for a spot of batting practice on Mankind's head with a steel chair, the bulk of the match is really very good indeed and well worth going out of your way to see. A classic example of the arena-wide Attitude Era brawl, it wasn't just about the bumps and weapon spots, but also about both men getting their characters over too, which made the action even more engrossing. The decagon of unprotected chair shots is uncomfortable viewing, especially with what we know about concussions and CTE now, but take nothing away from either man here. They brought it. Number 3, Kurt Angle vs Chris Benoit in 2003. The 2003 Royal Rumble event was a tale of 2 world title bouts. The first was a Raw heavyweight title match between champion Triple H and Scott Steiner, both of whom were knackered going into it. Famously awful on almost every level, fans completely turned on the bout at about the 15th botch, and sadly, it pretty much killed off the genetic freak as a credible force from the get-go. The second, though, was a SmackDown WWE title match between champion Kurt Angle and Chris Benoit. Everything that the first match wasn't, this was an example of 2 exemplary professional wrestlers in the prime of their careers going out and doing what they do best for 18 first-rate minutes. 2 of the best technicians ever forewent sports entertainment distractions and did what it says on the marquee. They wrestled. And bloody well too. The frequent foes were used to having barn burners with one another, but this match picked things up a notch with its crispness, intensity, and crowd response. The Olympic hero won clean with an ankle lock, but the rabid Wolverine didn't walk or limp away looking like a loser. Number 2, AJ Styles vs John Cena in 2017. 1 year after his sensational surprise debut in the 2016 Royal Rumble match, AJ Styles walked into the 2017 version of the event as WWE Champion, set for a showdown with John Cena. Styles and Cena had put on some clinics not long before, with the phenomenal one beating Big Match John at both Money in the Bank and at SummerSlam. Chasing a record-tying 16th world title, Cena shot right out the gate and tried to ground his smaller, quicker opponent, though AJ soon rallied, countering a suplex attempt with a Hurricane Rana and then unleashing some impressive power moves of his own. The finishers soon flew thick and fast, and appropriately, given that this was their 3rd major singles meeting, it became a game of I'll counter that, you counter my counter, and I'll counter your counter to my counter. Nothing could quite get the job done as they emptied their arsenals, digging deep into their bags of tricks before Cena said F you and hit a pair of AAs after a Super AA only got a 2 count to bag his 16th world title. Word life. Number 1, Triple H vs Cactus Jack in 2000. But if we're talking about the spectacular and violent WWE title matches that took place at the Rumble, there really is only one choice for the top spot. The match that established Triple H as the man and gave Mick Foley one last Madison Square Garden masterpiece before hanging up the snakeskin boots, this street fight between the cerebral assassin and hardcore legend hasn't lost any of its impact over 20 years later. A textbook example in how to make someone, Foley was his typically unselfish self as he put his body through hell and took some seriously hard hits. Credit to Hunter too, who also suffered for his art and actually got a very nasty gash in his calf about halfway through the bout. A breathtaking escalation of barbarity, they kept upping the ante with chairs, handcuffs, the announce table, the ring bell, a barbed wire covered 2x4, and finally the pièce de résistance, a massive bag of thumbtacks. Cactus ate the pins and then the pin on a pedigree, but proved that he was still the most ruthless children's author this side of Dr. Seuss with his remarkably sadistic efforts. It worked so well the first time, so why not try it again? There are lots of reasons. So you went skydiving once and landed softly in a field. Next time you're hitting the pylons. So you went swimming with sharks and felt really safe in that cage. Guess what's opening next time? So the first interview went really well and you think the job is yours. Leave that briefcase full of spaghetti at home for round 2. Yes, just because things went well once doesn't mean that it's all going to be fine the second, third, or 4th time around. This is something that some WWE superstars know all too well. Even after saying goodbye, or more likely being wished well in their future endeavors, many wrestlers find themselves working back under the watchful eye of Vince McMahon before too long, hoping to set the world on fire once more. Whether it's because the bloom is off the rose, so to speak, or there are new creative forces working behind the scenes, or, well, 50 other potential variables, the comeback can end up paling in comparison comparison to the original to the point where it's not even remembered for being necessarily good or bad. Sometimes they end up simply not being remembered at all. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 WWE comebacks you don't remember. Join us. Number 10, Chuck Palumbo in 2007. One of the surprising success stories coming out of the invasion was Chuck Palumbo, who came in as a tag team with fellow power plant stud Sean O'Haire before transitioning into a makeshift tag team with Billy Gunn. The pairing with Mr. Ass gave both men a real lifeline as they pushed the envelope and got over while hinting at a possible homosexual relationship, garnering mainstream publicity in the process. Billy got injured, however, and Chuck moved on to the Full-Blooded Italians, another decent role for the man with a killer right hand. A switch to Raw and humdrum gimmick change in 2004 led him to primarily wrestling on Heat before receiving his release after just a few months on the Red brand. After dabbling on the indies and in Japan, WWE brought him back in March of 2006, but didn't put him back on TV until over a year later. When he returned, he did so as a biker dude who rode a chopper to the ring, flanked by Michelle McCool. Riding motorbikes and hanging out with Michelle McCool? That'll never work. Besides a feud with Jamie Noble, he did next to nothing on SmackDown, and history repeated itself when he was released soon after being drafted to Raw without wrestling a single match on WWE's flagship show. Number 9, Chris Masters in 2009. WWE saw great things in the future of Chris Masters, and for good reason. Not only did he have a $1 million body, he was also young, making his Raw debut in 2005 at the age of just 22. He caught on thanks to the Master Lock Challenge and proved his worth as a worker in matches with Shawn Michaels and when tagging up with backstage pal Carlito. After falling foul of the WWE wellness policy, however, the masterpiece returned a lot leaner and with a strike against his name, which resulted in a lesser role in lower card feuds opposite the likes of Super Crazy and Jerry Lawler. A switch to SmackDown could have been a lifeline, but drug test failures caused him to be released. He hit the indies and international scenes for a couple of years and was brought back into the fold. He turned face thanks to his mesmerizing dancing peck routine and had a brief on-screen relationship with Eve Torres. Despite improving greatly as a wrestler, Masters made his home on C-Show Superstars, where he had a series of great matches that sadly nobody really saw. It was not a major surprise when he received his release, though rumors of a push or possible gimmick change had surfaced from time to time before he was given his P45. Number 8, The Spirit Squad in 2016. Gimme an R, gimme a U, gimme a B, gimme another B, gimme an I, gimme an S, gimme an H. What does that spell? Rubbish. Look, the Spirit Squad were never good or anything, but they did provide some value and entertainment when going up against the likes of DX in 2006. It also gave 5 OVW hopefuls some valuable experience, though unfortunately only Dolph Ziggler really stuck around and became anything off the back of it. While Johnny and Mitch moved on from the business, WWE brought back Kenny and Mikey in 2016 for a short program with the former Nikki. Working in cahoots with the Intercontinental Champion The Miz and his wife Maurice, the tag team version of the Spirit Squad attacked the show off, tried to cost him a big pay-per-view match, and also worked tag and 6-man tags on SmackDown. All told, they were only there for a couple of months before they disappeared once again. It was reported that they were signed to deals, but they never came back, with Kenny and Mikey resurfacing in Major League Wrestling a couple of years later. There was clearly no long-term upside to reviving the annoying cheerleader gimmick, but their re-emergence, coupled with the re-emergence of other past stars like Rhino and the Headbangers, sure did make the blue brand a slightly odd place for a time. Number 7, Brian Christopher in 2004. Brian Christopher, along with Scotty 2 Hotty and Rikishi, enjoyed success they wouldn't have thought possible shortly before joining forces as the infectiously fun 2 Cool in late 1999. With the stink face, the worm, and their post-match dance routine, the fun-loving babyface trio became one of the most popular acts on the show. Regrettably though, WWE turned Rikishi heel, Scotty got injured, and before long, Grandmaster Sexay was spinning his wheels in a makeshift tag team with Steve Blackman. He was released not too long after, following an incident where he tried to take drugs across the United States-Canadian border. It took 3 years for him to make his way back into WWE's good graces, getting hired by Jim Ross, friend of Father Jerry Lawler, in JR's last major act as head of talent relations. It did not go well. Christopher made only a handful of appearances, the most memorable of which was him jobbing out to Kane in about 2 minutes on Raw. After arriving late to house shows and generally annoying his co-workers with his immature behavior, he was given the boots. Thankfully, he was able to say goodbye to WWE on a more positive note over a decade later when he showed up for a match in NXT and reunited with his two cool stablemates on 2 episodes of Old School Raw. Number 6, Jazz in 2006. One of the true unsung heroes of WWE's women's division was former 2-time WWE Women's Champion Jazz. She wrestled for the company between late 2001 and late 2004, having great matches with the likes of Trish Stratus and Lita, and doing much to improve the reputation of the division after years of clothes-ripping TNA. She was released along with husband Rodney Mack, but brought back in the summer of 2006 to be part of the relaunched ECW brand. Her first match back saw her lose to then Women's Champion Mickie James on the ECW vs WWE head-to-head show, which was done to promote the upcoming One Night Stand pay-per-view. Jazz looked as solid as ever in the short bout, but after 2 more house show matches with Trinity, remember her, she was taken off the road and then released, once again with her husband, who had been working ECW house shows as well, in January of 2007. Their releases came as part of a bit of WWE house cleaning, and since they hadn't been used in months, it wasn't a major surprise. The thing is, Jazz could have been a real asset to the women's division and had great matches with wrestlers like Beth Phoenix and Melina. A victim of the times, Jazz would kill it today, but back then, there was more emphasis put on stuff like the Diva Search. Number 5, Vader in 2005. You need only look at this picture to figure out how Vader's 2005 WWE comeback went. The big man's first WWE run had started out so well, as he was booked to be something like the dominant force that he had been in WCW and New Japan, rampaging through the 1996 Royal Rumble before destroying Gorilla Monsoon in a powerful angle the next night on Raw. He could have become WWE champion and was the favourite to unseat Shawn Michaels at that year's SummerSlam, but it was not to be, and he found himself sliding down the card, eventually reduced to being jobbed out in the mid-card while calling himself a fat piece of you-know-what on the microphone. He left in late 98. His shocking return came on the October 31st, 2005 episode of Raw, and it was fitting that it happened on Halloween because it was a ghastly sight indeed. The Mastodon came to the aid of Jonathan Coachman and, along with Goldust, beat down Batista ahead of his match with the Coach at Taboo Tuesday. His point would have been well made had he not fallen flat on his ass upon exiting the ring. Things didn't improve the next night, as he was easily dispatched by the Animal in his last WWE appearance for 7 years. Number 4, Nikolai Volkov in 1994. Nikolai Volkov had already been in the business for 15 years and was well travelled by the time he showed up in WWE in 1984, right as Vince McMahon was aggressively expanding his wrestling enterprise. Best remembered for his tag title winning team with the Iron Sheik and later as one half of the Bolsheviks, Volkov was primarily an anti-USA heel until he left the organisation at the end of 1990. He returned full-time in February of 94, though this time he played something of a sympathetic babyface as the mistreated member of Ted DiBiase's $1 million corporation. In the storyline, he accepted a role in the group, having fallen on hard times, and was repaid not just in cash but with outright disrespect from DiBiase and other members of the group, being dubbed Nickel and Dime Volkov and having a cent symbol replace his famous Russian sickle on the side of his tights, while property of the $1 Million Man was written on the back. It was an intriguing angle, but it didn't really go anywhere, and the most interesting thing to note from the run was the fact that Volkov wrestled Matt Hardy in the Teenagers Monday Night Raw debut. Since WWE were pushing their new generation of younger, faster wrestlers at this point, the comparatively ancient Russian giant didn't exactly fit in, and his contributions aren't remembered next to those of Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels, and company. Number 3, Haku in 2001. At another point during the Monday Night Wars, the reigning WCW Hardcore Champion defecting to WWE would have been huge news. But by January 2001, the war was for all intents and purposes long over, and the title belonged to Haku, a valuable veteran performer who I definitely do not want to rip my throat out, but not exactly a major difference maker at the time. Haku made a surprise appearance in the 2001 Royal Rumble, entering at number 29 and lasting a few minutes before being eliminated by Steve Austin. After After that, he formed a tag team with Rikishi, then going through his bad man phase, the duo having a series of matches with the Brothers of Destruction and unsuccessfully challenging the Dudleys for the tag straps. An injury to Big Quiche put a stop to the team, however, and the Tongan Hardman floundered. If you did spot him on television, it was probably because you were watching shows like Jacked and Heat, because you either didn't have a proper cable subscription or much in the way of a life. By the end of his 6-month stay, he was reduced to putting over Shawn Stasiak. It was a far cry from being the king and main eventing with Hulk Hogan, but in the era of The Rock, Kurt Angle and Stone Cold, he was never going to be a top player. Unless it was a shoot, of course, in which case he kills everyone and becomes eternal WWE champion by default. Number 2, Booker T in 2011. He's been back in WWE for some time now as variously a commentator and analyst, but people tend to forget that he actually had a short run as an in-ring competitor upon his 2011 return. The former 5-time WCW champion left WWE in 2007 and wound up in TNA, which he has since admitted was basically like a paid vacation for him, especially in comparison to the hectic schedule he had before. His surprise entry in the 2011 Royal Rumble was a pleasant one, and he soon found himself behind the announce desk and working as a coach on the new series of Tough Enough. Come the end of the year, however, he was feuding with Intercontinental Champion Cody Rhodes over apparent disrespect the Hall of Famer had shown the champ on commentary. They had matches on Raw, SmackDown, the TLC pay-per-view, and at several house shows. The master of the Spinneroonie looked good out there and helped raise Cody's stock, but failed to wrest the title away from him. His last significant in-ring contribution came as a member of Team Teddy in the Interbrand 12-man tag match at WrestleMania 28. Most people don't remember him being a part of it, but I loved it, and I consider it my Adam Pacitti blubby-dubby zap-zap moment of the night. Number 1, the Quebecers in 1998. Stepping into the shoes of Raymond Rougeau, Pierre-Carl Ouellet helped Jacques get over his brother's retirement by forming the Quebecers, a tag team that enjoyed almost instant success when they appeared on TV in '93. The team, who definitely weren't Mounties despite dressing exactly like them, won the tag team titles and defended them in matches against esteemed opposition like the Steiners and the Harts. They broke up after about a year together, but reformed the team in WCW as the Amazing French Canadians a couple of years later. That stint was fine, but then it was back to WWE in early 1998, the company looking much different than it had during their New Generation days. The team looked different too, changing up their appearances and outfits. They still wrestled the same, however, even if it was now against the likes of the Legion of Doom, the Godwins, and ramshackle outfits like Terry Funk and Too Cold Scorpio. Only used sporadically, the Quebecers were simply bit part players during this frantic period. Their role summed up as just one of 14 duos in a tag team battle royal at WrestleMania 14. They continued working the house shows and cropped up on programs like Shotgun Saturday Night, but it was time to say au revoir to the flag wavers come the summer. Stables are one of those things that wrestling fans hold dear to their hearts. When a group of wrestlers come together to form an alliance and either serve justice or dish out mayhem, it makes for some of the most engrossing and enjoyable wrestling possible. WWE have had a mixed relationship with stables. From the mediocrity of the gang warfare years, the bloated yet awesome Attitude Era factions, and periods of relative silence in between, it's a lot to chew through. But as we've seen recently, WWE seem to be favouring stables again. The Hurt Business have been well established on Raw, the Undisputed Era have moulded NXT into their image, and Retribution have been there as well. But how do you determine the best? We've taken the following into consideration: popularity, legacy, caliber of its members, and from a purely kayfabe point of view, success. And we're saying that a stable has to have 3 or more members at any one time to be included. Plus, they have to have had at least a, good run in WWE. So no Nexus, no Union, and no WWE NWO because, let's face it, they went about as well as a Civil War leg wound. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic.com, and these are the 10 best WWE stables. Join us. Number 10, The Alliance. Before we begin, yes, the invasion was a wasted opportunity and was pretty damn pants overall, but when you look at the membership, size, and in-ring success of the Alliance, you have to really give them some credit. The problems that faced the Alliance were easy to identify, but impossible to overcome. The main stars of WCW, like Ric Flair, Goldberg, the NWO, and Scott Steiner, weren't financially viable due to their ridiculous ongoing Time Warner guaranteed contracts, and even if they were signed up, there was probably no way that Vince McMahon was going to make them look good. But still, 27 title reigns came the Alliance's way, and it's not surprising when you see who was involved. You had former world champions like Diamond Dallas Page, Mike Awesome, and Raven, future world champions like Rob Van Dam, Bubba Ray Dudley, and Christian, and future Hall of Famers like 5-time WCW champion Booker T, and a little-known wrestler called Stone Cold Steve Austin. On paper, that is perhaps the greatest assembled lineup of wrestlers ever, but then you have to remember that Shawn Stasiak was also involved, as two were chronic. Ugh. Number 9, the Nation of Domination. Originally part of WWE's crap gang wars of 1996, the Nation of Domination slinked away and became one of the most revered stables of all time. Originally wrestling's equivalent of a cross between the Nation of Islam and the Black Panthers, NOD was founded by Farouk to highlight injustices faced by people of colour. They were militant and they took no crap, but truth be told, they were a little bloated. It was when Farouk trimmed the fat that the Nation truly took off. You had the smug D'Lo Brown, powerhouses Mark Henry and Kama Mustafa, and the jewel in the crown, Rocky Maivia. Fresh from his dire babyface run, Rocky was ticked off, cocky, arrogant, and quickly became a huge star. With him and Farouk jockeying for position as leader while absolutely battering their foes like Ken Shamrock and DX, the Nation became must-see, and a reason why modern WWE fans miss the time when WWE could actually book compelling mid-card storylines. Eventually, Farouk was turfed out as Rocky became even more of a dickhead as The Rock, and Owen Hart joined in too, because why not? Number 8, The New Day. Speaking of the Nation of Domination, remember when the New Day formed and everyone went, "Ooh, New Nation"? Could hardly have panned out more different, could it? The team of Xavier Woods, Big E, and Kofi Kingston were slow starters, with their generic preacher face shtick as popular as month-old milk. It was when the trio turned heel, embraced their obnoxious, ridiculous side, and harnessed the power of positivity that New Day went gangbusters. Eventually, people could not get enough of them, or their trombones, cereal, pancakes, Final Fantasy references, and whatever else they came out with. Everything New Day did got over and made a ton of money. Inside the ring, the trio became record-breaking tag team champions, surpassing Demolition's reign of 478 days, a record that stood for nearly 30 years, as well as record 7-time SmackDown tag champs. But the group's greatest triumph came away from the tag scene as Kofi Mania swept through WWE in 2019. When Kingston finally got his hands on the WWE title at WrestleMania, it was a genuinely heartwarming moment, one that few thought they would ever see. Roster moves have cast doubt on the New Day's future, with Big E being groomed for a singles run, but you know that wherever they're plying their trade, audiences will always clap their hands and feel the power. Number 7, the Ministry of Darkness. Out of all of The Undertaker's guises, none were more utterly unhinged than his reign as the Lord of Darkness. Attempted embalmings, abductions, brainwashings, hangings, crucifixions, nothing was off the table for the demented dead man. He had a lot of the devil's work to do and couldn't get it done on his own. No sir, that is where the Ministry came in. Taker and Paul Bearer wasted no time in assembling a motley crew of spooky lads to aid them in their work. They took the recently formed acolytes Farouk and Bradshaw, brainwashed Phineas Godwin and Mabel and turned them into Midian and Viscera, and enlisted the services of Gangrel, Edge, and Christian the Brood. The Ministry was cool, there is no doubt about it. And as they gained numbers, they set about taking the WWE by force, clashing with Steve Austin and Kane, then setting their sights on Vince McMahon and his corporation. Then it all unraveled when the two forces fused as the corporate ministry, and Vince gurned like a whippet on ecstasy. A crap ending to a genuinely intriguing storyline. Higher power aside, the Ministry was a little cartoonish at times, but they had credibility and were one of the most compelling stories on television for the time that they were united in their malevolence. Number 6, The Shield. Sausages, horse, Ian, Lego, denial. The spine-tingling call heralding the Shield to come through the crowd and wreck house was unforgettable. Originally starting life as CM Punk's hired goons, the Shield quickly took on a life of its own due to their no-nonsense attitude and for the fact that they were genuinely cool. You had the jaw-dropping in-ring skills of Seth Rollins, the hulking brawn of Roman Reigns, and the feral unpredictability of Dean Ambrose, all packaged in lovely little black flak jackets. Before long, they were putting on stellar matches, winning titles, and being effectively pushed, going toe-to-toe with the likes of Daniel Bryan, Kane, and the Wyatt family. And they did it all without a designated leader or an established star in their ranks. The lasting impact of the Shield is still felt to this day, mainly due to the way it launched the main event careers of all three men, who between them have over 10 World Championship runs across WWE and AEW, with plenty more to come, I'm sure. Even one-time only members like Kurt Angle and Triple H are former World Champions, making the Shield one of the only groups in wrestling history where every single member involved has held a World Championship. Number 5, the Hart Foundation. For all that we talk about the incredible double turn of Bret Hart and Steve Austin at WrestleMania 13, we tend to focus more on Austin's subsequent run as the face of WWE than we do about moaning Bret fully embracing his heel side. Hitman as the old miserable veteran not feeling respect and snapping as times were passing him by was amazing and quietly the best work of his career. But every good villain needs backup, and with Owen Hart, Jim Neidhart, the British Bulldog, and Brian Pillman by his side, you were looking at one of the most well-rounded groups in wrestling history. The thing that made the Hart Foundation so good was that you believed everything they said, and dependent on where they were in the world, they were either the most despicable, hated jerks to walk the earth, or conquering heroes who spoke the truth and deserved respect. In ring, they cleaned up well, winning every title available to them in WWE at the time, and main eventing the much-loved In Your House Canadian Stampede against Austin, Shamrock, Goldust, and the LOD. This incarnation of the Hart Foundation only lasted a few months, but in that time they made sure that all eyes were on them and greatly improved the quality of WWE television. Number 4, the Corporation. Mr. McMahon is an absolute bastard. A power-mad, almost anti-Christ-like figure pulling all the strings in WWE, he became one of the biggest heels we'd ever seen in his battles against Steve Austin in the late 90s, but time and time again, Austin slapped McMahon silly, prompting Vince to pull his finger out and assemble a crew to do his nefarious bidding. Cue the Corporation. No, not Ted DiBiase's average group, but the one that featured the likes of Ken Shamrock, The Big Show, The Rock, Shawn Michaels, Triple H, Chyna, Shane McMahon, and of course, the Mean Street Posse. The Corporation finally gave The Rock the opportunity to truly flex his heel muscles after his amazing work in the Nation of Domination, as the corporate champ held the WWE title 3 times and cemented himself as a main eventer. Triple H also got properly groomed for his decades-long run atop the WWE with his work in the Corporation at a time when he was considered one of the unsung heroes of WWE. Seems almost weird saying that with 2 decades of hindsight, doesn't it? Arguably though, one of the Corporation's greatest successes didn't actually involve one of its members, as without them, would Mankind have ever been WWE champion? The aim of any heel stable is to promote the babyface they're warring with, so on that basis alone, job's a good un. Number 3, the Heenan family. In this humble YouTube dickhead's opinion, Bobby Heenan is without question the greatest manager in wrestling history. Conniving, mean-spirited, and sharp as a tack, the Weasel was the perfect mouthpiece to get heels over, as fans paid their hard-earned money to see Heenan and his stooges get their backsides handed to them. His assembled crew of clients, employees, and hangers-on was known as the Family, and wreaked havoc across the AWA, NWA, GCW, and WWE. Although his family in AWA held several major championships, it was his villainous endeavors in WWE that cemented the family's legacy. Paul Orndorff, King Kong Bundy, and Harley Race were some of the names involved as Heenan grew in stature, leading to his greatest acquisition, Andre the Giant. The Brain corrupted uber babyface Andre and was in his corner at WrestleMania 3 during his legendary showdown with Hulk Hogan. The Hulkster emerged victorious, but it only made Heenan scheme more, enlisting Rick Rude and the Brainbusters as he sought to take over WWE, eventually managing world champion Ric Flair. Don't ever call the family a stable though. Like Heenan himself once said, a stable is a place where you keep a bunch of fly-infested horses. Number 2, D-Generation X. Are you ready? Now, I can already see the comment section blowing up at D-Generation X being at number 2, but let's be honest, for half of its existence, DX wasn't that great. The Triple H HBK Hornswoggle Let's Pretend We're Still 21 and Sell Some T-Shirts era, and yes, we do have to include it, it's part of the lineage, was just embarrassing. And the Degenerates Without Trips in China in 1999 showed how thin on the ground DX really was. But let's focus on the positives. When DX were good, they were very damn good indeed. The first run with HBK, Hunter, Chyna, and Rick Rude pushed the envelope and was one of the foundation acts of the Attitude Era. Some of it hasn't aged well, but hey, it was a product of its time. And let's not forget DX 2.0 with the New Age Outlaws, X-Pac, and a Jeep, not a tank. It was a Jeep. They were the hottest thing since the surface of Venus and inspired millions of kids to get detention by telling their teachers to, well, you know. Again, some of their more boundary-pushing antics have not aged well, X-Pac in blackface, but at a time where wrestling was the coolest thing on the tube, there weren't many acts legitimately cooler than DX. Number 1, Evolution. As Triple H set about getting the world title scene in a chokehold, he realized that he needed the past and future of wrestling to help him assert dominance. And he was also a massive mark for the vintage Four Horsemen. Hence, Evolution. What started as Triple H living out his childhood fantasy of being a horseman became the most dominant force that WWE had ever seen, breathing new life into a Ric Flair who had lost his mojo, and most importantly, created 2 legitimate main eventers in Randy Orton and Batista. They were the perfect heels, no cool cockiness of the NWO or DX, just a gang of 4 spoil sport ruffians who made it their mission to get booed out of the building and scoop up every title on offer. And they did just that. Hunter had his reign of terror with the big gold belt, Batista and Flair held tag gold, and Orton as Intercontinental Champ was someone you wouldn't tire of slapping. It all eventually fell apart though, but it was for the best. Granted, Orton's first run as world champion was a damp squib, but the payoff to the whole angle when Batista gave his thumbs down was just beautiful. And for all those still bitter about DX being in at number 2, let me end all doubt for you. Between them, the 4 members of Evolution have 50 world title reigns. Yes, you heard me correctly, 50. That's just obscene. Who doesn't love a good tag team? Well, besides Vince McMahon, who would push his own son-in-law down the stairs in order to break a team up if he thought one or both of them could make him some money as a single star. But as fans, we do, or at least should, cherish tag teams. It's difficult to make it as a tag team since getting the chemistry with another performer just right is often more difficult than you would imagine. Many times we've seen 2 perfectly good performers fall short when teaming because something just isn't quite right. One of the reasons for that is perhaps because the 2 talents simply didn't like each other. It is, after all, harder to produce great work if you're doing it with someone either that you don't like or don't respect. I mean, a guy like myself can produce first-class content on a shockingly consistent basis despite my overwhelming hatred and resentment for my colleagues. But the world sadly isn't full of Adam Pacitis. Although sometimes tag teams that don't get along can look past their differences and produce magic in the squared circle. Yes, even though it might look like they're the best of friends come showtime, there are plenty of instances of tag teams who would rather kick their partner's head in before they split a tab together. I'm Adam Paciti from Cultaholic.com, and these are 10 wrestling tag teams that hated each other in real life. Join us. Number 10, the Dicks. Remember the Dicks? No? Good, that's probably for the best. To remind you though, the Dicks were a short-lived team that performed on the SmackDown brand for a few months between late 2005 and early 2006. This was around the same time as Super Porky and dress-wearing Vito, so you know creativity was at an all-time high. The Dicks, James Dick and Chad Dick, played by Tank Toland and Chad Wicks, were a pair of jacked-up Chippendale dancers who greased themselves up before matches and used baby oil to blind their opponents. They were essentially an excuse for the commentators to make knob jokes. Perhaps fueled by the frustration of portraying a walking punchline, Chad and Tank did not get on well backstage, with Tank angry at his partner's inability to shake off the backstage ribbing he would receive from the usual suspects. Things came to a head behind the scenes at a house show during during an international tour when the two had a fistfight won easily by Tank, who busted the lip of Chad. Considering how low they were on the totem pole, their big spunky boner of a release after the beef was not a great surprise. See, Michael Cole? I can make ha-ha too! Number 9. The Mega Powers. When Macho Man Randy Savage and Hulk Hogan started teaming up, it was clear from the get-go that the two megastars, dubbed the Mega Powers, were on an on-screen collision course. With so much ego and testosterone on display, fueled by enough Colombian marching powder to make Tony Montana blush, there was no way that Hogan and Savage could coexist within the same universe for any sustained period of time. And so it came to be, as their breakup became the focal point of WWE television and led to a blockbuster title match at WrestleMania 5. While they were raking it in thanks to their in-ring exploits, backstage tensions were high and they continued to be that way for some time afterwards, even when they teamed up in WCW many years later. The notoriously paranoid Macho Man was full of distrust for Hogan and blamed him and his wife Linda for the eventual collapse of his marriage to Miss Elizabeth, and also felt like Hogan was a selfish glory hound only looking out for himself. Gee, you think? Post-retirement, Savage would constantly trash Hogan in interviews, with the Hulkster usually not far behind with a response. Things got so tense that the two almost had a dust-up backstage at a TNA show in late 2006, but they never actually came to blows. Despite being one of the most memorable tag teams ever, there was no love lost here. Number 8. Billy Kidman and Paul London. Paul London and Billy Kidman separately had a decent amount of success in tag teams. London set records and regularly toured down the house with Brian Kendrick in WWE, while Kidman formed a notable tandem with fellow filthy animal Rey Mysterio in both WCW and WWE. Together, however, their success was all too brief, thanks in large part to their dislike for each other in real life. London was the plucky young upstart at the time, and Kidman was the veteran. The two didn't have much of a relationship, but WWE saw a couple of wrestlers of comparable size who shared a finishing move and stuck them together, hoping for the best. They held the tag team titles for a moment before breaking up when Billy turned heel. According to London, Kidman was a bit of a villain backstage, accusing the former cruiserweight champion of throwing him under the bus with management and other veteran wrestlers. Per London, Kidman also had an issue with him doing the shooting star press, believing that he, as one of the performers who helped popularize and establish it, had first dibs. Once their on-screen rivalry was settled, they rarely crossed paths again, but it's clear from numerous interviews that the two didn't have much time for one another. Number 7. The Can-Am Connection. Like London and Kidman, the pairing up of Rick Martel and Tom Zenk in the 1980s was a case of putting a handsome rookie with a more seasoned but similar veteran. Only in this instance, one of the wrestlers is Canadian, so there's your Shyamalan twist for today. The Can-Am Connection had all of the potential in the world and had the honor of getting a win in the opener of the historic WrestleMania 3. They were smooth as silk in the ring, but did not have the best of relationships behind the curtain. Though they would travel together and were friends for a while, Zenk began to distrust his partner, claiming that he would secretly negotiate with Vince McMahon and other promoters to secure a more favorable financial incentive for himself. Martel, for his part, believed that Zenk was naive and didn't have thick enough skin for the wrestling business. The team fell out for good when Zenk wanted to renegotiate his WWE deal and asked his partner to back him up. Martel refused, Zenk left the company, and the model quickly found a new team in Strikeforce with Tito Santana. Fences unfortunately remained unmended before the Z-Man's passing in 2017. Number 6. Tony Atlas and Rocky Johnson. Tony Atlas and Rocky Johnson, two deserved WWE Hall of Famers, made history as the Soul Patrol tag team, becoming the first African-American tandem to win the tag team titles. They had the look and the charisma, and they had a pretty damn decent run for a few years there, breaking barriers while being bonded together by a shared struggle. They held the titles for 154 days, but while each respected the other, there were issues present and the two were far from best friends. While Johnson was a professional and kept his troubles out of the locker room and the ring, he was upset with what was perceived as his partner's unprofessionalism, claiming that Atlas would no-show bookings and was hard to do business with. Atlas, from his perspective, felt as though he was left stranded on occasion, accusing The Rock's father of neglecting to give him rides when he had previously promised that he would. There were rumors that the two had almost come to blows backstage, and neither had been shy about discussing their issues with the other in interviews. However, when the Soul Man passed away in early 2020, Mr. USA admitted many of his shortcomings and expressed much love and admiration for his former running buddy. Number 5. The Eliminators. Perry Saturn and John Kronus went from bouncing at a Boston nightclub to bending bones as one of ECW's premier tag teams right around the time Paul Heyman's promotion was starting to get some serious attention. Having previously teamed up on the Indies, in Memphis, and in Japan, the Eliminators were a polished package by the time they rocked up in Philadelphia and had some standout matches with teams like Sabu and Rob Van Dam and the Pitbulls, amassing an impressive 3 ECW tag team title reigns. Their run was derailed when Saturn suffered a serious knee injury, with creative frustrations soon colliding with real-life tensions. Saturn, for his part, didn't like his partner's attitude towards the business and refused to reform the team once healthy enough to do so. Despite his obvious potential and scary athleticism, Kronus was apparently his own worst enemy backstage, and Big Pez felt like sticking with him would adversely affect his own promising career. Just wait until you fall in love with a mop, mate. Saturn soon signed with WCW without Kronus' knowledge, putting an end to the team and their friendship for good. Unfortunately, the two never reconciled, as Perry fell off the face of the earth in the early 2000s and Kronus passed away in 2007. Number 4. Buff Bagwell and Too Cold Scorpio. Throwing together the streetwise dojo-trained Too Cold Scorpio with pretty boy gets his mum to call the office for him Marcus not yet Buff Bagwell was always destined to end in acrimony. The two upstarts were put together without much of a plan in early 90s WCW and actually got over thanks to their high-flying style and undeniable chemistry. However, away from the ring, Scorpio had issues with Bagwell, particularly when he would hear about his supposed partner going behind his back to bury him or get finishes changed, or in one instance, demanding that he give up his business class seat to the then Mrs. Bagwell on a flight home from a European tour. The pair won the tag titles once, but were disbanded when Scorpio was released, less than a year into their run together. In the years since, both men have been outspoken against the other, with Too Cold going as far as to publicly challenge Buff to a shoot fight. That fight never happened. Bagwell probably got his mummy to call in sick, and Scorpio himself has since said that the beef is squashed and the two have no plans to batter each other for real. I mean, to be honest, a black eye and a broken nose wouldn't exactly do wonders for Bagwell's gigolo career now, would it? Number 3, Road Warrior Animal and Heidenreich. Ooh, what a rubbish tag team the LOD 2005 were. The original Legion of Doom, or Road Warriors if you prefer, were one of the most legendary teams of all time, cracking skulls and winning titles everywhere they went, from WCW and WWE to Japan and beyond. Animal and Hawk were popular, and if there's one thing WWE are damn good at, it's taking something popular and ballsing up the formula to the point where you question whether or not you even like the thing in the first place. Hawk sadly passed away in 2003, but WWE revived the gimmick, offering his spot to Heidenreich in 2005. Not only could the team not manage to generate about 1/10 of the chemistry of the original, but outside of the ring, the two were at loggerheads as well. Animal was upset at Heidenreich because his partner would change his travel arrangements without informing him, would show up late to shows and be disrespectful to him backstage, and generally just wasn't too thankful for the opportunity being presented to him. Heidenreich, for his part, has since admitted that he was a nightmare to deal with and had issues at the time, mistakenly believing that Animal was going to the office, specifically his brother and head of talent relations at the time, John Laurinaitis, in an effort to bury him. It's not quite Rocco the Dummy, but this was a low point for LOD. Number 2, the British Bulldogs. There was always a little bit of tension between Davey Boy Smith and the Dynamite Kid, who formed the popular and successful British Bulldogs tag team in the 1980s. Though Dynamite was the smaller of the two, he was the veteran and had a hot temper and was viewed as the foreman of the team. The two were also cousins, which may have played into the tension, but while they may not have always seen eye to eye on many things, they were just about flawless between the ropes. And Smith listened to Dynamite, actually following him in walking out of WWE and all the way back to Japan while at the height of their fame. Obviously, they didn't actually walk back to Japan. That would take ages and they'd get really wet. They flew in a big plane. Anyway, although the Japan gig was working out for them, Smith wanted to return to WWE, and sensing he could make more money back in the States, he ditched his partner and joined up with Vince, taking the British Bulldog name and trademark with him. Dynamite held the grudge until the day Smith died in 2002, and in one notable incident, showed up at one of Smith's independent autograph signings threatening to knock his flippin' lights out. Number 1, The Rockers. Lots of people hated Shawn Michaels in the 80s and 90s, before he found God and stopped, trying to actively antagonize the fans, management, and even his fellow wrestlers. While Shawn's behavior as the strung-out degenerate member of the Clique made him an enemy of Bret Hart, Vader, Chris Candido, Bam Bam Bigelow, Shane Douglas, The Undertaker, okay, just about anyone who didn't greet him with a too sweet, he was also unafraid to turn people against him while cutting his teeth during his early days in the company. And that extended to his tag team partner, Marty Jannetty, who, despite his own incredible abilities, will always be remembered as the Marty Jannetty of the Rockers. The two were golden when performing, but away from the ring, they could often go weeks without speaking to one another. Their rift was exacerbated by the fact that Vince & Co. clearly saw HBK as the star of the team, splitting them up by having Michaels throw Party Marty's head through a window. Save for a brief one-off reunion in 2005, that was the end of the road for the Rockers. These days, the two have a better relationship and will sometimes even appear together at conventions, but things were as fractious as barbershop glass there for a while. Money in the Bank is just around the corner, and we will see WWE's men and women compete in a series of hopefully spectacular ladder matches. The event is, of course, a pay-per-view/WWE Network special, meaning that you have to pay to see it, you filthy cheapskates. With their inherent danger and box office appeal, WWE's ladder matches have typically been reserved for order-only events, but not always. On occasion, they have put ladder matches on free television, a rare treat for those too stingy to stump up their hard-earned cash. And some of them have been absolute doozies. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are the 10 best non-pay-per-view WWE ladder matches. Join us. Number 10, Rob Van Dam vs. Christian on Raw. Take two ladder match veterans, give them 20 or so minutes, put them in the main event of Raw, let them fight over a championship, and just sit back and watch the magic happen. In the fall of 2003, Rob Van Dam and Christian were battling over the Intercontinental title. When they met on the September 29th episode of Raw, the strap was held by Captain Charisma, with Mr. Monday Night challenging. Both men, who were considered by many to be among two of the more underutilized roster members at the time, seized the spotlight and put on a tremendous match to close the broadcast. It only took a minute for Van Dam to hit a flipping dive over the top rope onto Christian, who was holding a ladder on the outside, setting the tone early on. RVD continued to dazzle with his customarily flashy offense, before Christian took over with some vicious attacks, at one point catapulting his opponent's head right into the steel rungs as they were propped up on the ropes. Van Dam regained the advantage, only to be cut off with a reverse DDT off the middle of the ladder, though he rallied with a monkey flip into it, followed by a painful-looking rolling thunder. There were several more big thrills and spills before Van Dam hit a 5-star, or should that be 8-rung, frog splash from the top, allowing him to retrieve the gold from above. Number 9, Johnny Nitro vs. Jeff Hardy on Raw. Jeff Hardy's first big feud upon his 2006 WWE return was with Johnny Nitro, not long split from his M&M tag partner and trying to make a go of it as a single star on Raw. The two had some great matches on both TV and pay-per-view, including an underrated cage match at New Year's Revolution 2007, but their most impressive meeting may have been their Intercontinental title ladder clash on the November 20th, 2006 episode of Raw. Nitro was challenging and Hardy was the champ, the charismatic enigma also having a massive advantage as far as ladder match experience went. Things began relatively restrained, but once it kicked off, it really kicked off, as both men threw caution to the wind and started to up the ante. Hardy diving dropkicked the ladder into Nitro's face, so Nitro responded by dropkicking Hardy from the top of it. In a chiropractic dream sequence, Hardy slammed the Shaman of Sexy onto a ladder, only to miss the subsequent Swanton bomb and land spine first on the unforgiving steel. Hardy's sunset flip powerbomb and leapfrog leg drop 1-2 proved decisive, as the rainbow-haired warrior shrugged off the not insubstantial lumps he had taken to retain. Number 8, the Hardys vs. Edge and Christian on Raw. The September 25th, 2000 episode of Raw was going to be WWE's first on new network TNN. As such, they felt as though they needed to do something extra special and pull out all the stops, which included booking the Hardys and Edge and Christian in a tag team championship ladder match. Now, by this point, the four knew each other and ladder matches so well that they could probably put on a belter in their sleep, but this was coming at very short notice for the performers, as well as taking place just 24 hours after the two teams had battled each other in a brutal cage match at Unforgiven. Despite being more than a little worse for wear and feeling the pressure to produce something that lived up to their legacies, they stepped up and put on a hell of a show in what has, in the context of the TLC years, become something of a lost match. The biggest of the big spots was Edge spearing Jeff as he clung and dangled from the title, something that they would repeat from an even greater height several months later at WrestleMania X7. In another nail-biting moment, Matt gave Christian a back suplex off the top of the ladder, with both men's necks just narrowly avoiding the bottom rope below. Thankfully for the North Carolinians, Lita was on hand to ensure that their title reign lasted longer than a day. Number 7, Rey Mysterio vs Andrade on Raw. It had been 13 years since there had been a ladder match on Raw, and what two better people to break the drought than Rey Mysterio and Andrade? The two Mexican standouts had this match on the January 20th, 2020 episode of Raw as the Masked Man challenged for the US Championship. Having demonstrated enviable chemistry in singles matches prior, this would be a new test for two superstars who didn't have too much experience where ladders were concerned. The first move of the match was Mysterio baseball sliding the ladder into Andrade's beautiful face, and it didn't let up much after that. Andrade took more punishment when he was given a top rope Hurricane Rana, his neck landing on the ladder in a scary, ugly fashion. Rey, clearly a glutton for abuse himself, took a gnarly suplex onto a ladder, followed up with a stunning diving powerbomb from the second rope onto a ladder that was bridged. Then it was Andrade's turn again as he took a sunset flip powerbomb from the top of the really big ladder onto another ladder bridge, Rey countering some sort of Razor's Edge type move from up above. Crash, meet burn. Mysterio looked like he had it in the bag, but Zelina Vega sat atop the ladder to prevent him from winning, which enabled Andrade to nail a frankly terrifying hammerlock DDT through a ladder. It was simply academic from there. Number 6, The Rock vs Mankind on Raw. And now for something completely different, as The Rock and Mankind met in the main event of the February 15th, 1999 episode of Raw, with the WWE title up for grabs. This was still in the very early days of ladder matches in WWE, as there had only been a handful of them before, including one with the Brahma Bull when he met Triple H at the 1998 SummerSlam. And this was not some throwaway bout to pop a rating either, as Mrs. Foley's baby boy and the Great One had been engaged in a lengthy, high-profile feud up to that point. Less about big high spots and crazy bumps and more about strategy and selling, the story of the match was Rock working on Mankind's knee in a bid to prevent him from climbing up. When the ladder did come into play, it backfired on Rock as Mankind was on hand to counter it with a chair. He recouped though and continued viciously working away at his opponent's injured limb, trapping it in a ladder and going to town with the chair himself. This was the height of the Attitude Era, so typically the action spilled over into the crowd and through the announce table. Mr. Socko had Rock reeling, but timely interference from Paul White resulted in a new champion and set the most electrifying man in sports entertainment on a WrestleMania collision course with Steve Austin. Number 5, Jeff Hardy vs Carlito on Raw. While immensely gifted as a performer, Carlito was often criticized as lacking motivation and sometimes being lazy. I mean, you all saw that Ric Flair promo, right? But when given something substantial to sink his teeth into, he usually delivered. An Intercontinental title ladder match with Jeff Hardy on the 15th anniversary edition of Raw was certainly something for him to savor, and he turned in one of his best WWE performances against one of the genre's talismans. They spent the first few minutes building up to the big ladder spots, which included, early on, Jeff drop-kicking Carlito off the ring apron onto a ladder that was propped up against the ringside security railing, Carlito responding with a huge sunset flip powerbomb in the ring. Jeff missed his big leapfrog leg drop, which must have done wonders for his ass, as Carlito began working over the Daredevil's leg, slamming it right onto a ladder. That cool, handsome, evil bastard. Jeff looked to have it sewn up after a backdrop into a ladder, followed by a swanton bomb, but went for a twist of fate onto a ladder and paid for it with a backstabber. Not to be deterred, the champ toughed it out and managed to push Carlito off the top of the ladder for the very popular victory. Number 4, Rob Van Dam vs Sabu on ECW. The battles between Rob Van Dam and Sabu in ECW's 90s heyday were the stuff of legend. Unafraid to let it all hang out every single night, you never knew just what the Extreme Icons were gonna do out there. When they met on the August 15th, 2006 episode of ECW on Sci-Fi in a ladder match to determine the #1 contender for Big Show's ECW title, they may have had a few more miles on their battered bodies, but that didn't stop them going full pelt. Now, it wasn't the prettiest or cleanest ladder match you'll ever see, littered with mistakes and miscues, but actually that was kind of part of its charm. Moments like Van Dam trying to cover for a blown spot by launching himself off the top turnbuckle and trying to grab the contract in midair, and Sabu going for a triple jump moonsault by using a ladder instead of a chair only to balls it up, add to the sense of danger and spontaneity. There were some neat spots with the ladder that actually came off too, like Sabu hitting an Arabian facebuster that ended up sandwiching his opponent's head between two rungs, and Van Dam monkey flipping a ladder into Sabu. For the finish, the world's largest spoil sport came out and put Van Dam through a table, only for the man from Bombay, Michigan to use Show as something of a human ladder and snatch the contract. Number 3, Jeff Hardy vs The Undertaker on Raw. In the summer of 2002, Jeff Hardy was feeling burned out and unmotivated when it came to wrestling. Perhaps in a bid to spark the passions of the risk-taker, WWE booked him into a mini-feud with undisputed champion The Undertaker, which culminated in a ladder match on the July 1st edition of Raw. A very different proposition to the TLC matches he had been in the 2 years prior, Jeff had to dig very deep against Big Evil, who was more concerned with beating up his much smaller foe than doing anything fancy with the ladder. Hardy started strong but was soon knocked down, allowing Taker to gain control and methodically pick him apart. Whenever Jeff tried to rally and gain momentum, he was inevitably cut off until he finally just said screw it and kicked The Undertaker square in the pallbearers before hitting a lovely ladder-assisted flip dive to the outside. Sensing his opening, Jeff pulled out the super duper mega ladder from under the ring, though when he tried to climb it, he was caught in the last ride position. However, he managed to Hurricane Rana himself out of the situation. Another last ride was countered with a chair to Taker's head, but a chokeslam off the ladder put an end to the underdog's dream. Though he lost, it was a hell of a performance by Jeff, and Taker's post-match endorsement was welcome consolation. Number 2, Jeff Hardy vs Rob Van Dam on Raw. 3 weeks after taking The Undertaker to the limit, Jeff Hardy was put into a Monday night ladder match once again, this time going up against old rival and fellow ladder match connoisseur Rob Van Dam in a European/Intercontinental title unification bout. The pair had met a year earlier under similar circumstances at the 2001 SummerSlam, then battling over the hardcore strap. This sequel was much shorter and to the point, clocking in at around 8 minutes, but certainly not lacking in excitement and featuring many risky stunts fit for the highlight reel. There was some good wrestling in the early stages before the steel came into play, Van Dam winning the old ladder duel before hitting a Van Daminator with Jeff holding a ladder in place of the usual chair. A modified Rolling Thunder with Jeff on the ladder was textbook, as was Hardy's big back suplex off the top, sending the IC title holder to the canvas below. He followed it by placing a ladder on Van Dam and hitting a swanton bomb because, really, who even needs functioning bones? Van Dam got his revenge with the always spectacular sunset flip powerbomb, followed by another Rolling Thunder with Jeff lying on the ladder. And the finish was stunning as Jeff took a scary spill from the top of the ladder and Van Dam hit the 5-star. Number 1, Rob Van Dam vs Eddie Guerrero on Raw. WWE really crammed in a few years worth of ladder matches into just a couple of months in 2002, didn't they? Not that I'm one to complain because they were all excellent, especially the main event of the May 27th, 2002 episode of Raw. In it, Rob Van Dam challenged Eddie Guerrero for the Intercontinental title, a match the two men were only informed was happening hours earlier. Cheers for the heads up, guys. Regardless of how little time they had to prepare, Latino Heat and Mr. Monday Night were both pros and both were determined to take the opportunity and put on a match to remember. Going hell for leather for 20 minutes, the two beat the mullets and ponytails off of each other, and after Eddie tried to remove Van Dam's knee from the rest of his leg, the big spots started coming thick and fast. A procession of grisly moves onto and off the ladders commenced, with both performers taking some serious punishment for the cause. At one point, some some idiot fan ran in and tried to push Guerrero off the ladder, and toward the close, the ladder buckled as Van Dam went for the 5-star, necessitating an improvised finish. A thrilling roller coaster of a match, RVD still got the win and became the new champ, but both men showed their headliner quality on the night. When you think of ECW, you probably think of the likes of Taz, Rob Van Dam, and Tommy Dreamer. You might think of 911, the Pitbulls, and John Cronus. Heck, you might even think of Colin Delaney. No one thinks of Colin Delaney. Sorry, Colin. The point is, during its all too brief run in the 90s, the ECW roster was a tightly knit group. Those wrestlers who were too small, too dangerous, and/or too weird for the big leagues, who broke a ton of tables and taboos and put up a huge middle finger to the more conservative side of wrestling. But at the end of the day, it was a company who wanted relevancy no matter how it achieved it. And if there was a certified needle mover on the free market, then you knew Paul Heyman would be whipping out his comically oversized mobile phone and making a couple of calls. So alongside the likes of Raven, Sabu, and the Dudleys, you had some surprising names from the wider reaches of the wrestling world, lacing up their boots in Philly's most famous bingo hall. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 wrestlers you didn't know were in ECW. Join us. Number 10, Gangrel. The man with the coolest entrance in WWE history and a love of fanging and banging, me too mate, Gangrel had a blink and you'll miss it run in ECW in 1995 under the name Vampire Warrior. Well, when a gimmick works, it works, I suppose. Gangrel came into ECW and instantly feuded with Tommy Dreamer, all because the angry sharp-toothed scamp was annoyed at Dreamer's association with his real-life wife, Luna Vachon. Dreamer absolutely battered him, and Vampire Warrior started hanging around with Dudley instead, wrestling the likes of Hack Myers and the Pitbulls before leaving the promotion after just a month. The blood-drinking bruiser returned to ECW for one night in 1997, then a year later turned up in WWE. Fast forward to 2006 and ECW was reborn under WWE's negligent watch. Gangrel was actually supposed to return to the brand to work with Kevin Thorne and Ariel, but the Kevin Thorne gimmick sank like a bathtub full of bricks and WWE nixed the whole thing. Interestingly, while in ECW, Gangrel was also working as an enhancement talent for WWE under the name The Black Phantom, which either sounds like a cool 1950s car or a terrible Vincent Price movie. Number 9, Terry Gordy. Terry Bam Bam Gordy is most famous as the hulking equalizer for the hard-drinking Southern boys, the Fabulous Freebirds, and later as one half of the amazingly named Miracle Violence Connection in Japan with Dr. Death Steve Williams. A former two-time Triple Crown winner in All Japan, Gordy wasn't afraid to smack a bastard very hard in the face, and his hostile and deathmatch work made him a huge star in the land of the rising sun, as well as a natural fit for ECW, even though when he finally got there, he wasn't quite the same dynamic performer of years gone by, a consequence of permanent brain damage suffered in '93. Gordy made his way to ECW in 1996, proclaimed himself the international #1 contender to the ECW world title, and looked to throw world champ Raven about like a sweaty grunge frisbee, but the miserable mosher escaped with the gold like he always did. Undeterred, Terry formed a team with Raven's nemesis Tommy Dreamer, and later took on Bam Bam Bigelow in a battle of the Bam Bams. Unfortunately, Bam Bam Flintstone wasn't booked for the show. In his last appearance for ECW, Terry took on the Eliminators with the next entrant on our list. Number 8, Dr. Death Steve Williams. The other half of the Miracle Violence Connection was also a massive burly brute who loved smashing people's faces in. Again, like his partner Bam Bam Gordy, Dr. Death was a huge star in Japan, and soon the time was right to make the trip over to Philadelphia. Dr. Death's time in ECW, though, was largely unremarkable. He too failed to dethrone ECW World Champion Raven, his loss to the former Johnny Polo in 1997 being the first time he was pinned in America since 1987. Jesus, and you thought John Cena was protected. All in all, the big fella had 9 matches in ECW, mainly battering the likes of Axl Rotten, Balls Mahoney, Johnny Smith, and even Devon Storm, aka Crowbar from latter-day WCW. On the face of it, why ECW didn't do more with Williams is a head-scratcher, but as he was still a big star in Japan, Williams probably felt like he was in a better position on the other side of the Pacific, rather than commit to the burgeoning indie, and indeed return to All Japan to win the tag titles with fellow broad-shouldered boy Gary Albright. Dr. Death later made his way to WWE and competed in a little-known tournament called the Brawl for All. Wonder how he got on. Number 7, Jim Neidhart. Back in the early 90s, ECW was Eastern Championship Wrestling, a small NWA affiliate that promoted stars of yesteryear such as Jimmy Snuka and Don Morocco. Unsurprisingly then, many uncontracted former WWE and WCW stars would pass through its doors, such as Jim the Anvil Neidhart, who rocked up in 1993 for a couple of matches before buggering off back to WWE. What's more surprising was when Neidhart returned to ECW in 1995, by which point Paul Heyman had taken control, turned it extreme, and the promotion was as bonkers as a bag of feral cats. At the time, Big Jim was in and out of WWE like some kind of bearded laughing hokey cokey, and workers gotta work, haven't they? Like his first stint in 1993, the Anvil only made 3 appearances for ECW, racking up the holy trifecta of a win, a loss, and a draw. The loss was against another surprising name, Ron Simmons, with the former WCW champion killing time in Philly before turning up in WWE as a gladiator from the future. As for the other 2 matches, they were against a certain rockin' individual. Number 6, Marty Jannetty. Like Neidhart, Party Marty Jannetty was in and out of WWE more times than Vince McMahon trapped in a revolving door. After being booted out of Titan Towers in 1995, Jannetty joined ECW for a 7-month spell, somehow challenging for the ECW World Heavyweight title on 3 separate occasions. Spoiler, he never won it, being promptly trounced by Shane Douglas on his debut and the Sandman on 2 later occasions. Jannetty also failed to take the ECW TV title off of Eddie Guerrero, but did manage a win against Jim Neidhart and somehow managed to beat ECW main eventers Shane Douglas and Raven in separate bouts. I'm as shocked as you, to be honest. Before long, Marty was back in WWE to team with future ECW star Leif Al Snow Cassidy, then was fired again and made a final ECW appearance in 1997, tagging with Vampire Warrior Gangrel against former buddy Snow and the Amish Roadkill. After this, Marty didn't return to WWE, instead he went and joined WCW's Cruiserweight division for a bit, which in itself is also pretty bloody weird. Number 5, Atsushi Onita. Without Atsushi Onita, there would be no ECW. No ifs, no buts, it is a fact. The FMW founder put deathmatch wrestling on the map in the early 90s, paving the way for the likes of ECW, CZW, GCW, and others, with FMW and ECW enjoying a working relationship whilst both companies were at their peak. The likes of Sabu, Tommy Dreamer, and the Dudley Boys made their way to Japan, whilst Mike Awesome, Masato Tanaka, and Hayabusa made their way to Philly. But the diehards wanted Onita. They got their wish in 1998 when the cigarette-huffing lunatic made his way to ECW, teaming with Dreamer and the Sandman to take on the Dudleys. Rather than either the leather jacket chair-swinging Onita or the classic blue and white leotard Onita, instead the ECW faithful were treated to Happy Monk with a barbed wire plank Onita. No matter the guys, it was deathmatch, dream match stuff to see Onita in an ECW ring for the first time, but unfortunately that was all we got, and Onita was one and done. Rumours were that Paul Heyman wanted Onita and the Sandman to face off somewhere down the line, but plans never came to fruition. Number 4, the Steiner Brothers. After a so-so run as members of WWE's New Generation, and before they returned to WCW so Scott could become the big bad booty daddy, the Steiner Brothers had a short run in ECW in 1995. Still rightfully regarded as one of the greatest tag teams on the planet, the Steiners came to ECW at a time when Paul Heyman was trying to diversify the brand's appeal from just blood and guts hardcore wrestling, aiming to get some of the best technicians on the planet on his roster. While in ECW, Rick and Scott faced the likes of Chris Benoit, Dean Malenko, Too Cold Scorpio, and Cactus Jack, facing the latter 3 in tag action with the late Eddie Guerrero. While under Paul Heyman's wing, the former WCW and WWE tag champions won the majority of their matches. I mean, look at them, you weren't going to tell them to do the job, were you? In the end, the University of Michigan All-Stars were only in the promotion for a couple of months, but made sure they suplexed everything on 2 legs while simultaneously touring Japan and dropping everyone onto their neck, as is tradition. Number 3, Arn Anderson. Probably the last person you would ever expect to see in an ECW ring would be the enforcer Arn Anderson. Old school, NWA born and bred, AA was nearly constantly employed by NWA, WCW, and WWE from 1984 until his in-ring retirement in 1997. However, in 1994, ECW and WCW had a short-lived talent exchange, with Arn making his way to ECW for their When Worlds Collide event, teaming with Terry Funk against Bobby Eaton and Sabu in the main event. Arn and Funk lost the bout after miscommunication led to Arn repeatedly smashing Funk's knees in with a chair, as you do. The purpose for the talent exchange was to co-promote leading up to WCW Slamboree 1994, mainly because WCW wanted Terry Funk to wrestle at the show. But in the end, the alliance between ECW and WCW was fleeting, as later in 1994, WCW promoted their own When Worlds Collide show with AAA, leading to Paul Heyman turning red with rage and filing a lawsuit. Arn Anderson never set foot in an ECW ring again, but after settling out of court, WCW sent ECW Sherry Martel, Kevin Sullivan, and Brian Pillman as something of a make good. Number 2, Jake Roberts. The late 90s weren't kind to Jake Roberts. Battles with his demons led to him spending stints in and out of WWE, and in early 97 he was once again out of favour at Titan Towers. The Snake soon wound up in ECW at Hardcore Heaven 97, doing a surprise run-in during a Tommy Dreamer vs Jerry Lawler match, where the Snake clotheslined both men and dropped a customary fire promo before disappearing once again. It wouldn't be until November to Remember 98 where Roberts would have his one and only ECW match, teaming with Dreamer to defeat Jack Victory and Just Incredible. Jake's appearance was once again a surprise, with Dreamer pulling the old "oh, I've got a mystery partner" shtick before the Snake showed up in tracksuit pants, cowboy boots, and a rugby top, like your drunk uncle on a stag do. The two emerged victorious after a messy brawl that featured everyone from New Jack to One Man Gang, with Roberts getting the win with a DDT on a ladder on Just Incredible. Number 1, Scott Hall. After a whirlwind few years completely changing the business as part of the NWO, Scott Hall left WCW's warm cash-leaking bosom and ventured to ECW's slightly cooler but also cash-leaking bosom. The bad guy made appearances at 2 house shows in November 2000, coming out as a surprise to Fuji's classic Ready or Not, before losing to FBI bodyguard Big Sal E. Graziano. Now, I know it was only a house show, and I know Paul Heyman is a wrestling genius and all that, but really? You had Razor Ramon lose to Big Sal. Hall did register a win the next night, teaming with Jerry Lynn to defeat Just Incredible and Rhino. But still, Big Sal. However, these weren't the only times Scott Hall was involved in ECW. Former ECW champion and the Clique's 5th Beatle, Just Incredible, once brought Hall backstage as a guest to an ECW show, forgetting that several of ECW's roster had been treated harshly by Hall and the Clique whilst in WWE. After Shane Douglas, Chris Candido, and Bam Bam Bigelow all threatened to stick his toothpick where the sun don't shine, Hall promptly called a cab and pissed off, which was probably for the best. It doesn't happen all too often, but whenever a reigning WWE World Champion meets another reigning WWE World Champion in a match, it's typically an occasion to savor. Usually reserved for pay-per-view or to help pop a rating on an important televised show, the titles may not always be on the line, but it's nonetheless exciting to see the supposed best of the best go at it. Of course, sometimes titles are on the line, and I'm talking titles plural, making the stakes all the higher. There weren't many to choose from, but hey, I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are the 10 best WWE World Champion vs. World Champion matches. Join us! Number 10, Triple H vs. Chris Jericho vs. Matt Hardy. On October 3rd, 2008, WWE SmackDown premiered on My Network TV. As WWE typically does with their season premieres, they loaded up the card and booked a triple threat World Champion vs. World Champion vs. World Champion match in the main event. WWE Champion Triple H took on World Heavyweight Champion Chris Jericho and ECW Champion Matt Hardy in a non-title triple threat match. And it was bloody good, as you would probably expect, given that they're 3 dependable veterans with complementary styles who had worked together extensively in the past. Triple threats are often a hard dynamic to get right, especially especially when the babyfaces outnumber the heels, but they made it work here. The action was fast and furious and the psychology tight as they alternated between combinations and also did many spots involving all three competitors. In the end, it turned into a finisher and counterfest, ending with the game hitting the pedigree on Matt Hardy for the win. Stick around for the post-match scene with Vladimir Kozlov. Or, don't. Number 9, King Booker vs John Cena vs Big Show. Similar to the previous match, the main event of Cyber Sunday 2006 would also feature the WWE Champion, World Heavyweight Champion, and ECW Champion colliding at the same time. This time, however, fans would get to vote for which title would be on the line, giving us the possibility that one of the men involved would walk out as double champ. Fans voted overwhelmingly for Booker's strap to be put up for grabs, with a whopping 67% of fans preferring a World Heavyweight title match. Naturally, this almost brought the King to tears. Once again, all three athletes had plenty of experience wrestling the others, so the chemistry was there. The story of the match seemed to be Cena and Booker trying to get rid of Show, with the world's largest athlete coming back to make them suffer despite being at a numerical disadvantage. The match was long, over 20 minutes, and built to a wacky finish as Queen Sharmell ran in and took an FU before Kevin Federline arrived on the scene to distract Cena long enough for Booker to recover, smash him with the title, and retain. I bet Cena felt really K-fed up after that finish. Number 8, CM Punk vs Sheamus. Main Event has become a bit of a wasteland for forgotten talent over the years, but when it debuted on our screens on October 3rd, 2012, WWE clearly had some plans for it. Why else would they book CM Punk vs Sheamus in the main event of the first show? Punk was the WWE Champion, while Sheamus reigned as World Heavyweight Champion at the time. The Celtic Warrior was a fiery babyface, while the straight-edge superstar was a cocky heel, having recently aligned himself with Paul Heyman. Punk was also, it should be noted, well into his lengthy run with the title, having held the belt for 318 days at this point. The pair of them had a darn good wrestling match, as you would expect. Sheamus used his power and brute force, while Punk relied on strikes and submissions. It wasn't an epic per se, and they didn't try to do too much, rather whetting the appetite for potential future showdowns, which sadly never ended up happening. The finish was inventive too, as Punk survived being locked in the Texas Cloverleaf and shook off the Irish Curse to drop toe-hold Sheamus into an exposed middle turnbuckle, the padding of which had been inconspicuously removed minutes earlier. Number 7, Drew McIntyre vs Roman Reigns. Survivor Series 2020 was not a great show, headlined by the underwhelming retirement ceremony of The Undertaker and featuring a bunch of matches that ranged from bad to so-so to alright. The one highlight was the battle between WWE and Universal Champions Drew McIntyre and Roman Reigns, which was originally scheduled to be Reigns against Randy Orton before the Scotsman downed the Viper on Raw. A hell of a hoss fight, the Big Dog and the Chosen One shook off the lack of an actual crowd and their organic reactions to produce a match that had genuine heat and had viewers guessing as to the result right up until the finish. Both men are usually good value for bringing it when it counts and clearly recognized that, crowd or no crowd, this was a major show and a major match. They went a marathon 25 minutes and incorporated some great wrestling with brawling and power moves. The finish, with Jey Uso running interference and Roman resorting to hitting Drew right in the bagpipes, so to speak, was weaker than such a strong match deserved, but the bulk of the work was great and demonstrated why WWE decided to go with both performers in difficult times and circumstances. Number 6, Chris Jericho vs Steve Austin. With the invasion in the rearview, WWE decided to unify the WWE and WCW heavyweight titles and crown an undisputed champion at Vengeance. A 4-man tournament was devised, with Steve Austin defending the WWE title against Kurt Angle before The Rock defended the WCW title against Chris Jericho. The winners of the two matches would then meet in the final, with both belts up for grabs. Stone Cold overcame the Olympic hero and Y2J dethroned the People's Champion, setting up Austin and Jericho for all the gold. What makes this one stick out so much was that not only was it a pay-per-view main event, but that Jericho actually bloody won. Yes, the former WCW cast-off beat the two biggest stars in the industry back-to-back on the same night. It took a little more than the 82nd Airborne to get it done, with untold shenanigans and interference, but it gave Jericho bragging rights for the rest of his career. The action itself was just fine, if hardly a classic. This was all about the moment and cementing Jericho as the man to clean up the mess of Triple H and Stephanie McMahon's dog Lucy. Number 5, Randy Orton vs John Cena. By the time they met in the title unification main event of TLC 2013, we'd seen Randy Orton and John Cena clash countless times in varying scenarios over the years. They were synonymous with one another and had held WWE's main prizes more than seemingly anyone else. But they were in that place because they were reliable and because most of the audience did actually accept them being there. Their match here was over who was the face of WWE, with Cena's World Heavyweight and Orton's WWE title on the line, suspended 15 feet in the air in a tables, ladders and chairs match. They made good use of the plunder on offer, including the steel chairs and announce desk, beating the hell out of each other before the Viper handcuffed Big Match John to the bottom rope. Cena broke free and was able to unhook the bottom rope in a bid to prevent Orton from winning, but ultimately was knocked off the top of a ladder and landed head first onto a table. Number 4, John Cena vs Alberto Del Rio. Months before meeting Orton in their big unification match, Cena met fellow champion Alberto Del Rio in the main event of the July 1st, 2013 episode of Raw. Cena was WWE champion at that point, while Del Rio was in possession of the World Heavyweight title. Say what you will about the output and characters of both men, but they had enviable chemistry with one another and produced some of the more compelling matches of the era. And this was no exception, as they wrestled a strong match that featured their greatest hits and some new surprises too. I mean, how often do you see Cena hit a flying crossbody off the top rope? Not bloody often enough as far as I'm concerned. It was non-title, but it was still competitive and built to the point that the crowd were biting on every false finish. Cena ended up prevailing with an AA out of nowhere, following the appearance of both Mark Henry and Dolph Ziggler. Number 3, CM Punk vs John Cena. The events heading into John Cena and CM Punk's SummerSlam 2011 main event sure were compelling. First, Punk beat Cena in a thriller at Money in the Bank, only to make good on his promise to leave with the title and disappear from WWE. Then, Rey Mysterio won a tournament to become the new WWE champion in his absence, only for Cena to then challenge and beat him, leaving us right where we were a fortnight before. But then, Punk returned, claiming to be the rightful champ, and the two were booked to settle the dispute at SummerSlam, with Triple H on hand as special guest referee in order to ensure that the deal went down in the right way. It was a typically fantastic match between two men with unmatched chemistry. It was back and forth and creative, and it felt like it could end in anyone's favor at any moment. It escalated nicely down the closing stretch until Punk hit a second GTS and pinned Cena, who had one foot on the rope, I smell a rematch, to become the undisputed WWE champion. For a few minutes, before Kevin Nash, fresh from texting himself backstage, jumped the Second City Saint and left him easy prey for an Alberto Del Rio cash-in. A confusing and dissatisfying finish, yes, but the match itself is good gravy. Number 2, Brock Lesnar vs AJ Styles. Before the Phenomenal One thankfully won the WWE title on SmackDown a week or so before Survivor Series 2017, the main event of the pay-per-view was going to be Brock Lesnar versus Jinder Mahal. Which is, fine, I suppose, but Styles' title triumph set up a genuine first-time dream match between the Beast Incarnate and the face that runs the place. In a perfect world, the match would have went on last on the night, but it certainly didn't suffer from getting the semi-main spot. Brock and AJ went all out and rocked the house, working an excellent David versus Goliath type of match that played to the strengths of both men. Lesnar's track record had been patchy for a couple of years, but he turned up motivated for this meeting and crucially sold well for his smaller opponents before the inevitable F5 finish. You know what? It's a damn shame we didn't get a rematch. Number 1, Brock Lesnar versus Daniel Bryan. A year later, it was AJ Styles' turn to drop the title just before a big champion versus champion match with Brock Lesnar, as the Phenomenal One fell to Daniel Bryan, who turned heel in the process, just days before Survivor Series 2018 after Styles had held it for over a year. While a Styles-Lesnar sequel would have been excellent, a new first-time dream match between Brock and Bryan was a mouth-watering prospect indeed. It was another surly, full-on David versus Goliath encounter, with Brock once again brutally manhandling his smaller foe. I mean, properly manhandling him, to the point that you really began to feel worried for D-Bry's safety considering his injury history. He made a comeback, of course, picking his spot and chopping Lesnar down to his size before almost scoring the upset with a yes lock. This is WWE though, of course, and Goliath wins about 95% of the time, so it was hardly a surprise to see the next big thing F5 his way to victory. Not that anyone was complaining after, of course, because the match was so good that really, the result was irrelevant. The WWE title is, or at least should be, the most prestigious and sought-after prize in the industry. Its lineage is legendary, and typically only the biggest and best stars in the business are chosen to hold it. And Jinder, if you grow up wanting to be a wrestler and work for WWE, odds are you saw yourself one day in possession of their world title. And while only a select few ever actually get to hold it, a few others are often led to believe that their name will be added to the history books, only for the opportunity never to materialize for one reason or another. And when I say led to believe, that can be the result of anything from them being put in a title match and the booking suggesting that they would come good on the night, to Vince McMahon personally assuring them that the gold will be theirs one day. Pro wrestling is a cruel mistress, however, and you really can't believe anything until it actually happens, even if the boss himself says it will be so. And when you look at the list of people who were quote-unquote supposed to be WWE champion, you will likely find it hard to believe that the head of a billion-dollar company would ever give some of them the okay. I'm Adam Pachisi from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 wrestlers who were supposed to be WWE champion. Join us. Number 10, Ted DiBiase. The $1 Million Man had it all. He was a great worker, looked like a star, and had a cracking gimmick that guaranteed instant heat. Right at the top of the list when it comes to discussing best wrestlers to never hold the WWE title, DiBiase did have a brief flirtation with the belt in 1988. Unable to beat Hulk Hogan for the championship himself, he paid Andre the Giant to do it for him, while also utilizing an imposter referee as part of his scheme. It didn't work though, since on-screen WWE President Jack Tunney declared the switch null and void and set up a tournament to crown the new champion at WrestleMania 4. The rumor and expectation was that on the night, Ted would find a way to win the tournament by hook or crook, setting up a program with Hulk Hogan. It never happened, since WWE decided to go with Savage as the guy, the Macho Man beating the $1 Million Man in the finals. It wasn't all bad news for Ted though, because at the suggestion of Pat Patterson, he created the $1 Million title on the back of his WrestleMania failure, a stroke of genius that added much to his character and made him an even bigger heel. Number 9, Mr. Kennedy. Kennedy. Amazing as it may seem today, when Ken Kennedy burst onto the scene in 2005, there were some who believed that we were witnessing the second coming of Stone Cold Steve Austin. Kennedy was money on the microphone, solid enough in the ring, and had a certain charisma that cannot be taught. In the landscape of the time, he stood out as someone who was destined to be a world champion and a major player for years to come. Injuries and other bad luck slowed his progress, but he finally looked to be on the right track after winning the Money in the Bank briefcase at WrestleMania 23. The expectation was that he would cash it in like Edge and Rob Van Dam before him and become WWE champion within the year. But poor luckless Kennedy, who must have cracked a mirror while talking under a ladder on Friday the 13th or something, saw his fortunes take a turn for the worse as he received yet another injury, and WWE booked the rated R superstar to take the briefcase off him on an episode of Raw. Edge then went on to cash it in against an also injured Undertaker. It later transpired that Kennedy's injury was less serious than initially diagnosed, and he returned to action sooner rather than later, albeit without his guaranteed title shot and never to regain his previous momentum. Number 8, Kurt Angle. Before you even start, yes, I am fully aware that Kurt Angle was WWE Champion, and World Heavyweight Champion, and Eurocontinental Champion, and King of the Ring, and just about everything there was to be in WWE. The Olympian captured his first world title less than a year into his WWE career proper, but this entry concerns another honor that was earmarked for Angle, but was ultimately given to someone else. According to the man himself, he had been told weeks prior to Vengeance 2001 that he was going to beat Steve Austin in The Rock in the same night and become the undisputed champion, unifying the WWE and WCW world titles in the process. Kurt had held both belts in the months prior and was certainly on the rise at the time of the mini tournament, but Vince McMahon changed his mind and decided to do the same thing with Chris Jericho in the days before the show. Angle agreed that Y2J should get the nod since he'd never been a world champion, was on fire at the time, and would benefit more from it. How different Jericho's career may have been if he didn't have those bragging rights. Number 7, China. China broke a lot of barriers and did a lot of firsts in WWE. The ninth wonder of the world was the first woman to enter the Royal Rumble match, the first woman to enter the King of the Ring tournament, and the first woman to win the Intercontinental title. All of these impressive feats took place in 1999, a spectacular year for the performer, and one which could have been even more historic had the company followed through with some remarkable plans. According to China's former manager, Vince McMahon offered her the chance to become WWE champion on the condition that she didn't pose for Playboy magazine. Of course, she did end up bearing it all for the publication in 2000, seemingly putting an end to her hopes of holding WWE's main prize. These rumors should be taken with more than a little pinch of salt, of course, because many WWE stars in the past have been told they would hold a title or main event this show or whatever, but it's never a guarantee. In 1999, however, China was penciled in to wrestle Steve Austin for the title at SummerSlam before it was eventually changed to a triple threat match with Triple H and Mankind instead. And with longtime China supporter Vince Russo calling many of the creative shots back then, it's not beyond the realms of possibility that she would have won it. Number 6, Tugboat. Ah, Tugboat, Tuggers, Big Tuggy B. Call him what you want. At the end of the day, it's Fred Ottman dressed like Bluto come to life. Now, Ottman was fine as a mid-card level babyface. He was even fine as Typhoon in the Dastardly Natural Disasters tag team. And I loved him as a sparkly stormtrooper falling arse over tit through a wall. But he was not WWE champion material. But believe it or not, and this comes from Bruce Pritchard, so I'll completely understand if you don't, Tugboat was once suggested to not only become the champion, but headline WrestleMania against Hulk Hogan. According to Brother Love, Vince McMahon mooted the idea of Tugboat turning on his country and becoming Sheik Tugboat, beating the Ultimate Warrior for the WWE title at the Royal Rumble before getting vanquished by the Hulkster at Mania 7. Naturally, the idea went down about as well as a sneeze in a steak wrap, and the gig ultimately went to Sergeant Slaughter instead. Vince's first choice sounds even crazier when you remember that WWE had originally booked a 107,000-seater stadium for that year's showcase of the Immortals. 107k people watching on and screaming at Tugboat in a turban. Doesn't seem likely, does it? Number 5, Mabel. And now we move on from the ridiculous to the farcical. One of the most unlikely main eventers and WWE title contenders in history, Mabel's rise to the top of the card was also in many ways utterly predictable given the company's old preference for size over just about anything else. Once again, Nelson Frazier in any other role, whether as a man on a mission, member of the Ministry of Darkness, or the world's largest love machine, is just fine. But WWE pushed him way too hard and way too fast in the summer of 1995, crowning him the King of the Ring before programming him opposite the likes of The Undertaker and WWE Champion Diesel. Taking on Big Daddy Cool in the SummerSlam headliner, King Mabel looked completely out of his depth, and after badly injuring both him and the Deadman during their series, it wasn't long before he was sent packing altogether. But before that, there were, according to Frazier himself, plans for Mabel to win the WWE title at the pay-per-view. Speaking in 2012, Big Vis claimed that Big Vince was leaning towards making him the champion before the Clique supposedly intervened and had the finish changed. Was it backstage politics or the powers that be realizing that Mabel was in way over his head? Whatever the reason, it's a good thing that WWE came to their senses. Number 4, Vader. Unlike Mabel, Vader was a giant with real credibility and a serious championship pedigree. The Mastodon had held major titles in WCW and New Japan, and upon his arrival at Titan, it was accepted that he would at least be in the WWE title mix. Things started out well enough for the man they call Vader, and he looked like a killer in the 1996 Royal Rumble and in an angle where he destroyed Gorilla Monsoon. Come summer, he was positioned as the top contender to WWE champion Shawn Michaels and booked in the main event of SummerSlam. Most reports at the time suggested that the monster would crush the Heartbreak Kid on the night, but it was not to be. Rumors that Michaels had used his backstage clout to block a switch surfaced, and it was known that Shawn had issues with Vader when it came to the big man working stiff and not washing his gear regularly enough. On the other hand, people like Jim Ross and Vince Russo say that Vader was never promised a WWE title run, only to work in main events, as there were some concerns over whether his battered body could hold up under the schedule. It's curious that HBK did drop the title a few months later to Sid for a transitional run. Number 3, Tito Santana. Tired of being the top dog in North America only, Vince McMahon surveyed the landscape in 1992 and decided that he wanted to be number one in Mexico or Canada too. As part of these desires, the head honcho hatched a plan to make someone from either north or south of the border the WWE champion. Vince's choice for the proposed Mexican expansion was Tito Santana, a former Intercontinental Champion and a well-liked veteran who was portraying the El Matador bullfighter gimmick. Santana, who had settled into a role as a dependable hand, suddenly received a renewed push and began winning more matches, a potential showdown with WWE Champion Ric Flair on the horizon. And then, plans changed, pal, and Vince McMahon suddenly decided that Canada was the way to go, putting the title on Bret Hart when the company stopped by Saskatoon in October of 1992. These days, it's common to hear that WWE is searching for their next big Latin star, and everyone from Eddie Guerrero to Rey Mysterio to Sin Cara to Alberto Bastard Del Rio have been looked to for the role, but few people know that WWE came within an inch of making Tito the WWE champion. Number 2, Muhammad Hassan. The short but amazing career of Muhammad Hassan is one of the most curious stories in WWE history. He was gone less than a year after debuting, but in that time got to work with everyone from Hulk Hogan and Shawn Michaels to Steve Austin and The Undertaker. It was a meteoric rise to the top for a young kid who perhaps didn't know how to handle the situation he found himself in, since he supposedly found himself at odds with many of his colleagues due to breaching backstage etiquette and not respecting the business and all that other fun stuff that will get your bags thrown into the shower. Despite his personal conflicts with some of the locker room leaders, WWE had designs on eventually making Hassan WWE champion. The working plan was for him to beat SmackDown World Heavyweight Champion Batista in the Animal's hometown of Washington, D.C. at the 2005 SummerSlam pay-per-view. Can you imagine the heat that result would have generated in the nation's capital? Unfortunately, Hassan was removed from television at the behest of network execs who were troubled by the controversial angle that had aired on July 7th and resulted in considerable media pushback. Had Muhammad Hassan got his big moment, he would have also become the youngest WWE champion in history. Number 1, Lex Luger. You take one look at Lex Luger and you can instantly see why Vince McMahon saw him as the next Hulk Hogan, riding a giant red, white and blue bus all the way to the bank. The total package was just that. He had the look, the muscles, the body, the physique, the buys, the tries, the pecs. Well, yeah, you get the picture. He looked like $1 million, and portraying the great American hero against foreign menaces like Yokozuna and Ludwig Borga, there was simply no way he was going to let his country down. He failed to beat Yoko at SummerSlam 1993, instead winning via countout and celebrating like he'd actually won the belt with a full-on parade of sorts. The rationale given to Lex at the time by Vince McMahon was that him capturing the strap would be more impactful if it happened at WrestleMania 10 inside MSG. But WWE got cold feet and couldn't choose between Luger and Bret Hart, whose popularity was on a serious upswing. In the end, Luger failed to beat Yokozuna once again at Mania, while the Hitman got the job done later in the night. Rumor has it that WWE once had Lex make an entrance with the stolen WWE title at a television taping, the lukewarm response he received convincing decision makers that he wasn't ready for the spot. WrestleMania is the biggest night on the sports entertainment calendar, well, biggest 2 nights now, where everyone is hoping to either have the best match or create the best WrestleMania moment for themselves. With so many eyes on the event and knowing it will go down in history, to be rewatched and combed over until the end of time, WWE superstars are usually very precise with what they wear for it. We've seen some stunners over the years, and I'm obviously not talking about the variety Mr. Plain Black Boots and Trunks Steve Austin gives out, but the following 10 are hard to beat. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are the 10 best WrestleMania attires. Join us. Number 10, Shawn Michaels at WrestleMania 12. At WrestleMania 12, Shawn Michaels knew that people were going to be looking at him for an entire hour as he battled WWE Champion Bret Hart in an Iron Man match. The showstopper was used to displaying flamboyance with his wrestling gear and typically wore a different outfit for each match, including intricate entrance attire such as jackets, chaps and vests covered in mirrors, studs and chains. For the biggest bout of his career, the Heartbreak Kid super kicked things up a notch by not only rappelling from the ceiling in a spectacular entrance, but also wearing very classy white tights with silver, gold, and black detail. The boyhood dream came true with HBK looking every bit the sexy boy he claimed to be. Right, lads? Right? Truth is, Mr. WrestleMania always made sure that he was well dressed for the showcase of the Immortals. Another cracking HBK ensemble was the one that he wore at WrestleMania 25. Decked out in all white and once again descending from above, it was a simple yet brilliant contrast to his opponent, The Undertaker. Number 9, Rey Mysterio at WrestleMania 35. Rey Mysterio has always had some of the best gear in the business, dating back to his early days in WCW. Seemingly coming out with a new mask and outfit every single week, the master of the 619 must have put his gear maker's kids through college 10 times over by this point. From his WrestleMania 19 debut onwards, Mysterio has usually pulled something special out of his deep bag for the event, often in homage to a superhero or film character. We've had Daredevil Mysterio, Flash Mysterio, Na'vi Mysterio, Captain America Mysterio, and Joker Mysterio, to name but a few. At WrestleMania 35, we finally got Mysterio. No, that's not Rey Mysterio dressed as himself, but as the Spider-Man supervillain as portrayed by Jake Gyllenhaal in that year's film Far From Home. Ray looked incredible in the green, purple, and gold getup, which included an elaborate cape for his entrance. The level of detail was awe-inspiring, and it must have taken hours to put it all together. What a shame it was then that an injured Mysterio was duly beaten by Samoa Joe in just 58 seconds. Number 8, The Ultimate Warrior at WrestleMania 7. If we were judging who the best professional wrestler is based solely on how consistently great their ring attire is, then the Ultimate Warrior would probably win by a landslide, or at the very least, tie with Macho Man Randy Savage. The ever-colourful Warrior had a pair of trunks and tassels in every colour of the rainbow, and with his pumped-up physique and huge hair, he looked like a superhero come to life, so there was no need to cosplay as one. For his retirement match meeting with Savage at WrestleMania 7, Jim Hellwig went even further than usual with a breathtaking airbrush design that referenced the bout in question. Not only was it characteristically colourful, but it also featured the likeness of both competitors on his kegs and knee pads. The entrance gear too was fabulous, and Warrior made sure that his paint, hair, and everything else was action figure worthy. Warrior's gear at Mania 6, 8, and 12 were also memorable ones, and showed why, when it came to marketing and attention to detail, he was considered as one of the industry's very best. Number 7, Jerry Lawler at WrestleMania 27. Despite being in WWE since late 1992, it took Jerry Lawler until 2011 until he got his own WrestleMania moment. The King had never wrestled at the granddaddy of them all because most of the time he was calling the show's action from the commentary desk. At WrestleMania 27, he finally got to perform on the grandest stage against fellow announcer Michael Cole. You win some, you lose some, I guess. While Cole dressed for combat in a purposefully hideous orange singlet that helped highlight just how ungainly he was, Jerry showed just how timeless he is with a classic throwback. Though he looked immaculate, the Memphis legend had actually recycled an outfit from 1980 which, according to Lawler, was inspired by the rock band Kiss. The match may have been a complete and utter disaster on almost every level, but at least the King looked the business out there, especially during his entrance. On the subject of this match, I cannot believe it's 11 years old now. Speaking of 11-year-olds, did you hear the one about Jerry Lawler? And number 6, Rick Rude at WrestleMania 5. Rick Rude didn't just use his airbrush tights to look good, but often as psychological warfare on his opponents or as a way to continue angles and storylines. Who could forget Ravishing Rick wearing a pair with Jake the Snake's wife's face planted squarely on the crotch? He certainly lived up to his name there, didn't he? The rude part, that is, not Rick. Anyway, the mustachioed hardnut was at it again at WrestleMania 5, where he met the Ultimate Warrior over Warrior's Intercontinental title. After taking off his glittering robe, the sexiest man alive revealed the pink spandex which had the Intercontinental title painted on the front and Warrior's face painted on the rear. Talk about confidence, the super ripped Rude was basically telling his opponent that the title was already his. That confidence clearly helped Ravishing Rick as he managed to avoid getting squashed like a handsome bug, as was Warrior's style at the time, taking the champ on a ride for 10 minutes before incredibly getting the win. I want a quick reminder that if you would like to wear something with a wrestling legend's face on it, then I still have 37 boxes of these left. Number 5, The Undertaker at WrestleMania 28. Perhaps Perhaps the star most synonymous with WrestleMania is the man with the mythical streak. The Undertaker's appearance at WrestleMania was typically one of the most anticipated parts of the event, especially when the streak wore on, and seeing it defended arguably became a bigger deal than the world title matches. This coincided with the dead man becoming a special attraction and then WrestleMania exclusive performer. Since he was wrestling so sporadically and his matches had so much hype, Taker made sure he instantly captivated people's attention with his appearance, whether it was with a change in hairstyle or his gear. For his end of an era epic with Triple H at WrestleMania 28, the Phenom suited up like he was going into war. Which he was really, since he and the game intended to leather one another for half an hour inside Hell in a Cell. Taker made his way to the match in a long hooded coat covered in spikes. It looked class. The actual gear he wore for combat, a standard pair of black everything with his trademark insignia, was as classic as the match itself. Number 4, LOD and Sunny at WrestleMania 14. Ooh, what a rush of blood to my you-know-what when I saw Sunny make her entrance wearing that at WrestleMania 14. The Legion of Doom were a timeless act that were always going to be popular with WWE fans, but they needed a little touch-up from time to time, at least as far as their look went. Adding a goddamn puppet probably wasn't the best idea, it might have actually been the worst, but adding a blonde bombshell most certainly was, especially during the testosterone-filled Attitude Era. Making sure they turned heads from their first appearance together, Hawk, Animal and Sunny wore matching outfits for the show's opener, which LOD 2001, naturally. Not only did Miss Sitch look, pardon my chauvinism here, but absolutely delightful in that barely there thing she had on, but the artists formerly known as the Road Warriors also looked boss in their airbrushed shoulder pads and helmets. Look, they already had an appealing smash mouth style, cracking entrance music, and a solidified identity and legacy in the business, but now they had a hot chick in a spiky bra too. Some guys get all the luck. Number 3, Ric Flair at WrestleMania 24. One of the greatest to ever lace up a pair of boots, Ric Flair commanded attention with his styling and profiling ways, with an emphasis on the word styling. Always one to rock the finest threads, the Nature Boy probably wears a custom-made 3-piece suit when he does the weekly Tesco run. When wrestling, Flair usually keeps it simple with plain boots and trunks, save for his ostentatious robes. For his WrestleMania 24 retirement match against Shawn Michaels, Slick Rick put on a special one-time robe and wore blue gear for the first time in an age. Knowing it was the last time he was ever going to be able to wrestle, until Dixie Carter opened the purse strings anyway, Flair was determined to leave a lasting impression with his garb. His match with Michaels is one that nobody will ever forget, and it was an outfit that nobody will soon forget either. Interestingly, in Flair's first 3 WrestleMania matches, 8, 18 and 20, he wore all red. Wait, was that interesting? Probably not, I guess, but woo! Let's move on. Number 2, Edge at WrestleMania 37. Since establishing himself as a true single-star to watch during his early rated R superstar days, Edge has routinely busted out some striking clobber when it comes to WrestleMania. At Mania 21, he wore some rare silver threads, at 22 he dressed appropriately for his street fight with Mick Foley, and at 24 he broke out some camouflage beauties, presumably in the hope that The Undertaker wouldn't be able to see him and thus beat him to a pulp. Since coming back from an almost 10-year layoff where he looked to be permanently retired, the Hall of Famer has worn a new set for pretty much all of his matches. And why wouldn't he? I mean, some people put on a new pair of underwear every single day. This man's performing in front of millions. Saving the best of the bunch for the biggest show of the year and his first match with actual fans in attendance since his Royal Rumble return, Edge looked the absolute bollocks when he made his way to the ring for the Universal title main event of the second night of WrestleMania 37. Number 1, Macho Man Randy Savage at WrestleMania 3. Trunks, tights, vests, robes, a crown, bejeweled sunglasses, those leather pants and sparkly shirts he wore at the end in WCW, doesn't matter what it was, Randy Savage looked damn good wearing it. Known for his obsessive attention to detail and OTT showmanship, the Macho Man invested a lot of time and money into his outfits throughout his career, so you better believe he was going to try his darndest to win Best Dressed at the Showcase of the Immortals. He wore several outfits at WrestleMania 4, where he won his first WWE title in a multi-match tournament, looked immaculate as the Macho King at 6, kept up with Warrior at 7, and glittered in gold and black against Flair at 8, where he won his second WWE WWE title. Though these were all eye-grabbing costumes, the best Savage WrestleMania attire and the best WrestleMania attire period was beautiful in its simplicity. Sparkly robe, pink trunks, yellow knee pads, yellow boots. An iconic look for an iconic performer in an iconic match on an iconic show. Ooh yeah, dig it! Things in life are so good you simply have to pay for them. Tickets to a Travis concert, a special collector's edition DVD of Space Jam, sex, you know, things like that. We're also used to paying for our wrestling entertainment, whether it's a ticket to a live event, a subscription to a streaming service, or access to an order-only event. Traditional pay-per-view may be a thing of the past, at least as far as WWE are concerned, but back in the day, we were all happy to fork over our hard-earned cash, alright, let's be honest, our mum and dad's hard-earned cash, on the off chance that we would see a classic match, title change, or other monumental happening. Though rare, pay-per-views occasionally house the debut of a new wrestler too. Typically, companies would bring a new character in with some hype and let them get over on TV before they were put on pay-per-view, but sometimes organizations threw them straight into the fire on their monthly specials. The results were usually mixed, but regardless of the outcome, that these wrestlers were deemed so special that we had to cough up to get a first glimpse tells you everything you need to know about them. Wait a minute, no it doesn't. Let me tell you more. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 wrestlers who had their debut match on pay-per-view. Join us. Number 10, MVP. The original MVP character was a genius creation for its time. The highest paid free agent in SmackDown history was patterned after stars from the world of real sports, particularly basketball and American football players, who came into their chosen fields with hype, entourages, and plenty of bling. Montel Vontavious Porter first emerged on our screens in August of 2006, showing up in the crowd or in backstage segments, often flanked by beautiful women and/or his bodyguard. He would talk to general manager Teddy Long about the progress of his big fat contract, which an unseen agent was supposedly negotiating for him. Eventually, he signed on the dotted line as he revealed in a press conference that aired on the Blue Show. 2 weeks later, the arrogant prima donna made his in-ring debut, not on SmackDown, but at the No Mercy pay-per-view. MVP made a suitably elaborate entrance before easily beating journeyman enhancement talent Marty Garner. While unimpressive on the surface, it was the perfect debut for the heel, as he was supposed to be overpaid and overrated, and drew heat for his mannerisms, outfit choice, and the caliber of his chosen opponent. Both the fans and Michael Cole and JBL on commentary really laid into him. WWE management clearly liked what they saw, however, as he was soon programmed with top stars Kane and The Undertaker, and moved from strength to strength from there. Number 9, Kurt Angle. When Kurt Angle was plugging away in developmental, preparing for his WWE debut, he erroneously thought that he would be the biggest babyface in the world when he finally made it to TV. Vince McMahon, in his infinite wisdom, knew that the opposite would be true. The clean-cut, successful, and enviously athletic Olympic gold medalist was only ever going to be a heel during the hell-raising Attitude Era. Vignettes announcing Angle's imminent arrival began to air on WWE television, showing the American hero talking about his three eyes: intensity, integrity, and intelligence, while boasting the claim that he was the most celebrated real athlete in WWE history. When he made his in-ring bow at the 1999 Survivor Series, fans were not impressed by his traditional amateur wrestling style or his white bread appearance and demeanor. Interestingly, while he was in the process of working over his opponent, Shawn Stasiak, Vince McMahon informed the referee over his headset that he wanted Kurt to cut an unscripted mid-match promo scolding the fans for booing him. As if he wouldn't have been nervous enough, Angle delivered the promo and must have passed the test, since from then on he tasted nothing but success. Number 8, Taz. Following Angle's pay-per-view debut, he went on a winning streak that lasted until the 2000 Royal Rumble, where he was defeated by another star who was wrestling his first televised WWE match. Taz had done everything there was to do in ECW and left the organization in late 1999 to sign with WWE. He didn't get any vignettes announcing his impending arrival or fleshing out his character for the new audience, but there were some hints dropped in the weeks leading up to the show, as the lights would randomly drop out and fragments of his entrance video and ring music music would play. When he was announced as Angle's surprise opponent, the Madison Square Garden crowd lost their minds. Like, freaking seriously, yous guys, what? You don't believe me? Get out of here! It was a great start, but it got better as Taz and Angle had a short but dynamic match where the human suplex machine looked mightily impressive. Better still, the former ECW champion was booked to get the victory with his finisher, making Kurt pass out in the Taz mission. Angle naturally would protest that the result was null and void as the Taz mission was an illegal choke, but it was off to the races for the man from Red Hook, Brooklyn. It was a short, disappointing race that ended too soon, of course, but hey, what a debut! Number 7, Goldust. Goldust is one of the most memorable WWE gimmicks ever, but the character didn't get off to a rip-roaring start. The vignettes that played on Raw and Superstars for months were intriguing, and you couldn't help but want to see what this gold-painted weirdo talking about Hollywood films was all about once he stepped inside the squared circle. His debut was set for In Your House 4, a ho-hum event that perfectly illustrated the creative malaise WWE were experiencing at the time. Still, Dustin Rhodes was given every opportunity to shine, since he was placed in a featured match, given the dependable Marty Jannetty as his opponent, and a not-too-shabby 11 minutes to play with. Regrettably, the bout was a bomb, as the Bizarre One did mostly stalling and rest holds, and while Party Marty tried to inject some life into the proceedings, the match died a death with the live crowd. Goldie got the win, but he can't have felt like a winner when he got backstage, knowing that his debut was one to forget. Thankfully, WWE persevered with Goldust, and he figured things out, entering much better performances later on, and getting over and staying over with the audience. Number 6, The Giant. One of the most spectacular debuts in wrestling history, Paul White not only had his first WCW match in the main event of a major pay-per-view, but he beat top star Hulk Hogan for the World Heavyweight title too. The Giant had been unsuccessfully trying to get into the business for a while and only had one independent match under his belt before being gobbled up by Eric Bischoff's promotion. He was introduced as the son of Andre the Giant, though this was later dropped, and aligned with Kevin Sullivan's dastardly Dungeon of Doom. Impressed with his look and athleticism, WCW saw big money in Paul White and didn't mess about moving him up the card, booking him against the Hulkster at the 1995 Halloween Havoc. But hold on a second! Before the wrestling could occur, there was the small matter of a monster truck sumo match, which took place on top of Detroit's Cobo Hall and ended with the 7-footer falling off the side of the building. While logic would dictate that such an impact would end the Giant's career, and possibly his life before it even had a chance to start, he showed up as scheduled for the main event, displaying not even so much as a scratch on him as he beat Hogan by disqualification and claimed the title, for a week at least, due to a technicality. Number 5, The Rock. He's the world's biggest movie star and a probable future president of the United States these days, but once upon a time, The Rock was another young bonebender struggling to make his way in the crazy world of sports entertainment. Long before the catchphrases and referring to himself in the third person, Dwayne Johnson was plain old Rocky Maivia, the good-looking son of Rocky Johnson and grandson of High Chief Peter Maivia. He had the body and the lineage, and WWE execs, particularly Jim Ross and Pat Patterson, saw big things in the future of the former college football star. Despite his relative inexperience, WWE debuted Rocky Maivia at the 1996 Survivor Series. The event was historic, being the 10th annual version of the pay-per-view format and emanating from the hallowed Madison Square Garden. The Blue Chipper, as he was referred to, teamed with Jake Roberts, Mark Merrow and the Stalker to beat Triple H, Jerry Lawler, Crush and Goldust in a long and not particularly thrilling match. The Rock was the standout, winning the bout as sole survivor and notching 2 eliminations along the way. The smiling babyface act was passé, yes, but the People's Champion showed enough early promise to hint at great things to come. Number 4, Vader. Vader always seemed to have impactful debuts wherever he went. In New Japan, he took apart the legendary Antonio Inoki in short order and almost caused a riot on his first night in, while in WWE he was the big story of the 1996 Royal Rumble match, scoring several eliminations and re-entering the match after being eliminated to wreak yet more havoc. The Mastodon was no stranger to debuting on pay-per-view in a high-pressure situation, of course, having done so for WCW 6 years earlier. Big Van Vader's WCW arrival was preluded with clips of him wrecking fools in the Far East, his first match scheduled for the 1990 Great American Bash. The poor hapless bastard picked as his dinner that night was Tom Z-Man Zenk. It was only ever going to go one way, and Vader completely mopped the floor with him in ruthless fashion. The Big Van Vader character had thunderously arrived on the North American scene, and then disappeared just as quick, working a few house shows before leaving and then reappearing 7 months later. Still, the 1990 Bash was a nice taster of what the super heavyweight was all about, and he certainly made an impression. On Tom Zenk's face, anyway. Number 3, Mark Henry. Superstar athletes from other sports tend to get preferential treatment in wrestling, at least when it comes to recruitment. WWE went all out to sign Brock Lesnar, offering him the biggest developmental deal in their history on the back of him winning the NCAA Division I heavyweight title in amateur wrestling. They paid MMA sensation Ronda Rousey a small fortune and booked her first bout for WrestleMania 34. And Mark Henry, a powerlifting phenomenon, was signed to a lucrative, unheard of 10-year deal back in the mid-90s. In a bid to get a quick return on their investment, WWE debuted Henry before he was truly ready, putting him out there with Jerry Lawler for his first match at In Your House Mind Games. The world's strongest man had a lot of raw talent and ability, but at this stage hadn't come close to putting it all together. The King walked him through a basic bout where nothing could conceivably go wrong, making Henry look competent before he succumbed to a backbreaker. Post-match, Henry wiped out Leif Cassidy, Marty Jannetty, and Triple H, and then played to the crowd while Pyro went off. Injuries and further training meant that we wouldn't see much of him for the next year, but he eventually came good and became quite the wig splitter. Number 2, Fandango. Debuting on a major pay-per-view must be nerve-wracking enough, but to have your first proper televised WWE match at WrestleMania? Goodness me! As mentioned before, Ronda Rousey worked her first bout at the Showcase of the Immortals, so too did Big E Langston. And then there's the curious tale of Fandango, NXT's Season 3 winner Johnny Curtis doing a ballroom dancer gimmick that Vince McMahon just seemed to absolutely love. His debut was teased many times, but Twinkle Toes refused to go through with it again and again because ring announcers didn't pronounce his name properly. Or so he said. Eventually, he found himself in the ring with Chris Jericho at WrestleMania 29. He got the elaborate entrance and looked competitive enough against a legendary veteran. In fact, the match was, at that point, the in-ring highlight of the show, granted that's not saying much, and seemed to indicate that Fandango might not be a flash in the pan. Amazingly, he was booked to go over Y2J on the night, but that's simply where the fun began. Because after Mania, the WWE Universe was totally consumed with singing along to his entrance music, aka Fandangoing. The scenes of fans doing so in arenas, on public transport, and everywhere else being far more remembered than his shock victory over Jericho. Number 1, The Undertaker. After leaving WCW and having positive talks with WWE, Mark Calloway decided to sign with the company and awaited the call to tell him what gimmick he would be portraying. His heart sunk when he saw that WWE were teasing something coming out of a giant egg at the 1990 Survivor Series, certain that his lanky frame would be hatching on Thanksgiving and that he would be Eggman or some other ridiculous character. Fortunately, he was spared that indignity and instead given another gimmick that, on the surface at least, seemed no less ridiculous. The Undertaker made his debut as the surprise partner of the $1 Million Team, joining Ted DiBiase, the Honky Tonk Man, and Greg Valentine against Dusty Rhodes, Koko Beware, and the Hart Foundation. Making an instant impact, the Dead Man eliminated the Birdman and the American Dream before getting counted out. Nobody had seen anything like the Zombie Mortician before, and in the cartoon world of the era, he stuck out as genuinely frightening. While I'm personally gutted that we never got to see Eggman in all of its glory, Taker's debut stands as one of the best ever, setting him up nicely for an unparalleled 30-year career. There are few modern events in professional wrestling that rekindle childlike glee on the level that WrestleMania does. The very name provokes warm, nostalgic feelings, the history of the event awakening from its dusty slumber. We look back at the great memories and moments from the prior WrestleManias while looking forward to seeing the next chapter get written before our very eyes. Some of those most expertly written yarns from bygone WrestleManias have been world title grudges that are about more than just the belt. To fill stadiums, promotions, spike pay-per-view business, and captivate TV audiences, WWE has often saved its biggest stories for the biggest belts for WrestleMania season, and 30+ years of history backs up that assessment. While not every world title match of WrestleMania has had the strongest and most appealing of builds, Edge repeatedly yelling "Spear" at Chris Jericho immediately comes to mind, when WWE does a story right, they really do it right. Whether or not the matches themselves measure up to the hype is another story. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are the 10 best WrestleMania world title match builds. Join us. Number 10, CM Punk vs Chris Jericho, WrestleMania 28. The highlight of CM Punk's sometimes hindered 14 months as WWE Champion was his feud with the conniving Chris Jericho, whose insistence that he was the real best in the world led to him doling out sickening head games with the proud yet laid-back title holder. Y2J accused the Second City Saints of ripping off the basic tenets of his persona in order to build his own legend, which Punk swiftly rebuked with his usual confidence. This only served to madden a Jericho that would stoop to any depths in order to gain the upper hand. That's when Jericho played the addiction card, bringing up the history of substance abuse in Punk's own family, implying that even a devout straight edger like the strong-willed champion would inevitably succumb to similar demons. Over the weeks, Punk's rage continued to mount to the point where he took his boiling anger out on Christian 6 nights before Mania, injuring him with the Anaconda Vice. Jericho was a master at pushing buttons and was practically printing up invitations to his own slaughter come WrestleMania. Punk, for his part, got to show a nice bit of fire when fantasy and reality began to mix like a lovely cocktail of Pepsi and milk, or whatever it is those alcohol-free lads drink. Number 9, Triple H vs Randy Orton, WrestleMania 25. Not every entry on this list would culminate with an epic on the grandest stage, as was the case with Helmsley vs Orton, a boring slog that delivered on none of the murderous hostility that their rivalry seemed to promise. But this isn't about the match, it's about the build to it, and while that particular road to WrestleMania got a little silly at times, it was undeniably fun and memorable and made you want to see them batter 7 shades of fake tan out of one another. The unhinged Orton, prone to random outbursts of violence, took to assaulting Helmsley's in-laws, the McMahon family, at different points in January and February, including Helmsley's wife, Stephanie. After throwing the law out the window, the reigning WWE Champion would try to maim the Viper, first backstage at Raw, and later at his house in a very clear home invasion. To one-up his former mentor, Orton forced Triple H to watch as he DDT'd Stephanie before softly planting a little kiss on her head. With this boiling cauldron of mutual hatred billowing over, you would think that their WrestleMania match would end with a literal homicide, but the only thing it killed was the show's atmosphere. Number 8, Triple H vs Batista, WrestleMania 21. Admittedly, the week-to-week build for Triple H and former protege/enforcer Batista was fairly basic and straightforward. Where it earns its due, however, was in WWE taking a match people wanted to see between 2 allies, slowly fanning the flames of tension, and then delivering a masterful split that made the anticipated match even more desirable. This was, of course, back in the days when face and heel turns could be more emphatic, rather than just having wrestlers show up and say, "Oh, I think I'm a babyface this week, please love me." Friction was palpable between the Evolution associates for a while, a time in which Big Dave's understated demeanor made him a sudden fan favorite. As Batista began to grow in popularity, he started to get too big for the game's control. After Batista won the 2005 Royal Rumble, a fearful Triple H tried to steer him toward JBL on SmackDown, which Batista toyed with before turning on Triple H at the big contract signing, giving his boss the classic thumbs down. The feud required nothing more than that well-done turn, as the interest was sufficiently generated more than a month away from the actual match. I mean, 5 or 6 20-minute-long Triple H promos would have been nice, but sometimes it's best not to be greedy. Number 7, Ric Flair vs Macho Man Randy Savage, WrestleMania 8. Had the original plans gone through, this would have been Flair defending the WWE Championship against Hulk Hogan, the dream match of all dream matches, but, plans change. Instead, Savage was slotted in there with the Nature Boy, without much in the way of a solid preamble. What could WWE do to drum up the tension between the villainous champion and his new challenger? Well, that's easy. Just let Flair be his usual unscrupulous self. Flair began producing photographic evidence that he had been with Miss Elizabeth long before before Savage ever knew her, in the form of doctored pictures that depicted him and Liz in the midst of moments that one would consider wholesomely romantic. And that's where WWE got the most out of both men, Flair the unrepentant and gloating womanizer, and Savage the overprotective madman not above committing a felony if it means defending his woman. Art imitates life, imitates art and all that. And when Flair promised to deliver an unseen centerfold of Elizabeth on WrestleMania Sunday upon his victory, Savage's ire hit previously unrealized heights. This feud and the match that followed saw both iconic stars at their characteristic best. Number 6, Bret Hart vs. Shawn Michaels, WrestleMania 12. To this point, the world title matches at WrestleMania usually centered around the familiar tropes: betrayal, treachery, good versus evil, defending one's pride and dignity, conquering giants, the same themes that are the staples of virtually every action, fantasy, or sports-based movie that has ever been produced. But for WrestleMania 12, WWE went a different route, pitting one babyface against another in a match centered entirely on athletic prowess and competitive spirits. Yes, Hogan vs. Warrior was hero versus hero, but neither Hart nor Michaels were apt to cut coke-fueled promos about hijacking airplanes and the like. Instead, Hart and Michaels, once they learned that they would battle for the gold of the Hitman in a grueling 60-minute Iron Man match, set about training religiously for the endeavor ahead. Vignettes aired depicting Michaels being coached by mentor Jose Lothario, while Hart jogged across frigid Calgary terrain and took to the dungeon mat with Father Stu. Both men were showing you just how much the WWE Championship meant to them, why being viewed as the best was a coveted honor, and they did it without breaking the bounds of reality. Watching them back, mind you, you can't help but feel a bit sorry for Bret, as his montage of gingerly trying to avoid slipping on ice didn't exactly compare to HBK's topless upside-down pull-ups. Number 5, Hulk Hogan vs. The Ultimate Warrior, WrestleMania 6. The electricity was instant. Once the 1990 Royal Rumble ring had been cleared of all mid-card driftwood, all that remained were two immortal superheroes that had never before occupied the same space. WWE Champion Hulk Hogan and Intercontinental Champion The Ultimate Warrior locked focused eyes, understanding the magnitude of what was now happening. The fans in Orlando caught on to the vibe as well, their noise intensifying with each passing second. There was magic in the air, and there was money in the air too. The title for title winner-takes-all battle at Toronto's Skydome would see Hogan and Warrior cross paths only a handful of other times through the early months of 1990, including in a bit of unfortunate dissension on an episode of Saturday Night's Main Event shortly after the Rumble. But where the intrigue lay was not only in this legitimate first-time ever battle, but in their respective promos. These 2 to 3 minute stand-ups where two men known for their over-the-top bluster, well, they outdid themselves. The promos were wacky, but they only made you want to see this lofty clash even more. On an entirely unrelated note, I hear cocaine use was rather heavy in WWE at this time. Number 4, Daniel Bryan vs. Evolution, WrestleMania 30. Although much of Bryan's build toward the first Bourbon Street Mania centered on his play-in match against COO Triple H, you can easily make the case that this was, in fact, a world title build. From the time that Bryan was ousted from the main event scene in the fall of 2013, fans felt that their humble hero had been done an injustice. Big Show co-opting the yes chants, the brief submission at the Wyatt family altar, the exclusion from the Rumble match. None of this sat well with the audience, who made their feelings known by disrupting WWE programming. To WWE's credit, they called an audible and beautifully wove story with reality when the Yes Movement commandeered the Raw ring with weeks to go before WrestleMania. Suddenly, Bryan now had a chance to parlay his way into the Randy Orton Batista WWE title match, needing to conquer 3 Evolution members in one night to reach the apex. Any further injustices committed toward Bryan, like say a beatdown while he was handcuffed, would be met with anger. It's just now that Bryan had a clear path toward righting all of those wrongs, and we all wanted to see it play out. Number 3, Hulk Hogan vs. Andre the Giant, WrestleMania 3. The week-to-week storytelling leading up to the Grand Challenge was so subtle that you didn't see at the time where it was headed. But once every peel of the onion was removed, you could look back and appreciate the brilliance of it all. And possibly cry. I usually cry when I peel onions, and I definitely cry when professional wrestling is as good as this. Hogan, 3 years along as champion, had felled all comers, but had never defended the belt against good friend Andre. The 8th wonder of the world had never asked for a shot at the gold, but when sworn enemy Bobby Bobby Heenan actually enabled Andre to return from an indefinite suspension, to the confusion of Gorilla Monsoon and Jesse Ventura, as well as others, the mood would change. The Brain's curious generosity toward Andre came to a head on the most famous edition of Piper's Pit in history, when Heenan brought a suddenly sneering Andre out to confront an astonished Hogan. Heenan filled Andre's head with the idea that Hogan had been ducking him for 3 years, and offered to help manage him to the title. And then Andre laid it out before a horrified Hulk. He wanted a shot at the belt at WrestleMania 3, spelling out his fresh hostility by tearing off Hogan's shirt and cross necklace in an emphatic display. Hogan was now faced with the ultimate test, and even the most die-hard Hulkamaniac wasn't so sure he could slay the giant. Number 2, Macho Man Randy Savage vs. Hulk Hogan, WrestleMania 5. Speaking of long-term setups, the trio of the Mega Powers, Savage, Hogan, and Miss Elizabeth, came equipped with oodles of subtle storytelling if you knew what to look for. WWE Champion Savage, even in heroic do-gooder form, always cast a little bit of a sideways glance at Hogan during exuberant post-match celebrations, as Hulk seemed overly keen to share the moment with the lovely Elizabeth. Hulk was a bit too close to Liz for Macho's liking. Over time, Savage's paranoia and subtle envy would seep out, as the Savage-Hogan friendship didn't appear to be as rock solid as some may have thought. It all came to a head on a live NBC special in February 1989, when Elizabeth was laid out during a match pitting the Mega Powers against the Twin Towers, and Hogan frantically carried her to the first aid room, temporarily deserting Savage. When Hulk returned, an angry Savage tagged him by smacking him in the face and then walking out on him. Post-match, Hogan found Savage berating an injured Liz, only to get a fiery tirade from Macho himself, perhaps the greatest promo of Randy Savage's career, in which all of his stashed away rage came spilling out at once. Then, after walloping Hogan with the belt, the powers had been severed, and Hulk would seek his revenge at WrestleMania 5. Number 1, The Rock vs. Stone Cold Steve Austin, WrestleMania X7. Just one more fight about a lot of things. Say what you will about Fred Durst and Limp Bizkit, but their music could take people from that generation back to specific moments in time. And to those who swear that WrestleMania X7 is forever the unquestioned alpha and omega of wrestling events, the measured angst of My Way transports them to the spring of 2001, as the two most towering titans of the winding down Attitude Era had one more showdown ahead with more than just gold at stake. Rock vs. Austin hits hard on two different fronts. One was your typical catch the other guy with the finisher when he's least expecting it attack, stunners and rock bottoms doled out in wonton fashion, even during passive-aggressive toasts. The other was the sit-down interview with Jim Ross, in which both men laid bare their inner thoughts about each other and the match, trading over-the-top bluster for casual confidence. Austin's insistence that he needed to win this match didn't strike a chord in the moment, but when we saw the depths he would sink to in order to regain his spot atop the pecking order, hindsight became 2020. Soundtrack all of this to a new metal anthem, and you see why Houston's Astrodome was not a wrestling venue, but rather an epicenter, and why WrestleMania X7's main event became the most anticipated of all time. It may shock you to hear this, but professional wrestling, especially as it pertains to WWE, is a cosmetic business, and looks are important. That does not just mean pretty faces and tight bodies, but the overall physical presentation of a wrestler, including, importantly, their costume. A wrestler's ring attire can do wonders for a career and can quickly become part of the iconography of a character. Think of the Ultimate Warrior and Randy Savage and all of their neon extravagance, or conversely, The Undertaker's almost exclusively black garments. It's clearly a crucial part of the package and can go some way to determining a wrestler's fate. Dress for the job you want, not the job you have and all that. Which in this case I suppose means you better put on those yellow and red trunks, brother. Sometimes wrestlers, who, let's face it, are not exactly well known for their fashion sense, will get it horribly wrong, either via their own design or with something that is given to them by management. Usually ring gear looks somewhere between spectacular and nondescript, but often there are tights, boots, singlets, vests and trunks that would take 10 Trini and Susannas to sort out. I'm Adam Pachisi from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are the 10 worst WWE wrestler attires ever. Join us! Number 10, Zack Ryder. Zack Ryder rightfully gets a lot of credit for the way in which he managed to get himself over via the internet and social media at a time when wrestlers simply weren't taking full advantage of things like YouTube and Twitter. Fans wondered why WWE wasn't utilizing Long Island Ice at the time, but I think I have a theory. I assume the powers that be purposely removed Ryder from television because they simply got sick of having to watch him wrestle in these. Are you serious, bro? What the hell are they supposed to be anyway? They were half long tights, half trunks, and usually came in little used colours like sparkly purple, orange, and peach. I appreciate trying to stand out and catch people's eyes, but what is the deal with there only being one leg to those things? Did the seamstress hand him a half-finished pair of long tights one day and young Zack thought, well, that looks pretty cool? Is his left thigh simply that much more impressive than his right and he just wants to show it off? Did Candice Michelle leave her suitcase unattended one night and Ryder had first dibs? Seriously, the man was wearing these monstrosities while battling the likes of Christian over the ECW title, for God's sake. Number 9, Shawn Michaels. When your nicknames are the Heartbreak Kid and Sexy Boy, you're bound to wear some eye-grabbing garb, aren't you? Shawn Michaels was the premier showman between the ropes during his mid-90s pomp, but he knew that to be a big star, you needed more than just incredible work rate. You needed to look like a star too. And Shawn's shiny heart-adorned tights and entrance gear, which included everything from leather chaps to vests emblazoned with mirrors and intricate beadwork, certainly made him stand out. But we're not here to talk about those, even though whether or not you like that look will definitely depend on your individual taste, because they absolutely fit the character. No, we are here to talk about whatever the hell HBK was wearing at the 2002 Survivor Series. In only his second match back after coming out of retirement, Michaels showed up for his big World Heavyweight title win in Madison Square Garden in the first ever Elimination Chamber, wearing half-finished poop-colored pants and cowboy boots. According to the man himself, he had put in a request for some new gear, but did so too late, and this is what the WWE seamstress had time to do. Capping off this wonderful presentation was black knee pads worn outside of his tights and a little Dutch boy haircut. Number 8, Rey Mysterio. As well as being one of the most innovative and spectacular wrestlers ever, Ray also has a reputation for having some of the best ring gear in the biz. The Masked Man must have spent a small fortune over the decades compiling his various outfits, which come in every shade and colour imaginable. Point is, Mysterio's gear in general has been top drawer. However, there are, of course, some notable exceptions. Like this. Seriously, Ray, why did you go for peachy flesh-coloured spandex with what looks like a black thong over the top? I get that you were mates with Rikishi back in the day, but this is a tribute too far. And what about this? The Master of the 619 was trying to pay tribute to the Silver Surfer here, but it looks like he lost a fight with a can of paint. But that's not his only superhero or film-inspired faux pas either. His WrestleMania 26 avatar getup was bungled, and his Survivor Series 2019 Joker guys had him looking like a teddy bear as he went into battle with Brock Lesnar. He has way more hits than misses, but when Ray gets it wrong, he really gets it wrong. Still, nothing in his WWE run has been quite as bad as when he went all horny in WCW's final days, the filthy little animal. Number 7, Jeff Jarrett. When Jeff Jarrett came to WWE in the mid-90s, he did so not as a straight-up wrestler, but as a cocky kayfabe country music star who wanted to use the WWE platform to further his singing career. In early vignettes, we were exposed to the Nashvillian in his own element, and his attire was as ostentatious as you would expect it to be. So it shouldn't have come as too much of a surprise when he showed up for matches wearing this attention-getting ensemble. The outerwear itself was something else, replete with light-up cowboy hats, but when he whipped them off, fans were confronted with gear that was hideous even for the standards of the time. The colours and patterns, all typically garish, were bad enough, but the thing that made it all the worse was the multiple suspenders and choker attached to his tights. It didn't really make any sense and didn't promote the country music aspect of the gimmick at all, with his contemporaries, the Smoking Guns, looking more like honky-tonk superstars. Jarrett did dial it down in subsequent years, opting for a more basic colour scheme and style, but his was still amongst the worst looks in the industry, the Navajo jacket and singlet period not helping him out at all. Number 6, Brutus Beefcake. It was the 80s is a fair enough excuse if you want an explanation for taking a load of cocaine or not paying your taxes, but I don't think it's good enough to justify Brutus the Barber Beefcake's WWE ring gear. And I mean all of it, because while many wrestlers who change their costumes often have the occasional shocker, old brother Brutai didn't have a single outfit that was easy on the eyes. Bizarre color combinations, animal print, see-through, fringe, shredded, you name it, the Beefster wore it and wore it badly. The man with the big scissors routinely looked as though he had accidentally taken them to his tights and other gear, and often resulted in attire that showed a bit more skin than I would think was acceptable for PG-rated programming. Really, unless he made it himself, I can only assume that the barber's instructions to his costume maker was find whatever cheap rubbish you can, put it together any way you want, and make sure there's a bit of thigh showing, yeah? And it didn't get better over time either, as Brutus was still wearing the same clobber in the 90s, unless he was teaming up with Buddy Hulk Hogan as the Megamaniacs, in which case he blessed us with this terrifying concoction. Number 5, Dusty Rhodes. Dusty Rhodes was never going to win any beauty contests, though I do believe he placed 5th in the 1983 Mr. Texas Pig Farmer competition, his popularity not coming from having a handsome face or a hulking physique. The American Dream was homely and pudgy, but it didn't matter because he had overwhelming charisma and a genuine connection to the audience. As one of the top stars in the NWA/WCW, Dusty kept it simple with black trunks and Western-style boots. When he went to WWE in the late 80s, however, Vince saw fit to put the son of a plumber in black and yellow polka dots. And why was this? Because F you, Dusty Rhodes, that's why. Most close to the situation have gone on to say that it was likely a rib, a way of sticking it to Rhodes, who was not just one of the competition's top stars, but also one of its bookers. This was also a case of McMahon trying to move away from a well-defined character and come up with an original creation of his own, but either way, the polka dots were a tragedy and immediately put a ceiling on Dusty's WWE aspirations. That said, he had the last laugh, since he got over and enjoyed much success despite looking like Mr. Blobby. Number 4, the artist formerly known as Goldust. Of course, the tormenting of the Rhodes family didn't stop at Dusty, but extended to his son, Dustin Goldust Runnels, as well. The gold-covered androgynous bizarre one was a risk in and of itself, and would have likely failed in the hands of a lesser performer. But Dustin threw himself into the role and put on the makeup and spandex suit, and even wore women's lingerie at WrestleMania 12, such was his dedication to making the character work. One incarnation of the character that totally bombed, though, was when he became the artist formerly known as Goldust. The artist formerly known as Goldust was an attempt to push the envelope during the height of the Attitude Era, and is mostly remembered for producing some of the worst costumes ever seen on WWE TV. Honestly, take your pick with this lot, because every single one was an abomination, an outrage against our beloved sports entertainment. Complemented by the equally weird Luna, Goldust in his outfits were usually a random hodgepodge of awful, but some weeks he went the impressionist route, which gave us his nightmare-inducing takes on Sable, Vader, and even his own father. It was different, it was over the top, and it's not something that you will hear Dustin Rhodes talking about with any great fondness. Number 3, Giant Gonzalez. Some wrestlers have a killer look but little talent. Others are full of talent but have so-so looks. And then there is Giant Gonzalez, a man who combined a chronic lack of ability with one of the worst costumes ever. Gonzalez was very big and had some prior wrestling experience, though not a lot, and was brought into WWE to be an attraction, The Undertaker tasked with getting something out of him. While the matches were predictably rotten, I personally couldn't concentrate on the crap action that was taking place in the ring. And why is that? Because I couldn't take my eyes away from the Giant's padded bodysuit. It was quite simply ghastly. Look at it. It had airbrushed muscles and was all sinewy, and even had the wonderful detail of painted-on pubes. A rather pitiful attempt to make up for the real man's frail body, the suit did more harm than good and just made what was supposed to be a formidable heel come across as a joke. There were a few different variations of the attire, and each one of them was awful. Gonzalez was never going to stick around long term and basically only had his freakish size going for him, yet WWE somehow managed to make a distraction from the fact he was almost 8 foot tall, which is almost commendable, in a way. Number 2, Mantar. A first ballot entry into the Bad Gimmick Hall of Fame, Mantar is a visual representation of WWE during its mid-90s nadir. The half-man, half-bull character was inspired by a creature from Greek mythology, but the actual reality was a generic-looking bloke in a costume that looked like someone's well-meaning but 100% blind nan had stitched together. The singlet, which morphed over time, was predominantly brown, which, as we saw with Shawn Michaels before, is probably the worst colour that wrestling gear can be. It was also an unflattering shape and sometimes had a cartoon cow's face on it just in case you didn't get what he was supposed to be. The worst part of the, production was the giant bull's head that he would wear to the ring. The bull's head that looked like it came from your local carnival spooky house. The bull's head that apparently cost Vince McMahon an arm and a leg, or should that be a horn and a hoof? The bull's head that was so large and cumbersome that it wouldn't fit through the ring ropes and kept falling off poor old Mantar's actual human head. Lame, insulting, and poorly presented, Mantar was total and utter bull plop. Number 1, Bastion Booger. You would never guess it based on the character he portrayed in WWE, but Mike Shaw was actually a respected journeyman who had put on brilliant matches everywhere from Saskatoon to Mexico City before he became first Friar Ferguson and then Bastion Booger. As the Mad Monk, Shaw's body was concealed with a traditional robe, but as the slovenly Booger, WWE decided that he needed to show as much skin as possible. And we would all like to say a hearty thank you to WWE for that one, because Bastion Booger's ring gear was an eyesore, a revealing grey singlet that was supposedly given to him as a punishment for his weight. Shaw himself didn't like the character or the outfit, and who can really blame him? He had to go out there gorging on disgusting, fatty foods while wearing what looked like little more than a few strips of electrical tape. Obviously, the idea here was to disgust, and on that front, mission accomplished. Booger was obese and hairy, and the outfit helped to accentuate all that was negative about his portly physique. But you know what? Fair play to him for giving it a go and going out on national TV dressed in something that would probably get you kicked out of an S&M convention, but just because he was brave doesn't make it in any way good. When you think of the rebooted WWE version of ECW, the first thought that probably comes to mind is likely something along the lines of what a load of old balls Mahoney that was. WWE cast offs as champions, zombies and other creatures showing up to appease the network, and the continuing burial of ECW legends left a sour taste in the mouths of many, especially those who supported Paul Heyman's little engine that could during its glory days. It wasn't great, granted, but there were one or two exceptional WWE ECW matches, not counting the one-night stand pay-per-views. I say one or two, or, how about 10 bouts that are extremely, get it, worth your time. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are the 10 best WWE ECW matches. Join us. Number 10, Rob Van Dam versus The Big Show. Big Show in a ladder match. Bit weird, isn't it? After all, the world's largest athlete is basically a human ladder himself. So why didn't Rob Van Dam just climb up him while trying to retrieve a contract for a future ECW title match? All those pre-bout doobies must have clouded his judgment. Anyway, the match. It was the first time that Big Show had been in a ladder match, while RVD was a seasoned veteran of them. They told a good, simple story, and it wasn't so much about big spots and bumps. Show started off by slowing down his high-flying opponent and delaying the introduction of the ladders, before using one as a giant stick to try and knock down the contract. Since Show eats the entire contents of a piñata as a light snack, that shouldn't have come as much of a surprise. Van Dam gradually fought his way back into it and busted his opponent open, ultimately sending the champ sailing over the top rope with a Hurricane Rana and retrieving the prize suspended above the ring, ending what had been an exciting and unpredictable TV main event. Number 9, the New Breed versus the ECW Originals. With the ECW champion preoccupied with Vince McMahon, Umaga, and the Battle of the Billionaires saga, the main feud on ECW TV in the spring of 2007 was the ECW Originals, Rob Van Dam, Sabu, the Sandman, and Tommy Dreamer, against the New Breed, Elijah Burke, Marcus Corvon, Kevin Thorne, and Matt Striker. Though they clashed in a hurried bout at WrestleMania 23, the high point of the rivalry came 2 nights later in an Extreme Rules 8-man tag bout. It didn't take long for everything to break down into chaos, with the ring and ringside area getting filled with plunder. After the chairs and trash cans and stop signs had been introduced, there was no slowing down, and the match became a high spot filled sprint of the best sort. Everyone got a chance to shine and get their signature stuff in, and the action flowed nicely as the crowd responded well to the weapon shots and big bumps, such as Thorne getting put through a table by Van Dam and Sabu jumping off the top rope at the same time. Burke won it for the New Breed after hitting Sabu with a brutal Elijah Express that sent the ECW legend's head through a table. Number 8, Rob Van Dam vs. Test. Test returned to WWE after a 2-year absence and was quickly positioned as one of the top heels on the relaunched ECW brand. One of his first big matches back was an Extreme Rules main event with Rob Van Dam on the October 3rd, 2006 episode of ECW on Sci-Fi, which may have been the Canadian's best ever. It being an Extreme Rules match certainly helped, as it gave even more tools and ways to be creative. RVD always takes advantage of these situations and busted out some great moves and spots here, such as the Rolling Thunder on the outside as Test was lying on the ring stairs. Test got to impress with his power and vicious streak, kicking a chair into his opponent's face, "Now you know how it feels, Rob," before Van Dam responded by chucking some steel back at him. They were out there a long time, around 20 minutes, and gave it everything they had. In the end, RVD fought off Paul Heyman's security team, the Bashan Brothers in case you were wondering, and looked to 5-star Test through a table before Big Show waddled out and sent Van Dam crashing through the wood instead. Number 7, Ric Flair vs. The Big Show. After winning the ECW title from Rob Van Dam in one of the early episodes of ECW on Sci-Fi, Big Show spent much of the summer of 2006 defending the strap against some heavy hitters from other brands such as Batista and The Undertaker. Those matches weren't so well received, but Show's Extreme Rules clash with Ric Flair certainly was. The Nature Boy had rediscovered his hardcore side in 2006, having had a great TLC match with Edge earlier in the year, and he would have a brutal I Quit match with Mick Foley 6 weeks later at SummerSlam too, and he was game for anything here. Given the limited ability of both, this was never destined to be a fast-moving classic, but they made up for a lack of finesse with their willingness to take punishments. It was a hell of a spectacle, with both men getting colour. And that was before the barbed wire and thumbtacks were added to the mix, after which both Flair and Show continued to suffer abuse. The Giant retained with his modified Cobra Clutch, but Slick Rick put in a hell of a showing in defeat and showed that he could still continue to surprise even in his mid-50s. Number 6, Chavo Guerrero vs. CM Punk. The feud between CM Punk and a resurgent Chavo Guerrero was one of the early highlights of 2008. They had many tidy traditional in-ring matches during their program, but the one that sticks out in the mind is the Gulf of Mexico match that they had on the February 5th episode of ECW on Sci-Fi. The only way to win it was to throw your opponents in the Gulf of Mexico. Obviously. This was like some sort of Attitude Era throwback, as they said sod this to doing any actual wrestling and instead brawled at ringside, through the crowd, backstage, and ultimately outside the arena. Both men took bumps onto vehicles, and Chavo hurled a fisherman's tackle box at his straight edge opponent before attempting a suplex into the Gulf. That was countered, and Punk hit a GTS to instead send Chavo into the drink. This was non-title and merely an entertaining bump in the road en route to their championship showdown at No Way Out, but it was a lot of fun, and the different surroundings and way it worked really made it stand out. Number 5, Rob Van Dam vs. Sabu. Rob Van Dam and Sabu were two icons of the original ECW and had many epic encounters during their time there. They weren't always the cleanest matches, of course, as both men threw caution to the wind and attempted to innovate and push the envelope rather than string together something that was watertight. Things hadn't changed by the time they met in the relaunched ECW in August 2006. These two were competing in a ladder match to determine the number 1 contender to ECW champion Big Show at SummerSlam. There were some really sick looking bumps here, like Van Dam's head getting jammed in between the rungs of the ladder after taking an Arabian facebuster to the back of the head. There was also some dodgy logic too, like RVD trying to jump from the top rope and grab the contract, missing by about 3 feet obviously, and Sabu trying to use an unstable ladder to execute a triple jump moonsault. As the bout wore on, they continued to up the ante and wreck their bodies before Big Show intervened. He put Van Dam through a table and tried to retrieve the contract himself before Sabu used Show as a human ladder, finally someone, and snatched it to become #1 contender. Number 4, Kurt Angle vs Sabu. There's an old saying that styles make matches, and the two wrestling styles of Sabu and Kurt Angle couldn't have been more different. The wrestling machine against the suicidal, homicidal, genocidal, death-defying Daredevil, it was an intriguing matchup on paper, and it turned out rather well in execution. Angle started off by controlling things on the mat and dictating the pace, before Sabu took advantage of his opponent's aggression and sent him sailing over the top rope with a backdrop. Sabu hit a beautiful springboard tornado DDT, which I'm sure did wonders for Kurt Angle's papier-mâché neck, but then the Olympic hero took over and started throwing the extremist around at will. From there, the moves flew thick and fast as both men hit their signature stuff and registered some close 2 counts. Sabu was really on his game, making sure that he hit everything crisply, while Angle was his dependable self and held things together nicely. It felt like it was really building to a big finale before RVD and his chair ran in to spoil the party. There was only a very short window for Sabu and Angle to happen, and given that this was Angle's final televised match of his first run in WWE, I'm sure glad that it was booked when it was. Number 3, CM Punk vs John Morrison. The main story on ECW television during the summer of 2007 was CM Punk's pursuit of the ECW title. John Morrison had beaten Punk for the vacant title at Night of Champions before retaining at the Great American Bash and SummerSlam. Their matches on those shows weren't great and a little clunky in places too. Punk has since admitted that they both tried to do far too much in the time that they were allotted, but they definitely had some chemistry. It was just a case of everything falling into place, which it did on the September 4th episode of ECW on Sci-Fi, as the straight-edge superstar had a last chance to capture the gold in the show's main event. On that night, everything clicked and they put on a back-and-forth banger that had the crowd biting on every near fall. The result was never in doubt to those who actually followed the news, since the Shaman of Sexy was about to serve a 30-day suspension after being implicated in the Signature Pharmacy scandal, but they had the fans in the palm of their hands, and when Punk finally hit the GTS and scored the pin, it was a euphoric moment for an audience that had been supporting him and willing him to the top of the card for the previous year. Number 2, Hardcore Holly vs Rob Van Dam. Since ECW was a brand that really became a place to prepare the next generation of stars for Raw and SmackDown, it made sense to add some experienced veterans to the show, and Hardcore Holly fit the bill perfectly. Finally given the time and opportunity to show just what he could do, Holly surprised a few people by having several great long matches, in particular his series with RVD. The two had several strong bouts together, but the one that everyone remembers is their Extreme Rules match from September 26, 2006. Not only was it a stiff and surly match littered with inventive spots and sequences, but Holly enhanced his reputation as a tough guy by gutting out half of it after getting his back sliced open by a table. The gaping wound caused backstage personnel to order the match to be stopped, but Holly refused and continued on because he knew the match was going so well. It turned out to be one of, if not the strongest match of his career, as his and RVD's styles gelled surprisingly well. Van Dam won the match, but old Sparky Plug won the audience's respect and got a deserved standing ovation for his efforts. Number 1, Kurt Angle vs Rob Van Dam. Before one got suspended and the other released, the rebooted ECW brand was going to be built around Kurt Angle and Rob Van Dam. We got a glimpse at what could have been on one of the first episodes of ECW on Sci-Fi when the two collided in a non-title main event. The two had wrestled each other previously, so were familiar with one another, but the last time they had any sustained interaction was during the Invasion storyline 5 years ago, so the match was certainly fresh. Like with the Sabu match mentioned earlier, this was a case of styles contrasting and complementing well. Van Dam did his stuff, Angle did his stuff, and they built the match beautifully for the almost 18 minutes that they were out there. There were plenty of suplexes, kicks, submission attempts, and moves off the top before RVD won cleanly with the 5-star frog splash. It's Angle, it's Rob Van Dam, it's 18 minutes, and it's really bloody good. Talk about peaking early though, eh? For a long time, before the introduction of the WWE Network in March of 2014, pay-per-view revenue was the lifeblood of WWE's business. With so much stock being put in a pay-per-view doing well, it could be disappointing and costly when one underperformed or, worse, bombed hard. It happened more times than WWE may want to remember, and sometimes led to serious repercussions, from the discontinuation of events to the future of entire brands being thrown into doubts. I'm Adam Pachisi from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are the 10 lowest WWE pay-per-view buy rates. But before we start, please note that we are not including any of the 2-hour in-your-house events here, because the list would basically be full of them, or WWE's first foray into pay-per-view, the Wrestling Classic, as that's not really fair given that it was the very first one and considering how much the pay-per-view landscape would change in just a couple of short years. 3-ish hours traditional pay-per-views only, thank you very much, and also note that the numbers given here are approximations based on various reputable sources. Join us! Number 10, SummerSlam 1996, 157,000 buys. It might be a bit of a shock to see one of the original Big Four pay-per-views make an appearance on this list, but that was WWE's reality in 1996, as they were still going through a down period. The 157,000 buys SummerSlam 96 generated was a noticeable drop on the prior year's 205,000 buys, and some distance away from 1994's 300,000. So, why the big change? Well, WCW were in the middle of a serious hot streak, and more fans were checking out the competition, with around 250,000 of them ordering the previous month's Bash at the Beach, where Hulk Hogan famously turned heel and joined the New World Order, kicking WCW's business into overdrive. As for SummerSlam, it wasn't a stellar show, even if it was far from terrible. The Boiler Room brawl between The Undertaker and Mankind was something novel for sure, with Paul Bearer's heel turn being a genuinely classic moment. Perhaps the blame should fall on the main event, as Shawn Michaels defended the WWE title against Vader. The Heartbreak Kid's run wasn't an all-timer, and the Mastodon had not really been built up sufficiently for the spot, perhaps leading to apathy towards what was actually a cracker on the night. Number 9, Cyber Sunday 2008 with 153,000 buys. WWE's foray into the interactive pay-per-view market began with 2004's Taboo Tuesday. It was a bold experiment, not just because fans could choose title challenges, match stipulations, and so on, but because it took place on the second working day of the week as opposed to the traditional Sunday slot. That event's 174,000 buy rate was a disappointment, as was the following year's exact same number. WWE decided to keep the format, but moved the show to Sunday, and thus Cyber Sunday was born. The move to Sunday certainly helped, the 2006 version attracting 228,000 buys, with the 2007 edition down to 194,000, but still better than either of the Taboo Tuesday shows. The concept came to a screeching halt in 2008 when Cyber Sunday pulled in a mere 153,000, down a whopping 41,000 buys from the previous year. Even with 3 big-time singles matches, Big Show vs Undertaker, Triple H defending the WWE title against either Jeff Hardy, Vladimir Kozlov, or both in a triple threat, and Chris Jericho putting the World Heavyweight title on the line against Batista, fans weren't bothered. Cyber Sunday was replaced in 2009 by Bragging Rights, which drew a pretty poor 181,000 buys. It's a tie at number 8, first off King of the Ring 1995 with 150,000 buys. We've got a tie now because 2 WWE events almost 3 years apart drew a rotten 150,000 buys apiece. We'll start with King of the Ring 1995 first, because I would like to get the show out of the way and never think about it again for as long as I live, if that's alright with you. Okay, I might be being a tad melodramatic, but reliving this show really is a punishment. The tournament portion of the pay-per-view was a complete washout, with mostly bad matches and even worse booking, capped off with King Mabel's craptacular coronation. The main event, a tag match pitting Diesel and Bam Bam Bigelow against Tatanka and Psycho Sid, was sub-house show level tosh that had no business closing out what really should have been a far more prestigious show. WWE were experiencing a creative collapse in 1995, and the business was on its backside, but as bad as things were, this was really desperate stuff. I can imagine nobody complained too hard when the show mercifully ended 11 minutes early, but I guarantee there were a few contemplating asking for a refund once the initial shock of King Mabel had worn off. Also at number 8, No Way Out 1998 with 150,000 buys. While technically a show that happened under the In Your House banner, this was no 2-hour discounted special and was in fact a full-blown 3-hour pay-per-view. The In Your House experiment had basically ended with Canadian Stampede in July of the previous year, which was the last one with a shorter runtime and cheaper price tag. No Way Out 1998 came right as WWE was starting to build up some serious momentum on the way to turning the tide in the Monday Night Wars, with Stone Cold Steve Austin leading the charge and the presence of Mike Tyson giving the company a ton of mainstream publicity. Sandwiched between Royal Rumble, 351,000 buys, and WrestleMania 14, 730,000 buys, No Way Out did a limp 150k. The non-sanctioned 8-man tag team main event was clearly not a big draw, with fans who did buy the show feeling royally let down by Savio Vega replacing an injured Shawn Michaels on the heel side. The rest of the card wasn't all that either, and fans clearly believed that they could skip this stop on the road to WrestleMania. Number 6, Over the Limit 2011 with 142,000 buys. Over the Limit was introduced as a pay-per-view in 2010, replacing former May event Judgment Day, which had been on the calendar since 2000. The first Over the Limit, headlined by John Cena retaining his WWE title against Batista in an I Quit match, drew a respectable 197,000 buys, even if that was down from the 228,000 that Judgment Day managed the year before. The 2010 edition was not a great show by any means, remembered mostly for the huge number of injuries that happened to main stars like Big Dave, Big Match John, Big CM Punk, Big Randy Orton, and, Big Ted DiBiase Jr. That didn't deter WWE from running Over the Limit again the following year, headlined once again by Cena defending the WWE title in an I Quit match, this time against The Miz. The results speak for themselves, as the 142,000 buy rate was a clear reflection of an audience that wasn't interested. In truth, the supporting card was weak too, with only Orton and Christian's World Heavyweight title scrap having appeal, and matches like Chavo Guerrero vs. Sin Cara and Jerry Lawler taking on Michael Cole in a Kiss My Foot match screaming filler. Number 5, Bragging Rights 2010 with 137,000 buys. As mentioned earlier, WWE replaced the interactive Cyber Sunday with Bragging Rights, a show centered around the battle for brand supremacy. And what could be more intriguing than a battle for brand supremacy within WWE, besides, well, you know, most things? Well, WWE's paying audience quite obviously wasn't fussed about Raw versus SmackDown, the brand split having been seriously diluted by that point anyway. The 2009 event did 181,000 buys, which was bad, but not catastrophic for a new entry into the pay-per-view market. The 44,000 buy dip in 2010, however, clearly sent alarm bells ringing at Titan Towers, because Bragging Rights was replaced with Vengeance, an event that had previously run between 2001 and 2007 the next year. While Bragging Rights 2009 was a grand show overall, the 2010 version deserved to flop, the whole John Cena Nexus drama and a dismal retread of The Undertaker and Kane's rivalry really summing up the creative lull that WWE found themselves in at the time. Considering that weekend it was up against Cain Velasquez and Brock Lesnar's UFC title showdown on the Saturday, and an NFL game between NFC North rivals the Minnesota Vikings and Green Bay Packers on Sunday, it hardly stood a chance. Number 4, Vengeance 2011 with 121,000 buys. But wait, what's this? Yes, the event that replaced Bragging Rights in 2011, Vengeance, actually managed to clear the frighteningly low bar that had been set in 2010, generating a mere 121,000 buys. The lowest buy rate that a Vengeance pay-per-view had drawn between 2001 and 2007 was 2004's 240,000, and bear in mind that was when WWE ran 3 pay-per-views within a month-long period, with Vengeance being the last of the 3. So what was the excuse here? Well, WWE didn't really have any, because although times were clearly changing and the company were at least thinking about the move to their own streaming service, the truth is the WWE product was simply not presenting anything strong enough to compel people at home to part with their hard-earned cash. WWE learned their lesson, dropping Vengeance from the schedule in 2012 in favor of only running 1 pay-per-view in the month of October. Number 3, D-Generation X at 120,000 buys. Another so-called in-your-house event, but once again, it was in your house in name only and was a full-on proper pay-per-view in its own right. The first order-only event after the infamous 1997 Survivor Series, WWE attempted to capitalize on the controversy by naming the show after the faction caught in the middle of it all. Though WWE were about to turn a corner business-wise, you wouldn't know it based on the results here, as the pay-per-view received a paltry 120,000 buys, the sort of number many of the actual 2-hour in-your-house specials were doing previously. With the Hitman on the outs, Steve Austin not quite ready following his neck injury, and The Undertaker having challenged in multiple pay-per-views already that year, WWE were left with Ken Shamrock as the only viable opponent for WWE Champion Shawn Michaels. It wasn't a good match, the disqualification putting a further dampener on proceedings, even if the surprise return of Owen Hart ended the night on a high. The rest of the card was poor too, with bad matches on paper somehow being even worse in practice, and some of the other finishes and booking leaving a lot to be desired. Number 2, Battleground 2013 with 119,000 buys. We are getting towards the end of the traditional pay-per-view model era now, as WWE would introduce the WWE Network some 6 months later. Even by the diminishing returns WWE was seeing at the time, Battleground 2013's 119k buy rate must have sent some heads rolling. Once again, it likely suffered from WWE promoting 2 pay-per-views in the month of October, with the far more appealing Hell in a Cell taking place just 3 weeks later. One of the worst pay-per-views of the year, Battleground far from rewarded the people who actually bothered to stump up for it, the Rhodes brothers' feel-good victory over the Shield's Seth Rollins and Roman Reigns being the only thing worth crowing about, and a World Heavyweight title hardcore match between Alberto Del Rio and Rob Van Dam being enjoyable enough. The rest of the show ranged from boring to downright dreadful, and making things much worse, the main event for the vacant WWE title resolved absolutely nothing, as Randy Orton and Daniel Bryan's bout ended in a no contest, and the show went off the air with the emphasis on Big Show and a reminder to tune into Raw the next night. Number 1, December to Dismember with 90,000 buys. WWE were heartened and must have been pleasantly surprised by the buy rates the first 2 ECW One Night Stand pay-per-views pulled in. 2005 did 340,000, while 2006 did 304,000, both of those numbers providing reason enough for Vince McMahon to greenlight a full-on extreme reboot that summer. 6 months into the experiment, and with it already running well off the rails, WWE presented the first ECW exclusive pay-per-view with December to Dismember. Only it wasn't ECW exclusive because the Hardys were on it in one of only 2, yes 2 matches advertised before showtime. Matt and Jeff's opener with Eminem, who were also not ECW talent come to think of it, and the Extreme Elimination Chamber match for Big Show's ECW title were the only things set in stone by the time the events went on the air, with WWE cobbling together a frankly insulting mid-card. It was one of the laziest and worst pay-per-views WWE had ever produced to that point, with a demoralized Paul Heyman exiting the company in the aftermath, even before the horrific 90,000 buy rate, 55,000 of which were domestic, came in. Unsurprisingly, WWE did not run another pay-per-view under the ECW banner after this fiasco. Of all the adages in wrestling, never say never rings truest. If you're in the business and you utter that 5-letter word, well, I'm sorry to tell you, but you are either an idiot or a liar, or both. Or maybe you're not, and you intend well, whether you're claiming that you'll never wrestle again, or you'll never do business with McMahon, or you'll never do anything as far as WWE is concerned. Because let me tell you something, pal, you will. We've seen some highly unlikely WWE moments over the years, some that the people involved never thought would actually happen. Idiots and liars. I'm Adam Pachisi from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are the 10 biggest WWE never say never moments. Join us. Number 10, Scott Steiner inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame. Scott Steiner's WWE return in 2002 promised so much, but sadly delivered so little. Big Papa Pump's feud with World Heavyweight Champion Triple H was entertaining, but the two stunk the joint out in their 2 pay-per-view outings, and Steiner subsequently went tumbling down the card. By the time he was released in the summer of 2004, WWE had basically been paying him to stay at home because they didn't have anything for him and felt like he wasn't worth the risk. The genetic freak spent the 18 years years after his departure, talking smack not just about the company, but also saying some very personal and derogatory things about not just the cerebral assassin, but his wife Stephanie and Vince McMahon as well. Frequently laughing off the idea of accepting a WWE Hall of Fame induction offer and rebuffing any attempt to get him to sign a Legends contract, the announcement that Scott would be going in the Hall of Fame alongside brother Rick took everyone by surprise. The fact that his nephew currently works for the company, coupled with some recent health scares, must have convinced the big bad booty daddy to accept the honor just a few years after he was banned from the ceremony. Number 9. The Ultimate Warrior gets closure. Few splits in WWE history have been as acrimonious as the one between the company and the Ultimate Warrior. Jim Hellwig and Vince McMahon parted ways in strange circumstances on multiple occasions, and things seemed irrevocably broken after the last time in 1996. Bad blood ensued, and the lawsuits flew thick and fast as each side tried to disparage the other while attempting to gain control of the Ultimate Warrior intellectual property. Things got so bad between the two that WWE even released their very own smear campaign DVD, The Self-Destruction of the Ultimate Warrior, in 2005. Warrior's inclusion in one of the WWE 2K video games helped open the door for his proper return to the company in 2014, however, aided by Triple H working as an intermediary. 18 years after last wrestling in a WWE ring, the Ultimate Warrior took his rightful place in the WWE Hall of Fame. Even sweeter, he got to make amends with those he had badmouthed and who had badmouthed him, and got the chance to share the moment with his 2 young daughters. It became all the more poignant when he shockingly passed away just days later. Number 8. Goldberg returns. Add Goldberg to the list of ex-WCW stars who subsequently made the move to WWE and felt as though they were being punished for having the temerity to earn a living with the competition during the Monday Night Wars. Big Bill's WWE run between 03 and 04 started with him being forced to don a blonde wig and ended with him being booed out of MSG at WrestleMania 20. In between was a lot of bitterness and frustration at his booking and perceived poor treatment. After he left, the former World Heavyweight Champion was far from complimentary about his time working for WWE, and as the years passed and Goldberg got older, it felt as though the most we could expect from Goldberg was him showing up as a talking head for a WWE-produced documentary. Like with the Ultimate Warrior before, it was an association with video game developers 2K that paved the way for demand to come back for a bit of fantasy warfare and a rematch with Brock Lesnar at the 2016 Survivor Series. I never would have thought that Goldberg would be back with WWE, let alone that he would come back and then keep coming back over and over and over and over and over again. It's great, isn't it? It's just bloody great. Number 7. Eric Bischoff shows up on WWE Raw. Former senior vice president of WCW, Eric Bischoff, didn't just want to beat Vince McMahon and win the Monday Night Wars, he wanted to drive the genetic jackhammer out of business by any means necessary. He would ultimately prove unsuccessful in this attempt as WWE pulled away in the war, and in March of 2001 ended up buying WCW from parent company Time Warner. That threatened to be the end of Eazy-E as far as the wrestling business was concerned, since there was no longer any viable competition he could go and work for. Luckily for him though, his old nemesis was interested in having Bischoff on board as an on-screen character and secretly engineered a deal to bring Eric in as the new general manager of Monday Night Raw. When Bischoff showed up unannounced on the July 15th, 2002 episode of Raw, the wrestling world's jaw collectively dropped. If any image demonstrated Vince McMahon's commitment to putting personal issues aside in order to do business, it was the one of him and Eric Bischoff sharing a hug and then a handshake on the flagship show's stage. Number 6. Bruno Sammartino inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame. If anyone deserved induction into the WWE Hall of Fame, it was Bruno Sammartino. The living legend held the WWE title for an eternity and sold out Madison Square Garden more times than anyone else, as he helped carry the company when it still had an extra W and Vince McMahon Sr. was calling the shots. After leaving WWE and pretty much retiring from the business, Bruno became a noted and very vocal critic of WWE and Vince McMahon. He derided what he felt was the widespread abuse of anabolic steroids and felt as though Vince was turning wrestling into a circus full of vulgar characters and unpleasant stories storylines. WWE had attempted to extend the olive branch numerous times over the years and had repeatedly invited him to be inducted into their Hall of Fame, but Sammartino refused every time. It was only in 2013, by which point he was convinced that WWE had done enough to combat the drugs and dialed down the tawdriness of their televised product, that Bruno finally relented and accepted the invite, ending a 20-plus year standoff. Number 5, Edge returns. If Edge's career had ended in 2011 while he was reigning as World Heavyweight Champion and after competing in one of the top matches at WrestleMania, he could have retired happy. The Rated R superstar had enjoyed an incredible career and did more than he probably ever imagined he would, leaving a tremendous legacy and body of work behind him. But the Hall of Famer, who had known his knackered body was on borrowed time, wasn't satisfied with not being able to end things on his terms and, many years later, worked hard in order to overturn his prognosis and make the most unlikely return to the squared circle. It finally happened at the 2020 Royal Rumble as the Ultimate Opportunist entered the match at number 21 in a spine-tingling moment that is hard to top in the feel-good factor stakes. Edge had routinely denied that he could ever step back into the ring given the state his neck was in and had looked to have successfully transitioned into a post-wrestling career of acting and podcasting. But then, just when we thought we knew him, he surprised us all by doing the one thing that we believed was impossible. Number 4, Bret Hart and Vince McMahon bury the hatchet. If anyone has ever had reason not to do business with the McMahons, it is Bret Hart. They publicly screwed him on his last night in the company despite his many years of hard work and dutiful service. Then they took the piss out of him for it. Then his brother Owen fell to his death during one of their pay-per-views. Then they took the piss out of him for Montreal another 30 or 40 times and buried his character with things like their Confidential show. Faced with the threat of having his legacy eroded further thanks to a planned Screw DVD, the Hitman, who had been a vocal critic of WWE since the 1997 Survivor Series, finally came on board in order to do a DVD retrospective the right way. Almost 8 years after his WWE career ended in infamy, and after plenty of back and forth mudslinging, a picture of Bret and Vince shaking hands was released. The DVD release and Hall of Fame induction followed, and in January of 2010, Hart appeared on Monday Night Raw and embraced Shawn Michaels, finally putting Montreal to bed. Number 3, Sting debuts. After the collapse of WCW, it was inevitable that the promotion's top stars would all eventually make their way to WWE. And one by one, we saw them all come in, whether it was during the ill-fated Invasion angle or years after the fact. The one holdout was Sting, who essentially was the heart and soul of the Turner-owned organization. Despite there being several approaches to obtain his services, Sting didn't like WWE's on-screen direction and settled into life working for TNA instead. He seemed happy there, and as the years went by and Steve Borden got older, it seemed less and less likely that we would see that iconic face paint on WWE television. Odds were that the Stinger would wind up his career working for Dixie Carter before disappearing into the rafters for good. So his emergence during the main event of the 2014 Survivor Series was a fantastic moment that many fans thought they would never ever see. There had been no official indication that he was on his way in, as WWE kept everything under wraps until the big reveal. Number 2, Daniel Bryan gets cleared to wrestle again. Bryan Danielson, grafted for an age on the Indian international circuits, finally made it to WWE and then succeeded against the odds when many predicted that he would fail. His story is an amazing one, a tale of a talent overcoming nonsense and the cream well and truly rising to the top. His journey was capped off with an emotional world title win in the main event of WrestleMania 30, the start of what promised to be an exciting next chapter in the American Dragon's career. Sadly, D-Bry's injury woes began not long after he bagged the gold and would dog him until they eventually took him out of action for good. It was gutting to see Bryan having to walk away from the thing that he loved the most and was best at, and it was clear to see that, entertaining as he was in the role, that being a general manager wasn't nearly as fulfilling as kicking people's heads in. Miraculously, the bearded wonder was able to eventually get cleared to return to the ring. The whole time he was on the shelf, he never took no for an answer, and crucially, never said he would never wrestle again. Number 1, Steve Austin wrestles one last match. Retirement in wrestling is pretty much non-existent. Everyone comes back in the end, regardless of how long they've been out of the business and whether their battered bodies are up to the challenge or not. As we've watched our heroes return, despite whatever vows they had made to stay away, one wrestling comeback that seemed beyond the realm of probability was Stone Cold Steve Austin. After all, Austin had called it a day way back in 2003 and seemed content to go out on a WrestleMania Classic with The Rock, even if the decision was taken out of his hands. There had been intermittent rumblings that the Texas Rattlesnake might lace up his boots again in the years that followed, but they always turned out to be false alarms. Yet Austin's passion for the business never diminished, and the desire to go out on his own terms lured him back to the squared circle at WrestleMania 38. Riding off into the sunset in his beloved Lone Star State, Austin wrestled his first match in 19 years, beating Kevin Owens in a rip-roaring impromptu no-holds-barred bout. Never say never, kids, and that's the bottom line, because this video is over. Well, let me tell you something, brothers! Hulk Hogan may be a weird, problematic, hot dog-skinned relic and someone very easy to take the piss out of, dude, but the man was one of the best characters and biggest draws in wrestling history. Nobody generated as much of the green stuff for as long as the Hulkster did, as fans would routinely cough up to see what terrible Terry was getting up to on pay-per-view, where the biggest matches invariably happened. Often, those same fans were left massively disappointed, because Hogan had some right stinkers on order-only events in the past, of which these are the stinkiest. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are the 10 worst Hulk Hogan pay-per-view matches ever. Join us. Number 10 versus Roddy Piper at Judgment Day 2003. One of Hogan's main rivals during the rock and wrestling boom of the 80s was Roddy Piper, the two men producing great television and generating impressive business at the box office when put against one another. Their encounters were legendary, and the feud was so strong and memorable that it's really no surprise that WCW rehashed it in the late 90s. The matches weren't great, to put it mildly, but the pay-per-view buy rates were certainly encouraging. Fast forward a little, and the well may have been well and truly dry after, but that didn't stop WWE trying desperately to find water in 2003. The Rowdy Scott returned to the company and got involved in Hogan's feud with Mr. McMahon, setting up a bout between Piper and Mr. America, Hogan's wink-wink nudge-nudge masked alter ego at Judgment Day. Though the blow-off only lasted for a shade under 5 minutes, it still managed to be slow, boring, and actually quite sad, with one of the highlights being the old lads smacking each other with weightlifting belts. Adding to the weirdness of it all was the presence of Sean O'Haire and Zach Gowen at ringside, who looked on as Hogan scored the predictable pin after the leg drop of doom. Number 9 versus Triple H at Backlash 2002. Hogan played an absolute blinder at WrestleMania 18, turning himself babyface in his match against The Rock while being cheered on frantically by 68,000 in the Toronto Sky Dome, despite supposedly being the heel leader of the NWO. Nostalgia was in, brother, and very soon it was goodbye to the black and white and hello once again to the red and yellow. Hogan became the challenger for the undisputed title and booked against new champion Triple H in the main event of Backlash. The old babyface clash used enough tricks in the early going to fool the audience into thinking they might be witnessing something half decent, but it soon came undone. A major chunk of the 20-minute snoozer was the game working the leg, or otherwise trying to retain with a sleeper. I mean, it would have been nice if somebody had told these lads that it was 2002, not 1972. Anyway, Hulk won, after he did his usual, seemingly in slow motion, before the ref bump and run-in parade. The two men shook hands after, but you have to think that Hunter was seething inside after having his thunder stolen by another master politician. Number 8 versus The Butcher at Starrcade 1994. It must be great being Hogan's mate. Well, I mean, apart from having to spend any amount of time with him, but still. The perks are there for all to see, as Hulk routinely got his pals cushy gigs in whatever company he worked for, especially in the gravy train that was Ted Turner's WCW, where Hogan was the top dog and WCW champion in 1994. So who would Hulk square off with at Starrcade, the biggest show of the year? Vader? Sting? Randy Savage? All good suggestions. but not quite as appealing as Ed friggin' Leslie. Yes, the perennial hanger-oner wormed his way into the marquee main event match, working as the butcher against his drinking and tanning buddy. Naturally, the pair of them didn't bother actually putting the work in, half-arsing their way through a match full of choking, slapping, biting, raking, and, well, just about anything else that didn't result in some sort of actual impact. Hogan won, of course, but really, at the end of the day, anyone involved in this mess was a loser. Number 7 versus The Rock at No Way Out 2003. After the Great One and the Immortal One stole the show at WrestleMania 18, a rematch was inevitable. WWE booked the sequel at No Way Out 2003, with Hogan back in the fold after a little "I don't want to do any more jobs, Vince" vacation, while The Rock was doing some of the best work of his career as the arrogant heel with a foot planted firmly in Hollywood. It was obvious early on that the two superstars wouldn't be able to duplicate the magic from the year prior. The Brahma Bull was entertaining in his attempts to poke fun at his opponents, but the meat of the match was weak, and Hogan looked significantly more knackered than he had done the year prior. The screwjob replica finish also didn't leave a good taste in the mouth with either audiences at home or those watching in Montreal that night. The Rock tried, bless him, putting in quite the shift and attempting to get the match over on sheer willpower alone, but it was an uphill battle and lightning did not strike twice. Number 6 versus The Giant at Halloween Havoc 1995. Alright, so there's a lot going on here. First of all, this was the Giant's first proper match, like ever. Second, he was being billed as the son of the late great Andre the Giant. Third, the actual contest in the ring was preceded by a monster sumo truck match, which ended with the Giant falling off the side of Philadelphia's Cobo Hall, presumably to his death. And just look at the state of Hogan here. Clean shaven, paint on his head, and maroon cowboy boots. Your dad looked more respectable when he went through his midlife crisis. The bout was rudimentary, as it needed to be given Paul White's non-existent experience, and somehow managed to avoid being a complete and utter train wreck. And that is about as high a compliment as can be offered here, because it was not something that had any business headlining a pay-per-view. Worst of all was the post-match scene, with a crappy disqualification finish that turned screwy the next night on Nitro, as well as run-ins from Kevin Sullivan, Lex Luger, and Randy Savage, with the total package turning on the Macho Man to make things even more complicated. And props to me, because I didn't even mention the Yeti shagging Hogan into submission. Number 5 versus Sting at Starrcade 1997. One of the great storylines during a banner 1997 was Hogan's feud with Sting, who had gone all moody and opted to sit in the rafters and rappel down from time to time rather than actually wrestle. The tension between Sting and the New World Order and its leader grew and grew over the course of the year, culminating in the main event of Starrcade. The match should have been an epic and the result a total no-brainer, but the reality was far from it. It was a massive disappointment on all fronts, with a finish that ranks as one of the worst ever. Evil referee Nick Patrick was supposed to deliver a fast count and screw Sting over, only for Bret Hart to come out and get the match restarted. Then Sting would win with the Scorpion Deathlock. Only Patrick did a perfectly normal count, so the restart didn't make any sense as the Stinger fell victim to very real backstage politics, his big moment ruined. Hulk won the title back sharpish anyway, and Sting never really fully recovered from the whole episode, which is one of the moments you can pinpoint as the start of WCW's slow demise. Number 4 versus The Undertaker at Judgment Day 2002. After Hogan had dethroned Triple H for the undisputed title at Backlash, WWE hoped they could ride a red and yellow wave in the ratings and that Hulkster's Indian Summer would result in some big pay-per-view buy rates too. That didn't quite happen, however, and WWE decided to take the title from him in his first major pay-per-view defense. The feud between The Undertaker and Hulk Hogan was one of the most laughable in history, centered around the two men being super tough biker dudes, brother! To give them some credit, they did at least try on the night, but there just wasn't anything there. Hogan looked old and tired, and Taker wasn't exactly in his prime during his whole Big Evil phase either. The quality of the contest is summed up by Hogan taking two of the absolute worst chokeslams in history. The second one doing the job for the dead man after Vince McMahon interfered. WWE, sensing that Hogan was losing value by the match, took him out of the title picture and started using him to put over the likes of Kurt Angle, Brock Lesnar, and Edge as his tag team partner soon after. Number 3 versus Sid Justice at WrestleMania 8. In an ideal world, Hulk Hogan and Ric Flair would have headlined WrestleMania 8 in a dream match between the face of WWE and Mr. NWA/WCW. That was the original plan, but for whatever reason, somewhere along the line, plans changed. The upshot was Flair defended his WWE title against Randy Savage, and Hogan took on Sid Justice. The Nature Boy and the Macho Man had themselves a damn good match, as you would expect, while Hogan and Sid shambled their way through a shoddy shower of poo. I know it was a different time and the Hogan conquers the monster heel formula was a proven one, but this was bad. Almost totally dominated by the master and ruler of the world until the predictable Hogan comeback. Worse still, the match ended in a DQ, which is almost unforgivable for a Mania main event. The post-match scene with Papa Shango and the returning Ultimate Warrior is memorable, but not good enough to salvage the tedium that came before it. Number 2 versus the Warrior at Halloween Havoc 1998. Hogan and Warrior had a belter at WrestleMania 6, but Terry apparently wasn't all too pleased about passing the torch and doing such a high-profile job, with many speculating that a big reason for Jim Hellwig's brief but disastrous WCW run was just so he could get his win back. Their brief rekindling of the feud produced some of the worst ever WCW stuff, from Hogan seeing the ghost of Warrior in a mirror to the zany finish of the Fall Brawl War Games match. The action here, such as it was totally archaic and looked like something from at least a decade before. It was all tests of strength and running the ropes and chokes and clubs and timid slams and other assorted rubbish that was noticeably done at half speed. An encapsulation of the whole charade was the spot where Hogan tried to launch a fireball at his opponent, only for it to fail and end up blowing up in his own face instead. Now let me tell you something about visual metaphors, Mean Gene. A sad state of affairs, Hogan got his win back, but a million childhoods died a little on the night. Number 1, the Doomsday Cage match at Uncensored 1996. The Alliance to end Hulkamania. Now why didn't I think of that? The alliance in question was comprised of Ric Flair, Arn Anderson, Lex Luger, Meng the Barbarian, Kevin Sullivan, Z-Gangster, Tiny Zeus Lister, and the regrettably named Ultimate Solution. This ragbag collection of heels tried to put an end to the red and yellow menace once and for all at Uncensored 1996 inside the Doomsday Cage. The 8 of them had a tough task, going up against the 2 of Hogan and frenemy Randy Savage. Right, so Hogan and Savage had to start in the top cage against Flair and Anderson and fight their way down, encountering the other heels along the way. And, well, that was it, because the rules were never really properly explained. But who cares about rules and logic and the paying customer when the Hulkster's ego is what really matters? In short, it was dumb, overbooked, way too long, made no sense, and you couldn't even see half of it due to the way it was filmed. Of course, the baby faces triumphed, with a little help from the Booty Man and his deadly frying pans, with world champion Flair taking the deciding fall for no justifiable reason. In the professional wrestling business, a big new signing can completely change the game, opening up new and exciting avenues when it comes to potential matches and storylines. This can have a profoundly positive effect on the business, as WCW discovered on many occasions. World Championship Wrestling signed a lot of talent, either as free agents or directly from the opposition, particularly during the 90s, but out of all their new arrivals, none were bigger than these. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are the 10 biggest WCW signings, where the big boys play. Join us. Number 10, Sid. Psycho, vicious, justice, whatever you want to call him, Sid was a huge star in the 90s, both literally and figuratively. Having first made his name in WCW as a member of the Skyscrapers tag team and then as a horseman, Sid tended to flip-flop back and forwards between the two companies, depending on the softball schedule and any overseas attempted scissor murder charges. The former WWE champion returned to WCW at the 1999 Great American Bash, joining up with the likewise mellow Randy Savage and his Team Madness Maniacs. The arrival of the Millennium Man was a big boost to WCW, who were clearly being left behind in the mundane Monday Night Wars at that point. There was no helping the company by then really, but Sid lent much star power and fans really responded to him, whether he was a babyface or a heel. The Master and Ruler of the World headlined some major pay-per-views and had a pretty decent run with the World Heavyweight title too, before WCW hit the reset button. Never the greatest worker in the world, he nevertheless had an undeniable aura and charisma and was a boon to WCW's diminishing main event scene. Number 9, Rick Rude. Rick Rude was responsible for one of the most shocking moments of the Monday Night Wars when he appeared on a live episode of Nitro and a taped episode of Raw on the very same night. By that point, the sexiest man alive's in-ring days were over due to a serious back injury, though he was able to contribute in other ways. When Ravishing Rick showed up in WCW for the first time years earlier at Halloween Havoc 91, he was fresh off a great run in WWE and was considered a game changer. He quickly beat Sting to win the United States title, holding the belt for almost 14 months while he had some absolute belters with the likes of Ricky Steamboat. His role as the leader of the formidable Dangerous Alliance made that group one of the hottest acts in the promotion, as he received the sort of push he probably felt he deserved while flexing his muscly butt for Vince McMahon's outfits. Rude had also beat Ric Flair for the International World Heavyweight title and likely would have had further spells as the top guy had he not been injured while working in Japan. Number 8, Lex Luger. Lex Luger's re-emergence in WCW on the very first episode of Nitro is legendary. Leaving WWE after his contract had elapsed, the total package negotiated with Eric Bischoff via intermediary Sting to return to the promotion for the big reveal, even though Eazy-E wasn't exactly big on Luger initially and in fact lowballed him with his offer in the hope that Lex would turn it down and drive his Lex Express right back to New York. To Bischoff's surprise, Luger accepted his modest offer and wouldn't you know it, the union turned out to be a great thing for both sides. After his shocking Nitro appearance, Luger re-established himself as one of WCW's top stars and was almost always in the mix at the top of the card. He got so over, in fact, that he was booked to beat heavyweight champion Hulk Hogan in the summer of 1997. Even if he only held it for 5 days before handing it back to the Orange Goblin, it was vindication for Lex after an ultimately disappointing WWE run. Number 7, Roddy Piper. As the Monday Night Wars wore on, it became apparent that WCW was the place for former WWE headliners to make their new home. The promise of an easier schedule, healthy monetary compensation, and a lighter wrestling style certainly appealed to Roddy Piper, who joined the promotion in 1996. Immediately targeting old rival Hulk Hogan, the Rowdy One got to relive the feud that had ignited the 80s rock and wrestling boom. This included a main event with the Hulkster at WCW's flagship Starrcade pay-per-view, which drew a then-record buy rate for the company. Piper may have been something of a spent force as far as his in-ring work went, but the fact is that that was never exactly his strongest suit anyway, and he primarily drew people in with his character, promo, and star power. Hot Rod was paid handsomely for his work, no doubt, but he gave WCW a lot of options creatively since he could easily slot in as a wrestler, guest ref, manager, or authority figure if needed. But let's just make sure we never mention Halloween Havoc 1997 again, yeah? Number 6, The Ultimate Warrior. Despite having a rotten reputation when it came to business, he had left WWE in acrimony on 3 separate occasions, and coming in with a hefty price tag attached to his comic book body, Eric Bischoff signed the Ultimate Warrior in the summer of '98. Knowing things wouldn't last long term, the Bish brought him in on a short-term deal in order to pop some TV ratings and sell some pay-per-views at a time where WCW were really feeling the heat from a red-hot WWE. Though he did pique curiosity, Warrior's WCW run was an unmitigated disaster, from his rambling 20-minute debut promo to his barn burner with Hogan at Halloween Havoc. I mean, people were literally burning their barns in protest of the match. Many believe that Warrior was only brought in so that Hulk could get his win back for WrestleMania 6, but the fact is that Warrior was a huge star in his prime, and there were loads of possibilities there from a creative and merchandising perspective, if nothing else. A $500,000 investment that didn't pay off maybe, Warrior was still a major league signing and generated significant buzz. Number 5, Randy Savage. Feeling a tad stir-crazy after being relegated to being an announcer and ambassador, Randy Savage decided to prove to WWE and Vince McMahon that he wasn't too old to be a top guy and left for WCW in 1994. Hulk Hogan had kicked the door down and shown others that WCW could be a viable option to extend your career as an aging headliner. It was no surprise that Savage spent much of his first few years in WCW variously teaming with and fighting against the Hulkster, but Savage proved to be of great value in whatever role he was given. With a chameleonic ability to reinvent himself and keep up with the times, Savage was great whether he was decked out in neon, NWO black and white, or, whatever the hell those outfits he was wearing at the end of his run there were. Macho Man was a huge star, and he used that star power to help others, particularly DDP, who became an established main eventer thanks to his long rivalry with Randy. Number 4, Bret Hart. The best there is, best there was, and the best there ever will be figured that he would be a WWE lifer and didn't see himself working for anyone besides Vince McMahon until it became apparent that WCW's financial offer was too good to turn down. Right as the Monday Night Wars were in full flow, the signing of Bret Hart was seen as a major coup for WCW, the loss of a former WWE champion a potential hammer blow to their rivals. And the Hitman was coming in with unrivaled momentum after being the victim of the Montreal screwjob at the 1997 Survivor Series. Ever heard of that? The anticipation for Bret's arrival was through the roof, and then, when he did arrive, that enthusiasm quickly crashed through the floor. Bungled from the beginning, Hart's WCW tenure was a textbook case of a failure to capitalize on momentum and a major mishandling of one of the very best workers in the biz. There were some odd flashes of greatness here and there, and Bret had some decent matches and scored some gold, but it really is a wonder how Eric Bischoff and company managed to mismanage such a major signing on so many levels. Number 3, Scott Hall. Feeling frustrated that his pay had plateaued while under Vince McMahon's employ, Scott Hall decided to defect to WCW in the spring of '96. Hall, as Razor Ramon, had been a huge star in WWE, but he never quite managed to penetrate that glass ceiling and become a constant main eventer or world champion, despite his obvious talents and popularity. Debuting unannounced on Nitro, Hall was portrayed as an invader coming in from the other side to tear WCW apart from within. Kevin Nash soon joined up with him, and together with Hulk Hogan, they changed the business forever with the formation of the New World Order. The concept simply wouldn't have worked without the Outsiders, who both went on to have great runs in the Ted Turner-owned entity. The bad guy didn't manage to get his hands on the WCW title either, but he didn't need it. He was over regardless of whether he held a belt or not, due to the overall strength of his work. He had his demons, yes, but when he was on his game, Scott Hall was as good as anyone and was a shrewd acquisition on WCW's part. Number 2, Kevin Nash. When Kevin Nash saw the money his best buddy Scott Hall was being offered to jump ship, Big Daddy Cool negotiated an equally sweet, or should that be too sweet, deal to come in alongside him. While Hall was a big star in his own right, Nash was even bigger. As Diesel, he had held onto the WWE title for 358 days and was, along with Hall, Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels, and one or two others, one of the faces of WWE's new generation. In WCW, Nash proved to be not just a big star, but also a smart son of a gun, as it was said that he was the real brains behind much of what the NWO did. A master politician who knew how to game the system better than anybody, there were some who felt that Big Sexy's backstage meddling and ultimately creative choices during his ill-fated spell as a booker were a major contribution to WCW's downfall. Had Nash never joined, however, there may not have been anywhere from WCW to fall down from, so instrumental was he in WCW's Monday Night Wars success. Number 1, Hulk Hogan. While WCW had some big stars in the shape of Sting, Ric Flair, and Vader, Eric Bischoff felt to truly get to the next level, they needed someone who transcended the business. Enter Mr. Nanny. Hulk Hogan had recently left WWE as Vince McMahon was looking to build around a new crop of performers, and Bischoff was more than happy to take him off his hands and give him the full Disneyland parade treatment. Though Hulk was initially hesitant about joining, believing that his future lay in Hollywood, lol, he signed with WCW and they were off to the races, brother. Having Hogan on board didn't just lead to increased ticket sales at arenas or the number of t-shirts sold or those sorts of measurables, it also opened up other doors for WCW when it came to sponsorship, licensing, and other lucrative opportunities. In many ways, Hogan's signing legitimized them, taking them from a perceived southern wrestling territory to mainstream family entertainment. He was far and away the best paid performer in WCW, but Terrible Terry made WCW back every dollar 10 times over. Elevating WCW in the eyes of the public while helping to prolong his own career as a main eventer, his signing was a home run, even if it did rob us of Mr. Nanny too. Wrestling, when you stop and think about it for half a second, is very strange. The suspension of disbelief required to accept even the most basic of things like an Irish whip is hard to explain, but trying to clarify why a giant redneck undead Undertaker is battling a massive orange hot dog man for a shiny belt whilst gesticulating a lot is even harder. Of all the major wrestling companies, WWE is often the strangest, with Vince McMahon's sports entertainment behemoth utilizing any gimmick imaginable in order to make some sweet dollar. And what may seem perfectly normal in the world of wrestling is absolutely ridiculous when you step out of the sports entertainment bubble. I'm Adam Pachisi from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are the 10 weirdest WWE gimmicks of the 1980s. Join us! Number 10, Junkyard Dog. WWE wouldn't truly go off the deep end with gimmicks until the 90s, as in the 80s, Vince was still molding WWE into his image, mainly by taking the most successful performers from the territories and relocating them. One of which was the Junkyard Dog. A huge star in Bill Watts' Mid-South Wrestling, Junkyard Dog was over like Rover, another dog, from the second he stepped through WWE's doors, storming to the ring with a dog collar and chain as Queen's Another One Bites the Dust blared out. Sure, the gimmick originated with Watts, but in WWE it summed up the McMahon ethos of family-friendly, larger-than-life characters as JYD danced with kids and often pretended to be an actual canine. From running around on all fours, headbutting opponents, to having a manic look in his eye like he was itching for a game of fetch, JYD would have seemed absolutely bonkers to a WWE audience who just 1 year prior would have been used to serious performers like Bob Backlund tying people up in knots. Number 9, Adorable Adrian Adonis. Wrestling has always had its fair share of ambiguously androgynous characters, from Gorgeous George through Adrian Street to Goldust. It's a trope that's been used over and over again to varying levels of success. In the 80s, the mantle fell to Adrian Adonis, who, after ending his North-South Connection team with Dick Murdoch, decided to adopt an effeminate look, complete with peroxide blonde hair, pink trunks, and a scarf, a million miles away from his former gruff leather jacket sporting biker look. The now adorable one became a heat magnet, battering Roddy Piper with a crutch and antagonizing people on his flower shop interview segment. And because WWE at the time wasn't the most progressive place on earth, they may as well have said, "Boo this man because homophobia," or something. Adonis's run wasn't long and was most memorable for being Brutus Beefcake's first customer after graduating from barber college. Number 8, the Red Rooster. Legend says that Kurt Hennig and Terry Taylor were sat together in WWE when management said, "Hennig, you're Mr. Perfect. Taylor, you're the Red Rooster." And whilst Perfect became one of the biggest stars of the era, Rooster was just kinda there, acting like a barnyard animal. Absorbed into the Heenan family, Rooster was often left staring at the lights, as pretending to be an actual rooster isn't a sound strategy in a wrestling match. He would crow and caw, bobbed his head back and forth, he even had that little red thing on the top of his head. Rumours that he existed solely on a diet of corn and grain have never been confirmed. Again, compared to the weirdness of the 90s and 2000s, the Rooster seems almost mild, but as we would go on to see, the Red Rooster would not be the only wrestling bird in WWE's annals. A wrestling bird? That would never work. Number 7, the Bushwhackers. The Sheepherders were one of the most feared tag teams in all of wrestling. Ultra-violent outback lunatics, their matches were hardcore bloodbaths as Luke Williams and Butch Miller used whatever they could get their hands on to maim their opponents. Obviously, Vince McMahon took one look at the lads, soaked with the red stuff, and thought, ha ha ha, comedy head-licking dorks, and the sheep herders became the Bushwhackers. Another entry in the storied annals of the odd foreigner gimmick, the Bushwhackers were primarily known for bouncing to the ring, licking fans, and biting bums. If these tactics were tried today, there would be a bevy of lawsuits, I'm sure. Still, like the majority of the gimmicks on this list, even though the Bushwhackers were indeed odd, they were popular and, most importantly, memorable. The Bushwhackers somehow got weirder in the 90s when they went to ECW and became Luke and Butch Dudley. Number 6, the Honky Tonk Man. As WWE became more bombastic and larger than life than ever before, it made perfect sense that a wrestling Elvis would turn up. A ridiculous, tone-deaf Elvis who couldn't sing or play the guitar, but Elvis nonetheless. The fact that Honky still has the longest single Intercontinental Championship reign is amazing, but when you actually remember that this was a wrestling Elvis, then it's even more miraculous. I repeat, a wrestling Elvis impersonator was Intercontinental Champion for a record-setting 454 days. You can't fault Vince's booking though. If you were channel hopping and saw what appeared to be the King pile-driving someone, you wouldn't change the channel, would you? Some say that Honky takes his gimmick a little too seriously though. Just ask Eric Bischoff, who gladly fired Honky after a handful of appearances for WCW, with the quiffed quarreler allegedly not wanting to do the job to Johnny B. Bad, who himself was a Little Richard ripoff. Rockin' wrestling indeed. Number 5, George the Animal Steele. He's big, he's wild, he eats turnbuckles, has a green tongue, and carries a weird grey bit of fluff called mine. He is the Animal George Steele. A character with questionable mental capacity, the last place you would expect for him to be employed is a National Combat League. But the Animal rose the ranks to become one of WWE's biggest stars during the 1980s rock and wrestling boom, even challenging Intercontinental Champion Randy Savage at WrestleMania 2 and cornering Ricky Steamboat at Mania 3. Steele had been with WWE for many years before Vince Jr. took over, memorably battling Bruno Sammartino, and what's more, the lumbering madman gimmick had been a staple in wrestling for years. But when viewed in isolation, seeing 50-year-old schlubby, hairy-backed, coloured-tongued George amongst the cocaine, steroid, and suntan-happy WWE roster of the day made him stick out like a sore thumb. Number 4, The Ultimate Warrior. An undisputed pop culture icon, The Ultimate Warrior was one of the biggest names in the entire wrestling industry in the late 80s, with his high-intensity, snarling, face-painted mush and neon-soaked attire making him someone that you just could not take your eyes off. But the promos about gods and ghost warriors, the fact that he couldn't spell respect, and the general idea that this lunatic from parts unknown just turned up one day with his mullet and tassels and demanded to fight people, it's all very, very odd when viewed out of context. But hey, it worked, and it worked damn well. It didn't matter that literally nothing about the Warrior or his storylines made a lick of sense. From threatening to possess pilots and cause a plane crash, to screaming at snakes, bleeding black ooze, and whatever the hell else you can think of, it was all amazing. Besides the matches, that is. Most of those were rubbish. Number 3, Zeus. Knowing that Vince McMahon favors entertainment over wrestling, the decision was made to have Hulk Hogan star as Rip in the movie No Holds Barred, where he would wrestle the fearsome Zeus. But why stop at just a movie? To fully promote the cinematic marvel, the decision was made to have actor Tiny Lister Jr. learn a few moves and team up with Randy Savage to take on Hogan and Brutus Beefcake at SummerSlam 89, and again at No Holds Barred, the match/the movie in December. The weird thing about Zeus was that WWE acknowledged him as both a character from a movie, but also as an actual wrestler, as kayfabe and reality intertwined, creating a confused mess. Were the events of the film real? Was the WWE fake? It was a lot to swallow. Seeing as Lister was an actor and not a wrestler, he was understandably lousy in the ring. Undeterred though, WCW brought Lister in for the awful Doomsday Cage match in 1996, but dubbed him Z-Gangster instead. He fared no better. Number 2, The Missing Link. In a similar vein to George Steele and Kamala, The Missing Link was a terrifying wild man who was unpredictable and savage in a wrestling ring. But look at him. What the hell is going on there? A huge bloke in tiny black trunks with a green and blue face and Krusty the Clown's hair, Missing Link looked like a child's drawing come to life. Weirdly enough, despite being absolute WWE fodder, the Missing Link gimmick was first trotted out in NWA affiliates mid South and WCCW, where the Link feuded with the Freebirds and the Von Erichs. In WWE, the Missing Link's run was brief and saw him become a jobber to the stars such as George Steele and Tito Santana. Just imagine if scientists did discover the missing link in human evolution and it turns out our genetic ancestors were jacked dudes with green faces. That is the sort of world I want to live in. Number 1. Akeem the African Dream. Big burly bruiser one-man gang was spinning his wheels and was in need of a refresh. Naturally, manager Slick claimed the white American Carolina native was actually African, and after some African dancers danced around a bin on fire, Akeem the African Dream emerged, talking jive and badly dancing. It was the 80s, so we just accepted this, but in hindsight, what the actual hell was going on? A thinly veiled dig at American Dream Dusty Rhodes, Akeem was fairly successful in WWE, dominating the tag division with Big Boss Man as the Twin Towers. But the gimmick lasted a little over 2 years, with Akeem's loss to Big Boss Man at WrestleMania 6 signaling the beginning of the end of the Dream. Reverting back to one-man gang ended up in WCW and even upended Kensuke Sasaki for the US title at Starrcade 95 in a dark match. Can you imagine WWE trying to do Akeem today? Honestly, that would be as tone-deaf as naming an Austrian wrestler after a Nazi U-boat commander or something. Oh, wait. A pay-per-view match is supposed to be the one that fans want to spend their hard-earned money to see. A bout that had been built up as a huge deal with the promise of delivering something extra special that you simply can't see on free TV. Supposed to be, anyway, because it doesn't always work out like that. In fact, some WWE pay-per-view matches have been so shambolic that I've turned off the telly adamant that Vince McMahon should have really increased my bank balance just for sitting through them. I'm talking zombies, old blokes in drag, and plenty of Big Boss Man. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are the 10 biggest WWE pay-per-view match disasters. Join us. Number 10, D-Generation X versus the Brothers of Destruction at Crown Jewel 2018. Kane and The Undertaker taking on Shawn Michaels and Triple H would have been an incredible match in 1998. Hell, it probably would have still been pretty decent in 2008. In 2018, however, it's a bout that had bad idea written all over it. All four men are legends, but by the time they met at Crown Jewel, they were all past their primes, working part-time, and one of them had been retired for the best part of a decade. It was, to be polite, an absolute horror show, and a match that played out like a parody. Things weren't helped by Triple H suffering a torn pectoral muscle early on and having to gut it out for the rest of the long match with a very painful injury. But everything was off on the night. The timing and chemistry just weren't there, and several moves and spots were badly blown. At one point, Kane's mask just fell off his face. Just fell right off. Ridiculous. It became an embarrassment to watch, and everyone involved looked relieved when the whole thing finally came to a merciful end. I'm sure the seven-figure payoffs helped though. Number 9, Alexa Bliss versus Randy Orton at Fastlane 2021. It was hard to choose just one terrible match involving either Bray Wyatt / The Fiend or Alexa Bliss, but I've had to go for this abomination from Fastlane 2021. The supernatural silliness has its audience, sure, but that audience is primarily children under the age of 10 who haven't seen a proper horror film. No offense to anyone who forked over for a Fiend replica belt, of course. For almost everyone else though, it is nails on a chalkboard viewing, and we just pray that nobody else walks into the room while it's on. WWE obviously felt comfortable presenting such drivel, since fans were not yet back to watch the shows in person. How else could they have a match that started with the Viper vomiting up black goo and included such hits as Alexa summoning a wall of fire and making a light fall from the Thunderdome ceiling? The ending was eye-roll inducing too, as the charred corpse of the Fiend emerged from beneath the ring like a low-rent Jason Voorhees and hit the Sister Abigail to hand Little Miss Bliss the victory. Number 8, The Ultimate Warrior versus Goldust at In Your House, Good Friends, Better Enemies. Feeling the pressure of the Monday Night Wars, WWE brought back the Ultimate Warrior in 1996 on a big fat contract that gave him plenty of preferential treatments. Warrior repaid them by putting in minimal effort, from his return squash bout with Hunter Hearst Helmsley at WrestleMania 12 to his series of matches with Jerry Lawler and Goldust, which included some of the most pathetic WWE pay-per-view matches ever. It should be noted that Dustin Runnels had a knackered knee going into their match at In Your House Good Friends Better Enemies, and that he was basically told to tape it up and get on with it, which obviously didn't help things. He was also Intercontinental Champion, and WWE clearly didn't want to take the title off or beat him properly at this point, so you knew that a screwy finish was coming. The first 5 minutes, yes, 5, were basically Warrior smoking a cigar in the ring while Goldust and his crew, wife Marlene and an unnamed bodyguard played by the former Mantar, stalled on the floor. 7.5 minutes in, we were treated to a first offensive move, and 20 seconds after that, the match was over, as the bizarre one was counted out. Number 7, Chronic versus the Brothers of Destruction at Unforgiven 2001. Despite what some may tell you, Chronic were, in fact, awesome. Brian Adams and Brian Clark came together at the tail end of WCW to wreak havoc on the company's tag division and were genuinely one of the best parts of the show at the time. They finally showed up for the invasion a few months in and, led by Stevie Richards, targeted the Brothers of Destruction. What should have been an epic hoss fight between two teams of behemoths at Unforgiven 2001 turned out to be Chronic's second and final WWE match. It was a major styles clash, and Chronic, who likely had a fair bit of ring rust to work out and were also carrying injuries, looked lost out there, being out of position for much of Kane and Taker's offense and doing a less than stellar job of selling. You could read clearly on the dead man's face just what he thought of the botch-filled bout, and he reportedly had stern words for his opponents backstage afterwards. The upshot was both Adams and Clark were asked to report to WWE Developmental immediately following the match. Adams agreed, while Clark quit in protest. Number 6, The Miz versus Damian Priest at WrestleMania Backlash. As an actual match, you know, the wrestling parts, The Miz vs. Damian Priest's lumberjack offering at WrestleMania Backlash wasn't a colossal blunder filled with glaring mistakes or anything. It was what it was, not outright terrible, not great, not even good, just sort of there. What gets this one onto the list is the fact that the Lumberjacks were played by zombies. The whole charade was a vehicle to promote upcoming Netflix film Army of the Dead, starring none other than former WWE champion Dave Bautista. Still, this was the pandemic era and fans weren't even in the building yet, so WWE felt comfortable turning a grudge match into a commercial for the film, having been paid by the studio to do so. Priest won, and the zombies, who were polite enough to stay in their designated ringside area for the duration of the contest, devoured Miz and John Morrison after the fact. Sure, fine, whatever. Number 5, The Big Boss Man versus The Undertaker at WrestleMania 15. Expectations were high going into The Undertaker and Big Boss Man's Hell in a Cell match at WrestleMania 15. After all, the first two proper ones had been classics, and the Dead Man had been involved in both of those. In the first, he and Shawn Michaels set the standards with an epic for the ages, and in the second, Mick Foley had turned in one of the most incredible performances in any match in history. So, what were the Phenom and the man from Cobb County, Georgia going to pull out to live up to that legacy, on the grandest stage of them all, no less? Nothing, as it turned out. They did nothing but plod around and do some weak brawling for 10 uninspired and hugely disappointing minutes. It didn't even have much blood, as the colour Taker got was weaker than a Ric Flair nosebleed. It didn't help that both were heels and the Russo-penned storyline going in was confusing, resulting in a noticeable lack of heat. But still, neither man put the effort in here, and the Cell gimmick was totally wasted. Adding insult to injury, the post-match angle where the Brood hanged Bossman from a noose attached to the Cell was deeply insulting. Number 4, Jerry Lawler versus Michael Cole at WrestleMania 27. Much was made of Jerry Lawler's lack of WrestleMania moment in the run-up to his match against fellow announcer Michael Cole at the 27th edition of the event. After it was all over, I'm guessing he wishes it had stayed that way. Considering Cole is not a wrestler and Lawler works a very specific style that requires a competent dance partner, it was never going to be a classic. But after ages of Cole tormenting the King, it could have at least been a definitive feel-good ending to their feud, which did have a lot of heat. It would have been fine if Jerry just batted him around for a minute or two, hit the second rope fist drop, won, and then fed Cole to special referee Steve Austin for a stunner and beer bath. Instead, it was 14 odd minutes of pathetic wrestling thing that felt like 50, with Cole being completely lost out there and not having a clue what to do. Worse still, the match had a dusty finish, as Lawler seemingly won only for the anonymous Raw general manager to overturn the result. Number 3, the Big Boss Man vs. Al Snow at Unforgiven 1999. 6 months after Bossman participated in the worst Hell in a Cell match to that point in history, someone decided it would be a grand idea to put him in the environment once again. Not just back in the same environment, oh no, but in a cell match that also had the old blue steel cage inside of it and, oh yeah, a pack of vicious Rottweilers patrolling the ringside area. The Kennel from Hell match was a bastardized creation that probably sounded good to somebody on paper. It's a gimmick on top of a gimmick, bro, but it was a downright disaster in execution. The objective was to make your way out of both enclosures without the dogs ripping you to shreds, but these dogs weren't interested in dinner time. They were interested in humping each other and their trainers and going toilet on the floor. The action itself was dismal, as they apparently didn't know how to work this thing, not that I blame them, and it died a death in front of the live crowd. Number 2, Gerald Briscoe vs. Pat Patterson at King of the Ring 2000. In their day, Gerald Briscoe and Pat Patterson were two highly respected and accomplished pro wrestlers. By the turn of the new millennium, however, they were older and, true to form, were duly turned into walking jokes by WWE. As Vince McMahon's stooges, they were great value and added plenty of entertainment to WWE programming. But things took a turn when WWE booked them into a feud over the Hardcore title, culminating in a Hardcore evening gown match at King of the Ring 2000. This whole thing really felt like it was done for the benefit of a small circle of people in upper management who found it hilarious, because it certainly wasn't entertaining or enjoyable for fans in the arena or those paying for the privilege at home. The Hall of Famers were out there in wigs, bad makeup, and ill-fitting dresses, and basically stumbled around like two drunks outside of a kebab shop on a Saturday night. Crash Holly mercifully ran in to put a stop to things after just over 3 painfully unfunny minutes, stripping the Stooges down to their lingerie, naturally, before bonking Patterson on the head with a bin and winning the title due to the 24/7 rule. I can almost hear the guffawing from the gorilla position, you know? Number 1, Goldberg vs. The Undertaker at Super Showdown 2019. What was supposed to be an Attitude-era dream match turned into a nightmare on foreign soil. Not only was Goldberg vs. The Undertaker at Super Showdown a Saudi shocker as far as match quality goes, but it could have ended the Phenom's career. The match actually started off well enough, as Goldberg hit 2 huge spears right out of the chute, and they teased a couple more big moves before Goldberg went for spear number 3, missed, and collided with the ring post. And I mean really collided. Big Bill was knocked loopy and busted open from the impact, and honestly, the match should have been finished there and then. Because not too long after, Goldberg attempted a jackhammer and dropped Taker right on his head and neck in a terrifying moment. After the injury, the action itself was really weak and sad to watch, but the ugly botch woke everyone up to the severity of the situation as it unfolded. They soldiered on a little longer, with Goldberg falling over as he tried a tombstone of his own before Taker hit the real deal, spiking his opponent's head into the mat as well. Never again, please. There's an old theory that WCW didn't know how to make stars, and that especially during the Monday Night War era, they simply nicked them from WWE, with ATM Eric using Ted Turner's endless checkbook to bolster his ranks. That is simplistic and not entirely true, of course, because WCW could and did make their own stars. I mean, do you think WWE signed the Giant, Chris Jericho, and others and pushed them from the start because they were nobodies with zero value? Course not. No, WCW did create some stars, but they probably didn't create as many as they should have, considering the deep and talented roster that they had at their disposal. So why didn't it happen? Well, I'd like to say 'cause WCW, but again, that's simplistic. Every case is different, and the reasons for some wrestlers not quite reaching their full potential are various. Besides, it's all just opinion really, isn't it? You'll probably disagree with my assessments, you fool, in which case I'll see you in the comments, where we can argue about what could have been for a company that kicked the bucket over 20 years ago. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 WCW wrestlers who should have been bigger stars. Join us. Number 10, Scott Norton. Scott Flash Norton had everything needed to be a main event world champion caliber performer during the 90s. Well, maybe besides charisma and a strong gimmick and that. But he did achieve that level of stardom, only it happened in Japan and not in the US. A top star in the land of the rising sun, Norton was more of a bit part player in WCW, forming a couple of decent tag teams with Ice Train and Marcus Buff Bagwell. The so-called Vicious and Delicious pairing were part of the New World Order and had some good matches with the likes of the Steiner brothers, but never managed to win the tag straps. The barrel-chested former champion arm wrestler was also a member of the NWO Japan sister stable, and sensing his WCW career on the black and white B team in the States wasn't really going anywhere, decided to focus his efforts in Japan instead. Well-liked backstage and crucially a favorite of WCW president Eric Bischoff, Norton's Japanese commitments are probably the main thing that prevented him getting more of a push in the organization, where he could have believably been in the world title picture, or if not, the US title mix. Sticking with New Japan proved to be a decent choice, however, since he worked there and achieved sustained success for years after WCW folded. Number 9, Hugh Morris. There was nothing funny about Hugh Morris. Well, apart from the name, Hugh Morris. Humorous. Ha 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 ha. Big Bill DeMott was a well-travelled, rock-solid worker who was surprisingly agile and could perform moves like a picture-perfect moonsault when he arrived in WCW in 1995. After impressing Booker Kevin Sullivan, Morris joined up with the Taskmaster in the balmy Dungeon of Doom group, which gave him some decent exposure and ensured that he was a regular presence on Nitro. Once that had run its course, Morris slipped down the card, his most notable contribution from that era being the first televised opponent of some greenhorn named Bill Goldberg. Later on, when Vince Russo arrived, Morris got an even worse name, Hugh G. Rection, as the leader of another stable, the comedic Misfits in Action. Hugh G. Rection. Honestly, they should have just called him Big Stiff Willie and got it over with, you know? DeMott got plenty of TV time and won the US title twice, but the company was a sinking ship at this point and nobody was really watching, which is bad luck for Bill because this was probably the biggest and most sustained push of his career. By the time he got to WWE, he was pigeonholed as a jobber to the stars, as well as being broken down from years of ring wars, retiring not too terribly long after. From there, he found his true calling as a full-time bully. Number 8, Blitzkrieg. The WCW undercards were typically full of talented, high-flying masked men from Mexico, providing the thrills, spills, and cutting-edge excitement in the ring that the aging headline crew simply could not. One of the luchadors that caught the eye and began making waves as the new millennium approached wasn't from south of the border, but rather an American masquerading as a luchador. Blitzkrieg made his TV debut in a losing effort against Rey Mysterio, but dazzled everyone in the process. Extremely light on his feet and capable of performing moves not often seen in a major US organization, he began to stand out for the crowd and gain a cult following. Indie sensation Jack Evans cites him as inspiration for becoming a wrestler. His show-stealing effort with Juventud Guerrera at Spring Stampede 99 in particular hinted at great things to come, but they never ended up happening. He stuck around and made the occasional appearance on television, but mostly worked house shows and made the decision to leave the business after less than a year on the WCW roster. The man behind the mask, Jay Ross, retired to become a computer technician, where he actually earned more money than he ever did wrestling for America's number 2 promotion. Number 7, Crowbar. Devon Storm was a 90s indie standout who had wrestled here, there, and everywhere and done some enhancement work for WCW before finally getting his big break as the company was circling the drain. Repackaged as Crowbar, he was paired up with Daphne and given a featured role, winning the hardcore, cruiserweight, and tag team titles within the space of a year. I mean, this was latter-day WCW and Vince Russo was often involved, so title changes happened as often as sunsets, but it was still an impressive haul nonetheless. And Crowbar was impressive in the ring too, rising above the storyline silliness and having grand matches with a variety of opponents. Sadly, it was too little too late because the company was going down the tubes regardless of how much effort he and a select few others were putting in, and he was released from his contract shortly before the promotion was bought by WWE. He didn't make the jump, instead opting to do the indie thing while continuing to train and work as a physical therapist, which is what he does to this day. Crowbar was a decent character and Storm was committed to it. He was one of the few highlights of those dark WCW days, and while never world champion material or anything, would have made a solid addition to the WWE roster at the time. Number 6, Norman Smiley. Another instance of a performer being a huge deal in one wrestling hotbed, but not quite achieving those same heights where the big boys play. Norman Smiley, as Black Magic, rose to the top of Mexico's CMLL, winning their heavyweight title in the process. Originally invited to work there by Conan, what was supposed to be a 1-month stay turned into 5 years, giving Smiley exposure and helping him grow as a performer too. He made his way to WCW as part of their talent exchange agreements, though he found it hard to make an impact in his early days there, becoming little more than a glorified jobber. That all changed thanks to his big wiggle. No, not his big beautiful knob, but the brief gyrating dance he would do during matches. Norman was good value, whether tangling with the cruiserweights or competing in the hardcore division. A fun mid-card act, Smiley perhaps could have been a lot more. He had a great look, a ton of charisma, and a lot of experience in different styles, but I suppose he did find his niche. These days he's working as a trainer and showing recruits at the WWE Performance Center his big wiggle. Sounds like a lawsuit waiting to happen if you ask me. Number 5, Canyon. Who better than Canyon? Well, when it came to having a passion and drive to succeed in the wrestling business, not many. Chris Canyon was a classic case of a wrestler trying to find the thing that worked best for them. His construction worker tag team, Men at Work, didn't have legs, but Mortis was an improvement. The Mortal Kombat-inspired character wasn't a long-term gig, but a place in Raven's flock did have potential. Once the flock thing was over, the Jersey Triad offered another opportunity for Canyon to shine, which he did. The innovator of offense was constantly coming up with new original moves or sequences and trying everything he could to have the best match or steal the show in some way, even if it meant being thrown off the top of that ridiculous triple cage. Canyon had the look, size, experience, and ambition to be a top star in the business, but other forces worked against him and he never managed to penetrate the glass ceiling. His WCW career was nothing to scoff at. He had some cracking matches and moments and held the tag team titles, but it could have been so much more had the stars aligned. Number 4, Alex Wright. There are prodigies, there are wonder kids, and then there is Das Wunderkind. The second-generation grappler made his professional debut in his native Germany at the tender age of 16, before gaining further experience overseas in Japan. The dancing babyface made his way to WCW while still not of legal drinking age and impressed in lower card bouts with the likes of Jean-Paul Levesque and Brian Pillman. Obviously talented, he gained fans in the locker room, including Ric Flair, who was supposedly one of his biggest supporters. Good looking, in great shape, hell of an athlete, there was a lot to enjoy about Wright's work, but the techno-loving German gimmick wasn't doing him any favors. As a different character, Wright may have made a bigger splash and stood out more in WCW's burgeoning cruiserweight scene. He was also gangly and green, but kept plugging away and working hard and became a cruiserweight and TV champion. Eventually, he changed his look and tried out a new gimmick, trading in the techno for industrial music, shaving his head and going by the name Berlin. It was a unique presentation, augmented by the fact he was accompanied and protected by the Wall, but it didn't set the world on fire and he remained mired in the mid-card until WCW died, teaming with the ever-objectionable Disco Inferno in the company's last days. Number 3, Brad Armstrong. In any other line of work, being really good at your job usually results in career development, but that's not always the case in wrestling, and certainly not the case for the super smooth Brad Armstrong. A natural in the ring and capable of making just about anyone else look much better than they actually were, Brad got tagged with the dreaded hell of a hand label, and never became the star that his talent seemed to suggest that he would be. A wrestler's wrestler, Armstrong was a favorite of many of his colleagues and showed occasional flashes of brilliance, but was hindered by several rotten gimmicks. Arachnaman, the Candyman, Fantasia, and Buzzkill all went down about as well as a fart in a lift, and without a colourful costume or wacky character, Brad was just a little, well, bland, despite being a reliable presence who you knew was going to give you a good match. With the right gimmick or push or manager or storyline or something, Brad Armstrong could have been taken to the next level, but it never seemed to be be on the cards. He still had a commendable career and was on WCW's books for over a decade, but should have really done a lot more in that time. Number 2, Wrath. You don't want to admit it now for obvious reasons, but Brian Clark was pretty effing cool in his 90s prime. A fun mid-card attraction in WWE as Adam Bomb, he left the company after falling out of favor and down the card, signing with WCW in 1997, having previously worked there years earlier as the Night Stalker. It was a new gimmick this time around, as he was rechristened Wrath and put with Mortis, Glacier and Ernest Miller in an obvious attempt to cash in on the popularity of Mortal Kombat. Once that was over with, he changed up his look, got himself a sweet new pump handle slam finisher, and embarked on a winning streak. According to Clark, the winning streak was supposed to lead to a big showdown with Goldberg in a Battle of the Undefeated, which sounds logical enough. But this is WCW, so logic be damned, and before that could happen, he was randomly sacrificed to Kevin Nash on Nitro as a way to promote Big Sexy's Starrcade match with The Man. And people say backstage politics and senseless creative decisions helped ruin this company. Wrath would never regain that momentum, but did enjoy a career resuscitation when he was paired with Bryan Adams in the tag team Chronic with a capital K. 2 capital Ks. Number 1, Saturn. We all like to have a good laugh at the confused hardnut who was in love with a mop, but before he became a walking punchline, Perry Saturn was touted as a future world champ. Stocky and with a hard man rep, Big Pez was able to do any style and do it well. From Japanese strong style to high flying to brawling and everything in between, he had proven himself as a great tag wrestler as a member of the Eliminators and a worthy stablemate during his early WCW days as a member of the Flock. He went solo for a while after butting heads with Raven and leaving the Cult, but not long after joined back up with him in a tag team before moving on to the Revolution. Saturn always looked good and worked hard, but he wasn't content in WCW with either the backstage politics, creative, or his place in the mid-card. So he, along with Chris Benoit, Eddie Guerrero, and Dean Malenko, engineered their release and jumped to WWE. Though he was a tag team and TV champion in Turnerland, Perry had the potential to do and be a lot more. So there you have it, our number 1 WCW wrestler who should have been a bigger star, Perry Saturn. You're welcome. Considering how high the stakes are, how many people are typically involved, and how high profile the event itself is, it's no surprise that there have been 1 or 2 Royal Rumble related controversies over the years. These can either be kayfabe, like a dodgy winner, or real, like a backstage bust-up, or unscripted in-ring drubbing. We may watch the Rumble for the surprise entrance and shock eliminations, but there is often much more going on beneath the surface. I'm Adam Pachisi from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are the 10 most shocking WWE Royal Rumble controversies. Join us. Number 10, hazing the new guy. Maven showed in the 2002 Rumble what can happen when a tough enough winner upsets the apple cart, after he was left beaten and bloodied following his awesome elimination of The Undertaker. 3 years later, another tough enough winner incurred the wrath of a locker room enforcer, though the beating Daniel Puder received from Chris Benoit, Eddie Guerrero and Hardcore Holly was mostly unscripted. Puder, who had risen to fame after almost breaking Kurt Angle's arm in an impromptu shoot fight on SmackDown not too long before this, had supposedly annoyed Holly and some other members of the locker room with his arrogant attitude. Fed to the wolves, the former MMA fighter was at the mercy of 3 surly veterans who didn't take too kindly to rookies, and left the ring, first man eliminated in the match, with a chest that closely resembled hamburger meat. You know what they say, revenge is a dish best served live on a worldwide pay-per-view. Obviously, in today's world, with WWE being so corporate and apparently committed to spreading an anti-bullying message, this type of thing don't fly. Number 9, Rock touches first. There have been some contentious eliminations and disputed match finishes during the Royal Rumble's long and illustrious history. Think about Bret Hart and Lex Luger hitting the floor simultaneously in 1994, Shawn Michaels exploiting the both feet must touch rule the year after, or Steve Austin sneaking back in to win illegally in 1997. The finish of the 2000 Rumble wasn't supposed to be such a lightning rod, but it became that after the fact. In it, Big Show attempted to dump The Rock over the top, only for the Brahma Bull to hold on and use the big nasty bastard's momentum against him, sending him over instead. Replays showed, however, that The Rock's feet had actually touched the floor first, something that was acknowledged the next night on Raw. By rights, Big Paul should have booked his place in the main event of WrestleMania on the night. WWE tried to remedy the situation by booking Show against Rock at the next pay-per-view, No Way Out, with Rock's Mania main event on the line. Number 8, no bro in Brock. The 2020 Royal Rumble match was a great piece of business for Brock Lesnar. Though the reigning WWE champion didn't go the distance as promised, he still entered at number 1, eliminated 13 people over the course of 26 electrifying minutes, and set up a WrestleMania date with Drew McIntyre in the most effective way possible. The Beast incarnate must have felt pretty good afterwards, but earlier in the night he had to set someone straight backstage. According to Matt Riddle, who made his main roster in-ring debut in the Rumble, Brock confronted him and told the King of Bros in no uncertain terms that a match between the two of them would never, ever happen. It was described as an intense encounter by those who witnessed it. To be fair, the former UFC heavyweight champion had a right to be annoyed, since Riddle, himself a former UFC star, had been lobbying for the match without Lesnar's blessing and had even intimated that he would likely be the one to eventually retire the next big thing. I think that I, a close personal friend of Brock's, has more chance than you, bro. Number 7, Hogan the heel. The 1992 Royal Rumble match is considered to this day to be one of the best, if not the best, ever. Featuring an enviable amount of star power, the continuation and starting of new feuds, and a tour de force performance from eventual winner Ric Flair, there was something for everyone to enjoy in this one, which was the first time a Rumble was contested over the WWE title. Well, everyone but that orange egomaniac Hulk Hogan, that is. The Hulkster, who had won back-to-back Rumbles in 1990 and 91, couldn't let the Nature Boy have his moment without sticking his nose in things and making it all about him. After being totally, fairly, legally eliminated by Sid Justice, Hogan refused to accept that he was out of the match and held onto the arm of the master and ruler of the world. This distraction allowed Slick Rick to sneak up behind him and dump him over for the win. It was pathetic behavior from Hogan, completely unnecessary and petulant stuff, and added an unneeded bit of controversy to Flair's incredible achievements. Number 6, Game Time. You may have heard this before, but Triple H wasn't exactly the most popular WWE star with either fans or his co-workers in the early 2000s. Accused of using his backstage pull and close relationship with the McMahons to stay on top while simultaneously holding others back, this period is commonly referred to as the game's reign of terror. Those working the Royal Rumble 2004 undercard certainly weren't happy with Hunter's perceived preferential treatment. The 4 bouts that went on before Tripp's World Heavyweight title last man standing match with Shawn Michaels lasted less time combined than the Cerebral Assassin's defense. That included a World Tag Team title table match, a Cruiserweight title match, a grudge match between Los Guerreros, and SmackDown's WWE title match. According to Bob Holly, his year-in-the-making match with Brock Lesnar was cut in half as he was waiting to make his entrance in the gorilla position, with the 7 minutes that were shaved off going directly to the game and HBK. What makes this hoarding of time even more egregious is that, as good as the World Heavyweight title bout was, it went to a draw. It went to a draw, eliciting groans from the audience. Number 5, an unwelcome return. Under different circumstances, the January 2014 in-ring return of Batista would have been cause for celebration. The Animal had left WWE in the spring of 2010 and was coming back as a would-be movie star, his role as Drax the Destroyer in the forthcoming release of Guardians of the Galaxy certain to launch him into the stratosphere. Entering the Royal Rumble at number 28 and eliminating 4 people en route to winning the thing, Big Dave's big moment was as well received as a big, stiff kick in the gonads. Fans in Pittsburgh that night Dynamite wanted burgeoning cult hero Daniel Bryan to enter and win the Rumble, but D-Bry wasn't even booked in the match. He'd lost to Bray Wyatt in the show's opener. Poor Rey Mysterio, entering at number 30, bore the brunt of their wrath when they realized that their favorite wasn't going to be involved before they completely rained on Batista's parade. The WWE Universe simply wouldn't accept a Batista vs Randy Orton WrestleMania main event either, but rather persisted with their calls for Bryan's inclusion and ultimately changed the course of the event. Number 4, the genetic quad tearer. Of course, Batista knew what it was like to win the Royal Rumble, having won his first 9 years prior. That big victory came just as the animal was starting to really get over, setting him up for a WrestleMania showdown with Evolution leader Triple H and his first World Heavyweight title win. Truth be told, Big Dave was lucky that one actually happened, since he and John Cena managed to bungle things so massively that an irate Vince McMahon departed the gorilla position so that he could furiously bark orders in person. Batista and Cena had taken an unplanned tumble over the top rope as Batista went to hit the Batista bomb, though they miraculously managed to hit at the exact same time. The referees stalled for time before the genetic jackhammer finally emerged, which is when the hilarity properly ensued. As he slid into the ring, old Vince bashed his leg on the edge of it and tore his quad. This provided us with the bizarre image of the apoplectic chairman directing traffic while sat on his ass. Incredibly, Vince managed to tear the other quad backstage after because he tried to walk independently after refusing assistance. Obviously. Number 3, when it rains, it pours. They say those that fail to learn from history are doomed to repeat it. They also say, screw you and your history, pal. We're the market leaders in sports entertainment and we can do what we like, so shut up. Well, WWE say that anyway, and they proved how committed they are to following through with the plan, TM, despite evidence suggesting that it's not a good idea at the 2015 Royal Rumble. A year after misreading the room and booking Hollywood Batista to win the Rumble, WWE once again rejected fans' calls to have Daniel Bryan emerge victorious and instead had Roman Reigns triumph on the night. The Philadelphia faithful booed the big dog out of the building and launched loud chants of BS and CM Punk, while #cancel WWE Network trended worldwide in the event's aftermath. Even a face-saving run-in and post-win endorsement from The Rock couldn't salvage things, as fans even heckled the Great One, who looked as miffed as anyone at the situation unfolding. It was a bad night at the office for WWE, and especially Reigns, whose march to main event superstardom was off to the rockiest of starts. No pun intended. Number 2, not like most girls. WWE may have given their female performers their own Rumble, but that didn't stop one member of the fairer sex from showing up in the men's version. Following in the footsteps of Chyna, Beth Phoenix, and Karma, Nia Jax entered the 2019 Men's Rumble, beating up number 30 entrant R-Truth as he made his entrance. The Irresistible Force cleaned house and eliminated an unsure Ali before eating a Dolph Ziggler superkick, a 619, and an RKO prior to being eliminated by Rey Mysterio. While a woman competing in the Men's Rumble wasn't exactly taboo-breaking, the way in which she was ganged up on had some questioning whether WWE should be promoting intergender violence, something they had been cautious to avoid since going PG more than a decade prior. Evidently, at least one of WWE's sponsors wasn't keen on the idea, since their complaints helped nix a planned Jax vs Ambrose feud and a match that began on the post-Rumble episode of Raw. Now that Jax no longer works for WWE and the Lunatic Fringe is in AEW, it can finally happen! Book it, TK. Number 1, Beyond the Pale. While the finish of The Rock and Mick Foley's WWE title I Quit match at the '99 Royal Rumble was designed to create controversy, it wasn't so much the actual finish itself, but rather how they got there that had people talking afterwards. In the run-up to the ending, which saw an audio recording of Foley saying the words I quit play over the arena's PA system, in lieu of him actually uttering the words himself, the hardcore legend took a truly sickening beating at the hands of the People's Champion. Foley took 10 10 brutal, unprotected chair shots to the head while his hands were handcuffed behind him. It was an incredible spectacle, done by Foley out of selflessness and in an attempt to put on a great match and elevate The Rock ahead of his feud with Steve Austin. But it was too much. As later seen in the documentary Beyond the Mat, Foley's wife and children were sat at ringside and had a front row view for the barbaric beatdown. It was difficult to watch then, but given what we know today about concussions, CTE and the like, it's even more so now. World Championship Wrestling had a maligned reputation when it came to letting future stars slip through their fingers, whether it was stunning Steve Austin, Mick Foley, or, all four radicals at the same time. While their talents were plain for all to see, there were other wrestlers who perhaps didn't seem like anything special at the time, but years later, sometimes many years later, became major players elsewhere. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 WCW losers who became big stars. Join us.
This video is brought to you by WrestleCrate. WrestleCrate is the original and best wrestling subscription box, packed with the best wrestling merch and shirts every single month, delivered straight to your door. T-shirts like this, or this, or this, or these! WrestleCrate partner with the biggest wrestling stars of the past and present to provide you exclusive merch that you will not find anywhere else. Like this, or this, or this, or this, or these. Sign up today at WrestleCrate.co.uk. The link is in the description below, and use code Cultaholic to double the goodies in your first WrestleCrate. Double! You would be a stupid idiot not to.
Number 10, Brian Armstrong. Oh, you didn't know? Yes, ages before making it big in WWE as Road Dogg, Brian Armstrong was trying to get his foot in the sports entertainment door, which included an off-and-on dalliance with WCW. Brian's older brothers, Brad and Steve, were both working for the company at the time and must have put in a good word for their sibling. Given the Armstrong family's reputation as all being great workers, it's no surprise WCW gave young Brian an opportunity despite his inexperience. He first wrestled on a house show in 1990, where he put over Terry Taylor before coming back a few years later and showing up here, there and everywhere, typically in losing efforts on Saturday Night, Worldwide, Main Event, Power Hour and Pro. Realizing his WCW career was likely going nowhere fast, James signed with WWE in 1994. After initially struggling to properly establish himself, the DOGG caught fire in the Attitude Era as a member of D-Generation X. Interestingly, James tried to rejoin WCW after being fired by WWE, but showed up seeking employment on what turned out to be the last ever Nitro. He probably should have called somebody first. Number 9, Meiko Satomura. Along with using international talent to help establish their cruiserweight division in the mid-90s, Eric Bischoff also looked overseas for female wrestlers in a bid to get a women's division going as well. To go along with Medusa and Luna, Eazy-E brought in several performers from Japan's Gaia promotion, including a fresh-faced Meiko Satomura. Meiko did a bunch of matches for Worldwide and Pro against her contemporaries, including a first-round match in a tournament to crown a WCW World Women's Champion, which was eventually won by Akira Hakoto. That wasn't the only tournament Satomura participated in during this US excursion, however, as she also showed up on an episode of Nitro in the semi-finals of the WCW Women's Cruiserweight title tournament. Post-WCW, Meiko established herself as one of the very best workers in the business and is justifiably considered a living legend these days as she reigns as NXT UK Women's Champion. Number 8, Terra Rising. When you really think about it, Hunter Hearst Helmsley, or Triple H, is a bit of a daft moniker, isn't it? Triple H sounds like a type of cream you would buy to treat sunburn or something. Well, do you know what sounds a lot stupider than Hunter Hearst Helmsley? Terra Rising. That is the name Paul Levesque was saddled with during his early WCW days, where he battled and beat such luminaries as Keith Cole, Sonny Rogers, and T.A. McCoy. In those days, the Cerebral Assassin was still figuring it all out and was basically a good head of hair in a tight pair of trunks and was some ways away from fully developing his game, so to speak. His opportunities increased when he became Jean-Paul Levesque and started speaking with a French accent, but that gimmick also screamed mid-carder for life. A prospective team with Lord Steve Regal as the original Blue Bloods had promise, but it was actually Regal who convinced Levesque that he needed to leave WCW and join WWE if he wanted to gain the requisite experience to get better at his craft. He did alright for himself in the end. Number 7, Bruiser Mastino. Glenn Jacobs famously had to endure successive naff gimmicks in WWE before finding the one that launched him to worldwide fame and fortune. Isaac Yankem DDS and Fake Diesel were both painfully lame and would have probably finished off a lesser performer for good, but if history had gone differently, the mayor of Knox County could have found himself working for the competition. Jacobs turned up for a one-off appearance on WCW Saturday Night a couple of years before becoming an evil dentist to wrestle Sting, and put him over, obviously. Dubbed Bruiser Mastino, a name first used by the man who played Mantar, Jacobs looked like... Actually, I don't know what he looked like. Some sort of throwback nightclub entertainer with his shiny gold vest, curly blonde hair, and, Hollywood smile? Greener than his opponent's tights, it must have been obvious to everyone watching that Bruiser needed a lot more seasoning. Luckily for him, he got it before undertaking his make-or-break role as the Big Red Machine. Number 6, Damon Stryker. Damon Stryker, hard-boiled private investigator who plays by his own rules, or plucky Canadian upstart looking for his big break in the wrestling business. Adam Copeland was a lifelong WWE fan and had always hoped that he would sign a contract with Vince McMahon's organization, but it was WCW who provided him with his televised debut. Commuting an entire 24 hours from the Great White North to Disney MGM Studios in Orlando, Florida, Damon Stryker got to play bump dummy for Kevin Sullivan and Meng in matches taped for WCW Pro. As part of the festivities, the future Hall of Famer also took a chokeslam on the floor from the Giant, aka The Big Show. As Edge tells it in his autobiography, he made the trip solely for the money and not career advancement, as he knew that WWE was always the end goal. He also stated that, even in the mid-90s, he got a bad vibe from the backstage atmosphere and felt like the inmates were running the asylum. In the end, the whole experience only strengthened his resolve to make it to McMahon Land. Number 5, Robbie V. Imagine Rob Van Dam. Now imagine Rob Van Dam without the stubble, the cool airbrushed singlet, the chair-based offense, or the thumb pointing. That's the Rob Van Dam, or Robbie V I should say, who tried his luck in WCW in the early 90s. Recruited by booker Cowboy Bill Watts, Robbie V was poised for a bit of a push and initially won his matches on TV, beating the likes of Scotty Flamingo, Pat Rose, and Shanghai Pierce. Alright, I did say a bit of a push, didn't I? I didn't say he was going to be the new Ricky Steamboat or anything. However, the whole flippin' show had a tour booked with All Japan, and when he came back from it, Watts had been replaced by Ole Anderson, who wasn't so hot on this Robbie V character. Knowing he could make $2,000 per week in the Far East as opposed to the $100 a match he was getting in WCW, Van Dam did what was best for his career and left to focus his efforts on All Japan instead. He would re-emerge for ECW a few years later and get over in a big way, after which the new WCW regime, headed up by Eric Bischoff, desperately wanted him back. Number 4, Dave Heath. Prior to achieving Attitude Era infamy as the Vampire Gangrel, Dave Heath worked all over the place, from Stu Hart's Stampede to All Japan and even ECW. While trying to get the attention of the American majors, Heath worked as an enhancement talent for both WWE and WCW dating back to the late 80s. In '89, he worked a handful of random WCW tag matches with various partners, then came back in '93 as a member of the Blackhearts. Heath was offered a full-time contract not too long after that, but turned it down because the coaches at the company's power plant training facility had called him fat. Those blood-sucking creatures of the night are all sensitive souls deep down inside. He actually attempted to get back into WCW later, but the promotion wouldn't bite. Unlike Heath, because he's a vampire, innit? Instead, they had him do yet more jobs on low-priority shows like Pro and Worldwide, almost a decade after Heath had first done WCW job duty. Almost a year after putting over Rey Mysterio, Chris Jericho, Dean Malenko, and the Public Enemy, Heath showed up on WWE television in what would become his most famous guise. Number 3, Kip Montana. Billy Gunn seemed to show up as if from nowhere during WWE's New Generation era as a member of the Smoking Guns tag team alongside kayfabe brother Bart. And while it's true that Gunn wasn't a well-traveled veteran or some hot name on the indies, nor was he poached from another company, he did have some experience, including a short stint as an enhancement talent in WCW. Kip Sop was making towns as a professional bull rider when he thought, what could be even worse for my body than this, and decided to swap the rodeo arena for a wrestling ring. He had the most rodeo cowboy name you could imagine initially, of course, going by Kip Montana, as he faced some heavy hitters in the form of Sting and the Road Warriors on WCW Pro in 1989. Everyone watching back then must have known that Sting and Kip Montana would still be going strong on TBS over 30 years later. Gunn was still very new to the business at the time and didn't do anything to really stand out, though his size and athleticism would help open the WWE door a few years later. Number 2, Mr. JL. Jerry Lynn was already 7.5 years into his pro wrestling journey when he signed for WCW in the fall of 1995. Lynn had been something of a sensation on the indies, having wrestled some standout matches with, in particular, Shawn Lightning Kid Waltman, as well as doing tours of Japan and Mexico. Even though he had a reputation as a worker, WCW wanted to bring him in wearing a mask and outfit similar to the very popular Power Rangers as a member of the Cruiserweight division. Creatively renamed Mr. JL, gee, how did they come up with that? Lynn wrestled a wide variety of opponents on Nitro, Saturday Night, Pro, and Worldwide, usually coming out on the losing side of things, and couldn't really get any momentum going due to injuries. He was let go while convalescing in the summer of '97, and after having a couple of tryouts with WWE, he wound up in ECW. It was alongside Paul Heyman's merry band of misfits that Jerry would truly solidify his legacy, having umpteen classic matches, as well as winning the promotion's heavyweight title. Number 1, Terry Richards. One of the great successes of latter-day ECW was the rise of Rhino. The last ECW champion before Paul Heyman's promotion bit the dust, the Man-Beast was a force to be reckoned with in Philadelphia, and looked like a genuine top-level guy as he gored his way through the roster. It wasn't always that way, mind, and just a few years beforehand, he was one of the many bone benders hoping to catch the eye of either WWE or WCW. He had worked a series of televised matches for both organizations as plain old Terry Richards, but did more of them for WCW and got in there with some big stars too, like Road Warrior Hawk, Jim Duggan, the Nasty Boys, and, the Renegade. Hilariously, Rhino's own prevailing memory from this time was being backstage at the 1995 Great American Bash pay-per-view and looking on in horror as his childhood hero Hulk Hogan drank not one, but several ice-cold beers. Well, let me tell you something, brother. If you think that's the worst thing the Hulkster is capable of, I've got some sad news that's going to run wild on you. When WWE is good, it is great. When it's bad, it can actually be better. And when it's a train wreck, you cannot look away, regardless of how horrifyingly bad it may be. The perils of live television mixed with dodgy creative has led to some train wreck segments that will continue to live in infamy, with them often pointed at as nadirs for shows, wrestlers, and even the whole company. Of course, bad as they are still ripe for roasting, and so join me as we have a laugh at times sports entertainment went completely off the rails. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are the 10 biggest WWE train wreck segments. Choo choo. Number 10, The Old Day. WWE signing of Carl Anderson and Doc Gallows, two big bald bruisers, well, one big bald bruiser and one bald bruiser who had been tearing it up in New Japan for years, was met with much enthusiasm from Grapple fans. It didn't take too long, however, for those same fans to realise that the company probably didn't know what the hell to do with them. Their WWE run overall turned out to be a huge disappointment, with a few standout matches to their credit, but plenty of badly written segments and promos. The worst of the bunch was the horrendous bit where they introduced the Old Day, which was, you know, people pretending to be the New Day, but, well, old. Genius. The Good Brothers tried, bless them, but the premise was corny and the dialogue the impersonators were given was just brutally unfunny. It dragged on and on and on to the sound of much groaning from the live audience until Kofi, Woods, and Big E made their way out and beat up their aged avatars. The Machine Gun himself even went on Twitter afterwards and essentially admitted the segment was terrible. Number 9, The Ball Boys on Miz TV. Whenever you get celebrities involved in a sports entertainment setting, you do so in the knowledge that it could turn out to be anything from quite good to an absolute abomination against nature. For it to work, they need to have some understanding of wrestling as a genre, or at least be aware of the product, and really, they need to prepare for being in such a unique environment. When former basketball great and zany entrepreneur LeVar Ball appeared on Raw to promote an endeavor on Miz TV, he said F that S to reading the script and F you in the A to the Miz too. I mean, he probably didn't say those exact words, but he certainly didn't do his due diligence before going out on live TV in front of an audience of millions. He winged it, and it was a disaster. Highlights included that weird run he did, failing to slide under the bottom rope, randomly ripping his shirt off and posing, one of his kids uttering a racial slur. Just classic stuff. All the hits. Dean Ambrose was even sent out early to try and save the segment, but the damage was done and it was unsavable. Number 8, Hillary versus Obama. WWE and politics, a combination of things as welcome as cigarette butts on a nice fresh pizza. Vince McMahon's company simply can't help but get involved in politics, whether it's with things like the SmackDown Your Vote campaign or, Linda McMahon being part of Donald Trump's actual cabinet staff. In April 2008, WWE decided to do something topical in the run-up to the presidential election. They not only had Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, and John McCain address fans with speeches full of shoehorned-in wrestling references, but they also had Clinton and Obama wrestle live on Raw. Not the actual people, of course, because that would be mental, but rather two bad impersonators, with a bad Bill Clinton impersonator there, by the way, as a nice little unwanted bonus. Hillary cut a Hulk Hogan-style promo and did some posing as she belittled her husband, while fake ear-sporting Obama did the Rock's catchphrases. Then the bell rang and they had their woeful match, before Umaga mercifully came out and destroyed the pair of them, instantly turning him into the biggest babyface in the company. The Samoan Bulldozer certainly gets my vote. Number 7, meet the Lashleys. How do you screw up a guy like Bobby Lashley? He has credibility, tenure, talent, and comes across as one of the most intimidating blokes on the planet. Despite having all the tools to make money as a serious ass kicker, WWE felt compelled to tweak the Dominator's character, resulting in some downright rotten television that did almost irreparable damage to his aura. His love triangle with Lana and Rusev was a blunder, but nothing compared to the segment where Sami Zayn introduced the world to Big Bob's sisters. Talk about trying to cut a guy off at the knees. The sisters were, naturally, 3 guys dressed in drag, one of whom had a moustache. The concept was trash, the verbiage somehow worse, and it made everyone involved look like a Muppet. Lashley eventually came out and put a stop to the pain, but even the brawl between him and his phony siblings was bad and didn't elicit many cheers from a crowd who was still reeling from what they'd just been forced to sit through. You know what? I somehow think that putting him in a suit, making him champion, and having him routinely wreck people was a little bit of a better use of the man. Number 6, 3 minutes for HLA. The Attitude Era was over by the fall of 2002, but WWE was still trying to be edgy in order to capture an audience that had basically switched off following the bungled Invasion storyline. This reliance on shock TV in order to generate interest was at its worst on Monday Night Raw, with some truly terrible storylines and segments polluting WWE's flagship. One of the worst things the company did during that time was inflict HLA on the world. HLA was the kayfabe brainchild of Raw general manager Eric Bischoff, though I think it was the actual brainchild of an actual child, and was basically a way to get girls to kiss each other. Howard Stern, eat your heart out. During the segment, the Bish played sleazy director as the ladies stripped to their knickers and started to fondle one another, while Jerry Lawler hyperventilated on commentary. Before the girls could get fully starkers, Bischoff informed them that their 3 minutes were up. Cue for 3-minute warning duo Rosie and Jamal to cut them off in horrific fashion. The titillation was crass, but the beating the women received after was uncomfortable to watch. Number 5, Bayley, This Is Your Life. In 1999, The Rock and Mick Foley were involved in one of the most legendary segments in Raw's history as Mankind presented his Rock and Sock Connection partner with This Is Your Life. It was a rating smash, even though as a segment it's one of those things that's better in your memory than it actually was, because it went on forever and was carried only by the charisma of the Great One and Mrs. Foley's baby boy. They rehashed it 5 years later with the roles reversed, and that was fine, but WWE went to the well once too often when they attempted another This Is Your Life segment in 2017. This time, Alexa Bliss was the one hosting, and oh boy, was it 50 Shades of Dreadful. Bayley was the one being sent up on this occasion as Little Miss Bliss made fun of the hugger's supposedly pathetic childhood, interviewing Bayley's old teacher as well as her former best friend and boyfriend who, quelle surprise, ended up hooking up. Capping off the train wreck, Bayley ran in to run Bliss off, only to be beaten up herself because modern WWE babyfaces are all hopeless idiots. Number 4, The Big Dog and the Beanstalk. How great has it been to see Roman Reigns finally find his voice and hit his stride after years of bad booking and the audience refusing to accept him as the hero WWE were desperate for him to be. As the head of the table, he is one of, if not the best all-around performer in the company, and maybe the entire business. It's a testament to Reigns that he managed to persevere, because a lesser talent wouldn't have survived some of the things he was forced to overcome. In January 2015, Reigns gave one of the worst promos ever when he retold Jack and the Beanstalk via a long, rambling monologue aimed at the Big Show, magic beans and all. It started out bad and got progressively worse before falling off a cliff and ending with the crowd showering the Big Dog with booze. Is it any wonder that, weeks later, the fans in attendance at the Royal Rumble pay-per-view so viciously turned on him after he won the match? Roman is at his best when playing the strong, silent type who does his talking in the ring, not awkwardly reciting fairy tales. Number 3, Donald Trump versus Rosie O'Donnell. WWE's business model is pretty simple when you think about it. Create conflict between characters, build up their rivalry, and then put them in the ring. Celebrities Donald Trump and Rosie O'Donnell had done half the work for them when WWE decided to book them in a match live on Raw in early 2007. Only it wasn't actually them, was it? It was two really bad imposters as WWE tried their hand at topical humor once again, never ends well, with this shameless publicity stunt. Clearly done for an audience of very few, if not one person who was sitting at ringside watching the whole thing, the match was an unfunny shambles that never seemed to end. There were lots of hilarious references to O'Donnell's sexual orientation as she was introduced as the left-leaning lesbian, while Jim Ross, probably wishing he was back working for Bill Watts, commented on her lesbianic fury. The match, if you want to call it that, obviously wasn't entertaining in the slightest and played before a mixture of jeers and stone-faced silence. It ended with the Don winning thanks to the classic birthday cake to the face, and I simply have to say, Vince McMahon, you better give me those 10 minutes of my life back or so help you God! Number 2, Dr. Heine. Speaking of Vince McMahon owing me some of my life back, let's talk about Dr. Heine, shall we? Yeah, I mean, why not? It's such a nice, fun thing to talk about, isn't it? Right, so Jim Ross had to leave WWE for a bit due to health issues that required him to undergo colon surgery. Also, Vince McMahon was cold on him and wanted to replace him with someone new anyway. As a nice little going away present, Vince had him fired in the middle of the ring, complete with Linda McMahon kicking the man in the black hat right in the slobber knackers. While JR was convalescing at home, he got to watch on as his boss dressed up as the inimitable Dr. Heine and performed his own brand of slapstick surgery on a dummy made to look like his lead announcer. The genetic jackhammer, accompanied by a buxom nurse, pulled all manner of objects out of JR's backside, including a football, a Stone Cold Steve Austin doll, an owl for some reason, and finally, his own head. You see, Ross simply had to pull his head out of his arse. That was his problem. That was the joke. Kill me. Number 1, Katie Vick. Somewhat surpassing Dr. Heine in the bad taste stakes is Katie Vick, another lower-than-lowbrow attempt at edgy sub-toilet humor entertainment that a man with the initials VKM purportedly thought was the funniest thing in the whole damn world. To recap, Triple H revealed that Kane was once responsible for the accidental vehicular homicide of his high school sweetheart Katie Vick. I'm guessing his mask caused him issues while driving. This led to the game taunting the Big Red Machine as they geared up for a World Heavyweight title showdown. down by doing what any decent heel would do and showing up at a funeral home dressed in a cane mask and pretending to have his way with Katie Vick's remains. It was, how best to describe it? It was like when you turn the TV on and happen to stumble across the worst thing you've ever seen in your entire life. But hey, at least Kane ended up losing the feud and his Intercontinental title while gaining no significant measure of revenge for the painful humiliation. So it all worked out in the end, didn't it? Becoming a star in the wrestling industry takes talent, dedication, perseverance, hard work, and luck. You can have all the muscles and charisma you want, but being in the right place at the right time is also key. Luck plays a big part in success, but so does bad luck too. Many performers have been on the unfortunate end of it, whether it was down to injuries, real-world events, or, let's face it, something they brought on themselves. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are the 10 unluckiest wrestlers ever. Join us. Number 10, Rob Van Dam. Rob Van Dam probably wouldn't call the unfortunate things that happen to him at inopportune times bad luck. He'd more than likely tell you that that's the way the universe works, dude, and it's all part of his journey, and that everything happens for a reason. I mean, like, whatever, right? That's probably a healthy way to look at it, and to be honest, some of RVD's bad luck really was brought on by bad decision making. Not that being injured on a simple baseball slide, as he was while reigning as ECW television champion in 2000, was a bad decision. Van Dam was forced to relinquish his title, and a planned match with heavyweight champion Mike Awesome was scrapped. When Rob was healthy, Awesome had jumped to WCW. He definitely brought on his bad luck in 2006, though, when he was pulled over for speeding at the worst possible time, leading to officers at the scene to find drugs and drug paraphernalia in the car that he and Sabu were driving. The whole effing show was reigning as both ECW and WWE champion at the time, but was forced to drop both belts and take a 30-day vacation when news of the bust made its way to Titan Towers. Number 9, Lex Luger. Luger never really cared much for the wrestling business, but even he must have been peeved with his ill fortune at times. His early WCW days were hindered by behind-the-scenes political turmoil, particularly over who was going to be WCW champion. At one point, Lex was booked to win the title from Ric Flair, but the Nature Boy refused because he had promised to drop it to Sting, who was injured at the time, and walked out of the company instead. Luger had to settle for a hollow victory over Barry Windham, which fans didn't buy. A couple of years later, Luger had left WCW and signed with Vince McMahon, not to be a WWE superstar, but one of the faces of the World Bodybuilding Federation. Alas, the total package got into a motorcycle accident, and by the time he had recovered, the WBF was out of business. So he put on the trunks and boots once again and became Vince's hand-picked successor to Hulk Hogan, destined to be WWE champion. But that never happened, though it was apparently planned for WrestleMania 10 before Luger blabbed about it to a reporter the night before, and plans changed. Number 8, Chelsea Green. Getting injured in your WWE debut match has got to be a disheartening experience. But happening during 2 WWE debuts? Well, that's just another level of being snakebit, and something that only Chelsea Green can really relate to. Green's first bit of bad fortune happened when she made her NXT debut in March 2019. During her bout, she suffered a broken wrist, which required surgery and forced her to sit out for several months. Having impressed upon her return, there were plans for Chelsea to be called up to the Raw roster, but those plans were shelved when Paul Heyman was removed from his position as executive director. She did eventually make her main roster bow on the November 13th, 2020 SmackDown, competing in a 4-way qualifying match for a spot on the Blue Brand Survivor Series team. Friday the 13th, eh? What could possibly go wrong? Amazingly, she broke the same wrist in that match and had to leave midway through for treatment. Even worse, she had been booked to win, forcing WWE to call an audible and change things so that Liv Morgan went over and got the Survivor Series gig instead. While prepping for another comeback, Green was released, despite having signed a new 3-year deal around the time of her second wrist injury. Number 7, Wade Barrett. Wade Barrett is no stranger to bad news. The man who many had pegged as a future headliner and WWE WWE champion never quite got there due to bad booking and frequent ill-timed injuries. Don't get me wrong, the former Nexus leader had a very good WWE career, but it could have been so much more had he managed to stay 100% fit for longer periods of time. His first major setback came in 2012 during a disastrous battle royal on the February 20 episode of Raw. Wade was supposedly being prepped for a potential World Heavyweight title run at the time, but instead was forced to sit out most of the year when he suffered a nasty arm injury after Big Show threw Dolph Ziggler onto him for an awkward landing. He came back as the bare-knuckle brawler and had a couple of decent reigns as Intercontinental Champion, doing enough to convince those backstage that he may be ready for a run on top. Unfortunately, the newly christened Bad News Barrett separated his shoulder and was subsequently stripped of his IC crown. Number 6, Evan Bourne. Like Rob Van Dam, Evan Bourne was plagued by making bad decisions as much as he was bad luck. But there's no doubting his luck was bad, especially when it came to getting injured. His first bad injury came just days after he almost beat ECW champion Matt Hardy at Cyber Sunday 2008. It happened on the ECW TV program as Bourne was performing a dive to the outside of the ring. He dislocated his right ankle while simultaneously tearing his deltoid ligament, which must have been a really fun thing to experience at the same time. Surgery fortunately wasn't necessary, but he was ruled out for 6 months. He kept healthy afterwards, outside of a shoulder surgery in late 2010, but his momentum was interrupted while reigning as World Tag Team Champion with Kofi Kingston, thanks to 2 wellness policy failures in quick succession. While serving his 60-day suspension, Bourne was involved in a motorcycle accident that completely destroyed his foot and put him out of action for over a year. He never returned to WWE, with the company deciding to cut ties with him as he convalesced. Number 5, Muhammad Hassan. Mark Kapani got to work with everyone from Hulk Hogan and Steve Austin to Shawn Michaels and The Undertaker in his short career, and was on the cusp of winning the World Heavyweight title. However, bad luck and timing was ultimately the cause for his downfall, and there was nothing that he could have even done about it. On the July 7th, 2005 episode of SmackDown, Hassan was involved in an angle that saw him instruct ski mask-clad henchmen to attack The Undertaker, garroting him with piano wire before they carried Hassan's manager Daivari, who had been beaten down by Taker prior, away martyr style. It would have been a button-pushing scene whenever it aired, but the fact is that it was televised on the same day as the London bombings, which saw over 50 people lose their lives due to terrorist attacks in the English capital. The mainstream media picked up on the angle, and the network that SmackDown aired on, UPN, were furious, demanding that Hassan and Daivari be taken off the show immediately, which they did before killing the character off at the Great American Bash. And that was that for Mark Kapani's pro wrestling career. Number 4, Magnum TA. Magnum TA had everything it took to be a major superstar in pro wrestling. Everything, that is, but luck. Terry Allen could cut a good promo, he could work, he had the look, the body, and the charisma necessary to be the NWA World's Heavyweight Champion. WCW bookers, particularly his close friend Dusty Rhodes, recognized this and began grooming him for that spot, with a showdown opposite Ric Flair planned for the main event of 1986's Starrcade. An amazingly popular babyface, everything indicated that Magnum would dethrone the Nature Boy on the night. A month before the planned bout, however, fate intervened when Allen crashed his Porsche while driving in the rain, the vehicle colliding with a telephone pole just a couple of miles away from his house. Lucky to be alive after the high-speed collision, doctors nevertheless wondered if he would be able to walk again, let alone wrestle. The wreck had left him with serious life-altering injuries and immediately ended his wrestling career. Number 3, Daniel Bryan. It all worked out in the end, but there were a lot of setbacks along the way for Daniel Bryan. He almost never made it back to WWE when his medical report showed that he had elevated liver enzymes, though they thankfully cleared up and he was signed to a developmental deal. Then he made an impact on the first season of NXT The Game Show, but got fired following the Nexus's debut attack on the WWE roster after choking Justin Roberts with his own tie, which was, unbeknownst to him, in contravention of WWE policy. When Bryan was brought back, he managed to get himself over to the point that he became the most popular star on the roster. The fans forced him into the main event of WrestleMania 30, where he won the big one and looked set for a long reign. Sadly, he would be forced to vacate the belt a short time after to undergo neck surgery, returning to the ring in early 2015. He came back again and won the Intercontinental title at WrestleMania 31, but just weeks later was forced to relinquish it and ultimately retired due to persistent concussion issues. As I said, it worked out alright in the end, but D-Bry lost some of the prime years of his career due to bad luck. luck. Number 2, Batista. Though the Animal had a tremendous WWE career, it was also one that was constantly interrupted by injuries, which often came at the worst possible time. The first big setback came in 2003, shortly after Big Dave was given a prime spot in Evolution. He, along with Randy Orton and Bubba Ray Dudley, got cropped in a house show tag match. Adding injury to injury, the triceps tear was made worse while Batista was preparing for his comeback, ultimately sidelining him for most of the year. Then in January 2006, while reigning as World Heavyweight Champion, he suffered another triceps tear in a match with Mark Henry, which prematurely ended a reign that would have surely made it to WrestleMania 22, if not beyond. He suffered another big injury, hamstring, in late 2008, and then, just a few weeks after his comeback, got bitten by the injury bug yet again. This one happened at Extreme Rules 2009 in a cage match that saw Batista beat Randy Orton to win the WWE title. The next night on Raw, though, he was forced to vacate it. During his 2014 return, Dave managed to avoid serious injury, but couldn't avoid bad luck or bad timing, as plans to make him world champion at WrestleMania 30 scuppered due to the burgeoning popularity of Daniel Bryan. Number 1, Mr. Kennedy. Rumor has it that Ken Kennedy once cracked a mirror while walking under a ladder which had a black cat on top of it. Alright, it's the only way I can explain the persistent bad luck that dogged his WWE career. He got injured just a few months into his main roster tenure in late 2005, came back to win the United States title, his only one in WWE, before going down with another injury at an even worse time. Not too long after winning the Money in the Bank ladder match at WrestleMania 23, Kennedy suffered what was thought to be a torn triceps muscle. WWE booked him to lose his briefcase to Edge, who then cashed in on the also injured Undertaker, something that had been planned for Kennedy. After all that had went down, it transpired that his triceps wasn't actually torn and that the injury was much less severe than originally feared. Kennedy hoped to rebound with the reveal that he was Vince McMahon's illegitimate son, but the kibosh was put on that when Kennedy was implicated in the Signature Pharmacy scandal. More injuries and false starts followed before he was fired, the day after his return match, after Randy Orton complained of a supposedly unsafe backdrop Kennedy had given him during it. Ken, mate, if you're watching this list, please respond to my chain letter, take your shoes off the table, and chuck a wheelbarrow full of salt over your shoulder. The poster says, card subject to change, pal. Well, it doesn't actually say the pal bit, but that's how I imagine Vince McMahon breaking the news to me personally when a WWE pay-per-view match is cancelled. And then he kicks me out of bed and gives me $3 million to never talk about it. In a perfect sports entertainment world, every super show would go ahead exactly as planned, but this ain't no perfect world. And matches fans are desperately looking forward to, even world title main events, can go by the wayside for any number of bonkers reasons. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 cancelled WWE pay-per-view matches. Join us. Number 10, Brock Lesnar vs. Jinder Mahal at Survivor Series 2017. The main event of the 2017 Survivor Series was supposed to be a champion versus champion showdown, pitting Universal Champion Brock Lesnar against WWE Champion Jinder Mahal. Brand supremacy and all that, brilliant. While a clash of two big boys like that certainly fit the chairman's MO, the bout was suddenly changed just 12 days before the event. On the November 7th edition of SmackDown, Jinder shockingly dropped the strap to AJ Styles on an episode of the show taped from Manchester, England. Though Jinder vs. Lesnar would have been just fine, I'm sure, the prospect of the phenomenal one taking on the Beast Incarnate in a genuine dream match was a far juicier one. But just why did WWE hinder Jinder and make the abrupt switch after he'd held the title and been presented as a dominant force for so many months? Well, according to Dave Meltzer 5 years after the fact, Brock simply didn't fancy working with Jinder, bringing his reign to a premature end and causing the original Survivor Series main event to be changed. Number 9, Chris Jericho vs. The Undertaker at the Greatest Royal Rumble. A bizarre tale of a match getting cancelled and then the replacement match being cancelled in favour of the original match being rebooked. Ahead of the Greatest Royal Rumble, WWE's first show in Saudi Arabia, the company announced that The Undertaker would take on Rusev in a casket match, which was an intriguing combination on paper since the Bulgarian Brute and the Dead Man had never crossed paths before. Then, oddly, Rusev was taken out of the equation on Rusev Day of of all days too, and replaced by Chris Jericho. This was not too long after Rusev had told TMZ Sports that Taker was past his prime, with both Rusev and Lana also saying that he would crush the Phenom. Well, as far as substitutes go, Jericho was a damn good one, especially since he and Taker had strangely never really crossed paths properly before either, at least not in a single setting. But then, lo and behold, Y2J was taken out and Rusev was put back in. Reports suggested that Saudi officials had lobbied for Rusev's reinstatement, but Jericho believes that he was taken out because he informed Vince McMahon that he would be working an upcoming event for New Japan. Number 8, Trish Stratus versus Alexa Bliss at Evolution. The 2018 Evolution pay-per-view was a celebration of how far women's wrestling had come in WWE, featuring stars of the past, present, and future competing on WWE's first and thus far only female-only show. The show's lineup certainly evolved in the weeks before the event, as 2 planned singles matches were cancelled and turned into a tag, only for the tag match to change as well. Alexa Bliss versus Trish Stratus and Lita versus Mickie James were originally booked for the event, the former a first-time intergenerational contest, the second a rekindling of a rivalry that had ended some 12 years prior. WWE decided to mix things up and book besties Stratus and Lita as a tag team against Bliss and James instead, providing a nice moment for the legends and an opportunity to rekindle Trish and Mickey's historic feud too. Sadly, just 2 days before the show, Alexa was taken out of the match and replaced by Alicia Fox after suffering yet another concussion at a live event. Alexa later described the situation as heartbreaking, and she still pines for a little Stratusfaction. Don't we all? Number 7, Finn Balor versus Bray Wyatt at TLC 2017. Alright, I've said it was Finn Balor versus Bray Wyatt that was supposed to take place at TLC 2017, but WWE themselves billed it as the Demon against Sister Abigail. The latest chapter in the saga between the Eater of Worlds and the Demon King was set to get seriously spooky at the pay-per-view, with Balor ready to unleash his alter ego and the world supposedly getting its first look at the fabled Abigail. In a segment to build the match, we'd gotten a glimpse of what that might look like, as Wyatt seemingly morphed into her before our very eyes. It was certainly an interesting concept, if nothing else, and fans were curious to see how it would all play out. But then, just a few days before the show, plans fell apart, as Wyatt, along with Roman Reigns, were medically disqualified from performing on it. Uncle Kurt Angle famously became a member of The Shield for a night, while SmackDown's AJ Styles filled in for Bray, setting up a first-time dream match between the former New Japan standouts. Finn's feud with Wyatt was subsequently dropped, and I never got to see Sister Abigail outside of the 8,000 fan renders I've been sent since. Number 6, Kevin Nash versus CM Punk at Night of Champions 2011. The summer of Punk took a sharp left turn at SummerSlam 2011 when the straight-edge superstar relinquished the WWE title to a cashing-in Alberto Del Rio following a hit-and-run attack by a returning Kevin Nash. Nobody expected to see the former WWE champion come back, let alone get involved in the top program of the time, but it seemed like Nash was on a collision course with Punk. A couple of weeks later on Raw, and after a bit of snarky back and forth between the Second City Saint and Big Daddy Cool, the unlikely singles match was made for Night of Champions. But by the end of the night, Nash was out and COO Triple H was in. So, what the hell happened? Well, the man formerly known as Diesel was taking a blood thinner called Plavix at the time, which disqualified him from competing as per the WWE wellness policy. Nash himself later wondered whether WWE even wanted the feud and match to really happen, and also let it be known that he wasn't happy about the creative direction of it all anyway, which might explain why it was soon forgotten about and ended with no real payoff, as Kev segued into a feud with the game instead. Number 5, Becky Lynch versus Ronda Rousey at Survivor Series 2018. Ideally, you wouldn't want a huge pay-per-view match to be cancelled, especially not because of an injury you'd suffered, but Becky Lynch's removal from the 2018 Survivor Series was, in many ways, a blessing in disguise for her. The SmackDown Women's Champion was scheduled to take on Raw Women's Champion Ronda Rousey on the show, but the match was scrapped just days beforehand after the man was potatoed by Nia Jax during the interbrand melee on the go-home edition of Raw. It was a nasty injury, but the upshot was that Raw went off the air that night with the iconic image of a bleary-eyed Becky standing tall, blood covering her face. That visual title did more for Lynch's burgeoning career than any match with Rowdy Ronda would have. And let's face it, Big Time Bex probably wasn't getting the W over the former UFC champion on the night, was she? Lynch missing out on the match with Rousey and being replaced by Charlotte Flair led to the three women colliding in the first all-female main event of WrestleMania, where the red-hot Becky prevailed in a winner-takes-all triple threat match for both women's titles. Number 4, Roman Reigns vs. Goldberg at WrestleMania 36. One of the big matches scheduled for WrestleMania 36 was Goldberg defending his Universal title against Roman Reigns. The Battle of the Spears, the big dog against the man, a true clash of titans from two different eras, and then the world completely changed. COVID-19 threw Mania 36 into disarray, and really, it's amazing that there was even a showcase of the Immortals that year, be it one unlike any other before. Some match lineups were modified, while some bouts turned cinematic in order to overcome the lack of a live audience. One match, though, that was straight up cancelled was Reigns vs. Goldberg. Sensibly putting his health first, Roman backed out in the 11th hour when word spread around that a member of the WWE crew had fallen ill with the suspected Rona. With his history battling leukemia and having a compromised immune system, Roman wasn't about to take any chances when so much about the virus was still unknown. Braun Strowman ended up replacing Reigns and winning the title on the night. The Tribal Chief finally squared off with Goldberg at Elimination Chamber 2022. Number 3, Rey Mysterio vs. Alberto Del Rio at TLC 2010. When a pay-per-view match is cancelled or changed significantly just days before the event in question, there is ordinarily a pretty damn good reason for it. Injuries, illness, suspensions, or a significant creative shift are the usual suspects, and WWE will rarely just drop a match without at least trying to provide an explanation as to why. That wasn't the case at TLC 2010 though, where Rey Mysterio and Alberto Del Rio were set to have their first singles pay-per-view outing against one another in a chairs match before Vince McMahon said nah and took it off the card. Mysterio and Del Rio were not taken off the show itself, of course, with SmackDown general manager Teddy Long simply adding them to the World Heavyweight Championship TLC match between Edge and Kane on the SmackDown before. 4 men involved and Teddy Long didn't book a tag match? I hope somebody got fired for that blunder. Making it a 4-way certainly did make things a lot more exciting, but no actual reason was provided for the cancellation, and Rey and Alberto never did get their singles pay-per-view blow-off. Number 2, AJ Styles vs. Daniel Bryan at Crown Jewel 2018. WWE's relationship with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has received condemnation from critics, fans, and even some of their very own wrestlers, owing to the country's sketchy human rights record and the belief that they're using WWE as a vehicle for sports washing their image. The relationship came under even more scrutiny following the killing of journalist Jamal Khashoggi, with politicians and those in the media questioning whether WWE should reconsider putting on the Crown Jewel event a month later, if not abandoning the business deal entirely. WWE, of course, didn't do either, citing contractual obligations, but some members of the roster decided that they wouldn't be making the trip over, including Daniel Bryan, who had been announced as the opponent of WWE champion AJ Styles for the show. D-Bry forewent a hefty payday and a marquee match after deciding to follow his moral compass. WWE did still have the match take place 3 days before Crown Jewel on an episode of SmackDown Live. The American Dragon lost, naturally, and Samoa Joe, who attacked both Bryan and Styles afterwards, ended up taking his place in Saudi. Number 1, Brock Lesnar vs. Roman Reigns at Day 1. There are pay-per-view matches being cancelled. Then there are main event title matches needing a replacement challenger. And then there's your world title main event match being cancelled just hours before the debut of a brand new pay-per-view event when the champion tests positive for COVID. That is the situation WWE were faced with on New Year's Day 2022, when Universal Champion Roman Reigns saw that red line and was forced to withdraw from his defense against Brock Lesnar. It was a hell of a way to start the year and put WWE in an unenviable position, but the main concern was that the head of the table stayed healthy. Luckily for WWE, in the storyline, the Beast Incarnate was a free agent, and thus they could simply shift him over to Raw's multi-man WWE title match, making it a 5-way instead of a 4-way. And that match, he won, setting the wheels in motion for an eventual winner-takes-all match against Roman in the main event of WrestleMania 38. What must have felt like an absolute disaster in the moment actually turned out pretty alright in the end, and the good news is we've probably got another 10 Reigns vs Lesnar matches to look forward to in the future. Yay. When one thinks of the golden era of WWE managers, their minds tend to harken back to what's considered the company's golden age. The usual suspects always get mentioned: Bobby the Brain Heenan, Sensational Sherry, Jimmy Hart, Classy Freddie Blassie, the Grand Wizard, Slick, Mr. Fuji, Paul Bearer, Captain Lou. I mean, talk about the perfect rogues gallery of schemers, deceivers, and eccentrics. Clearly, managerial prowess in WWE peaked right around there, but there have been some tremendous managers since, including Jim Cornette, Sonny, Vicky Guerrero, and Paul Heyman. That latter group earns plenty of acclaim for their time spent as managers, but of that group, only Heyman is truly contemporary as far as WWE goes. That's because, for many years, WWE downplayed the concept of the manager, either sticking an inexperienced Diva Search runner-up in the role of glorified cheerleader, or using a legendary wrestler to give rub to a younger talent for a brief amount of time. Make no mistake, while Heyman's easily one of the greatest managers ever, we appreciate him more because he's a truly rare breed, especially these days. Here in the new Roaring 20s, we've seen managers pick up steam once more, particularly in AEW. But post-Golden Age, WWE has had some true gems in the role of antagonistic advisor, less heralded as they perhaps may be. The video ahead gives some due recognition to some of these forgotten gems. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 underappreciated WWE managers. Join us! Number 10, The Jackal. Long before he was the Invisible Hand, Don Callis was largely invisible during his year spent in Attitude Era WWE, as something was keeping his obvious talents from rising to the top. An invisible hand, perhaps. Such a calm, confident speaker with a knack for villainy, Callis entered WWE in 1997 as The Jackal, a replacement manager for a stable of South African apartheidists called the Truth Commission. Callis looked out of place in this go-nowhere group, especially in an olive green shirt and patent leather boots, so he quickly pivoted toward the messianic manipulator role that he would come to perfect. Oft compared to notorious cult leader David Koresh in this guise, Callis broke away from the commission, solely managing its Goliath centerpiece, Kurgan. That led to him adopting a stable of ostracized misfits known as the Human Oddities. Later, he began managing Farouk and Bradshaw when the two first came together at the end of 1998, but Callis was let go from WWE shortly after. While his time as a manager didn't yield much kayfabe success, Callis shined whenever he had a chance to speak, which is hardly surprising when viewing him in later capacities. While the Jackal didn't really get much strong material to work with in WWE, Callis's devilish grandeur still managed to ring through. Number 9, Nydia. While managers are usually defined by their promo abilities and a general sense of business savvy, Nydia's character contrasted those parameters. In a sense, she was more of a valet than a manager when it came to her on-screen relationship with Jamie Noble in 2002 and 2003, but it's certainly hard to argue that Noble's run as King of the Cruiserweight / Trailer Park would have been quite the same without her. Somewhat similar to how Paul Bearer enhanced The Undertaker by acting as a companion piece, Nydia completed Noble, even if the characters weren't all that deeply nuanced. Where credit is also due is how Nydia took to the role. In the run-up to her victory on the first season of Tough Enough, Nydia was very much a what you see is what you get sort of person. Understated but positive, the sort of unassuming girl next door that doesn't offend anybody's sensibilities. That's why it was a bit jarring, in a good way, to see her aggressively swapping spit with the redneck messiah, an overly amorous gleam evident in her eye. Overall, Nydia's time as a ring ringside accompaniment may have been relatively brief, but she managed to shine in a role that could have easily been played two-dimensionally by another performer. For her enthusiasm and the manner in which she complimented Jamie Noble, Nydia deserves her share of appreciation. Number 8, Clarence Mason. The old saying is that everybody hates a lawyer until they need one. The slimy litigator trope has been mined many times in all forms of entertainment, and pro wrestling's no different. In 1995, Jim Cornette sought to have the tag team title change at the Third in Your House overturned, so he called upon the aggressive, fast-talking Mason to put the screws to President Gorilla Monsoon. A lawyer by trade outside of wrestling, the real-life Herman Stevens was an obvious natural for the role of Mason, and very quickly became a regular on WWE programming. An obvious parody of O.J. Simpson attorney Johnny Cochran, Mason came along just as the famed trial was ending and took his name from early 20th century lawyer Clarence Darrow and fictional defender Perry Mason. Earlier on in his run, Mason was more of a manager to a manager, representing Cornette, a man that certainly needs nobody to speak for him. Later, Mason became a manager outright, seconding kayfabe client Crush, tag team champions Owen Hart and Davey Boy Smith, and the first incarnation of the Nation of Domination. Though prolific, one could argue that Mason was actually underutilized in the role, given that he was an effective speaker with an obvious skill for commanding attention like any good lawyer. The evil lawyer character really should be done more in a medium as wacky as wrestling, with Mason's performances being a solid template for how it's done. Number 7, Zeb Coulter. Maybe the character's points of views are a little touchy, but there's no denying that Dutch Mantell is a hell of a promo. A veteran of the business for close to 50 years, Mantell returned to WWE in 2013 to manage a suddenly patriotic Jack Swagger, while himself espousing anti-immigration views. You can certainly argue that it's a rather needless and uncomfortable subject for pro wrestling to weave into its storylines, but what can't be argued is just how important Zeb was to Swagger. The All-American American was never a strong speaker, but with old Dutch on the mic, Swagger was given life. And that is the purpose of a manager, isn't it? To make up for any charisma deficiencies a wrestler may have by speaking on their behalf. Time had certainly not lessened Dutch's ability to draw heat, and even if he had less controversial material, he would have probably still elevated Swagger anyway. Those who know their history will recall that this certainly wasn't Zeb's first run with WWE, as he managed the likes of the Harris Twins and a young Bradshaw in the mid-90s while working under the name Uncle Zebekiah. He never really got a chance to shine in that role, but as Coulter, Dutch truly reinforced how valuable a wrestling manager can be, especially one with decades of experience in working crowds into a frenzy. Number 6, Theodore Long. Seemed like a waste of a perfectly good wrestling personality like Teddy Long to have him do little more than don referee stripes at the turn of the millennium, but WWE eventually learned the error of their ways. Managers were largely a dying breed outside of Heyman in early 2003, but Long helped aid the seemingly lost cause when he traded the zebra shirts in for stylish suits and a lack of filter. Now managing the likes of D'Lo Brown, Rodney Mack, Jazz, and Christopher Nowinski, Long was an enterprising advisor with high hopes and little patience for what he felt was evident prejudice. Though cast as a heel, Long's pre-match speeches resonated with fans of all walks, partially due to his unique turns of phrase. He pined to one day see his face on the dollar bill and chastised rivals for drinking haterade, while encouraging crowds to back the Mac when Rodney Mack was in action. Long proved so entertaining as a manager that he was eventually elevated into the role of SmackDown General Manager, a position he held for the better part of the ensuing decade. While that did the managerial scene no favors, Long did come to champion tag team wrestling and Undertaker's singles encounters as something of an unintended meme, so there is that. It's hard to believe that Long spent 4 years in WWE as a flavorless referee before somebody finally said, wait a minute, he's Theodore Long, why the hell are we wasting him? Number 5, Leo Rush. Make no mistake, inside the ring, Leo Rush is a dynamic talent, a cruiserweight that can take to the air, but can make magic with workers of all styles and backgrounds. A wrestler being relegated to the role of a manager sometimes feels like a demotion, but in a WWE that still heavily populates itself with awing heavyweights, being a manager may have been Rush's best ticket to the big stage. And to his credit as the hype man for Bobby Lashley, Rush made the most of the time he was given. Similar to the Brock Lesnar-Paul Heyman connection, Lashley was the muscle and Rush was the hustle. Lashley stands there looking intense and confident, while Rush proudly and loudly extols his virtues like a punchable carnival barker. And yes, Rush was punchable. The first time he spent one of Lashley's matches chanting his client's name over the house mic, fans were looking for something to throw at him. They eventually did tone down Rush's bombast to a more moderate level, but he remained suitably overbearing for the role he was playing. There's an obvious comparison between Rush and Jimmy Hart in that they're both big mouths with thin frames, the sort of heel managers you would want to see the hero throw for distance. While Rush has the talent to succeed in other roles, you can't help but admire the potential he had and still has in this one. Number 4, Daivari. When Daivari was at the side of an ascending Muhammad Hassan in the mid-2000s, he probably wasn't so much of a manager as much as he was a like-minded confidant and friend. When Hassan angrily lambasted Americans for their stereotypical views in a post-9/11 world, there was Daivari to follow up by exuberantly berating the crowd in Farsi. The fans booed the ranting, despite most of them probably not knowing what Daivari was actually saying, but one thing was clear: the man had an energy about him. Daivari was not the least bit shy. We've spoken about complementary allies in this video, and it's hard not to think of Daivari when one remembers Hassan. Daivari was a natural antagonist, though one could certainly question whether or not he and Hassan were really heels, given the point they were making. But whatever the dialogue was, Daivari had the skill to deliver it combatively and with lots of gusto. When Hassan was forced to bow out following one monumentally stupid angle, Daivari eventually transitioned to the likes of Kurt Angle, Mark Henry, and the Great Khali, but it wasn't the same. In those cases, he was secondary to his charges, whereas with Hassan, the two shone equally, and they had great potential as a double act. Just makes you wonder what could have been. Number 3, Melina. Like others in this video, Melina's larger contributions came in another capacity, as she had 5 reigns as some sort of women's champion under the WWE banner between 2007 and 2010. Prior to then, Melina was one of the more visible non-wrestlers on WWE programming as the manager of Eminem, Johnny Nitro, and Joey Mercury. The trio debuted together in the spring of 2005 as vacuous pseudo-elites from Hollywood, but their presence was quickly justified. Nitro and Mercury became WWE's most reliable tag team in short order, and Melina was the ideal spokesperson for the group. Melina seemed to have the biggest star potential of the three at the time, based on her character work, her obvious talent when she actually did wrestle, and to be frank, the fact that she was an attractive woman in what was still diva-era WWE. But Melina certainly had far more than good looks going for her, and it was evident in the matches her men wrestled. Oftentimes, Melina ran interference for Nitro and Mercury, and ended up taking rough bumps and harsh landings for her troubles, conjuring up memories of sensational Sherry's days as a manager a generation earlier. The Sherry parallels were also clear in Melina's twisted snarls, as well as her fearlessness in standing up to the men. Like Rush, Melina had much to offer in other roles, but nonetheless, she excelled as a manager. Number 2, Ric Flair. When you think of best WWE managers of the last couple decades, admit it, the Nature Boy didn't come to mind first, did he? Flair will primarily be known for 2 things, being arguably the greatest wrestler of all time, and for having a cast iron liver. Being a top-rate manager isn't as high up among his epitaph-worthy achievements, but when grouped in with Evolution, Flair took on the hybrid role of wrestler advisor more than well enough. He was still Ric Flair, but now with some of J.J. Dillon's Old Horseman responsibilities on his plate. Whether he was cheating like crazy to help Triple H retain the World Heavyweight title, or serving as a mentor to rising stars Batista and Randy Orton, Flair was one of the driving forces that helped make Evolution work. Fans may have found it hard to boo Flair because, you know, he's Ric effing Flair, but they could certainly get worked up by him trying to screw over Booker T or Goldberg in a major title match. Like any good manager, Flair appeared to be absolutely driven toward the cause of his clients/proteges, as if getting them over was a matter of life or death to him. With Evolution, Ric Flair may have not been the center of attention as he was with the Four Horsemen, but he didn't have to be. He was still Ric Flair doing what he always has, making others look better. Number 1, Armando Alejandro Estrada. From Flair, we go to a man who made his debut at Flair's expense. The day after WrestleMania 22, the 57-year-old certified legend was cutting a promo on Raw when he was suddenly interrupted by a mysterious man man in a Panama hat, sunglasses, and dark suit. Identifying himself as Armando Alejandro Estrada, the unfamiliar face berated Flair for being washed up. To clear Flair from his path, Estrada introduced the unyielding Umaga as his client, and the Samoan Bulldozer proceeded to demolish the 16-plus time world champion. While Umaga was an immediate curiosity, so too was his mouthpiece. Estrada quickly became a catchphrase machine as fans sang along with his pre-match spiel in unison, and it's not hard to understand why. Estrada had loads of charisma. His connection with Umaga, who came equipped with a major push, only kept Estrada and his arrogant musings at the forefront of Monday Night Raw. Portrayed as a man of privilege with connections to Fidel Castro, Estrada looked like he had all the tools to be a top heel for years to come. Unfortunately though, Vince McMahon functionally took over as Umaga's handler in 2007 during the Bobby Lashley feud, and Estrada was quietly and unjustly written out of matters. Those who remember Estrada remember him feeling like a revelation in 2006, a brilliant and captivating manager in an era that sorely needed one. One day he was there singing Umaga's praises with a cocky smile, and the next he was out of the picture with the suddenness in which he'd snap one of his cigars. It might be slightly different in the WWE Network/Peacock era, but back in the day when you had to fork over quite a few dollary dues in order to see them, fans expected WWE pay-per-views to be worth the money. That usually meant that several of the matches had to be of real quality, at least much better than what could be viewed on free TV every week. Anyone who has seen more than one order-only WWE show knows that they're not always a sound investment. In fact, there's sometimes a little bit, what's that phrase again? Oh yeah, there's sometimes absolute bollocks. Now, rarely will a show be top to bottom 100% awful. There's usually at least one match that stands out and makes you feel like you haven't been swindled out of your hard-earned cash. We've all heard of the term one-match show, and throughout WWE history, there have been a bunch of them. If that one match is a certifiable classic, it can save even the dreariest pay-per-view and live long and strong enough in the memory that you forget about the rest of the hogwash that surrounded it. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 classic matches that saved terrible WWE pay-per-views. Join us. Number 10, The Shield vs. Cody Rhodes and Goldust at Battleground 2013. Battleground 2013 was a bad show where nothing really seemed to click properly. The opener between Rob Van Dam and Alberto Del Rio got things off to a promising start, even if it wasn't a 5-star affair, but just about everything after it was, in one way or another, rubbish. Carly and Santino taking on the Real Americans do anything for you? How about Curtis? Yes, he really was Intercontinental Champion Axel defending against R-Truth. AJ Lee and Brie Bella get your juices flowing, do they? Not like that, you filthy simpletons. Bray Wyatt versus Kofi Kingston was aimless, CM Punk versus Ryback arbitrary, and Randy Orton versus Daniel Bryan surprisingly unsatisfactory. The one positive of Battleground 2013 was Cody Rhodes and Goldust fighting WWE Tag Team Champions The Shield. Now, Rollins and Reigns weren't putting the straps on the line, but Dusty's kids were fighting for their jobs, knowing that if they lost, not only would they be banished, but their papa would lose his position as an NXT trainer too. The Hounds of Justice had been winning everything and were a well-oiled machine heading into the high-stakes contest. The work was good, as you would expect, but the emotion and drama of the storyline put it over the edge, the pinnacle coming when the American Dream himself got involved, leading to the euphoria of Cody hitting Crossroads for the feel-good win. Number 9, Kurt Angle vs. Brock Lesnar at SummerSlam 2003. SummerSlam is supposed to be one of WWE's premier events, an original part of the so-called Big Four and the biggest party of the summer. Well, the party got rained out and ants devoured the barbecue in 2003 because that year's SummerSlam was an uncharacteristically dull and disappointing occasion. The biggest letdown was Goldberg's failure to win the World Heavyweight title in the main event after smashing through most of the field in the Elimination Chamber match, only to succumb to an injured Triple H. But other anticipated matches, like Kane and Rob Van Dam's grudge clash and a talent-stuffed four-way US title bout, also failed to spark. Luckily, Brock Lesnar and Kurt Angle were on hand to pick up the slack, having a customarily exceptional wrestling match with the WWE title on the line. It was also different to their previous ones, as Angle was now the babyface champion, Lesnar the heel aligned with the villainous Mr. McMahon. They beat the hell out of one another for 20 minutes with all manner of suplexes, submissions, and dramatic near falls down the final stretch. And not only that, but it had the right result too, the Olympic hero overcoming interference from the genetic jackhammer to win clean by submission. Number 8, Roman Reigns vs. Daniel Bryan at Fastlane 2015. Fastlane was a soft substitute for the pure mayhem of the Elimination Chamber pay-per-view, if truth be told. The last stop on the road to WrestleMania, the first Fastlane went down in 2015 and offered up a card that looked weak and turned out to be even weaker. The opening six-man between the Authority and the Odd Squad of Dolph Ziggler, Eric Rowan and Ryback was by-the-numbers raw fare. The first major match between Goldust and Stardust was an unfortunate calamity. The Usos and Tyson Kidd and Cesaro sadly underdelivered, as their match was alright but never really got going. Paige and Nikki Bella had to fight indifference for the 5 minutes they had. Bad News Barrett and Dean Ambrose's IC title meeting was plodding with a crap finish, and Cena vs. Rusev was good enough but really just your usual Cena match. Going on last after the fans had been bored to tears for most of the show, Daniel Bryan tried to fight his way into another WrestleMania main event, challenging Roman Reigns with the big dog's WrestleMania WWE title shot on the line. These two are very good together, even on a bad day, but they were excellent here, making me less angry at myself for sitting through Fastlane by having a damn fine, drama-filled main event. Number 7, Steve Austin vs. Bret Hart at WrestleMania 13. Bret Hart was due a rematch with WWE champion Shawn Michaels at WrestleMania 13 before the Heartbreak Kid misplaced his smile, withdrew from the show, and threw booking plans into chaos. The Hitman's plan B was a pretty damn good one though, taking on a red-hot Stone Cold Steve Austin, but the submission match stipulation looked like it could handcuff them slightly, with Austin himself worried that the match would be a disappointment, especially after the two had produced a blinder at the last Survivor Series. But he needn't have panicked, because the Texas Rattlesnake and the excellence of execution produced not just a great match, not just one of the best in WrestleMania history, but one of the best in WWE history, period. Heated, dramatic, and with an iconic finish, it truly was a thing of beauty, capped off with a clever double turn that saw Hart go bad as Austin officially became a hero. It should have been main event really, but unfortunately that honor went to The Undertaker and Sid, who turned in an overlong snoozer that ended things on a down note. The rest of the card ranged from poor to meh to just about good enough, and outside of Bret and Steve, is rightly remembered as one of the worst manias ever. Number 6, the World Title 6-Pack Challenge at Fastlane 2018. Taking place just a few weeks after Elimination Chamber and only a few weeks before WrestleMania, Fastlane 2018 is a pay-per-view that really had no reason for existing. A SmackDown exclusive event, Fastlane pretty much resembled your average episode of the Blue Brands TV show, save for a bustling main event. An unforgettable end to an eminently forgettable show, the 6-Pack Challenge WWE title match that headlined was a modern-day minor classic. AJ Styles defended against John Cena, Sami Zayn, Dolph Ziggler, Kevin Owens, and Baron Corbin, and the sextet didn't bother warming up and easing into things, deciding instead to go full throttle from the off, the pace maintaining for the 20+ minutes of the match's duration. There were some excellent multi-man sequences, nail-biting near falls, and importantly, genuine storyline progression on display. In the end, the phenomenal one retained with a forearm out of nowhere. It was total chaos, and it was just lovely to witness. Elsewhere, Nakamura beat Rusev in an okay opener, Randy Orton and Robert Roode snoozed their way through a US title match, Naomi and Becky Lynch fell to Natalya and Carmella in a match that happened, the Usos and the New Day went to an unsatisfying remain no contest, and Charlotte beat Ruby Riott in a token title defense. Number 5, Rey Mysterio versus Chris Jericho at the Bash 2009. There was nothing great or particularly American about the Bash, a pay-per-view that existed for the sake of existing and didn't offer too much excitement for those that ordered the show, which, incidentally, wasn't that many people. The star power was there, and on paper, CM Punk versus Jeff Hardy for the World Heavyweight title, Triple H taking on Randy Orton in a 3 stages of hell WWE title match, and the Colognes defending the tag straps against Edge and Chris Jericho and Legacy all looked solid enough. In execution, however, the action was mostly dull and booking questionable, in particular John Cena's demolition job of The Miz. Pulling double duty that night, Y2J put together a Mask vs IC title masterpiece with Rey Mysterio that, outside of The Undertaker vs Shawn Michaels, may have been WWE's best match of the year. A fast-paced wrestling rollercoaster that served as a fitting finale to their months-long rivalry, the stipulations added real stakes and only sought to ramp up the drama with every clever false finish, many of which alluded to previous contests in their series. The finish was genius too, as Jericho went to unmask Rey as he had done previously, only for the Master of the 619 to reveal that he had a second mask on underneath before pinning Jericho to win the gold. Number 4, JBL versus Eddie Guerrero at Judgment Day 2004. The SmackDown roster was left threadbare in the wake of WrestleMania 20 and the post-WrestleMania draft. Lesnar left, Angle and Big Show got injured, and while they had their ranks bolstered some by the arrival of Rob Van Dam and Booker T, the only 2 real top-tier stars were Eddie Guerrero and The Undertaker. The shallow depth of the roster was exposed at Judgment Day 2004, a SmackDown-only pay-per-view that mostly resembled a televised house show. Mysterio and RVD's opener with the Dudleys was fine, but everything after was weaker than a bowl of cat piss. Tori Wilson versus Dawn Marie Part 57, Mordecai's debut match with Scotty 2 Hotty, Charlie Haas and Rico tangling with Bob Holly and Billy Gunn, and Chavo trying to get the Cruiserweight title from, Jacqueline, must have had some fans thinking that they had accidentally tuned in to an extended episode of Velocity. John Cena and Rene Dupree's US title match was decent enough, and Undertaker's victory over Booker T just about passable, but the real quality came last as Latino Heat defended his WWE title in an epic bloodbath with JBL. Obviously, everybody remembers the sheer amount of plasma that Guerrero shed that night, but the match itself was genuinely gripping and more than made up for the earlier dross. Number 3, Shawn Michaels versus Mankind at In Your House Mind Games. As bad as things got during WWE's inconsistent and sometimes outright terrible New Generation era, you could always rely on, if nothing else, Shawn Michaels to give you a show, often being the show saver as much as the show stopper. Providing he remembered where he put his smile, that is. He did it at SummerSlam 1995 in his ladder match sequel with Razor Ramon, he did it in the cell against The Undertaker at Bad Blood 97, and by gum, he did it against Mankind at 96's In Your House Mind Games. Foley hadn't been around but for half a year when he headlined against WWE Champion Michaels, but truly had a breakout performance that night in Philadelphia, with many of the ECW fans who had watched him years before no doubt cheering him on. It was an exceptional contest with a sadly unsatisfying finish, but it served as Foley's breakout performance while also showing that the flamboyant boy toy could show true grit when the occasion called for it. The rest of the show, nobody needs to see Savio Vega and Bradshaw in a strap match, or Jose Lothario wrestling Jim Cornette, or Owen and Davey Boy beating the Smoking Guns, or Mark Henry's debut against Jerry Lawler, or for that matter, The Undertaker and Goldust sleepwalking their way through whatever the hell a final curtain match is. Number 2, Triple H versus The Undertaker at WrestleMania 27. WrestleMania is WWE's biggest and most anticipated show of the year, a way to reward long-term diehards for their devotion to the product, while simultaneously being a way to hook casual or even non-fans on their brand of sports entertainment. A great WrestleMania can seriously turn a passive viewer into a lifelong foam finger buying member of the WWE universe, while a bad one can potentially turn them off for good. WrestleMania 27 was a shop window that showcased one piece of prime A-grade steak in amongst a plate piled high with spam. The Filet mignon was, of course, the cracking battle between Triple H and The Undertaker, the two road-weary warhorses having a brutal no-DQ match that was a worthy follow-up to the Dead Man's WrestleMania series with HBK. From the special entrances to the pounding opening exchanges, right through to the streak-ending teases and inevitable Taker win, it was a masterclass in storytelling and saved the show. Everything else on it was either iffy, just about good, or downright tragic. While Edge and Alberto Del Rio, Rey Mysterio and Cody Rhodes, and Randy Orton and CM Punk all had matches with some quality on show, Lawler Cole, Snooki, and the dodgy main event dragged the show right down. Had it not been for the Game and the Phenom, it would be considered one of, if not the worst, WrestleMania ever. Number 1, the Elimination Chamber match at New Year's Revolution 2005. Was New Year's Revolution 2005 a cursed show? Now, I haven't dabbled in witchcraft since I accidentally gave myself a micro penis. Don't worry, I'm halfway recovered now, but all signs point to yes. In the opener, Eugene blew out his knee as he and William Regal defended their tag team titles against Christian and Tyson Tomko. Then in the second match, Lita blew her knee out early in her title defense against Trish Stratus. Following those blunders, Shelton Benjamin and Maven had 2 short non-matches, Muhammad Hassan stunk it out with Lawler, and then in the match of the night to that point, Kane beat Gene Snitsky in their usual monster battle. It was up to the World Heavyweight title Elimination Chamber to prevent the event from being a total washout. Luckily, Triple H, Randy Orton, Batista, Chris Jericho, Chris Benoit, and Edge, with Shawn Michaels as special ref, came through and had a long and grueling scrap for the vacant title. It was a total one-match show on paper, and it turned out to be one in practice too. But what a match it was, delivering everything expected and more, and ensuring that the WWE cruise trip to San Juan wasn't in vain. Even the most jaded seen-it-all viewer can be startled by an unexpected reveal. And that's why professional wrestling has long gone to the well of shuffling out cloaked individuals that end up bearing their faces, because they know the response could be absolutely worth it. Sometimes it's one wrestler bearing the costume of an established luchador in order to pull off an unexpected attack, while other times it's an individual slipping on a quick disguise before ambushing their foe. And sometimes an on-screen personality assumes a secret identity, say a Black Scorpion or a higher power, and wreaks havoc from afar before the ultimate grand reveal. Though Ric Flair and Vince McMahon were proven to be those respective beings, each reveal was admittedly a colossal letdown given the potential of and the hype for each. Here we are going to look at unmaskings that were a bit more effective, a bit more satisfying, and/or were just plain mind-bending. This video won't look at unmaskings where the individual underneath was who they were supposed to be, like Juventud as Juventud, or Mysterio as Mysterio, or Kane as a dentist that apparently applies mascara without a mirror. Instead, we're going to look at de-hoodings that might have prompted the holy you-know-what response from your lips, the ones you didn't see coming. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 shocking wrestling unmasking moments. Join us. Number 10, Diablo Sandwich. The year was 1991, and Sid Justice looked to be an ascending force in WWE. The almighty powerhouse had, as you would expect, been dispatching enhancement talents with ease, and a rather unusual jobber looked to be next on his chopping block. He was El Diablo, a lanky character with a hot pink mask and a salmon-coloured karate gi that one might find at Mark Henry's dojo. To the untrained eye, this poor Diablo, karate stance and all, seemed to have no chance at dropping Sid. Before Diablo and Sid could lock horns, however, The Undertaker and Paul Bearer made their way to the ring. Bearer offered a briefcase to the bewildered Diablo, seemingly trying to buy him out so The Undertaker could battle Sid instead. A grateful Diablo accepted the payoff, thereby bowing out in favour of the ultimate in hoss battles. But it was a very short hoss battle, as Diablo flew back into the ring, unmasked as Jake the Snake Roberts, and in a nice bit of resourcefulness began strangling Sid with the belt from his gi. The two commenced a hearty beatdown on Sid that ended up being somewhat convenient. Justice injured his arm at a house show between the filming of this angle and the air date, so this incident was used to explain Sid being out of action. Number 9, the boys stay golden. What follows may be the most confusing title change in the history of professional wrestling, and considering that WCW used to take title changes out of order, that is really saying something. In September 2000, WWE World Tag Team Champions the Hardy Boys vanquished Edge and Christian in a ladder match where the stipulation was E&C could never challenge for the belts again so long as Matt and Jeff held the gold. What a coincidence then that Los Conquistadors suddenly re-emerged in WWE after a decade's absence and began targeting the Hardys. Now, these two conquistadors bore similar heights to Edge and Christian, but it couldn't have been them because we sometimes saw Edge and Christian hang out with the pair in backstage segments. The two masked men went on to defeat the Hardys for the belts at No Mercy, but had to turn around and defend the titles against Edge and Christian on Raw the next night, which sounded like shenanigans. But instead of the two hired goons that Edge and Christian paid off to don the suits, one of whom was actually Christopher Daniels, the more you know, the nefarious Canadians got when Los Conquistadors bowled them over to retain their titles, before unmasking as the Hardys. So technically, the Hardys once beat themselves for the tag team titles at a pay-per-view? Somehow that doesn't even rank among the 50 weirdest things either man has done. Number 8, interactive fan experience. This one makes it for the sheer absurdity, as well as the fact that it did catch the viewer off guard. In the spring of 1998, Stone Cold Steve Austin was dealing with Vince McMahon's corporate gauntlet on a weekly basis, constantly being given one obstacle after another to try and navigate. 2 weeks before Austin was to defend the WWE title against Dude Love at the Over the Edge pay-per-view, Stone Cold had to face Pat Patterson and Gerald Briscoe in a handicap match with Sergeant Slaughter as guest ref. Understandably, Austin just beat the hell out of all three guys because that's what Stone Cold does. He then had to contend with a meddling Dude Love at ringside after the abbreviated skirmish. As the two duked it out, a fan in a Stone Cold Halloween mask and otherwise normal attire hopped the rail. He initially tackled Dude Love, and because the cameras didn't cut away, you figured this had to be part of the show somehow. And sure enough, the tackle was a ruse, as the fan picked up a chair and clunkily whacked Austin in the back with it before strolling off while doing the Stone Cold head shake. Austin then began accosting the fan, which you might have guessed was Vince McMahon the whole time. It bears mention just for McMahon doing Austin's mannerisms in a Halloween mask because, come on, that's just funny. Number 7, Web of Deceit. This one was not a work at all, though one of the participants was certainly left out of the planning. In 1985, WWE Women's Champion Wendy Richter was at the peak of her career. A celebrity connection with Cyndi Lauper and 2 major title victories, one on a widely viewed MTV special, the other at the first WrestleMania, positioned Richter as a genuine star. But there were issues. Apparently, Richter butted heads with McMahon over compensation, with some reports indicating that Richter refused to ink a new deal with Vince until her lawyers read things over. So, on November 25th that year, Richter arrived at Madison Square Garden to film a match with a masked women's wrestler known as the Spider Lady. Whoever Richter believed was under the mask, that wasn't who Richter had entered the ring with. When the Spider Lady cradled Richter for a pinfall attempt, the champ kicked out on one, but the referee counted the fall anyway. Irate and confused, Richter managed to unmask the Spider Lady afterward, revealing her to be the fabulous Moolah, and Richter claimed to be none the wiser until the hood came off. Moolah, McMahon, and others conspired to get the belt off of Richter in this fashion, earning it the name the original Screwjob. Richter walked out of WWE that night and claims to have never spoken to Moolah again. Number 6, Extreme Savior. For this entry, it's not exactly clear why a disguise was needed. So much about this assault felt unnecessarily dressed up for the sake of drama. That said, nobody in the audience at the 2006 ECW One Night Stand was going to complain about the results. Promotional hero Rob Van Dam was facing WWE champion / apparent scourge of humanity John Cena for the gold. As far as ECW fans were concerned, Satan himself would have been more than permitted to interject himself in the match, ensuring that this was one big match that Big Match John didn't win. Late in the bout, with the referee unconscious, Cena had Van Dam sufficiently worn down when a man in a trench coat and an all-concealing motorcycle helmet stormed the ring. He speared Cena through an already set table before stepping back and removing the helmet to reveal himself as Edge. Now, one has to wonder what the point of the disguise was, seeing as Edge had wrestled earlier in the night, so it's not like he had to sneak into the building, but man, did that crowd of 2,500 in New York go nuts for the reveal anyway. This was especially comical, seeing as more than an hour earlier, Edge had to run down ECW fans for being awkward shut-ins, and now here he was, their knight in polycarbonate armor. Number 5, Muscled Masquerade. For the 1991 Halloween Havoc, the Z-Man Tom Zenk was issued with a rather mysterious opponent, a man simply known as the WCW Halloween Phantom. With a name like that, he could have well been a guy that lives underneath Atlanta's Omni and plays generic stock music on an organ. Little was known to the home audience about this Phantom, but apparently Zenk was up for anything and agreed to wrestle this person, sight unseen. Come the pay-per-view, out strode the Phantom to a ghoulish bark composition, shrouding his masked face with his cape. The Phantom demolished Zenk in under 90 seconds, finishing with a hangman's neckbreaker that Tony Schiavone noted is known in some circles as the Rude Awakening. A bit later in the night, Eric Bischoff interviewed Medusa and Paulie Dangerously, the latter of whom vengefully vowed to pay WCW back for their treatment of him. He planned to do this by destroying Sting and introduced the Phantom as his human weapon. After building up his new client in a way that only Heyman can, the mysterious Phantom removed his mask in time with Heyman screaming out the name, Ravishing Rick Rude. Rude then polished off his well-done WCW debut by affirming what Paulie said, vowing to bring Sting and WCW to their ruin. Just a year after killing off any intrigue in the Black Scorpion build by bungling every bit of it, WCW got the Phantom's reveal exactly right. Number 4, Brother Act. WWE Champion Stone Cold Steve Austin needed an opponent for the 1998 SummerSlam, and evil boss Vince McMahon was going to make sure that Austin received the most daunting challenge possible. That's why one night on an episode of Raw, he instituted a triple threat match between 3 of WWE's most barbaric brawlers, Mankind, Kane, and The Undertaker. None had any love lost for Stone Cold, and they'd all given the champion all he could handle in previous encounters. Mankind entered first for this main event war, followed by sometimes partner Kane. Then Undertaker's music hit, but strangely, the Phenom didn't enter. Confusion followed as McMahon, Austin, and everyone else questioned where Undertaker could possibly be. But McMahon, he wanted a challenger, and he wanted one now, so he just ordered the match to take place with Kane one-on-one against Mankind. Very quickly, Kane caved Mick Foley's skull in with a steel chair and wasted no time in pinning his motionless ally. But only a few beats into the aftermath did Kane remove his mask to reveal that it was the Undertaker in the get-up all along. The tantalizing are Kane and Undertaker in cahoots question was strung out during the long build to Undertaker vs Stone Cold, a critical part of the 1998 SummerSlam, which remains the most bought SummerSlam of all time. Number 3, plastered before the reception. The Billy and Chuck commitment ceremony wasn't exactly the shining beacon of WWE TV when it first aired, and hindsight has been a little less kind to it given the crass treatment of the subject matter. Billy and Chuck were split soon after when Billy Gunn sustained an injury, so the whole angle ended up being moot anyway. But one part that always gets the credit, and deservedly so, was the performance of the Justice of the Peace that presided over the ceremony. He was this little frail man who appeared to be about 115 years old, trembled like a wind-up alarm clock, and had a face like something out of the Land of Confusion music video. His laboured speech cadence was high comedy alone until he suddenly brought a halt to the ceremony by speaking in his real voice. Turns out it was Raw GM Eric Bischoff wearing the mother of all prosthetic jobs, and he was there to undermine SmackDown's big ratings grab. With the assistance of 3-minute warning and a treacherous Rico, Bischoff made sure that Billy, Chuck, and even SmackDown GM Stephanie McMahon were laid to waste. The elaborate makeup looked realistic enough that when Bischoff dramatically ripped the pieces off, the fans couldn't help but wildly cheer. It was a totally unexpected swerve done with plenty of panache. Number 2, remember me? By the time 1998 rolled around, Chris Jericho was discovering the best version of himself, a cheerfully smug and aloof villain that denigrated his opponents, building his soaring legacy on the backs and bruised egos of the competition. One such wrestler left in Jericho's wake was veteran Dean Malenko, whose career and family Jericho mercilessly ran down. Malenko failed to defeat the antagonistic Cruiserweight champion at that year's uncensored pay-per-view, and humbly went into self-imposed exile as a result. And Jericho, the dominant force of the Cruiserweight scene, he continued to cackle and gloat as only he can. 2 months later at Slamboree, a Battle Royal was held in which the winner earned an immediate shot at Jericho's Cruiserweight Championship. Jericho did mocking introductions for all the entrants before assuring us all that no one from the field had a prayer against him. The match came down to reasonable contender Juventud Guerrera and deep undercarder Ciclope, and Juvie appeared to be the obvious winner. That was until they shook hands, and the Juice intentionally threw himself out. A mystified Jericho demanded answers, and he got one when Ciclope unmasked to reveal himself as Malenko, prompting the loudest cheer the man of 1,000 holds has likely ever heard. Minutes later, and Jericho was submitting to Malenko's Texas Cloverleaf, netting the title and sweet revenge for the veteran. Number 1, Bonesaw wasn't ready. It wasn't all that uncommon on WCW Monday Nitro for star wrestlers to match up with the mid-card on down. That's why when NWO member Macho Man Randy Savage squared off with cult favourite La Parka on an episode in July 1997, nobody really batted an eye. Just looked to be a quick tune-up win for Savage in between matches with arch-nemesis Diamond Dallas Page. Since the spring, the wars between Savage and Page had not only been violent, but also personal after Savage took to humiliating Page's then-wife Kimberly. So, on this Nitro, Savage is taking it to La Parka in your usual extended squash. Macho had the match in hand to such a degree that fellow NWO enforcer Scott Hall left the ringside area, going over to taunt announcer Larry Zbyszko at the broadcast center. With La Parka laying prone, Savage went to drop the big elbow, only for La Parka to plant his boots into Macho's mush. Quickly, La Parka regained his vertical base and dropped Savage with a diamond cutter before ripping the mask off to bear the mug of everyone's favorite yoga guru. Adding to this incredibly surreal moment were Tony Schiavone's cries of "That's not La Parka!" and Hall walking back toward the ring with his arms raised in celebratory fashion, assuming the sound of the bell meant that Savage had won. It might just be the primest example of how surprising an unassuming audience with a wrestler in disguise can leave a positive, lasting impression even decades later. Many of us wanted to leave a solitary rose outside of Titan Tower that fateful day in the summer of 2008 when WWE decided it wanted to sanitize its programming of adult themes. Those maladjusted lads who came of age during the period of Hell in a Cell, Steve Austin's vehicular exploits, and sexually charged madness were confused. How in the hell were we supposed to enjoy clean wrestling? Of course, we all forgot that many of us became fans during a rather clean and safe period, back when Hulkamania loomed large and you could buy the good ice cream bars, you know, the ones with sticks, with wrestling's heroes and legends drawn on the cookie part. Yes sir, the golden age of what we knew as WWF was pretty dang wholesome and safe for childhood consumption. Well, usually anyway. Never mind the fact that the events boiled down to physical, hate-filled combat anyway. There were a few times when classic WWF went beyond its usual boundaries. Times when our mothers walked in on our Saturday morning wrestling viewing and gasped in horror at the spectacles on that screen. In hindsight, it's little wonder we all turned out the way we did. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic.com, and these are the 10 craziest moments from Hulkamania era WWF. Join us. Number 10, I Stab at Thee. Something tells me that if the Berserker were around today, he would be a cult favorite, perhaps ironically. Basically, he was a comedically bumbling version of Bruiser Brody, but Berserker had his charms. A Viking by trade, Berserker put the Huss in hustle, as he wielded a sword and shield on his forays to the ring. The accessories were strictly ornamental, except for that one time he tried to murder The Undertaker in the middle of the ring. A match between the two in April 1992 never even got started, after Berserker attacked Undertaker before the bell and a little melee ensued. In an apparent blind rage, Berserker whacked the dead man with his shield, then whipped him across the back with the sword while Vince McMahon growled in terror. Then, with the world watching, Berserker took that sword with a two-handed grip and tried to stab Undertaker. Fortunately, Undertaker did move away, though the canvas ended up as collateral damage. They tell you don't try this at home, home, but we were all impressionable youth, so you just know that some kids tried to mimic this. I wonder how many close calls there were. Number 9, that voodoo that you do. General reception of the Papa Shango character is mixed, no doubt. He's an unforgettable character from a colourful time in WWF history, but on the other hand, he's unforgettable for some pretty silly reasons. And the angle we're about to discuss was hard to watch in more than one sense. During a match pitting the Ultimate Warrior against Brian Knobbs on WWF Superstars, Shango came to ringside and absconded with one of Warrior's discarded wristbands. Was he going to badger Warrior to sign it at the airport the next morning? No, this was much more sinister. After Warrior vanquished the singular Nasty Boy, Shango returned to ringside in an apparent trance, swaying about as though he'd just been bonked on the head with a giant novelty baseball bat. Apparently, he used the wristband to put a curse on Warrior, which caused a victorious Mr. Hellwig to collapse to the ground, clutching his abdomen. This all sounds really hokey and inane, and it was, but what qualifies it for this list is that Warrior puked all over a doctor and attending officials once backstage. Sucked to be you if you were eating oatmeal that morning. Number 8, sealed shut. Hang on, we're not done talking about Ultimate Warrior related trauma just yet. The previous year, Warrior had his hands full with one of the few individuals in WWF capable of matching his inscrutable power, The Undertaker. To overpower Warrior in a wrestling match for a moment was one thing, but to render him helpless to the point of nearly killing him made for a traumatic sight. And Undertaker had the means to terrorize the world's youth by doing just that. Warrior was a guest on Paul Bearer's funeral parlor segment when he was suddenly attacked by a young phenom. After sufficiently beating Warrior down, Undertaker placed him inside of the set design casket and closed the lid, while a sadistic bearer locked it shut. The casket was so small that movement was nearly impossible, and the minutes felt like hours as WWF's crack staff of officials tried to break it open to save Warrior's life. When they finally managed to open the lid, there was Warrior, all but motionless, having futilely clawed at the inside lining before passing out. Some of us who are insomniacs and night owls as adults have WWF to blame, really. Number 7, Python Pancakes. At the same TV taping in which Undertaker unflinchingly attempted to murder Warrior in March 1991, the fans on hand were treated to another disturbing visual, one made more chilling by the acting of one of the victims. While Jake the Snake Roberts had a history of tormenting foes with his trusty python Damien, Earthquake took revenge a wee bit too far. And he made sure Jake could do nothing but watch as he exacted that revenge. After a short match between the two that ended in a non-finish, Roberts was helplessly wedged into the ropes by Earthquake, who went and fetched the bag that Damien was kept in. Despite Roberts' desperate pleas, Earthquake bounded off the ropes and landed his sit-down senton splash onto the bag several times, presumably crushing the animal. By the time Roberts finally got free, he tearfully opened the bag and then recoiled in abject horror when he saw the damage. In truth, the bag Earthquake squashed contained no Damien, but rather, as John Tenter later revealed, pantyhose stuffed with raw hamburger meat, but nobody in the audience or at home knew that. Number 6, the Full Monty. After those last few barbaric entries, let's shift gears and talk about something not at all violent, but certainly an incident that was hard to justify being on Saturday mornings in syndication. And this is a positive one for Jake Roberts, so this'll help dull the terrible loss of his pet hamburger meat. In 1988, Roberts was in a bitter feud with ravishing Rick Rude, who made all sorts of over-the-line overtures towards Jake's wife Cheryl, including airbrushing her face onto his tights. After a squash match win on an episode of Superstars one week, Rude removed his basic tights to reveal the Cheryl tights underneath. Roberts had attacked him at SummerSlam for the stunt, but this time a mere beating wouldn't suffice. Jake hit the ring, waylaid Rude, and proceeded to rip the tights off of him. A blurring dot placed over Rude's middle area gave the impression that Rude had nothing on underneath, and the wild crowd response enhanced that notion. In actuality, Rude apparently wore some sort of flesh-toned underwear, but if your parents walked in at that point, they saw a naked man getting beaten senseless. Number 5, Here Comes Revenge. The idea was a sound one. The Big Boss Man receives threats from an anonymous ex-convict who claims to have been abused by the former prison guard and is coming to exact revenge on his tormentor. While everything after the reveal of the jumpsuit-wearing Nails was pretty lame, the reveal itself was incredible. In the midst of the overly cartoon Saturday morning WWF action, one of the most jarring beatdowns of all time took place. The imposing man called Nails attacked Bossman following a routine squash match, handcuffed him to the ropes, and repeatedly struck his leg with his own nightstick. And we're talking bone-cracking sounds here. The assault continued with Bossman being choked, harshly kicked in the ribs, and left just about motionless while globs of his own spit dribbled to the mat. Attacks with weapons are common in wrestling, but this was altogether disquieting. WWF Magazine compounded the effect by showing photos of Bossman in the aftermath covered in dark bruises all over his body. To a young child, Nails was a terrifying and chilling figure, and his remorseless attack on the big Bossman left all sorts of impressions. Number 4, Spurred On. When the Ultimate Warrior stormed the ring at the 1988 SummerSlam to conquer Intercontinental Champion the Honky Tonk Man, he did so as a surprise substitute. Honky's original challenger was longtime rival Brutus the Barber Beefcake, who seemed poised to unseat the Eternal IC champ, but something funny happened on the way to the Garden. Days earlier on WWF Superstars, he was brutally assaulted by veteran heel Outlaw Ron Bass, who brought props. After Bass used his cherished bullwhip, which he named Miss Betsy, to drag Beefcake around the ring, strangling him into a stupor, the Outlaw then produced his trusty spurs. He knelt down over a grounded Beefcake and proceeded to drag the sharpened points across the forehead of the Barber, mutilating the skin and drawing an alarming amount of blood for a family-friendly WWF product. Later airings of the incident, including one during SummerSlam which was shown to explain Beefcake's absence, put a giant red X on the screen to filter out the gruesomeness, but when it first aired, the blood was there for all to see. Number 3, Bleed for Your Country. Yokozuna had only been on WWF television for a few months when he won the 1993 Royal Rumble. Though he more than looked the part of a shadow-casting final boss that pits any hero as an underdog, he needed to do a few evil things on the road to WrestleMania just to hammer that point home. That February, Yoko battled proud American hacksaw Jim Duggan in an unusual challenge match where Duggan was tasked with simply knocking the mammoth Yoko off his feet. He did just that and then paid dearly for it. A prideful Yoko jumped Duggan afterward, laying him out. He then dragged Hacksaw to the corner and dropped not 1, not 2, but 3 banzai drops on the motionless Patriot. It took a lot to keep Duggan down, but he was stiffer than Jack on a bus when Mr. Fuji placed the American flag over Duggan's body prior to the 500-pound monster landing a 4th leaping sit-down. Blood caked Duggan's mouth as he was stretched out of the arena, eyes shut the entire time. At least when Nails brutalized Bossman, Bossman was mostly conscious. Here, Duggan was left bleeding and unresponsive. Number 2, A World of Pain. These last 2 entries are so famous that fans who were born years after they took place have heard of them. And among the reasons why they're so famous is that they took place in a time where these sorts of extreme moments were a bit less commonplace. In the run-up to the 1992 Royal Rumble, the Rockers were firmly at a crossroads, and Marty Jannetty wanted to know where an increasingly detached Shawn Michaels' head was. So they had a summit of sorts on Brutus Beefcake's interview segment, The Barbershop. Michaels, after a few tense moments, feigned like he was going to mend fences with Jannetty and enthusiastically embraced his partner. Then, after a couple of beats, Michaels laid out Jannetty with a form-perfect superkick. And if that act of betrayal weren't enough, Michaels then picked up his dazed partner and launched him through the glass window of the barbershop set, though some scholars maintain that Jannetty tried to dive through the window in an act of cowardice. Jannetty got a little colour to heighten the grim spectacle, punctuated by Michaels' emphatic tearing up of a magazine photo of the duo. Number 1, Bite This. Come on, you knew this was coming. What in the hell else was possibly going to beat that wonderful time in which Jake Roberts, Randy Savage, and a cobra that most certainly wasn't a python occupied the ring one Saturday morning? With every other entry on this list, you could have placed them in the Attitude or Ruthless Aggression eras and you wouldn't have batted your lashes any. But had this happened on Raw in 1999, people would have still gone insane because this was mental. After a squash victory, Roberts goaded mortal enemy Savage, who was on commentary, to fight him in the ring. Savage obliges, gets beaten down, and is tied in the ropes. Out comes the snake bag, which contains a freaking cobra. Roberts brings the cobra over to Savage, which does what it was intended to do, and that is sink its fangs into Savage's arm. The panic from Vince, Roddy Piper, Miss Elizabeth, and a gaggle of officials and doctors as they tried to free the pained Savage to get him to a hospital was more at home in a horror movie or at least a nighttime drama for adults. Props to WWF for creating a memorable angle, but equal condemnation for all the nightmares they've given us over the years. Historically, the Survivor Series pay-per-view has relied on numbers, with at least one or two multi-person tag team elimination matches being used as a selling point, most of the time anyway. WWE have in the past utilized members of their roster who I'm sure appreciated the rare pay-per-view paycheck. Good for them, of course, but we would be lying if we said this didn't lead to some particularly unmemorable appearances at one of WWE's original Big Four events. I'm Adam Pachisi from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 forgotten Survivor Series tag team members. Join us. Number 10, Mike Knox. Alright, we might as well kick things off with a match and moment that has a lot to unpack. At the 2006 Survivor Series, Team DX, Triple H, Shawn Michaels, The Hardys and CM Punk took on Team Rated RKO, Randy Orton, Edge, Johnny Nitro, Gregory Helms and Mike Knox. Obviously, looking at the star power disparity, the odds weren't great for the heels. Orton and Edge were established stars, yes, and while recent Intercontinental Champion Nitro was starting to find his feet as a singles performer, and Helms was in the midst of an epic cruiserweight title reign, they were collectively no match for the clean-sweeping babyfaces. As for poor old Mike Knox, well, he was new on the scene and trying to make a name for himself on the lowly ECW brand. And that's a show that the Heartbreak Kid clearly didn't watch, since he questioned just who he had eliminated after a single sweet chin music right as the bell rang, audibly asking the game, who was that? Was he in the match? You can actually pinpoint the second Mike Knox's WWE hopes and dreams broke in half. Number 9, Sam Houston. Back in the early days of Survivor Series, every match on the card was a traditional multi-man elimination match. And though there were only 4 bouts on the bill in 1988, 3 of them were 5-on-5 affairs, while the other was a mammoth 10 versus 10 offering. Some quick math that I totally didn't need a calculator for tells me that's 50 bone benders needed for the night. Though many on hand were larger-than-life characters and future Hall of Famers, there were a couple of curious names mixed in. For example, Sam Houston, the pencil-thin dancing cowboy who never got above prelim level during his WWE run. And of course, he was in the opener here, tagging with the Ultimate Warrior, Brutus Beefcake, the Blue Blazer, and Jim Brunzell. That's about as cobbled together a babyface squad as you are likely to see right there. Our man Sam managed to last about 10 minutes before being the 4th person eliminated, by Ron Bass. The match was all about the Insurgent Warrior, of course, who won the match as sole survivor. Number 8, JoJo. You can definitely be forgiven for forgetting about JoJo Offerman's 2013 Survivor Series appearance, since it was one of 6 whole matches she had during her short in-ring career. The diminutive announcer was only 19 when she debuted on WWE television as a personality, first showing up as a cast member of Total Divas. She also appeared in some non-wrestling segments and did some lovely singing before getting involved in a storyline between the cast of Total Divas and the so-called True Divas, leading to a 14-person showdown at Survivor Series. JoJo scored no eliminations on the night and was eliminated 10th by AJ Lee, however, her team were victorious when Natalya and Nikki Bella survived. JoJo didn't really do a whole lot prior to being sent packing, which isn't surprising considering she just had 2 matches under her belt at the time. During the rematch the next night on Raw, she was permitted to shine a little more and eliminated Tamina. All told, JoJo only had 3 televised main roster matches before heading back to NXT, where she became a full-time ring announcer. It's pretty random that one of those took place at Survivor Series. Number 7, K-Quick. Oh, you didn't know? You better call somebody. The DOGG and K-Quick getting rowdy. A little bit too rowdy for my taste, but some people are into it, I suppose. So, K-Quick then, better known as Wrong Killings or R-Truth, had only made his WWE debut 6 days before the 2000 Survivor Series by coming to the aid of his new tag partner. The two then had one tag match between then and the pay-per-view, where K-Quick found himself involved in a quasi-DX reunion teaming with Road Dogg, Chyna, and Billy Gunn. This would turn out to be K-Quick's highest profile match during Ron's first WWE run, though he scored no eliminations before being sent back to the locker room by Chris Benoit. He got to show some stuff out there before eating a bridging German suplex, but really it was just a couple of spots that weren't exactly impressive enough to linger in the memory. Road Dogg would be suspended and then fired a month later, derailing K-Quick's momentum. He would have to wait another 8 years for his next Survivor Series appearance. Number 6, Scott Casey. Back Back to 1988 now, where, lest we forget, WWE needed 50 wrestlers to fill out a 4-match card. And if Sam Houston was a forgotten Survivor Series team member, then Cowboy Scott Casey may as well never have even existed. Now listen, I have respect for just about anyone who gets in a WWE ring, let alone wrestles on a WWE pay-per-view, and the work of undercard guys, be they enhancement talents or jobbers, should never be discounted. The veteran Scott Casey was in the autumn of his in-ring career when he found himself on the pay-per-view by chance as a replacement for a replacement. Junkyard Dog was originally scheduled to be on Jake Roberts' babyface team, but he was fired following a tour of Europe. B. Brian Blair of the Killer Bees was then drafted in, but he up and quit shortly afterwards, forcing WWE to dig deep into their reserves. And so Casey got the nod for his sole WWE pay-per-view appearance. He was the second person eliminated by Dino Bravo and exited the company not too terribly long after. Number 5, David Otunga. When Cody Rhodes went down with a pretty serious shoulder injury just days before the 2012 Survivor Series, it was a blow to the man himself, for WWE, and for Team Ziggler, which he was scheduled to be a member of. As we all know, the sports entertainment world stops for nobody, and WWE quickly set about finding a replacement. Several names were rumored in the days leading up to the show, including Tensai, Fandango, Mark Henry, and wrestler-cum-referee Brad Maddox. In the end, WWE opted for David Otunga, a man seen jobbing to Santino Marella, Sheamus, Great Khali, and Ryback in his previous 4 televised matches. What a push! Somewhat surprisingly, Harvard Boy wasn't the first person eliminated and managed to last a whopping 7 minutes and 11 seconds before being tapped out by Daniel Bryan. WWE needed a body for the match, and I suppose Otunga's body was as good and as hefty as anyone's, but his in-ring work wasn't half as impressive as his beautiful muscles, and he didn't really add much to the match. Number 4, Nathan Jones. WWE were going to get Nathan Jones on television come hell or high water, whether the Australian giant could string 2 moves together or not. The Colossus of Boggo Road was first introduced as a disciple of The Undertaker, but was deemed such an in-ring risk that WWE removed him from their advertised tag match at WrestleMania 19. He was sent back to developmental and returned 6 months later as one of SmackDown general manager Paul Heyman's big beefy boys, joining forces with WWE champion Brock Lesnar, A-Train, Big Show, and Matt Morgan. The fivesome teamed up at the 2003 Survivor Series to take on Kurt Angle, Bradshaw, Chris Benoit, John Cena, and Hardcore Holly in the show's opener. Looking at that lineup of primo talent, Jones sticks out like a sore thumb, even next to fellow greenhorn giant Matt Morgan, who would eventually come good years later in TNA. Nathan racked up 0 eliminations, but on the plus side, didn't manage to trip over his massive feet en route to being eliminated by the Olympic hero. Jones would depart WWE mere weeks later. Number 3, Boris Zukov. Pseudo-Russian tag team the Bolsheviks locked horns with some of WWE's most famous duos of the day, having memorable matches with the likes of the Hart Foundation, the British Bulldogs, and, the Bushwhackers. Once Nikolai Volkov began embracing the despicable US of A, however, that was the end of his alliance with Boris Zukov, who was still proudly flying the flag of the Soviet Union. Their split set them on a collision course, and they clashed on house shows and in a couple of short TV bouts on shows like Superstars and Wrestling Challenge. A good place to blow it off would have been at the Survivor Series, where Zukov formed part of the Mercenaries, captained by that dastardly turncoat Sergeant Slaughter, as they took on the Alliance headed by Volkov. Curiously, Zukov wasn't in the match long enough to tangle with his former comrade, as he was eliminated first by Tito Santana after less than a minute of action, I guess you would call it. Number 2, Maven. The co-winner of the first season of WWE reality TV show Tough Enough had some big moments during his short but memorable career. Maven most famously eliminated The Undertaker from the 2002 Royal Rumble and had a decent run with the Hardcore title, which got him on the WrestleMania 18 card, even if he never did quite break out of the mid-card pack. WWE did have plans for Maven further up the card mind, and at one point he was mooted as a new addition to Evolution. That obviously never happened, but Maven found himself in the mix with Triple H, Batista, and Ric Flair in the fall of 2004. He was due to join Randy Orton and Chris's Jericho and Benoit to go up against The Game, The Animal, Edge and Gene Snitsky in the 2004 Survivor Series main event, but he was attacked backstage before it began, meaning that it started as a 4-on-3 handicap match. Maven came out midway through Mind, hitting Snitsky with a brutal flying forearm, breaking the baby punter's orbital bone in the process before getting absolutely battered with a stiff chair shot. Soon after, Maven was eliminated by Triple H. Perhaps he was just a little bit too consumed with his fantasy. Number 1. Salvatore Sincere. 1996 was a big year for a WWE that was in transition, especially as far as up-and-coming talent was concerned, with Steve Austin, Mick Foley, and The Rock all debuting, while Triple H continued to make great strides. All were involved at that year's Survivor Series, the show where the Great One famously made his in-ring WWE debut. The day after Survivor Series, Rock would make his Raw debut against none other than Salvatore Sincere, a man you probably struggle to remember in general, let alone the fact he was also on the Survivor Series card. Well, he was in the pre-show free-for-all match actually, which was a traditional 4-on-4 elimination match, so it counts. The alter ego of veteran journeyman Tom Brandi, Salvatore Sincere was just a step above enhancement talent and was easily the least noteworthy member of the match. And bear in mind, Aldo Montoya was standing on the opposite side of the ring. When you're lower down on the pecking order than old jockstrap face, you have to ask yourself some pretty sincere questions, don't you, Salvatore? Wrestlers, like any athlete or performer, would always prefer to go out with a bang rather than a whimper. They don't want the audience's last impression of them to potentially sully all the good things they did before, and it's best to hang up the boots with a classic, not a dud. Sometimes, however, dishonorable in-ring career conclusions are unavoidable, whether the wrestler themselves realizes it's their last match or not. I'm Adam Pachisi from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 depressing final wrestling matches. Join us. Number 10, D-Generation X versus the Brothers of Destruction at WWE Crown Jewel 2018. Shawn Michaels enjoyed pretty much the most perfect WWE retirement possible, bowing out after battling The Undertaker in the classic main event of WrestleMania 26. And then he went and spoiled it all by saying something stupid like, yes, I'll take those $3 trillion to break my vow and do a tag match with my mates in Saudi Arabia. The Heartbreak Kid, bald as a baby's backside, put on the leather pants one more time to team with Triple H against the Brothers of Destruction at Crown Jewel 2018. Calamitous on just about every level, the bout was 4 former greats shuffling around in something that bordered on a parody of pro wrestling at times. Hunter tore his pec early, Kane's mask and wig decided to randomly fall off his head at one point, and everybody involved looked like a knackered old man reconsidering how much their pride was really worth. Michaels has since said he regrets the match and feels sorry for the other guys in it as it didn't come off anywhere close to how they wanted, but that he's able to compartmentalize and separate the match from the rest of his career. Lucky for some. Number 9, Loch Ness vs. The Giant at WCW Uncensored 1996. The gargantuan Giant Haystacks was never someone you were going to get a technical classic out of, but he was a major attraction, particularly in his native United Kingdom, but also in Canada, Germany, and Japan. He made a late and highly unlikely excursion to the United States when he signed a deal with WCW in early 1996. Coming in as a member of the cartoonish Dungeon of Doom, Haystacks wrestled a handful of matches for the Turner-owned organization, including one that turned out to be his last. Billed as Loch Ness and tipping the scales at somewhere close to 600 pounds, he took on the Giant at the downright disastrous Uncensored pay-per-view. The only saving grace here is that the match was short, lasting barely 2.5 minutes. Despite its brevity, it managed to get a -1 star rating from Dave Meltzer and contributed to Haystacks being named the worst wrestler of the year by his Wrestling Observer newsletter. To see a British wrestling institution be so barely mobile, even more so than usual, while doing the job was sad, but even sadder was the fact that Haystacks passed away just months later, aged 52. Number 8, Randy Savage, Jeff Hardy and AJ Styles versus Jeff Jarrett, Kevin Nash and Scott Hall at TNA Turning Point 2004. Randy Savage hadn't been seen in professional wrestling since leaving WCW in mid-2000 when he showed up in TNA's Impact Zone at the tail end of 2004. The Macho Man was the big surprise as the company's first monthly pay-per-view went off the air as he came out to confront NWA World's Champion Jeff Jarrett at Victory Road. The intention was to build to Double J defending the strap against Savage, but that never ended up happening for various reasons. The only thing we actually ended up getting was a barely recognizable Randy participating in a six-man tag at Turning Point, teaming with Jeff Hardy and AJ Styles against the Kings of Wrestling, aka Jarrett, alongside Scott Hall and Kevin Nash in Elvis-esque jumpsuits. I say participated, but the truth is that Savage did the absolute bare minimum and only agreed to come out for the finish, which saw him do pretty much nothing before pinning the champion with a punch to the face as fans chanted for Hulk Hogan. A sad ending for an icon who clearly knew his best days were long behind him. Number 7. Big Boss Man vs. Hacksaw Jim Duggan at IWA Japan's 10th anniversary show. The last that most WWE fans saw of Big Boss Man was him performing job duty on Sunday Night's Heat in the spring of 2002. In his last televised match, Ray Traylor did the honors for Tommy Dreamer before he was injured in a motorcycle accident and was shifted off the main roster and assigned to work at developmental territory OVW. He left Ohio Valley Wrestling and resurfaced in Japan for one last run with the IWA Japan group, who he did a couple of tours for in 2004. His last tour ended up featuring his last match at the company's 10th anniversary show, where he competed in a tournament for the vacant IWA World Heavyweight title. After getting past Freddy Krueger, don't ask, the prison guard met old pal Hacksaw Jim Duggan, who had beaten Barbarian earlier in the finals. Going just a shade over 3 minutes, it was clear that Traylor was struggling to even make it that far, and the Japanese crowd openly laughed at much of the so-called action. Traylor would pass away from a heart attack just 3 weeks later. Number 6. Yokozuna and Jake Roberts vs. Jim Neidhart and King Kong Bundy at Heroes of Wrestling. Oh dear. Oh no, not this show again. 1999's Heroes of Wrestling pay-per-view was a terrible idea on paper that somehow managed to turn out much, much worse in practice, with one rotten match after another peaking with the supposed main event. In it, Jim Neidhart vs. Jake Roberts turned into a tag match, also featuring King Kong Bundy and Yokozuna. The Snake had shown up in no condition to perform, to put it mildly, and caused a scene with his intoxicated antics, seemingly more interested in trying to make out with plans and make phallic allusions with his pet python than, doing the thing he was paid for. Jake continued to exist on another planet as the whole thing fell apart, culminating with him attempting to get naked in the ring before the feed thankfully cut out. Even more depressingly, this turned out to be the last televised match of the rapidly ballooning Yokozuna's career. Though he worked some tours in the UK the year after, these matches are not fully available, and thus Heroes of Wrestling is the last real record of Rodney Anawahi in a wrestling ring. Number 5. Kurt Angle vs. Baron Corbin at WrestleMania 35. Kurt Angle is one of the most incredible performers in WWE history and a more than worthy Hall of Famer. When the Olympic hero returned to the company in the late 2010s following a decade-long stint in TNA, there was hope that he would be able to finish his career on a high in the company where his incredible pro wrestling journey started. And there were some highlights from Angle's second WWE run, such as him tagging with a debuting Ronda Rousey against Stephanie McMahon and Triple H at WrestleMania 34, and a couple of half-decent matches with Drew McIntyre and Chad Gable on Raw. For Kurt's retirement match at WrestleMania 35, WWE booked the former world champion against Baron Corbin, much to the annoyance of Angle himself, who wanted to wrestle John Cena on the grandest stage of them all. Angle's final match really should have been a much bigger deal, but he and Corbin only got 6 minutes to play with before the gold medalist did the clean job. In fairness, Kurt was physically far past his best and was seriously broken down, but even still, this was a damp squib of an ending for a genuine GOAT. Number 4, the Dynamite Kid, Dos Caras and Kuniaki Kobayashi versus the first Tiger Mask, the Great Sasuke and Mil Mascaras at Michinoku Pro these days. The Dynamite Kid certainly made his mark in Canada and the US, where he wowed audiences while working for Stu Hart's Stampede Wrestling and Vince McMahon's WWE. However, but he was an even bigger deal in Japan, where his battles with the original Tiger Mask are still considered to be some of the best to have ever taken place in the land of the rising sun, or anywhere else for that matter. Tom Billington's wrestling career petered out as injuries caught up to him, but he was coaxed out of retirement for one final bout in the Far East for the insurgent Michinoku Pro Wrestling Group in 1996. Billed as a Legends match, Dynamite teamed with Dos Caras and Kuniaki Kobayashi to take on the Great Sasuke, Mil Mascaras, and the original Tiger Mask. Though it wasn't the main event, this was the big draw of the show and helped attract around 8,000 people to Sumo Hall. Regrettably though, Dynamite was in really bad physical condition and looked a shell of his former self. Strikingly skinny and unable to even climb the ropes, he looked shaky and at one point even told Sayama that he couldn't take a bump from a suplex. While at the airport waiting to fly home the next day, Billington suffered a seizure and was rushed to the hospital. Number 3. Curt Hennig vs. David Flair at TNA's 27th pay-per-view. In his prime, Curt Hennig was one of the most spectacular performers in the business, famed for his extravagant bumps and fluidity. He really did live up to his Mr. Perfect moniker, nary putting a foot wrong between the ropes and having classic matches with the likes of Bret Hart, Ric Flair, and others. A debilitating back injury suffered in 1991 seemed to signal retirement, but Hennig came back and incredibly wrestled off and on until early 2003. His back still bothered him though, and he was dogged by the dreaded personal demons, making him look like the shadow of the talent that he used to be. Hennig's last dance was far from perfect, as he met David Flair in a worthless axe handle on a pole match at TNA's 27th weekly pay-per-view. Not only was the last match a load of crap with a clearly disinterested Curt Hennig phoning it in, he outright refused to climb the pole himself and summoned black shirt security member Chris Vaughn to do it for him. He then hit Flair with the wood to end the farce in about 2 minutes. 1 month later, Hennig would be found dead in a hotel room at the age of just 44. Number 2. Steve Williams vs. Franco D'Angelo at ACW's Dr. Death retirement show. Steve Williams was one of wrestling's noted tough guys and enjoyed a great career in the United States and Japan before his Brawl for All defeat and catalogue of injuries slowed him down. Anyone doubting Dr. Death's toughness after he was KO'd by Bart Gunn really needs to shut their goddamn mouths, because the former Triple Crown heavyweight champion showed everyone just how much fighting spirit he had when he fought throat cancer in the mid-2000s. After undergoing successful treatment to rid his body of the disease, Williams continued to wrestle on the indies and overseas before the cancer returned in 2009. He decided to retire while battling the Big C for a second time, his retirement match taking place for Asylum Championship Wrestling in his home state of Colorado. Beating Franco D'Angelo for the ACW heavyweight title, it was readily apparent that Williams was very sick and should not have been in the ring, his body frail and unable to perform even the most basic wrestling moves. It was more about the feel-good win and post-match celebration, of course, but there's something really heartbreaking about watching him out there knowing that he would pass away just 4 months later. Number 1. Ric Flair and Andrade El Idolo vs. Jeff Jarrett and Jay Lethal at Ric Flair's last match. Well, this was utterly terrifying, wasn't it? When Ric Flair announced that he would be wrestling one more match at the age of 73, some 11 years after he last stepped foot in the squared circle, there was a reaction of intrigue, concern, and ultimately fear. The videos he released of him training with one of his eventual opponents, Jay Lethal, were encouraging, but on the big night itself, it was not some fuzzy bit of nostalgia. Rather, it was a depressing ordeal where you just hoped the Nature Boy would make it out of the ring in one piece. Granted, he was going into the bout with a foot injury and was thus limited in what he could do physically, but fans were still taken aback by how wrecked Slick Rick looked. While Lethal, Andrade, and even Jarrett held up their end of the bargain, no amount of smoke and mirrors were going to hide the sad state Flair was in. Bluntly, he shouldn't have been allowed in the ring, let alone involved in a 27-minute main event match. Oh, and while the dirtiest player in the game only faked a heart attack during a bizarre spot, he almost gave me a very real one, as I genuinely thought the bloke was going to Randy the Ram us right in front of our very eyes. Of the many criticisms flung in Impact Wrestling's direction over the years, their reliance on ex-WWE stars ranks as a frequent complaint. In a way, you can't fault the former TNA. In an attempt to seem legitimate, names like Jeff Hardy, Kurt Angle, the Dudley Boys, and Christian can do much good for your roster. Contrary to that, whenever Dixie and company excitedly shove one of their homegrowns aside just to spotlight an aging relic from an era gone by, well, fans kinda notice. With the benefit of hindsight, the all-time roster of Impact Wrestling was loaded with absolute gems, be they in-ring marvels or dynamic personalities, and a good number of them did so without a strong WWE run to their name. In fact, some of TNA's best and brightest stars of all time don't get the credit they deserve because they either never made it to WWE or their eventual WWE run was severely lacking. Unrealized potential as well as a smaller audience proved to be quite a double whammy. While Impact Wrestling enjoys a minor and unexpected resurgence in 2020, let's look back at some of the more promising talents that have passed through their forum, ones that might have fallen short of said promise. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic.com, and these are 10 TNA wrestlers who should have been bigger stars. Join us. Number 10, Eric Young. For over 12 years, Young did everything you could possibly do in TNA. He held every belt, he played the most sympathetic of babyfaces, and, as seen today in his return, the most loathsome of villains. He's been a goofball, and he's been maniacal. Package all of that with his years of experience and his ring generalship, and you've got a skilled wrestler possessing lots of character range. You never hear a bad word about Eric Young, and with his attributes, he's an asset to any promotion that has him. While it's easy to chastise WWE for doing nothing with Young, especially once Sanity made the Green Mile shamble to the main roster, you can also levy some criticism toward his long-time home promotion. Seeing Young today as a deranged sociopath is far more interesting than his many years spent as a silly comedy character. And make no mistake, while Young was good as comic relief, he seems far more valuable as a schemer with violent tendencies. Typecasting Young into the light-hearted parts of the show year after year may have deprived us all from his absolute best work. Number 9, Sonny Siaki. A performer assumes a risk whenever they co-opt a bit of an established star's act. They run the risk of being viewed as a pale imitation. Siaki, a project from the early years of TNA, had similar physical features to The Rock, so he started dressing the part with tinted shades and expensive button-up shirts while cutting promos that involved a bit of frenetic wordsmithery. To put it mildly, cocky Siaki was no Rocky. That said, Siaki did have loads of upside. He possessed an understated physical charisma that didn't require him to be boisterous and grandiose like Dwayne Johnson. He was also a tremendous athlete, able to match up with the X Division's finest while still built and chiseled like a credible heavyweight. These positives did land Siaki a spot in WWE Developmental in 2005, but he retired within 3 years at age 34. His badly ailing brother needed a kidney transplant, and Siaki donated one of his, which left him unable to continue wrestling. While it is an example of unrealized potential, nobody could rationally fault Siaki for choosing to save his brother over continuing to wrestle. Number 8, Trinity. For more than a decade prior to stepping into a wrestling ring, Trinity worked as a stunt woman and didn't begin her in-ring career until she was 31 years of age. She'd only been wrestling for a month or two when TNA brought her into the fold during their first year, where she functionally became their answer to Lita, the tomboyish ass-kicker that gets physically involved in her male associates' matches, usually with a well-placed Hurricane Rana outside the ring. Trinity was understandably quite green at the time, but her athleticism and risk-taking gave her a hook that TNA fans quickly latched onto. After a feud with Kid Cash, however, her momentum began to fizzle. The rail-thin women's roster of the time didn't give Trinity much to do outside of work with the men, so her options were also limited. She left TNA in 2005 and popped up in WWE's revival of ECW the next year as valet to the full-blooded Italians, but that was a go-nowhere spot. For all of her upside, the stars just didn't seem to align right for Trinity, as she may have come many years before her time. Number 7, Ethan Carter III. Like Eric Young, EC3 is back where he belongs, following a long 2019 where many wondered why WWE insisted on missing this particular boat. His initial WWE run as Derek Bateman didn't do much to keep his head above the current, and a move to TNA in 2013 provided the necessary outlet for Carter to grow. The petulant and arrogant nephew of Dixie Carter quickly became a main event heel, one worthy of the spotlight. It seemed inevitable that one day way, WWE would do right by him the second go around. And then they didn't. The bizarre, short-lived rivalry with an outgoing Dean Ambrose was apparently enough to put the cloud of doom over EC3 going forward, and it was hardly his fault. There's so much good about Ethan Carter. The physique, the promos, the ring work, the mannerisms. He's everything you could want in a top bad guy. And for reasons that may well have been spiteful, he was left to smush his scalp against a criminally low ceiling in WWE. At age 37, Carter might have many years left inside a wrestling ring. Hopefully, those years are fruitful ones. Number 6, Chris Harris. There's no debate. If America's Most Wanted isn't the greatest tag team in the history of Impact, they're at least on the Mount Rushmore. As a duo, Wildcat Chris Harris and Cowboy James Storm were highly effective in any role you could put them in, whether it was the justice-seeking good guys or the wily outlaw bad guys. One could just as easily see Harris and Storm fighting to overcome FTR's cheating in a Southern-style tag team war today, or using their own underhanded tactics to hamper the Young Bucks. Between 2002 and 2007, Harris and Storm may have been the best overall duo in North America, with classic battles against Triple X, Styles and Daniels, and LAX to their credit. When they went their separate ways, recreational drinker Storm managed to flourish, especially in beer money, while Harris began to peter out. His 2008 jump to WWE as Braden Walker, complete with pudgier build and poor line reading, has doomed him as a punchline ever since. But at one time, Harris, mediocre promo skills aside, had all the other tools needed to have a strong singles run. It just never happened. Number 5, Elix Skipper. We go from AMW to old rivals Triple X. Two of the greatest tag team matches in TNA history pitted Harris and Storm against Christopher Daniels and Elix Skipper in steel cage matches, both of which saw primetime defy gravity. At the 2004 Turning Point pay-per-view, Skipper famously tight-roped to the top of the cage in order to deliver a hands-free Hurricane Rana on his seated victim, prompting Don West to have one of his patented screengasms over his headset. Point being, Elix Skipper was really freaking athletic. WWE passed on utilizing Skipper after initially acquiring him among WCW's assets in 2001, and TNA was more than happy to scoop the fleet-footed cruiserweight up. As it stands, however, Skipper is kind of a forgotten man behind both Triple X teammates Daniels and Loki, despite the highlight reel moments he created. Skipper possessed the rare agility needed to be a standout in today's modern business, where flips and springboards are as common as headlocks. In fact, one could easily see him holding his own in a crazy spot fest with the likes of Ricochet and Rey Fenix. In his time though, Elix Skipper was still plenty impressive. Number 4, Taryn Terrell. Here's a name that might not necessarily have come to mind when you first saw the title. In fact, when former ECW GM Tiffany showed up in TNA in 2012, there wasn't much reason to get excited. Like a fair number of WWE divas of the time, she had no prior wrestling experience when the company brought her in for its diva search, and then became a TV fixture when wrestling talent was far less of a prerequisite. So Taryn's hiring didn't create too many waves. That's why it was a pleasant surprise to see her have the run of matches that she had in 2013, including an incredible last woman standing match against Gail Kim at Slammiversary. You can credit Gail for being the ring general, but Taryn clearly had an aptitude for wrestling, one that wasn't evident during her time in WWE. After a run as Knockouts champ, Taryn finished up with Impact in 2015, and besides a short-lived return to the company in 2017, has stayed away from the business since. She went on to pursue other interests in life, but could very well have remained an effective talent, possibly a star, to this day. Number 3, Shark Boy. One could argue that Shark Boy did, in fact, reach what his potential promised, a measure of fame as a fun-loving comedy character with a long and sustained run in that role. While the tacked-on homage to Steve Austin in later years felt like unnecessary excess, the majority of Shark Boy's run played exactly as you think it would, delighting the fans' appetite for innocent silliness by clowning mid-card heels, while also losing to the ascendant bad guys in order to give them a little more heat. But, like a lot of the prior entries, it can be argued that Shark Boy may have come too soon. The character done today might have experienced even more popularity, especially as more fans have come to embrace absurdity and irony. And while the annual Shark Week on Discovery Channel predates Shark Boy as a wrestler by many years, you'd have to think that its modern popularity would make for an obvious crossover, and what promoter wouldn't jump at that chance? So yes, while you could argue that Shark Boy reached his potential in TNA, you might also ask, could there have been more? Number 2, Abyss. Heavyweights came at a premium in TNA's earlier years. The only non-cruiserweights generally on the market were aging WWE and WCW relics, so finding a good-sized wrestler that still had tread on his tires could be challenging. That's why Dutch Mantel Discovery Abyss was such a coup. He was relatively young at the time and looked like an absolute monster, thanks in part to the Mankind-esque mask. He also had another wonderful quality. Abyss was the ultimate team player, seemingly willing to do anything to make the show better, usually at the expense of his own anatomy. Like Mick Foley, Abyss endured a steady diet of thumbtacks, barbed wire, and flaming tables throughout his decade and a half with the promotion, the go-to hardcore warrior, the perfect ogre for any fairy tale the writers cooked up. Not only that, but as alter ego Joseph Park, a hapless and timid lawyer, Abyss showed tremendous character range and a flair for comedy. Sometimes it seemed like TNA took Abyss for granted, and that's a shame, because the man brought so much to the table as a performer and a character. If anyone deserved a big run under a brighter light, it's Abyss. Number 1, Monty Brown. Oh, the alpha male. We may have played the too soon card a lot in this video, but no matter. If Monty Brown came along today, he would be an internet sensation, and promoters couldn't sign him fast enough. 15 years ago, it was seen as an injustice when Brown lost in a world title bid against Jeff Jarrett, because Brown had everything you needed in a top guy. Unparalleled charisma, an impressive physique, a maniacal edge, and a highly physical, hard-hitting style. In other words, Monty Brown had star written all over him. Somehow, Brown's time as a main eventer in TNA came and went without the expected accolades, and WWE was all too happy to scoop him up in 2006, giving him the curious name of Marcus Cor Von. We'll never know just how far he'd have gone though. 5 months after debuting on the ECW brand, Brown took a leave of absence following the death of his sister in order to help raise her kids, and ultimately chose to retire from wrestling. To look back at Monty Brown's promos, as well as his matches that ended with the bone-rattling pounce, which he invented by the way, is to see a star in the making. Likely more than anybody else in this video, the alpha male was a TNA star that had what it took to reach the mountaintop. It just didn't happen. When ECW went under and then WCW was bought by WWE in early 2001, wrestling fans were clamoring at the prospect of an interpromotional storyline based on the Monday Night Wars. Can you imagine The Rock versus Sting? Steve Austin taking on Goldberg? What about Kurt Angle scrapping with Big Papa Pump? They all sound positively tantalizing in theory, but sadly none of them ever happened, due to most of the WCW guys having substantial guaranteed contracts with AOL Time Warner and not wanting to actually work for much less money. How spiteful of them. What the invasion actually turned into was DDP getting his bollocks chopped off, the McMahons using it as a vehicle to prolong their family feud, and Buff Bagwell in his stupid red hat. No, the invasion wasn't half as good as it could have been had the stars properly aligned, but it wasn't all bad either. There were some great moments, like Kurt Angle's Milkamania, Paul Heyman eviscerating Vince McMahon with a scathing work shoot promo, and the old Stone Cold returning to help even the odds against the Alliance. There were also, looking back, some pretty damn fine matches that don't usually come up in conversation, but ought to get a second look now that we're all over how badly WWE bungled the storyline. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 forgotten classics during the WCW WWE invasion. Join us. Number 10, Rob Van Dam vs. Chris Jericho at Unforgiven 2001. Though the invasion was a disappointment overall, there were one or two big successes coming out of it. Perhaps nobody came out of the invasion looking better than Rob Van Dam, the laid-back extremist that captured the hearts and minds of WWE fans and went on a tremendous run as hardcore champion. With RVD holding the ramshackle strap, hardcore matches became a lot more than bin-lid smacking filler and were actual spectacles well worth watching. One of the best was the whole effing show's defense against Chris Jericho at Unforgiven, which started off as a nice wrestling match full of smooth sequences and actually took a while for the weapons to be introduced. And when they were, they didn't overdo it, employing a single ladder and steel chair and building the spots up as the action escalated. Y2J's Walls of Jericho on the top of the ladder was an awesome sight, as was the teeth-rattling Van Daminator. The Alliance man got the win thanks to a timely distraction from a certain filthy, dirty, disgusting, brutal, skanky, bottom-feeding trash bag. Oh. One of WWE's better hardcore matches ever, this was a great showcase for two performers who were on the rise and nobody could stop. Or could they? Number 9, Booker T versus Kurt Angle on Raw. One thing that sticks out from the matches of this era is just how insanely hot those Attitude Era crowds were. So while a match might not be a 5-star masterpiece, a good match can seem like a great one, and a great one like an all-timer based on how much the fans are losing their minds. As was the case with the WCW title match between Kurt Angle and Booker T from the July 30th, 2001 episode of Raw. The two had a few really solid matches against one another during the invasion, but this one was the best. It started with the Alliance attacking the Olympian before the bell and Rhino hitting him with a gore on the floor, prompting the WWE crew to intervene and a mass brawl breaking out. Booker seized control for most of the contest before Angle rallied with his suplexes and an angle slam, setting up the ankle lock. He looked like retaining the gold before Shane O'Mac provided a distraction and Austin ran in, resulting in a ref bump. There was a cracking kick out with Angle getting his shoulder up after the axe kick, but another ref bump followed by the stunner was enough to make Booker a five-time WCW World Heavyweight Champion. Suckers. Number 8, Winner Take All at Survivor Series 2001. A storyline which easily could have lasted a year came to an end after a measly 5 months, but at least it went out with a bang. It all came down to Survivor Series and the winner-take-all main event, where the winning side got to remain in business and the losers had to dissolve. Now, there was literally zero chance that WWE weren't triumphing on the night, but the 5-on-5 traditional Survivor Series rules tag match was good and planted at least a seed of doubt for a fleeting moment. In it, Team WWE, The Rock, Chris Jericho, Undertaker, Kane, and Big Show took on Team Alliance, Steve Austin, Booker T, Kurt Angle, Rob Van Dam, and Shane McMahon. The bout was a good 45 minutes long and everyone got an opportunity to shine before the eliminations kicked in, and it got down to 2 versus 2 and then finally 1 versus 1. I'm sure nobody thought a WCW and ECW invasion of WWE was going to be settled with the Texas Rattlesnake and Brahma Bull fighting over the respective companies, but it was what it was, and it was Austin versus The Rock, so who the hell are you to complain? The Great One got the win after plenty of shenanigans and a Kurt Angle turn, Vince McMahon celebrating the victory like he'd just been acquitted by the federal government. Number 7, Rob Van Dam versus Steve Austin versus Kurt Angle at No Mercy 2001. By October, Rob Van Dam had become so popular that he was inserted into the WWE title picture and added to the main event of No Mercy, challenging for Stone Cold Steve Austin's championship in a match also featuring Kurt Angle. I'm sure RVD was positively ecstatic with his promotion. Actually, I bet when he was told, he was all like, sounds cool dude, whatever, and then lit up one of those funny cigarettes of his. The storyline leading into the match was compelling, with Van Dam and Austin ostensibly on the same side but butting heads and being manipulated by other members of the Alliance as well as Vince McMahon. The match was all action and a really unique clash of styles, as Austin's brawling meshed surprisingly well with Van Dam's high-flying martial arts and Kurt Angle's explosive suplexes and submissions. Mr. Pay-Per-View hit a big somersault dive to the floor, Angle successfully nailed his beautiful moonsault, and the bionic redneck did a lot of punching people in the mouth. Stick to what you know, says I. The match was going great, and then Vince and Shane got involved, which ended with father tackling son over the announce desk and pummeling him in the face for old time's sake. In the end, Austin hit Van Dam with a stunner and barely escaped with the gold. Number 6, Booker T versus The Rock at SummerSlam 2001. Following his loss to Steve Austin on the post-WrestleMania X7 episode of Raw, The Rock took a little break from WWE to try and go and conquer Hollywood and become a huge movie star or something. I think it turned out alright for him. His presence was missed, and once filming on the Scorpion King had wrapped, his return to WWE television was a most welcome one. The People's Champion deliberated over which side he was going to choose, but ultimately that man's heart pumps WWE blood, and refreshing Terramana tequila available online and in select stores. One of his first big matches back was the SummerSlam main event, a WCW World Heavyweight title showdown with Booker T. Like Van Dam, Booker T was one of the only Alliance wrestlers to come out of the angle looking good, and he demonstrated his main event pedigree against the most electrifying man in sports entertainment. A great high-energy seesaw battle, The Rock vs. Booker T at SummerSlam 2001 was a worthy headliner for one of the biggest shows of the year and was stuffed with believable near falls and just the right amount of garnish with Shane McMahon and the APA's interference. Rock won it with his own version of the bookend. Number 5, Steve Austin vs. The Rock at Rebellion 2001. If I'm being kind, I'll say that WWE's previous UK pay-per-view efforts have been inconsistent. If I'm not being kind, I'll say that WWE's previous UK pay-per-view efforts have been rubbish, sub-house show level affairs where it's plainly clear that the company don't consider them important. Glad I got that off my chest. Rebellion 2001 was different though, because while there was some of the expected fluff, there was also some really good stuff on it too, including a WCW title match between Chris Jericho and Kurt Angle, and a main event worthy of WrestleMania itself. Now, the Rock vs. Austin WWE title match was obviously not up to the ridiculously high standard of Mania X7 or anything like that, but it was a worthy entry into their epic series and one of the better matches of the invasion. I'll take Austin and Rock duking it out on pay-per-view even if they are jet-lagged and going at half speed, but if they were suffering any tiredness from their transatlantic flight, they weren't showing it here because they tore the flipping house down. And then they built the house back up and decided to tear it down once more, going hell for leather for 20 plus minutes. Austin once again eked it thanks to a little outside help. Number 4, Chris Jericho and The Rock versus Kurt Angle and Steve Austin on SmackDown. 12 days after Rebellion, the two featured matches collided in the blockbuster main event of the November 15th, 2001 edition of SmackDown. Obviously, by this point, the whole WWE vs. WCW and ECW aspect had been watered down more than a college girl during spring break, and Jericho, Rock, Austin, and Angle were all established WWE performers. But a good match is a good match, and this served its purpose on the go-home show before Survivor Series and the winner-take-all match. It began with Austin and Rock trading punches, and the pace didn't ease up for the rest of the match, from Jericho being isolated and worked over to the hot tag to The Rock. The bout ended in a DQ when Angle and Austin introduced a steel chair, and as good as the match itself is, the post-match scene is just as good, if not better. One after another, everyone involved in the winner-take-all match showed up and it descended into a full-on finisher fest. The work in the match is as good as you would expect considering the star power and who was involved, and the aftermath was a great way to build to the pay-per-view. Number 3, Rob Van Dam vs. Jeff Hardy at Invasion 2001. The Invasion pay-per-view was a huge financial success, but critically, it didn't get quite so much love. Bouts like Nick Patrick versus Earl Hebner and Raven against William Regal were not exactly what fans wanted to see on a card comprised of WWE, ECW, and WCW wrestlers. The inaugural Brawl main event was solid, but the true highlight was the hardcore title bout between Jeff Hardy and Rob Van Dam. Seizing the spotlight and stealing the event, the whole effing show and the charismatic Enigma let it all hang out in another hardcore bout that wasn't simply about them clattering each other with baking trays and other debris, but using the environment and one or two select weapons to accentuate the action. There was a bit of high flying, some brawling through the crowd, and a ladder and a chair were brought into play. In perhaps the most breathtaking moment of the contest, Jeff went through a gap in the entrance stage after being hit with a Van Daminator, the camera work making it look as though he had disappeared off the face of the earth. A perfect first impression for many WWE fans who wouldn't have been too familiar with him, Van Dam capped off a near-flawless performance by pinning Hardy and capturing the title. Number 2, Steve Austin vs. Kurt Angle at SummerSlam 2001. Another banger that may have gotten lost in the shuffle in the 20 years since it took place, Steve Austin and Kurt Angle's WWE title match from SummerSlam 2001 may not have gone on last, but it was the best match of a very good show. After vying for Vince McMahon's affections for most of the summer and fanning about with guitars and tiny cowboy hats, Austin and Angle got serious for their big pay-per-view showdown. Stone Cold's heel run isn't fondly remembered by a lot of people, but he was really feeling it here and played the opportunistic coward to perfection, resorting to cheap tricks like eye pokes and trying to get a win via countout when things weren't going his way. Angle, for his part, was in wrestling machine mode, still new to the business, but every bit a polished all-rounder. He got busted open, but fought on, consistently going for the ankle lock and hitting some suplexes on the floor, as well as a huge moonsault. Then came the finisher kickouts, and when he knew he couldn't win in a fair fight, Austin took out not one, not two, but 3 WWE referees, forcing evil referee Nick Patrick to call for the DQ and save the Alliance leader's title. Number 1, The Rock vs. Chris Jericho at No Mercy 2001. While much of the invasion centered around WWE guys battling members of the Alliance, occasionally some infighting would result in a match between 2 members of the same side. And listen, I love all of those interpromotional dream matches, you know, the likes of Billy Gunn versus Shawn Stasiak or Chronic against Kai and Tai. But the WCW title match between Chris Jericho and The Rock blew them all out of the water. We know that The Rock is great, and we know that Jericho is great too, and letting them run wild for 25 minutes in a major title match on a pay-per-view is what I believe the smart fans call good booking. They made every minute count and took fans on a roller coaster that ebbed and flowed wonderfully, with the live crowd torn on who they wanted to see prevail. After a big announce table bump and some finisher trading, Stephanie McMahon made her way down to ringside and slid in a chair. She ended up tasting a rock bottom for her meddling, but her steel assist proved pivotal as Y2J dropped Rock with a breakdown, remember that move, on it for the win. A huge moment for Jericho. Perhaps it was this outing that convinced Vince McMahon he could be undisputed champion. WWE have a lot to answer for if we're being honest about things, but rarely does Vince McMahon's company apologize for anything they've done. They typically do so only when they're at the mercy of a television network or, another country's legal system, but it tends to take a lot for them to admit wrongdoing and express regrets. It does happen though, and WWE have been forced in the past to ask for forgiveness from their wrestlers, national governments, and even their own fans. I'm Adam Pachisi from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 times WWE were forced to apologize. I'm sorry. Number 10, an unfortunate coincidence. After CM Punk decided to walk out of WWE before the post-Royal Rumble 2014 episode of Raw, things between performer and company were, shall we say, dicey? We all know from previous incidents that WWE, and Vince specifically, views wrestlers taking their ball and going home as the cardinal sin in the business, and they wasted no time sticking it to the straight-edge superstar. As Punk divulged during that infamous Art of Wrestling podcast appearance, WWE formally served him with his release papers on his wedding day, which he took as an intentional way to get revenge on him one more time. When asked about this during an appearance on Steve Austin's Broken Skull Sessions not too long after, Vince apologized to Punk for it and said that the timing of it was merely a bad coincidence, blaming poor communication between various departments. Punk, for his part, wasn't convinced, and neither am I. Responding to the apology during a later, less controversial Art of Wrestling appearance, he said that he didn't want to hear about a coincidence and was convinced that there was malicious intent behind it. He also lambasted McMahon for using Austin's podcast as a platform for an apology and said that he should have done it in person or at least via telephone and in private. Number 9, Trashgate. WWE had a lot to apologize to Mickie James for, to be blunt. They should have said sorry after the whole patently ridiculous Piggy James fat-shaming fiasco. They should have apologized to her for disrespectfully phasing her out towards the end of her latest run and suggesting that she become a road agent despite Mickie still being in great shape and more than capable of still going in the ring. They did issue an apology to her, but after she had been let go by the company. After James tweeted about her belongings being returned to her in a bin bag following her release, WWE fired the person responsible for the slight, with Stephanie tweeting James back directly to say that she was embarrassed that the former women's champion would be treated that way and apologized personally and on behalf of the company. Vince also reached out to Mickie, calling her up and offering a heartfelt apology for the discourtesy. The bridges weren't completely burned, thankfully, and Mickie, while reigning as Impact Wrestling's knockout champion, was welcomed back to compete in the 2022 Women's Royal Rumble. Number 8, in Soviet Russia, flag disrespects you. The American hero taking on the foreign menace. It's a wrestling staple as old as time itself, and simple and outdated as it is, always provokes at least some sort of reaction. When pro-Russia Rusev and Lana made their way to the main roster in 2014, it was a dead cert that they would inevitably come up against a super patriot like John Cena. But before he got to Big Match John, he ran into the Big Show. During a segment to build their feud, Show tore down the Russian flag and threw it violently on an episode of Raw. A standard bit of cheap heat, perhaps, but WWE were clearly wary of a backlash from the Russians and released a statement on WWE.com after the angle. We at WWE would like to apologize to the Russian people for the incident on Monday Night Raw that could have been construed as disrespect for their nation's flag. Sorry, what is this? Woke wrestling entertainment? To be fair, WWE were walking a fine line when it came to Rusev and Lana, having previously come under fire for scripting them to reference the Malaysian Airlines Flight 17 disaster a few months prior. Number 7. Failure to launch. Remember how excited you were when WWE announced the upcoming launch of their network? All of that content on demand for the very fair price of $9.99. I personally couldn't wait for the UK launch on November 3rd, 2014. I set my alarm, had my hardcore Holly pajamas neatly ironed, and had a glass of Ribena chilling in the fridge, ready to relive my childhood. And then I logged on to find out that the network didn't launch, was sick all over my hardcore Holly pajamas, and the Ribena sat lonely in the fridge for a month before I chucked it in the bin along with my hopes and dreams of watching all that sweet, sweet content on demand for the very fair price of $9.99. The rest of WWE's UK fans were also understandably upset by the delay and let WWE know about it during a UK TV taping by chanting, "Where's our network?" while Triple H and Stephanie McMahon were in the ring. WWE uploaded an apology video courtesy of Vince McMahon himself to their website, assuring fans that the network would launch sooner rather than later and be worth the wait. Tell that to my hardcore Holly pajamas, Vince, you piece of... Number 6. All guns blazing. In a bid to show an edgier attitude and attract viewers to a new time slot, WWE scripted a reality-based angle for the November 4th, 1996 episode of Raw that saw Steve Austin break into the house of Brian Pillman before the loose cannon, ostensibly defending his family and home, fired a gun as the feed cut to black. Now, the USA Network had greenlit the angle ahead of time, but caught so much flack from a concerned audience that their feelings quickly changed. So upset were they with the tone and tenor of the Pillman's Got a Gun segment that they even threatened to have WWE's flagship taken off the air. Not only was the realistic way in which it was filmed jarring when compared with the rest of WWE programming, but Pillman unleashed an F-bomb after getting caught up in the moment. USA apologized themselves while Pillman was taken off of TV until the heat subsided. A few days after the incident, Vince McMahon appeared on WWE's internet show Livewire and gave his own apology, noting the responsibility for WWE programming rests squarely on his shoulders. No wonder they're so bloody massive. Number 5. A fresh start. WWE fans, or at least certain sections of their fan base, are always going to complain about the supposed declining quality of the promotion's television product. Whenever fans get more vocal about this or the attendances and ratings start to decline, WWE usually responds by doubling down or simply staying the course while pointing to other factors as reasons why the numbers go south. Rarely, if ever, will they admit defeat on this front. How shocking and refreshing was it then when the McMahons opened up the December 17th, 2018 episode of Raw by holding their hands up and apologizing for the declining standards of their televised outputs. Vince, Shane, Steph, and Paul earnestly talked about how the show hadn't been good enough of late and promised fans that there would be a fresh start with new superstars, storylines, and matches on the way. It was a slightly surreal, kayfabe-bending thing to do, but you know what? It worked! Because since then, WWE television has never been better, has it? We've all loved the incredible new stars they've made, the novel matches and feuds, and, well, the general betterment of the product. So kudos to you, McMahon family. Apology accepted. Number 4. Punk's regret. If a fan randomly attacks a wrestler, then that fan should, by rights, apologize as they are chucked out of the arena. As heated as things get, fans need to know that they should never cross that boundary and get physical with a performer, lest they wish to suffer the consequences. One fan bore the brunt of CM Punk's frustration at the end of the October 8th, 2012 episode of Raw, when Punk, having just wrestled Mr. McMahon and being chased off by Ryback, fled to the stands as McMahon addressed him on the mic. After getting pinched, pushed, shoved, and slapped from behind, the Second City Saint responded with a spinning backfist and a pie-face lunge, knocking the glasses off of one punter's head. Turned out that this particular fan was something of an innocent victim, as he personally hadn't been antagonizing the WWE champion. The next day, WWE issued a statement saying that they regretted that proper security measures weren't in place at the time and that Punk apologized for reacting in the heat of the moment. Number 3. Sorry doesn't heal a broken heart. A couple of weeks after conspiring to screw Bret Hart out of the WWE title at the '97 Survivor Series, Vince McMahon appeared on Raw in a sit-down interview with JR to explain his actions to the masses. Unrepentant, the genetic jackhammer lambasted the hitman for perceived unprofessionalism and for not allowing the time-honored tradition of the business while offering the oft-replayed soundbite that Bret screwed Bret, not Vince & Co. It was the furthest thing from an apology that you could imagine, but things were rather different in the immediate aftermath of the Montreal Screwjob. Witnessing the whole thing go down, locker room leader The Undertaker summoned Vince from his office and demanded that he go and straighten things out with Hart face to face in the Excellence of Execution's dressing room. home. Vince, out of fear or respect, I'm not sure which, did as the dead man wished and let Brett know that he was sorry things went down the way they did. Not exactly in the mood to let bygones be bygones just yet, Brett replied with a well-placed fist to the chairman's eye. Number 2, just a big liability. When JBL decided to repeatedly perform a Nazi goose step in a bid to elicit heat during the tag team main event at a house show in Germany in the spring of 2004, he probably didn't think too much of it. After all, he'd done it previously when working for Otto Vonz's territory in the early 90s, and I mean, come on, he's a baddie. He's just doing baddie things. This is wrestling and we're having fun, Mago. Well, it may be wrestling and he may have been a baddie, but performing Nazi salutes in public has long been illegal in Germany, and on top of that, his unfortunate antics ruined the night for many fans who simply wanted to be entertained, not reminded of one of the greatest atrocities in human history. The story picked up steam thanks to Bradshaw's best friend, the internet, and he ended up losing his job as a financial analyst for CNBC. Though those within the company supposedly supported him, WWE nonetheless apologized for his actions and any offense he may have caused, while mentioning that Layfield had been reprimanded for the incident. Number 1, the apology of Jericho. Flags again, bloody flags, always getting WWE superstars into all sorts of bother. As we saw earlier, WWE apologized after Big Show trashed the Russian flag during his feud with Rusev, but that was hardly an isolated incident. In 2016, WWE retroactively apologized for Kurt Angle blowing his nose on the Indian flag during an angle with Tiger Ali Singh almost 20 years prior, done in order to make good before a tour of the country. The 2012 incident where Chris Jericho threw down and kicked the Brazilian flag while trying to generate heat before his match with CM Punk in Sao Paulo was much more serious, however. After Y2J had done the deed, someone of authority in attendance had the match stopped and gave the Canadian 2 options: apologize immediately or be taken directly to jail. Jericho went for the former, obviously, though he was subsequently suspended by Vince McMahon and fined for his actions, much to his bemusement. A statement with Jericho's apology soon made its way to WWE.com, while the company themselves apologized to Brazil's citizens and government. And Jericho never, ever went to Carnival again. Imagine you worked really hard to get so good at something that you were not only able to make a living doing it, but that you got famous as a result. Imagine cashing those checks and basking in the notoriety that your labor brings, only to be constantly reminded of something silly or slightly obscure that you did years earlier. Yes, I was that bloke on the billboard, and yes, I would like to thank everyone for pointing it out to me every single day. I'm not one to complain really, because I don't have it half as bad as some wrestlers who made cameos on WWE television years before they hit it big. WWE have, and probably always will, utilize bone-bending hopefuls on their shows for bit parts, from everything from making up the numbers in a crowd scene to working a match as an enhancement talent. Everyone has to start somewhere, and this type of extra work can be a foot in the door for someone who dreams of getting on the card at WrestleMania. These appearances make for great stories and are fun Easter eggs for fans, while for the wrestlers involved, they often come with added significance, depending on the often weird circumstances. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling and that billboard thing, and these are 10 forgotten wrestler cameos on WWE TV. Join us! Number 10, Tommaso Ciampa. An unfortunate and ill-timed situation for all concerned, the angle that saw Muhammad Hassan's henchman attack and garrote The Undertaker before carrying off Daivari in martyr style was the wrong type of heat, and the controversy resulted in UPN execs demanding Hassan's removal from SmackDown programming. Despite his absence, WWE forged ahead with the feud with a segment featuring Hassan's lawyer, Thomas Quincy Esquire, portrayed by none other than former NXT champion Tommaso Ciampa. The Blackheart was a fresh-faced 20-year-old trainee at the time and got the gig due to his connections with the Chaotic Training Center, a Boston-based group that WWE would rely on for extras whenever they were in the New England area. Ciampa had to deliver a promo on behalf of his client before being interrupted and chokeslammed by the dead man. But that wasn't the most nerve-wracking part of the experience, since earlier in the day he needed to deliver his monologue one-on-one to Vince McMahon in the chairman's office before practicing it in the ring with Vince, Taker, and Triple H. Tommaso did very well and clearly looked comfortable on the microphone and in his new suit, which WWE bought for the segment and let him keep afterwards. Number 9, Cesaro and EC3. Cesaro is one of the most polished and best all-round performers in the business today, but he, like every other indie standout with a dream, was just another face in the crowd before he became a true superstar. Back on August 28, 2006, the Swiss Superman showed up on Monday Night Raw, looking very European and standing there in the background as a police officer, accompanying Shane McMahon into DX's locker room for a round of knob jokes. Big you-know-what Tony was certainly on WWE's radar at the time, since he signed a developmental deal just a couple of months later before being mysteriously released for still unknown reasons. But Cesaro wasn't alone in backing up the boss's son, as he was accompanied by the man who would become EC3. He was also known to WWE, having worked a couple of matches on Sunday Night Heat, and would also ink a developmental deal not too long after his appearance here. Triple H got in a line at his expense, asking him if that was a gun in his pocket or if he was just happy to see him. Stiffies. Another memorable backstage cameo during this DX era was of course Ty Dillinger / Shawn Spears showing up at Cyber Sunday as Stan and getting his headset super kicked off by Shawn Michaels. Number 8, Wade Barrett and Sheamus. One of the most common extra roles for would-be stars is playing a security guard. That's because they not only have enough size to be authoritative, but can also, get punched in the face and take bumps and stuff, which helps. When WWE brought Raw to the UK on November 13th, 2006, they picked the cream of the UK independent scene for a show-closing melee. Once again, the boys in black and green were involved as DX, who had been banned from the building, stormed the ring following Rated RKO's World Tag Team title victory over Ric Flair and Roddy Piper, only to be almost instantly met by some of Jonathan Coachman's hapless heavies. Among the warm bodies getting bodied were Wade Barrett and Sheamus, both of whom would ink WWE deals not too terribly long after. It was all over very quickly, and if you blinked, you might miss Barrett getting chucked over the top rope. More recognisable was Sheamus, the Celtic Warrior being the man selected to take the pedigree right at the end of the segment. Hey, you better get used to that feeling, Sheamus, because you're going to experience that a lot in a few years' time. Number 7, MJF. One of the big success stories of All Elite Wrestling has been the rise in prominence of Maxwell Jacob Friedman, who came from seemingly out of nowhere to become one of the biggest stars in the company. The cocky heel has more than held his own against former WWE greats like Cody Rhodes and Chris Jericho, despite the fact that he himself is still only in his mid-20s and doesn't have any experience working for Vince McMahon's sports entertainment juggernaut. Well, he doesn't have no experience exactly. He did unsuccessfully submit a video for the 2015 edition of Tough Enough and showed up backstage at NXT TakeOver Brooklyn 2 in 2016 as part of the security detail for NXT champion Samoa Joe. Or did he? According to the man himself, the bloke getting pushed back by the Samoan submission machine wasn't MJF at all, but rather someone who vaguely looked like the leader of the Pinnacle. Interestingly, MJF recreated the moment during an episode of Dynamite, only with him in the role of the aggressor. Clearly tired of the comparison to whoever the hell that was in Brooklyn, MJF tweeted, "Stop posting the GIF" moments after the news of Samoa Joe's WWE release emerged. Number 6, Scorpio Sky. Another breakout AEW star is Scorpio Sky, though he was by no means an unknown before being signed by Tony Khan's promotion. Sky had been one of the stalwarts of the West Coast US indie scene for the best part of 20 years prior to inking a contract, and it was something of a mystery as to why he never really cracked the national stage given his experience, impressive athleticism, and superstar look. He had been part of the ill-fated Wrestling Society X and dabbled in the TNA X division, while also popping up in WWE. The former SCU member's appearances on WWE TV were certainly memorable, as he portrayed Harold in some of the anger management sessions featuring Team Hell No tag partners Kane and Daniel Bryan. There was talk at the time that his good performances in them had convinced WWE to sign him to a deal, but that ultimately never materialized. According to the performer himself, that was due to his recent affiliation with TNA, but other reports stated that it was down to some of his previous and problematic tweets, which he has since apologized for. It's also interesting to note that Sky wanted his buddy, also working as an extra on the shoot, to be Harold, and so originally wrote the name Kobe on his own name tag before the directors designated him his proper role. Number 5, Lita. How to get massively over in 3 simple steps. Step 1. Have catchy and instantly recognizable entrance music. Step 2. Develop a catchphrase about smoking weed. Step 3. Come to the ring with a gaggle of beautiful, scantily clad ladies. It's that simple. Alright, so the horny fans of the Attitude Era were probably more into Step 3 than Steps 1 and 2, and the Godfather's so-called hoes were doubtless the main reason for the Hall of Famers' huge increase in popularity. Most of the time, the ladies would be recruited from one of the local, gentlemen's establishments, but occasionally WWE would hand out high heels and skin-tight skirts to women who would go on to greater fame later on. Perhaps the most notable was the legendary Lita, who, while still working for ECW as Miss Congeniality, appeared in the Ho Train on the July 5th, 99 episode of Raw. The flamehead high flyer signed a developmental deal just a few months later. Other famous hoes include Ivory, who made her own on-screen WWE debut almost 7 months before Lita, and Victoria, who was one of the more prominent ladies of the night and helped spearhead the Save the Hose movement when The Godfather turned to the right to censor. Number 4. AJ Lee. Sticking with Lita for now, the Hall of Famer quickly developed after her turn as one of the Godfather's friendly females, first making an impact with S.A. Rios before launching into the stratosphere as a member of Team Extreme with the Hardys. Her tomboyish demeanor and risk-taking ways made her a hero to millions of young fans around the world because she broke the mold of what had been required to be a successful WWE diva before, namely a combination of bleach blonde hair and plenty of silicone. One impressionable youth who took to Lita was future Divas champion AJ Lee, who would have been just 14 years old when she met her idol at an autograph signing in July of 2001. The encounter was filmed by WWE to promote the release of Lita's It Just Feels Right VHS and DVD compilation, and shows Lee wearing a Lita shirt being overcome with emotion in the moment. It makes for really, really sweet viewing. And then you realise that AJ grew up and married CM Punk, who just so happens to be one of Lita's ex-boyfriends, and suddenly I feel like I'm in some kind of weird single white female sequel, and it's time to move swiftly on. Number 3. Adam Cole. Unless you work for NASA and have high-definition photo enhancement technology, you might not be able to tell that the man in this picture is NXT sensation Adam Cole. But it is. Trust me, I've been in touch with Buzz Aldrin and the boys, and they assure me that the geezer sitting at the bar is the former NXT champion. Back in 2010, Cole was one of many performers trying to make a name for himself on the indie circuit when he received an email from WWE informing him that they were huge fans of his work and wanted to bring him to FCW for a week-long tryout. Result: he got another email later, and long story short, turns out WWE actually thought they were speaking to Xavier Woods and got them confused because both of their first names are Austin. A billion-dollar company, everyone. Anyway, as a make good, WWE gave Cole a spot of extra work, and he played the patron drinking with Serena Deeb before the Straight Edge Society intervened. At the time, he wasn't even old enough to drink alcohol in the US, and he and Deeb were actually downing shots of ginger ale. In fact, you could say that the 20-year-old was just a little baby at the time, but you wouldn't, and I didn't, alright? Number 2, Rob Van Dam. Rob Van Dam's first appearance in a WWE ring wasn't when he took the 2001 Invasion by storm. It wasn't when he showed up as a mercenary from ECW in 1997 either. It wasn't even when he did some enhancement matches as Matt Byrne, get it? Several years earlier. No, RVD's first time on WWE TV was as a fan when he attended a house show with some portions filmed for TV in 1987. Van Dam was still a high schooler, emphasis on high, when he hopped the rail and entered the squared circle at the behest of the $1 Million Man Ted DiBiase. This was during the period where DiBiase was paying people in the audience to do demeaning tasks, and the whole effing show received the pricely sum of $100 dues for kissing Ted's sweaty foot after his match. Hilariously, Van Dam was so excited about being in the ring, along with the prospect of getting paid and being featured on television, that he forgot the whole point of the gimmick was that fans could negotiate the price up to about $500, and he settled on the opening bid. According to Rob, he likely spent this first WWE payoff on comic books, which I assume he then used to make rolling papers for his funny cigarettes after reading them. Number 1, the Young Bucks. While it's a shame, in a way, that we didn't get the opportunity to see the Young Bucks do their thing in a WWE ring, at least we have the memory of the older half of the team, Matt Jackson, and his big run there in 2008. I mean, who could forget about him going almost 2 minutes with Chuck Palumbo on SmackDown? Or how about his epic 2-move last man standing match with The Big Show? Well, I'm sure everyone would have forgotten about them if Matt Jackson wasn't Matt Jackson and the Young Bucks weren't the Young Bucks. Though Nick himself didn't wrestle on TV for the company, he did appear with his brother in a segment parodying DX. The pair played Triple H and Shawn Michaels at the behest of The Miz and John Morrison on a live episode of The Dirt Sheet on the October 28, 2008 episode of ECW. The Greenhorns happily hammed it up with the Suckets, and Matt, as the Game, even donned the requisite fake rubber nose. Inevitably, they were beaten up and laid out by the Shaman of Sexy and the self-professed chick magnet. I'm almost certain that if Matt and Nick were to wrestle for WWE at any point in the near future, a decisive loss to Miz and Morrison would be waiting for them upon their return. For every WWE NXT star that makes a name for themselves, either in the so-called developmental system or later on as a member of WWE's main roster, there are about 10 candidates who won't make it past a certain level if they even get on TV in the first place. With so much talent coming through the doors of the WWE Performance Center, it is inevitable that some of them aren't going to break through and have the impactful NXT career that they, as well as those behind the scenes, hoped for. A lot of stars have passed through Full Sail and the PC in the past decade, but you may struggle to recall the following. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 forgotten WWE NXT stars. Join us. Number 10, Jake Carter. Wrestlers following in the footsteps of a famous family member must feel a real burden to not just continue the family legacy, but ensure that they don't tarnish it. Jesse White, aka NXT's Jake Carter, had especially big shoes to fill because he was the son of WWE Hall of Famer and one of the best big men the business has ever seen, Vader. I mean, seriously, look at the size of him. He must have worn about a size 16, I'm guessing. Talk about big shoes to fill. A college football standout, Jesse's gridiron dreams were unfortunately quashed by injuries, but he decided to give pro wrestling a try, doing some indies and then working in Japan, often teaming with his father, before WWE came calling and signed him to a developmental deal. Jake Carter's time in Florida Championship Wrestling was fruitful as he bagged tag gold with fellow prospect Corey Graves. But things went awry when FCW rebranded to NXT as Carter went solo as your girlfriend's favorite. He was winless on the brand and would ultimately get released after failing to catch on and allegedly irking the writers with unwanted storyline pitches. Number 9, Kaylee Turner. Another NXT hopeful itching for the same success as a family member was Christina Crawford, aka Kaylee Turner, the younger sister of Victoria Alicia Fox Crawford. Signing with the company in the summer of 2011, Christina was then released from her contract so that she could participate in the rebooted Tough Enough. When she didn't win the reality show, WWE re-signed her and she ended up winning the FCW Divas title. Kaylee Turner wrestled a solitary televised NXT match, teaming with Caitlyn to lose to Paige and Tamina Snuka on the August 8, 2012 episode of the show after a couple of weeks of appearing in non-wrestling roles. 3 days later, WWE released Crawford while she was still recognized as FCW Divas Champion. 3 days after that, WWE retired the FCW Divas title as they were preparing to fully rebrand everything to NXT, making Turner the final champion. The rap on Crawford was that after a couple of years in training, she wasn't picking things up quickly enough and that her body wasn't responding well to the wear and tear that comes with bumping, but she's evidently been very successful in her post-wrestling life. Number 8, Briley Pierce. And we are immediately back yet again with another sibling pursuing sports entertainment superstardom via WWE's developmental system. To be fair to Ryan Nemeth, younger brother of Nick Nemeth, aka Dolph Ziggler, he had watched his older bro go from a caddy to a male cheerleader to a bloke who introduces himself to people before getting beaten up to finally achieving a nice level of success as a dependable workhorse. So if Nick can do it, why can't Ryan? The one-time FCW Tag Team Champion debuted in NXT as an interviewer before making 3 televised in-ring appearances, all of them recorded at the same May 2nd, 2013 TV taping. They were, Remember a no contest with Sakamoto when the Ascension's Conor O'Brien ran in and murked them both? Then a handicap match lost to O'Brien while teaming with Sakamoto, and then a fleeting Battle Royal appearance that aired after he was released. His release was a surprise to many, as it was noted that he was popular and worked hard, but WWE were about to move everybody into their new performance center and wanted to bring in some fresh faces. Oh, and apparently a member of senior management disliked him for no good reason. That'll do it. Number 7, Memo Montenegro. Alright, so it's been a few seconds since we've talked about an aspiring wrestler getting into the family business in the hopes of matching the accomplishments of their kin. NXT's Memo Montenegro wasn't just a member of any wrestling family either. As the son of Dos Caras, nephew of Mil Mascaras, and brother of Alberto Del Rio, he was essentially Lucha Libre royalty before he'd even put on a mask. New to the business and not exactly doing anything to stand out, the unmasked Montenegro wrestled 8 NXT matches in total, including 2 on television. Those 2 matches were quick losses to Big E and then Xavier Woods. After what were essentially a pair of squash matches, Memo wrestled a handful of non-televised house show bouts, coming out on the winning side just once in a 6-man opener. Dropping off the radar and not being seen in an NXT ring for months, it was no major surprise when he received his release in July of 2013. What was a surprise was that he was let go while his brother was reigning as World Heavyweight Champion. Though since the same thing happened to old Briley Pierce when his big brother held the same title, perhaps we really shouldn't be so shocked. Number 6, El Local. Though primarily known for his talents as a ring announcer, Ricardo Rodriguez actually knew a thing or two about wrestling as well. Well, maybe he knew a thing, I'm not sure about 2. Prior to being signed by WWE, Rodriguez worked on the indie scene as Chimera and wrestled a couple of matches under the name and gimmick when assigned to FCW in 2010. Then he got a recurring role as Alberto Del Rio's personal ring announcer and sacked off his previous gimmick, though he continued to wrestle in the minor leagues under his new alias. Once the association with Del Rio ended and that jarring partnership with Rob Van Dam ran its course, Rodriguez returned to NXT as the jobberific El Local, which is Spanish for the local for those of you having a tough time translating. Mostly used as a jobber, El Local did enjoy some degree of relevancy while teaming with Kalisto, who clearly had far more upside against the Ascension, which included an NXT Tag Team title match at the very first takeover. But that first takeover was the end of the line for Local/Rodriguez, who was released just a couple of months later. Number 5, Mickey Keegan. Mickey Keegan. Mickey Keegan. I'm sorry, but with a name like that, you've got more chance of being a journeyman English professional footballer with spells at MK Dons and Macclesfield than a WWE star. Max Pelham had been doing the indie thing for about 7 years, including forming a tag team with Tommaso Ciampa when he signed his developmental deal in August of 2012. He debuted as Axel Keegan and suffered televised losses to Bo Dallas, Big E, and The Shield before resurfacing with a new first name. Would Mickey Keegan light the world on fire in a way that Axel Keegan had not? Further rapid losses to Dallas, the Ascension, and the Wyatt family would say no, he would not. Regrettably, creative indifference would be the least of Pelham's worries, as tests show that his health was rapidly deteriorating, with worsening spinal stenosis forcing him to step away from the ring. He stuck around NXT for a few more months as a creative assistant before leaving in January of 2014 and joining Crew Alexandra on loan for the rest of the season. Number 4, Sakamoto. Kazuma Sakamoto ventured overseas in the summer of 2011 for a customary learning excursion away from his Japanese homeland. Having worked for Taka Michinoku's K-Dojo promotion for the best part of a decade, Kazuma sought new experiences and challenges and wound up getting signed to a WWE developmental deal. His FCW stay was characterized by doing jobs for just about everyone before he was called up to the main roster as manager cum whipping boy of Lord Tensai. When the Tensai character failed to get over to the desired level, Sakamoto was sent back to Florida, resurfacing as the opponent for a debuting Adrian Neville in January 2013. It was clear just what Sakamoto's spot on the third brand would be, and his subsequent losses to Mason Ryan and Conor O'Brien alongside the aforementioned Briley Pierce were par for the course. When he and Pierce were the first 2 men to be quickly eliminated by Mason Ryan in a battle royal, they must have seen the writing on the wall. Thankfully, since his release, Sakamoto has been able to show a lot more of what he's genuinely capable of while wrestling in his native Japan. Number 3, Troy McClain. Hi, I'm Troy McClane. You may remember me from such matches as tagging with Travis Tyler versus The Ascension and singles bout with Baron Corbin. Or you probably don't, and sorry for the bad American accent. Trained by Rikishi and Gangrel at their Florida-based Knox Pro Wrestling Academy, Alexander Jones was offered a WWE developmental deal very early into his sports entertainment journey after John Cena spied him while visiting the school and helped open the door by setting up a tryout. A talented three-sport athlete who had been specifically recruited by his Attitude-era coaches, Jones readily admitted that he didn't grow up a fan of the business, but endeavored to give it a shot anyway. Labored with a slightly naff motivational speaker gimmick, Troy McClane only made a couple of televised appearances for NXT, but reportedly received good marks from those who tracked his progress at live events, including Hall of Famer and eagle-eyed scout Jerry Briscoe, who felt that Jones had all the tools required to be a major player in the future. That unfortunately didn't happen, as McClane was surprisingly released from his contract and, after a short spell on the indies, left the industry altogether. Number 2, Garrett Dillon. Listen, if my dad was legendary country music singer and actor Chris Christopherson, and trust me, sometimes I wish he was, I would do everything possible to pursue a career as a whiskey-drinking, girl-chasing, honk-tonking outlaw. The highwayman's son Jody, on the other hand, opted for a career in bone-bending and grafted in the small halls before getting a shot in WWE's developmental system. At one point, Jody took off for a while to deal with a personal matter, with Triple H bringing him back after it had all been sorted out. Christened Garrett Dillon, he looked and wrestled like a solid throwback and gave the impression that he could grow into a hell of a hand in time. In NXT, he formed teams with both Jake Carter and Scott Dawson, the latter of which started to gain a little bit of traction before Garrett was released the first time around. When he came back, he wasn't really given many opportunities and was only used to put others over, including Camacho and my man Mojo Rawley, before being given the boot for good. Post NXT, he continued working the indies and developed a new character called War Pig. Number 1, Audrey Marie. Unlike many who pursue the WWE dream, Ashley Miller was neither an aspiring wrestler nor had any real athletic background to speak of. Miller was, crucially, a fan of it growing up, however. Ashley was working as an accountant when she entered and won a modeling contest, subsequently turning down several other modeling gigs in order to try out with WWE. She was signed to a deal, given the moniker of Audrey Marie, and despite her lack of experience, worked hard and impressed those in charge. So much so that she beat Oksana to win the FCW Divas title, which she held for 105 days. Audrey probably thought that she was getting called up to the main roster when she was included in vignettes filmed hyping up the Wyatt family's debut, Sister Abigail anyone, but she remained in the newly revamped NXT instead. She initially scored a couple of decent wins on NXT TV against the likes of Sasha Banks and Paige, but was quickly phased out in favor of Banks, Paige, and the rest of the insurgent crop of promising young women. Miller was released in May of 2013 and wrestled just one more match on the indies before calling it a day. A WWE star's finishing maneuver is supposed to be the best, most impactful one in his or her entire arsenal, capable of ending a match whenever they decide the time is right to bust it out. Of course, they don't want their finisher to actually finish their opponent off for real, though that has happened occasionally in the past. Sometimes there is really no other choice than to call for the bell. I'm Adam Pachisi from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 times WWE stars were legitimately hurt by an opponent's finisher. Join us. Number 10, Henry O. Godwin. The Legion of Doom were one of the most destructive tag teams in wrestling history, establishing their dominance by running through the competition with rugged, no-frills, smash-mouth offense. That extended to their finisher, the spectacular Doomsday device. More often than not, the person taking it was left to rotate and complete a backflip. This resulted in a few near misses over the years, with the unfortunate Henry O. Godwin failing to avoid a crash and burn when he took the move on the April 21st, 1997 episode of Raw. Mark Canterbury cracked his C7 vertebrae and was told to take 15 weeks off, but returned in only 8. The lasting damage caused by the dodgy landing would force him to retire from the business 18 months later. Number 9, John Cena. Batista was another act that got over thanks to, aside from his massively muscled physique, an ability to run through the competition with hard-hitting offense. The clotheslines, spine busters, spears, and so on were a perfect setup for the eventual Batista bomb, a unique variation on a classic. The animal always looked like he was really trying to drive his opponents through the mat with his sit-out special, but few were ever legitimately hurt by it, besides possibly having the wind knocked out of them. John Cena, on the other hand, suffered a serious injury while taking the Batista bomb in their blockbuster meeting at SummerSlam 2008. To be fair to Big Dave mind, this was no ordinary Batista bomb, but one delivered as he caught Cena from mid-air. The whiplash effect caused Big Match John to suffer a herniated disc in his neck, which required surgery to fix. He was out for about 3 months, and a couple of years later returned the favor to his OVW brethren when he broke Batista's back with a super-duper attitude adjustment off a car and through the stage at Over the Limit 2010. Receipt. Number 8. Chavo Guerrero. Every wrestler takes a risk each time they step into the ring, knowing that they're always one match away from it being their last. The danger is obviously multiplied when it comes to wrestlers who work an inherently risky style, such as WWE's Cruiserweight crew. Both Chavo Guerrero and Billy Kidman were reminded of that fact when a scary situation unfolded on the August 26, 2004 episode of SmackDown. Kidman hit Chavo with his shooting star press finisher for the victory, but as he came down, he struck Guerrero's head with his right knee. The impact knocked Chavo out cold for several minutes and gave him a nasty concussion, keeping him out of action for the next 2 months. This incident was one of the factors behind Vince McMahon banning the SSP and other high-flying moves like the 450 splash months after. Attempting to make the best out of a bad situation, WWE incorporated the botch into a storyline between Kidman and his tag team partner Paul London, with Chavito also seeking revenge upon his return. Number 7. Triple H. When Rob Van Dam first came to WWE, he quickly developed a reputation for hurting his opponents. Trained by the original Sheik to lay it in and make his offense look as real as possible, the whole flippin' show could get away with bloodying a few noses in the wild and woolly ECW, but had to navigate more political waters in Vince McMahon's company. And there was probably no greater political misstep than almost killing the boss's future son-in-law. It happened at the 2002 Survivor Series as RVD and Triple H were squaring off in the first ever Elimination Chamber match. Van Dam attempted his 5-star frog splash off the top of one of the holding pods, but did so with the game positioned very close and without adequate clearance between the pod and the top of the chamber. So instead of jumping forward and extending as normal, he basically just fell down and hoped for the best. The upshot was his trailing knee collided with Hunter's throat, crushing his larynx. Despite the pain and being unable to talk, the champ finished the long and grueling match. Number 6. The Miz. Kofi Kingston and The Miz are two of WWE's most tenured main roster stars, having both been on television for an age at this point. As two of the company's most dependable soldiers, they have found themselves opposite one another innumerable times over the years, literally hundreds of times according to our old pal CageMatch.net. With their familiarity and combined reputations as two of the lightest and safest workers out there, it's no surprise that the vast majority of their outings have passed without incident. The one outlier was their singles match on the October 15th, 2012 edition of Raw. For the finish, Kofi bypassed a charging Miz who bounced off the ropes and, as he turned around, was rocked with a full-on Trouble in Paradise to the face. The Intercontinental Champion had his bell rung and suffered a laceration which required stitches and has, according to The Miz, left him with a scar to this day. There was no concussion though, so WWE felt happy enough to book a championship rematch on the next night's episode of Main Event. Adding insult to injury, Miz lost his title to Kingston the day after Kofi had attempted to remove his poop-eating grin. Number 5. Kurt Angle. SummerSlam 2000 was a big show for Kurt Angle, the record-setting rookie who was challenging for the WWE title in the main event of one of the company's signature events mere months into his main roster career. Angle and one of the match's participants, Triple H, began brawling before the arrival of The Rock, the two going at it fast and furiously after the Olympic hero had been caught planting a lip lock on the game's best gal just days prior. Looking to send the gold medalist a message about keeping his hands, well, his lips, off Stephanie McMahon, man, Hunter attempted to pedigree Angle through the announce table. Unfortunately, right as he went to jump, the table crumbled beneath their combined weight, and Kurt ended up smacking his face without his hands for protection on the concrete floor. Suffering a bad concussion, Angle was taken backstage, but incredibly emerged later to play his part in the match's finish. He didn't remember any of what he was supposed to do while he was out there, and subsequently had no recollection of the match itself. Number 4, Ricky Steamboat. Amazingly, the DDT was invented by accident when Jake Roberts slipped backwards as he held his opponent in a front facelock. Simple, effective, and able to be hit on anyone at any time, the DDT instantly became one of the best finishers in the game, with Roberts refining and perfecting it over time. Though it's a very simple move to complete by both the person giving and the person receiving it, there have been a few mishaps with the move and its variations in the past. Such as when Jake went to do it on Ricky Steamboat on the concrete floor at the 6th Saturday Night's main event on May 3rd, 1986. The Snake had told the Dragon beforehand that he wasn't comfortable performing the move due to the risk that Ricky Steamboat may not be able to properly protect himself, but his concerns were waved off by Ricky, who assured him that he knew what he was doing. Turns out, even someone as seasoned as Steamboat can misjudge things because his head bounced off the concrete with a sickening thud, giving him a serious concussion. Number 3, A-Train. There are a million different ways that Brock Lesnar can hurt you, if he so desired. Though the former UFC heavyweight champion isn't known to go into business for himself, well, too often, his amateur wrestling and MMA pedigree make him the most feared man in the WWE locker room. But while Lesnar could easily punch someone's face into oblivion, dump them on their noggin with a suplex, or force them to have a nap with a chokehold, it's actually his F5 finisher that has caused the biggest injury scare. During a match on SmackDown in early 2003, the next big thing hit A-Train with a special spinning version of the move, but it looked like his hand may have slipped right as he went to release him, causing Matt Bloom's giant hippo head to end up spiking off the mat at an ungodly angle. It's a genuine miracle that he didn't break his neck, but WWE still felt it was too gross to show on TV at the time and edited it off the broadcast. They only aired it sometime later when John Cena was feuding with Brock, leading Cena to coin his new finisher, the FU, in response. Number 2, Brian Kendrick. The go to sleep is a deadly looking move that sometimes comes very close to doing exactly what it says on the tin. Invented by pro wrestling Noah's Kenta in the early 2000s, it was adopted by WWE's CM Punk a few years later when he sought to replace his Anaconda Vice signature submission, also borrowed from a Japanese wrestler, New Japan's Hiroyoshi Tenzan. The straight-edge superstar has rattled a few people with his knee while performing the move, with wrestlers like Rey Mysterio getting their nose bloodied on occasion. Kenta reclaimed the move once he joined WWE as Hideo Itami, but the GTS originator was also not immune from delivering it with excessive force. Just ask Brian Kendrick, who was given the worst Christmas present ever on the December 25th, 2017 episode of Raw when he met Itami in 205 Live action. Instantly clutching his face and writhing in pain after taking the move, it was immediately evident that something was wrong. A post-match trip to the local medical facility confirmed that Kendrick had suffered a fractured orbital bone and nose. Number 1, Cody Rhodes. Generally considered one of the most skilled and safest wrestlers in the business, few have been injured while working with the legendary Rey Mysterio. If they have, it's likely an accident and probably caused by the hefty metal knee braces that the masked man used to have to wear under his baggy ring attire. Cody Rhodes is probably the most high-profile victim of Rey's slice and dice supports. The two faced off on the January 21st, 2011 episode of SmackDown when Mysterio's knee brace connected with Cody's dashing face as he performed the 619. The move broke the American Nightmare's nose, but in a good bit of fortune, the injury happened on the road to WrestleMania. Cody underwent a complete transformation from the well-groomed narcissist to a much darker, protective mask-wearing brooder. Blaming Mysterio for causing him to miss the Royal Rumble and the World Heavyweight Title Elimination Chamber matches, Rhodes targeted Mysterio and actually beat him at the Showcase of the Immortals. It's never a good thing to get injured, but if you can parlay that into a WrestleMania victory over one of the GOATs, then, well, more power to ya. WWE WWE loves giants. Even now, as sports entertainment has evolved to place more emphasis on craftsmanship and athleticism over height and weight, if Vince McMahon sees someone standing the best part of 7 feet or more, he is going to be interested in seeing what they can do. We see it today with Commander Aziz and Omos, and so long as Vince McMahon is in charge, there will always be a place for giants on his show. Giants are special, and unless you work in the circus, you're not going to come across them too often. Seeing them do their thing in the squared circle is a true novelty, whether it's Andre, Big Show, or Great Khali dwarfing their opponents who, much of the time, aren't small blokes themselves. A giant will probably get more opportunities than those of normal proportions too, because they're a rare breed, and the belief for a long time was that bigger is better, and that the biggest of the boys draw money and attract interest. It doesn't always work out, however, and the bigger they are, sometimes the harder they fall. Size alone cannot guarantee success, of course, and many different things can result in someone who looks like they were made in a laboratory for the sole purpose of headlining pay-per-views not living up to their enormous potential, ending up as a giant failure. Oh, and before we get going, we've left Giant Gonzalez off this countdown on purpose because he was only signed to a year deal and was never intended to be a long-term signee. Plus, I'm fed up with talking about him in Countdown, so there you go. On with the list. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 giants who failed in WWE. Join us. Number 10, Nathan Jones. Vince McMahon took one look at this Australian behemoth and saw a future WrestleMania main eventer in the making. Nathan Jones was a physical specimen, the likes of which you do not see every day, and better still, he had a built-in backstory that could be exploited as part of his wrestling persona. The Colossus of Boggo Road had spent time in an Australian prison for armed robbery before leaving and becoming a champion powerlifter. He tried his hand at MMA and then turned to wrestling, working on the indies and in Japan before being signed by WWE. His original Hannibal Lecter type character was nixed, and he was instead put with The Undertaker, positioned as the dead man's on-screen protege. He was brought up too soon, however, and was actually taken out of a planned tag bout at WrestleMania 19, though he did make it out for the finish before being sent to OVW for further training. He returned months later as a heel aligned with Paul Heyman and fellow freaks of nature Big Show, A-Train, Matt Morgan, and Brock Lesnar. Before it could take off, however, Jones abruptly quit the company while on tour in his home country, citing the relentless travel schedule and mental stress caused by the cutthroat backstage politics. Number 9, Matt Morgan. Jones's brief stablemate, Matt Morgan, was another mid-2000s meathead fresh off the assembly line and ready to take on the world. Morgan was a contestant on the second series of Tough Enough, but had to leave partway through due to injury. WWE signed him to a developmental deal anyway, and he reported to OVW, where he became a favorite of Booker Jim Cornette. The Blueprint, as he was known, was brought up to SmackDown and put with the other brutes in a short main event run before being sent back to Kentucky in order to gain seasoning. He toiled away for the next year, improving his game and waiting for his big break to arrive. When he did get the call to come back to the main roster, the creatives sucked a big fat one. The big man was given the role of Carlito's stuttering bodyguard. He inherited Lesnar's old F5 finisher, but otherwise did nothing of note before Carlito was drafted to Raw, and Morgan was subsequently released after just a couple of months on TV. And he hasn't been back since, instead opting to make a home for himself in TNA, where he became a reliable worker and often flirted with the world title scene. Number 8, Giant Silver. Giant Silver's massive frame meant that the big man could do many things in his native Brazil. He could stack the tallest shelves at the supermarket, he could help get cats out of trees, or he could play basketball. He chose the latter and excelled, even playing for the national team at the 1988 Summer Olympics in Seoul. He turned to wrestling and was signed by WWE in 1997, debuting as a member of the Oddities in the spring of '98. His inexperience meant that he was kept out of the ring and relegated to dancing at ringside, but he did step inside the squared circle in an 8-man tag bout at SummerSlam, beating Kai and Tai in a bizarre but fun handicap match. During the contest, Jim Ross likened Silver to Andre the Giant on commentary, and it was clear that the organization expected a lot from the 7+ footer. However, in February of 1999, WWE snatched Paul White away from WCW, and Silver was sent off to Mexico as part of a talent exchange deal with CMLL before being given his release papers shortly thereafter. Happily, he enjoyed much success south of the border and then in the Far East, where he both wrestled and competed in MMA. Number 7, Kurgan. Giant Silver's oddities pal Kurgan had a lot of potential and was probably somebody that WWE would have done a great deal more with had he shown a better aptitude for the business. He was experienced by the time he came to WWE in 1997, having previously had a tryout in 91 and had wrestled around the world, including stints in Mexico and Japan. He'd been out of the game and bouncing at local bars for a few years when he decided to give it another shot, the Canadian getting rid of any ring rust by training with Bret Hart at the Hitman's house. His first WWE role was as South African mercenary, the Interrogator in the Truth Commission faction, which ran its course before long. After catching him dancing at the WrestleMania 14 after party, Vince McMahon was transfixed and put him with the oddities. Kurgan ended up becoming a beloved fan favorite during one of WWE's hottest periods, but the group had a short shelf life and fizzled out quickly. He was let go by WWE, and it was thought for a while that he would go back, but it wasn't to be, and he hung up his massive boots, instead turning his attention to another industry. These days, the big man is a hot commodity in Hollywood and has had many memorable roles in some big blockbuster films. I mean, it might not compare with dancing to the Insane Clown Posse with John Tenter in a Cartman t-shirt, but you know, it pays the bills, I guess. Number 6, Gene Snitsky. Why didn't Gene Snitsky make it to the top of WWE? I'm not entirely sure, but I do know that it wasn't his fault! Developmental prospect Snitsky practically lucked into his featured role and feud with Kane, which came about as a result of a rather distasteful angle where the big man caused the Big Red Machine to fall on Lita, resulting in her storyline miscarriage. The Kane feud proved to be an early peak, as from there Gene bounced around as something of a utility monster of the week with a foot fetish, before floundering in makeshift tag teams with the likes of Tyson Tomko and Goldust. In an attempt to revive his career, he underwent a drastic physical transformation, shaving off all of his hair, including the eyebrows, and colouring his teeth a dark yellow. This, coupled with his all-over body acne, the result of allergies and not his choice of certain pharmaceutical products, I'm sure, made him look positively grotesque. He enjoyed a renewed push, first on the revamped ECW brand and then back on Raw, but WWE never pulled the trigger proper, and Snitsky was given his release in late 2008. He left on good terms, though expressed frustration with how he was being used at the end of his run. Number 5, Luther Reigns. Look at this big chiseled bastard right here. Tall, jacked, looks good in a suit, surname Reigns. How was this guy not main eventing every WrestleMania as WWE champion? I will never know. A graduate of the WCW power plant, Reigns worked as horseshoe for the promotion before doing the indie thing and eventually getting signed to a WWE developmental deal in 2003. He debuted as general manager Kurt Angle's bodyguard/assistant in April 2004 and debuted in the ring at the disastrous Great American Bash pay-per-view, beating Charlie Haas. Though obviously greener than the Incredible Hulk eating broccoli on a football pitch, Luther got better over time under the guidance of the Olympic hero, whom he often tagged with. He also teamed with another hot prospect, Mark Jindrak, the two sensibly paired up against solid veterans like Rey Mysterio, Rob Van Dam, Big Show, and Eddie Guerrero. The litmus test for Reigns was probably in his big singles match with The Undertaker at No Way Out 2005, a test he must have failed, because it wasn't too long after that he began to slide down the card and ended up wrestling exclusively on Velocity. After having creative differences with Paul Heyman, he negotiated his release and practically disappeared from the business. Number 4, Big Cass. Big Cass is 7 feet tall, and obviously you can't teach that, but you can teach somebody psychology, timing, selling, verbal delivery, and all of the other things that are required to become a major player. Cass, who bears a striking resemblance to Test, struck gold in his tag team with Enzo Amore, the little and large duo captivating the NXT audience and earning themselves a call-up to the main roster. With their undeniable chemistry, abundant charisma, merchandise-friendly catchphrases, and in-ring tag formula down to a science, the pair should have been a staple for years and years to come, the perfect house show opening act if there ever was one. Naturally, WWE saw singles stardom in the 7-footers' future, splitting up the team before they were really ready to go their separate ways, and giving Cass the big push in programs with Big Show and Daniel Bryan. Regrettably, all was not well behind the curtain, and Cass was fired due to his unpredictable behavior stemming from substance abuse issues. While Cass disappeared the first time round, there is every hope that he will find his way back to WWE in the future. He's cleaned his act up, got into shape that will surely turn Vince McMahon's head, and still in his mid-30s, has many great years ahead of him. We are all rooting for you, Cass. Number 3, Tyson Tomko. Appearing on television around the same time as Luther Reigns and put in a similar role, Tyson Tomko also very much looked the part with his cut physique, devilish beard, and plentiful tattoos. I mean, he just screams ruthless aggression, doesn't he? Recruited as Christian and Trish Stratus's problem solver, i.e. a big bloke hired to twat their enemies about, Tomko basically had to stand there in a tank top and act menacing while delivering the occasional power move, something he did very well. The dynamic worked wonders, even more so when Stratus left the picture and Tomko got some much needed ring time in tag bouts with Captain Charisma. When Christian was switched over to SmackDown in the 2005 draft, however, Tomko was forced to go solo. He got the requisite monster heel push, knocking out jobbers and lower card fodder with his big boot, before getting fed 2 weeks in a row to John Cena, which seemed to indicate that WWE didn't really have any grand plans for him. After that, they paired him up with Gene Snitsky, but the team wrestled mostly on heat and house shows, and not content with his lot, Tomko requested and was granted his release in April of 2006. Following strong runs in Japan and for TNA, WWE actually hired Tomko back a couple of years later, but released him again months later before he could make an appearance on TV. Number 2, Bam Neely. Oh good, here we go again. Look, I've already talked about Bam Neely in one video already, isn't that enough? There's nothing to say, there's nothing here. He was just a big bald bloke called Bam. He was mates with Chavo Guerrero and found himself rubbing shoulders with Edge and Vicky Guerrero in the La Familia stable on SmackDown in 2008. I think he wrestled some matches too, but I can't be sure and I'm not gonna bother checking because it's Bam Neely we're talking about here. The one thing he did have going for him was his size, and he couldn't even really do that properly because he didn't look threatening at all. Was he even a trained wrestler, or did Charvito just bump into him while he was working doors at a nightclub and drunkenly offer him a spot on the show? It's as good an explanation as any I can think of, honestly, because I can't see WWE management watching him in whatever developmental territory they had at the time and saying, we've got to get Bam Neely on TV right this second. For most of the giants on this list, you can possibly point to bad luck, unfavorable creative, or some other circumstance as to why they didn't make it. But when it comes to Bam Neely, there's only one reason he failed, and that is because he's Bam Neely. Number 1, Jackson Andrews. Blink and you'll miss him is not something you often say about 7-footers, but the WWE career of Jackson Andrews was so fleeting that there's every chance you've either never heard of him, or if you have, that he's long left your mind. Stephen Slocum was a decent enough basketball player, having played professionally in Europe upon leaving university, before returning to the US and trying his hand at this wrestling thing. After just a couple of years worth of training, WWE snapped him up in 2009 and assigned him to Florida Championship Wrestling. After a year of bumping away in the Sunshine State, WWE called him up to the main roster as the bodyguard of Tyson Kidd. This was a good role for Andrews, as he could play the imposing enforcer a la Diesel to Kidd's cocky and talented Shawn Michaels. Jackson attacked Tyson's former tag partner David Hart Smith and was dropped by Mark Henry with a World's Strongest Slam a couple of weeks later, and, well, that was it. It was decided, as it so often is, that he wasn't ready and needed more time to develop. He didn't get it though, being released from his contract and, you guessed it, vanishing from the business thereafter. You may be big, Jackson, but you sure as hell ain't big sexy. Attitude Era is fondly remembered by those who lived with it, though perhaps a little too fondly remembered since a lot of it has aged like a fine pear. For its advocates, the era was the halcyon height of a wrestling boom period of can't-miss television full of outlandish characters and scenarios that you absolutely couldn't get away with before or since. The spirit of the day allowed for performers to try things without the fear of failure or censorship, and pushing the envelope was openly encouraged. Many of those characters could only exist for that time period, and once the party was over, over, so were their WWE runs. For others, it was simply a stepping stone to bigger and better things. More than anything, it was a time for experimentation and shaking things up, discarding old identities in favor of something new and fresh and perhaps just a little bit naughty. However, not every gimmick change during the era was a winner, and some occurred gradually, whereas others came completely out of nowhere. Still, when looking back at that time, it's amazing to see so many performers whose careers were salvaged thanks to their stark transformations. So light up a fatty for this pimp daddy, because I'm Adam Pachisi from Cultaholic.com, and these are 10 incredible Attitude Era gimmick changes. Join us. Number 10, Rikishi. A member of the famous Anoa'i wrestling family, Salofa Fatu endured several go-nowhere gimmicks over a lengthy period of time before it all came together for him during the height of the Attitude Era. At first, he was a head shrinker, a typical Samoan Savage gimmick that was fine but not likely to make him stand out. Then, when his partner left, he became Make a Difference Fatu, a high school PSA come to life who implored the youth of America to put violence behind them and improve rather than disrupt their communities. What a lovely guy. That lasted a grand total of 5 minutes before he became the Sultan, an anachronistic masked character who didn't speak because he'd apparently had his tongue removed. Finally, after a stint in developmental, he returned as Rikishi, a fun-loving but still ass-kicking sumo wrestler who had bleached blonde hair and wore a giant thong, exposing his sizable backside to an equally sizable audience.
Your Highness, I'm sure it's not that noticeable.
Once he added the dreaded stink face to his arsenal, he was all set for a journey to the top of the card and an intercontinental title run before an ill-fated heel turn that stalled the momentum that he never quite managed to regain. Still being booked as the character 20 years later, it's fair to say that the gimmick was a winner and helped save a career that was in danger of fading away. Number 9, Too Cool. Speaking of Rikishi, it would be remiss of me not to mention his running body's Too Cool. At one point, the bland yet irritating Too Much, Scotty Too Hottie Taylor, and Brian Grandmaster Sexay Christopher were repackaged as hip-hop loving, audaciously attired babyfaces whose post-match dance routine was a highlight of any show. Originally largely ignored by creative, the new gimmick and association with Rikishi propelled them up the pecking order, and the duo won the WWE Tag Team titles from Edge and Christian in May of 2000. Too Cool were a regular fixture throughout the year and routinely received some of the strongest reactions of the night, impressive considering the depth of the roster at that time. Sadly, the team and group didn't last perhaps as long as they should have, as not long after Rikishi's turn, the team split up as Scotty needed major neck surgery. Though Hottie and Master both had long and respectable careers after the split, neither was able to get over to the same level as they had during their Too Cool days. A surprise return during the Old School Raw in January 2014 showed that they and their famous yellow sunglasses were just as popular as ever. Number 8, Al Snow. Al Snow had wrestled for 13 years on the independent circuit before he made it to WWE in 1995. Often referred to as wrestling's best-kept secret, something which is cute for maybe your first couple of years as a pro, Snow must have been thrilled when he finally made it to the big time. WWE in 95, however, was on the downswing, and many talented performers were saddled with rotten gimmicks that were never going to get over. Snow was no exception, first wrestling as Avatar, a tepid Power Rangers ripoff, then Shinobi, a ninja assassin that was around for a grand total of 2 matches, before finally becoming Leif Cassidy, partner of Marty Jannetty in the New Rockers. As history has shown us time and time again, putting new in front of something old does not make it better, or, in this case, even half as good, and Snow was soon sent to ECW, where the creative freedom afforded him to come up with a new character that would send him back to WWE as a star. In the storyline, Snow had been driven quite mad by his WWE failures and began talking to a mannequin head. This schizophrenic spin on his character got over huge in ECW and in the mainstream, as Snow became a fixture of the Attitude Era mid-card scene. Number 7, the APA. Farouk and Bradshaw both had a bit of a tough time of it before they found each other and formed one of the most memorable double acts of their day. Simmons, a former world champion who had settled into a mid-card role, had been a terrible gladiator with a funny helmet and the leader of the Nation of Domination, a stable that helped foster the burgeoning careers of The Rock, D'Lo Brown and Mark Henry, but left him out in the cold once they had disbanded. Bradshaw, on the other hand, had been Justin Hawk Bradshaw, a rough and ready cowboy character straight out of 1978 and a member of the the New Blackjacks, an actual reboot of a 70s tag team. Their WWE careers going nowhere fast, the real-life best friends were put together and became the Acolytes, enjoying a spell in the positively balmy Ministry of Darkness, but it was the APA that they became stars in their own right. The Acolyte Protection Agency played off their backstage enforcer reputations, as they would accept money to protect, aka beat someone up on someone else's behalf, or if they were not on the job, could be found backstage in their office, drinking beer, gambling, and smoking cigars. You know, all the favorite pastimes of professional athletes. Number 6, Latino Heat, Eddie Guerrero. Eddie Guerrero had been a star in Mexico, Japan, and WCW before he and his fellow radicals jumped ship to WWE in early 2000. An incredibly versatile student of the game, Eddie could work effectively as a babyface or heel and could wrestle just about every style there was. He also had charisma, but sometimes it was hard to draw a lot out of the naturally shy Guerrero. All of that changed, however, just a couple of months after his WWE debut, when he switched from being a vicious heel to a fun-loving babyface as Latino Heat. Partnering up with one-time enemy China, Latino Heat was a riot, showing boatloads of personality in interviews, backstage skits, and in his matches. With his mamacita by his side, Eddie turned into a whole new character, a funny yet fiery Latin lover who showered his girl with roses while employing her to help him win European and Intercontinental title gold. While Eddie could have done just fine for himself as a straight wrestler, the Latino Heat persona got him over with the fans and afforded him more success than his more mundane stablemates. Though he eventually shed the character, the nickname and many of the mannerisms stuck, as Eddie eventually worked his way up to become the WWE Champion. Number 5, the New Age Outlaws. Oh, you didn't know? Actually, that doesn't work in the context of this list, does it? Anyhow, we're here to talk about Road Dogg and Billy Gunn, another couple of dependable mid-carders who were likely one more failure away from a pink slip before they were thrown together and became one of the defining tag teams of the era. The Roadie and Rockabilly went from rivals to partners, shedding their loser personalities and catching on as a couple of trash-talking antagonists with attitude. The New Age Outlaws quickly won the tag team titles, and as members of DX, they were featured parts of every show. They were risque, they were charismatic, and they were solid in the ring, and they had some great feuds with teams like Mick Foley and Terry Funk, Jeff Jarrett and Owen Hart, and the Dudley Boys. Having been paired up and told to sink or swim, Billy Gunn and Road Dogg enjoyed success they would have never attained had they remained in their former guises. The act was so beloved that they were brought back for a pretty lengthy nostalgia run in 2013, where they incredibly won their 6th and hopefully final tag team titles. And if you ain't down with that, I've got 2 words for ya. Unlucky, mate. Number 4, The Godfather. Add Charles Wright to the list of folks who had to overcome multiple dodgy gimmicks before finding the right one during the Attitude Era. In the cartoonish early 90s, Wright portrayed Papa Shango, the supernatural specialist in voodoo who caused opponents to vomit due to a curse he put on them, while causing wrestling fans to either roll their eyes into the backs of their heads or fall asleep due to boredom. Karma the Supreme Fighting Machine, a faux MMA fighter gimmick that looked like Ken Shamrock spliced with Mr. T, Wright's next iteration was also a dud. After a spell as a member of the Nation of Domination, he floundered before finding his feet as the Godfather, the wrestling pimp who was accompanied to the ring by his hose and espoused the virtues of smoking illicit substances. To the predominantly young male audience that was watching at the time, the gimmick was naturally a big hit. Wright was also clearly having the time of his life playing the character. And it was also a case of art imitating life, as in his day job, the Godfather actually owns and operates a gentleman's establishment called Cheetah's in Las Vegas. Number 3, The Game, Triple H. Paul Levesque is currently one of the most powerful men in the wrestling world, but he, like many others, had to work hard to climb the ladder, and were it not for a gimmick change, Triple H could have forever remained beneath the glass ceiling. As Hunter Hearst Helmsley, the aristocratic Greenwich snob, there was quite clearly a limit as to how far he could go. The gimmick was a natural for getting heat, but was not about to be considered at a top level by the fans. There was a reason he was feuding with the likes of Henry Godwinn and Bob Holly, and getting flattened by real stars like the Ultimate Warrior. Aligning himself with Shawn Michaels and forming D-Generation X was certainly a smart move, but he always felt like the supporting player, and even when leading the group in Michaels' absence, he couldn't get on the level of Austin, Rock, or Undertaker. However, that all changed in 1999 when he left DX and became The Game, a man consumed with the business and with a tunnel vision to the top of the card. He developed a new, more serious interview and in-ring style, and changed up his look to match it. As far as gimmick changes go, it was that damn good. Number 2, Mr. McMahon. The man primarily responsible for all of our pro wrestling dreams and nightmares is Vince McMahon, a man who might just be the most fascinating man on the entire planet. Despite his obvious strengths as a performer, the CEO of WWE declined stepping into the limelight for a long time, instead helping to get his employees over as a commentator to go along with his 10,000 other backstage duties. It was only during a feud with Bret Hart and after the Montreal Screwjob that Vince became Mr. McMahon, the tyrannical boss who would stop at nothing to rid his company of the red-hot Stone Cold Steve Austin. Hamming it up to the extreme, Vince went from being a mostly neutral announcer to one of the most hated characters on his show. His legendary feud with Austin helped WWE to turn the tide and win the Monday Night Wars. Showing the rest of the roster how it's done, Vince was dynamite on the mic and unafraid to mix it up in physical angles or even matches, and would do anything for the benefit of the show, including pissing himself in the middle of the ring. Love him or hate him, there is no denying that Vince as Mr. McMahon was one of the genuine highlights of wrestling's hottest period. Number 1, the American Badass. It takes an awful lot of belief in yourself to change a winning formula by abandoning an iconic gimmick in favor of the unknown. A decade of destruction had cemented The Undertaker as one of the all-time great professional wrestling characters, but it's not unkind to say that by the time he took a much-needed break to rehab injuries at the tail end of '99, the character had certainly seen better days. That year, fans had witnessed Taker leading the Ministry of Darkness and all of the sub-soap opera storylines that went along with it. And that's not even mentioning stuff like the actual attempted murder of the Big Boss Man at WrestleMania 15. Returning from his sabbatical at Judgment Day 2000, The Undertaker was now not the zombified evil dark overlord, but a Harley-riding, hell-raising biker from the beyond. Changing up his look, wrestling, and promo style, the dead man gave himself a makeover that fit the time and prolonged his headline career for a good few years before he reverted back to something closer to his original form. The Undertaker has been able to stay on top and relevant for so long thanks to the evolution of the character, but becoming the American Badass was a big risk. A big risk that definitely paid off. Back in my day, the forbidden door was the one that was always locked in my Uncle Fred's basement that I was never, ever, under any circumstances to try and open. But nowadays, the forbidden door is simply metaphorical and relates to wrestling companies working together more prominently. AEW, New Japan, Impact, and others doing business together is exciting, no doubt, but it's not exactly a groundbreaking concept or anything. Co-promotion and talent sharing has happened plenty of times in the past, whether for a one-off match or show or a full-on storyline. Don't believe me? Then just watch this video and PayPal me 20 English pounds by way of an apology. I'm Adam Pachisi from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 times wrestling's forbidden door was opened. Join us. Number 10, WCW and ECW work together. During the Monday Night Wars, ECW and WCW were the fiercest of enemies. In pre-war times, when ECW were Eastern and not yet Extreme, the companies were on somewhat friendlier terms and even did each other a couple of favors in 1994. In exchange for promoting WCW's upcoming Slamboree pay-per-view, which was being held in ECW Stronghold Philadelphia on their TV show, Paul Heyman's promotion were loaned Arn Anderson and Bobby Eaton for an angle and eventual match with Sabu and Terry Funk, with Funk going back the other way to work some WCW shows as a member of the Stud Stable. A request by Heyman to have some of his talent appear on WCW TV was nixed, but the two sides ended up working together once more months later after WCW and Mexican promotion AAA decided to co-promote a pay-per-view called When Worlds Collide, a name already bagsied by ECW. As part of a lawsuit settlement, Austin, along with Sherry Martel and Kevin Sullivan, were booked for an ECW show, but the former Dangerous Alliance man got injured before his match, and WCW ended up sending his old Hollywood Blondes tag partner Brian Pillman as a replacement. Number 9, Mr. Monday Night. Though ECW and WCW may have been, at best, reluctant bedfellows, Paul Heyman's promotion and WWE had a full-on working arrangement which allowed ECW to promote their maiden pay-per-view voyage, 1997's Barely Legal, on Monday Night Raw. At Barely Legal, Rob Van Dam, a late replacement for an injured Chris Candido, cut a promo where he threatened jumping to one of the big two and, a month later, turned up on Raw to squash a young Jeff Hardy. Things ramped up some when noted ECW critic Jerry Lawler turned up at the company's WrestlePalooza, apparently having recruited RVD and Sabu in his crusade against all things extreme. And so the newly dubbed Mr. Monday Night began showing up more frequently on WWE TV, including teaming with The King on a couple of occasions. Regrettably, the storyline ended prematurely when Van Dam declined to lose a match to Road Dogg Jesse James and was no longer invited back. Lawler, however, would hold up his side of the bargain and eventually put over ECW flag bearer Tommy Dreamer at Hardcore Heaven. Number 8, the World Wrestling Peace Festival. After taking a crew of New Japan and WCW wrestlers to North Korea a year before, Antonio Inoki continued his quest to improve international relations via pro wrestling with his World Wrestling Peace Festival. Put on to promote world peace, the card featured 46 wrestlers from 6 countries representing various organizations. New Japan was involved, obviously, as were WCW, the NWA, All Japan Women, and putting aside their heated rivalry, both of Mexico's top promotions, AAA and CMLL. There were company-specific matches, but also some inter-promotional ones, like a women's tag match that featured participants from AAA, CMLL, and All Japan Women, and a Lex Luger vs. Masa Saito WCW vs. New Japan showdown. The World Wrestling Peace Festival may not have drawn as well as hoped, attracting around 5,000 people to the 17,000-seater LA Sports Arena, but it was successful in other ways, particularly from a critical in-ring perspective. The show also alerted WCW exec Eric Bischoff to the talents of Chris Jericho, Rey Mysterio, and Ultimo Dragon, all of whom would sign with his company in the following weeks. A planned Terry Funk vs. Sabu vs. Brian Pillman match on the show was scrapped, not for political reasons, but because Pillman got into an awful car wreck weeks before, and Sabu booked himself on a tour of Japan instead. Number 7, Jushin Thunder Liger vs. Tyler Breeze. The influx of independent and international stars that came to prime black and gold era NXT created umpteen dream match scenarios. And while it may have felt like the Forbidden Door had opened, the fact was that everybody was under contract to WWE. Since Vince McMahon's company don't typically co-promote or use talent from other organizations, the odds of them reaching out and bringing in anyone not signed were pretty slim. However, thanks to NXT general manager William Regal, we got the chance to see legendary Japanese junior heavyweight Jushin Thunder Liger ply his trade in a WWE ring for the only time. And I don't just mean it was Regal's doing in kayfabe sense either. As Regal later explained via his Twitter account, he really did reach out to Liger, who he'd known ever since a young Liger wrestled in Britain as Flying Fuji Yamada in the 1980s. Thanks to their kinship, the inventor of the shooting star press came in to wrestle Tyler Breeze in the opener of 2015's sensational TakeOver Brooklyn. The New Japan mainstay was later recognized for his historic career when he was inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame. Number 6, the Wrestling Summit 1990. What's this? The World Wrestling Federation collaborating with not just one, but 2 Japanese promotions? And what's this? Those 2 Japanese promotions are noted rivals, All Japan and New Japan? See, folks, we can all get along. As long as you don't ever speak to me, anyway. WWE and New Japan had enjoyed a working relationship for a fair while at this point, truth be told, with wrestlers from both sides going back and forth across the Pacific to work for the other company. 1990's Pro Wrestling Summit was a stacked card featuring matches between Japanese talent, matches between WWE talent, and matches between Japanese and WWE talent, such as Bret Hart vs. Tiger Mask and Genichiro Tenryu against Randy Savage, all taking place in front of a sold-out Tokyo Dome. The main event was a tricky political proposition, with Vince McMahon adamant that he wanted WWE champion Hulk Hogan to go up against another American. Tenryu was originally booked against the Hulkster, only to be replaced by Terry Gordy, who then got cold feet about doing the clean job, brother, and was swapped with Stan Hansen. In the wake of the summit, Tenryu would create the Super World of Sports promotion and continue working with McMahon for the next couple of years. Number 5, USWA vs. ECW on WWE Raw. As we saw previously, WWE were happy to lend a hand to ECW in early 1997 as the Extreme outfit sought to promote their first foray into pay-per-view. And I mean, let's face it, ECW invading Raw that time instantly made WWE's flagship show seem 10 times cooler and more exciting than it had been for a while. Soon enough, however, WWE lost interest in perpetuating any sort of interpromotional rivalry. They did allow ECW to continue appearing on their television show mind and booked Chris Candido, who had worked for WWE as Body Donna Skip not too long beforehand, against Brian Christopher. This was interesting because Christopher, making his WWE debut, was billed as representing the Memphis-based USWA promotion. That meant WWE were promoting a match between two wrestlers from supposedly rival companies, though Christopher would soon come in full-time. They didn't give them a ton of airtime, allocating the bout just a few minutes, as well as a bit extra for the post-match angle with Heyman, Jerry Lawler, and Tommy Dreamer. Interestingly, the original plan was to do Dreamer versus Candido in an ECW guest match, but Heyman nixed the idea. Number 4, the Super J-Cup. The brainchild of junior heavyweight standard bearer Jushin Thunder Liger, the Super J-Cup was only supposed to be a one-time deal, but ended up doing so well both critically and commercially that it's one of New Japan's most popular events to this day. Designed to elevate the perception of junior heavyweight wrestling in Japan, the J-Cup consisted of a 4-round single-elimination tournament comprised of 14 wrestlers from 6 different companies. New Japan had 6 entrants, including Dean Malenko and Eddie Guerrero wrestling as the masked Black Tiger, but other participants were drafted in from FMW, Michinoku Pro, Wrestle Association R, Mexico's CMLL, and the Social Progress Wrestling Federation. A sold-out sumo hall in Tokyo was treated to classic contests, surprising upsets, and breakout performances from what is generally considered one of the greatest single nights of wrestling ever. Though there must have been plenty of politics involved when it came to the booking of the tournament and who beat who, everyone came out of the show looking better than they went into it, with the likes of the great Sasuke going from a relative unknown to a genuine superstar. Number 3, Terry Funk's WrestleFest. Who doesn't love Terry Funk? The answer is no one. Everyone loves the Funker, so when the legend announced that he was definitely 100% for real retiring in the fall of 1997, wrestlers from various companies agreed to appear on his WrestleFest card. Almost 4,000 people in Amarillo's Tri-State Fairgrounds Coliseum witnessed a show that was largely made up of ECW talent and was promoted for 6 weeks on ECW TV, but also featured notable names from Japan and WWE. The two big inter-promotional matches of the evening were Mankind taking on Sabu and WWE champion Bret Hart squaring off with the man from the Double Cross Ranch in a no DQ main event. Despite being the champ, the Hitman insisted that he put Funk over, though he was eventually overruled. The event was later released on VHS and DVD under the ECW banner, with the WWE stars not being advertised on the front cover via either their name or likeness. Despite being billed as Funk's last match in the Amarillo territory, he did wrestle there 2 more times in 2000 and 2002 for WCW and XPW respectively. Number 2, Super Clash 3. With AWA circling the drain in 1988, Vern Gagne rolled the dice and struck a deal with Jerry's Jarrett and Lawler to make the King his world champion, sending him out to other dying territories like World Class to defend the title. It must have gone well, because Gagne then decided to run his 3rd Super Clash show with the help of wrestlers from Memphis, World Class, and the short-lived Powerful Women of Wrestling promotion. In short, Super Clash 3, the only AWA show ever broadcast on pay-per-view, was a complete and utter disaster. Not only did it draw terribly at both the live gate and on pay-per-view, but the bookers involved couldn't agree on the time of day, let alone what the finishes of the main matches would be on the night. The matches themselves were mostly crap too, besides an AWA and WCWA heavyweight title unification bout between Lawler and Kerry Von Erich. Good as the match was, the promise of a definitive winner was not fulfilled, as Kerry ended up losing in controversial circumstances, and Gagne demanded his AWA title belt back from Lawler about a week later. Number 1, Vince McMahon in Memphis. Vince McMahon morphed into the villainous Mr. McMahon character in the wake of the Montreal Screwjob, quickly becoming the top heel in the wrestling business. The genetic jackhammer was a riot in the role, but then he'd had practice, hadn't he? And no, I'm not insinuating his real-life tyranny was practice for his on-screen alter ego, even if I sort of am. I'm talking about Mr. McMahon's time working for Memphis in 1993. Though not acknowledged on WWE television, Vince had gone to Jerry Lawler's USWA promotion to feud with the King. While simply an on-screen announcer for his own company, McMahon was able to let loose as a villain in Lawler's territory, cutting wild-eyed promos and even getting physically involved in a match for the first time. As part of this mini-invasion, WWE stars like Randy Savage, Tatanka, and Bret and Owen Hart took trips to the home of the Blues, all of them working as heels despite being babyface in their home promotion. It was novel to witness the WWE good guys go bad for the local crowd, and it was certainly interesting interesting to catch a glimpse at what would be the prototype for the Mr. McMahon character that emerged years later. There are various routes to WWE, from attending a tryout to excelling in another sport to, just showing up one day in trunks and boots and trying to bluff your way into the Royal Rumble. One tried and true method is, of course, making a name for yourself outside of WWE, whether that's in another major organization or as a weekend warrior on the independent circuit. The cream always rises to the top, and taking the hard road, plugging away for poor payoffs while traveling the highways and byways in unglamorous conditions, gives a performer experience and builds character that can be essential for surviving, if not thriving, in the big time. Once upon a time, the term indie darling was something to be sneered at, as WWE were more likely to sign a former American football player or glamour model to a contract, but there has been a mentality shift in recent years as WWE realized that they could make stars out of those that paid their dues in the minor leagues. We've seen many of these men and women become genuine staples of the company in recent years, but it doesn't always work out that way. For various reasons, those that enjoyed being a big fish in a small pond end up looking like a tadpole in the Atlantic Ocean when they finally make it to the world's most famous sports entertainment enterprise. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 indie sensations that flopped in WWE. Join us. Number 10, Chris Hero. Chris Hero was well-traveled and very experienced by the time he made it to WWE, having been a standout on the American independent and international scenes for over a decade when he put pen to paper in February 2012. He had previously enjoyed much success in IWA Mid-South, Combat Zone Wrestling, Chikara, Ring of Honor, and Pro Wrestling Noah, some of his best work coming while teaming with Claudio Castagnoli, now better known as Cesaro, as the Kings of Wrestling. A true student of the game, Chris Hero was sent to Developmental League Florida Championship Wrestling, where he debuted under the new name of Cassius Ohno. He lasted 21 months in FCW and then the rebranded NXT, the highlight of his time there being a bout with mentor William Regal before he departed on good terms. After another few years doing the indie thing, Hero re-signed with WWE and returned to NXT and then NXT UK in late 2016. During this second spell, he was very much seen as a stepping stone for newcomers and was primarily used to put over talent that the company had bigger plans for. He was let go in April 2020 due to the COVID cutbacks, having won no titles across the company's developmental brands and lamentably failing to reach his true potential. Number 9, Austin Aries. Austin Aries arrived in WWE with a dual reputation of being a first-class professional wrestler and a top-draw twat. A-Double had busted his backside in Ring of Honor and TNA for years, winning both companies' world titles, as well as a multitude of other prizes during his various stints in either organization. There was a sense that he had done everything there was to do in the companies when it was announced that he had signed with WWE in early 2016. Reporting for duty in NXT, the highlight of his run on the third brand was a surly bout with Shinsuke Nakamura at NXT TakeOver The End. Following a nasty orbital bone injury suffered at the hands of the King of Strong Style in a different match, Aries moved to the commentary desk and began calling the action for the Cruiserweight division on Raw and 205 Live. This led to a feud with Cruiserweight champion Neville and a trio of matches at WrestleMania 33, Payback, and Extreme Rules. Aries failed to win the title, however, and was released in July of 2017. Outside of the Neville and Nakamura matches, Aries didn't do a whole lot during his time in WWE, and after his release, rumors of backstage issues with his fellow wrestlers and creative staff spread. Quelle surprise. Number 8, Reckless Youth. Unless you were trading tapes in the late 90s, you might not be too familiar with Reckless Youth. The former backyard wrestler eventually trained with Larry Sharp and Al Snow and began getting booked around the Northeast United States, wowing audiences with his audacious high-flying style. Dubbed the King of the Indies, Reckless Youth, real name Tom Carter, received a look from WWE in 1999, a big deal considering the Attitude Era wave they were riding at the time. He signed a developmental deal after wrestling several dark matches at TV tapings and reported for work in WWE's various feeder territories, including Memphis and IWA in Puerto Rico. In Memphis, he worked a program with William Regal, who was getting ready to make his WWE comeback, earning a number of victories over the NXT general manager. Not too long after that, however, he was released from his deal and returned to the Indies. Reports vary as to whether he was let go or requested the release himself, but what can be said with some certainty is that Reckless Youth probably came around 10 or 15 years too early. Post-WWE, he went back to the Indies and was heavily involved with the formation of Chikara, though he hasn't been involved in the business since 2010 and now has a full-time career in accounting. Number 7, Christopher Daniels. Christopher Daniels has been absolutely everywhere. Now in his 50s and still going strong in AEW, the Fallen Angel has seen and done it all in wrestling, beginning with his spell on the American independent circuit in the 90s. The scene wasn't as bustling as it would become, but Daniels stuck out as a talent and WWE took notice, signing him to a developmental deal in 1998. He was part of a Funkin' Dojo class that included Kurt Angle and Shawn Stasiak, and he worked some dark matches and as an enhancement talent on shows like Shotgun Saturday Night, Sunday Night Heat, and Jacked. Despite being as smooth as silk and able to have a good match with just about anyone, Daniels never really got a look in during his time at Titan, most likely because of his smaller stature. Apart from that time, he was briefly considered as the potential higher power during the storyline between The Undertaker and Steve Austin, that is. Obviously, that didn't happen, but it's interesting to think of what might have been had they decided to go in that direction. In the end, Daniels turned his attention back towards the indie and international scenes, being one of the consummates for promotions like Ring of Honor and MLW, as well as being around since the very early days of TNA. Number 6, the American Wolves. As Triple H's NXT came to fruition and WWE began to gobble up the best talent from around the world in order to bolster the burgeoning brand, most assumed that the recently out of contract Eddie Edwards and Davey Richards would be two of the names added to the growing roster. The American Wolves, as both singles and as a tag team, had tore up the independent circuit, especially in home promotion Ring of Honor. Rather than being signed outright by WWE, Richards and Edwards were instead invited to a week-long tryout camp at the Performance Center in Orlando in November of 2013. They were deemed good enough to make an appearance on NXT television, billed as John Cahill and Derek Billington, a tribute to Tom Dynamite Kid Billington, who had clearly inspired Richards, aka the American Pitbulls, as they challenged NXT Tag Champs The Ascension in a non-title losing effort. However, a scary botch during the match forced Triple H to cut not only the bout, but their tryout short, sending them home without an offer. Not that they cried about it for too long or anything, as they debuted for TNA just a couple of months later, where they would go on to become 5-time tag team champions. Number 5, Colt Cabana. To truly be a success in WWE, you need to be versatile. It's not just about having the best match or doing the coolest moves after all. You need to forge a connection with the audience, something that comes through more than just the bell-to-bell action. Your Daniel Bryans, CM Punks, and Kevin Owenses can all deliver between the ropes, no doubt, but their popularity and staying power comes just as much from their personalities, microphone skills, and character work. When Colt Cabana signed with WWE in 2007, there was a widespread hope that he would be a natural fit, especially as WWE transitioned into a more family-friendly product. Unlike many of his contemporaries, Cabana got over on the indies not with brainbusters and ass-eye moonsaults, but because he was an entertainer and could utilize comedy and other unique styles of wrestling, such as the old British world of sport, into his routine. Regrettably, WWE did nothing with Punk's pre-lawsuit pal, jobbing him out on television in short matches to the Brian Kendrick, the Great Khali, and Umaga before unceremoniously canning him. It's amazing that WWE couldn't come up with anything better than Scotty Goldman for Cabana to do, as he would have been an asset as a commentator, trainer, or manager if they had no plans for him as a wrestler. He's proven himself many times over on the independent scene since his 2009 release and is currently enjoying life in AEW. Number 4, Paul London. Paul London, along with the Amazing Red and AJ Styles, was one of the most spectacular high flyers on the indie scene in the early 2000s. Known for his beautiful shooting star press and unique moves like the drop salt and mushroom stomp, London's awe-inspiring performances regularly earned him the chance chant "Please don't die" from the Ring of Honor crowd. The Texas native was a hit in ROH, TNA, and in Japan for 0-1, but traded it all for WWE when he signed a contract in mid-2003. In a lot of ways, it's hard to call London a WWE flop. He was on the books for 5 years and won the Cruiserweight and SmackDown tag team titles during that time. But considering he had a natural talent that had people pegging him as the next Rob Van Dam or even Shawn Michaels, his WWE run can be considered a huge disappointment. So, what happened? Well, London is another case of coming a generation too soon. His style wasn't the in thing, and performers of his size were routinely underutilized back then. He also had to fight backstage politics, like the time Vince McMahon outlawed his signature moves, and many felt like he didn't take the job seriously enough to get pushed, the tipping point coming when he was shown smiling like the village idiot as the boss walked to his demise on Raw. Number 3, Sami Callihan. Sami Callihan forged his reputation not as a premier technician or high flyer, but due to his exploits in the ultra-violent CZW. With his penchant for pain, wild expressions, and eye-catching appearance, he certainly stood out amongst the pack. Callihan signed with WWE in 2012, and the bad omens started almost immediately. According to the man himself, he didn't wrestle for the first 6 months of his contract, despite being told he would be put on TV right away. Things went from bad to worse when he broke his leg, necessitating another year and a half on the sidelines. Callihan and Dusty Rhodes had created and meticulously outlined a hacker character for Callihan under the name Solomon Crow, but the idea quickly became muddled by the time he was due to debut and was subsequently dropped. A handful of lukewarm matches followed, and it was clear that Callihan didn't know who he was supposed to be, and the fans reacted accordingly. With a lot of pent-up frustration boiling up inside of him, Callihan bet on himself and asked for his release, returning to the indie scene as the worldwide desperado and rebuilding his pre-WWE name and identity. WWE missed the boat with him, but since he's still just in his early 30s, he could find his way back there for a redemption run in the future. Number 2, Kenta. The hard-hitting Kenta, spelled in all capital letters because I assume you're supposed to scream it, is not necessarily an indie sensation, at least not in his native land. A graduate of the All Japan Pro Wrestling Dojo, Kenta was one of the top stars of the reincarnated Pro Wrestling Noah, which could claim to be the first or second biggest promotion in the land of the rising sun at various points in the 2000s. So while some on this list were scrapping in front of 15 people in a high school gym, Kenta was more likely to be found fighting over major titles in the Tokyo Dome. He did have some independent exposure in Ring of Honor, however, being invited into the group thanks to the two companies' working relationship and having some spectacular matches with Loki, Bryan Danielson, and others. WWE made a huge deal of his 2014 acquisition, with the newly christened Hideo Itami signing his contract during an Osaka live event alongside Hulk Hogan and Jimmy Hart. His time in NXT was plagued by injury though, and he was sadly unable to show a fraction of what had made him such a hot commodity. Following a brief tenure on 205 Live, Kenta left WWE and later remarked that his days working there were the most frustrating of his life. He's done alright since. Number 1, Loki. Loki was in that same early 2000s group as Daniel Bryan, AJ Styles, Samoa Joe, and Christopher Daniels as someone who was pegged as a future star. His palpable intensity, hybrid style, and no-nonsense approach to the task at hand all differentiated him. He was one of the breakout stars of early days Ring of Honor and worked extensively in Japan and for TNA when his schedule permitted. The World Warrior was never hurting for bookings, but he did have a tendency to burn bridges and fall out with promotions before long, the common accusation being that he perhaps took himself a tad too seriously. He signed with WWE in 2008 and was renamed Caval, but injuries kept him out of the ring for a while, with the former Ring of Honor champion finally making his televised WWE debut as a contestant in the second season of NXT during its game show phase, where he was given Lay Cool as his mentor. Something tells me that might have been a rib, you know? He won the competition and moved over to the SmackDown roster. As per his NXT victory, he was given a title shot, choosing to face Intercontinental Champion Dolph Ziggler at the 2010 Survivor Series, which he lost. It became readily apparent that WWE had no ideas for him, and after jobbing him out to just about everyone, they released him on December 23rd. Merry Christmas, Loki. Oh. Life is a funny old thing. One day you're cock of the walk, the next you're some schmo working in a box factory. Obligatory Simpsons reference out the way, what I'm getting at is that nothing lasts forever. Money, fame, adulation, they can all go as quickly as they came. Now we all know that wrestling is a predetermined sport, and that title reigns are the higher-ups way of saying, you've worked hard, we like you, show the world what you're about. And even though these reigns are carefully decided and ended by committee, sometimes plans just don't work out. Injuries occur, disagreements arise, contracts end, and before you know it, your champion has to forfeit their title lickety-split. It's never an easy situation logistically or emotionally for anyone involved, and forfeits throughout the years have seen long-term storylines crumple into dust, incredible reigns end with a whimper, and several careers end on the spot. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and this is 10 times wrestling championships were forfeited. Join us. Number 10, Finn Balor, Universal Champion. NXT call-ups. What a predictably rubbish pile of arse. Wasn't always that way though, as once upon a time, NXT's ace Finn Balor was called up to main and was actually treated like a goddamn star. During the 2016 draft, Balor was the third draft pick for Raw, above Roman Reigns, John Cena, Randy Orton, and Brock Bastard Lesnar. This was the rocket treatment, and wrestling fans around the world collectively sat up and took notice. And it didn't stop there. Finn went on to win a fatal 4-way, then beat Roman Reigns to set up a SummerSlam match with Seth Rollins to determine the first ever Universal Champion. The Demon King went up against Rollins at the biggest party of the summer, and after 19 minutes nailed the coup de grace to become Universal Champion, as well as the first superstar to win a WWE World title on their pay-per-view debut. 24 hours later, and it was all over. Finn had injured his shoulder during the match due to a barricade bomb by Rollins. Requiring surgery, he was forced to relinquish the title and was out for over 6 months. This one just felt cruel, and even the most cynical, jaded wrestling fan had to feel bad for Balor. Number 9, RVD, TV Champion. As ECW was blindly hurtling through its peak and into the grave, there was plenty of writing on the wall. Stars leaving for WWE and WCW, bouncing checks, never mind the big two nicking all of Paul Heyman's best ideas. But there was one last beacon of hope as everyone else was jumping ship. Mr. Monday Night. The whole flippin' show, Rob Van Dam, and he was absolutely phenomenal. So phenomenal was RVD that he elevated ECW's secondary belt, the TV title, to the same level as the world title, defeating Bam Bam Bigelow for the strap in April 1998 and holding it for 700 days. Van Dam's performances were must-see, and as he became the most popular performer in the company, a title showdown was in the works. Rob Van Dam versus Mike Awesome, TV title versus ECW title. This was a match that would have been legitimate box office and could have potentially saved the company or at least kept the wolves from the door for a little while longer. But then, disaster struck. In a title defense against Rhino in January 2000, Van Dam broke his ankle and was forced to relinquish the belt. It's a massive case of what could have been. Van Dam versus Awesome would have been one for the ages, and the payoff to that 700-day title reign would have been brilliant. Number 8, Daniel Bryan, WWE World Heavyweight and Intercontinental. Daniel Bryan's ascent to the top of the WWE mountain at WrestleMania 30 was some of the most compelling TV the WWE had produced in years. The little goat who could caught on with the WWE audience in a way not seen for a very long time. He was one of us, a man of the people, fighting from the bottom and not stopping until he toppled the powers that be. And when he finally stood aloft with a title in each hand as the Silverdome chanted along with him, it was a true feel-good moment. Many were excited for this new era of of WWE with Bryan at the forefront, but years of wrestling a hard-hitting and high-impact style had taken its toll, and it came to light that Bryan badly needed neck surgery. Alas, after 64 days as champion, Bryan was forced to relinquish the title and spent the majority of 2014 on the shelf. When he returned to the ring in early 2015, he went right back to business and won the Intercontinental title at WrestleMania 31, but then had to vacate this too as more injuries mounted up, leading to his first official retirement. It was hard to swallow for Bryan and fans alike, but luckily he got his moment in the sun when he returned full-time in 2018. Number 7, Edge World Heavyweight title. The Rated R superstar did it all. He won every title in WWE a billion times, competed in a variety of firsts including Money in the Bank and TLC, and amassed a legion of fans in the process. He headlined pay-per-views, was the focal point of SmackDown for years, and even headlined WrestleMania 24 against The Undertaker, but it all came at a cost. Edge's participation in multiple highly dangerous stipulation matches did a world of damage to his body, and his run was peppered by several major surgeries, including multiple to his neck. But he still carried on in the same manner that he always had, racking up title after title. Heading into WrestleMania 27, Edge was World Heavyweight Champion for a record-breaking 7th time and quickly disposed of #1 contender Alberto Del Rio in the show's opener. What we didn't realize at the time was that this would be Edge's last match for 9 years. Doctors refused to clear Edge to wrestle as he risked paralysis if he took another bump. So, with a lump in his throat, Edge retired a few days after WrestleMania, vacating the World Heavyweight Championship on the spot. And let me tell you, there wasn't a dry eye in the house. Number 6, Chris Benoit, WCW World Heavyweight. WCW had a license to print money in the late 90s as Hogan, Sting, Flair and the boys were selling out arenas left, right and center. But as these box office fellas were being box office, WCW failed to plan for the future and neglected to build any new main eventers, Goldberg aside. The product soon got stale and politics, indecision and personal vendettas tore the company apart from the inside out. Someone must have realized and gone, oh bollocks, Chris Benoit, Eddie Guerrero, Perry Saturn and Dean Malenko are all planning to leave and they're all absolutely mint. WCW needed a Hail Mary to stop these phenomenal talents leaving, so after years of excellent performances, they rewarded Benoit with the World Heavyweight title at Sold Out 2000. Benoit beat Sid for the strap, itself vacated by Bret Hart, but the rabid Wolverine's mind was made up. He vacated the title instantly, packed his bags and headed to Stamford. So why did WCW's offer fail? Partly because it was too little too late, and partly because the four men felt disillusioned and threatened by WCW staff, most notably head booker Kevin Sullivan. For many, this was the final hammer blow to WCW. Number 5, Kenta Kobashi, Triple Crown Champion. All Japan Pro Wrestling in the 90s was arguably the best wrestling promotion on the planet. It put on some of the greatest matches of all time and promoted 4 of the greatest workers we'll ever see. Mitsuharu Misawa, Akira Taue, Toshiaki Kawada, and Kenta Kobashi, aka the 4 Pillars of Heaven. Between them, they had a litany of 5-star matches and title reigns, with all men holding All Japan's top prize, the Triple Crown, and as the protégés of All Japan founder Giant Baba, their spot in the company was pretty sweet. Sadly, in 1999, Baba passed away. Misawa became All Japan president and hoped to continue his mentor's vision, but was soon removed from his position by the board of directors and was publicly slammed by owner Motoko Baba, Giant Baba's widow. It was a massive mistake. So angered were the All Japan locker room that 24 out of the 26 contracted wrestlers turned their back on the promotion to side with Misawa and form Pro Wrestling Noah, including Triple Crown champion Kenta Kobashi, arguably the biggest draw in Japan at the time. Kobashi vacated the title and left his position on All Japan's board. Noah became an instant success, while All Japan's fortunes plummeted, and 20 years later, it's still yet to fully recover. Number 4, Antonio Inoki, WWE Champion. The WWE Championship has a long and prestigious history, and has been vacated over a dozen times, both in kayfabe and reality. The strangest and most controversial of these vacancies involved WWE Hall of Famers Bob Backlund and New Japan godfather Antonio Inoki. Vince McMahon Jr. had previously helped put together the bizarre Inoki vs. Ali fight, and was looking to strengthen ties with Japan's biggest star. Also, sending Backlund to battle Inoki made his champion look even more legitimate. On their first encounter, Inoki beat Backlund for the title, only to lose it back to Bob 6 days later. Sort of. The rematch ended weirdly and controversially due to distraction from Tiger Jeet Singh, and despite Backlund getting the pin, officials took the belt from Bob and handed it to Inoki, declaring that he was still champion. Inoki instantly forfeited the title, Backlund returned to America, and everyone just decided to ignore the title switch and say that Backlund had an uninterrupted run with the gold. Phantom reigns like this were commonplace back in the territories, done to make a local promotion's top star look great, but was this how it was meant to play out, or did Inoki's infamous ego come into play? Number 3, Shane Douglas NWA title. By the early 90s, the once dominant NWA was a shadow of its former self, and having split with main promotion WCW, needed to hitch its flag to a bright young star in a fresh company. The NWA title was up in the air as WCW and Ric Flair refused to drop the belt, so a one-night tournament was set up with Philadelphia's Eastern Championship Wrestling to crown a new figurehead. The final saw Too Cold Scorpio taking on the brash Shane Douglas for the strap, and after 12 minutes and a sweet belly-to-belly, Douglas was NWA World Champion. Douglas had done it, and in front of God and his father cemented his place amongst the greats. Dusty Rhodes, Harley Race, Ricky Steamboat, Ric Flair, and they could all kiss his ass. Douglas threw the title down and said that he didn't want to be the face of a dead promotion, instead declaring himself the ECW World Champion, as the Philadelphia Federation severed its ties from the past and changed the future of pro wrestling. The NWA was already weak, but this all but killed it off for the best part of 20 years. Douglas and ECW, however, never looked back. Number 2, Shawn Michaels WWE title. Shawn Michaels has vacated more titles than you've had hot dinners. He just loved doing it. Whether through drug suspensions, the fallout from the Syracuse incident, or whatever else, HBK's title forfeitures are as plentiful as his era-defining matches. But the one which tops them all was when he lost his smile in 1997. Michaels told the world that he had a career-threatening knee injury and would have to drop the WWE title in face of surgery and possibly retirement. Something smelled a little fishy though, possibly the fact that Shawn was penciled in to drop the title to best mate Bret Hart at WrestleMania 13. Surely he wouldn't do his BFF dirty like that. No! Well, yes and no. Michaels did have a knee injury, but it's believed to have been nowhere as bad as he made out. Combine that with being burnt out and off his head on drugs, and it was clear that he needed some time away. But this was when Michaels was a grade A dickhead, and if he didn't want to do business, then he would find any way of avoiding it. Bret went on to have one of the greatest WrestleMania matches ever with Steve Austin, while Shawn found his smile and capped off 1997 with the Montreal Screwjob. Nice fella. Number 1, Ric Flair, WCW World Champion. You find yourself in charge of the second biggest wrestling company in America. Do you A, stick to the status quo but make subtle changes that will ensure growth? Or B, go after your top star, tell him to change everything that made him a success, and demand he take a massive pay cut? If you answered B, then congratulations, you are Jim Herd, former president of World Championship Wrestling. Herd made tons of friends when he joined WCW, especially world champion Ric Flair. Herd was pretty clueless about wrestling and didn't get the Nature Boy, so suggested he cut his hair off, wear a diamond earring, and become Spartacus. Flair told him to woo right off and left for WWE. Herd stripped Flair of the title and introduced a new belt, which Lex Luger won at the Great American Bash, because Flair was still in possession of Big Goldie. Next thing you know, real world's champion Flair is on WWE TV with Bobby Heenan and the big gold belt, while Herd was sinking in WCW as angry audiences across America yelled, "We want Flair!" until they were blue in the face. A gigantic farcical mess, and possibly one situation that convinced Vince to screw Bret just a few years later. Imagine you're at an opera or a musical, and for more than 2 hours it's been a lively and riveting experience. And then, during the final number, just as the cast finishes that last high note, one of the tenors belches loudly. And then, a stage light falls, hitting one of the supporting actors. And then, another cast member turns into a goblin and starts eating the director. And while all that's going on, a swarm of locusts plagues the stage. First of all, that's quite the memorable crescendo. You won't soon forget forget the sight of the director's feet dangling out of some ogre's mouth. By that same token, you're not going to remember anything that happened before all that craziness, are you? It could have been a beautiful show, captivating and enchanting, but an ugly punctuation to the sentence is what the show gets thumbnailed with. That is especially true for professional wrestling, WWE in particular. Many a pay-per-view has ended with a confusing, confounding, and even insulting parting shot, and those often take precedent over the action of the preceding 2 hours and 45 minutes. This is a video that could possibly be updated on an annual basis with the latest oddball attempts at sticking the landing. But as of right now, these are WWE's conclusions that have had the most delusion. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 inexplicable WWE pay-per-view endings. Join us. Number 10, Late Arrival. The 2019 Money in the Bank was a night of highs like Seth Rollins versus AJ Styles, and lows like Shane McMahon's shirt finally having enough sweat-related abuse and choosing to desperately flee his torso. The closer was the men's Money in the Bank ladder match, in which 8 men would vie for the all-powerful briefcase. Well, actually, it was 7 men because Sami Zayn had apparently been run over by the White Hummer and/or Rikishi in the parking lot. But there would be an 8th man. Late in the grueling contest, Brock Lesnar dispatched himself toward the ring, nearly killing several people in the process, and claimed the briefcase at barely any physical expense. Now, issue 1 is that it was never actually explained why Lesnar was allowed into the match, nor who authorized it, so we got a few holes here. Secondly, Ali seemed to have an unabated climb to the case before he suddenly became paralyzed in fear by Lesnar's music sting, so he looked like a bit of a geek as he waited for Lesnar to run that last 40 yards. Apparently, Ali, and Ali alone, was told of Lesnar's late match intrusion because Lesnar's booking is more protected than the potency of the one-winged angel. Sour feelings all around until Lesnar started treating the briefcase as a boombox, thus accidentally turning face for a little while. Number 9, From the Depths. The year 2020 was already weird for glaring reasons, and leave it to WWE to mirror the state of the world. Cinematic matches were drafted as a means of breaking up the monotony of cards filled with empty arena matches, but they've proven to be rather hit or miss. Undertaker versus AJ Styles in a half-buried alive match / half B-movie fight scene? That worked. Money in the Bank Elevator Action Edition? Maybe they tried too hard. Still, that was better than the time that Braun Strowman and Bray Wyatt took a trip to what was apparently Crystal Lake. Extreme Rules in 2020 was dubbed the Horror Show, and indeed, a man had his eyeball gouged out. But the show must go on, as they say, and the night eventually brought us to Strowman and Wyatt fighting it out in some humid swamp. The match apparently ended when Wyatt drowned, but maybe he was counted out? I imagine it's hard to hear the referee counting while you're glub-glubbing on your way down past the fishies, but I digress. So, Strowman wins via manslaughter, and we get the copyright graphic. But no, the Fiend suddenly emerged from the water and pulled Strowman in. And that is how we went off the air. I would assume that WWE medical staff was on standby, no doubt with a trawling net and a couple of boats, because sending a camera crew but 0 medical personnel seems just, well, heartless. Number 8, I Disappear. 5 years to the day before that impromptu fishing expedition, WWE Battleground 2015 ended with what looked to be a fairly straightforward match. WWE Champion Seth Rollins defending against the former champion that his Money in the Bank cash-in had brazenly inconvenienced, Brock Lesnar. And the match went how you would expect, with Lesnar gaining the upper hand, overpowering Rollins with an endless parade of German suplexes. Then came the bone-rattling F5 and an assured victory, until the gong hit and the lights went out. It took only a few seconds for the arena to re-illuminate, and sure enough, there was The Undertaker glaring at a surprised Lesnar. The fans were electric, the commentators were apoplectic, the fighters keyed up, and Rollins was... Wait, where the hell was Rollins? Apparently, The Undertaker used his mystical powers to cast Rollins off into the Phantom Zone with General Zod and his cronies because the WWE Champion disappeared faster than Cain Velasquez's main event push. And all the while, nobody on the headset is asking where Rollins went, which seems like a pretty important thing to be concerned about, to be honest. I mean, if he's suddenly falling through the Springfield mystery spot with Ozzie Smith, they're probably going to have to hold up the title, right? You can't have a champion that vanishes for long periods of time. Except Brock, of course. Number 7, Take Your Time. It was Dark Helmet who sagely pointed out that good is dumb, and that's quite true in the world of wrestling. It seems in WWE that to turn babyface is to immediately sacrifice between 40 and 75 IQ points, though it's not exactly clear why that is. Take for instance The Big Show, a character admittedly more heralded for his giant-sized frame than he is for his understanding of Heisenberg and Schrödinger equations. Maybe Show's constant face/heel flip-flopping has dulled him a tad because the ending of his match at 2005's No Way Out was rather puzzling. Show wrestled JBL in a barbed wire steel cage match for the WWE title, and the stips were that you could win by pinfall, submission, or escape. The ending comes when Show gives JBL a mighty chokeslam through the canvas, so you would think that he would just pull JBL out and pin him, right? No, instead he opted to walk at the speed of smell toward the door, stopping every 2 seconds to try and remember where he parked his car. He then begins walking out the door, apparently against oppressive hurricane force winds, glacially tightropes down the ring steps, and finally touches the floor to win the title. But wait! It turns out that during the 4-minute trek out the door, with the camera focused solely on the Big Show of course, JBL crawled through the hole and out from under the apron, thus he escaped first. That said, in Show's defense, he may not have known that the giant JBL-shaped hole could lead somewhere, you know? He was a babyface after all. Number 6, TV rots your brain. There seems to be a continental divide laying between the presentations of Dean Ambrose and Jon Moxley. The latter is a confident, gutsy brawler who stands up to any challenge and can cut your nerve with a hurtful truth. Ambrose had some of those qualities. He's certainly gutsy and tough like Moxley, but didn't quite have that same stiff upper lip. Whereas Moxley is resourceful, cunning, and a step ahead of even his brainier foes, the trippy, emotionally detached Ambrose was more prone to being thwarted by uncooperative technology. At the muddled 2014 Tables, Ladders, and Chairs, and freaking Stairs, pay-per-view, Ambrose warred with Bray Wyatt in a TLC match that the Shield brothers seemed to have well in hand. Wyatt had been battered by high-impact moves and the provided artillery, so all Ambrose had to do was seal the deal. And he would do that with a TV monitor that he found under the ring. So, Ambrose went to batter Wyatt, only to find that the cord wasn't long enough. He struggled and strained with the props, only for the monitor to explode in his face for some reason, leaving him susceptible to Sister Abigail and a pinfall loss. Yeah, poor unlucky Ambrose sure couldn't get the job done, but don't worry, the always powerful Roman Reigns will pick up the heroic slack next month at the Royal Rumble. Wait, why are you booing? Number 5, I have to go now. April 2nd, 2012 marked the occasion of one of the biggest returns in WWE history. After leaving the company 8 years earlier to try his hand at football and later MMA, Brock Lesnar re-emerged in professional wrestling. His first act upon return was to F5 John Cena and then kick his hat across the county line. The two megastars were put on a collision course for Extreme Rules in 27 days, and it looked for all the world like Lesnar's comeback was getting off on the right foot. And it was, for a while anyway. The tenets of the PG era went out the window as Lesnar beat Cena within an inch of his life in one of the most brutal displays WWE had broadcast in years. But as Cena was ripped and ravaged by Lesnar's unmatchable fury, he managed to steal the win with a couple of moves at the tail end of a one-sided fight. So, Lesnar loses his comeback match, despite all that momentum at his back. And then, in the post-match, Cena cut a promo where he basically admitted that he needed to go away for a while to recharge, which is why they had him beat Lesnar cleanly, I guess? And then, Cena didn't go away, and instead did the job to John Laurinaitis 3 weeks later. It's believed that this entire sequence of events was written by somebody who enjoys reading the pages of a choose-your-own-adventure book in order. Number 4, Hogan in the Bank. When fans of all walks compile their all-time WrestleMania rankings, the consensus is that WrestleMania 9 goes somewhere near the bottom, if not the basement itself. And I mean, how could it not? Between Undertaker's inability to get anything presentable out of Giant Gonzalez, Mr. Perfect forgetting the layout for his match with Lex Luger, and a very boring tag team title match, this show was more X-lax than X7. And when WWE champion Bret Hart lost the title to Yokozuna in the main event via salt-related shenanigans, the best kind of shenanigans, the already tepid event appeared to be ending on a down note. But why end on a down note when you can just end on a weird one, eh? Hulk Hogan and Hulk Hogan alone stormed out to protest the injustice done to the Hitman. And then Mr. Fuji, speaking on behalf of new champion Yokozuna, immediately challenged Hogan to a title match right then and there. This in spite of the fact that Yokozuna was more knackered than Shane McMahon after 3 minutes of Tai Bo. So then Hogan hits the ring, makes the heels look like idiots, and wins the belt in approximately 20 seconds. And like, why would Fuji be so dumb? Why would Yoko agree to the plan? Why was Hogan the only babyface to hit the ring? Actually, wait a second. Why was Brett rendered unconscious by salt to the eyes? Why was Jim Ross wearing a toga? So many questions, and so many better WrestleManias to watch. Number 3, that's too violent. Alleged X-Pac heats be damned, Sean Waltman spoke for the fans. How do you have a DQ inside Hell in a frickin' Cell? As it turns out, it wasn't technically a disqualification, but it sure as hell felt that way. Not enough time has passed since the 2019 Hell in a Cell to make us forget the incoherent mess of an ending, and it's possible not enough time ever could pass. It certainly proved more memorable than, say, an Inside Cradle. But not too many Inside Cradles have earned such open scorn. You know the story. Seth Rollins has to contend with Psycho Billy Murder Clown the Fiend inside of a veritable torture chamber where Mick Foley and other legendary figures have narrowly escaped death. The Fiend uses every weapon he can get his hands on, including a novelty carnival mallet. Rollins fights back with his own weaponry, doing all he can to keep Jason Voorhees on his back. He then gets a sledgehammer, which causes the referee to jockey for a best supporting actor with cries of, "This isn't you!" Then, after whacking Husky Fiendus with the smaller hammer, the referee calls for the bell, on the grounds of Rollins being a big jerk or something. He's then attacked post-match by the Fiend in a violent assault, while fans attempted to lift Rollins' spirit by chanting the initials of the promotion his best friend now works for. The worst part of the apparent homicide is that, amid all the chaos and horror, nobody gave Waltman a straight answer. He asked you a question, damn it. Number 2, Amber Swerves of Grain. Nobody is more American than Lex Luger. If you're an American watching this and you question that statement, ask yourself, do you ride on a red, white and blue tour bus? Did you have a call to action campaign en route to a WWE title match? Are your t-shirts loose-fitting and comfortable? If you said no, and of course, then step off, because you're not half the patriot that Lex Luger is. And that's why he was the man chosen to do the job of conquering evil America-hating Rodney Anawahi from San Francisco at the 1993 SummerSlam. It was all but certain that Luger had Yokozuna ripe for the pickings, and that's when he delivered his master stroke. A stainless steel forearm smash to the noggin that sent the 570-pound champion through the ropes, where he was subsequently counted out. Balloons and streamers fell, Stars and Stripes forever blared, and fellow proud Americans hoisted an exultant Luger high. He had beaten the champion! Problem was, he didn't win the belt. Oh, and by the way, the match stipulation said that Luger only received one title shot, so it kinda looked like he'd blown it actually. But that didn't matter! Look how happy Luger was! Who needs a championship belt when you've got balloons and ballyhoo? Number 1, you're dead to me. So there sat Paul Bearer, bound and trapped inside a glass cage of manufactured emotion. It was the night of the 2004 Great American Bash, and his fate was in the hands of The Undertaker, Paul Heyman, the Dudley Boys, and the operator of a giant cement mixer. If The Undertaker didn't lose to the Dudleys, Heyman was going to authorize the dumping of wet cement onto Bearer, which enough of would certainly kill the guy. Now, dear viewer, I know what's going through your mind. How is any of this even remotely legal? I mean, I don't know either, but certainly the Virginia State Athletic Commission had to sign off on this. There were also thousands of witnesses in attendance, so apparently killing a man in concrete is a common occurrence in the Old Dominion, and who are we as outsiders to judge? But strangely, the man that decided Bearer's fate was The Undertaker himself, who, despite spending all this time fighting to save his life, opted to kill him anyway. The cameraman simply filmed Bearer's cruel fate, obviously too stupefied by the bystander effect to lend a saving hand. Undertaker never did explain his actions, nor did Bearer's son Kane seek revenge. We never did see Bearer inside that cement cube again, which is possibly a reason why Undertaker was never convicted of murder. There was just no concrete evidence. Hey! I'm sure we've all had our fair share of fashion disasters, and I'm willing to bet that our wardrobes are full of items we only wore once, realized were a mistake, and put away hoping they would never see the light of day again. Yes, those white leather pants with the fringe on the side were a bad call, young Pachiti, thanks for noticing. WWE superstars sometimes share this pain when it comes to their ring gear, which, until they're standing in the squared circle with the bright lights on them, may not seem like such a terrible idea, but ends up landing them in the doghouse with Trini and Susanna. I'm Adam Pachiti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 terrible WWE ring attires only worn once. To the catwalk! I mean, join us. Number 10. The Undertaker's snakeskin trousers. The Undertaker has always clearly prided himself on the attention to detail he plays to his character, and that includes his ring gear. The man must have spent a small fortune on his elaborate threads during his career, with all manner of tights, singlets, hats, gloves, coats, and bat wings? Alright, sure, and bat wings being commissioned for his performance. His look is one of the most iconic in the industry, though he is not immune to getting it very wrong. As The Undertaker morphed from the Dark Overlord of the Ministry of Darkness era into the American Badass in 2000, he began to experiment with his changed-up look. Dropping the supernatural element meant that he could wear jeans, bandanas, leather vests, and other redneck staples, but he could not pull off snakeskin pants. To be fair to the Phenom, he didn't intend to wear these jarring eyesores for his WWE title showdown with Kurt Angle at the 2000 Survivor Series. As the story goes, the airline lost Taker's gear, and needing something to work in, he borrowed his pal The Godfather's actual pants. Wouldn't life just be so much easier if we all had a pimp to bail us out of tricky situations? Number 9. John Cena's jeans. You wake up and the sky is green. Fish are flying and birds are swimming. The purple sun is blazing, but it's freezing cold outside, and when you go to speak, the only sound that comes out is a cat's meow. The world as you know it is upside down, and John Cena is wrestling in full-length jeans. Yes, the man known for making jorts cool, arguable, once performed in a high-profile match wearing denim down to his ankles. In early 2003, Cena was just finding his way as the Doctor of Thugonomics, a relatively new gimmick that was credited with taking Cena off the chopping block. He experimented with different outfit choices, including red basketball-type shorts and some khaki deals, which he would always wear with traditional wrestling boots as he had a year to move on to his trademark sneakers. In the 2003 Royal Rumble, Cena entered at number 18, rapping his way to the ring wearing a Houston Astros top in order to antagonize his hometown Boston crowd, and I kid you not, honest to God, full-length jeans. For Bella's sake, John, don't even think about hiding those juicy calves ever again. Number 8. The Bad Guys Long Boys. While John Cena looks odd in anything other than knee-length denim these days, some wrestlers can have many different iconic looks, even if it does take us a while to get used to them. Remember when Chris Jericho went from long tights to trunks? Or how about Brock ditching the Speedo for his MMA shorts and gloves? Yes, it may seem odd at first, but eventually it becomes natural, and in time you can't imagine the wrestler wearing anything but their new gear. That said, no matter how many times I look at Razor Ramon wearing full-length tights, I cannot come to terms with the image. How can a man ooze machismo if you can't see his meaty thighs? To be fair, the bad guy only wore these things in a non-televised dark match against Tito Santana, which has surfaced on the WWE Network, and he did go with trunks for his actual televised debut. But it's interesting that WWE envisioned Ramon in the long tights to begin with, something that is backed up by concept art. Number 7. Kurt Angle's tiny medal. Kurt Angle always looked the business in his custom-made singlets, of which he commissioned hundreds over the course of his long and illustrious career. Typically in various shades of red, white, blue, black, and gold, and coming in all sorts of styles and patterns, Angle's gear harkened back to his amateur roots and fit his persona as the American hero to a T. Some were, naturally, a bit better than others, but whomever made them clearly always, at the very least, put in the effort and tried to do something unique. Well, almost always. On the February 19th, 2004 episode of SmackDown, Angle dressed for his tag team match with John Cena wearing jean shorts, thank Bella, against the Basham brothers in something that looked decidedly unfinished. The sparkly red number had a gold medal with a letter A stitched onto it and the word gold in, gold, slapped onto his Olympic arse. It was either a rushed job or a concept that wasn't fully realized, but whatever the case may be, Kurt shelved it immediately after. Number 6. Blue Tista. Batista's 2014 comeback did not go exactly according to plan. First, his big Royal Rumble win was spoiled because he wasn't Daniel Bryan, and then he failed to capture the WWE Heavyweight title as promised to him at WrestleMania because of the unstoppable yes movement. Things finally started to click when he reformed Evolution with Triple H and Randy Orton in order to battle the Shield in a series of absolute bangers. While the Animal, the Game, and the Viper stole the show against the Hounds of Justice in Batista's last match of that particular run, many fans weren't talking about the quality of the bout after. They were talking about Big Dave's tiny blue pants. Yes, the infamous Blue Tista, which turned the Match of the Year contender into a meme. Look, Batista had worn blue on occasion before, notably against Triple H at Backlash 2005, but never a shade so light and never with matching boots, shin guards, and compression sleeves. He looked really out of place next to everyone else in the match as they were all wearing black, and fans picked up on it chanting Blue Tista at him while the new nickname also trended on Twitter. Number 5. Bret Hart's pink singlet. Similar to Kurt Angle, Bret Hart had an iconic look that primarily used the same 3 colors, with a little variation here and there. The pink and black attack style was boots, long tights, and a singlet/vest, with his gear often adorned with little hearts or skulls. Bret's gear evolved and became more elaborate over the years, and sometimes his attire would rely on more than one particular color as opposed to being an even mix. At the 1993 Survivor Series, however, not only did the Hitman go big on the bright pink, but he left his trousers at home to boot. Yes, the excellence of Execution's legs were on show for the first time since he ditched wearing trunks in the mid-80s. This was done so that he matched his brothers Owen, Keith, and Smith as they went into battle against Shawn Michaels and his Knights. But it just looked weird. Sexy, yes, but unmistakably weird. I'm pretty sure the singlet showed up again in the future, only with Bret wearing his long tights over the top of it. Number 4. Anarchist Daniel Bryan. Daniel Bryan has worn some outlandish pieces of gear over the years, from his furry boots at WrestleMania 30 to his eco-inspired outfits while he reigned as the planet's champion. That said, his most eye-catching ensemble ever was a big departure from his usual at the time and was only used once because Vince McMahon himself personally hated it. The outfit was a new style of trunks and kick pads that he wore for his great match with CM Punk at the 2012 Money in the Bank pay-per-view. They were black and green and had anarchist-inspired DB letters on them that looked like they were written in blood. He came to the ring wearing a matching coat, and if you didn't know any better, you would assume that this was D-Bry going in a completely new gimmick direction. According to Bryan's autobiography, he received instructions via the referee, who was told through his earpiece by the WWE CEO that he despised the jacket and that he was to remove it immediately. Bryan, anticipating that WWE wouldn't approve the new gear, hid it from them right up until bell time. Number 3. Curtis Axel's singlet. Curtis Axel is the son of a WWE Hall of Famer who was one of the best talents of his generation. Curtis Axel is a former Intercontinental Champion. Curtis Axel was once a Paul Heyman guy. But despite all of that, I'm struggling to think of anyone in recent memory as generic as he was. And that's not to totally knock the man himself, who was a dab hand in the ring and had his moments during his WWE career. It could have been the name, the WWE developmental wrestling style, or perhaps the nondescript gear. Axel wore lots of different pairs of trunks over the years, and none of them stood out or said much about who he was, which might explain why he decided to don a singlet at Payback 2014. Teaming up with Ryback, a man who always wore great gear, to take on Dust's Golden Star, Axel worked that night in a red and black number that was reminiscent of his late father in its design. Unfortunately though, his tits kept falling out of it and it had a stupid picture of an axe on the back. Far from perfect. Number 2, The Undertaker's Spandex Nightmare. As we discussed earlier, The Undertaker's transformation allowed him to wear clothing that was more natural and undoubtedly easier to source. Alright, look, Taker basically wore his street clothes, the sort of thing that he no doubt bought in bulk at Bikers R Us. How peculiar it was then when he decided to ditch the denim and return to spandex for one night only. At No Way Out 2001, Taker teamed up with Kane to challenge Edge and Christian and the Dudleys in a triple threat tag team table match. He came out on a Harley, so that was good. Limp Bizkit were playing, always a treat. Leather duster, super cool. Wait a second, what the hell is that under the duster? What I can only assume was a tribute to his Ministry of Darkness days had him looking more like Midian than the feared American badass. Taker's physique was a bit, softer around this period, and the tights and singlets look did not suit him or his new character one bit. And he must have known it too, because it was the only time he wore this outfit or something like it in this era. Number 1, Shawn Michaels' brown note. When Shawn Michaels returned at SummerSlam 2002, he presumed it was going to be a one-off, and besides, it was a street fight, so the usually ostentatious Heartbreak Kid got away with wearing a plain old pair of Wranglers and cowboy boots. When it was announced that he would be coming back once again, this time to fight over the World Heavyweight title in the first ever Elimination Chamber in the main event of Survivor Series at Madison Square Garden, we expected him to make the effort and dust off the rhinestone-encrusted waistcoat or the tights with the sparkly hearts on them. On the night though, HBK showed up sporting a little Dutch boy's haircut and rocking some ghastly brown tights with a crap logo and the letter H on the side. Completing the disaster were his black knee pads worn on the outside of the spandex and some brown cowboy boots. As Michaels would later explain, the tights were unfinished. I'm assuming those H's were supposed to be followed by B's and K's, and he was forced to make do. Fortunately, Shawn quickly reverted back to his old style outfits, giving us the sexy boy we all knew and loved. Traditional thinking would suggest that WWE should save the biggest, most marketable matches they have for the rare occasions where fans actually have to hand over some of their hard-earned cash to watch the show. Though pay-per-view was once the lifeblood of the company, that hasn't stopped them from basically giving away dollar-drawing matches for free on television. Obviously, ratings and goodwill with the fans are important, but WWE clearly left some giant piles of money on the table when they opted to put these bouts on for nout. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 insane matches WWE gave away on free TV. Join us. Number 10, Brock Lesnar vs. Hulk Hogan. Nostalgia Mania was running wild in 2002, brother, when Hulk Hogan returned to WWE after an almost decade-long absence. Though he came in as a hated heel and member of the New World Order, it wasn't long before Hogan's fawning fans had him back in the red and yellow, the strength of his reactions convincing Vince McMahon to make him the undisputed champion. After that experiment failed, WWE Creative tried a different approach and decided to use the aging legend to help the up-and-coming crop of stars like Edge, Kurt Angle, and Brock Lesnar. The next big thing may have been new to the business, but WWE had the rocket strapped firmly to his massive back, and nobody, not even Hulk Hogan, could stop him. WWE booked the two against one another in the main event of the August 8th, 2002 episode of SmackDown, with Brock's undisputed title match at SummerSlam against The Rock at stake. Had the match been booked a couple of months down the road at, say, Survivor Series, as was the plan for a proposed rematch, it could have drawn a few bucks. As it was, though, WWE used Hogan to put the rookie over strong en route to his showdown with the Great One. Number 9, Bret Hart vs. Psycho Sid. All hell broke loose just days before WrestleMania 13, when Bret Hart challenged Psycho Sid for the WWE title inside a steel cage in the main event of Monday Night Raw. Obviously done in part to add intrigue ahead of the showcase of the Immortals and tease the fact that the Hitman submission match with Stone Cold Steve Austin could become a championship affair, this was one of the biggest, if not the biggest, Raw main events to that point. Having a WWE title match, let alone a stipulation match like this, on regular WWE television collision was still a rare occurrence, and its pay-per-view credentials were underscored by the fact that Bret and Sid had collided in a pay-per-view main event at In Your House It's Time just a few months earlier. As a match, it's nothing special, but it really set the table for Mania, and the involvement of Stone Cold and The Undertaker during and after the bout made for exciting scenes. Though the match itself was standard stuff, the post-match angle with the four-way brawl, along with the excellence of Execution's expletive-laden rant and confrontation with Vince McMahon, was pure gold and helped make the WWE title seem like the most prestigious prize in wrestling. Number 8, John Cena vs. Shawn Michaels. John Cena and Shawn Michaels first squared off in singles action in the main event of the 2005 Halloween episode of Raw, the non-title affair going to a no contest when Kurt Angle ran in to build up to their triple threat match at Taboo Tuesday the next night. Michaels vs. Cena didn't quite have the feel of a mouth-watering blockbuster pay-per-view headliner then, but it certainly did when the two next clashed in another Raw main event 18 months later. A non-title rematch of their WrestleMania 23 WWE title main event, the Heartbreak Kid and Big Match John famously went a full hour in front of an enthusiastic crowd inside London's Earl's Court. Michaels went over on Cena after exhaustingly falling on top of him following Sweet Chin music, which begs the question, why didn't these two have one more singles pay-per-view match to settle things at Backlash rather than the multi-man match with added Edge and Orton? In any event, Michaels vs. Cena only happened a handful of times, and it's curious that WWE had the majority of their offerings go down on free TV. Number 7, The Rock and Steve Austin versus the New World Order. Well, that is just a borderline hilarious amount of star power now, isn't it? When Hulk Hogan, Kevin Nash, and Scott Hall returned to WWE in February of 2002, fans began fantasy booking the matches they'd hoped to have seen during the Monday Night Wars or Ill-Fated Invasion, in particular the Hulkster versus The Rock and Steve Austin in singles matches. Hogan and the People's Champion had their epic show-stealing encounter at WrestleMania 18, but Stone Cold vetoed the idea of going one-on-one with the Immortal One. He would happily go up against Hulk in a handicap match on the WrestleMania 18 go-home episode of Raw, however, teaming up with The Rock to take on the NWO in the show's main event. This would be the only time Hogan and Austin would trade blows, and it's frankly bizarre that WWE wouldn't ask fans to pay to see it. Amazingly, this was Hogan's first televised WWE match since King of the Ring 1993 too, and WWE just threw it out there with pretty much no build in order to increase anticipation for a match that really had already sold itself. Number 6, Roman Reigns versus Rey Mysterio. A Hell in a Cell match for the WWE Universal title on SmackDown, located entirely within the Thunderdome? You better believe WWE decided to treat fans to Roman Reigns defending against Rey Mysterio inside the steel structure without asking them to cough up a penny or subscribe to the network. The match had originally been scheduled to take place at the Hell in a Cell pay-per-view itself, but WWE made the decision to move it 2 days earlier instead. It was a surprising move to say the least, and evidently it was one that was made for no good reason. Reports at the time suggested WWE just decided to move it to SmackDown because, screw it, why not? Mysterio's first ever Hell in a Cell match ended up being the first ever Cell match in SmackDown history, helping to boost the show's ratings. WWE then opted to give the Cell stipulation to Bianca Belair and Bayley's SmackDown Women's title match at the pay-per-view. Truth be told, the pandemic era is a bit of a blur, and those crowdless shows all tend to blend together, but Reigns vs. Rey inside the Cell was still a crazy match to have on regular TV. Number 5, TLC 3 and TLC 4. When a group of WWE stars are prepared to take their bodies to the limit in an untested gimmick match, it's only natural that the company would put that type of spectacle on pay-per-view. There was a real curiosity when it came to the original TLC match between the Hardys, Dudleys, and Edge and Christian at SummerSlam 2000, and there is no doubt that many fans coughed up to see what the sextet of daredevils would do with the assorted plunder at their disposal. The match was such a success that WWE booked the sequel for WrestleMania X7. 7 weeks later, the threequel with bonus Benoit and Jericho main evented the May 24th, 2001 edition of SmackDown. Rather than take it easy on free TV, the 8 competitors threw caution to the wind and put on a performance that would have fit right in at the granddaddy of them all. Seeking a ratings boost for the Raw brand 18 months later, WWE presented TLC 4 as the main event of the first Raw Roulette-themed episode of the show. Both matches for free, yet you had to pay to see Kane attempting revenge for the whole Katie Vick debacle just a couple of weeks later. Number 4, Kurt Angle vs. The Undertaker. WWE booked Kurt Angle vs. The Undertaker in championship bouts on several occasions between 2000 and 2006. An intriguing clash of styles and characters, the Dead Man vs. the Olympic Hero was a natural matchup that seemed to only get better with age. In their initial meetings, there was a clear imbalance, as Taker was the established, already legendary star, while Kurt was young in his career, if not already on his way to being a fully fledged headliner. Their best match against one another was most likely their World Heavyweight title main event from No Way Out 2006, a thrilling contest that really ought to have been on the WrestleMania card a month later. Because of its quote-unquote controversial finish, WWE booked the rematch not for the grandest stage of them all, but for 2 weeks later on SmackDown. Once again, the two workhorses tore the house down and put on a WrestleMania caliber showing, strengthening calls for the trilogy to be capped off at Mania itself. Didn't happen, of course, though I bet people would have stumped up for it. Number 3, Jeff Hardy vs. Shawn Michaels. In his earlier WWE days, Jeff Hardy was often likened to Shawn Michaels. Both were young, naturally talented, took risks, and had that intangible it factor that made people gravitate towards them, so the comparison was an apt one. And Hardy, like Michaels, also burned out and had to leave WWE during what could and should have been some banner years. When the charismatic enigma returned, the showstopper was in his second spell with the company, and though he was a changed man, was every bit the superlative performer he had been in his pomp. The only time the two crossed paths was, somewhat randomly, in the main event of the February 11th, 2008 episode of Raw. Jeff's popularity was skyrocketing, while Shawn was in the autumn of his in-ring career, and it made for a very interesting dynamic. Given 20 minutes to play with, the two had a barn burner that you'd have been more than happy to pay for. Not that I'm mad that we didn't have to, mind. The lack of a rematch, on the other hand, boils my blood to this very day. Number 2, John Cena vs. Shinsuke Nakamura. They call John Cena Big Match John for a reason. It's because JBL said it on commentary once and it stuck, even though it's a pretty lame nickname, all things considered. Regardless, Cena is one of WWE's biggest stars ever, and almost by default, any match he's in feels like a big deal. Especially when it's against another performer with a superstar aura and reputation, like the King of Strong Style himself, Shinsuke Nakamura. With a shot against WWE champion Jinder Mahal at SummerSlam on the line, Cena and Shinsuke collided in the main event of the August 1st, 2017 episode of SmackDown. By rights, it probably should have been Nakamura versus Cena in a WWE title match at the biggest party of the summer, but the Mahal experiment was in full flow, and so they went at it on the Blue Show instead. A much better match than Shinsuke's loss to Jinder, Nakamura vs. Cena was a belting TV main event that came at just the right time, with Nakamura on the rise and Cena settling into his role as a beloved elder statesman who still dressed like a 12-year-old baby. Would have been well worth my $9.99 that month, and then some. Number 1, Brock Lesnar vs. Kurt Angle. WWE knew well in advance that they wanted Brock Lesnar vs. Kurt Angle, and they wanted it at WrestleMania. An amateur enthusiast's wet dream, the next big thing against the Olympic hero was a battle that didn't need a soap opera storyline or any other gimmicks or tomfoolery to make it special. WWE only booked 3 televised singles matches between Brock and Kurt, the first of which closed out WrestleMania 19 in style, the second of which was the highlight of SummerSlam 2003, and the third of which took up more than half of a SmackDown broadcast. With Angle and Lesnar tied 1-1 when it came to their singles matches, WWE presented the 1-hour Iron Man rubber match on free television. That is right, 2 of the very best wrestlers on the planet doing what they do best for an entire 60 minutes, and all fans had to do was make sure to tune in at the right time. One of the biggest and best free TV matches in WWE history. It ended the Angle vs Lesnar rivalry on a high note, though you do wonder why it wasn't reserved for an order-only occasion. Nowadays, you don't get Brock Lesnar to come to the arena for less than a small fortune, never mind wrestling for an hour on television. Be too harsh on them, but WWE have had one or two terrible ideas in the past. I know, nobody bats 1,000, but it's true. Whether it's a lamentable character, dodgy storyline, insane match type, or, attempting to launch an American football league twice, WWE sometimes follow through on their misguided whims and sully their reputation in the process. Sometimes they don't follow through on their misguided whims though, and instead show restraint or better judgment in situations where there's an important choice to be made. Such restraint could have possibly saved careers because there are many absolutely atrocious ideas that we know about that could have caused the performers, not to mention the company itself, considerable grief had they been given the green light. And just think about all of the terrible mooted ideas that we don't know about. The ones that must have been so bad that they must never be uttered outside the hallowed halls of Titan Towers ever again. Anyway, I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 terrible WWE ideas that thankfully never happened. Join us. Number 10, the Yakuza and Hirohito. You can accuse WWE of a lot of things, but you cannot accuse them of always being racially sensitive. Hold on a second, that's not a good thing, never mind. Well, the organization certainly has a track record when it comes to gimmicks and storylines regarding superstars of various different ethnicities. A couple of their proposed gimmicks for some of their Japanese stars would have almost certainly landed WWE in hot water back in the mid-2000s had they gone through with them. One idea included Tajiri portraying a mob boss, with him and his flunkies Akio and Sakoda acting as members of the actual Yakuza. And WWE intended to name the trio as such, too. When the Japanese buzzsaw was pitched this, he instantly shot it down, wary that it would cause himself and the company serious issues in his homeland, where the Japanese mafia had considerable power. Clearly not ready to yet learn from their mistakes, not too terribly long after Tajiri nixed that idea, WWE began airing vignettes for a character named Hirohito, named after Japan's general during World War II. Hirohito was to be played by a yet-to-debut Kenzo Suzuki, but thankfully someone told the bigwigs that bringing in a typical foreign menace heel, named after someone who was revered in the land of the rising sun, might also be troublesome for WWE. Number 9, The Lock. Do you smell what WWE creative is cooking? Smells like a turd sandwich to me, and whoever had the genius idea of making Christian a copycat version of The Rock ought to have something turned sideways and shoved straight up their candy ass for simply suggesting it. Yes, when the People's Champion left WWE for Hollywood in 2003, someone on the writing team called Captain Charisma to let him know that they were readying a pitch for him to become a new character, which was basically a rip-off of The Rock. According to the man himself, he was told that he would need to cut his hair short, practice raising one eyebrow, and brush up on his catchphrases. And he would be called The Lock, because when he went to the ring, it was a lock that he was going to win. Ah, I despair. Anyway, the whole thing came about because of a backstage segment where Christian was seen asking for Rock's autograph, and the Brahma Bull, in turn, manipulated him into taking a bullet, well, a spear for him from Goldberg. Christian was initially stressed about the idea of The Lock, but then mightily relieved when someone from the office called him and said that Vince McMahon himself kiboshed the idea, calling it the stupidest thing he'd ever heard. Number 8, Goldust. With double D's. Look at the spelling, yeah? Some felt that the Goldust character perhaps took things too far, especially during the envelope-pushing attitude era, but apparently the man behind the gimmick, Dustin Rhodes, wasn't among them. WWE put the bizarre one in many controversial angles and storylines, but Rhodes himself wanted to shock people even more. Taking inspiration from a news story at the time, his pitch was that Goldust would get breast implants. Rhodes had worked himself up and told everyone about his grand idea, which he hoped would get his flagging career back on track. It also, according to Vince Russo, so take it with an 18th wheeler of salt, bro, came with the caveat that he would be paid $1 million to undergo the procedure. Vince McMahon heard about it through the grapevine and convinced Dustin that it would be jumping the shark and was a step too far even even for the tawdry times. The stunt would have obviously gotten WWE and Goldust some major publicity, and I'm sure he would have been a hit on the Jerry Springer talk show circuit, but it was clearly a move motivated by panic and had not been well thought through. Anyway, the character proved to have surprising longevity anyway, even without the big lovely jubblies. Number 7, Manlina. A distasteful and regrettable storyline in late 2005 almost took an even worse turn before divine intervention spared those involved. The storyline in question concerned Eminem's manager Melina, shagging Batista in a bid to get the animal to call off a tag title match, only for Big Dave to turn around and thank her for the warm-up and inform her that he was ready to kill her clients. The following week on SmackDown, Melina held a press conference where she claimed that the World Heavyweight Champion had sexually harassed her. Just not good, is it? Well, it could have been so much more not good, because an original idea had it being revealed that Melina was, in fact, a man wearing a wig. Rumour has it that Stephanie McMahon shot it down, fearing the damage it would do to Melina's career. And really, how are you going to do that convincingly anyway? We'd already seen months and months of Eminem's entrance. They weren't fooling anyone. Number 6, G.I. Hall. The Razor Ramon gimmick was an ingenious creation that completely turned around the career of Scott Hall. Liberally borrowing from Tony Montana, lead character in the film Scarface, it was just what Hall needed to stand out, and powered by those memorable vignettes, became one of the defining characters of the new generation era. But it was almost very different, because according to the bad guy, Vince saw him initially playing a character nothing like it. Armed with the knowledge that his father was an army man, the boss wanted Hall to portray something like a G.I. Joe type, something he almost certainly said with all that potential action figure money in mind. Hall wasn't thrilled with the offer, but did say if that's what Vince wanted, then that's what he would do, and he would do it the best he could. He then countered McMahon's suggestion by doing his best Al Pacino impersonation. Vince hadn't actually seen the film before, and it got over so well that plans were changed. Could you imagine the cool and charismatic Ramon being replaced by some bog-standard soldier in camouflage fatigues? He'd have had a great time jerking the curtain with the Brooklyn Brawler, I'm sure, but it's hard to envision him wrestling Shawn Michaels for the IC title at WrestleMania, isn't it? Number 5, Vincest. One of the great things about Vince McMahon is that he won't ask his performers to do anything he himself wouldn't do, and many times is actually willing to go much further than the average superstar in the name of sports entertainment. He's been involved in his fair share of ropey moments and storylines over the years, including that time he almost choked his daughter Stephanie to death in their I Quit match. A few years after that unforgettable contest, WWE released a DVD about Vince McMahon, and on it, in the form of a passing, supposedly humorous anecdote, was a nugget of information that led many to believe that the CEO may have completely lost the plot. Stephanie told of how when she was pregnant with hers and Triple H's first child, her father expressed a desire to be revealed as the father on television. Aghast at the mere thought of such a proposal, Stephanie immediately said no. Perhaps not entirely reading the room, Vince then agreed it might be a little bit much, but suggested that Shane could be penciled in as the daddy instead. That got promptly shot down too, much to the genetic jackhammer's dismay. Boy, that Stephanie McMahon is really uptight, isn't she? Number 4, Hulk Hogan. Is there anything more American than Hulk Hogan? Don't ask me, I'm British, so when I was eating fish and chips and drinking tea while watching the World Wrestling Federation on the telly as a youngster, nothing screamed America to me more than that giant balding hot dog in yellow kegs. It might not have turned out that way, however, had the Hulkster taken on a gimmick suggested to him in the late 70s by Vince McMahon Sr. In a bid to appeal to the Irish-American demographic, Vince Sr. gave Terry the Hulk Hogan moniker, as well as 2 bottles of red hair dye. The promoter wanted Hogan to look a little more like the natives, and presumably fly the flag for Ireland as well, with his character and mannerisms. Top of the morning to you, brother! Etc. Freddie Blassie was on hand to help with the dye job, but perhaps sensing that the gimmick was going to be a dud, Hogan flushed it down the sink. He later said that since his hair was already falling out by then, that he didn't want to speed up the process, and that he told Vince that he would be blonde Irish instead. It's a shame it didn't happen really, because I would have loved to have seen him enter Madison Square Garden to the tune of I am a real Irishman, fight for the rights of Irishmen. Hell, they could have even given him a shillelagh and a little leprechaun sidekick that hides under the ring. On second thoughts, that would never work. Number 3, Kalisto So Stylish. He wasn't exactly the new Rey Mysterio Mysterio as WWE had once hoped, but all told, Kalisto had himself a pretty damn decent WWE career. The Masked Man had his ups and downs, sure, but he's a former NXT Tag Team and WWE US and Cruiserweight Champion. All of that might not have happened, mind you, had WWE went ahead with an altogether different gimmick for the High Flyer. Before getting called up to the main roster, there were plans for him to debut on TV in 2015, sans mask, as a quote-unquote gay hairstylist, supposedly being aligned with The Miz. Now, the idea in and of itself is not necessarily bad, but given WWE's track record with similar characters who usually ended up being offensive stereotypes, you would have to imagine that such an effeminate character would be handled with all the subtlety of a chimpanzee wielding an air horn. According to reports, Kalisto did tryouts under the guise and did very well in the role, but ultimately those in creative reconsidered and he remained a lucha dragon instead. Probably for the best, because Kalisto, mate, unless you're going to grow out those sideburns and wear tiger print suits, I just don't see that character working for you. Number 2, Edge the Deaf Mute. Edge, the rated R superstar, the winner of everything there was to win, doer of pretty much everything there was to do, one of the most iconic wrestlers of his generation, was almost a deaf mute. Yes, if certified genius Vince Russo had gotten his way, Adam Copeland's on-screen character would have had neither the ability to hear nor speak. Oh my, can you imagine the side-splitting comedy Vinnie Roo could pen for something like that? According to Edge himself, the gimmick was proposed because Vince Russo didn't believe he could cut a decent promo and had no personality. Mercifully, others in creative ignored the New Yorker's idea, but it wasn't the only rotten idea they had for the future Hall of Famer. Others included Edge, adorable Adam teaming with Val Venus, sensual Shawn as the new Midnight Express, a gig that ended up going to bodacious Bart Gunn and bombastic Bob Holly, the Lucky Devils, as well as a Jim Morrison type character who recited poetry and wore chains and all that good stuff that's 30 years behind the times. They eventually settled on Edge, the mysterious trench coat clad night dweller who walked the streets randomly attacking people, but he was almost given other names like Riot and Rage, which sounds a lot like some mid-90s WCW tag team you never knew existed. Number 1, Baron von Barber. Sometimes you just have to shoot your shot, don't you? Former WWE writer Dan Madigan, whose most memorable contribution to the company was writing the screenplay for See No Evil, certainly shot his during a creative meeting in 2004 and ended up shooting himself in the foot in the process. According to the man himself, when interviewed by Power Slam magazine in 2008, he pitched a character so offensive and ill thought out that it resulted in noted arbiter of good taste Vince McMahon leaving the boardroom speechless, not to return for the rest of the day. Madigan's pitch was Baron von Barber, a Nazi stormtrooper who had been cryogenically frozen during the Second World War and would now be thawed out and unleashed upon the wrestling world. Barber, who in Madigan's mind was going to be played by Heidenreich, would be managed by Paul Heyman, a man whose own mother had survived the Holocaust, because if you're gonna burn your bridge, you might as well take out the neighbouring village too, right? And before you ask, yes, of course there would be goose stepping and swastika emblazoned armbands, duh! From the moments the words left the writer's mouth, his card was marked and he was gone soon after. WWE did end up pairing Heidenreich with Heyman, but the weirdest it ever really got was the wrestler getting a bit too friendly with Michael Cole. Even the best and most famous wrestlers in the world are not immune to crappy creative. While some of the worst gimmicks in history have typically been given to performers who were not exactly expected to headline WrestleMania or anything, there are record-setting Hall of Famers, household names, and some of the most respected performers in the business that have had to weather the storm when it came to being tasked with pulling off a dodgy persona, either before or after they'd hit it big. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 legendary wrestlers given terrible gimmicks. Join us. Number 10, Kazuchika Okada as Okato. In Japanese wrestling culture, it's traditional for companies to send young talent away to faraway lands on learning excursions so that they can gain valuable experience and pick up new styles ahead of their return, when they will hopefully be more fully rounded and ready to become stars in their homeland. That was the idea when New Japan sent Kazuchika Okada to TNA in 2010, but the trip was not only bad, it also actively contributed to New Japan ending their working relationship with Dixie Carter's company not long after. Renamed Okato and decked out to resemble Kato from the Green Hornet, Okada was completely wasted and treated as a joke in TNA when they tried to cash in, I guess, on the recently released Seth Rogen starring film, a film that predominantly missed with critics and audiences, incidentally. Okada's time as Okato was brief and he wasn't used very much before being sent back to the land of the rising sun, but the damage was done. Number 9, Kevin Nash as Oz. Now, I'm sure some of you may scoff at the idea of Kevin Nash being called a legendary wrestler, but how about you take your head out of the toilet, huh, wise guy? Sorry, I slipped into a little Vinny Vegas there, but that is not who we're here to discuss today. Big Sexy had to suffer a trio of naff gimmicks before he found fame as Diesel in WWE, but as corny as Vegas and Master Blaster Steel were, they were still 10 times better than Oz, as in the Wizard of. Making his debut entrance in a dodgy rubber mask and big grey beard while walking past people made up to resemble Dorothy, the Tin Man, Scarecrow, and the Cowardly Lion, Nash looked positively ridiculous, even by the standards of the time. The idea of Dusty Rhodes as a bit of tenuous synergy with Turner Entertainment, which owned the rights to the classic 1939 film, Oz could have been a career killer if it had lasted longer or was pushed stronger. Interestingly, while the character was a total flop in the States, it was apparently really over when Nash toured with New Japan later. 5 stars in the Tokyo Dome, etc. Number 8, Kane as Fake Diesel. Like Kevin Nash, Glenn Jacobs was another 7-footer who had to endure some truly awful gimmicks early in his career before finding the one that made him a star. He was originally brought into WWE as Jerry Lawler's evil dentist, Dr. Isaac Yankem DDS. I Yankem. Get it? For a feud with the King's adversary, Bret Hart. Once his dispute with the Hitman had run its course, however, the dentist drifted away, though Jacobs was promised that they would bring him back once they had something for him. That something was portraying Fake Diesel, with WWE haphazardly resurrecting Big Daddy Cool and the Bad Guy, despite Nash and Scott Hall having left the company months earlier. Bad as Isaac Yankem was, at least it was something original, but having to be the guy playing another much bigger star as WWE played out some weird vendetta against their former employees was frankly embarrassing. Luckily for the man who would become Kane, the Fake Diesel thing only lasted about 4 months before the storyline mercifully ended. Number 7, Barry Windham as the Stalker. Former NWA heavyweight champion Barry Windham, one of the best and strangely still most underrated workers of all time, had a few bites of the WWE cherry to mixed results. His tag run as a member of the US Express in the mid-1980s was good old-fashioned red, white and blue fun, while his solo run as the Widowmaker a few years later was done and dusted before it really got a chance to get going. Big Baz returned to WWE in 1996, but he wasn't a patriot and he wasn't an outlaw cowboy guy or whatever the hell the Widowmaker was supposed to be. No, he was the Stalker, a bloke who wore face paint and camouflage clothes and knocked about in the woods brandishing a big knife. How on earth did he get there? Well, he made the mistake of telling Vince McMahon that he enjoyed hunting and fishing and general outdoorsy activities. The chairman then made a giant leap from that conversation and somehow landed on the Stalker. To be fair, Vince knew the gimmick was a dud and openly referred to Windham by name on commentary. Sheesh. Number 6, Mike Awesome as the Fat Chick Thriller and that 70s guy. You could be forgiven for wanting to smack me in my beautiful face for referring to the late Mike Awesome as a legend if you'd only seen his WCW and WWE work. But before the major leagues ruined his reputation, Awesome was one of the best and most dynamic big men in the business. His best years were spent in Japan, where he was a star for FMW and of course in ECW, who he famously left while reigning as their world champ. There was a reason WCW wanted Awesome so badly, and initially things started well enough. He was booked to look dominant and able to show his power and surprising agility, with WCW even awarding him a rare victory over Hulk Hogan. After the Hulkster left in the wake of the Bash at the Beach 2000 controversy, however, Awesome's fortunes faded. He was rebranded as the chubby-chasing Fat Chick Thriller, and then the groovy flair-wearing That 70s Guy, both of which were allegedly a Vince Russo revenge plot since Mike was the cousin of Hogan's nephew Horace. Nice one, bro. Number 5, William Regal as the real man's man. One of the defining features of William Regal's career was how he was able to make just about anything work. Blue-blooded lord? No problem. Vicious street fighter from the mean streets of Blackpool? Easy. Cowardly sycophant who literally kisses the boss's backside? Sure, why not? One thing that our Regal couldn't get over, however, was the real man's man. Another Vince Russo creation, the real man's man was a confused amalgamation of hyper-masculine traits and pursuits. Shaving with a straight razor, squeezing his own orange juice directly from the source, chopping down trees with an axe. Regal was shown doing it all in vignettes, and then when he actually wrestled, he came to the ring wearing jean shorts, cut-off flannel shirts, and a hard hat. It was all just a little bit odd. The man himself, or should that be the real man's man himself, admitted to hating the character in his 2005 autobiography, though in later years believed it could have been better if he wasn't battling a serious substance abuse problem at the time. Number 4, Devon Dudley as Reverend Devon. The Dudley Boys enjoyed a wonderful first few years together in WWE, where they quickly established themselves as one of the best tag teams of all time, thanks in the main to their brilliant series of classic matches with the Hardys and Edge and Christian. All good things must come to an end, however, just as all WWE tag teams must invariably be broken up. It was Bubba and Devon's turn during the inaugural WWE draft in 2002, with Bubba going to Raw and Devon to SmackDown. While Bubba basically stayed the same on the flagship, Devon was given a character makeover on the Blue brand. The table breaker became a crooked reverend, complete with white collar and donation box, which was guarded by Deacon Batista. The gimmick change saw Devon get something of an initial singles push, including a rare win over Triple H, and the man himself really enjoyed playing the role. So much so that he was actually annoyed when the call was made to reunite the Dudleys after 8 months apart. He may have had fun doing it, but Reverend Devon was never going to lead him to sustained solo success. Number 3, Steve Austin as the Ringmaster. When Vince McMahon hired Steve Austin in late 1995 after a bit of convincing from Jim Ross and Kevin Nash, he certainly didn't see him as somebody who could potentially be the biggest star in the history of the friggin' business. He saw him, in Austin's words, as a mechanic, somebody who was fundamentally sound and could have decent matches with just about anyone, but wouldn't necessarily be a major star or anything. And that is part of the reason that the Texas Rattlesnake was saddled with the lame gimmick of the Ringmaster. With his green trunks, basic moveset, methodical styles, and having Ted DiBiase do most of his talking for him, it was always going to be an uphill battle for Austin to get over. He knew it too, and took the initiative to come up with something far better instead after just a few months toiling as the Ringmaster. Inspired by a documentary that he had watched on notorious murderer Richard the Iceman Kuklinski, Steve Austin shaved his head, adopted the prefix Stone Cold, and was soon on his way up the card. Number 2, Hulk Hogan as Mr. America. Just what are you gonna do, brother? When they put a star-spangled mask on you. Look, a lot can be said about Hulk Hogan, and trust me, I've said a lot of it myself, but his red and yellow Hulkamania formula always worked and rarely, if ever, needed to be tampered with. But tamper with it, they occasionally did. After Vince McMahon lost to Hogan at WrestleMania 19, the genetic jackhammer forced the Hulkster in storyline to sit out the remainder of his contract. Hogan soon came back as Mr. America, which obviously wound the chairman up even further. The gag was cute for the first week or two, as Hogan made no attempt to disguise his identity, save for the arbitrary mask he wore. But it soon grew tiresome, and the storyline offshoots that we got from the whole saga, like the introduction of one-legged Hogan superfan Zach Gowen and Hulk's 1980s retread with Roddy Piper, were far from entertaining. Hogan himself wasn't best pleased with the gimmick either, and he felt that he should have been pushed harder and paid more. In the end, Terrible Terry walked out of the company while the storyline was still ongoing. Number 1, Cody Rhodes as Stardust. Yes, I think we're at the point in history where we are calling Cody Rhodes a legend. What about it? Sorry, did you wrestle a 5-star Hell in a Cell match with a torn pec? Thought not. The American Nightmare returned to WWE as a major superstar at WrestleMania 38, having had to leave WWE and rebuild his reputation after his first spell on the roster. After a very promising start, his career had gone sideways with Stardust, which was an idea of Stephanie McMahon's and done in some ways so that Cody could work against his brother and former tag partner Dustin Goldust Runnels. Stardust stuck around for a couple of years, but even though there was the occasional decent moment here or there, it was largely forgettable, and he was often relegated to shows like Main Event and Superstars. Cody himself positively hated the gimmick, saying that the character broke him and that he became a shell of a performer under the paint. After his grand return, Cody disclosed in an interview that he had requested to never see, hear, or have to talk about Stardust ever again before he would put pen to paper on a contract. It's said that everyone was over like Rover during WWE's Attitude Era, so fervent were fans for the product at the time. While that may be true to an extent, not every gimmick was a winner, and some performers traded in perfectly decent ones for rotten offshoots, flat-out duds, and sometimes potential career killers. Lame, offensive, or otherwise totally nonsensical, why WWE, or in fact the wrestlers themselves, thought that they needed to go in these odd directions remains puzzling. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 terrible WWE Attitude Era gimmick changes. And if you're not down with that, I got 2 words for ya. Like and subscribe. Wait, that's 3. Number 10, Chainsaw Charlie. Terry Funk is one of the true legends of the professional wrestling industry, a beloved, timeless icon who doesn't need to be anything other than Terry Funk. The Funker was in the autumn of his in-ring career in the late 90s, but had established his worth during solid stints with WCW and ECW earlier in the decade, before agreeing to join WWE in order to team up with his old hardcore running buddy Mick Foley. The day of his planned Raw debut, Funk was instructed that he would be coming out of a box as a mystery reveal. When informed of these creative plans, the man from the Double Cross Ranch requested that he be rechristened Chainsaw Charlie, and he could cut his way out of the wood like Leatherface, as you do. Add a red shirt, a pair of Levi's, some women's pantyhose, and baby powder, and hey presto, you have one of the most pointless and confusing gimmick changes ever. The former NWA heavyweight champion admitted himself that the idea was a dud in his autobiography, and thankfully Chainsaw Charlie was only a brief distraction. Number 9, The Sultan. Rikishi was one of the Attitude Era's true success stories, as the big man's career hit the stratosphere thanks to some blonde hair dye, revealing ring attire, choreographed dance moves, and an, cracking finisher that fans just lapped up. Though thankfully not literally. It took Kish a while to get there, of course, with a few subpar gimmicks before he found the one that made him a star. His spell as a head shrinker was fine, though obviously had a ceiling. Make a difference Fatu was a nice idea, though unfortunately let down by cheesy execution. But the Sultan? Oh, just dreadful. Insultan more like, if you ask me. Unable to speak after supposedly having his tongue cut out, the Sultan had Iron Sheik and Bob Backlund do his talking for him. And that is never a good thing, is it? Amazingly, the Sultan found himself in the Intercontinental title mix and clashed with fellow Samoan Rocky Maivia at WrestleMania 13, but fans didn't buy the act and the big man was sent to developmental before being fitted for a thong. Number 8, Rockabilly. WWE famously tried to get Billy Gunn over as a single star on several occasions, pushing him strong as Mr. Ass and The One. Even though these attempts didn't really take, the effort was commendable nonetheless, if only they knew about scissoring back then. The first try at getting Billy Gunn over, on the other hand, was a totally fruitless endeavor. After splitting from Kayfabe Brother and Smoking Gun's tag partner Bart, Billy went solo, and his spectacular accomplishments like, beating Flash Funk on the WrestleMania 13 pre-show caught the attention of the honky-tonk man who decided to manage him. Gunn was repackaged as Rockabilly, given some new naff entrance music and a rhinestone emblazoned jacket. Far from being cool, cocky, and bad, he was just plain bad, and he and everyone else knew it. The push that came with the gimmick change was as half-hearted as Gunn's performances as Rockabilly, with WWE smartly changing tack by throwing him together with another no-hoper, the Roadie, and forcing them to sink or swim. They swam like a couple of mega-over kippers, alright, quickly making their former guises feel like distant memories. Number 7, Golga. John Tenta was actually in rival World Championship Wrestling when the Attitude Era was starting to kick off, wrestling as Avalanche, then the Shark, and then under his real name over the course of a so-so 3 years. The ex-Earthquake returned to WWE right as the Monday Night Wars was starting to swing in McMahon's favour, though he was now considered too thin to accurately portray the character that made him famous. The solution, apparently, was Golga. And no, that's not the name of some dodgy mouthwash you would find in B&Ms, but Tenta's new gimmick as a member of the Oddities. Clearly, the days of headlining against Hogan were well in the rear view as he fumbled about in sweatpants, a brown mask, and an Eric Cartman t-shirt. And really, that was about all the gimmick was, an oddball with a South Park obsession, which, to be fair, must have been very relatable to many at the time.
You don't have to say anything. I know how it is. I'm no longer the cool kid.
His time tagging with Giant Silver and co. wasn't a career highlight, but at least Tenta, universally regarded as one of wrestling's kindest souls, got a year-long spell during one of WWE's hottest periods. Number 6, The Real Man's Man. William Regal's blue-blooded British snob gimmick fit him to a T and really helped him stand out during his time in WCW. The Blackpool Brawler was as rough and tough as they come, but he was more than happy to ham it up and play things a bit stereotypical in order to get the desired reaction as a heel. It worked again when Regal came back to WWE in 2000, but his first stint in 1998 was a write-off. He wasn't a sniffling, stiff upper lip snob, but the real man's man. And what do real men do exactly? Why, they squeeze their own orange juice, chop their own wood, and shave with a straight razor, damn it! Oh, and they always wear a hard hat, flannel shirt, and jean shorts, obviously. Whoa, just look at him. Doesn't it all make you want to eat a steak, or pour some cement, or just bash your head against a wall until you pass out from the pain? Regrettably, Regal was deep in the mire of addiction during this time, and has stated that he doesn't remember too much of this short, ill-fated run. Actually, perhaps that's not so regrettable after all. Number 5, The Good Father. Charles Wright was another WWE star who needed to go through several gimmicks before finding the one that suited him best. Papa Shango and Karma the Supreme Fighting Machine were not it, and while his time in the Nation of Domination as simply Karma was well spent, it wasn't exactly his ticket to the Hall of Fame. The Godfather, on the other hand, was a clear winner. Playing off his extracurricular activities as a strip club manager, Wright connected with the horny boys in the audience by bringing out scantily clad ladies for them to gawp at while imploring them all to light up a fatty. Unfortunately, when the Parents Television Council grew tired of the half-naked women and naughty references and started pressuring the networks and WWE's advertisers to get rid, Vince McMahon turned the Godfather into the Good Father, the newest self-righteous member of the PTC parody group Right to Censor. Fans didn't like it, Wright didn't like it, and the change practically put an end to his WWE career. Number 4, Beaver Cleavage. When your tag team partner gets put out of commission with an injury or an international arrest or something, you can either, get a new partner, or try to make it on your own by changing into one of the most unpleasant, offensive, and downright awful gimmicks of all time. Headbanger Mosh chose the latter, or had the latter chosen for him, when Thrasher got crocked, transforming from alternative cone bra wearing misfit to incestuous Leave It to Beaver send-up Beaver Cleavage. Introduced via a series of painfully unfunny vignettes, Beaver Cleavage was shown to be an overgrown man-child still fawning after mother's milk. Seemingly impossibly, the saga turned even worse when Beaver broke character and it was revealed that Mrs. Cleavage was in fact Chaz Warrington's girlfriend, who then tried to frame him for domestic violence. Unsurprisingly, this lamentable episode came from the poisoned pen of one Vince Russo. Thankfully, it ended when Thrasher returned and proved that the Wicked Woman was a no-good liar, bro, reforming the Headbangers in the process. Number 3, Lowdown. The fun wasn't over for Chaz Warrington with Beaver Cleavage, mind. Though the Headbangers may have reformed, they had split once again in mid-2000, and the would-be Mosh would be joined by poor D'Lo Brown for a new tag team gimmick. The former Eurocontinental champion was floundering following the tragic accident that saw Droz become paralysed, his subsequent tag team with the Godfather not exactly firing on all cylinders. That team looked like the bloody Road Warriors next to Lowdown, however, the doomed alliance between Chaz and and D'Lo. Taking on Tiger Ali Singh as their manager, Lowdown started dressing in Sikh attire and, like Tiger, spent most of their time complaining about the many injustices they were supposedly victims of. I mean, in fairness, they were replaced in the Royal Rumble by Drew frickin' Carey, so perhaps they had a point. Spending most of their time on weekend shows like Jacked, Metal, and Heat, Lowdown didn't light the world of sports entertainment on fire and quickly flamed out. But what can you really do when you're competing with the star power and charisma of our man Drew? Number 2, sexual chocolate. Vince McMahon went all in on Mark Henry when he signed him to a 10-year big money deal in 1996. Presented as a major star from the get-go, the world's strongest man made his in-ring debut on pay-per-view and was then put under the learning tree of Ron Simmons in the Nation of Domination. After his spell in the Nation, however, things went about south for Henry, and by south I mean directly south to his roaming Willie as he blossomed into sexual chocolate, bedroom deviant and romancer of the elderly. Was the tawdry direction change a rib? Were the creative powers that be upset with Henry's seemingly slow progress as a worker? Did Vince McMahon just wake up one morning and decide to ruin his investments career on a whim? None of the above, as it turns out, because Henry created the ladies' man character and coined the new name himself. Smooth-talking Lothario who attracts beautiful women like a muscular magnet is one thing, but I somehow doubt Henry foresaw just where this gimmick would go, including classic segments like his date with China's friend Sammy, or his aging fiancée giving birth to a fake hand. Number 1, Naked Midian. You pull one seemingly harmless rib for your co-worker and all of a sudden you're wrestling on pay-per-view in just a fanny pack, G-string and a pair of boots. Is it just me or do the boots seem superfluous in this situation? Dennis Knight, who had been pig farmer Phineas Godwin, as well as Ministry of Darkness member Midian, sealed his fate when he stripped down and walked into a hallway after some WWE officials hastily asked the locker room to gather for a meet and greet. When word got back to Vince McMahon, he was aghast. Not that Knight had pulled such a stunt, but that millions of people around the world hadn't got to witness it. Starting off as a skit during dark segments, Naked Midian then began appearing on television, streaking to the ring and targeting in particular then European champion William Regal. It was never explained why Midian suddenly wanted to get his kit off all the time, and the one-note joke got stale very quickly. Though to be fair, who knows how much money WWE made selling Naked Midian 8x10s? I know I've got one. They say history is written by the victors. They, whoever they are, may also now say history is rewritten by those who own their own network. That's because WWE are able and sometimes forced to edit past problematic content from not only their own shows, but also from the various other promotion libraries that they own. So even if you think you're getting the full shebang for your $9.99 a month, that is not always strictly the case, and some major matches and moments from wrestling history are now only available via other means. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 moments edited off the WWE Network. Join us. Number 10, Roddy Piper vs. Bad News Brown from WrestleMania 6. Much of the content edited off the WWE Network is of the racially insensitive variety, and it doesn't get much more misguided than Roddy Piper's bizarre stunt from WrestleMania 6. In a bid to demonstrate to his opponent, Bad News Brown, that their dispute had nothing to do with skin color, the Rowdy Scott painted half of his body black. Not only did WWE scrub the entire match from the show in 2021, but they got rid of Piper's controversial pre-match promo too. I mean, it wouldn't make much sense to have a pre-match promo without the actual match, I guess, would it? So, if you load up the network and put on WrestleMania 6, you go straight from Brutus Beefcake giving the genius a mid-ring haircut to Steve Allen practicing the Russian national anthem with the Bolsheviks. Haha, the good old days. The move to excise the entire Piper Bad News bout took some fans by surprise, since this was a case of going back and removing not just a moment, but a significant chunk out of a past iteration of WWE's signature event. Number 9, Vince McMahon Survivor Series N-Bomb. There haven't been many WWE characters as provocative as the boss himself. Well, the old boss anyway. Boy, does that sound weird. There were few lengths Mr. McMahon wouldn't go to in order to shock, entertain, or generate heat, whether he was demanding one of his employees bark like a dog in the middle of the ring, or trying to choke the life out of his very own daughter. In a backstage segment at the 2005 Survivor Series, the genetic jackhammer crossed a line when he dropped an N-bomb while talking to WWE Champion John Cena, prompting incredulous observer Booker T to audibly question if he really heard what he had just witnessed. Not only is Mr. McMahon's slur edited off the WWE network, but the entire segment leading up to it has also been cut. Even though WWE intended the bit to be humorous rather than hateful, having the ex-chairman of a billion-dollar enterprise uttering that word was deemed unsuitable, and it was scrubbed as the WWE network prepared to transition to Peacock in America. Watch the show now, and it uneasily transitions directly from the United States title opener to the Women's Championship bout. Number 8. Mickey's WrestleMania moment. Speaking of women's championship bouts, and speaking of uneasy transitions, Trish Stratus is at the center of another major moment cut from the WWE network. Mickie James and Trish Stratus's feud was one of the most provocative WWE storylines of the day, a take on the film's single white female, which saw Mickie portray an obsessed superfan who wanted to be more than just friends with her idol. There was tremendous heat going into their title clash at WrestleMania 22, with a feverish Chicago crowd chomping at the bit to see James become the new champ. The match itself was decent, but things got a little ropey towards the end, necessitating some major edits on the WWE network. As Trish was getting set to deliver some stratisfaction, Mickie grabbed her crotch, forcing her to put the brakes on the move. Now, the crotch grab itself is intact on the network, but WWE cut to a crowd shot during the moment Mickie James licked her fingers. WWE also opted to remove the two making a dog's dinner out of Mickey's own stratisfaction attempt, using more cutaways to clean up the match's conclusion. Number 7. The Rock Concert Volume 1. Squeaky clean uber celebrity Dwayne Johnson, or as his friends like myself call him, The Rock, has one of the most micromanaged images in Hollywood, nary putting a foot wrong when it comes to comments that he makes in public. In the wild and woolly Attitude Era, on the other hand, the most electrifying man in sports entertainment frequently levied loaded insults at his foes and seemed to approach pushing the envelope with glee. While some of his content from the era has perhaps not aged so well, it nevertheless remains intact on the network. His 2003 Rock concert, however, does not. The Great One was on fantastic form, singing songs making fun of Sacramento fans and WrestleMania opponent Steve Austin, but on the network, the musical portion is missing, and the segment quickly cuts to Stone Cold's inevitable interruption. So why did WWE choose to meddle with one of the most iconic Raw segments of all time? Well, nobody is really 100% sure, though speculation is that because The Rock is parodying the song Kansas City by Wilbert Harrison, it may just be a simple copyright issue. Number 6. Chris Benoit's eerie promo. The use of Chris Benoit on the WWE network has been a contentious issue since before the network was even a thing, for obvious reasons. Though almost all of the Rabid Wolverines matches and moments remain, WWE will never upload things like his Hard Knocks documentary profile from 2004, for example, and his matches never feature his actual name in the description, WWE opting instead to list his opponent or opponents competing in some variety of match type. And while it's more than fair to say that promos and interviews were never Benoit's strongest suit, one of his efforts has been omitted from the network. Prior to the Crippler's WWE title bout with Kurt Angle in the main event of the February 6, 2003 episode of SmackDown, Benoit did a sit-down interview talking about their classic encounter from the Royal Rumble a couple of weeks beforehand. The reason WWE have scrapped it is likely because he expressly mentions his wife and children during it before he's interrupted by the Olympic hero. WWE have always had to be careful with how they navigate the Benoit issue, so deleting something likely to trigger memories of that horrible tragedy was a call they had to make. Number 5. Jerry Springer's Too Hot for TV, Episode 1. You remember Jerry Springer's Too Hot for TV, don't you? Of course you do. Why wouldn't you? Appointment television if ever there was. WWE drafted in the famous chat show host to present a bit of original network content that explored moments from throughout WWE history that were deemed too hot for TV. Except, not really, since the vast majority of what they showed had been broadcast on television. Perhaps they can rename it Too Hot for the WWE Network, since one of the 10 episodes produced has since vanished. It's actually the show's first episode, subtitled Love Hurts, that's no longer available to view. As you may have guessed by its title, the episode looked at some notorious WWE romance storylines such as Billy and Chuck's commitment ceremony and Dawn Marie shagging Al Wilson into a premature grave. Was there any one thing that caused WWE to snuff this particular episode off the network? It's hard to say, and it's probably a case of WWE reconsidering some things in light of our more politically correct times, since a lot of the content from the episode is intact elsewhere. Number 4, Bret Hart in Stampede Wrestling. There is no shortage of Bret Hart to savor on the WWE network, with the bulk of his WWE and WCW careers documented on the streaming service. One era of the Hitman you won't be able to enjoy, however, is Bret's pre-WWE days in his father Stu Hart's Stampede Wrestling territory. WWE quietly removed several documentaries featuring footage of the excellence of execution in Stampede during the summer of 2020, having previously deleted whole episodes of Stampede Wrestling from the network archives. The titles kiboshed were The Best There Is, The Best There Was, and The Best There Ever Will Be, Heart and Soul, The Hart Family Anthology, Bret Hart, The Dungeon Collection, Greatest Rivalries, Bret Hart vs. Shawn Michaels, WWE's Top 50 Superstars, and The Most Powerful Families in Wrestling. While the reasons for the cuts weren't made public, a little sleuthing made it obvious that Hart's Stampede footage was the issue. While WWE owns the Stampede Wrestling library, Bret himself actually owns his own matches from that era, since he bought the rights to them from his parents before they passed away. Evidently, the Hall of Famer and WWE were unable to come to an agreement on use of the footage. Number 3, JBL's Judgment Day promo. Bradshaw's transition from beer-drinking, barroom-brawling tag team specialist to Wall Street-working xenophobic main event star was, to say the least, a little jarring. Many fans did not accept it right away, which may have played into WWE's decision to ramp up the hateful rhetoric while resorting to shock tactics like the angle where Eddie Guerrero's mother suffered a heart attack because of the tall Texan at an El Paso house show. Heading into his WWE title outing opposite Latino Heat at Judgment Day 2004, JBL had heat all right, but he dared to pour fuel onto the fire with his pre-match promo. Prior to Guerrero's entrance, JBL got on the mic and cut a 2-minute-long speech ragging on Hispanic people. The show was taking place in Los Angeles, which has a large Hispanic population, before claiming that he fired his Mexican housekeeper for stealing from him and offering to hire Mama Guerrero to be his new maid once she had fully recovered from her recent ordeal. It was a typically strong delivery and garnered the desired response, but you can certainly see why WWE took it off the network. Number 2, DX's Nation of Domination parody. Is there any period of WWE history as overly lionized as the Attitude Era? Yes, everyone was super over and it was exciting and the ratings were through the roof and all that good stuff, but so much of that era's content has aged about as well as that yogurt you opened 3 weeks ago, put back in the fridge and forgot about. And some of the worst offenders were D-Generation X. Look, I can just about tolerate WWE blabbing on about how the green and black group invaded WCW with a tank and definitely didn't just drive close to an arena in a Jeep. But some of their antics were unforgivable. Looking at it through a modern lens, WWE appear to agree, at least when it comes to DX's parody of the Nation of Domination from the July 6, 1998 episode of Raw, as it's no longer available on the network. Aside from sidekick Jason Sensation's always fantastic send-up of Owen Hart, the entire thing is an unmitigated disaster, with Triple H, Road Dogg, Billy Gunn, and X-Pac donning blackface and doing deeply insulting impressions of their contemporaries. And like that old moldy yogurt, WWE felt the need to finally throw it out. Number 1, Buff Blackface. If you think WWE were the only ones to utilize blackface for their primetime television show, and I haven't even mentioned the artist formerly known as Goldust versus Flash Funk, then you would be wrong. Because anything WWE can do, WCW can do an even worse version of. I mean, they'd had plenty of practice. And who is the most insufferable person available on the WCW roster to do something immediately regrettable? Why, that would be Buff Bagwell, of course. Bagwell was certainly buff, and he did have the stuff, though the stuff on the July 19th, 1999 episode of Nitro was something to make his skin darker so that he could parody Ernest the Cat Miller. Oh, and he's also accompanied by somebody portraying Miller's manager, Sonny Ono, in what looks like a $2 Halloween mask. Great. If that didn't capture your attention, then the preceding racist promo surely would. Honestly, the whole thing is lamentable, and it's no wonder it's been cleansed from the network. It's also no wonder that Sonny Ono was one of the people who spearheaded a racial discrimination lawsuit against WCW, or that Miller ended up decking Bagwell for real before their big blow-off match at the Road Wild pay-per-view. We're stronger as a unit. 2 heads are better than 1. I didn't want to be world champion anyway. All pathetic excuses made by chancers, if you ask me. But the truth of the matter is, for a fair few performers, tag teaming absolutely suits them more than working singles. Having a partner to share the workload and carry the burden can help disguise the weaknesses of some people, weaknesses that would be exposed were they not in a team. And boy, do you not want to find out the hard way, going out on your own and trying to achieve solo success only to fail in front of the world while, shock horror, your partner succeeds. Of course, sometimes both members of a team fail to make it on their own and soon find themselves running back into each other's arms like a couple of codependent smackheads in need of a fix. There's no shame in being a great tag team wrestler, but falling short of the same standards as a singles, well, apart from the shame of appearing on a list like this, I suppose, sometimes those are the breaks, and it happens. I'm Adam Pachisi from Cultaholic.com, and these are 10 tag team wrestlers who failed as singles stars. Join us. Number 10, Devon Dudley. A real slice of ECW ingenuity was pairing up Bubba Ray with Devon Dudley, the two standout Dudley boys who would rule not only the South-based Philly promotions tag scene, but also WWE's and TNA's in the years to come. While Bubba eventually proved that he could cut it alone as Bully Ray, Devon had no such luck. The first time the Table Breakers went their separate ways was in 2002, when they were split up during the first WWE draft. Devon found his way to SmackDown with a new gimmick of a crooked reverend and some new muscle in the form of a debuting Dave Deacon Batista, a future WrestleMania main eventer who back then was tasked with holding onto a donation box and trying not to fall over. The Reverend actually got a rare victory over Triple H and was all over television, but the fans didn't take to the act, and before long, he was thrown together with Ron Simmons, himself floundering without Bradshaw. Some 6 months or so after the separation, the Dudleys reunited at the 2002 Survivor Series, which was basically WWE's way of saying this isn't working as far as the singles careers of both Devon and Bubba were concerned. A later and longer singles run for Devon and TNA was similarly unremarkable outside of a television title run. Number 9, Charlie Haas. Charlie Haas was a very good wrestler. He could do the wrist locks, the suplexes, the arm drags, hell, he could do just about all of the moves and do them with accuracy and intensity. That will only get you so far in WWE though, and to disguise Charlie's shortcomings in the charisma and character departments, Creative gave him a series of partners. His first and most famous tag partner was Shelton Benjamin, they of Team Angle and then World's Greatest Tag Team fame. Another amateur standout, Benjamin's freaky athleticism complemented the Seton Hall University graduate's no-nonsense style perfectly. Once Benjamin got drafted to Raw, Charlie was put with the flamboyant Rico in your classic odd couple team, which also worked surprisingly well. Less noteworthy were his runs with veteran Hardcore Holly, the massive Viscera, and the surly Mike Knox, but it was obvious that our boy Charlie functioned better when he knew he had somebody else standing on the apron. As a singles, his only real work of note was the dreaded impressionist gimmick, which was totally played for laughs, and a couple of brief interludes where he didn't have a partner and sort of just drifted along aimlessly. The non-existent crowd reactions and empty list of singles accolades speak for themselves. Number 8, Stevie Ray. If there's one thing that's worse than getting upstaged by your tag team partner, it's getting upstaged by your tag team partner who also happens to be your younger brother. I mean, really, can you imagine the scene at the Harlem Heat House when Stevie Ray and Booker T were discussing work with the family? Oh yeah, you know, 5-time WCW champion, WCW superstar, King of the Ring, but enough about me. What about you, Stevie? Well, I beat Buff Bagwell once, and I did it all by myself. Not to downplay Stevie Ray's accomplishments with his brother, of course, as the two made a great team and were justly inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame in 2019. As a singles, however, Stevie Ray didn't do a whole lot of anything, pretty much just making up the numbers along with 30 or 40 other guys on Ted Turner's payroll at the time. He was good value as an occasional commentator, but in the ring, he just wasn't able to engage, despite a short reign as television champion. Sensing that he was better suited to the doubles division, WCW rebooted Harlem Heat with a ballooning Ahmed Big T Johnson filling in for Booker. And that is something I definitely can't dig. Sucker! Number 7, Jim Neidhart. Well, look who it is. It is who. That's who. Get it? Quite the winning gimmick that was given to Jim Neidhart to occupy his time while looking for another partner, eh? The barrel-chested Neidhart had a long and successful career in wrestling, but pretty much all of that success came when he was tagging with the extended Hart family, whether it was Bret in the Hart Foundation, Owen in the New Foundation, or with Davey Boy Smith. The Anvil was just about the perfect hot tag, exploding into the ring after his partner had taken a licking and unloading with high-impact power moves. He was also chock full of charisma and could carry the promo side for whatever unit he was associated with, because as gifted as the Hitman, the Rocket, and the British Bulldog were, they weren't exactly Steve Austin when it came to expressing themselves on the mic. Big Jim had the size and persona and the experience necessary to be a big deal on his own, but it never happened. Some wrestlers are just better off being tag guys, and Neidhart is certainly one of them. His 2 WWE Tag Team title reigns and Hall of Fame induction as a member of the Hart Foundation attest to that. Number 6, Chris Harris. Early TNA gets a lot of stick, and rightly so. I mean, this is the company that had a tag team dressed like actual penises called the Johnsons, and, well, how many examples do you need? I could go all day, baby. Yes, it was bad, with rotten gimmicks and a dependence on former WWE stars, and it's no real wonder that people were writing them off right from the get-go. But as dark as those early days could be, it still produced its fair share of goodness too, in large part to the homegrown stars that were given a platform to flourish early in their careers. AJ Styles, The Amazing Red, and Loki all wowed audience with their amazing acrobatics and passionate displays, but one of the cornerstones of the company was the always dependable America's Most Wanted. Cowboy James Storm and Wildcat Chris Harris were the team to beat until they split and Harris went off to WWE. Well, WWECW, where he was renamed Braden Walker, shoved in a plain black singlet, and, well, you know the rest. The 7-time TNA Tag Team Champion became a walking punchline, and his career was essentially over after that. He showed brief glimpses of what he was capable of when feuding with Storm in TNA, but sadly, it wasn't enough to keep him off this list. Number 5, Billy Gunn. Unlike some of the folks on this countdown, Billy Gunn was given about 80 different chances to succeed or fail as a singles, and if not score an own goal, he at least managed to hit the crossbar every single time. And come on, why wouldn't you push Mr. The One Rockabilly ass? He was tall, he was in great shape, he was over, and he was the best pure athlete in the company at the time. Well, at least that's what Jim Ross would tell me every week on commentary. And let's not forget about that tight, smooth, supple backside. Anyway, Billy Gunn had it all and was a clear favourite of WWE creative and management. Whenever he was flying solo though, he never caught on as expected, even when being made King of the Ring or feuding with a top star like The Rock. Inevitably, WWE would give up and put him back in an old team or have him form a new one. And Gunn had plenty of partners to choose from: Bart Gunn, Road Dogg, Big Show, Chuck Palumbo, Hardcore Holly, a great bunch of lads, I'm sure you'll agree. They were always there to prop cute Kip up. Number 4, Road Dogg. Speaking of social media disasters, it's the Road Dogg. A veteran by the time he made it to WWE in the mid-90s, Brian James bounced around as a journeyman before finding success as the lackey/partner of Jeff Jarrett. After Double J's departure, Road Dogg did a whole lot of nothing before feuding and eventually teaming with Billy Gunn to form the New Age Outlaws, which essentially saved both men's stagnating careers. With their new rebellious attitude, catchphrases, and credibility thanks to their inclusion in the revamped DX, the Outlaws became multiple-time tag team champions and were one of the more featured acts on television during WWE's hottest ever period. Road Dogg had a couple of low-key singles runs and captured the Hardcore and Intercontinental titles, but those runs didn't leave much of an impression. Dogg was a tag guy and would invariably get lost in the shuffle without a regular tag partner. Even when emancipated from Big Billy, he would always find himself back in the tag scene, whether it was with X-Pac or Ron K. Quick Killings by his side. Unlike Gunn, the DOGG wasn't someone WWE were going to fall over themselves to push, but he was a solid hand who knew his role and understood tag team psychology about as well as anyone. Number 3, Chuck Palumbo. Number 3 is Chuck Palumbo as the curse of Billy Gunn continues. A red-hot prospect courtesy of WCW's Power Plant training facility, Palumbo formed a formidable tag team with Sean O'Haire in the dying days of the company, which carried over to WWE once Vince made his dream purchase and bought the competition. They didn't enjoy quite the same success in New York though, nothing to do with dodgy perception and backstage politics, I'm sure. But Chuck didn't mope around for too long, partnering up with Billy Gunn to great effect. Controversial at the time for its insinuation of a homosexual relationship, and later for the whole commitment ceremony angle, Billy and Chuck were great while they lasted, but were sadly relatively short-lived, scuppered when Gunn went down with an injury and Rico swanned off to Raw. Not that Palumbo stood around moping, however, as he quickly joined up with Nunzio and Johnny Stamboli to form the Full-Blooded Italians. Not quite as prolific as Palumbo and O'Haire or Billy and Chuck, it nonetheless meant our man was a regular on television, even mixing it up with the likes of Brock Lesnar and The Undertaker for a bit. Sadly, Chuck's singles exploits don't amount to much, besides a brief period where he came out on a motorcycle with Michelle McCool. Sounds strangely familiar, that. Number 2, Marty Jannetty. I bet you thought he'd be number 1, didn't you jabroni Mark? And why wouldn't you? Marty is so synonymous with being the supposed lesser half of a tag team, the guy who couldn't dream of replicating his double success as a singles performer, that others of his ilk are often referred to as the Marty Jannetty of the team. Which is somewhat unfair to the two-time rocker, because yes, Shawn Michaels is a multiple-time WWE champion and Hall of Famer, and considered one of the absolute very best the business has ever seen, but has he ever actually killed a guy? Sadly, that's what Marty is known for these days, whether his rambling social media posts are in any way true or not. Mind you, in his day, Jannetty was a hell of a worker and more than held up his end of things, whether in the original Rockers with HBK or the new Rockers with Leaf, Al Snow, Cassidy. He also teamed up with the 1-2-3 Kid in a tag title winning team and briefly partnered with Razor Ramon. But by himself, Jannetty failed to grab people's attention in the way that his partners did, his lack of promo and character skills likely not helped by a tendency to screw up and get fired like it was going out of style. Number 1, Paul Roma. No, the top spot belongs to Paul Roma, a bloke I bet you haven't thought about since about 1995, if at all. Unless, of course, you've been sitting around trying to think of the worst ever Four Horsemen member, because it's him. The answer's Paul Roma, right? But while he was a thundering dud as a horseman and couldn't hope to keep up with the likes of Flair and Anderson, he was a pretty handy worker when he wanted to be, especially when placed in a tag team. Though he won tag gold on 4 occasions in mid-90s WCW, it's his work with WWE as a member of the Young Stallions with Jim Powers and Power and Glory with Hercules for which Roma is best remembered. The Stallions were a preliminary act, but had some cracking matches with the Brainbusters and the Hart Foundation, while Power and Glory possessed one of the best tag team finishes ever and could also be counted on for a decent outing. Though he flopped hard as a horseman, Roma did redeem himself somewhat in the Pretty Wonderful team he formed with Paul Orndorff. That's not me giving them muted praise, by the way, that was their actual tag team name. Pretty Wonderful. Another absolute banger of a name for a guy who was clearly so much better suited to tagging. There have been no shortage of controversial moments in WWE over the years, both inside and outside the ring. Most of them the company doesn't really pay much heed to, and rather than harming them or anything, have predominantly been used to their advantage. There are some angles, comments, and moments caused by real-life events, however, that WWE wish they could take back and have tried to distance themselves from, if not erase them outright, from their own universe. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 moments WWE wish they could take back. Join us. Number 10, the post 9/11 SmackDown comments. WWE were the first company to hold a mass public assembly following the 9/11 terrorist attacks when they held a live SmackDown taping in Texas just 2 days later. Tensions and emotions were understandably running high that night, something which became apparent when WWE superstars and crew members directly addressed the camera and viewers at home. A lot was said that night, and most of it was passionate but fine. 2 comments stood out, however, and they came from 2 people with significant backstage pull. The first was Bradshaw threatening vengeance and claiming that the United States was going to turn whatever country was responsible for the attacks into a stinking parking lot. The second was Stephanie McMahon likening the deaths of nearly 3,000 innocent civilians to her father being indicted and put on trial by the federal government for distributing steroids years earlier. As I said, emotions were running high and people were speaking what they were thinking, but their use of words and analogy were really rather bad and have since been widely derided. Number 9. Vince McMahon interviews Melanie Pillman. Everyone reacts to tragedy and grieves differently, and so behaviour that might seem unusual to some is really just one person's way of coping with a sad loss. However, that doesn't excuse WWE and Vince McMahon's decision to interview Melanie Pillman live on Raw just 24 hours after her husband's death at the age of just 35. Not only was the decision to question a widow on live TV a day after her husband passed away a bad one, but the line of questioning was suspect to say the least. It was Vince doing the talking as he asked Melanie what she knew of the loose cannon's death, whether she had anything to say about young athletes, about the use of narcotics, and incredibly, what she was going to do to support herself and her kids now that their provider was no longer there. Bloody hell. Whether this was some sort of ratings ploy or a way to get Melanie to partially exonerate the company for Pillman's passing, he was discovered just hours before he was scheduled to perform on pay-per-view, or both, is up for debate. What I am sure about is that WWE probably wishes that they hadn't done it, and if given the chance, wouldn't do it again. Number 8. The WrestleMania 20 ending. The ending of WrestleMania 20 was storybook stuff for 2 performers who had worked harder than most and sacrificed plenty in order to achieve their dreams against considerable odds. In the final scene of the biggest show of the year, World Heavyweight Champion Chris Benoit and WWE Champion Eddie Guerrero, best friends whose careers had paralleled, held their titles aloft in front of a sold-out Madison Square Garden as confetti fell and their peers, family members and fans cheered them on. Just 3.5 years later, that once joyous scene would look very different indeed. Guerrero had died and Benoit had ended his own life in the most horrific circumstances imaginable. While Latino heat has continued to be lionized to this very day, the Rabid Wolverine will be persona non grata forever as far as the company are concerned. What seemed like the right thing to do in the moment has now cast a cloud over a major show in WWE's history. These days, they basically pretend that WWE Life as The Undertaker and Kane headlined the event. Number 7. Bark Like a Dog. Multiple-time women's champion and WWE Hall of Famer Trish Stratus is cemented as one of the greatest female performers in the organization's history, but she had to work very hard and overcome a lot of obstacles to earn that reputation. Coming from the world of fitness modeling, Trish had to pay some serious dues during the Attitude Era and was involved in several controversial or embarrassing moments and storylines. The nadir was undoubtedly the segment on the March 5th, 2001 episode of Raw where Mr. McMahon ordered her to get down on all fours and bark like a dog before stripping down to her underwear. The segment, which was cut from broadcast when the episode aired in some parts of the world, such as the United Kingdom, was widely derided for its humiliating and misogynistic overtones. Not only was it barrel-scraping stuff from a creative standpoint and an insult to a top talent like Trish, but it was later used against Linda McMahon by her political opponents when the former WWE CEO was running for a seat in the US Senate. Number 6. Vince says the N-word. Vince McMahon has said some outlandish stuff in the past, whether as himself or in character as Mr. McMahon. Mr. McMahon is a television character, and thus quite different from Vince McMahon the person, you see? Barely alike. Okay, glad we cleared that up. Whether he's talking about his grapefruit-sized testicles or wishing harm on his own children, he can usually get away with it because the genetic jackhammer character is so over the top and Vince plays it like he's auditioning for a Tennessee Williams play. During a backstage segment of the 2005 Survivor Series, however, McMahon uttered a single reprehensible word: the N-word. He said it to John Cena, referring to the WWE champion as my N-word. He didn't actually say N-word, of course, he said the real thing, much to the shock of Booker T and wife Sharmell, who witnessed the bizarre interaction. This was meant to be a funny little shock value skit, but really, it's the owner of a publicly traded company using a racial slur on pay-per-view. No surprise then to see it's been peacocked off the WWE network. Number 5, Jared from Subway. Not so much a singular moment here, but rather a collection of them brought about by WWE's association with Jared from Subway. You remember him, don't you? He's the bloke that reportedly lost a load of weight thanks to the power of the footlong and became a spokesperson for the Sandwich Masters and then a full-on celebrity. He's also a very, very bad man who is currently doing time in federal prison because of his heinous crimes. His association with WWE dates back to 2006 when he appeared in a Subway commercial with John Cena. He then appeared intermittently over the years, whether as a guest ring announcer or getting into it with the likes of CM Punk, Santino Marella, The Miz, or Ryback, usually in segments centered around eating fresh. During one of his appearances, Michael Cole mentions that Jared was hanging out with Jerry Lawler backstage earlier in the day too. I would make a joke about that, but sadly there's no joke to be made. You won't find footage of Jared on the WWE network these days, as WWE have scrubbed him from the platform. Number 4, be a star, Vince. More Vince goodness here as we cover one of his favourite pastimes, the ritual public humiliation of Jim Ross. WWE's lead commentator and former executive vice president of talent relations was a constant target of McMahon's mockery, which often played out on live television and usually in good old JR's home state of Oklahoma. Whether it's having him beaten to a pulp by Steve Austin or Triple H, forcing him to join the Kiss My Ass Club, getting fired for real on live TV, or something like the detestable Dr. Heine skit, Ross could be put in some seriously unenviable positions under the thin premise of getting heat. Perhaps the worst, however, was Vince's exaggerated and unprovoked on-air impression of the beloved announcer. It was cruel, it was pointless, and it had no payoff or reason for even existing. What it basically boiled down to was a billionaire boss taking a shot at a long-serving employee because he personally thought that it was funny. Considering all the work WWE does with anti-bullying campaigns like Be a Star, the chairman really should set a better example. Number 3, people like you. Next to McMahon's Vince and Linda, two of the most powerful people in the company were, at least at one point in time, their daughter Stephanie and her husband Paul Levesque, aka Triple H. As one of the company's top stars during a number of WWE's more envelope-pushing years, Triple H has his fair share of skeletons in his wrestling closet. They're right next to the leather jackets and Motorhead t-shirts. While stuff like the Katie Vick debacle is obviously embarrassing, the game has been involved in things that are far more damaging, if you can believe it. Specifically, the racially charged storyline feud he had with Booker T heading into WrestleMania 19, which saw Triple H write off the #1 contender to the World Heavyweight title because people like him with his quote, nappy hair weren't supposed to be champion. That promo and some other segments in a similar vein were supposed to build heat for the eventual showdown, but it's not a good look for an executive who could one day inherit the organization. And don't even get me started on DX's humorless parody of the Nation of Domination. Number 2, the Chris Benoit Tribute Raw. When WWE learned that Chris Benoit, his wife Nancy, and their son Daniel had been found dead in their home on June 25, 2007, they were almost certainly reeling from the shock of the news and unconcerned with comparatively trivial matters like that night's Raw, which, in a bit of morbid irony, was set to be a wake for the Mr. McMahon character, whose limo had been blown up weeks prior. Before the facts of the situation were fully known, WWE decided to air a special 3-hour Chris Benoit tribute show from an empty arena. The show featured reruns of some of Benoit's best and most famous matches, along with emotional testimonials from his colleagues and friends. Then, just hours after the show went off the air, the grisly details of the situation began to emerge, and it became apparent that WWE had made a terrible mistake. The following day, prior to an episode of ECW on Sci-Fi, Vince McMahon addressed the Benoit tribute, noting that the following ECW show would mark the first step in the healing process after the tragedy. Number 1, Owen. As we've already seen, dodgy storylines, mean-spirited segments, and the unfortunate actions of others are all things that WWE would take back if given the opportunity. If they could redo just one thing, however, it would be the sequence of events that led to the death of Owen Hart. The most tragic event in the company's history, Owen's accidental fall from the catwalk at Kemper Arena was nonetheless avoidable. If WWE could go back in time, there is no way he would be up there waiting to propel down for the sake of a comedic entrance. Not only was Owen a tremendous and respected performer, he was also one of the most universally beloved men in the business and a true family man who prioritized his wife and children above all else. It goes without saying that fans will never ever see the footage of the incident which exists, and WWE are hesitant to revisit that fateful night at Over the Edge 1999 whenever possible. One of the worst moments in wrestling history, it's still hard to come to terms with decades later. I'm sure we've all been fired in what we would consider a stupid or unjust way. I know I have. I mean, so a few highly poisonous snakes somehow get out of their containers and disappear into the night. How exactly is that my fault? The petting zoo was quite clearly in the wrong to let me go over a simple mistake that anyone could have made. But I find it hard to feel too hard done by when I recall some of the ludicrous reasons WWE stars have gotten the sack. Because in Vince McMahon's mental make-believe world, you can be let go for just about anything. Sneezed during a production meeting? See you later. Said the phrase title belt instead of championship, did ya? Don't let the door hit you on the way out. Defecate in a colleague's bag, eh? Well, you wouldn't get fired for that, naturally, but there are numerous different and very stupid ways to receive your marching orders from the powers that be. Plenty to pick from, but the following are, in their own unique ways, the most absurd. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic.com, and these are the 10 stupidest reasons for WWE firings. Join us. Number 10, Robbie McAllister. Wait a minute, what is Derek Graham Couch doing in the Impact Zone? Good question. Although a better question would be, who the hell is Derek Graham Couch, and why should I care that he was shown sitting in the audience during an Impact Wrestling taping in March of 2008? Well, Derek Graham Couch is the real name of Robbie McAllister, who formed one half of the Highlanders tag team in WWE. He was backstage visiting mates who worked for the competition and decided to stay and watch the show, taking a seat in the arena. TNA, not about to let such a golden opportunity to get one over on WWE slip away, then decided to show him on screen, referring to him by his real name in order to avoid a lawsuit. According to Robbie, a WWE official called him and told him to leave immediately, which he did. The damage was done though, as Robbie lost his $5,000 WrestleMania paycheck over the incident and was chewed out by senior locker room members like Finlay and The Undertaker. Both members of the Highlanders were released just a few months later. Robbie subsequently said that he knew it was a dumb thing to do and felt like subconsciously he did it in order to get his pink slip because he was so unhappy in WWE at the time. Number 9, Aloysia. When Lindsay K. Hayward walked through the door, WWE must have smelled money. Standing at 6 feet and 9 inches tall, the woman who portrayed Isis the Amazon on the independent circuit was just the sort of attraction that WWE looks for. The giantess looked like China and the Big Show had a baby, and she was snapped up by WWE for the all-female season of NXT The Game Show in 2010. She was by no means a great in-ring performer, but all of that could come later since she was only in her early 20s when she put pen to paper for Vince's outfit. She was officially advertised for NXT and paired up with her pro, Vicky Guerrero. Then her WWE career was over before it had a chance to begin, as she was abruptly released from her contract. On screen, Vicky said that she fired her rookie over disagreements between the pair, and internally, the suggestion was that Hayward wasn't quite ready for television. The real reason, however, was that she posed for some suggestive pictures in the past, and WWE only found out about them later. Considering WWE literally had their divas pose nude for Playboy at one point, this reeked of hypocrisy, but with a new squeaky clean PG image to project, there was no room for nipples anymore. Number 8, Shawn Stasiak. Big things were likely expected of the son of the former WWF champion, you better believe that's 3 Fs baby, Stan the Man Stasiak. Shawn certainly had the youth, the look, and the talent to make it far, but saddled with the raunchy meat gimmick, essentially the plaything for a group of women that included Terry Runnels and Jacqueline, he wasn't going to have The Rock and Triple H looking over their shoulders. The character wasn't great, but Stasiak certainly didn't help himself with his backstage conduct either. He was suspended in December of '99 for recording a heated conversation between Davey Boy Smith and Steve Blackman, now there's a fight I'd like to see, playing it back for them later as a rib. Stasiak claims that he did this as a joke and had the tape machine with him in order to practice his promo skills, but his colleagues weren't convinced and felt that he must be some sort of insider selling off information to them their dirt sheets. So, he was fired. Amazingly, after being rehired following the demise of WCW, Stasiak managed to irk his co-workers once more when he revealed to a reporter that he and a bunch of other invaders would be making an appearance at WrestleMania 17, even though WWE wanted that fact to remain a secret. The company would go on to cancel their involvement, and our man spent the invasion playing a putz. Number 7, Serena. Some will claim that kayfabe is dead, and considering Kane's a mayor and The Undertaker now does online prank shows, it's quite hard to disagree with that assessment. To some, however, adherence to living the gimmick and protecting the business is still paramount. It certainly was to WWE decision makers in the summer of 2010, since they let go of Serena Deeb for failing to keep kayfabe. Serena was at that point a member of CM Punk's Straight Edge Society, and as a member of the group was expected to abstain from consuming alcohol or other illicit substances in public. However, Serena was spotted drinking at the bar numerous times. On television, WWE even ran an angle where Punk showed her CCTV footage of her doing just that before chastising her for it, perhaps as a veiled message to the person behind the persona to start ordering Pepsi instead. Serena didn't take the hint and was eventually fired over her outside the ring behavior, which is a little bit silly when you think about it, since she was a fully grown adult playing a fictional character on television. WWE felt differently though, and didn't want to ruin the illusion of the Straight Edge Society, so they canned her instead. Number 6, Matt Hardy. Imagine being out on the shelf for about a year with a major knee injury. Imagine the woman you believe to be the love of your life cheating on you while you recover from that injury with a man you considered to be one of your closest friends. Imagine being fired because of it. Hey, look at that. You're Matt Hardy in 2005. The Sensei of Mattitude discovered the affair as he was rehabbing at home, and after confronting Lita about it, broke the news to the world. Going on the defensive online, Matt perhaps didn't handle the situation in the most professional manner, but most sympathized with his plight. Not WWE though, who washed their hands of Hardy. Fans in arenas and online began bombarding WWE, Edge, and Lita with abuse, to the point that the company had no choice but to put the illicit lovers together as an on-screen act. In the end, WWE caved into the demands of fans and re-signed Matt, who immediately began a blurry work-shoot feud with the rated R superstar. Hardy would remain with the company for many more years, but the reason for his dismissal and the manner in which it was handled still raised eyebrows, with Matt himself pointing out how unjust it all seemed in a series of post-release interviews. Number 5, Emma. There are, of course, many justifiable reasons for suspensions and firings, with criminal activity being one of the primary ones. Many wrestlers have been let go in the past for drug busts, public fighting, and other crimes and misdemeanors. So WWE firing Emma in June of 2014 over the apparent theft of an iPad case seemed fair, at least on the surface. However, soon after she was wished well in her future endeavors, the details of the arrest emerged. Turns out this wasn't a case of sticky fingers, but rather errant technology, as Emma had intended to pay for the item at a Walmart self-checkout machine, but that it hadn't properly scanned. Now aware of the context and feeling pressure from fans who were expressing their anger at the firing online, WWE rehired Emma just hours after letting her go. In the end, she was ordered to perform 1 day of community service and complete an online class as charges against her were dismissed. The whole situation was rather odd, but it showed that WWE can be guilty of acting without first knowing all of the facts. Not hiring Emma back would have been criminal, more so than inadvertently nicking a bloody iPad case anyway. Number 4, Frankie Kazarian. If you've been a successful star in another promotion, the chances are that WWE and Vince McMahon are going to want to mold you in their image once you make it to their company. You could get a new name or a new gimmick, and you might be instructed to wrestle a different style or do promos in a new way. You may also be asked to change your appearance, whether it's getting a tan, putting on a little muscle, or cutting your hair. Of course, Vinny can't hold you down in the barber's chair and give you a short back and sides himself, but he can suggest that you trim that mullet. Antonio Banderas lookalike Frankie Kazarian was asked to go short when he signed in 2005, fresh off a run in TNA. John Laurinaitis brought it up to the current AEW star, who outright refused the request. Now, he wasn't exactly fired for saying no, rather he was so offended by the question that he asked for his release, which was granted since WWE were miffed at his insubordination anyway. A lot of wrestlers would probably do a lot more than cut hair to become WWE stars, so Frankie's vehement protest must have been puzzling to many. many. He's since said in subsequent years that he was too immature to be in WWE at that time and would do things differently knowing what he knows now. Number 3, Finlay. There aren't many wrestlers out there that command more respect than Finlay. The third-generation star has built his reputation as a tough, no-nonsense worker over the course of several bruising decades in Europe, Japan, and in WCW and WWE. He's also admired for his training abilities as the man who overhauled the WWE Women's division in the early 2000s. His experience and standing within the industry have also made him in demand as a backstage producer, helping wrestlers put together their matches or, on occasion, making sure entire events run smoothly. It was during one such event that the Fighting Irishman was overseeing that he made a mistake that cost him his job. In March of 2011, Finlay was the agent for a house show and authorized The Miz interrupting the pre-show playing of the American national anthem. Regrettably, the heat-seeking stunt offended many in the audience, including members of the National Guard. Though the intention was to get The Miz booed, which shouldn't really be too difficult since he has the most punchable face on the planet, WWE weren't about to sully their relationship with the US Armed Forces, and so they let the veteran go. Finlay, for his part, accepted responsibility, even though inside he must have been wondering what the hell the wrestling business had even come to. He was hired back the following year. Number 2, Daniel Bryan. You spend years doing great work, putting on excellent matches all over the world, and then the one time you're shown choking a ring announcer with his tie, you're labeled a prat. And that's the game. Daniel Bryan had been fired by WWE once before when he was stationed in their developmental system, but spent the years after growing into one of the best all-round talents in the world. His exploits in Japan and for other companies like Ring of Honor put the American Dragon back on WWE's radar, and they signed him in the summer of 2009. A participant on the debut series of NXT The Game Show, Bryan was belittled for being an indie darling and not eating meat and such like, which must have spurred him on to join up with the rest of the Nexus in attacking WWE superstars and other personnel in their anarchic main roster debut. Unfortunately, D-Bry went a little bit too far when he tried to garrote Justin Roberts and was fired a few days later for being too violent. Too violent. On a wrestling show, after he and the rest of the Nexus had been instructed to destroy everything. Make sense? Anyway, once the message had been sent to the sponsors and the heat had cooled off, Bryan was rehired a couple of months later and returned in the main event of SummerSlam. Number 1, Dawn Marie. Great strides have been made thanks to the women's evolution in WWE, but the organization's female performers weren't always so well respected or well cared for. In the dark days before they were breaking barriers and main eventing WrestleMania, the so-called divas of WWE were more likely to be brought out for a bikini contest or a cat fight. Their physical appearance was the primary concern of higher-ups, and at the first sight of cellulite or crow's feet, they would typically move on to a younger model. And I mean that literally, since WWE had a penchant for hiring models with little or no wrestling knowledge or experience. Dawn Marie, who rose to fame in ECW and then had some memorable storylines on WWE television in the early 2000s, was on the fringes in 2005 when she announced that she was pregnant. Despite being with child, she still appeared at the One Night Stand pay-per-view before going on maternity leave. Less than a month later, she was P45'd along with several other WWE stars, despite allegedly being given assurances that her job was safe. While she got the requisite "creative has nothing for you" excuse, most felt it was because Marie was going to be out of action for a while and that her body would change due to the pregnancy. Rightly aggrieved, Dawn later sued WWE and filed a complaint with the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. That was settled out of court, but the firing remains one of WWE's most boneheaded, especially from a PR perspective. In wrestling, effective monsters are worth their weight in gold, and since they typically weigh upwards of 300 pounds, that is a lot of gold. Trouble is, they are hard to come by, and it can be even harder to maintain their aura once you find one, especially in WWE, where intimidating big man has so easily been turned into silly massive idiot, depending on the whims of an old madman. Some monsters have been able to stay monsters for the long haul, but they tend to be the exception. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 monsters WWE turned into jokes. Join us. Number 10, Viscera. Nelson Frazier's WWE career saw him come and go while flipping between portraying a menacing heel and a comical babyface. His WWE career began as Men on a Mission's Mabel, who was then given a massive push as King Mabel when he somewhat inexplicably won the King of the Ring tournament and found himself in the WWE title mix. When that flopped, Frazier went away for a while and then came back to be repackaged as Viscera, a member of The Undertaker's menacing Ministry of Darkness group. He looked like a killer, decked out in all the black with the makeup, the special contact lenses, enhancing his monstrous appearance. Once more, he disappeared and then came back a few years later. During this next run, however, the Viscera character would go in a wildly different direction as the big man was rebranded the world's largest love machine. No longer interested in Satanism, Big Vis was solely focused on bedding the likes of Trish Stratus and Lillian Garcia while wearing pajamas during matches and literally humping his opponents. Number 9, Kurgan. If anyone was going to break out of the Truth Commission group and become a single star in their own right, it was going to be Kurgan. The 7-foot, 350-pound Canadian native had been in the business since the early 90s, and despite having a few rough edges, was clearly loaded with potential for this wacky industry. Things were going in a positive direction after the commission were put out of, commission, as Kurgan received a look-in with the Jackal still managing him from ringside. Before he could truly get the dreaded Iron Claw over again, WWE decided to go in a totally different direction and switched Kurgan from being an old-school giant to a member of the Barmy Oddities stable. The big man didn't stand out next to an even bigger man in the form of Giant Silver and blended in with the rest of the freak show. Then they turned babyface and new mates the Insane Clown Posse, whoop whoop, much clown love, took away any attention that could have been coming Kurgan's way. It's telling that in his last appearance with the company, Kurgan did a 40-second job to The Undertaker on Sunday Night Heat. Number 8, Vladimir Kozlov. When it came to Vladimir Kozlov, WWE knew that they had to be careful with how they presented him and do everything possible to hide his weaknesses while accentuating his positives. That meant steamrolling through his opponents in quick squash matches and amassing an impressive undefeated streak. Amazingly, the Moscow Mauler quickly found himself in the main event mix alongside the likes of Triple H, Jeff Hardy, and The Undertaker, and was protected as much as possible. It didn't work out on the blue brand, and Vlad found himself playing the foreign menace on ECW before that brand bit the dust and Kozlov transferred to Raw, where he met Santino Marella. Partnering with the Milan Miracle was actually the best thing to happen for Vladimir, even if he went from dismantling Hall of Famers to competing in dance-offs. Because Kozlov was so limited in the ring and had such a stiff personality, he worked better in tag scenarios and contrasted nicely with the OTT Santino on promos and in segments. While he probably would have liked to have Ivan Drago'd his way to a world title, in truth he probably bought himself another year in WWE by becoming the straight man in an odd couple tandem. Number 7, Matt Morgan. After leaving Tough Enough Season 2 due to injury, WWE decided to offer Matt Morgan another shot at superstardom and signed him to a developmental deal. Reporting to Ohio Valley Wrestling, Morgan was christened the Blueprint, and at 7 feet tall and weighing around 300 pounds, he really was the sort of specimen WWE looked for when recruiting. Morgan was called up to the main roster and aligned with fellow freaks like Nathan Jones and Brock Lesnar in a group put together by SmackDown general manager Paul Heyman. Though he certainly looked the part and was booked as a dominant force, he clearly needed some more seasoning and was sent back to OVW for another year. When he came back to the blue brand as Carlito's Muscle, he looked and, sounded a lot different. And that's because they went and gave him a stammer, didn't they? A creation of Vince McMahon himself, Morgan, who ironically has a degree in public speaking and graduated with honors, was determined to make it work, but was released just weeks after he and Carlito were split up in the WWE draft. Number 6, One Man Gang. One Man Gang, that is a cool name for a wrestler, isn't it? And the One Man Gang, a super tall, super heavyweight, was a force to be reckoned with in his time, especially before he made it to WWE. A big deal in various territories, in particular Bill Watts' Mid-South, he was given a decent push upon arrival in Vince McMahon's organization. He beat up jobbers and referees in convincing fashion, and while, yes, OMG would inevitably do the JOB to your Hogans and Savages, he was usually protected even in defeat. After gradually sliding down the card, Gang got an ill-advised makeover when he turned into Akeem the African Dream after it was said that he had discovered his roots in the motherland. Not only did it assist in his fall down the pecking order, but the character was also racially insensitive and rightly criticized at the time. The stereotypical dancing and jive talking didn't do him any favors, and though his Twin Towers tag team with the Big Boss Man enjoyed some success, once they split up and Akeem lost the feud, the writing was on the wall. Number 5, George Steele. Would you believe me if I told you this hairy, green-tongued madman regularly headlined Madison Square Garden opposite then WWE champion Bruno Sammartino? Well, I don't know why you wouldn't believe me. When have I ever lied to you before? I mean, apart from all those times, of course. Unbelievable though it may seem to WWE fans who grew up watching George the Animal Steele attempting to eat turnbuckles and carrying around a stuffed animal, he was an effective monster heel and met the living legend in stretcher matches, cage matches, Texas death matches, and even went the distance in time limit draws. During the cartoonish mid-80s, however, he went from dangerously crazy wild man to relatively harmless simpleton. Part of the reason for this was because Steele himself was getting on a bit and would, in fact, retire by the end of the decade. Still, it's something of a shame that a lot of fans simply aren't aware that the animal was a big deal in his day and was quite the brawling heel before wrestling became less about drawing a house and more about selling action figures and lunchboxes. Number 4, The Big Show. WWE signed Paul White away from WCW with the belief that they could have the next Andre the Giant on their hands, tying him down to a lucrative long-term contract. And debuting in the main event of a pay-per-view by interrupting in a match between Stone Cold Steve Austin and Vince McMahon certainly signaled that the company had grand plans for him. However, it was not much more than a year later that the Big Show was doing an impressionist gimmick before being sent to OVW to shift some weight. WWE clearly thought they could do whatever they pleased with the world's largest athlete, as he seemed to go from comedy to serious, mid-card to main event, and babyface to heel, depending on their whims and wants. Show, to his credit, did comedy as well as anyone in the company. I mean, hello, this was the star of freaking Knucklehead, for goodness sake, but the constant silliness eventually killed his aura to the point that no amount of WMDs could rectify the damage. Number 3, The Great Khali. Few stars in WWE history have been made to look as dominant as the Great Khali was right from the get-go. He ran through all the nerds en route to completely dismantling The Undertaker at Judgment Day 2006 and pinning the dead man with one foot on his chest. The year that followed was slightly erratic as he switched brands several times before landing back on SmackDown, where he promptly and shockingly won the World Heavyweight title. Yes, that was a thing that really happened. Perhaps in a bid to erase our collective memory, WWE set about turning the Great Khali into a laughingstock in the years after his run with the gold. The Punjabi playboy became a 7-foot punchline, always on hand to sing, dance, or dress up like the Tooth Fairy during a time where WWE were all in on asinine PG humor. To be fair, Khali really couldn't have lasted as a long-term top-level talent, and so using him for comedic relief was probably the best use for him, besides installing him as a human coat rack backstage, that is. Number 2, Tensai. WWE tried and they tried and they tried so many times with Matt Bloom, and they tried, and that was just during his first stint with the company before he was released and reinvented himself overseas as a feared foreigner in New Japan Pro Wrestling. He came back following an almost 8-year absence, not as Albert or A-Train, but as Tensai, a character inspired by his tenure in the land of the rising sun. Pegged for a headline feud with John Cena, Tensai got a rare victory over the face that runs the place just 3 weeks into his second spell. The signs were good, and he continued crushing the Tyson Kidds and Alex Rileys of the world when his push came to a screeching halt, and he was then used primarily to put everyone else over instead. The monster had become a mouse, albeit a big bald mouse with terrible tattoos, and any hope he had of being positioned as a threatening top-level heel were well and truly over. Like many big men before him, his salvation came with Ha Ha and a decent mid-card run in the novelty Tons of Funk tag team alongside Brodus Clay. And you better bet your sweet tea he was dancing in women's lingerie within weeks of their formation. Number 1. Gene Snitsky. Only in professional wrestling can you go from unhinged baby punter to creepy fetishist with yellow teeth. Gene Snitsky was plucked from WWE Developmental and thrown into the spotlight for what was supposed to be a short-term feud with Kane, but he ended up sticking around for 4 years and experiencing the strangest of character arcs. The reveal that Big Gene had a fascination with women's feet was the start of the downfall in some respects, as he went from fighting John Cena in the Raw main event to tagging with fellow oddball Goldust on Sunday Night Heat quicker than you can say, "It wasn't my fault." WWE attempted to rehab Snitsky as a main event psycho heel as he dramatically changed his appearance by shaving off all the hair on his head and face and dyeing his teeth yellow. His headliner hopes diminished quicker than the muscles on his physique, however, as fans just weren't buying the act, especially when he'd been positioned as a toothless object of ridicule for so very long. Speaking of the teeth, this man actually dyed his yellow because he thought it would help him get over. God loves a trier, I guess, but Vince McMahon has no care for monsters with yellow teeth. Might say that Christmas Day is December 25th, but for super cool people like you and I, it's actually whatever date the Royal Rumble lands on. So like January 20-something? It may be a month after Santa and his sexy little elves have visited and we're all still trying to work off that turkey and chocolate, but come Rumble Eve, we are usually giddy with excitement. Typically a night of shocks, surprises, and once-in-a-lifetime moments, the Rumble has managed to retain its place as one of WWE's premier pay-per-views and match types over the past 30+ years by keeping fans guessing right up until the buzzer hits. Honk! With 30 warm bodies required and a portion of the roster either being unavailable or required elsewhere on the card, WWE have in the past turned to unexpected and often unadvertised names to bolster the ranks. These usually take the form of a beloved legend from the past or a returning hero, but the key word here is usually, because sometimes WWE enlists the services of performers nobody remembers, people that the audience have never seen before, or sometimes people who aren't even bloody wrestlers in the first place. There have been hundreds of Rumble participants all told, but the following have lingered on in the memory because of how incredibly out of place they were. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are the 10 strangest Royal Rumble entrants ever. Join us. Number 10, Doug Gilbert. The 1996 Royal Rumble match showed that WWE's roster not only lacked depth, but was populated with some truly awful gimmicks. When the field of entrants includes Isaac Yankem DDS, Duke the Dumpster Drosy, Make a Difference Fatu, Sparky Plug, Karma, and Portuguese Man o' War Aldo Montoya, you know you're in trouble. The pickings were slim, and outside of Shawn Michaels, Vader, and the British Bulldog, there weren't any viable winners. WWE's roster was so threadbare at this point that they had to look further afield in order to pad out the 30. This included a random cameo from Doug Gilbert, brother of the late great hot stuff Eddie Gilbert, who won a battle royal in WWE Feeder League Memphis' USWA territory to gain entry. It's fair to say that nobody knew who the bloke entering at number 19 was. He entered to some generic bluegrass music and looked completely ordinary for the time he was in the match, which was just shy of 3 minutes before he was eliminated by Vader. And Christ almighty, don't even get me started on whatever that haircut was. A completely pointless and rather bizarre entrance, this was Doug Gilbert's sole WWE appearance. Number 9, Ernest Miller. I'll forgive you for either forgetting or simply not knowing about Ernest the Cat Miller's unexceptional spell in WWE. Miller was an unlikely star for WCW, getting his opportunity because he was, of all things, the karate instructor of Eric Bischoff's kids. My word, that is some sweet, sweet nepotism right there. Miller's WCW run was largely undistinguished, but he did get to appear with his idol, soul singer James Brown, on a pay-per-view, which is nice. After sitting out the remainder of his Time Warner guaranteed contract, Miller signed with WWE and became a commentator for the weekend show Velocity, which hardly anyone watched, and then became became a wrestler again and was given his own sidekick named Lamont. If you remember anything about his WWE run, it's more than likely his brief appearance at the 2004 Royal Rumble, where he and Lamont were quickly eliminated by Randy Orton and Chris Benoit while dancing to their entrance music. It was a bit of harmless comedy, yes, but I'm sure there were 10 or 20 other guys on the roster who could have actually done something worthwhile with the spot and enjoyed the payday. Further hammering home what a wasted entry this was, Miller was released just weeks later. Number 8, the AAA Luchadors. The 1997 Royal Rumble was one of the biggest ever, taking place in front of over 60,000 people at the Alamo Dome in San Antonio, Texas. The pay-per-view was all about one thing, the redemption of local hero Shawn Michaels, who went up against Psycho Sid in the WWE title headliner. On the undercard, WWE took advantage of their working relationship with AAA and drafted in a gaggle of luchadors to work some prelim matches, as well as the Rumble itself, no doubt in an effort to appeal to the large Hispanic contingent in the audience. Selected for Rumble duty were Latin Lover, Cybernetico, Pierre Roth, and genuine legend Mil Mascaras. A cultural icon south of the border, Mascaras was also legendary for his backstage politicking, and so it came as little surprise when he chose to eliminate himself with a top rope dive to the outside of the ring rather than be eliminated by anyone else. Truth is, fans didn't really care about the AAA involvement, as none of them, besides Mascaras, were established names and it hadn't been featured on WWE TV before. They were there to make up the numbers and, in Latin Lover's case, look quite handsome. The AAA WWE relationship ended soon after, though Mascaras was inducted into the Hall of Fame in 2012. Number 7, Dick Murdoch. Dick Murdoch was a wrestling legend and had enjoyed a long and varied career when he showed up randomly as an entrant in the 1995 Royal Rumble match, 10 years after last wrestling for WWE. Captain Redneck was a star in Japan and the Southern Territories, famed for his Texas Outlaws tag team with Dusty Rhodes, as well as his partnership with the Junkyard Dog and feud with the Fabulous Freebirds. A hard-nosed brawler whose wrestling was as pretty as his face, Murdoch captured WWE Tag Title Gold when teaming with Adrian Adonis as the North-South Connection in the mid-80s. Dirty Dick showing up for the first time in a decade sure was odd, and he looked like something from a bygone era as he trudged around throwing bombs and doing the old airplane spin on Henry O. Godwin. He lasted just over 5 minutes before he was slung over the top by the Hog Farmer, never to be seen again. At this point, you might be expecting me to tell you how he tragically passed away just over a year later at the age of 49, but enough people have come forward with stories about him possibly being a card-carrying member of the KKK, so I'll just end this section by saying that I always preferred Trevor Murdoch anyway. Number 6, Tom Brandi. The 1998 Royal Rumble was one that realistically only one man was ever going to win. This was the night for the red-hot Stone Cold Steve Austin to triumph, setting up the journey to his first WrestleMania main event and WWE title win. To be honest, the other 29 might as well not have shown up, but that would make for a pretty boring pay-per-view, wouldn't it? Just watching Austin celebrating his automatic victory by drinking beer for an hour. Actually, that sounds really bloody entertaining and I would happily sit through it. But what we actually got wasn't too bad either, because we got The Rock putting in a mammoth shift, all three faces of Foley showing up, Terry Funk with a chainsaw, and a stunning performance by Tom Brandi. Alright, that last bit was a lie. Tom Brandi was in the match, entering at number 3, but he was also out of it within 12 seconds. Which leads me to my next question. Who the hell was Tom Brandi? Oh right, it was Salvatore Sincere. Which leads me to my next question. Who the hell was Salvatore Sincere? I don't really know who either of these people are or what they were doing in the Rumble, but I've upset myself now, so I think it's time that we swiftly move on. Number 5, Jonathan Coachman. Oh, we're moving on to Jonathan Coachman, are we? The coach. Brilliant. As the coach turned from bland babyface announcer to punchable sidekick of Eric Bischoff, he began getting more and more involved in the in-ring action, including having matches with fellow commentators Jerry Lawler and Jim Ross. All classics, I can assure you. He tried his luck in the 2005 Royal Rumble, entering at number 21, though he didn't do much of note, mainly sticking to hitting other entrants before running away. A winning strategy, I'm sure you'll agree. He actually managed to last a respectable 14 minutes, give or take, before being dumped out by Ric Flair. He was back the following year, beating the King in a qualifying match to gain entry and coming in at lucky number 7. Unluckily for him though, he was met by the Big Show and chunked within 30 seconds. The whole coach as a wrestler experiment was certainly odd, and it's strange watching him in these rumbles looking back. Number 4, Genichiro Tenryu and Takawa Mori. Shinsuke Nakamura and Asuka winning the 2 Royal Rumble matches in 2018 was a nice surprise, wasn't it? Prior to their dual victory, a Japanese superstar outlasting the rest was but a pipe dream. Your Tajiris, Takamichinokus, and Tenryus didn't stand a chance. And now you're probably thinking, who's Tenryu, aren't you Philistines? Genichiro Tenryu is a legend in Japan, but relatively unknown elsewhere. Longtime WWE fans will remember him for his appearances at WrestleMania 7 and in the 1993 and 94 Royal Rumbles, which came about due to a working relationship between Vince's company and Tenryu's Super World of Sports outfit. He entered at number 9 in 93 and lasted 13 minutes before getting eliminated by The Undertaker. In 94, he managed to make it to the final 5, coming in at number 24 and hanging around for 17 minutes before co-winners Bret Hart and Lex Luger hoyed him over the top. Tenryu, along with the Great Kabuki, were entered into the match by Mr. Fuji in a bid to hinder Luger and prevent him from winning and facing Yokozuna at WrestleMania. They also helped Yoko beat Taker in his WWE title match earlier in the show, as well as attacking Mr. USA backstage. Takawa Mori was another arbitrary entry from the Far East, showing up in 1996 at number 11 and doing much of nothing for a few minutes before being sayonara'd by Jake Roberts and Triple H. Number 3, Carlos Colon. A wrestling deity in his native Puerto Rico, Carlos Colon was essentially an unknown in the United States and especially to WWE audiences. On the island of Enchantment, Colon participated in countless bloody and brutal brawls, earning one of those foreheads that looks like it lost a fight with Freddy Krueger's glove. Carlito and Primo's dad had actually worked for Vince McMahon Sr. and the Worldwide Wrestling Federation in the late 1960s before he forged his reputation as a bleeder. His one-night-only return came as a participant in the 1993 Royal Rumble match. He entered at number 24 and lasted a respectable 7.5 minutes, during which time he managed to 86 Damien Demento. He was eventually eliminated by winner Yokozuna, but the most amazing thing about Colon's appearance was Gorilla Monsoon saying there was a lot of fire in this youngster as the 44-year-old made his entrance. Monsoon, a former business associate of Colon, had his tongue planted firmly in his cheek, of course, but it must have sounded ridiculous to the millions of fans watching the match unaware. Colon's appearance in the Rumble, devoid of context, was a head-scratcher, but he was a genuine legend and rightfully took his place in the WWE Hall of Fame class of 2014. Number 2, Drew Carey. Speaking of WWE Hall of Famers, let's talk about Drew Carey for a bit, shall we? The star of the Drew Carey Show, of course, and one-time host of The Price is Right, the man is no Bob Barker, let me tell you. Carey entered the 2001 Royal Rumble not to win a shot at the WWE Championship in the main event of WrestleMania, but to promote his upcoming Improv All-Stars pay-per-view. Drew showed up at the event and, after hitting on Trish Stratus, was convinced by Vince McMahon to enter the Big Battle Royal. Entering at number 5, Carey watched the Hardys eliminate themselves before Kane came out at number 6. Uh-oh. Earlier in the night, Carey had referred to the Big Red Machine as that goofy guy in a mask, setting up this epic in-ring confrontation. Sadly, we didn't get to see Kane tombstone the glasses off his annoying little face, as following a vain attempt at bribery, Raven came out to save his backside and Drew simply eliminated himself. It's at this point I would like to stress once again that Drew Carey is an official member of the WWE Hall of Fame, while Elizabeth, Vader, and the Steiners are not. Number 1, the Headhunters. With Vince McMahon and WWE Creative craving surprises for the 1996 Rumble, Mick Foley suggested a tag team that he had previously worked with in Japan. The Headhunters was certainly a unique act. Less than 6 feet tall but weighing 350 pounds apiece, the face-painted bruisers made up for a lack of technical ability or finesse with a penchant for putting their bodies through hell and an awe-inspiring agility not seen in many men of their size. They were successful in Mexico, Japan, Puerto Rico, and on the Indies, but that success did not translate to WWE. Renamed the SWAT team, they entered the Rumble at number 15 and 16 and were duly dispatched of with ease by fellow monsters Vader and Yokozuna. The duo lasted a combined 90 seconds, and impressive as they were to look at, they didn't get to show a single thing that made them such an in-demand team around the world. In what was possibly the weirdest Rumble ever as far as the lineup goes, they stick out as the oddest of odd entrants. Flash forward a year and a half and they got another bite at the WWE cherry, appearing as the Arabian Butchers and getting involved with the Headbangers and Owen Hart and Davey Boy Smith on Raw before disappearing once again. It worked so well the first time, so why not try it again? There are lots of reasons. So you went skydiving once and landed softly in a field. Next time you're hitting the pylons. So you went swimming with sharks and felt really safe in that cage. Guess what's opening next time? So the first interview went really well and you think the job is yours. Leave that briefcase full of spaghetti at home for round 2. Yes, just because things went well once doesn't mean that it's all going to be fine the second, third, or fourth time around. This is something that some WWE superstars know all too well. Even after saying goodbye, or more likely being wished well in their future endeavors, many wrestlers find themselves working back under the watchful eye of Vince McMahon before too long, hoping to set the world on fire once more. Whether it's because the bloom is off the rose, so to speak, or there are new creative forces working behind the scenes, or, well, 50 other potential variables, the comeback can end up paling in comparison to the original, to the point where it's not even remembered for being necessarily good or bad. Sometimes they end up simply not being remembered at all. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 WWE comebacks you don't remember. Join us. Number 10, Chuck Palumbo in 2007. One of the surprising success stories coming out of the invasion was Chuck Palumbo, who came in as a tag team with fellow power plant stud Sean O'Haire before transitioning into a makeshift tag team with Billy Gunn. The pairing with Mr. Ass gave both men a real lifeline as they pushed the envelope and got over while hinting at a possible homosexual relationship, garnering mainstream publicity in the process. Billy got injured, however, and Chuck moved on to the Full-Blooded Italians, another decent role for the man with a killer right hand. A switch to Raw and humdrum gimmick change in 2004 led him to primarily wrestling on Heat before receiving his release after just a few months on the Red brand. After dabbling on the indies and in Japan, WWE brought him back in March of 2006, but didn't put him back on TV until over a year later. When he returned, he did so as a biker dude who rode a chopper to the ring, flanked by Michelle McCool. Riding motorbikes and hanging out with Michelle McCool? That'll never work. Besides a feud with Jamie Noble, he did next to nothing on SmackDown, and history repeated itself when he was released soon after being drafted to Raw without wrestling a single match on WWE's flagship show. Number 9, Chris Masters in 2009. WWE saw great things in the future of Chris Masters, and for good reason. Not only did he have a $1 million body, he was also young, making his Raw debut in 2005 at the age of just 22. He caught on thanks to the Master Lock Challenge and proved his worth as a worker in matches with Shawn Michaels and when tagging up with backstage pal Carlito. After falling foul of the WWE wellness policy, however, the masterpiece returned a lot leaner and with a strike against his name, which resulted in a lesser role in lower card feuds opposite the likes of Super Crazy and Jerry Lawler. A switch to SmackDown could have been a lifeline, but drug test failures caused him to be released. He hit the indies and international scenes for a couple of years and was brought back into the fold. He turned face thanks to his mesmerizing dancing peck routine and had a brief on-screen relationship with Eve Torres. Despite improving greatly as a wrestler, Masters made his home on C-Show Superstars, where he had a series of great matches that sadly nobody really saw. It was not a major surprise when he received his release, though rumors of a push or possible gimmick change had surfaced from time to time before he was given his P45. Number 8, The Spirit Squad in 2016. Gimme an R, gimme a U, gimme a B, gimme another B, gimme an I, gimme an S, gimme an H. What does that spell? Rubbish. Look, the Spirit Squad were never good or anything, but they did provide some value and entertainment when going up against the likes of DX in 2006. It also gave 5 OVW hopefuls some valuable experience, though unfortunately only Dolph Ziggler really stuck around and became anything off the back of it. While Johnny and Mitch moved on from the business, WWE brought back Kenny and Mikey in 2016 for a short program with the former Nikki. Working in cahoots with the Intercontinental Champion The Miz and his wife Maurice, the tag team version of the Spirit Squad attacked the show off, tried to cost him a big pay-per-view match, and also worked tag and 6-man tags on SmackDown. All told, they were only there for a couple of months before they disappeared once again. It was reported that they were signed to deals, but they never came back, with Kenny and Mikey resurfacing in Major League Wrestling a couple of years later. There was clearly no long-term upside to reviving the annoying cheerleader gimmick, but their re-emergence, coupled with the re-emergence of other past stars like Rhino and the Headbangers, sure did make the blue brand a slightly odd place for a time. Number 7, Brian Christopher in 2004. Brian Christopher, along with Scotty 2 Hotty and Rikishi, enjoyed success they wouldn't have thought possible shortly before joining forces as the infectiously fun 2 Cool in late 1999. With the stink face, the worm, and their post-match dance routine, the fun-loving babyface trio became one of the most popular acts on the show. Regrettably though, WWE turned Rikishi heel, Scotty got injured, and before long, Grandmaster Sexay was spinning his wheels in a makeshift tag team with Steve Blackman. He was released not too long after, following an incident where he tried to take drugs across the United States-Canadian border. It took 3 years for him to make his way back into WWE's good graces, getting hired by Jim Ross, friend of Father Jerry Lawler, in JR's last major act as head of talent relations. It did not go well. Christopher made only a handful of appearances, the most memorable of which was him jobbing out to Kane in about 2 minutes on Raw. After arriving late to house shows and generally annoying his co-workers with his immature behavior, he was given the boots. Thankfully, he was able to say goodbye to WWE on a more positive note over a decade later when he showed up for a match in NXT and reunited with his 2 Cool stablemates on 2 episodes of Old School Raw. Number 6, Jazz in 2006. One of the true unsung heroes of WWE's women's division was former 2-time WWE Women's Champion Jazz. She wrestled for the company between late 2001 and late 2004, having great matches with the likes of Trish Stratus and Lita, and doing much to improve the reputation of the division after years of clothes-ripping TNA. She was released along with husband Rodney Mack, but brought back in the summer of 2006 to be part of the relaunched ECW brand. Her first match back saw her lose to then Women's Champion Mickie James on the ECW vs WWE head-to-head show, which was done to promote the upcoming One Night Stand pay-per-view. Jazz looked as solid as ever in the short bout, but after 2 more house show matches with Trinity, remember her, she was taken off the road and then released, once again with her husband, who had been working ECW house shows as well, in January of 2007. Their releases came as part of a bit of WWE house cleaning, and since they hadn't been used in months, it wasn't a major surprise. The thing is, Jazz could have been a real asset to the women's division and had great matches with wrestlers like Beth Phoenix and Melina. A victim of the times, Jazz would kill it today, but back then, there was more emphasis put on stuff like the Diva Search. Number 5, Vader in 2005. You need only look at this picture to figure out how Vader's 2005 WWE comeback went. The big man's first WWE run had started out so well, as he was booked to be something like the dominant force that he had been in WCW and New Japan, rampaging through the 1996 Royal Rumble before destroying Gorilla Monsoon in a powerful angle the next night on Raw. He could have become WWE champion and was the favourite to unseat Shawn Michaels at that year's SummerSlam, but it was not to be, and he found himself sliding down the card, eventually reduced to being jobbed out in the mid-card while calling himself a fat piece of you-know-what on the microphone. He left in late 98. His shocking return came on the October 31st, 2005 episode of Raw, and it was fitting that it happened on Halloween because it was a ghastly sight indeed. The Mastodon came to the aid of Jonathan Coachman and, along with Goldust, beat down Batista ahead of his match with the Coach at Taboo Tuesday. His point would have been well made had he not fallen flat on his ass upon exiting the ring. Things didn't improve the next night, as he was easily dispatched by the Animal in his last WWE appearance for 7 years. Number 4, Nikolai Volkov in 1994. Nikolai Volkov had already been in the business for 15 years and was well travelled by the time he showed up in WWE in 1984, right as Vince McMahon was aggressively expanding his wrestling enterprise. Best remembered for his tag title winning team with the Iron Sheik and later as one half of the Bolsheviks, Volkov was primarily an anti-USA heel until he left the organisation at the end of 1990. He returned full-time in February of 94, though this time he played something of a sympathetic babyface as the mistreated member of Ted DiBiase's $1 million corporation. In the storyline, he accepted a role in the group, having fallen on hard times, and was repaid not just in cash but with outright disrespect from DiBiase and other members of the group, being dubbed Nickel and Dime Volkov and having a cent symbol replace his famous Russian sickle on the side of his tights, while property of the $1 Million Man was written on the back. It was an intriguing angle, but it didn't really go anywhere, and the most interesting thing to note from the run was the fact that Volkov wrestled Matt Hardy in the Teenagers Monday Night Raw debut. Since WWE were pushing their new generation of younger, faster wrestlers at this point, the comparatively ancient Russian giant didn't exactly fit in, and his contributions aren't remembered next to those of Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels, and company. Number 3, Haku in 2001. At another point during the Monday Night Wars, the reigning WCW Hardcore Champion defecting to WWE would have been huge news. But by January 2001, the war was for all intents and purposes long over, and the title belonged to Haku, a valuable veteran performer who I definitely do not want to rip my throat out, but not exactly a major difference maker at the time. Haku made a surprise appearance in the 2001 Royal Rumble, entering at number 29 and lasting a few minutes before being eliminated by Steve Austin. After that, he formed a tag team with Rikishi, then going through his bad man phase, the duo having a series of matches with the Brothers of Destruction and unsuccessfully challenging the Dudleys for the tag straps. An injury to Big Quiche put a stop to the team, however, and the Tongan Hardman floundered. If you did spot him on television, it was probably because you were watching shows like Jacked and Heat, because you either didn't have a proper cable subscription or much in the way of a life. By the end of his 6-month stay, he was reduced to putting over Shawn Stasiak. It was a far cry from being the king and main eventing with Hulk Hogan, but in the era of The Rock, Kurt Angle and Stone Cold, he was never going to be a top player. Unless it was a shoot, of course, in which case he kills everyone and becomes eternal WWE champion by default. Number 2, Booker T in 2011. He's been back in WWE for some time now as variously a commentator and analyst, but people tend to forget that he actually had a short run as an in-ring competitor upon his 2011 return. The former 5-time WCW champion left WWE in 2007 and wound up in TNA, which he has since admitted was basically like a paid vacation for him, especially in comparison to the hectic schedule he had before. His surprise entry in the 2011 Royal Rumble was a pleasant one, and he soon found himself behind the announce desk and working as a coach on the new series of Tough Enough. Come the end of the year, however, he was feuding with Intercontinental Champion Cody Rhodes over apparent disrespect the Hall of Famer had shown the champ on commentary. They had matches on Raw, SmackDown, the TLC pay-per-view, and at several house shows. The master of the Spinneroonie looked good out there and helped raise Cody's stock, but failed to wrest the title away from him. His last significant in-ring contribution came as a member of Team Teddy in the Interbrand 12-man tag match at WrestleMania 28. Most people don't remember him being a part of it, but I loved it, and I consider it my Adam Pacitti blubby-dubby zap-zap moment of the night. Number 1, the Quebecers in 1998. Stepping into the shoes of Raymond Rougeau, Pierre-Carl Ouellet helped Jacques get over his brother's retirement by forming the Quebecers, a tag team that enjoyed almost instant success when they appeared on TV in '93. The team, who definitely weren't Mounties despite dressing exactly like them, won the tag team titles and defended them in matches against esteemed opposition like the Steiners and the Harts. They broke up after about a year together, but reformed the team in WCW as the Amazing French Canadians a couple of years later. That stint was fine, but then it was back to WWE in early 1998, the company looking much different than it had during their New Generation days. The team looked different too, changing up their appearances and outfits. They still wrestled the same, however, even if it was now against the likes of the Legion of Doom, the Godwins, and ramshackle outfits like Terry Funk and Too Cold Scorpio. Only used sporadically, the Quebecers were simply bit part players during this frantic period. Their role summed up as just one of 14 duos in a tag team battle royal at WrestleMania 14. They continued working the house shows and cropped up on programs like Shotgun Saturday Night, but it was time to say au revoir to the flag wavers come the summer. In any real sport, the champions are usually those that are, the best at it. The biggest, the strongest, the fastest. But pro wrestling is not a sport, it's sports entertainment, pal, and if giving, a robot or a three-legged man a title is going to draw interest, then so be it. There have been some weird and wacky wrestling champions over the years, most of them short-term and done to make headlines. Headlines like, pro wrestling is still stupid lol, look who they made champion now! But headlines regardless. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are the 10 most absurd pro wrestling champions ever. But before we start, just to let you know that we are ignoring inherently gimmicky titles like the 24/7 and Iron Man championships. As a general rule, if Jack the Jobber can win it, I'm not going to talk about it. Join us! Number 10, Hervina. After a few years' service, WWE decided to bring back the Women's Championship with a newly designed belt since, Medusa threw the old one in the bin on Nitro. The early days of the relaunched title perfectly demonstrated how women's wrestling was viewed by the company back then, with non-wrestlers like Sable, Deborah, and the Cat winning it. Presented as a joke, WWE had the ancient fabulous Moolah win it from the competent Ivory, and then went on further by having Harvey Whippleman in drag wrest it away from the Cats. Miss Kitty had won the title in classic fashion by coming out on top in a 4-way evening gown pool match, celebrating the triumph afterwards by getting her Jerry Lawlers out. She defended it in an epic chocolate pool bout with Tori, but lost it to Hervina in a Lumberjill Snow Bunny classic. I'm not sure what the point was because Hervina won the title on Raw and then lost it to Jacqueline later that week on SmackDown. A rib on the road agent? Possibly a punishment for something Harvey did backstage? Maybe someone on the writing team had a weird fetish and wanted to see the former manager in makeup? I do not know, but it was rubbish, and I would like to move on to something else rubbish, if that's okay. Number 9, Eric Bischoff. Seeing the popularity of both ECW in general and WWE's own hardcore title and division, WCW decided to get in on the act in late 1999 and introduced their own Anything Goes belt. It started out well enough, with the likes of Brian Knobbs, Norman Smiley, and the members of 3 Count holding the strap. Wait, hold on for a second, that's not starting out well enough, is it? Anyway, Terry Funk. Now there's a goddamn hardcore legend capable of holding the title, which he did after it had been vacated by Vince Russo and Eric Bischoff in the big WCW reboot in April 2000. The Funker lost it to Shane Douglas for a day and then dropped it once again to the Bish. Look, if I had significant creative influence in a wrestling company, I would probably die while reigning as its world heavyweight champion, and Bischoff isn't the first or last to book himself to win the gold. Their match, such as it was, took place either side of a segment featuring Miss Hancock, Kimberly Page, and Mike Awesome, both men disappearing and then re-emerging from backstage with Funk pushing Eazy-E in a wheelbarrow. Bischoff got the win thanks to interference from Johnny the Bull and Big Vito as, and I'm not kidding here, Terry was preparing to give Eric a stink face. Bischoff then vacated it to the pair of them the next night on Thunder as a thank you. Number 8, Mr. McMahon. Now, there's nothing tough or champion about that pansy WCW exec Eric Bischoff, but WWE chairman Vince McMahon? Now there is a hard-as-nails street fighter if I've ever seen one. Bronzed, chiseled, and as intimidating as talking to a girl I don't already know, McMahon looked and acted like one of the stallions who made their livings bending bones in his ring. But as much as he looked the part, Vince was not a wrestler. However, that wasn't going to stop him from winning 2 world titles, starting with the WWE title in 1999 and followed by the ECW title in 2007. The first instance was brief and saw the genetic jackhammer dethrone Triple H with the help of Steve Austin before wisely vacating it. The second, however, went on much longer and was a genuinely commendable troll job. Vince, with the help of son Shane and adopted Samoan Savage Umaga, conspired to take the ECW title away from Bobby Lashley, and rather than give it up, McMahon defended it, first against Rob Van Dam and then Lashley himself, before finally losing it back to the Dominator. If you are a hardened ECW fan, then do yourself a favor and finally admit to yourself that the sight of a do-rag wearing Vince McMahon holding the title was indeed very funny, and you will feel much, much better. Or smash a light tube over your head, whatever you fancy. Number 7, Nicholas. When Braun Strowman won the right to challenge the Bar for the tag team titles at WrestleMania 34, speculation was rife over who the monster among men would pick as his own tag team partner. Would he choose someone from the main roster, like Kane? Or what about someone from NXT due a call-up, a Samoa Joe type? Maybe a WWE legend. I mean, I'm sure one of Papa Shango, Kama Mustafa, or The Godfather was in New Orleans for Access that year. Then again, there was every chance that Strowman would go it alone. After having to wait until the second to last match on a 528-hour show, the WWE Universe finally got their answer when Braun picked out one of their own. Plucking a young child called Nicholas from the crowd, the Little and Large combo went on to win the belts on the grandest stage of them all. Obviously, it wasn't just some random little bastard that was put in a potentially dangerous situation, but the son of WWE referee John Cone. The win then made Nicholas the youngest champion in WWE history. Take that, Rene Dupree! But the team relinquished the titles the next night as it would interfere with the young lad's schooling. Number 6, Hornswoggle. History repeats itself, doesn't it? WCW's Cruiserweight division was pioneering from the mid to late 90s, giving excellent performers like Rey Mysterio, Dean Malenko, and Eddie Guerrero a platform to get over as they vied for the Cruiserweight title. And then it became a punchline, with luminaries such as Disco Inferno, Medusa, and Daphne being booked for runs with it. The same thing happened when the title was revived in 2002. Though it perhaps wasn't on par with the old early day WCW version, WWE's Cruiserweight title was held respectably by Mysterio, Tajiri, Billy Kidman, Chavo Guerrero, and a slew of other talented high flyers. WWE were never fully invested though, and also made some less than credible stars Cruiserweight champ. The whole Chavo Classic Jacqueline saga was regrettable and almost certainly something that was pitched in jest and then took on a life of its own, spiraling out of control. The title managed to regain most of its credibility, but completely lost it when Hornswoggle got his tiny little hands on it. The Leprechaun showed up at the end of the Cruiserweight Open at the 2007 Great American Bash, hitting the tadpole splash on Jamie Noble for the 3. He defended it a couple of times against the Redneck Messiah before Vicky Guerrero stripped it from him after it was revealed that Horny was the illegitimate son of Vince McMahon. Yeah, can't have the boss's son putting himself in harm's way, can we? Sorry, Shane. Number 5, Oklahoma. As bad as things were with WWE's cruisers, nothing can really compare to the depths WCW plumbed in their version of the division. I mentioned Disco, Medusa, and Daphne before, but I thought I would reserve particular scorn for Oklahoma. Oklahoma was portrayed by Ed Ferrara, a former TV writer for primarily kids shows who got the job with WWE in 1998 and teamed up with Vince Russo to change the face of sports entertainment as we knew it. Ed and Vince were responsible for much of the toilet humor and car crash TV stunts and storylines you saw during the peak of the Attitude Era, and both were courted by the competition, jumping ship when they secured a better deal to write for WCW. As well as helping tank the company from the writer's room, Big Ed also began appearing as Oklahoma, an obvious and sadly quite mean-spirited parody of WWE commentator and then talent relations bigwig Jim Ross. Mocking good old JR for his love of barbecue and the Sooner State is one thing, but Oklahoma also made fun of his Bell's palsy, which was taking things way over the line. Oklahoma beat Medusa for the Cruiserweight Gold that sold out 2000, then immediately vacated it because he exceeded the weight limit. So why was he allowed to compete for it in the first place? WCW, where the big boys play, or WCW, where logic goes to die. Number 4, Gillberg. As we've already seen, both WCW and WWE were more than happy to make a mockery out of their Cruiserweight titles. But even though Ted Turner's organization went through with making Oklahoma champ, WWE may have actually had them beaten because they disgraced not just their Cruiserweight crown, but also the light heavyweight precursor too. WWE reintroduced their light heavyweight title in 1997 as a way to counteract their rival's flourishing cruiserweight division. There were a couple of bright spots, sure, but the likes of Scott Putski and Flash Flanagan weren't giving Psychosis and his mates any sleepless nights. It didn't take too long for WWE to give up on the light heavyweight title. Taka Michinoku held it for a while and represented it well. Then Rising Star Christian had it for a month before Dwayne Gill upset the Brood member with his help from the rest of the Job Squad. So, you know, they were literally saying the champion is a jobber. But don't worry, WWE had big plans for Gill, just none that concerned the title he now carried, as he transformed into Gillberg and went back to losing matches while failing to defend the title, which was basically forgotten about. Outside of 3 defenses on Sunday Night Heat, Gill did nothing with the title before losing it to S.A. Rios 445 days after winning it. Number 3, Judy Bagwell. By the end of WCW, everyone and their mother had held the title belt. No, really, everyone and their actual mother won a championship because WCW genuinely went ahead and booked the mother buffer herself, Judy Bagwell, to become tag team champion. Judy's son Buff Bagwell and Rick Steiner won the straps at Halloween Havoc 98, but Buff turned on the dog-faced gremlin wrestling during the contest, and in the aftermath, Steiner was allowed to select his own partner. He chose Kenny Chaos, because I guess he was in the room at a time a decision needed to be made or something, but then Chaos suffered an injury after one defense, necessitating another emergency partner. Since he was feuding with Buff and the rest of the NWO, including Brother Scott at the time, Rick chose Judy Bagwell to be his co-champion, introducing her on Nitro as the commentary team laughed at how hilarious it all was, and Jim Cornette had an aneurysm. Probably. Thankfully, WCW didn't have Judy, work matches or anything, but she was everywhere on television and actually got physically involved, ducking a punch from her son before leveling him with a slap. The charade came to a mercifully quick end when Rick Steiner suffered an injury and the titles were vacated. I'm not one to celebrate injuries or anything, but the lesser of evils and all that. Number 2, David Arquette. WCW may have been circling the drain, but they still had a film in theaters that revolved around their flagging brand. The film, like the wrestling operation, was struggling, so in a bid to drum up interest and cross-promote, WCW enlisted the services of lifelong wrestling fan and Ready to Rumble co-star David Arquette. The association started off innocently enough, as Arquette formed an alliance with Canyon going up against Eric Bischoff. It wasn't good, but it was relatively harmless. Then WCW did the thing that many consider the death knell for the promotion and made Mr. Courtney Cox their World Heavyweight Champion. And this was in a friggin' tag team match on friggin' Thunder no less, teaming with DD friggin' P to beat Jeff friggin' Jarrett and that friggin' Bischoff. Presented as a comedic accidental champion, Arquette was reluctant to wrestle and even tried to give the title back, but managed a successful defense against Tank Abbott, who incidentally was once seriously discussed as a potential World Heavyweight Champion himself. Are we sure at this point that the Millennium Bug didn't affect Vince Russo's brain? Arquette's reign came to an end at Slamboree when he lost a triple cage match, like the one used in the film, turning on DDP to give the strap back to Double J. The actor himself deserves no scorn for this, as he was against the idea from the off, and what's more, donated his WCW pay to the families of wrestlers who had suffered tragedy. Number 1, Vince Russo. What, did you think the man was going to book an actor to win the WCW World Heavyweight title and then not script himself to hold the big gold belt too? We're running very close to the death of WCW now, and Russo had gone mad with power while simultaneously running out of ideas. Well, he didn't run out of ideas, he just had loads of really rubbish ones. I mean, I wish he'd run out of ideas. Anyway, Vinny Rue captured the title in a cage match with Booker T on an episode of Nitro. As bad as WCW was in 2000, one of the bright spots was the rise of Booker from tag teamer to genuine main eventer and respectable world champ. Russo was basically one of the most featured characters on TV at this point, and the show was taking place in his hometown, so it really shouldn't have come as too much of a surprise when he beats Booker for the title in a crap match that saw the writer wrestle in football uniform, including helmets, with tons of outside interference and a distinct lack of athleticism. The finish came when Goldberg speared the New Yorker through the steel, resulting in victory by escape. The show ended on a cliffhanger as to if he was really the champ, but it was confirmed on the following Thunder, with Russo vacating the title days later on the next Nitro because he didn't want it. Honestly, the only time I want to hear Vince Russo and Swerve in a sentence ever again is if it also includes the words "only had time to" and "his car into a functioning outhouse." World Championship Wrestling, to their credit, knew how to create shocking moments. Lex Luger turning up on the very first Nitro, the debuts of Scott Hall and Kevin Nash, the reveal of Hulk Hogan as the NWO's third man, etc, etc, etc. All genuinely surprising, legendary moments orchestrated by the WCW Brain Trust. Sometimes, however, WCW talent shocked even the powers that be by going off script and into business for themselves, while at other times simple lapses in concentration resulted in ad-libbed moments of infamy. I'm Adam Pachisi from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 shocking unscripted WCW moments. Join us where the big boys play.
But before we start, this video is sponsored by NordVPN. We at Cultaholic truly believe that Nord is the best service of its kind. It's super easy to use, connect with one click, or enable auto-connect for zero-click connection, giving you the fastest possible speeds out there. The speed tests prove it. But Adam, why do I need NordVPN? I hear ya. Well, you can purchase subscriptions to video-on-demand services, websites. You can even get cheaper flight bookings by setting your virtual location to somewhere else in the world and saving heaps of cash. You will soon see that Nord pays for itself. But it doesn't stop there. Nord is a one-stop shop for all of your cybersecurity needs, protecting up to 6 of your devices from viruses, malware, hackers, personal data theft, intrusive ads, and so much more. I genuinely use Nord and I couldn't be happier with it. It's the equivalent of a cup of fancy coffee every month, which I'm sure you'll agree is a small price to pay for serious peace of mind when it comes to all things digital. And there's even a 30-day money-back guarantee. If you're not completely satisfied, you get your money back. So, grab your exclusive deal by heading to nordvpn.com/cultaholic. The link is in the description below, or use code Cultaholic at checkout. Thank you.
Number 10. Randy Savage slaps Tori Wilson. One of the key traits that defined Randy Savage during his long and illustrious career was intensity. And he certainly hadn't mellowed out by the time it came to his last main event run in the summer of '99. On the July 5th episode of Nitro, a gassed to the gills Macho Man was on the hunt for his girlfriend, Gorgeous George, after Kevin Nash had informed Savage that she was waiting in Big Sexy's dressing room for a little you-know-what. Backstage, a berserk Randy tracked down George, who was talking with Tori Wilson, and proceeded to completely lose the plot. For real. When Tori, who was new to the business at the time, began laughing at Savage's ranting and raving ways, Randy slapped her across the face before ragdolling George out of the room. It was an uncomfortable scene, especially for the members of Turner Broadcasting who were in attendance, since the show was taking place in WCW's home base of Atlanta. Turner's Standards and Practices Department subsequently demanded that Savage be removed from television, and he and George were banned from appearing on the next edition of Thunder. Number 9. Booker T wins the TV title. Title changes are typically planned out carefully in advance, or at least they should be. Obviously, plans change and things happen to alter the course, but as a general rule, a championship will only change hands when the script calls for it. That wasn't the case at Super Brawl 1998, when Rick Martel dropped the television title to Booker T. Martel, who had been enjoying a career renaissance since joining WCW not long before, was supposed to retain the gold when he suffered a devastating injury, catching his foot on the ropes while taking a hip toss. He still worked on it for 5 extra minutes, but knew the damage was bad, and so the decision was made for Booker to win the match instead. Which is all well and good, but the winner of the match was then scheduled to immediately wrestle Perry Saturn in a bout penciled in to go for 15 minutes. Luckily, Big Pez and the Bookman are both pros and had no worries putting together a compelling match on the fly. Number 8. Kevin Nash and DDP lobby for the bad guy. After countless unfortunate incidents and embarrassments, Scott Hall was finally let go by WCW in October of 2000, about 8 months after he'd initially been sent home, with full pay of course. The bad guy being off the road didn't sit too well with his tag partner and best friend Kevin Nash, who by that point seemed to be as mentally checked out as anyone on the roster. Despite there being specific instructions for nobody to mention or reference Hall during broadcasts, Big Sexy continued to say his name in promos and egged fans on to chant for him, even though WCW had no intention of bringing him back. This escalated after Scott had been officially fired, with Nash and his new Insiders tag partner DDP name-dropping Hall about 15 times in a 7-minute sit-down interview with Stevie Ray, which aired on the December 6, 2000 episode of Thunder and is strangely omitted from the WWE Network version of the show. Even though it was pre-recorded, WCW aired it anyway because WCW, while being none too happy with the references, which they had to mute. Neither Nash nor DDP were reprimanded for the breach because the inmates were well and truly running the asylum by this point. Number 7. Bobby Heenan drops an F-bomb. Brian Pillman's loose cannon persona expertly blurred the lines between fantasy and reality to the point that only a select few really knew what was going on, with many of Pillman's friends even unsure as to what was fact and what was fiction. One person who was not in on it was commentator Bobby Heenan, who became flustered and dropped an F-bomb due to Flying Brian's unscripted antics. The Brain was calling the action as Pillman met Eddie Guerrero at Clash of the Champions 32 when Brian took a powder and walked around ringside. He then grabbed Heenan, who had no idea what was coming, from behind, causing the Brain to audibly ask Pillman what the you-know-what he was doing. Heenan began to walk up the aisle but regained his composure and returned to his position. Turns out Bobby was so upset because he didn't initially realize that it was Pillman grabbing him and thought it was an unruly fan instead. Heenan was actually on WCW's no-touch list due to his age and history of neck injuries, something that the former Hollywood Blonde hadn't been made aware of beforehand. Pillman later apologized to the the brain. Number 6, Dean Malenko forgets the rules. If there is one person you didn't expect to lose concentration and do something to ruin a match, especially during the later stages of his career, it is Dean Malenko. The Iceman was smooth as silk and 15 years into his pro wrestling journey when he met Billy Kidman in a catch-as-catch-can match in the opener of Sold Out 2000, the first of 3 Kidman bouts comprising something called Triple Threat Theater. The rules of the contest were the same as any other, only with the added caveat that if a wrestler left the ring, they would lose the match. Originally allotted about 12 minutes, it only went 2.5 because Malenko momentarily forgot the rules and slid out of the ring to the floor to take a breather. The referee had no choice but to call for the bell, leading to general confusion. There was speculation that Dean may have deliberately sabotaged the match since he wanted out of the company at the time, but the truth is it was just an unscripted screw-up. As it is, the match was the man of 1,000 holds last in WCW before jumping to WWE. Number 5, Scott Steiner shoots on Ric Flair. Scott Steiner sure was on one in WCW's dying days, wasn't he? Big Papa Pump was quite simply unmanageable back then, intimidating everyone in sight and doing whatever he wanted whenever he wanted to do it. His escapades often took place backstage, and I use escapades in the trying to forcibly remove DDP's eye sense, but sometimes they did happen in front of the camera. For example, the time he commandeered the microphone on the February 7th, 2000 episode of Nitro with the express purpose of burying Ric Flair and letting the world know what a terrible place WCW was to work. I mean, seriously, the big bad booty daddy just went off on the Nature Boy, basically blaming him for all of WCW's problems, ripping on him for his age and declining cosmetic appearance, accusing him of conspiring to get Steve Austin fired from the company years ago, and on and on and on. Since Steiner wasn't working a program with Flair and no match between the two was scheduled, this was just Scott shooting straight from the hip and venting. Oh, and the segment also went long, meaning that other things had to be cut from the show. Steiner was suspended at the following Thunder taping, with pay, naturally. Number 4, the Shockmaster debuts. Few moments in the history of wrestling have been funnier than the calamitous WCW debut of the Shockmaster. In fact, I would bet WWE's writing team of 50 couldn't come up with anything half as side-splitting hilarious as what Fred Ottman managed to create with a combination of bad luck and clumsiness. Ottman, who had previously portrayed Tugboat and Typhoon in WWE, was being brought into WCW as a top-level babyface to team with Sting, the British Bulldog, and Dustin Rhodes in an upcoming War Games match. His identity was to be revealed during a Flair for the Gold segment on a live Clash of the Champions special a month before the 8-man cage match by him bursting through the wall as pyro went off. Unfortunately for the Shockmaster, somebody had left a piece of lumber lying around and he tripped over it, falling, as Davey Boy Smith so eloquently put it, on his flippin' arse as his helmet fell off. It was, of course, fantastic, the gaffe forcing WCW to change the direction of the Shockmaster, turning him from menacing masked Avenger to bumbling klutz. Number 3, Hulk Hogan, we coming for you. When the Shockmaster made his legendary debut, Booker T could be heard in the background asking, "Who is this mother effer?" as Ottman scrambled to save his blushes. It wasn't the first or last time that Booker would utter an unscripted comment on a WCW broadcast, though his audible slip at Spring Stampede 1997 would become far more notorious. Booker was cutting a promo alongside his brother and Harlem Heat tag partner Stevie Ray and sister Sherry Martel when he got a little bit too caught up in the moment and told Hulk Hogan that he was coming for him in a manner that he instantly regretted. You could see it all over Booker's face the moment he said what he said, and though there were no major consequences for it, Booker reflected years later that he felt disappointed in the main because he knew that young children looked up to him and didn't want them to think that using such language was acceptable. In truth, I doubt the Hulkster himself minded since he's well, actually, let's not go there just this one time. Number 2, a major malfunction. There is a very strong argument to be made that any match involving Nitro Girl Tigress, Major Guns, and Paisley should last no longer than 20 seconds, but that wasn't the plan when the three collided in a triple threat match on the August 28, 2000 episode of Nitro. Paisley kicked Guns in the back, Tigress hit her with a forearm and then did a bridging pin for the victory. And it was over, just like that. The referee counted 3 even though one of Guns' shoulders wasn't down and it looked like she was trying to kick out. And nobody knew what to do after as the commentators argued over whether it was actually a 3 count and the women continued half-heartedly scrapping before wandering off. Since this was WCW in the summer of 2000, you can be forgiven for wondering whether it was a work, a shoot, a worked shoot, somebody working themselves into a shoot like a jabroni mark, or quite simply, a massive balls up. Considering the reactions of everybody involved, I'm betting the farm on the latter. Number 1, horsing around. And we wrap things up with yet more insanity from the year 2000, with one of the more memorable scenes from WCW's Hardcore division, which was always a pale imitation of WWE's if we're honest. Terry Funk was defending the Hardcore title against Chris Candido on the May 31st episode of Thunder when Funk put Candido onto the flatbed of a truck and drove him from the arena to some nearby stables. The two proceeded to brawl amongst the hay and water and, yes, manure before making their way into one of the stables itself. After the Funker nailed a pile driver, the horse, likely scared out of its bloody mind, kicked backwards at the wrestlers in what was obviously an unplanned moment. Unless they did call the spot to the horse beforehand, I mean, I don't know, I wasn't there when they were laying the match out. In all seriousness, the animal probably would have finished Funk or Candido, or both, off had Terry not had the foresight to ask the guy running the stable to ace the animal, aka give it a tranquilizer, ahead of time. Still though, if that stallion had bucked 10 inches higher, we may very well have witnessed the first pro wrestling decapitation. Concussion awareness has come a long way over the years in numerous athletic fields, especially in professional wrestling. In addition to benching wrestlers until they can definitively pass concussion protocol, WWE has outlawed the practice of cracking opponents in the head with a steel chair. Doesn't matter if the victim can adequately get his hands up to deflect the blow, WWE does not do chairs to the head anymore, and they haven't in a long time. The following video will serve to further demonstrate why that years-long ban has been for the best. I'm Adam Pachisi from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are the 10 most brutal WWE chair shots. Join us. Number 10, not a lot of love. The WWE title match at 1998's Over the Edge is a masterclass in how to turn a match into a wild spectacle. Steve Austin had to navigate a stacked deck in his defense of the gold against Dude Love, with Vince McMahon presiding as guest referee and the Stooges on standby at ringside. The Undertaker was also there to ensure Austin got a fair shake as a kind of self-appointed ringside enforcer. What ensued was perfect chaos, a half hour that defines the Attitude Era at its strongest. Of course, because the match degenerated into abject lawlessness, there had to be some chair play therein. Mick Foley ate his own hellacious steel sandwich courtesy of Austin late in the match, but mere seconds later he would dole out a pretty heinous shot of his own. When McMahon refused to count Foley down, Austin confronted him, allowing a groggy dude to gain possession of the chair. He snuck up behind Stone Cold with the chair raised high, but alas, the champion moved and it was Vince himself that got crowned with the brain-rattling strike. Per the script, Vince lay unconscious for the remainder of the match, so either he's a really good actor or, well, you know. Number 9, Slaying the Beast. No matter the era, Brock Lesnar has been portrayed as a nearly unassailable monster, largely because it's hardly a stretch, is it? The Beast Incarnate resides high in the upper echelon of final boss wrestlers due to his build, his freakish agility, and his inhuman strength. Upon arrival in WWE in 2002, Lesnar was portrayed as a reinforced world beater, randomly attacking mid-carders of various shapes, sizes, and skill sets. It's always impressive to see Lesnar throw people around like like beanbag, so it made sense to quickly program Brock against the aerodynamic Hardy Boys. To set up for a Lesnar-Jeff Hardy singles match at the 2002 Backlash, WWE ran an angle on an episode of Raw that saw the Hardys try to stand up to Lesnar, only to be quickly overwhelmed. The TLC twosome then introduced chairs for their second go at Lesnar, who briefly maintained control of the fray. Then, when Lesnar tried to set Matt up for a powerbomb, Jeff swung his chair for the fences, smashing Lesnar in the forehead and face with a shot that echoed throughout the arena. Somehow, Lesnar remained vertical after the strike, which might be more astonishing than the shot itself. Number 8, thrown through a loop. If Rey Mysterio and Sabu had faced off sometime around 1995, tape traders' heads would have exploded trying to fathom the very idea. Between Mysterio's unparalleled acrobatics and Sabu's daring disregard for human life, you are talking two icons to those who shunned the big two of the day. Sabu and Mysterio only actually wrestled once, and somewhat surprisingly, it came under the WWE banner. The ECW brand, yes, but the WWE banner regardless. Mysterio, in his classic tights, defended his World Heavyweight title against Sabu at the 2006 One Night Stand pay-per-view before a raucous New York crowd. As it was, the match was pretty damn good, and could have gone down as a classic if not for the BS non-ending. At one juncture late in the all-too-brief encounter, Mysterio tries a springboard-seated senton onto Sabu, who was occupying a chair. Sabu then moved, resulting in Mysterio entering Groin Pull City. As Ray tended to his tenderloin, Sabu picked up the chair and threw it directly into Mysterio's head, resulting in a harsh metallic sound reverberating through the Hammerstein ballroom. Number 7, a legend-killing swing. The 2004 Royal Rumble match would be more fondly remembered today if not for the fact that the winner's name is irrevocably tarnished. Chris Benoit's hour-long trek to a long-overdue world title match was one great story told during an excellent 04 Rumble. Another inspired tale involved number 2 entrant Randy Orton, who weeks earlier had basically chased an apprehensive Mick Foley out of WWE. The Legend Killer had slithered his way deep into the Rumble field when a ghost from his immediate past unexpectedly sprung up. After taking out Test backstage, Foley entered from his number 21 spot and immediately went after a horrified Orton. Mick got the upper hand, took Orton and himself out of the match with the classic cactus clothesline, and continued the fight at ringside. It was here that Orton, in a desperate attempt to keep the invader at bay, slammed a steel chair hard into the skull of Foley. The strike took place next to the ringside camera, so the sound was especially barbaric. Incredibly, Foley kept taking the fight to Orton, despite enduring a chair shot that could have dented a tank. Number 6, Wounded Champion. When JBL smashed Eddie Guerrero in the head with a steel chair at the 2004 Judgment Day, people tend to remember the aftermath more. After the chair hit Guerrero's cranium, a river of blood gushed from Guerrero's scalp, saturating not just his face, but his lower abdomen as well within seconds. It should be noted that the blood was not hardway juiced from the vicious chair shot, but rather a blade job on Guerrero's part that, shall we say, overachieved? By match's end, the reigning WWE champion was more bloodstained than person. The alarming amount of blood loss is what the Guerrero vs JBL match is most known for, so much so that we tend to forget the actual chair shot that preceded the spilling of crimson. Following a referee bump, the competitors brawled out to ringside, where a desperate JBL grabbed a folding chair and hammered Guerrero's head like a railroad spike. The substantial height difference made the strike more perilous, as well as the fact that JBL tends to swing for the fences. Number 5, Dead Kennedy. While JBL is considered one of the more unforgiving chair swingers in WWE history, he has a clear rival in one of his closest real-life friends, The Undertaker. Many individuals have felt the wrath of an Undertaker chair shot, and stories of such encounters hold a lot less quaintness these days. By contrast, in 2020, Mr. Kennedy spoke somewhat fondly of the time Undertaker decimated both him and a piece of furniture at the 2006 Survivor Series in Philadelphia. Kennedy scored the victory over the dead man in a first blood match, but Undertaker, of course, doesn't exactly take defeat with much grace, right, Maven? A blood-soaked Undertaker exacted his revenge by taking a folding chair, waiting for Kennedy to rise to his feet, and then plastering him with a mighty swing. The chair shot was so brutal that the seat grossly contorted. Kennedy ended up wearing the chair as an overstarched necktie. In an interview years later, Kennedy contended that the chair shot looked worse than it actually was, and appreciates the visual of how the chair wrapped around his head. Number 4. Blue vitriol. There are some Cultaholic fans out there that have a fixation over the incident between JBL and the Blue Meanie at the 2005 ECW One Night Stand. For the uninitiated, it goes like this. JBL and Meanie had prior heat. The two found each other during the show-ending brawl, and JBL beat Meanie to a pulp before several ECWs swarmed in to chase JBL out. Meanie spoke publicly about possible legal action, prompting a PR-conscious WWE to sign Meanie to a short-term contract. As part of his brief return to the company, Meanie faced JBL on an episode of SmackDown in a no-DQ match. Meanie's BWO running buddy, Stevie Richards, was part of the skirmish and was directed to give JBL a chair shot. When Richards did, it was a frontal lobe flattening smash that many JBL haters look back at with a little bit of schadenfreude. Though many believe that Richards did that as a receipt for what JBL did to his friend, Richards revealed on Rene Dupree's podcast that 1, JBL just told him to lay it in, and 2, the height difference made it harder for Richards to deliver a properly measured swing. As a result, it looked pretty brutal. Number 3. Shamrock Shaken. Be careful what you wish for. Ask and you shall receive. There are a few time-tested cliches that could apply to the chair shot that The Rock gave Ken Shamrock during the pair's long feud in the early part of 1998. Shamrock recalled the moments years later and admitted that he hated taking chair shots higher up on the head. When a spot called for The Rock to level the world's most dangerous man with a similar skull cruncher, Shamrock called a curious audible. When discussing the spot, Shamrock told Rock to hit him in the face with a chair. Rock initially objected, but Shamrock talked him into it, saying that if Rock didn't give it to him good, he wouldn't sell it. Conscious selling wasn't exactly required when the villainous Rock planted the steel across Shamrock's kisser, and the Great One indeed laid it in good. Shamrock infamously preceded the strike with an overt gesture of "bring it," which Ken explained was him reminding Rock to give it a good swing, just as he asked him to. As for the aftermath, Shamrock claims his first thought was, "Thank God I'm alive." Number 2. Twisted Metal. We've already talked about The Undertaker's propensity for swinging a steel chair with brute force. We've discussed Brock Lesnar's ability to take a brain basher standing. When The Undertaker and Lesnar clashed over the WWE title at Unforgiven 2002, it may as well have been the irresistible force meeting the immovable object. I mean, it was in the kayfabe/storyline sense, but with a steel chair eventually getting introduced into the match, either Taker was going to obliterate Brock with the weapon, or Brock was going to reduce the chair to shrapnel with his head. Actually, both kinda happened. Undertaker and Lesnar wound up fighting to a double disqualification, which necessitated a more famous rematch inside Hell in a Cell 4 weeks later. Before that bothersome non-finish, the two beasts brawled following a referee bump, and Lesnar advocate Paul Heyman introduced a steel chair to the skirmish. Undertaker quickly gained possession of the weapon and proceeded to almost cave in Lesnar's head with a thuddening shot. The seat of the chair was wildly contorted by the solitary strike, so you can imagine how dazed Lesnar was from the impact. Number 1. One after another. There may be chair shots on this list that qualify as the most singularly brutal of the lot. However, for sheer volume, one need look no further than the 1999 Royal Rumble, when Mankind defended his WWE title against The Rock in an I Quit match. Rock understandably had his work cut out for him. Making Mick Foley give up was not going to be an easy task. The Rock would have to go beyond the pale in order to make Mankind utter those two magical words. What followed is one of the most infamous sequences in pro wrestling history, as while the match is lauded in some circles for the drama and effort, watching Rock destroy Foley with 10 consecutive chair shots to the head while Foley was handcuffed behind his back stands out above all. Mankind's refusal to quit and Rock's unyielding desire to win at all costs made for one hell of a story, but the physical toll was hellacious. The 1999 documentary Beyond the Mat captured much of the backstage stage aftermath as well as anguishing shots of Mick's family watching in tearful horror from the crowd. You can argue placement and pick nits with the top choices, but in terms of the most famous chair strikes to the head, The Rock and Mick Foley's unbelievable scene from the 1999 Royal Rumble comes to mind first. WWE doesn't do scary too often, and usually when they try to give us the willies, lol willies, they only succeed in making themselves look like a bunch of out-of-touch tits, lol tits. On occasion, mind you, they get it right and create television that is truly unnerving. And while we've been introduced to the likes of the Boogeyman, Papa Shango, and Gangrel over the years, it's not always these otherworldly personas that are responsible for scary moments. The scariest moments in WWE have usually been things that play on our rational fears or phobias, like being buried alive, set on fire, bitten by a snake, or sacrificed by a satanic cult leader. You know, rational things like that. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are the 10 scariest WWE moments. Join us. Number 10, Big Daddy Ghoul. Diesel and The Undertaker's 1996 feud wasn't an all-timer or anything, but it certainly had its moments. The dead man emerging from a hole in the ring during Big Daddy Ghoul's WWE title match with Bret Hart at In Your House 6 was great, and the eventual match at WrestleMania 12 was a worthwhile brawl too. The most memorable moments of their program, however, involved some of the Phenom's trademark supernatural shenanigans. A couple of weeks before their showdown at the Showcase of the Immortals, Diesel was wrestling Barry Horowitz on Raw when his attention was drawn to a casket being delivered to ringside by Paul Bearer. Most assumed that Taker would be waiting inside, but when Diesel, after winning the match, took the lid off it and pulled back the plastic, he was met with his own likeness. It was a shocking reveal and a great piece of trickery as WWE spliced in a pre-recorded close-up shot of Kevin Nash himself laying there and made sure not to show the dummy and ruin the illusion. Diesel's frightened reaction sold the ominous warning wonderfully. Number 9, Savage by Name. If you think of Ricky Steamboat and Randy Savage, you're likely to immediately flash back to their epic show-stealing encounter at WrestleMania 3. Still regarded by many as one of, if not the greatest WrestleMania match ever, it was a technical tour de force that in many ways changed the business forever. It shouldn't be forgotten though that the Dragon and the Macho Man's Intercontinental title bout was taking place on the back of a very effective and in many ways rather scary angle. The two met on the November 22nd, 1986 episode of Superstars of Wrestling, with Steamboat challenging for Savage's IC strap. It ended in a countout, but most don't remember the match quality, it was good, duh, or the result, but rather Randy's post-match attack. He first hurt Ricky by hitting him while his throat was draped across the guardrail at ringside, before dragging him inside and coming off the top rope with the ring bell. It looked like he was trying to decapitate him as Steamboat convincingly convulsed in pain and was stretching out of the arena while the commentators speculated on his condition. For the kids eating their cereal and watching this on their television at home, it must have been terrifying. Number 8, The Ultimate End? The Ultimate Warrior, an inherently silly gimmick, was involved in all sorts of nonsense, whether it was having a curse put on him by Papa Shango and spewing up black goo, or being locked in a room of snakes by Jake Roberts. Those were far from frightening to anyone above the age of 5, but much more effective was the funeral parlor segment that saw The Undertaker seal Warrior in an airtight casket. The dead man attacked Warrior as he was, conversing with Paul Bearer, decking him with the urn before scooping him up and putting him in the coffin. Soon, panicked officials tried to pry it open with a crowbar, and when that wouldn't work, drilled holes in the side of it so our face-painted hero could breathe while trapped in there. Vince McMahon, Roddy Piper, and Randy Savage sold it brilliantly on commentary, reminding the audience how long Warrior had been in the casket while leading the calls for it to be opened, which it eventually was. A passed-out Warrior was then given CPR and successfully revived, but for a minute, fans were convinced that he was on his way to Warrior Heaven. Number 7, The Big Boss Hang. As we've already established thus far, sometimes the scariest things in WWE aren't to do with some spooky character or a plot ripped from the trashiest bargain bin horror film, but rather when real danger, or even death, are involved. Both were in play when Ministry of Darkness era Undertaker met Big Boss Man inside Hell in a Cell at WrestleMania 15. Though the match itself was awful and up there with the worst cell matches ever, the post-match scene sure had everyone talking. After Taker had extended his Mania winning streak, his ministry cohorts, the Brood, Edge, Christian, and Gangrel, rappelled from the ceiling and, under instruction from their Dark Overlord, put a noose around the neck of the man from Cobb County, Georgia. The rope was then attached to the steel structure, and as the would-be vampires ascended, so too did the cell, with Boss Man hanging from it. Obviously, he wasn't really being hanged, but it was visually very impressive, and Ray Traylor did a very convincing cell job. It was in poor taste and was another shock stunt from the Attitude Era that had no real long-term meaning or impact, but it sure was a powerful visual. Number 6, The Fiend emerges. The character eventually went completely off the rails and was involved in some of WWE's worst stuff ever, but the build-up to The Fiend's emergence and his actual debut at SummerSlam 2019 were done beautifully. The vignettes inside his Firefly Funhouse were some of the most intriguing content WWE had produced in a while, and Bray played the whole thing suitably menacingly as Mr. Rogers as directed by David Lynch. After months of build, The Fiend finally made his first public appearance and accepted Finn Balor's challenge for a match. It gave us the first glimpse of Wyatt's new creation, but we would get our first proper look at him in his pay-per-view outing with Finn. The presentation of his first entrance was fittingly eerie as he came out to almost complete darkness, holding a lantern made up to look like his former guise. The music, camera work, mask, and body language all combined to create something that looked genuinely dangerous when, if done differently, could have looked really hokey. The Fiend then destroyed Balor in quick and convincing fashion before exiting back into the darkness. Number 5, Like a Scalded Dog. More attempted murder now as WWE's beloved pyromaniac tried to set another person on fire. Kane had previously tried to burn The Undertaker alive at Royal Rumble 1998, and fresh from being unmasked and morphing into the slasher movie villain of your nightmares, the Big Red Machine now wanted everyone to suffer. In between giving Eric Bischoff a chokeslam off the stage and tombstoning Linda on it, Kane traveled to WWE headquarters to have a sit-down interview with good old JR. Ross and Steve Austin in the arena were trying to get to the bottom of Kane's inner turmoil and, well, it didn't go exactly according to plan. Their pleas fell on deaf ears and the devil's favorite demon responded to the Inquisition by beating Ross down, dousing him in gasoline and setting him on fire. The piped-in screams were just a tad much, yes, but seeing a man get burned alive is never less than a harrowing experience. You know what? I bet the commentator would have tasted delicious with a little bit of JR's original barbecue sauce. Number 4, The Undertaker sacrifices Dennis Knight. On the whole, the Ministry of Darkness saga was usually too outlandish to be taken at all seriously, but on occasion, they did things that were quite unsettling. Embalmings, hangings, satanic weddings, family-friendly fun, I'm sure you'll agree. One of the Ministry's most chilling acts was the abduction, brainwashing, and indoctrination of Dennis Knight, formerly of the Godwins and Southern Justice tag teams. He was tied up and held captive in some sort of evil dungeon before being brought out for his transformation into Midian. Knight laid unconscious on a stone slab as a rambling Undertaker monologue played over the PA system before the Lord of Darkness cut his own wrist, filled a cup with his blood, had the hog farmer drink from it, and then carved his symbol into Knight's tummy as Midian began to levitate. Someone, Vince Russo, had clearly been reading their Clive Barker books, but the segment, cheesy as it was, had the desired effect. And if the sight of Acolyte Bradshaw rocking a goatee, leather pants, and a tight black t-shirt doesn't shake you to your very core, then, well, you're made of sterner stuff than me. Number 3, Mankind attacks JR. Jim Ross probably shouldn't have been too surprised that his sit-down with Kane ended up badly for him, as JR had previous experience when it came to an interview going off the rails and ending in pain for the man in the black hat. In 1997, WWE attempted to flesh out the Mankind character by airing a revealing interview with the Masked Man in segments over several weeks on Raw. The interviews made Mick Foley's alter ego more relatable and sympathetic as he told of a torturous existence filled with heartbreak and scars, both mental and physical. While the segments softened the edges of the man who had done some barbaric things to his fellow superstars, the interview turned at the end when Mankind completely lost the plot and threatened Ross before beating him down and putting him in the mandible claw. What made this so creepy was how close to the action the camera got, combined with Foley's frenzied noises and JR's screams and pleas for help. It was sinister and unpredictable and did much for the career of Mrs. Foley's baby boy. Great Great performances from all involved, including the production people, who shot and cut it all magnificently. Number 2, happy birthday, Aaliyah. Unstoppable monsters with supernatural powers may be scary, but they're not quite as scary as some of the other unnerving characters who are more based in reality. The likes of Nails, disgruntled criminal out for revenge, Waylon Mercy, southern gentleman who can snap at any moment, and our straight-edge savior CM Punk. Punk was the leader of the Straight Edge Society group, and was angling for a match with Rey Mysterio when he interrupted the masked man and his family as they were in the ring asking the crowd to sing happy birthday to his young daughter Aaliyah. Not one to spoil a party, Punk picked up where the crowd left off and gave his own creepy rendition of the tune. He then began intimidating and threatening Rey, his wife, and his kids as they eventually left rather than suffer the wrath of the Second City Saints. As they were leaving, Punk continued singing happy birthday as a tormented Mysterio looked on. Here it was not so much violence, though Punk did give Rey a big old slap, but the threat of violence that made this so daunting. Number 1, Savage gets snake bit. One of the scariest wrestlers WWE has ever seen didn't need to rant and rave or resort to cheap tricks. Jake Roberts had a naturally threatening aura and only needed to speak in hushed whispers and wield a snake to send his opponents running. He was at the peak of his powers when trying to goad the retired Randy Savage back into the ring, first crashing his and Miss Elizabeth's wedding reception after SummerSlam 1991, and then taking things to a whole new level when he unleashed one of his serpent friends on the Macho Man. Jake successfully trash-talked Savage into leaving his position at the commentator's desk for the squared circle, before blindsiding him and tying his arms in the ropes. After that, he took out his Cobra and had it latch onto Randy's bicep. For real. No CGI or robot snakes here, as Savage was willing to let the devenomed Cobra, aptly named Lucifer, take a chunk of his flesh out if it sold the angle well enough and led to increased ticket sales. Snakes are a common fear, and WWE exploited that fact brilliantly with one of the most shocking, realistic, and scary angles they've ever done. We all like to have a whinge about WWE's booking every now and again, or every day in some cases. A particular bugbear with fans is how when one of their favourites loses a match, they are supposedly buried. Now, this is patently untrue, since a single loss is, 9 times out of 10, not going to stall a performer's momentum too much. In fact, I would argue that 50-50 booking and inept storylines are, on the whole, far more damaging. If a wrestler is good and knows how to get over, they can lose a match, or many matches, and still come out of it relatively unharmed. However, there are times when a match has been built in such a way that someone simply needs to win it more, and a loss within that context can be devastating and cause irreparable damage. A win could be the difference between being a mid-carder or a main eventer, a champion or a Hall of Famer. WWE have, in the past, done some of their stars a disservice by putting the wrong person over at the expense of another, with often dire consequences. Let's relive the pain all over again, shall we? I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are the 10 most damaging single losses in WWE history. Join us. Number 10, Goldberg Elimination Chamber SummerSlam 2003. WWE stuttered with Goldberg from the off, having signed him 2 years after WCW went out with a whimper. The former WCW World Heavyweight Champion was still a big star and had an aura, but long back and forth matches with The Rock and Chris Jericho, where he worked a WWE style, did not make him look like the unstoppable monster that got so over in Ted Turner's organization. The first time we got to see the real Goldberg was in the World Heavyweight Title Elimination Chamber match at SummerSlam 2003. Entering the match at number 5, he dismantled Jericho, Shawn Michaels, and Randy Orton, blasting Y2J through one of the glass pods with an almighty spear as fans roared in approval. After dispatching of the trio, it was finally down to Goldberg versus Triple H. Smashing his way into the game's pod, it looked as though the champ was easy pickings. As Goldberg went for a spear, however, the Cerebral Assassin connected with a well-timed sledgehammer hit to the back of his foe's head and picked up the win. This should have been Goldberg's night, since he looked like a killer and the fans were truly behind him for perhaps the first time in his WWE run. Instead, politics meant that he had to wait a month to win the gold at the next pay-per-view, by which point fans didn't care half as much, and Goldberg's triumph came off as a serious anticlimax. Number 9, Bray Wyatt to John Cena at WrestleMania 30. that Husky Harris was able to go away to developmental for a couple of years and completely reinvent himself as an intriguing character unlike anything seen in WWE for decades is a testament to the mind and creativity of Wyndham Rotunda. Bray Wyatt and his spooky family ran roughshod over WWE when they arrived in the summer of 2013, laying waste to Kane, Daniel Bryan, CM Punk, and The Shield within their first few months on the roster. Fans were genuinely enthralled by the mystical Eater of Worlds, and it seemed as though he was on a path to the top. Then he ran into John Cena. Okay, so a featured match at WrestleMania against Big Match John is a clear indication that a company has faith in you, but as we've seen with others in the past, the inevitable Cena wins lol can have a seriously adverse effect on an up-and-comer's career. After months of build and callous Bray trying to get the face of the company to embrace the hate, Cena simply beat him with an AA after a so-so match that Wyatt really needed to win. The loss here on such a big stage and in such a weak manner, coupled with his defeat in a last man standing match at the following month's Payback, set Bray's main event aspirations back a long way. It's only in the last year or two that he's really managed to regain that momentum, and he needed a serious gimmick change to do it. Number 8, the Honky Tonk Man to the Ultimate Warrior at SummerSlam 1988. The Honky Tonk Man is the longest reigning Intercontinental Champion of all time, holding the title for 454 days after beating Ricky Steamboat for the gold on the June 13th, 1987 episode of Superstars. The Dime Store Elvis is probably still getting booked today based on that fact, and to be honest, it's a hell of a claim to fame. Throughout his lengthy reign, he would typically escape from matches with the belt around his waist by the skin of his teeth. A count-out, a disqualification, cheating to win, all classics of the Honky Tonk Man playbook. His underhanded ways incensed fans who simply couldn't wait for him to finally lose the title. Honky was originally going to defend against Brutus Beefcake at the 1988 SummerSlam, but the barber couldn't make it after having his forehead ripped apart by Outlaw Ron Bass, so he was put in there with a surprise challenger instead. The ultimate surprise, as it turns out, because everyone's favorite neon-soaked, tassel-wearing meathead sprinted out, and 30 seconds later was the new champ. Warrior went on to have a lengthy reign and parlayed his IC success into a WWE title reign as he became one of the biggest stars in the business. Mr. Man, on the other hand, just sort of bounced around, forming a tag team with Greg Valentine before fading into relative obscurity. He was never quite the same after that SummerSlam steamrolling. Number 7, Tatanka to Ludwig Borger on WWE Superstars. The winning streak is one of the oldest tricks in the book when it comes to getting a talent, especially a new one, established and over. Let the person rack up wins and never have him taste defeat, and over time, he will become legitimized in the eyes of the fans. Then, when it's time to finally end that winning run, the person who gets the elusive victory over the streak holder will, in theory, become a big deal because of it. It worked for Bruno Sammartino, it worked for The Undertaker, it worked for Asuka. She really needed it, didn't she? It would have probably worked for Tatanka too, had the streak been ended by someone different and under different circumstances. The War Eagle had gone almost 2 years without suffering a loss on television when he was beaten by Ludwig Borger on the October 30th, 1993 edition of Superstars. The Hellraiser from Helsinki was due for a massive push, and so Vince McMahon sacrificed Tatanka in a bid to get him ready for the big time. Unfortunately, Borger injured his ankle soon after and wound up leaving the company. A scheduled rematch with Tatanka thus never happened, and the Native American floundered, eventually exiting the company having not won a single title. Number 6, Superstar Billy Graham to Bob Backlund. Superstar Billy Graham really was a superstar back in the 1970s. The man who clearly inspired Hulk Hogan to rip off much of his act was a hot ticket, selling out Madison Square Garden 19 out of the 20 shows he appeared on as a headliner. Having taken the title from the already legendary Bruno Sammartino, Graham was on fire and helped WWE do big business. Vince McMahon Sr., however, decided he wanted to go in a much different direction and earmarked the comparatively colourless Bob Backlund to be his next standard bearer. Now, Backlund was an accomplished athlete and a hell of a wrestler, but he couldn't hope to compete with Graham's charisma and flamboyance. Superstar felt the same, and trying to retain that top spot and build on his 296-day reign, attempted to talk the boss out of making the switch. But Vince had a handshake agreement with Backlund, and so on February 20th, 1978, in the world's most famous arena, the All-American beat Graham with an atomic drop to become new champion. Not content to play second fiddle to the man who beat him, Graham would exit WWE shortly after and, truth be told, never achieved the same level of notoriety or success after losing the title. Number 5, Ryback to CM Punk, Hell in a Cell 2012. CM Punk had taken on all comers during his epic WWE title reign in 2011 and 2012. It looked as though nobody could take the strap off the straight-edge superstar, as he somehow managed to get past everyone from John Cena and The Big Show to Chris Jericho and Daniel Bryan, putting on a number of show-stealing performances along the way. While Punk was racking up defenses, the man who once lumbered around as Skip Sheffield was mowing down everyone who got in his way. Ryback's Goldberg-esque win streak made him a popular figure and eventually led to a WWE title match with Punk inside Hell in a Cell. Having gotten over organically and possessing pretty much all of the traits that Vince McMahon looks for in his top star, most assumed that he would be walking out of the cage as the new champion. Thrust into the main event before he was probably ready to be there, to be honest, Ryback's 38-match winning streak came to an end thanks to an assist from dodgy referee Brad Maddox. If Ryback was ever going to win the big one, this was the night that he was going to do it. But it wasn't, and after failing to strike while the iron was hot, Ryback was never the same afterwards as he began to slide down the card. Number 4, Vader to Shawn Michaels, SummerSlam 1996. It was time, it was time, it was Vader's time. The former IWGP and WCW World Heavyweight Champion was on a tear upon entering WWE in 1996, and it wasn't long before he set his sights on pretty boy WWE Champion Shawn Michaels. HBK was also having himself quite a year, having won the Royal Rumble and then downing Bret Hart to win the title in a 60-minute Iron Man match at WrestleMania. Though WWE business was alright, WCW was starting to overtake them thanks to the success of Nitro and the formation of the red-hot NWO. Many believed that, as the showstopper and the Mastodon headed toward their big main event match at SummerSlam, that Vader should win and be given a run with the belt. On the day, however, it was that super talented sexy boy who prevailed. Despite initially losing by countout and then disqualification, Michaels scored the important pin on the third restart, and like that, Vader's monster aura had just about vanished. Didn't really help that Shawn threw a mid-match hissy fit over a botched spot and had been audibly complaining about working with the, snug Vader in the weeks leading up to the bout, of course. Vader was given a few future title opportunities, but nobody took him too seriously as a contender, and it wasn't long before he departed WWE to go and rebuild his formidable reputation in Japan. Number 3, Damien Sandow to John Cena on Raw. If ever there was a case of somebody getting over in spite of creative team apathy, it's Damien Sandow. A man known for taking anything, no matter how small, and making the absolute most of it, Sandow looked like a star, whether he was booked to do a 30-second promo or wrestle a 30-minute match. His natural rise to popularity led to him winning the Money in the Bank briefcase in 2013, and with a potential year to build him up into somebody who was championship material, there was every hope that the intellectual savior of the masses could successfully smash through that darned glass ceiling. Sandow didn't wait a year, however, instead challenging WWE Champion John Cena, who had only won the belt at the previous night's pay-per-view, to a match on the October 28, 2013 episode of Raw. Big Match John was going into the contest with a broken wing, having sustained an injured arm while overcoming Alberto Del Rio. Seeking to take advantage, Sandow smashed the limb with the ring steps, ring post, and a steel chair before latching on a crossface. When that didn't do the trick, he reverted to every move in his arsenal, including some he'd never done before, but it simply wasn't enough. Cena rose above it all and nailed a solitary AA for the 1-2-3. Sandow had missed the chance to become a made man and wouldn't get a sniff at the WWE title for the rest of his tenure. Number 2, Booker T to Triple H, WrestleMania 19. After a stuttering start to his WWE career, Booker T rebounded in 2003 and became the #1 contender to Triple H's World Heavyweight title at WrestleMania 19. The former 5-time WCW champion was considered the underdog when going up against The Game, who was bang in the middle of his infamous reign of terror. Rob Van Dam, Kane, Shawn Michaels, and Scott Steiner had all failed to dethrone the Cerebral Assassin, who, lest we forget, was simply handed the belt by Eric Bischoff. The feud took a couple of unsavory turns as WWE resorted to what could be considered shock tactics. There were definite racial undertones as Trips commented on T's nappy hair and claimed that people like Booker could never be and didn't deserve to be world champion. It was an attempt to be edgy, but in truth, it just turned people off. Still, fans were desperate to see the master of the Spinaroonie pull off the upset, and given how the storyline had gone, WrestleMania basically had to be his night, right? Nope. Triple H scored the win after a half-decent match, pinning his opponent following a pedigree, waiting a long time before crawling over for the cover no less, and sending Booker back to the mid-card. I couldn't dig it then, and I cannot dig it now, sucker. Number 1, Nexus to Team WWE at SummerSlam 2010. The debut of the Nexus was a prime example of how to take a bunch of relative unknowns and make them collectively a big deal within a single night. When Wade Barrett, Daniel Bryan, Justin Gabriel, Heath Slater, Skip Sheffield, Michael Tarver, David Otunga and Darren Young invaded Raw and destroyed not only John Cena and CM Punk, but everyone at ringside and the ring itself, you knew it was on. And in the following weeks, the group of so-called rookies made more noise and took more names, making their presence known to current top stars and WWE legends. The attacks led to a 7-on-7 elimination tag match at SummerSlam, with the boys in black and yellow taking on an all-star team of Chris Jericho, Edge, Bret Hart, John Morrison, R-Truth, a returning Daniel Bryan, and John Cena in the headliner. Just a couple of short months into the group's existence, this was a match that the Nexus simply had to prevail in order to make a statement and solidify themselves as a dominant force moving forward. And it looked as though they might just do it, as the match got down to Barrett and Gabriel versus a knackered John Cena. Incredibly though, WWE booked the match to finish with Big Match John surviving a DDT on the concrete floor before avoiding a 450 splash and dispatching his opponents with ease. Jericho and Edge have both gone on record as saying that the wrong team and guy went over, and they are not wrong. This all but killed off the Nexus before they even had a chance to get going. WWE botches can be, and often are, very funny indeed. I mean, a grown man sprinting full pelt down a ridiculously long ramp only to trip over a mat and slide under the ring, his body disappearing and only his legs barely sticking out from underneath it. I'm sorry, but all the creative greats in Hollywood couldn't script something as side-splittingly hilarious as that unplanned moment of genius. On occasion, however, the flubs and spills do not result in laughs, but very genuine concern for the performers who were on the receiving end. WWE stars put their well-being on the line every time they step into the ring, a fact that is hammered home when things go badly wrong between the ropes. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are the 10 scariest WWE botches ever. Don't try this at home. Number 10, turning the tables on Spike Dudley. Little Spike Dudley was certainly no stranger to taking extreme punishment, having put himself through the ringer during his ECW days. Looking to make a name for himself in Paul Heyman's promotion, Spike took all manner of abuse, whether it was being put through flaming tables or getting launched into the crowd in the hope that the fans would catch him. This penchant for pain followed him to WWE, where he continued to get murked on a regular basis. And that's all well and good when it's someone experienced doing the murking, but the runt of the Dudley litter ran into some issues when he was in the green hands of La Resistance. The villainous Frenchmen were entrusted with giving Spike a flapjack over the top rope, sending him backwards through a ringside table. Unfortunately, the wood was out of position, and Rene Dupree and Sylvain Grenier didn't get him up high enough, with Spike falling short of the intended target and cracking the back of his head and neck on the edge of the table. Thankfully, he wasn't injured, but this could have been very bad indeed, and it's a minor miracle he didn't walk away with at least a concussion. Number 9, the pedigree from hell. The pedigree is one of the most vicious-looking finishers in the game, no pun intended, especially when Triple H neglects to release his opponent's hands as he drops to his knees. It's usually safe as houses despite looking like a killer, but it has gone tits up on a number of occasions. For example, in the main event of SummerSlam 2000, when he went to nail it on Kurt Angle through the announce table, only for the desk to crumble under their weight, the landing giving the gold medalist a serious concussion. Poor Marty Garner would have been chuffed stuffed with a concussion after he nearly got decapitated with the move at a WWE Superstars taping in May of 1996. The pedigree was not yet fully established, and Garner, who wrestled with the Hardy Boys on the Indies as Champagne, assumed that he was either going for a double underhook suplex or powerbomb. The upshot was he jumped high and attempted to flip over, taking a header into the canvas. Mercifully, he wasn't seriously hurt and even returned for more WWE job duty later in the year. Number 8, here comes the pain. Hardcore Bob Holly was unafraid to dish out some stiff shots, especially to the rookies, but to be fair to the surly curmudgeon, he also expected it back and endured more injuries than most. Like the time Kurt Angle snapped his arm with an errant moonsault, or the time that Holly's back got sliced up something fierce after he and Rob Van Dam took a tumble through a table. The undoubted worst injury of Bob Corr's career, however, was the broken neck that he suffered at the meaty hands of a young Brock Lesnar. The two were wrestling a singles match on the September 12, 2002 episode of SmackDown when something went awry. While attempting a powerbomb, the freakishly strong Next Big Thing seemed to struggle to hold the Alabama Slammer up and opted to dump him on his head and neck. The good news was that Holly could actually walk afterwards and incredibly even finish the match. The bad news was that his neck was broken, necessitating surgery and a year-long layoff. While some people speculated that Brock did the deed on purpose, it was obviously a mistake brought about by Lesnar feeling sick that day and thus more tired and less freakishly strong than usual. Number 7, Candice's KO. Candice Michelle deserves a whole lot of credit for working hard to improve her skills as an in-ring performer. The GoDaddy girl had been little more than eye candy before knuckling down and learning how to actually wrestle, which resulted in her becoming women's champion and holding her own in matches with accomplished opponents like Melina, Mickie James, and Beth Phoenix. It was while wrestling Beth in a 2 out of 3 Falls women's title match on the October 22, 2007 episode of Raw that Candice's career nearly abruptly ended. While propped up on the top rope, Michelle's balance was disrupted when Beth ran into the ropes. Falling in an uncontrolled manner, Candice's face and head collided with the mat with a sickening thud. It was obvious right away that something was wrong, and Phoenix pinned her quickly, with the referee audibly instructing the challenger not to kick out to win the match 2-0 and retain her title. Post-match, Candice was looked over by WWE's medical staff and taken out on a stretcher. The injury ended up being a broken clavicle and kept her on the shelf for several months. Number 6, Big E's big break. I love Big E. I love his cheeky little smile, I love his hypnotic gyrating dance moves, and I love his big, shiny, glorious muscles. I'd just like to cuddle up to the bloke and sink my head in those snuggly pecs as he whispers in my ear about the power of positivity while I blissfully fall asleep. Yeah, that's what I'd like. That'd be just fine. Anyway, what's not fine is the broken neck Big E suffered while taking an outside-the-ring belly-to-belly suplex from Ridge Holland on the March 11th, 2022 episode of SmackDown. Men with that much mass are simply not supposed to land that way, and everyone watching feared the worst as soon as he made contact with the floor. Turns out the former WWE champion was very lucky indeed, because doctors told him after the fact that the fall could have resulted in a stroke, paralysis, or even death. He's still on the mend, but is expected to make a full recovery and harbours no ill will towards Holland. Even after going through what he went through, that lovable chunk of man meat wouldn't dare be sour. Number 5, almost killing the dead man. When WWE announced that The Undertaker vs. Goldberg would take place at Super Showdown 2019, the initial feeling was that it would either be a smoke and mirrors filled epic or a disaster of untold proportions. The very early stages of the Attitude Era Dream match were encouraging, but then DeMann went and clocked that big bald head of his against the ring post, not helped in any way by a subsequent tombstone that planted him right on top of that big bald head of his in an ugly way. With Goldberg concussed, the bout then completely fell apart, leading to one of the scariest moments of the dead man's career when an attempted jackhammer went pear-shaped and turned into a brainbuster. Taker had been no stranger to near misses, famously nearly halving himself when Sim Snooker, posing as a cameraman, failed to catch his big dive at WrestleMania 25, and then getting set on fire while making his entrance at the Elimination Chamber pay-per-view almost a year later, but this was different and altogether a lot scarier. Notorious for gutting through the pain, even Mark Calloway had to admit how banged up he was after the botch, which was centimeters away from being catastrophic. Number 4, Madcap Mishap. Back Back to Saudi Arabia again for another neck-snapping botch that almost ended the promising young career of Madcap Moss. The man in the suspenders was facing off with Drew McIntyre in his biggest singles match to date, a Falls Count Anywhere no DQ affair that was going swimmingly before Moss decided to take a simple enough move in a strange way. Drew hoisted him over for a sort of reverse Alabama slam with the intention of dropping Moss flat on his face and stomach. However, Moss, in McIntyre's own words, zigged when he should have zagged and over-rotated, landing right on the top of his head. There was an instant panic from Happy Corbin at ringside, who believed that his fellow superstar must have surely sustained a broken neck or, best case scenario, a bad concussion. Corbin was making contingency plans to somehow get the match ended, but amazingly, Madcap Moss, or should we call him Mad Bastard Moss after this, was fine if not a little shaken up. Nothing broken, no concussion. Scientists need to figure out what this man's neck is made of so that we can make battering rams and stuff out of it in the future. Number 3, Joey Mercury's Armageddon. Any professional wrestling match presents an inherent element of danger and risk, but the levels are turned up considerably when things veer into gimmick territory. The ladder match, ubiquitous as it has now become, is still one of the most dangerous of the lot. Performing moves from and onto the steel rungs requires great skill, timing, and good fortune to come out of the other side unscathed. Unpredictable and hard to control, many WWE stars have taken nasty unplanned spills and come close to serious injury in ladder matches, though the majority of the time they don't require a trip to local medical facility afterwards. Joey Mercury was not so fortunate at Armageddon 2006, when Jeff Hardy's seesaw spot exploded in his face. The M&M member failed to get his hands up in time, and the very sharp corner of the ladder caught him flush and at high speed. Leaking blood, Mercury left the match and went backstage, where he was promptly whisked away in an ambulance for treatment. Mercury had broken his nose and orbital bone and required more than 30 stitches to close the wounds. He was lucky he didn't lose an eye. Number 2, Brock Lesnar's shooting star mess. Kurt Angle went into his WWE title defense against Brock Lesnar in the main event of WrestleMania 19 with a broken freaking neck, knowing that one wrong bump could make it the last match of his career. The concern around the Olympic hero's brittle bones was well founded, but somebody should have been thinking a little more about the next big thing too. Asked to break out the shooting star press, a move that he had performed many times while stationed in OVW in order to create a WrestleMania moment, Lesnar was hesitant to do it, but ultimately agreed. He may have done it while honing his craft in developmental, but there was a costly miscue on the grandest stage of them all. Tired and sweaty and slightly unsure of himself, Lesnar came up short on the attempt, landing on his face and neck just a couple of inches shy of his opponent. By seemingly divine intervention, Brock hadn't broken his neck, but he was out on his feet due to the massive concussion he did suffer and didn't know whether he was in Seattle's Safeco Field or on a dairy farm in Webster, South Dakota when the match was over. Number 1, the Bionic Redneck. Things were going brilliantly for Steve Austin in the summer of 1997 as he looked well on his way to becoming the biggest star in the business thanks to his hell-raising blue-collar rebel character. And then in the blink of an eye, Stone Cold's world and head came crashing down between the thighs of Owen Hart. The two were well into their grudge match at SummerSlam, with the stipulation that if Austin lost, he would have to kiss the backside of the Rocket when Owen hit a sit-out tombstone piledriver that left his opponent with a momentary loss of feeling in his lower extremities. The Texas Rattlesnake's head was a good few inches too low when Owen dropped to his backside, and he was spiked with no way to protect himself. Fearing that he had been paralyzed upon impact, the feeling gradually came back and Austin managed to crawl over and win the match as scheduled with the weakest looking roll-up in wrestling history. How he was able to do it is beyond me, since his neck was all kinds of messed up, leading to major fusion surgery a couple of years later and hastening the end of his in-ring career just a couple of years after that. A finishing move should, in theory, be the most kayfabe devastating in a WWE superstar's arsenal. The one they call on to put a stop to things when they've exhausted all other options or feel as though their opponent is sufficiently weakened and thus susceptible to its effects. It should not, under any circumstances, come with an actual sense of danger, at least no more so than your average move. Some WWE finishers, however, have proven themselves to be genuinely hazardous over the years, leading in some instances to frightening near misses, career-ending injuries, and long-term bans. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are the 10 most dangerous finishers in WWE history. Join us. Number 10, the Styles Clash. Before AJ Styles came to WWE in early 2016, his primary finishing move was the Styles Clash, the innovative pile-driver-like move that hooked his opponent's arms before sending them face-first to the mat. He's since adopted the phenomenal forearm and calf crusher as his preferred match enders, though he still busts out the Clash on occasion. Though the Styles Clash should, in theory, be safe enough, since it only requires the person receiving it to take a simple front bump, there have in the past been occasions before AJ arrived in McMahon land where it went horribly wrong. Roderick Strong got it bad in Ring of Honor, and Yoshitatsu took a nasty one in New Japan, while both Stevie Richards and Frankie Kazarian were dropped on their heads in TNA. These all happened because those taking the move tucked their chin, most likely out of instinct, when the safest way is actually by elevating your chin upward. There were rumors that the Styles Clash had been previously banned by WWE, and that it was Chris Jericho who convinced Vince that it wasn't dangerous by taking it safely. I mean, I'm fairly sure Michelle McCool had already proven that, lads. Number 9, the Pedigree. Another move where the wrestler taking it has to sometimes land on their face without the aid of their hands to protect them. Triple H is obviously the most famous user of the move, delivering hundreds of them safely throughout his long and illustrious career. While 99.99% of the pedigrees that the game dished out were textbook, a couple of them resulted in scary situations. Marty Garner famously kicked his leg up and backwards and ended up sort of DDTing himself onto the mat while taking one in Hunter's early WWE days. Garner was very lucky that it didn't end up a lot worse than it did, and Trips clearly emphasized safety to those taking his finisher going forward. There wasn't much the Cerebral Assassin or Kurt Angle could have done at SummerSlam 2000, when the announce table crumbled under their weight as Triple H was about to hit the pedigree through it. But because the Olympic hero's arms were tied up and he didn't have time to brace for the unexpected impact, he ended up suffering a nasty concussion as a result. Number 8, the Muscle Buster. Samoa Joe was a well-traveled veteran by the time he got to WWE in 2015. And while he was noted for having used a Japanese-influenced strong style for pretty much all of his career, he did not have a reputation for recklessness or injuring opponents. Unfortunately for the Samoan submission machine, the law of averages caught up to him and Tyson Kidd in a big way when Joe wrestled him in a pre-debut dark match. Kidd's career was ended when Joe leveled him with a devastating muscle buster. It could have been worse too, as doctors later expressed disbelief that Tyson hadn't been confined to a wheelchair or even killed. Such was the severity of his neck injury. Samoa Joe has done hundreds of muscle busters over time, but the fact remains that it is a potentially dangerous move where, if the person taking it lands the wrong way, could have catastrophic consequences. When he moved to the main roster, Joe used the much safer Kikina clutch submission as a finisher. He finally dusted the muscle buster off to help him win the NXT title in 2021, the first time it had been seen in about 5 years. Number 7, the punt. Randy Orton has one of the safest and most over finishers in the business in the form of the RKO. It's so simple yet so effective. He jumps up and grabs his opponent around their head, they land on their bellies, he lands on his back. It can be hit from anywhere on anyone and, obviously, out of nowhere. When the Viper was at his most menacing back in the late 2000s, he decided to add a new finishing move to his repertoire. Once again, it was simple and effective, but it also came with added risk. Despite being considered one of the most smoothest workers around and someone who takes the safety of himself and his opponent very seriously, there was enough concern around the punt that Vince McMahon decided to ban it. Vince himself had taken one and suffered a concussion, and that, coupled with a few people refusing to take it, led to the chairman asking Orton not to do it anymore. Randy brought it back during the pandemic and even punted OAP Ric Flair, as well as Christian, who initially had to retire due to concussion issues, because McMahon was satisfied he knew how to do it safely 10 times out of 10. Number 6, the 450 splash. The 450 splash is one of the most spectacular moves in wrestling, when the person performing it pulls it off smoothly, that is. Originally invented by, of all people, Scott Steiner, the 450 requires a great deal of athleticism and skill to do it crisply and safely. Too Cold Scorpio, Paul London, Justin Gabriel, and AJ Styles have used it to great effect in WWE, while Mustafa Ali's inverted version is even trickier and more impressive. One former WWE star who quickly showed just how dangerous it could be was Juventud Guerrera, who ballsed up something rotten and nearly took out Paul London's eye when he used it in his SmackDown debut back in 2005. Not only did London come very close to sustaining a far more serious injury, but Juvi's botch had the knock-on effect of Vince McMahon deciding that enough was enough and outlawing the 450 splash and other high-risk moves in order to avoid further incidents. London, who had ably demonstrated that he knew how to pull the move off safely, tried to argue against the ban to no avail, and it took a long time before we saw a 450 splash on WWE TV again. Number 5, the Shooting Star Press. It wasn't just the 450 splash that got outlawed after the juice was let loose and ruined it for the rest of the Cruiserweight clan, but a host of other top rope moves too, including the Shooting Star Press. Truth be told, there had been a couple of SSP-related scares before that particular ban came into place. Brock Lesnar famously nearly brained himself in the main event of WrestleMania 19 when he under-rotated and came crashing down on his big caveman skull during his WWE title match with Kurt Angle. The next big thing had routinely and flawlessly performed the Shooting Star Press during his Ohio Valley wrestling days, but retired it on the main roster until being convinced to do it on the grandest stage. After he slipped and narrowly avoided calamity, Brock decided to leave the move to the smaller lads like Billy Kidman. However, the former Cruiserweight champion himself sometimes struggled to do the move safely after. Chavo Guerrero bore the brunt of Kidman's knee when it connected with his skull one time, knocking out Eddie's nephew for several minutes in a very tense situation. Number 4, the Flying Headbutt. Most finishing moves labeled dangerous are typically considered so because of the potential risk to those taking them. The Flying Headbutt is different in that it's much more dangerous to be the person delivering the move, and the negative effects tend to be seen after long-term usage rather than after one time gone wrong. Invented by Harley Race, who later claimed to have regretted patenting the move, many who have utilized the Flying Headbutt since have gone on to have serious neck injuries. King Harley himself blamed his neck problems on the move, while the Dynamite Kid's nightly use of the top rope finisher was almost certainly a contributing factor for him being confined to a wheelchair in later life. Dynamite disciple Chris Benoit underwent neck fusion surgery after using the move for years, as did Devon Dudley, and the plight of Daniel Bryan with his extensive neck and concussion issues is well documented. It would be hard to say with certainty that the Flying Headbutt was the sole cause for all of their spinal woes, of course, but it can't have helped and is a worrying linking thread. Number 3, the Vertebreaker. One of the few highlights of end of days WCW was the emergence of Shane Helms, who went from 3-count laughingstock to top of the cruiserweight food chain, capturing the division's title just weeks before the company was bought by WWE. One thing that made Sugar Shane so fun to watch was his penchant for innovation and ability to bust out novel moves on a weekly basis. One of his most awe-inspiring moves was his Vertebreaker finisher, invented by Megumi Kudo, which saw him hook the arms of his opponents before dropping to his backside and letting whoever he was wrestling take the bump on their upper back and neck. Nobody ever got hurt by Helms when he was performing the move, but the margin for error was thin, and with WWE clamping down on moves that could potentially lead to neck injuries following a spate of their stars needing to go under the knife, Vince McMahon decided to ban the move. The man also known as the Hurricane understood why that decision was made and switched to alternative moves like the Chokeslam. Seth Rollins actually brought the move back for one night on a house show in 2016, but the move hasn't been seen on WWE TV for 2 decades. Number 2, the Pile Driver. The Pile Driver and its multiple variations are seldom seen in WWE rings unless they are performed by people that WWE trusts to do it as safely as possible. That's why you'll only ever really see veterans like The Undertaker or Kane deliver a tombstone, or Rikishi doing a sit-out version since he had such a massive backside and legs that he could easily take the brunt of the move while his opponent's head remained far away from the canvas. Jerry Lawler is one of the few, along with Bret Hart, Mick Foley and Billy Gunn for a time, who have been given the green light to deliver the standard move on a regular basis. There have been numerous close calls with the move, most famously at SummerSlam 1997 when the usually reliable Owen Hart accidentally spiked Steve Austin, causing temporary paralysis. Stone Cold recovered, but the effects lingered for the rest of his career, which ultimately had to be cut short, in large part due to the state of his neck. Vince McMahon decided not long ago that it simply wasn't worth it and banned the move. No surprise then that he became positively apoplectic when CM Punk blasted John Cena with one during a Raw main event. Number 1, the Steiner Screwdriver. As well as inventing the 450 splash, that mad wrestling scientist Scott Steiner also concocted one of the most frightening moves in wrestling history. The big bad booty daddy must have been sitting around one day thinking, how can I be more terrifying and hurt people more than I already am, when he came up with the Steiner Screwdriver. The screwdriver starts off like a standard stalling suplex before Scott throws his opponent up in the air and catches them coming down with a sit-out pile driver. It is quite simply devastating stuff, and I commend anyone who was brave enough to volunteer to take it. I say volunteer like Steiner wouldn't just muscle them up and do it anyway, even if they said no. Big Papa Pump unleashed this beast in WWE, WCW, New Japan, and TNA, and it always felt like a miracle that nobody's spine snapped in half after taking it. Indeed, perhaps the only thing more remarkable than the move itself is the fact that Scott Steiner never hurt anyone with it, despite there being a 141 2/3 chance that something drastic might happen. They say the promo is mightier than the powerbomb. Well, they don't say that, but I'm going to start because it's a lot more appropriate than saying the pen is mightier than the sword here, isn't it? And there's truth to it, as many WWE stars have found out when they've been on the receiving end of some particularly chastising diatribes from their co-workers. Sometimes the jabs are scripted and sometimes not, but they often have the effect of burying the intended target. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 promos that buried WWE stars. Join us. Number 10, Steve Austin rips on boring Lance Storm. As technically proficient as anyone in the business at the time, Lance Storm relied on his in-ring work to get him over. If I could be serious for a minute, Storm may not have been overflowing with Hogan-like charisma, but he was entertaining and his matches were typically engaging affairs. Evidently, someone in WWE didn't agree, because in the summer of 2003, he started getting called out on air for being boring. At no time was this more pronounced than when Steve Austin, the then co-general manager of Raw, began to bombard Lance with catcalls as he was getting set to square off with Garrison Cade in the Rookie's Red Brand debut. Bringing a blanket and pillow with him and setting up camp on the stage, Stone Cold ran down the former Intercontinental Champion for his perceived lack of personality, providing a running commentary as the match was in progress before feigning falling asleep. The upshot was Storm lost the match and then started a gimmick as a well-endowed dancing babyface. Every cloud. Number 9, Chris Jericho credits The Undertaker for Raw is Snore. An established megastar like Steve Austin calling Lance Storm boring is one thing, but a WWE newcomer going after a locker room leader like The Undertaker? A week after verbally sparring with The Rock in his epic WWE debut, Chris Jericho went after the dead man in a way that he quickly realized may not have been the best for his career advancement. Instructed by then head writer Vince Russo to go stiff on Taker, Y2J didn't need a second invitation to unload on one of WWE's biggest stars. Referring to the personification of evil as the personification of boredom, Jericho said the only thing scary about The Undertaker and his unholy alliance partner Big Show was the amount of TV time they were getting before diving into some self-aggrandizing spiel. The problem for Jericho playing the arrogant heel role was that his words felt truthful because The Undertaker had just cut a genuinely boring, nonsensical promo and fans ended up agreeing with the criticism. When the first ever undisputed champion got backstage, Shawn Michaels kindly advised him that brutally going after someone with so much backstage pull might not be such a great idea. Number 8, DX tears down Team SmackDown. Neither Triple H nor Shawn Michaels have have ever been shy about ripping on their opponents in promos, either collectively or when together as members of D-Generation X. By their third go-around in the green and black in 2009, the Game and the Heartbreak Kid were untouchable and able to pretty much do and say what they wanted. That was to the detriment of Team SmackDown, who was set to clash with the DX-led Team Raw at the inaugural bragging rights. They gave Chris Jericho, Kane, Crime Time and Dolph Ziggler their due, while still taking potshots of course, but showed no mercy when it came to Drew McIntyre and Eric Escobar. Triple H claimed to have no idea who either of them were, wondering aloud whether SmackDown general manager had sold the last 2 team spots on eBay. Michaels interrupted and put over McIntyre as someone to watch, but he was also stumped when it came to poor old Escobar. After such a harsh takedown, is it really any wonder that everyone besides Jericho were replaced in the 10 days between this promo and the pay-per-view itself? Number 7. John Cena verbally rips the mask off the Fiend Bray Wyatt. With a character like the Fiend, certain care has to be taken to make sure the scary doesn't tip over into the farcical. Bray Wyatt's alter ego was so OTT that it could very easily, and at times did, border on parody. It was up to the Fiend's opponents to treat it all seriously and help maintain the physique. Some were better at doing that than others. In the days prior to meeting the Fiend inside the Firefly Funhouse at WrestleMania 36, John Cena cut a promo that was uploaded online and hastily deleted when someone caught wind of its content. Claiming that Wyatt was going to get his backside handed to him, Cena suggested that Bray was one of a group of entitled wrestlers that he was fed up of hearing about getting chance after chance to succeed. He also claimed the Fiend was just a guy in a mask and referenced Wyatt's previous life as Husky Harris. WWE soon scrubbed the promo from their social channels and replaced it with a much shorter one where Cena basically encouraged people to tune into SmackDown. Number 6. The Rock sends Billy Gunn back to the mid-card. WWE were positively determined to get Billy Gunn over as a major singles star during the summer of 1999, first booking him to win that year's King of the Ring tournament and following it up with a feud with The Rock. The most electrifying man in sports entertainment was in a league of his own at this point and firing on all cylinders as one of WWE's top babyfaces. One thing that made The Rock so popular was his incredibly entertaining audible takedowns, using all manner of insults and catchphrases to make his adversaries look like a bunch of Rudy Poo candy asses. Gunn would not be spared this treatment, with the Great One delivering one of his most memorable promos at his expense on the July 11th episode of Sunday Night Heat. I cannot do justice to the whole bit by simply transcribing, but the gist was The Rock impersonating Gunn saying a prayer to the Lord above, and God himself having no time for the New Age outlaw, including coining the catchphrase, "It doesn't matter what your name is." Enjoy your trip back to the mid-card, Bob. Sorry, I mean Billy. Number 5. Edge vows not to Billy Gunn his King of the Ring win. And we're back with the unfortunate Billy Gunn, who, 2 years after he was torn apart by the People's Champion, was getting a load of stick from the 2001 King of the Ring, Edge. At this point, Edge was on the up and being pegged as a future singles player, while The One was battling for TV time. In fact, he wasn't even entered into the King of the Ring tournament and was instead tasked with mingling at the company's Times Square restaurant on the big night. King Edge was being awarded his trophy on Raw the day after winning the tournament when bitter Billy interrupted. After Gunn got some things off his chest, the Rated R superstar commenced with putting him in his place. He chastised Billy for doing a big pile of nothing in the 2 years since his own tournament triumphed and promised Commissioner Regal that he wouldn't Billy Gunn his reign as king because, as Edge put it, he planned on being entertaining. Woof. Humiliated in front of a sold-out Madison Square Garden crowd, the human vacuum cleaner, managing to both suck and blow at the same time, also lost his match later in the evening. Number 4. Triple H tells John Cena he can't wrestle. Not long after John Cena became WWE Champion at WrestleMania 21, the Boo Boys came out in force. His detractors resented Cena for becoming a one-man merchandise machine who, in their opinion, pandered too heavily to children. Oh, just you you wait, you whingy little neckbeards. Another accusation leveled against the face that runs the place is that he didn't know how to properly wrestle, with some fans and even his co-workers becoming increasingly critical of his grasp on the graps. Triple H joined in with the pile-on while cutting a promo to build his upcoming WrestleMania 22 main event with Cena on the February 27th, 2006 episode of Raw. The Cerebral Assassin completely dismissed the champ and said that he wasn't afraid of the guy whose one big move was pumping up his Reeboks, before referring to Cena as a mere transitional champion who got lucky by being in the right place at the right time. Hunter would continue to dog Cena for his apparent lack of wrestling ability right up to their showdown at the Showcase of the Immortals, which only intensified the growing pressure Cena faced from the more hostile section of the audience. Number 3, CM Punk jackknifes Kevin Nash. Kevin Nash is a man who doesn't take too kindly to being one-upped on the microphone, especially when he isn't permitted a rebuttal. For example, not long after Big Daddy Cool came back to WWE as a member of the NWO in early 2002, he made a huge stink about The Rock referring to him as Big Daddy Bitch during a promo. So, the man formerly known as Diesel can't have been happy when CM Punk, fresh off dropping his infamous pipe bomb, aimed some rather stinging barbs his way. The night after Nash screwed the straight-edge superstar out of the WWE title at SummerSlam 2011, Punk orally tore Kev's quad by reading out a text message his little sister had purportedly sent him. OMG, Kevin Nash, WTF, thought he was dead lol. You could see the wheels turning in Nash's head as Punk delivered a line that, while short, was very impactful and turned Big Sexy into an object of ridicule. Nash has since been very vocal about how he didn't enjoy engaging in promo duels during this era, and it's easy to see why. Number 2, AJ Lee eviscerates the Divas division. A couple of years after Punk put the wrestling world on notice with his so-called pipe bomb promo, then Divas champion and Punk's best gal, AJ Lee, got in on the act. On the August 26, 2013 episode of Raw, AJ came out following an Natalia vs. Brie Bella bout and took aim at the cast of Total Divas. Beginning by mocking the reality show's tone and outlandish storylines, Lee quickly escalated things by referring to those who participated in it as a bunch of cheap, interchangeable, expendable, useless women, and insinuating that they were only on a reality TV show because they weren't talented enough to be real actresses. Lee continued for several minutes, unleashing terms like ungrateful, stiff plastic mannequins, as well as claiming some members of the roster only had a job because of their famous families or because they sucked. Up to the right people. At no point did AJ put over any aspect of any member of the Total Divas crew, going for the scorched earth approach before exiting the stage without facing a response. Number 1, Shawn Michaels kills the Hulkster with sarcasm. Shawn Michaels was far from thrilled with how things went down at SummerSlam 2005. Asked to do a clean job to Hogan in the show's main event, the showstopper was also miffed that a planned 3-match series between him and the Hulkster was scrapped after Hogan refused to return the favor. So, the night after their one and only encounter, HBK opened Raw and attempted to get his heat back to the detriment of Terrible Terry. Initially admitting that Hogan was the better man the night before, Michaels sarcastically described his aging opponent as cat-like, agile, nimble, and talked about his superior ring prowess. Continuing to poke the bear who wasn't there, Shawn let fans know that Hulk was on a jet back to Florida and would only return when fans could give him what he wants, as he rubbed his fingers together, while Michaels was there and ready to entertain everyone watching. Shawn got the promo cleared ahead of time, but this was a total burial of Hogan, completely undermining his victory the night before, while alluding to the political issues that had irked Michaels during their program. And really, what you gonna do when the sexy boy grabs a live mic and runs wild on you? Wrestling is an industry built on emotion and often tries to manufacture it with storylines and angles, but very rarely does it come close to replicating what happens when real-life situations are involved, whether that results in euphoria, despair, or something else. There have been many shows throughout wrestling history where the emotion created has been amplified due to things that are actually happening or have happened, as reality and the fantasy world of sports entertainment meet head-on. So get out the tissues, folks, because you are about to cry harder than the last time you watched that Futurama episode about the dog. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are the 10 most emotional wrestling shows ever. Join us. Number 10. ECW One Night Stand. While most of the roster at the time knew the death of ECW was inevitable, there was no opportunity to host a proper farewell, and for many of those who had been with the company through the good times and the bad, its 2001 closure offered no sense of, well, closure. But they got their chance with One Night Stand, a celebratory, cathartic night for those that felt a special connection with Extreme Championship Wrestling. Bringing back most of the old gang for the occasion, One Night Stand was like a supercharged greatest hits event where many in attendance were visibly emotional. It was relatively recent nostalgia, but it was pitched exactly right and proved an opportunity to close that particular chapter of wrestling history. In theory, anyway. Highlights included the injured Rob Van Dam's rousing shoot promo, a choked-up Paul Heyman addressing the crowd, the Sandman making his iconic entrance, complete with the Metallica score, Masato Tanaka and Mike Awesome going one more round and tearing the bingo hall down, and, well, there were lots of others too. The first One Night Stand featured an energy and passion you simply cannot manufacture and made it stand out from any other show from the era. Number 9. The final WCW Nitro. While the ECW locker room weren't entirely sure just when the end was going to come, the men and women of WCW sure did, even if they weren't given too much prior notice after being informed that the company was to be purchased by WWE. So on March 26, 2001, WCW held its last ever show, which was a live episode of Monday Nitro, the program that once beat WWE Raw in the ratings for 83 consecutive weeks. Much of the show was business as usual, but there were some loose ends to tie up, like making sure Booker T beat Scott Steiner for the WCW title before his planned jump to WWE. Everyone on the show understandably looked a little shell-shocked, from announcer Tony Schiavone, who relayed the gravity of the situation to fans at home, to Diamond Dallas Page, who sincerely thanked the fans via video message. Most people remember the show for the simulcast and storyline revelation that Shane, not Vince, actually controlled WCW, but the true main event was really Sting and Ric Flair, two of WCW's stalwarts, locking up one last time. Number 8. The WWE Hall of Fame 2014 Ceremony. The Hall of Fame ceremony is typically a night of intense emotion, regardless of who is in the class that's being inducted on any given year. 2014 was more poignant than most, however, because it saw the inductions of a beloved member of the WWE family, as well as a man who many thought would never appear in WWE again, and two men who most assumed wouldn't even be alive to see their own inductions. Paul Bearer, the Ultimate Warrior, Jake Roberts, and Scott Hall as Razor Ramon were all deserved inductees, but the context of their inductions really added gravitas to the occasion. Bearer was posthumously inducted by Kane and represented by his two sons, while The Undertaker popped up in character to pay his respects. Warrior and WWE managed to put their bad blood behind them to give one of WWE's most memorable stars his moment, which he shared with his two young daughters. The moment was given added significance when he shockingly passed away just days later. And the bad guy and the snake cleaned up and avoided being wrestling's next tragedies in order to get their due. Number 7. WrestleMania 30. The night after the 2014 Hall of Fame induction ceremony was also a very emotional one. WrestleMania 30 represented something of a wrestling roller coaster, treating fans to some dizzying highs and devastating lows. Of the highs, none were higher than Daniel Bryan, the people's champion and a man who found himself in the position he was in thanks in large part to audience persistence, first beating Triple H in the opener and then making Batista tap out in a triple threat match also featuring Randy Orton to win the WWE Heavyweight title. In the heartwarming post-match scene, D-Bry took the time to embrace Connor the Crusher, the terminally ill 8-year-old fan who had captured the heart of the man he idolized, and just talking about it, I feel as though my non-existent allergies are acting up. Connor would pass away less than 3 weeks later. Though not comparable to that very real tragedy, the ending of The Undertaker's WrestleMania winning streak at the hands of Brock Lesnar had many fans feeling a sudden sense of loss. After the most infamous result in wrestling history, the plethora of different reactions showed the true range of emotions that fans inside the Superdome were feeling, from sadness and confusion to shock and anger. Number 6. Ric Flair's farewell. The night after he had his last ever WWE match was the Ric Flair show, as WWE gave the Hall of Famer a considerable chunk of time to make his farewell address. Building up to the address, WWE played clips of some of the best moments from Flair's long and illustrious career, as well as messages from the likes of Dusty Rhodes. The dirtiest player in the game gave a typically impassioned speech and looked set to leave before Triple H made his entrance and informed him that he and many others wanted to pay their respects to him before he goes. Following that, everyone from Michaels and Ricky Steamboat to the Four Horsemen and Batista came out to give him a hug and a kind word. And then to cap it all off, the locker room emptied and gave him a standing ovation as the fans chanted, "Thank you, Rick." After the show went off the air, Vince McMahon and The Undertaker also emerged to join the heartfelt festivities, leaving the Nate a blubbering mess. I mean, I know the bloke cries at car commercials, but this was different. Number 5, the post-9/11 SmackDown. Sticking to the old maxim, the show must go on, WWE taped SmackDown on September 13th, 2001, just 2 days after the horror of 9/11. The first mass gathering of any kind in the United States since the attacks took place, WWE abandoned storylines for the evening and put on a show in Houston, Texas, in a bid to take the nation's mind off the tragedy. It began with Vince McMahon addressing the audience before he joined every member of the WWE roster, as well as referees, crew, and office personnel on the stage, as Lillian Garcia delivered a stirring rendition of the Star-Spangled Banner, setting the tone for what was to come. Throughout the evening, many WWE superstars gave their thoughts about what had happened and sent out messages of defiance and hope to those watching at home, as well as their prayers to the victims and those directly affected. In an unprecedented situation, WWE attempted to do what they do best and offer a bit of respite in incredibly trying times, while also showing another, more human side of their superstars. Fittingly, American hero Kurt Angle beat Rhino and led the audience in chants of USA. Number 4, the Brody Lee Celebration of Life. The death of Jonathan Brody Lee Huber completely stunned the wrestling world. Brody was young, had wrestled on television just a few months beforehand, and nobody outside of a small circle knew about his illness or the severity of it. There was an immediate outpouring of grief for a devoted family man who was beloved by many, and AEW, the organization that employed him at the time of his passing, decided to dedicate the December 30th, 2020 episode of Dynamite to him, calling it the Brody Lee Celebration of Life. The matches, as usual on shows like this, were largely inconsequential, but did feature all the members of the Dark Order stable that Lee was the leader of and were uplifting in their way. It was the moments that really tugged on the heartstrings here, whether it was the video testimonials from his colleagues, the incredible tribute video, or Tony Khan awarding Brody's son the TNT title belt and naming him TNT Champion for life. An exceptionally classy tribute to a talented performer who was, by all accounts, a truly great guy. Number 3, Roman's Revelation. Opening the October 22nd, 2018 episode of Raw, Roman Reigns revealed that leukemia, which he had been initially diagnosed with in 2008, had returned. Relinquishing the Universal title, Reigns dropped character and addressed the audience as Joe. Explaining his history with the disease, he thanked the fans for their support, letting them know that he was going home to focus on his health and family and that he would be back soon. He was then met by Dean Ambrose and Seth Rollins of The Shield, the three men emotionally hugging at the top of the ramp. Even the biggest big dog detractor, of course, couldn't help but wish the man well. Joe's speech was optimistic in nature, and it helped turn what could have been an incredibly sad moment into something of a triumphant one, but it was still tough to listen to knowing how serious the situation was. At the end of the show, things became emotional in a different storyline way when the Lunatic Fringe turned on the Architect just moments after the pair won the tag team titles. In an era where it had become hard to surprise a somewhat jaded audience, the moment he hit Dirty Deeds took all the air out of the arena as there were notable gasps at the sight of the unexpected attack. Number 2, the Eddie Guerrero Tribute Show. Eddie Guerrero's tragic passing at the age of 38 was something that nobody saw coming, especially since he had worked so hard to turn his life around and beat the demons that threatened to take it from him years earlier. Latino Heat was due to work later that night at a combined Raw and SmackDown television taping, meaning the entire roster was there when the news broke. Faced once again with a big decision, Vince McMahon decided to press on with 2 tribute shows after speaking with Eddie's nephew Chavo, who assured the boss that this is what his uncle would have wanted. The pain and sadness was evident on everyone's face during the opening 10-bell salute, with many of Eddie's nearest and dearest openly weeping, most notably his friend Chris Benoit, who was shaking uncontrollably. During the course of the Raw and SmackDown episodes, many people gave emotional testimonials and shared their fond memories of Guerrero, while some of the matches presented had a very special meaning to them. Chavo went over Eddie's old nemesis JBL with the frog splash, while Benoit pinned Triple H before being joined in the ring by the third amigo Dean Malenko at the close of the show. Number 1, Raw is Owen. Whether WWE did the right thing in continuing the show after Owen Hart's tragic accident at Over the Edge is, at the very least, highly debatable. The next night on Raw, however, WWE did everything they could to honor Owen with an emotional tribute show. Stories and rivalries were put aside for the evening, and every performer was given the option of whether or not they wanted to wrestle. It began with a 10-bell salute, with the roster gathered on the ramp, followed by a tribute video narrated by Vince McMahon. Throughout the show, wrestlers spoke about Owen and what he meant to them. Particularly difficult viewing was Owen's tag partner Jeff Jarrett, who was quite clearly devastated just 24 hours removed from seeing his best friend pass away. What shone through while watching everyone say their bit was just what a good person Owen Hart was, and how much he cared about his family, particularly his wife and children, above everything else. The show closed with Steve Austin, a man who had previously had issues with Owen after their SummerSlam 1997 match went wrong, toasting the Rocket as the show went off the air with an in memory of graphic. There's those damn allergies again. I've got a really bad headache. My muscles are sore. I haven't slept in days and I can't stop vomiting. Do I have the coronavirus, or am I simply coming down with a severe case of Royal Rumble fever, baby? Yes, I'm excited about the Rumble, even one without fans, since it's taking place during these most weird of times. Because it's the Rumble, and even though it would be better with tens of thousands in attendance counting down to the buzzer, it's still one of the most anticipated matches of the year. One I'm genuinely happy to stay up until 5 AM to watch. Hell, I will watch a Rumble anytime, whether it's the Royal Rumble or not. Though it's still one of WWE's marquee events and matches, that hasn't stopped the company from putting on variations of the Rumble match elsewhere, whether that be on their television shows or at non-televised live events. These other non-pay-per-view Rumbles vary in quality and size, but each serves a purpose and is unique in its own way. They've been used to hype a forthcoming proper Rumble match, determine a number one contender, and continue storyline feuds. They've taken place in January and June, when cameras have been rolling and when the red light was off. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic.com, and these are the 10 WWE Royal Rumble matches that didn't take place on pay-per-view. Join us. Number 10, various house shows. The Royal Rumble concept wasn't dreamed up by Pat Patterson and immediately put on pay-per-view. The match was first trialed at a house show months before the inaugural televised version. Taking place on October 4th, 1987 in St. Louis, Missouri, the 12-man Rumble was won by one-man Gang, who last eliminated the Junkyard Dog to earn a WWE title shot at Hulk Hogan the next time WWE rolled into town. The next non-televised Rumble was a 20-man affair won by Rick Rude on March 16, 1988 in Hartford, Connecticut. The first and so far only non-pay-per-view 30-man Rumble was nonetheless reserved for a grand stage, going down in Madison Square Garden on January 17, 1994. Taking place just 5 days before the 94 Rumble, this so-called New York Royal Rumble was long, clocking in at around 72 minutes and won by Owen Hart, who last eliminated Fatu. The last non-televised WWE Rumble took place overseas in May of '94, The Undertaker outlasting 17 other superstars to win the match in Osaka, Japan. Adding a Rumble to a house show is a great way to make it feel special, even if a future title shot isn't on the line. The NXT crew have continued the tradition in recent years, putting on Halloween-themed Rumbles at house shows during the spooky season. Number 9, 10-team Royal Rumble, Raw, June 15th, 1998. The first televised but non-pay-per-view Royal Rumble was curiously not for a future singles championship opportunity, but rather to crown #1 contenders for the tag team titles. There were 10 teams in total, including LOD 2000, the Headbangers, Hardnuts, Steve Blackman and Farouk, Odd Couple, Bradshaw and Taka Michinoku, and even odder couple, Kane and Mankind. The LOD and Kane and Mankind got things underway, even though Foley and the Big Red Machine were due to meet The Undertaker and Stone Cold Steve Austin inside Hell in a Cell later in the evening. Yes, the Attitude Era was a time of star power and stipulations. Why do you ask? For this tag team rumble, new teams would enter every 30 seconds, and only one member of the team needed to be chucked over the top in order for them to be eliminated. There was a lot of punching and kicking and shuffling about as the ring clogged up with teams like the New Midnight Express, the DOA, the Oddities, and Too Much. A slew of rapid-fire eliminations occurred before it settled down to Kane and Mankind versus Scorpio and Terry Funk. In the end, the Funker was sent sailing after Kane big-booted a chair into his head, giving Paul Bearer's boys a crack at the New Age Outlaws. Number 8, Corporate Rumble, Raw, January 11th, 1999. In January 1999, the Corporation were riding high, terrorizing the WWE roster like a non-candy-ass version of the Authority. Vince McMahon was still battling with Stone Cold Steve Austin, the pair being drawn against each other as the first two entrants in the upcoming Royal Rumble match. I wonder if the chairman will try to weasel his way out of that somehow. Anyway, 2 weeks before the Rumble match, WWE presented the Corporate Rumble as the main event of the January 11th edition of Raw. The winner would claim the coveted number 30 spot in the annual over-the-top extravaganza. The Corporate Rumble comprised of members of the Corporation and DX factions, kicking off with Ken Shamrock and Billy Gunn, with the world's most dangerous man being quickly eliminated before Bossman and Test entered the fray. X-Pac, Road Dogg, Kane and Triple H all came in over the next few minutes as the field thinned out and got down to the Game and the man from Cobb County, Georgia, before unscheduled participant Vince McMahon muscled his way in and dumped them both to win the match. Or so he thought, as another unscheduled participant, Chyna, walked to the ring, dispatching the Stooges before Austin provided the distraction and allowed the ninth wonder of the world to sling her boss out, nearly decapitating him in the process. Simply succulent sports entertainment, this. Number 7, 5-man Royal Rumble rules match, SmackDown, September 16th, 1999. So far, we've seen 10-team and 11-person non-pay-per-view rumbles, respectable numbers that help generate intrigue and suspense. While the 5-man Royal Rumble rules match on the September 16th, 1999 episode of SmackDown didn't have as many bodies, it certainly wasn't lacking in star power. The Rock, Kane, Mankind, The Undertaker, and Big Show were all vying for the opportunity to square off with the WWE Champion first in the upcoming six-pack challenge WWE title match. Really? What a rubbish prize that is. Might as well have given the winner a Lynx Africa gift set. There wasn't much to the match either, the highlight probably being Rock's pre-match promo running down his opponents in hilarious fashion. The Great One and the world's largest athlete started things off until Mankind joined and the Rock and Sock Connection started taking care of business. Kane next before The Undertaker sauntered out in street clothes, giving us a glimpse of his future American badass self. It was in fact the Dead Man who won the match, which was about 5 minutes long, including entrances. Not only was it utterly pointless, but the Phenom didn't even make it to Unforgiven, since he went down with an injury and spent 8 months on the sidelines, rendering the whole thing moot. Number 6, 4-man Royal Rumble, SmackDown, January 8th, 2004. What could be more diluted than a 5-man Royal Rumble? I know, how about a 4-man Royal Rumble? Yes, that's the ticket, and while not exactly a rumble for the ages, at least this one resulted in some proper storyline progression. In January of 2004, SmackDown General Manager Paul Heyman was trying to make life as hard as possible for Chris Benoit. The Rabid Wolverine had gained entry into the Rumble match, but Heyman made him the #1 entrant, causing Benoit to break the GM's finger. That didn't set too well with the former ECW head honcho, who booked Benoit in this mini Rumble against the 3 members of the Full-Blooded Italians. So it was essentially a handicap match with Johnny the Bull Stamboli, Chuck Palumbo and Nunzio attempting to throw Benoit to the floor. No prize at stake here, just a continuation of Benoit and Heyman's rivalry and another instance of the Crippler having the odds stacked against him. As a match, the action was standard, but it was a good showcase for Benoit and helped him gather momentum heading into the pay-per-view. SmackDown would put on a much more memorable Rumble just 3 weeks later. Number 5, the 15-man #1 Contenders Royal Rumble, SmackDown, January 29th, 2004. Feeling the pressure after being chastised by Vince Vince McMahon for letting the 2004 Rumble winner Chris Benoit defect to Raw, Paul Heyman booked a 15-man Rumble for the main event of the January 29th edition of SmackDown as a make good. It involved those from the Blue brand that had competed in the Rumble just nights before, only with the injured Matt Morgan replaced by Hardcore Holly and Benoit's place taken by Eddie Guerrero. The winner would get a crack at WWE Champion Brock Lesnar at No Way Out. The match was built up all night, with superstars drawing their numbers in backstage segments, while Latino Heat was found unconscious, his participation thrown into doubt. It was a great bout, with highlights including everyone ganging up on Big Show, Eddie finally making his way out, though a little worse for wear, and the awesome closing stretch between Guerrero and Kurt Angle. The Hall of Famers had themselves their own mini-match within the match, trading the advantage while teasing several close eliminations. Weakened and teetering on the edge of elimination, Eddie used his last ounce of energy to hoist up the Olympic hero and throw him out with a big suplex for the very popular win. Number 4, the 7-man Royal Rumble on Raw, January 22nd, 2007. 6 days before he was scheduled to defend his WWE title in a last man standing match against Umaga at the Royal Rumble, John Cena needed to prove his mettle in a 7-man Rumble match orchestrated by Jonathan Coachman. Rather than having any actual defined rules, Cena entered the ring and then had to fight off whoever the coach sent out whenever he wanted to send them out. It started as a handicap match between the Doctor of Thugonomics and Caden Murdoch, with Cena holding his own and FUing Big Trev over the top. In a bid to stave off a comeback, Coachman then sent out the world's greatest tag team and Viscera in quick succession, as they, along with Lance Cade, beat the WWE champion down. The Great Khali was sent out next, and in something of a surprise, attacked the other heels and chucked them all out, before turning his attention to Cena and getting rid of him with ease too. This whet the appetite for the Rumble proper, and also helped highlight the Punjabi Playboy as that year's seemingly unstoppable force. God, imagine Khali not only getting a shot at one of WWE's world titles, but winning it. Doesn't bear thinking about, does it? Oh yeah, they actually, they did that, didn't they? Number 3, the Mini Royal Rumble on Raw, January 14th, 2008. It had taken 20 years, but finally, a little person entered the Royal Rumble. Of course, this was 2008, and Hornswoggle had been revealed as Vince McMahon's storyline illegitimate son, so of course he was going to get his fair share of TV time. To prepare him for his upcoming Rumble appearance, Vince booked Hornswoggle in a Mini Royal Rumble on Raw. Now, mini in this instance does not refer to the number of competitors, though there were only 6 of them, but the height of those in the match. Things started hilariously enough, with Mini Mr. Kennedy being unable to grab the microphone for his personalized ring introduction, and it just went from strength to strength from there. Mini Mankind trying the mandible claw with ankle socks? Inspired. Mini Batista getting full-on pyro for his entrance? Sign me up. In all seriousness, the so-called minis were given the chance to shine and did some good stuff out there, and Mini Kane managed to be even more chilling than the real thing. The Great Khali came in at number 6, prompting Finlay to show up for the save, Hornswoggle apparently having won the match by default. What did I think of this one overall? It was fine, if not a little on the short side. Number 2, the 4-man Royal Rumble, SmackDown, January 28th, 2011. 2 days before the biggest Royal Rumble ever, WWE decided to hype it by having one of the favourites, Alberto Del Rio, give a little exhibition. Michael Cole hyped it up on commentary like Del Rio was going to take on 39 other men in order to preview the experience, but that quite obviously wasn't the case. The first opponent for ADR was Seth Allen, a man you've obviously never heard of unless you were following the Ohio independent scene over a decade ago. And if you were, good for you. I hope you had yourself a good time there. The Mexican aristocrat made quick work of Allen before Mike Stevens, another Ohio native — did I mention the show was taped in Ohio? — stepped up as the next no-name to be dumped like a chump. Then, in a twist, Kane came out as entrant number 4. He and Del Rio fought for a bit before Kofi Kingston ran in and eliminated them both, and it transpired that this whole scenario was just a pretty long-winded way to get us to a tag match between Kane and Del Rio and Kofi and Rey Mysterio. Absolutely nothing to this one, naturally, but Del Rio did triumph in the real thing 48 hours later. It's always nice to see decent, honest, and definitely not evil people succeed, innit? Number 1, the 7-man number 1 contender Contenders Raw Rumble, Raw January 31st, 2011. The day after the decent, honest, and definitely not evil Alberto Del Rio won the Royal Rumble, a 7-man Rumble was booked for Raw, with the winner going on to face The Miz for the WWE title at the Elimination Chamber pay-per-view. Randy Orton, CM Punk, Sheamus, and John Cena were the natural favourites, with R-Truth and John Morrison seen as outside bets. Jerry the King Lawler, meanwhile, was a definite long shot. The Prince of Parkour and the Celtic Warrior started the match before Big Match John and then the Straight Edge Superstar livened things up a little, and then R-Truth, Lawler, and the Legend Killer rounded it out. The action was good, and Orton got the first elimination by clotheslining the new Nexus leader out, though Truth immediately snuck up and got rid of him from behind. Truth was launched out next, then Morrison, and then shockingly Cena when Sheamus threw Lawler into him. Seconds later, Mr. Memphis ducked a bro kick and, with the help of Big Cheetah John, was able to dispatch the Irishman and win the match in unlikely fashion. This was a great moment for the announcer, and the brief feud with Miz was a genuine highlight of WWE programming at the time. What a shame then that it all led to this. I have a confession to make. Before gracing your lives as the undisputed #1 wrestling YouTube guy, I led a very different life. I was still involved with wrestling, but you wouldn't know it was me. As a young lad, I worked the mean streets of the Tijuana independent scene, getting my face kicked in every night for 30 pesos and a 6-pack of Modelo, if I was lucky. It was a wonderful existence, and I felt like I was about to reach that next level. And then the dream came to an end as I lost a mask versus mask match to our dear Peligro. Just like that, El Hombre El Cartelero was no more. The Mexican fans were just begging to see my face, as they are for most luchadors. There's a built-in intrigue to wrestlers who wear a mask in the ring, and unmaskings are a big deal and big business the other side of the Rio Grande. They can also be a big deal in pro wrestling hotbeds like the United States and Japan too, depending on the circumstances, and all 3 countries have seen historic unmaskings go down. They can happen as a result of a match stipulation, occur unexpectedly in a match itself, or even take place outside of wrestling itself. I'm El Hombre Cartelera from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are the 10 most historic wrestling unmaskings. Join us. Number 10, Kane. Alright, so we'd seen Glenn Jacobs unmasked before he transformed into Kane, but that doesn't make his 2003 unmasking any less historic. Jacobs first graced WWE screens as evil dentist Isaac Yankem DDS, and then inspired chancers everywhere with his turn as the fake Diesel. When the Big Red Machine debuted, however, the internet hadn't yet ruined wrestling for all of us, and so it wasn't exactly common knowledge who the man behind the mask was. There'd been a few attempted unmaskings of Kane over the years, including The Undertaker removing it at SummerSlam 2000, and X-Pac taking it for a trophy in 2002. We never saw his face though. And we desperately wanted to, since, according to the legend, the Devil's favourite demon wore the mask to hide disfiguring burns he had suffered in a childhood fire. Eventually, Kane was forced to remove the mask after losing a World Heavyweight title match against Triple H on Raw. Per the stipulation, Kane took it off and revealed not much, actually, besides some smudged eyeliner and a skullet that Jesse Ventura would be proud of. The storyline explanation was that he was never actually burned, and it was all in the big monster's head. Kane subsequently donned the mask in later years. Number 9, Psychosis. While the New World Order and Goldberg get a lot of the credit for the success of WCW, people would not be remiss to mention the efforts of the talented group of cruiserweights who made Nitro so exciting. Providing cutting-edge car crash-style action before Hogan and the boys sauntered out to collect their massive paychecks, the likes of Dean Malenko, Ultimo Dragon, and Rey Mysterio presented a style that a mainstream American audience simply hadn't seen before. Chief among the contributors to the mayhem were the Luchadors, who immediately caught the eye not only with their death-defying high-flying moves, but also with their colourful masks and outfits. One of those who really broke out of the pack was Psychosis, with his bodysuits, heavy metal hair, and horns immediately grabbing the attention. The costume was a big part of his appeal, so naturally WCW decided to strip him of it when they booked him to lose a hair versus mask match against Billy Kidman on a September 1999 Nitro. It was sort of pointless since it was on free TV and had hardly any builds, but it was still a sight to see. Naturally, Psychosis was released a few short months later. He donned the mask again for his entrance at ECW One Night Stand in 2005, famously being told to put it back on by those tactless folks in the Hammerstein Ballroom during his match with Mysterio. Number 8, Dr. Wagner Jr. Dr. Wagner Jr. is likely a name unfamiliar to many watching this, not because you're all filthy Philistines, but because the lucha legend has never wrestled for WWE, WCW, or even ECW. He did show up for Impact and MLW in recent years, however, but he did so without his iconic mask. The son of the legendary Dr. Wagner, Jr. spent most of his career wrestling in Mexico and Japan, capturing titles in CMLL, AAA, and New Japan. Since his debut in the late 80s, Wagner Jr. has had many high-profile mask matches at major events. Invariably, he would win, forcing his opponent to either unmask or shave their head, but all that changed at Triple Mania in 2017. Paying off a storyline that had begun a whole year earlier, Wagner squared off with Psycho Clown in a mask versus mask bout in the main event. To be fair to him, Wagner did manage to go almost half an hour and battled valiantly before losing and taking his hood off. If it were me having to fight a terrifying Psycho Clown, I reckon I would just quietly piss myself and throw in the towel at the sound of the opening bell. But hey, he's not me, and the good doctor continues to wrestle unmasked under the new moniker Ray Wagner. Number 7, Tiger Mask 2. The original Tiger Mask, portrayed by Satoru Sayama, was one of the most revolutionary wrestlers in history and completely changed the face of junior heavyweight wrestling when he exploded onto the scene in the early 1980s. Sayama's run under the hood was rather brief, however, and he left the company in 1983 after growing wary of wrestling's backstage politics. He later wrote a book called Kayfabe, exposing the wrestling business as a work, and the rights to the gimmick were bought by rival organization All Japan. The gimmick was then given to Mitsuharu Misawa, a promising young upstart who was then on a foreign excursion in Mexico. Misawa wrestled as Tiger Mask from 1984 until 1990, moving up a weight class to the heavyweight division in that time. But wearing those furry ears wasn't a guarantee of success, and Misawa, eager to prove himself as himself, asked his tag partner to unmask him during a match. It was a shocking moment as Misawa threw the mask on the ground and continued to wrestle without it, winning the match. Misawa would go on to challenge childhood hero Jumbo Tsuruta and establish himself as the company's ace, while the Tiger Mask character reverted back to New Japan, the guys next being donned by Koji Kanemoto. Number 6, Juventud Guerrera. There is a belief in some American wrestling companies, at least there was in WCW, that masked wrestlers have a natural ceiling since the audience can't see their face and thus their expressions. The thinking is that it's hard to invest in a babyface masked wrestler, for example, because viewers are unable to see the pain they're in when they're taking a beating or the fire in their eyes when they're making a comeback. There might be some truth to it. I mean, I know I would rather watch a handsome unmasked wrestler than a handsome masked wrestler because I definitely want to see his handsome face. But there are plenty of examples to the contrary. Luckily for him, Juventud Guerrera is one former WCW star whose career wasn't badly hurt by unmasking. Losing a mask versus cruiserweight title match to Chris Jericho at Super Brawl 98, Hoovy had a sort of boy band charm to him that was ready to be exploited. The unmasking was still historic since Guerrera was one of WCW's top cruiserweights and a big star in Mexico, but his career was just fine afterwards. I mean, apart from the drug-fueled rampages and firings, that is. The Juice has since remasked for his work on the independent scene. Number 5, Jushin Liger. Like Tiger Mask, the Jushin Thunder Liger character was directly transplanted from the world of anime to the squared circle. With his intricate outfit and years ahead of its time style, Liger was a must-see performer and became the linchpin of New Japan's junior heavyweight division, putting on countless classics and racking up title and tournament wins like I collect vintage coins. Coin collections are really cool, shut up. Though the man behind the mask, Kaiichi Yamada, had wrestled for some years without the mask, it was hard to imagine him without it as he completely transformed into Jushin Liger. And Liger did his best to keep the mystique, keeping the mask on at all times. He also won 2 mask versus mask matches in the 90s, beating Chris Pegasus Kid Benoit and Tiger Mask 3. During a match with the Great Muta in 1996, however, fans finally got a look at his face when he transformed into alter ego Kishin Liger, tearing off not just his mask to reveal a painted face, but also the top half of his bodysuit too. Until his retirement in 2020, the world saw a few other glimpses of the evil Kishin Liger, and though partly obscured by the paint, they gave the fans a look at his mug. Number 4, Blue Panther. Bucking tradition somewhat, Blue Panther became a lucha libre sensation despite not belonging to a famous wrestling family or being trained by a famous luchador, as was the norm. Despite that, he received strong notices from critics in his early years, who pointed out that he was as talented, if not more so, than many of the other veterans he shared the ring with. In fact, the only real criticism he came in for was for his mask. Inspired by his hero, the luchador Anibal, Blue Panther's choice was, well, a blue mask with a basic panther design, which was routinely mocked for being a bit shoddy by Mexico's wrestling journalists. But sometimes the simplest things, like a good your mum joke, are the best, and Panther proved to have remarkable staying power. Like most all-popular masked grapplers, he found himself fighting to keep the mask on, putting it on the line in many stipulation bouts. He was successful in all until the main event of CMLL's 75th anniversary show in 2008, where he lost it to Villano V. Easily my least favourite of the Villanos. I'm quite partial to a bit of Villano 3 myself. He continues to wrestle unmasked while his sons Blue Panther Jr. and Black Panther carry on his legacy by wearing a mask similar to their father's old one. Number 3, Eddie Guerrero. Despite coming from a family that was practically royalty in the world of lucha libre, it's hard to imagine Eddie Guerrero wearing a mask. I mean, imagine not being able to see that cheeky little grin or being unable to fully appreciate such a marvelous mullet. Eddie had a great run in New Japan in the 90s as the masked Black Tiger, nemesis to Tiger Mask, but in the United States he has never worn one. During his early days in Mexico, however, Latino Heat did hide his identity as Mascara Magica, aka Magic Mask. I don't know what exactly was so magic about it. Did it do card tricks? Did it make him gurn like a green-faced Jim Carrey? But it was a popular character nonetheless. However, when Eddie left CMLL to pursue a career with rival renegade outfit AAA, he had to leave the gimmick behind. But he did show up for his AAA debut in the guise, voluntarily unmasking before his match, becoming the very first person in lucha history to do so. Eddie then wrestled under his own name while performing south of the border. Eddie did wrestle with a mask on for one match while in WCW under the name El Caliente during his feud with Rey Mysterio. Number 2, El Santo. Much more than a mere professional wrestler in his native Mexico, the masked El Santo became a cultural icon, a mythic folk hero figure, as well known for his exploits on the silver screen as his matches in the ring. The Saint, clad in his basic silver tights and mask, was a career technico, or good guy, enjoying an enormously successful career that stretched across 5 decades. Part of the reason for that success might have been due to his commitment to keeping the mystique of the character alive. Santo was known to never remove his mask in public and went to great lengths in order to hide his appearances from just about everyone. That included, for example, getting a different flight to the rest of the crew so that his colleagues wouldn't see his face when he was required to take his mask off in order to pass through customs. Santo also defended his mask in dozens of matches where it was placed on the line. But it didn't take an opponent to finally get him to remove it, as he did so himself voluntarily a year after retiring. For the first and only time, Santo removed his mask during an appearance on the talk show Contrapunto, exposing his face without warning as a way to say goodbye to his fans. Tragically, a week later, he passed away from a heart attack. He was buried, naturally, in his mask. Number 1, Rey Mysterio. With the money he's made from the royalties on selling replica copies of his masks via WWE, Rey Mysterio could probably buy a holiday home in Monaco and have enough cash left over to get himself a solid gold toilet if he so desired. Amazingly, considering what a cash cow it has proven to be, Rey's former employer made the decision to take the mask off him for no real reason other than Eric Bischoff thinking he was a good-looking kid. He had tried to get Mysterio to unmask previously at Halloween Havoc in 1999, 1997 before changing his mind at the last minute. The Master of the 619 wasn't so lucky in February of 1999 though, as he and Conan were booked to lose a hair versus mask match to the Outsiders. Had Mysterio's team won, Miss Elizabeth would have been shaved bald. Mysterio's unmasking was perhaps not such a big deal in the US, where the traditions of other countries are not always so well respected, but it meant a lot in Mexico, where Mysterio is rightly revered and unmaskings can massively affect a wrestler's popularity. Considering he's went on to be regarded as one of, if not the biggest wrestling star to come out of Mexico, it has to be viewed as one of the most historic unmaskings ever. Ray was upset with the decision at the time, but has since put the mask back on and laughed all the way to the bank. In wrestling, as in life, it's a lot easier to get the people to hate you than love you. Man talking from experience here. It's the case whether you're actively playing the heel or if you're supposed to be a babyface but are just so gosh darned unlikable. We've seen it happen many times over the years where a babyface, either through bad booking, dodgy storylines, or their own natural unpleasantness seeping through, have garnered strong negative reactions, often to the point where they have no choice but to turn rogue. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are the 10 most unlikable WWE babyfaces ever, you smelly freaks. Join us! Number 10, Batista. Dave Batista spent the better part of the first few years of his WWE career playing the mostly silent muscle for other bigger stars. In late 2004, the Animal started to garner babyface reactions when fans took a liking to his penchant for dismantling opponents with his impressive high-impact offense. They also sensed that Big Dave might be the man to finally put his superior, Evolution leader Triple H, in his place, which he did by turning on him and then beating him for the World Heavyweight title at WrestleMania. After that initial organic success, however, it was often an uphill battle for Batista to remain universally beloved, due in large part to the fact that the man himself didn't seem entirely comfortable playing the hero and could react viscerally to criticism or unfavorable reactions. Much better at playing the heel, Batista's strongest work came as a bad guy, such as the tremendous run he had in 2010 just before leaving WWE. Considering how good he was in the role, it's amazing that WWE brought him back as a babyface 4 years later, though it quickly went off the rails and he was back to being a villain before long. Number 9, Scott Steiner. When Scott Steiner finally signed with WWE toward the end of 2002, the company were desperate for fresh stars, and top-level babyfaces in particular. The ranks had been depleted with the exits of The Rock, Steve Austin, and others, and the big bad booty daddy's arrival on Raw was initially greeted with deafening cheers. But it soon became apparent just why Steiner had been such an effective main event heel towards the tail end of WCW, as he came across as very unlikable in promos, segments, and matches. It wasn't too noticeable to start with, since he was programmed opposite the loathed Triple H, but it was hard to root for Big Papa Pump as he was ranting and raving and trying to proposition Stephanie McMahon in an uncomfortably aggressive manner. Him stinking out the joint with the game in 2 consecutive pay-per-views obviously didn't help his cause, but the truth is that Steiner was an overly aggressive alpha male and just came off as way too wound up most of the time. That he ended up in a heel tag team alongside the punchably smug Test speaks volumes. Number 8, Shawn Michaels. Shawn Michaels is obviously one of the best professional wrestlers of all time. The trouble was, he absolutely knew it. And that's all well and good when you're a cocky heel, but it doesn't really translate as well when you're trying to be a sympathetic babyface. Some aspects of the Heartbreak Kid's mid-90s good guy act were expertly done, as he was undersized by main event standards of the time and did the David versus Goliath thing as well as anyone, his selling and ability to fight from underneath drawing fans in. But his tetchy personality and natural arrogance meant that the crowds never fully bought it. It was also hard for some sections of the audience to cheer on a bloke who gyrated about in bejeweled chaps and a biker hat. You couldn't help but applaud his work and the nightly effort that he gave to steal the show and give punters their money's worth, but HBK's character left a lot to be desired, and his backstage antics gave those in the know even more ammunition against him. Number 7, Hulk Hogan. There is no doubting that Hulk Hogan is one of the biggest babyfaces in wrestling history. Hulkamania was a real thing, brother. The red and yellow wave he and Vince McMahon were riding helped helping to turn WWE into the powerhouse we know it as today. Hugely charismatic, larger than life, and standing up for what was right, the Hulkster inspired a legion of fans by vanquishing the baddies, eating his prayers, saying his vitamins, and doing lots and lots of posing. Like a lot of posing, an uncomfortable amount of posing. Too much posing, if you ask me. While he was the all-American hero on the surface, Hogan did many, many things that were far from heroic. And I'm not talking about the leaked audio tapes either, dude! From Terrible Terry blatantly trying to steal Miss Elizabeth from Randy Savage, to throwing a tantrum after being legally eliminated from the '92 Royal Rumble, to usurping Bret Hart's big moment at WrestleMania 9, I could go on and on and on, but the point is that for somebody that was supposedly so valiant, Hogan really was a whiny sore loser who didn't give a toss about his mace. Number 6, Randy Orton. Randy Orton eventually got very good at being a babyface, but it took him a while and some doubted whether he would ever get the hang of it after his first run as a good guy. The Legend Killer rapidly rose through the ranks as a member of Evolution and became genuinely hated in his disputes with some of WWE's most beloved stars like Mick Foley. It was actually his blow-off match with Foley, their excellent no-holds-barred scrapped at Backlash 2004, that led to the WWE audience changing their tune when it came to Orton. Impressed by Randy's gutsy performance, fans started to warm to the then Intercontinental Champion. WWE, sensing the groundswell of support and wanting a top new star, had Orton drop the IC title and upgrade to the World Heavyweight strap that summer. The following night, the Cerebral Assassin booted his understudy out of their group, cementing the turn. And then, sadly, the Viper bombed in the role due to his lack of likability, his spot ultimately going to Batista while he turned back to the dark side. Number 5, Ronda Rousey. WWE fans were quick to embrace Ronda Rousey, the mixed martial arts sensation who had taken the UFC by storm years earlier before retiring from the sport. It helped that Rowdy Ronda was a genuine fan of the business and was clearly taking it all seriously, as evidenced by her exceptional debut at WrestleMania 34 as she gave Triple H and Stephanie McMahon their comeuppance, but as time wore on, the mask slipped and cracks began to appear as far as Rousey's personality was concerned. She's always been outspoken and good on her, but the way that she's talked publicly about the fans and some of her co-workers hasn't exactly endeared her to many. WWE were also guilty of pushing her too strongly during a time where there were far more compelling characters in the women's division, namely Becky Lynch, who was in the process of reinventing herself as the man. Number 4, Goldberg. Bill Goldberg smashing his way to the top of WCW is a textbook case in letting a wrestler get over organically while doing everything possible to accentuate their positives and hide their weaknesses. The man became a megastar by blasting through everyone in his path, keeping his matches as short as they could be and not talking unless he absolutely had to. The formula worked to perfection, but along the way the Goldberg character changed for the worse, especially in WWE. It wasn't so bad during his first stint with the company, though he clearly hated being there at the time, but after the nostalgia wore off the second time around, it exposed just how much of an unlikable babyface Big Bill could be. And that's a shame, because Goldberg IRL is a loving family man who does untold amounts for charity and cares deeply about his craft. Perhaps it's his booking, like the momentum-killing destruction jobs of Kevin Owens and Bray Wyatt, that's to blame, but there's just something about the Hall of Famer that rubs modern audiences the wrong way. Number 3, Triple H. There were times, usually after returning from a quad tear, when Triple H felt like the biggest babyface in the world. It's pretty bloody hard not to root for a guy who comes back from a potentially career-ending injury, especially if it's soundtracked to U2's Beautiful Day. It usually wouldn't take too long for the warm welcome to wear off though, as Hunter quickly re-established himself as the smartest, toughest, funniest, most cunning, and well, all-around best wrestler, nay, man, in the entire world. At the end of the day, the game was just so much better at being a heel. His natural personality, in-ring style, and the way that he was booked and presented made it hard for him to generate sympathy or play the underdog for too long. I mean, really, how many times can you go, yay, for somebody who repeatedly tells you that they are that damn good? He would also routinely do petty things at the expense of other babyfaces, like that time he pedigreed Paul London and Brian Kendrick for no reason after they'd saved him from an attack. Stone Cold dishing out a good-hearted stunner, it was not. Number 2, John Cena. From almost getting fired to becoming the WWE champion within just a couple of short years, it was heartening to watch John Cena's transformation transformation from nondescript wrestler to indispensable superstar. Cena was a breath of fresh air at the beginning, though it didn't take long for the backlash to begin. Criticism of John's in-ring work had been there from the start, but fans were now starting to loudly complain about his booking and character too. To some, particularly Attitude Era fans who were used to something with a little bit more grit, Cena was corny and pandered too heavily to children with his spinning title belts and garish t-shirts. The Boo Boys came out in greater force during the PG era, which is where Cena really established himself as the face that runs the place, staying on top for the best part of a decade. He did some questionable things as a babyface during that time too, like beating Rey Mysterio the night the Masked Man won the WWE title and betraying Zack Ryder by stealing his girlfriend. Everyone loves him now that he's an intermittent presence, but Cena fatigue was a real thing for a time there. Number 1. Roman Reigns. Suffering succotash! What is the tribal chief doing on a list of unlikely baby faces? The last couple of years have seen Roman Reigns cement himself as the biggest star and most consistent main event player in WWE. But he's had to do it as a heel because, as WWE found out after umpteen attempts, fans simply wouldn't accept him as a babyface. The big dog's push was reminiscent of John Cena's years earlier and completely turned sections of the WWE fanbase against him. It was perplexing at first, since Roman had been such a cool customer as a member of the Shield, but WWE kept beating a dead horse and almost ruined the head of the table in what could have been his prime. The hokey comedy, overly scripted promos, and his general invincibility, besides the time he lost when it really counted, like against Brock Lesnar in a WrestleMania main event, turned the audience against him. He looks so much more comfortable in his current role as a dominant heel, making the interminable saga of trying to make him a PG-rated white knight feel like a distant memory. Maybe one day we'll even be able to eat tater tots again. WWE superstar, you have to be tough. Taking all of those bumps and doing all of that travel, not to mention trying to navigate the political nightmare that is backstage, is physically and mentally exhausting work, and you need to be of strong body and mind to do it. In a world ruled by testosterone and ego-fueled alpha males, some men stand out as being tougher than the average. There have been no shortage of tough guys to grace the WWE locker room, but some of those have turned out to be more myth than reality. I mean, everyone thought that JBL was some sort of feared brute until first Bart Gunn and then Joey Styles, yes, the announcer, found him out and cleaned his clock. There's a world of difference between tough as in sucker punched a drunk guy during a bar fight and tough as in won a world championship at the highest level in a combat sport. As the joint third hardest member of the Cultaholic team, I feel well placed to judge the mettle and fortitude and punching power of premier athletes who, dare I say, remind me a little of myself. And a disclaimer too, this list is focusing solely on tough male performers and is not meant as a slight towards their female counterparts. They will get their own list soon, and there have been many women in WWE who have been tougher than a lot of the men folk, from Alundra Blaze and Jacqueline to Beth Phoenix and Jazz. And let's not pretend that Ronda Rousey couldn't destroy 75% of WWE superstars past or present, male or female. And if you have a problem with that, Val Venus, I'll see you round the back of the bike sheds after class. I'm Adam Pachisi from Cultaholic.com, and these are the 10 most legit WWE tough guys ever. Join us. Number 10, Steve Blackman. Nicknamed the Lethal Weapon for good reason, Steve Blackman never achieved higher than mid-card status in WWE. Had it been a shoot, however, he might still be WWE Champion today. The Attitude Era mainstay, who nowadays works as a bail bondsman and MMA trainer, was a feared man during his time with the company and had several run-ins with some of the locker room's biggest competitors. On one occasion, Blackman almost took out a drunk and belligerent JBL at an airport and later forced the Texas native to apologize to him in front of the locker room before he finished him off for good. The loudmouthed acolyte, who wanted to keep all of his teeth, duly obliged. On another, Serious Steve took down the Big Show with ease and tied him up like a 500-pound pretzel, only letting him go when he felt like it. Fellow WWE hardman Bob Hardcore Holly has said time and time again that Blackman was legitimately the most dangerous person he's ever been in the ring with, while UFC Hall of Famer Ken Shamrock reckons he would have been a success in the octagon had he chosen an alternate career path. And remember, if you are lucky enough to get Blackman down, bear in mind that he has come back from life-threatening malaria, a broken neck, and head cheese. Number 9, Scott Steiner. Holla if you fear me. Stories of Scott Steiner's bad behavior are numerous and legendary. A loose cannon with a short fuse, the self-proclaimed big bad booty daddy has terrorized grapplers across decades in WCW, Japan, WWE, TNA, and beyond. He and brother Rick, another hard case, were both standout amateur wrestlers in high school and college, with Scott placing 6th in the nation during his senior year. Big Papa Pump was always a little out there, and he and his brother would routinely rough up enhancement talent earlier in their careers while causing chaos backstage, but Scott really blossomed into a full-on nutter as he began to achieve increased fame in the late 90s. Within a relatively short space of time, the genetic freak started something with J.J. Dillon, Ric Flair, a Georgia State of Transportation worker, and most famously, Diamond Dallas Page, who he absolutely battered during an episode of Nitro, trying to remove his eye after an incident involving DDP's wife Kimberly. Steiner hasn't exactly mellowed much in the years since and was actually banned from attending WWE's 2015 Hall of Fame ceremony because of a fear that he would actually kill longtime rival Hulk Hogan. Demonstrating his toughness in another way, Steiner has twice come back from life-threatening injuries. I would say he has a 141 2/3% chance of winning any actual fight he finds himself in, even as he approaches his 60s. Number 8, Jack Swagger. Now plying his trade as Jake Hager in AEW, Swagger was recruited to the University of Oklahoma as a two-sport athlete in wrestling and football, where he excelled at both. Swagger was recruited to WWE by, who else, Jim Ross, and joined the organization as a collegiate All-American and with a university record for most pins in his weight class. Impressive credentials for sure, and a good launching pad for his professional career. Swagger did very well for himself in WWE, winning the ECW and World Heavyweight titles, but by the end of his run, he wanted out in order to pursue other endeavors, namely fighting for real. Several months after he requested and was granted a release, Swagger signed with Bellator MMA, and as of this recording has 2 wins and 1 no contest to his name. The no contest, it should be noted, was for repeated and unintentional shots to his opponent's groin, something he must have learned at the Ric Flair School of MMA. In his fights so far, Swagger is shown to not only be adept at amateur wrestling, but also submissions and strikes. And remember, this isn't some rinky-dink local indie cage fighting group, but Bellator, one of the most renowned in the entire world. There's no telling how far Swagger will go in the mixed martial arts world, but the early signs are encouraging, and win or lose, just by competing he has enhanced his reputation in the world of sports entertainment. Number 7, Bobby Lashley. Bobby Lashley is another WWE hardnut that didn't have to demonstrate his toughness by picking on his smaller co-workers or dispatching drunks in the bar after hours. No, Lashley proved his tenacity first in college, then in the army, and finally in the world of MMA. A decorated amateur wrestler, Big Bob was at one point training for the 2004 USA Olympic team before an injury cut short that dream. It was while training for the Olympics that Lashley was visited by Kurt Angle, who would be instrumental in getting him signed to a WWE developmental deal. Once his WWE run was finished, Lashley turned his attention back to the world of real sports and began an MMA journey that saw him amass 15 wins to 2 losses in organizations like Strikeforce and Bellator. One of those losses, it should be added, was due to referee stoppage. Turns out that Lashley was suffering from mono, leaving him severely dehydrated and unable to train for months afterwards. Over the course of his brief but memorable MMA career, Lashley won fights by decision, submission, and TKO. Few men were able to find an answer for a man that is practically 260 pounds of pure granite. A rumored fight with Brock Lesnar sadly never went down, but there's every chance we could see it happen in a WWE ring one day soon. Number 6, Steve Dr. Death Williams. Though his tough guy reputation and WWE career may have been ruined by the disastrous Brawl for All tournament, it's worth remembering that there was a reason that Steve Williams was at one point considered to be the favourite to win the whole damn thing. Williams entered the tournament with a fearsome rep that had been built on the back of his many wrestling and football exploits. A 4-time All-American and starter for the Oklahoma Sooners, Williams has spent much of his career in Japan, having countless brutal and hard-hitting classics in the land of the rising sun. Williams had an aura, and American wrestling fans knew who he was thanks to his time in WCW. His genuine toughness and impactful brawling style made him a prime candidate for a program with top star Stone Cold Steve Austin, which was on the cards before the Brawl for All loss necessitated a spell on the sidelines. Never one to shy away from a dust-up, Williams in his prime would take on all comers, whether they were civilians, fans, or even his fellow wrestlers. He could also take it as well as he gave out, one time receiving 108 stitches to close an eye wound and returning to work the next day. A double tough SOB right to the end, Dr. Death valiantly battled throat cancer for years before sadly passing away on December 29th, 2009. Number 5. Haku. Number 5 is Haku, which makes you think, Jesus Christ, are there 4 other WWE stars who could be considered tougher than a man with Haku's reputation? Reputation is the key word here, because while universally recognized as a terrifying badass of legendary proportions, most of Haku's feats of malice took place in bars in the 80s and 90s, and the stories have been told by wrestlers who may or may not have been just a little bit inebriated when it all went down. That said, there are way too many stories out there for some of it to not be true. And whether he fought off 8 or 80 police officers, gave a guy a black eye or ripped out his eye hole and then ate it, his name is the name that most wrestlers speak when asked who the toughest guy in the business is or was. In the age before social media, wrestlers could just about get away with rolling into town, throwing a drunk guy through a wall or two, and leaving before the police caught on to what had went down, and that seems to be a recurring theme with Haku, who apparently worked light as a feather in the ring and was a sweetheart to be around when he wasn't choking somebody out or biting off a nose. Haku is a man whose toughness is almost mythical, but a lack of real-world combat sports experience prevents him from being higher. But if you happen to run into him, please let him know that he actually took the top spot on this list, and we're all very sorry, and that we really like him, and we're sorry. We didn't mean it, and we're sorry. Number 4, Dan Severn. He may look like an uncle in an old sitcom, but remember that appearances can often be deceiving, and that Dan Severn could probably grab you, take you down, and stretch you 50 different ways in the time it takes you to stop sniggering at that bad opening joke. One of the pioneers of modern MMA, Dan Severn is one of the only men in history to have had over 100 pro fights, winning 101 out of 127. Now in his 60s, the Beast hasn't ruled out returning to the cage and has frequently lobbied for another match with perennial rival Ken Shamrock. Because when you're a tough son of a such and such, you're apparently one for life. A UFC Hall of Famer, Severn is one of the men who put the organization on the map during the 90s when participants would routinely compete in multiple fights in one night. His octagon accomplishments opened the door to the NWA and the WWE, though the straight-laced and no-nonsense Severn failed to really get over during the outlandish Attitude Era. He certainly got over with the boys though, many of whom were genuinely afraid that he would shoot on them in the ring and, in order to avoid a pummeling, referred to him as Mr. Severn backstage. Number 3, Ken Shamrock. The world's most dangerous man was not just a catchy moniker. When given that tag, Ken Shamrock was probably the best mixed martial artist on the planet. A tough kid from a rough background, Shamrock came from a broken family and had run away from home, slept in cars, and been stabbed by the time he was 15, when most of our biggest worries usually revolved around GCSE results. Shamrock's early career in Japan involved both pro wrestling and MMA matches that earned him a reputation that attracted the attention of the burgeoning UFC. It was there that Shamrock really cemented his legacy, fighting in many epics and becoming the first UFC Super Fights champion. Shamrock had a noteworthy career in WWE, capturing the Intercontinental title and becoming King of the Ring before he got the itch to return to fighting for real and left the company at the height of its success. Though his later MMA career counts more losses than wins, a symptom of Shamrock continuing to fight well after his prime as age and injuries both took their toll, he continued to prove to everyone just how hard-nosed he really was. The UFC Hall of Famer deserves more credit than he gets for bringing his hybrid submission and suplex-based style to a global wrestling audience. Number 2, Kurt Angle. Do not let the tiny cowboy hat or milk truck fool you. Just because Kurt Angle was happy to send himself up on television doesn't mean that he couldn't whip the entire roster and barely break a sweat doing it. This is a man, lest we forget, that won an Olympic gold medal in freestyle wrestling, an Olympic gold medal that he won with, you know what I'm gonna say, a broken freaking neck. Yes, Angle's amateur wrestling accomplishments are well documented, and he sits proudly in the National Amateur Wrestling Hall of Fame. Kurt came into WWE with a rep and nobody fancied their chances testing him, meaning that Angle's rookie years passed without incident. That's not to say, though, that there weren't times that Angle didn't need to tell someone what time it was. There was a backstage fight with a furious Eddie Guerrero, who inexplicably tried to double-leg takedown the Olympic hero and was promptly neutralized with a simple but painful front facelock. All the time that Angle and Brock Lesnar were goaded into having an amateur scrap before a live event during the Next Big Thing's early days in the company. Angle won that one too, apparently. Like the rest of the wrestlers on this list who received real validation thanks to wins in genuine contests, Angle never felt the need to start something with someone, unless of course it was part of a television segment that couldn't possibly go tits up. Oh, it's real. It's damn real. Number 1, Brock Lesnar. I can almost taste your smark-flavored tears. You may not like his part-time schedule, you may not like the fact that he's the best-paid wrestler on WWE's roster, you may not like the fact that he ended the streak, but you damn sure aren't gonna say anything about it, at least to his face, unless you want to be hammer-fisted into dust. Because Brock Lesnar, whether you like it or not, is the most legit tough WWE superstar of all time. The Beast Incarnate conquered amateur wrestling, winning the NCAA Division I heavyweight title. He conquered the WWE, becoming the youngest WWE champion in history. He left the WWE because he wanted to play professional football in the NFL, despite not having played since high school, and was close to making it before being cut from the squad at the last moment. He then decided to jump headfirst into the MMA world and conquered it, becoming UFC heavyweight champion in record time. He survived landing on his head with a shooting star press gone wrong, and successfully battled debilitating diverticulitis. Simply put, Brock Lesnar is seriously tough, and nobody in WWE history has been able to do what he has done. An imposing mountain of a man. You don't hear stories of anyone trying to pull something with Lesnar, because anyone that was dumb enough to try it probably wouldn't live long enough to tell the tale. And he learned it all from me. See you next time! In a business as dog-eat-dog competitive as professional wrestling, it is rare to find someone who is beloved by one and all. And I'm talking about beloved by their fellow wrestlers, by the office, by the crew, and by the fans here. There's always going to be somebody somewhere who's going to have a public problem with you, and whenever a wrestler is involved, you better believe there's going to be at least traces of heat there too. Evidently, not with everyone though, as a select few stars somehow managed to develop and maintain a glowing reputation while working in the industry. These entries are in no particular order, and it was a bloody tough one to put together, as it turns out that not everyone in wrestling is a total scumbag, so a few honorable mentions first. Kofi, Owen, Truth, Eddie, Shad, Asuka, Woods, me. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are the 10 most universally beloved wrestlers ever. Join us.
But before we start, today's list is sponsored by Skillshare. Skillshare is an online learning community with thousands of inspiring classes for anyone who loves learning and wants to explore their creativity and learn new skills. So I used this Skillshare course to learn how to create pixel art, and not only am I really proud of my work, thank you very much, but also it's possibly the most relaxing thing that I've ever done. This could be about personal growth. Maybe you want to learn new skills to improve career prospects, or for that little side hustle you've been thinking about, or maybe even just as a form of relaxation. Skillshare have courses to fit your needs. From photography and illustration to social media, editing, web design, and more, you can find classes that will match your goals and interests. It's ad-free, there are new premium classes every single week, and the entire catalogue is available with Spanish, French, Portuguese, and German subtitles too. The first 1,000 people to use the link in the description below or use code Cultaholic Wrestling will receive a 1-month free trial to Skillshare. It's totally risk-free, so learn something new, brush up on old skills. You will not regret it. Thank you very much for your time. Enjoy the list.
Number 10, Big E. When Big E suffered a broken neck on an episode of SmackDown, the wrestling world was quick to offer their best wishes to one of the most entertaining wrestlers in the biz. One thing that became abundantly clear, if it wasn't already, is that absolutely everybody loves that gorgeous muscle monster. Becky Lynch referred to E as one of the best humans in the world, while Sonya Deville called him her favorite human on the planet. And really, that was just the tip of the iceberg, as it felt like everyone, regardless of the company they worked for, was quick to point out the impeccable character of the New Day man. As we've seen countless times over the years, the power of positivity is not just something that E, Xavier, and Kofi coined for merchandise reasons, but rather a real message that they seek to spread. Big E has been at the forefront of this and used his platform to share love and pull others up, even when he, at times, may have struggled himself. Number 9, John Tenta. The phrase gentle giant certainly applied to the late John Tenta, who was best known as WWE superstar Earthquake, but also enjoyed a successful career in Japan as a sumo and wrestled for other promotions such as WCW. While the super heavyweight appeared menacing on screen and could handle himself in real shoot scenarios, as Koji Katao found out, the real-life Tenta was a dedicated family man who doted on his wife and children. Described by those who knew him as a big teddy bear, Tenta persevered on the road away from his loved ones and made the most of his fame by giving back to his fans. There are many stories out there of him going out of his way to do things for fans, especially young children, and Tenta was also one of the first wrestlers to directly engage with fans over the internet. As far as Quake's colleagues over the years, nobody has ever uttered a bad word about him, and since his untimely passing from cancer in 2006, his reputation for kindness and selflessness has only grown stronger. Plus, anyone who tries to end Hulk Hogan is alright with me. Number 8, Bryan Danielson. What a story the Yes movement of 2013 to 2014 truly was. Tired of seeing their beloved Daniel Bryan being constantly overlooked in favor of others who fit the mold better, the WWE Universe harnessed their powers and used their voices to essentially demand that D-Bry be given his due, which led to the bearded wonder capturing the WWE title in the main event of WrestleMania 30. The key thing about Bryan is that he was genuine, something fans tend to spot and latch onto when they see it. His overall niceness wasn't just some act, he really was a good, grafting sort of fella who loved professional wrestling above all else and always gave maximum effort whenever he stepped through the ropes. The fans' love of Danielson is apparently mirrored by his colleagues, who have all sung his praises at one time or another. Neglecting to get involved in backstage politics or some of the shadier aspects of the industry, he's a happily married teetotaler, the American Dragon simply gets on with it, the model of professionalism, always willing to share his experience and expertise with those wishing to improve their game. Number 7, Molly Holly. A genuinely great wrestler who remained true to herself during an era where female performers were often reduced to eye candy or placed in clothes-ripping match types, Molly Holly is widely regarded as a sweetheart of the highest order. Devoid of scandal, Mighty Molly's career is a tale of hard work and helping others achieve their dreams. She got her start in WCW, for example, after leaving her job in order to train Randy Savage's girlfriend at the time, Gorgeous George, and Molly famously helped pay for a young Beth Phoenix to attend wrestling school when she couldn't afford it herself. Though often cruelly mocked on screen for her supposed puritanical ways and refusal to conform with what WWE's vision of a diva was, Molly persevered through some regrettable storylines and forged a legacy based on her talent and the type of person she was. After leaving wrestling, Molly continued to show what a good egg she was by doing missions, charity, and counseling work to help the vulnerable. And you know what? Should you ever hear anyone speak ill of Miss Holly, then please let me know and I will promptly send Cousin Hardcore round to Alabama slam their filthy asses. Number 6, Ricky Steamboat. Ricky Steamboat was one of those rare things in the wrestling business, a career babyface. Extraordinary really when you consider how long the Dragon spent in the biz across various territories, but the problem for Ricky, who occasionally expressed a desire to turn to the dark side, is that promoters didn't believe that fans would buy the act because Steamboat was genuinely such a good guy. Pat Patterson famously vetoed the request in the early 90s, telling the former NWA heavyweight champion that they could send him out there with a chainsaw and have him cut off both of Hulk Hogan's arms, a tremendous idea to be fair, and the audience still wouldn't believe it. Always the hero in the ring, Ricky outside of the ring was just as beloved by his peers, none of whom have ever had a crossword to say about him. A humble, hardworking, and easygoing family man who rebuffed the destructive lifestyle many of his contemporaries succumbed to, Steamboat is routinely referenced as one of the nicest wrestlers to ever lace up a pair of boots. Number 5, Bobby Eaton. Though undoubtedly popular amongst a certain set of fans, Bobby Eaton was very much a wrestler's wrestler. Adept at working with anyone, regardless of size, experience, or style, and making them look great in the process, Beautiful Bobby was as giving a performer as any other, with major stars like Ric Flair and Steve Austin counting him as one of the best workers of his or any generation. His generosity in the ring was matched by his kindness outside of it, with many wrestlers attesting that Eaton would carry bags of extra supplies on the road with him in case anyone needed something, and would reportedly supply gas money and groceries to people he didn't even know, despite being one half of the most hated teams in the business. So respected and liked was Eaton that the mighty Goldberg once requested to have his streak broken by Bobby when they visited the Midnight Express members' hometown. In 2019, the surprise Don't Tell Bobby Eaton Appreciation Night was organized, with many of his friends and former colleagues donating their time and energy to pay tribute to a performer who had spent his entire career helping others. Number 4, Brody Lee. When the news broke that then AEW and ex-WWE star Brody Lee had passed away on December 26, 2020 at the age of just 41, the wrestling world was stunned. The extent of the Exalted One's health issues had been kept under wraps, and his death was a hammer blow to the industry. What became clear after the news broke was that the former Wyatt family member had been one of the most beloved men in the wrestling business. Tributes poured in from far and wide, with most of them noting that Brody was, above all else, a truly devoted family man who loved his wife and children. They also painted a picture of a slyly funny man who wanted to make everyone he worked with better. Another of the rare breed who never had a bad word said about them, Lee's life and legacy were honored with an emotional AEW Dynamite tribute show that demonstrated to the world what a down-to-earth and happy soul he was. His presence will continue to be missed, and it's hard not to lament how much more he could have gone on to achieve. That said, it's harder still not to smile when reflecting on what a great and beloved person he was. Number 3, Diamond Dallas Page. It's him, it's DD. It's him! It's Diamond Dallas Page, pro wrestling guardian angel. DDP was a Hall of Fame level performer in his own right and had one hell of a run, especially in WCW, where he succeeded against the odds after getting into the game very late by most standards. Post-wrestling, Dallas threw himself headlong into his DDP yoga business, which he designed in part to help wrestlers who were suffering from various common injuries related to the ring wars. In time, Page's business grew, and he used his successful formula not just to help out aching veterans, but to save their lives. Taking in the likes of Scott Hall, Jake Roberts, and Buff Bagwell, Dallas made sure that he provided the intervention necessary for them to recover and thrive. People have mocked DDP in the past for being such a mark for himself, or for his preference to extensively pre-plan matches, something which is actually more common practice these days, but everyone recognizes his efforts in positively changing people's lives for the better, and they appreciate him for it. Number 2, The Rock. By rights, everyone should hate The Rock. He's handsome, he's rich, he's famous, he's got a ridiculously good physique, and probably a massive wanger too. And he's widely cited as one of, if not the, nicest guys on the planet. Despite possessing just about all of God's gifts, Dwayne Johnson has remained a hell of a bloke and has not let his absurd success fundamentally change who he is as a person. The most electrifying man in all of entertainment still remembers having the famed $7 in his pocket before he shot to worldwide superstardom, and is always quick to point out those who helped him on his journey. Conversely, he's hesitant to single out any of his naysayers, of which there were plenty, and tries to keep things uniformly positive. He won't just give shout-outs to those who offered their helping hands when he was in need either, and has made grand gestures like gifting Harvey Whippleman a brand new truck as a thank you for looking after him early early in his career. Even those that were once wary of the Great One, like John Cena, have inevitably come around to his considerable charms. Number 1, Mick Foley. It's not just a catchphrase or book title. Turns out Foley really is good. A true class act outside of the ring, Saint Mick has built his reputation as wrestling's nicest man by remaining humble, always being nice to his legions of fans, and going the extra mile when it comes to charity work, including raising awareness or money, or donating it himself to fellow pros or those connected with the business who have fallen on hard times. For a man who spent his career often trying to convince everyone watching that he was a raving madman intent on causing bodily harm to himself and his opponents, in real life, Foley has always been a personable, well-read family man who consistently goes the extra mile, especially when disadvantaged children are involved. Stories of the man of many faces going above and beyond to make sure that his fans are happy, for example at an autograph signing or speaking event, are legion, as Foley consistently puts in the time and effort to ensure his supporters not just get an autograph or a picture, but an experience to last. Have a nice day? I'm sure we will, Mick, thanks to you. It's nice to have a little bit of realism in wrestling every now and again, isn't it? Don't get me wrong, I love the spooky clown and his monstrous puppets and all that, but it is nice to see something closer to reality at least once in a while. Because, when used appropriately, something that blurs the line between fact and fiction and is presented in a no-nonsense way can make us all sit up and really take notice, especially if it's done in an angle as part of an intriguing storyline. The right realistic angle presented effectively can potentially lead to big ratings and big box office. Not to mention, it can also get those who only have a cursory interest in wrestling talking. I mean, remember CM Punk's pipe bomb in 2011 when your annoying co-worker Alex was asking you about that thing that bloke said on the wrestling and how it was totally real and not fake like all that other stuff? That is but just one example. How about 10 more? I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are the 10 most realistic WWE angles. Join us. Number 10, Pillman's got a gun. It's fair to say Vince McMahon was feeling the heat in the autumn of 1996. WCW were flying high on the back of the NWO and the increasingly popular Nitro as WWE began losing more and more ground in the Monday Night Wars. Not intent to sit idly by and be overtaken, WWE started to get a little edgier and began pushing the envelope with angles and storylines. We were still a ways away from the Attitude Era, but the seeds were planted, especially that time when one wrestler tried to shoot another wrestler as he was invading his home. Ah yes, the infamous Pillman's got a gun scene, where Stone Cold Steve Austin trespassed on the property of an injured loose cannon on the November 4th Raw, only to be met by a firearm. While most of the episode was taped, Vince wanted these segments to air live in order to give them a more realistic feel. Adding to that was Pillman dropping an F-bomb, which infuriated USA Network executives who knew about the angle ahead of time but were left outraged by how close to the bone the finished product cuts. No gunshots were heard, but it was implied they had rung out as the screen went black. WWE got a telling off afterwards, but it didn't stop them from pressing on with more sensational content. Number 9, Jeff Hardy's entrance goes wrong. By the time Jeff Hardy began feuding with Brother Matt in early 2009, the Attitude Era was long over and WWE had gone PG. This led to untold amounts of bad comedy and the face of the company debuting a new garish t-shirt every week. It wasn't all terrible though, and WWE could still put on a compelling product within the parameters when, you know, they could be asked. The feud between the Hardys was a good example of that, as they incorporated aspects from real life such as Jeff's house burning down in order to amplify the personal nature of the rivalry. The most realistic moment in the storyline was when the charismatic Enigma became engulfed in his entrance pyro as he prepared to enter the ring for an edition of the Cutting Edge. Now, you obviously can't fake somebody getting blasted with fireworks, which I found out the hard way when me and my pals tried to copy Jackass in 2003, and Jeff was absolutely smothered by sparklers here. Adding to the realism was the speed with which people, including Matt, who would later be revealed as the culprit, and backstage pals R-Truth and Shane Helms ran out to check on the WWE champion. He was stretchered to the back as the commentary team fell silent, and thousands, including Edge and Vicky Guerrero, looked on in concern. Number 8, Brock Lesnar destroys Zach Gowen. There are few wrestlers as real as Brock Lesnar. He's a legit tough guy with a fearsome rep in amateur wrestling and MMA, a mountain of a man who could German suplex you through a wall at will. As believable a champion as anyone in WWE history, Brock seemed especially demented in 2003 when he was sort of managed by Vince McMahon. While happy to take on everyone from Big Show and Undertaker to Kurt Angle and John Cena, the next big thing turned evil when tormenting the severely disadvantaged Zach Gowen. After brutalizing the one-legged wonder in a so-called match, Brock decided he wasn't quite finished with Gowen and absolutely terrorized him many weeks later. Confined to a wheelchair and with tape gagging his mouth, young Zach was helpless as a mad Brock taunted him before dipping him out of the chair, pounding on his healing leg, choking him, and finally chucking him down an arena stairwell. Whoever took the tumble was actually a stuntman, but the whole thing was shot and edited in such a way that it was imperceptible. The absence of commentary, coupled with Brock's ranting, raving, and laughing, made this one eerie and hard to watch, and somehow managed to make Lesnar even more terrifying. Number 7, Ron Bass butchers the barber. Ron Bass was something of an anomaly in the colourful cartoon world of late 80s WWE. A hard-nosed and battle-scarred veteran of the territories and Japan, the Outlaw was as rough and rugged as they came, his pounding style offering no frills. He went about his business in black trunks and boots and would, on occasion, unleash his bullwhip, Miss Betsy. A natural adversary was the OTT Brutus Beefcake, and when the barber got scissor-happy with Betsy and his Stetson, Bass sought revenge with the spurs of his cowboy boots. The Texan attacked the Beefster on the August 21st, 1988 episode of Wrestling Challenge, mutilating his head with the sharp steel and drawing blood, a rare sight in these days. Not that the viewers saw any of the claret, since WWE aired the footage with a giant X obscuring the violence. Nevertheless, the callous assault shocked fans who were used to taking their vitamins and saying their prayers, and it ranks as one of the most ruthless angles of the era. To sell the severity of the incident, Brutus missed his scheduled SummerSlam Intercontinental title match with the Honky Tonk Man 8 days later. He got his revenge months on when he beat Bass in a hair versus hair match. Number 6, Matt Hardy attacks Edge. When Matt Hardy discovered that his girlfriend Lita was cheating on him with best pal Edge when they were on the road and he was recovering from knee surgery at home, he took it about as well as could be expected. After putting out some lengthy and emotional posts about the situation online, WWE decided to wash their hands of the sensei of mattitude and released him. Edge and Lita, meanwhile, became the hottest heel couple in the business, as fans in arenas around the world let them know just how much they missed Matt. The calls for Hardy's reinstatement fell on deaf ears, and he hit the independent scene. And that made it all the more shocking when, on the July 11th, 2005 edition of Raw, Matt attacked the Rated R superstar backstage, blindsiding him and knocking over a cameraman in the process before being run off by Head of Talent Relations John Laurinaitis. Viewers weren't sure if what they saw was planned or not, and the confusion doubled when Hardy ran out again later, going after Edge in the aftermath of his match with Kane. After trading blows and eventually being pulled apart, Matt cut a promo referring to Edge by his real name, called the hedonistic duo a couple of naughty words, told WWE to kiss his ass, and plugged Ring of Honor prior to being tackled, restrained, and led out of the building. Number 5, Shawn Michaels passes out during match. You might have heard that Shawn Michaels was a bit of a sexy rascal in the 90s. Before his first retirement and finding Jesus, the Heartbreak Kid was the consummate headache, a petulant pill popper who was infuriating behind the curtain as he was brilliant between the ropes. So when he was attacked by a bunch of Marines on a night out in Syracuse, New York in October of 1995, it was hardly a surprise. The showstopper was in bad shape, suffering a concussion and cuts and bruises, and he needed some time off. When he came back after conveniently vacating the Intercontinental Championship a month later, he wrestled Owen Hart on Raw, the two having a predictably good back and forth matchup. About a minute after receiving an enziguri kick to the back of the head, however, Michaels went down and stayed down. The Rocket and manager Jim Cornette looked genuinely concerned, and the commentary team, including Vince McMahon, abandoned their posts and went to check on the fallen performer. EMTs rushed inside the ring and began working on Shawn as the scene played out, the show going off the air on a shot of Michaels seemingly unconscious and strapped with an oxygen mask. A powerful way to capitalize on real-life incidents, this helped write HBK out of the storylines while he continued his convalescence at home. Number 4, Ricky Steamboat gets DDT'd on concrete. You would think a dragon and a snake would get on, wouldn't you? But Ricky Steamboat and Jake Roberts were certainly not pals. Roberts was a hated heel, conniving and vicious. Steamboat was a beloved babyface, spirited and virtuous. It was a logical rivalry, and it kicked off with a bang. That bang was Ricky's head hitting the concrete floor when the two clashed on the May 3rd, 1986 episode of Saturday Night's Main Event. Jumping the dragon before the bell, the snake sent him to the floor where he promptly DDT'd him on the outside of the ring. The move legitimately knocked Steamboat out, which Roberts had warned might happen beforehand. But WWE officials were adamant that the angle could go ahead, and after receiving assurances from the recipient that he could take the move and protect himself, Jake followed through with their request. Ricky was stretchered out as planned, but what most people didn't know was that he really did need medical attention. The stunt was dangerous and could have been a lot worse than it turned out. Thankfully, it did what was intended and led to greater interest in battles between the two men, resulting in big business as they fought around the circuit. Number 3, Mayweather breaks Big Show's nose. WWE sure knew how to pack a lot into a short amount of time at No Way Out 2008. First, Edge successfully defended his World Heavyweight title against Rey Mysterio in a zippy 5-minute match. Then, the Big Show strolled out, looking a lot leaner and happier than the last time we'd seen him at December to Dismember 2006. A few seconds later, and he'd turned heel, obviously, and confronted Floyd Mayweather and his posse, who was sitting at ringside and had been cheering the master of the 619 on. When the world's largest athlete threatened to drop Mysterio with a chokeslam, Money and his entourage hopped the barricade and jumped into the ring. Show shoved the world's greatest pound-for-pound boxer and got down on one knee in an attempt to mock Mayweather's size. Big mistake from a big man, as the bloke with the lightning-quick hands peppered him with rabbit punches, legitimately breaking his nose before fleeing the scene. A genuinely incensed Show ran after him and had to be stopped by security and calmed down by Shane McMahon. The angle was, no pun intended, money, and was helped considerably by the lack of soundtrack as the announcers shut up and let the action speak for itself, for once. Credit to Big Show for taking one right in the honker for the team, too. Number 2, Brock KO's RKO. WWE presented a juicy headliner at SummerSlam 2016 as Brock Lesnar and Randy Orton faced off for the first time in 14 years. The two Ohio Valley wrestling graduates had grown into genuine superstars, and the Beast vs. the Viper was a contest that could have legitimately went either way. Brock was Brock, and there's usually about a 95% chance he's going over via Suplex City, but Orton is a bit of an enigma, a main event player who tends to run hot and cold and is a bit of a rebel in his own way. It did have a big fight feel, but on the nights the action was somewhat ordinary, a letdown even after all the hype, until the finish, that is. Lesnar, fresh off a dominating display at UFC 200, removed his gloves and began battering the Legend Killer with some very stiff-looking strikes, legitimately busting him open the hard way. The winner by TKO, Brock walked off looking very pleased with himself, dropping SmackDown GM Shane McMahon with an F5 on his way to the showers. Adding to the realism were the reports that Chris Jericho confronted Lesnar backstage after, looking for a fight and demanding to know what exactly happened in the ring, as some believed that Brock had gone into business for himself. I'm not sure if that makes Y2J the bravest man on the planet or the stupidest, but fair play to him for sticking up for his mates. Oh, and Orton, for what it's worth, left the arena with a concussion that night. I'm not surprised. Number 1, Randy Savage gets bitten by a cobra. Animals and entertainment do not mix. Trust me, if they did, I'd have a chimpanzee on my Twitch stream every single week, but it's almost a guarantee that he would steal my glasses and start shagging my left leg. Actually, where can I get a chimpanzee? You don't want to bring animals into the equation because they're hard to control and inevitably they will upstage you. Randy Savage found this fact out the hard way when he allowed Jake Roberts to unleash his cobra on his arm as part of an angle. Macho Man was a commentator at the time and had been goaded into the ring by Roberts, who had had previously ruined the wedding reception of Savage and Miss Elizabeth. Blindsiding a raging Randy, Jake tied him to the ropes and then let his big floppy snake take a bite out of his python. Not only was it an actual real cobra, but it was actually biting Savage with its actual fangs. And for a while, as it transpired, since Jake couldn't get the reptile to relinquish and had to forcibly pull it off. Jake revealed sometime later that Match was wary of the angle, not because he didn't want to be bitten, but because he wasn't sure that the snake was actually devenomized. A quick backstage taste test on the snake's owner later, and Randy was ready to do business. The absolute nutter. A WWE World title run is something that many people grow up dreaming about, and when they eventually get to WWE, hope comes true to the benefit of their bank balance as much as to fulfill a dream. If a performer wins the WWE or World Heavyweight or Universal title, their name gets added to the history books, but they will hope for a lot better than that. Some reigns go down as all-timers, while others can turn into major disappointments, if not out-and-out nightmares. A few fall somewhere in the middle and thus often get overlooked. But let's not overlook them anymore. Let's underlook them, shall we? Wait, that doesn't make any sense, does it? Let's just look at them, alright? I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are the 10 most underrated WWE title reigns. Join us. Number 10, Bret Hart. A WWE champion you could be proud of. Bret Hart was credible, he always put in the effort, and usually had great matches. He won the title in 1992, 1994, and 1995, having 3 commendable runs. He won it again at In Your House Final 4 in 1997, only to lose it the next day to Psycho Sid. He captured the strap again for the final time later in the year, beating The Undertaker at SummerSlam and holding it until Survivor Series where, well, you know. This last reign only lasted 98 days and was thus the Hitman's second shortest reign after his 24-hour one, but Bret was good value during it. People tend to remember the sour note his reign ended on, but Hart packed a lot into his 3 or so months on top. He got a really strong match out of the Patriot at In Your House Ground Zero, had an unheralded classic with Taker at One Night Only, and had a few decent scraps on Raw with the likes of Vader and Ken Shamrock. He also continued doing some of the best promo work of his career in the ongoing Canada vs USA rivalry. Number 9, Rey Mysterio. When people discuss Rey Mysterio's unlikely 2006 World Heavyweight title reign, they tend to focus on the negatives. It's true that Rey's road to WrestleMania 22, where he triumphed over Kurt Angle and Randy Orton in a triple threat match, was bungled. It's also true that after becoming champ, Mysterio was not the beneficiary of favourable booking, as he was routinely battered by everyone from Finlay to the Great Khali. But there was a lot of good to enjoy too, specifically when it came to Rey's title defences. He had bangers with Orton and Angle on television and ripped it up with JBL on pay-per-view at Judgment Day and on SmackDown. While reigning as champ, he also had a hell of a dream match against Sabu at the second ECW One Night Stand. Mysterio was a popular champion and held the title with pride. It took a minute to get used to someone so small in stature holding the World Heavyweight title, but Rey was so good and believable that he was able to continue to suspend disbelief in high-pressure situations. The match in which he lost the gold to King Booker at the Great American Bash was also excellent and ended his reign on a high note. Number 8, The Ultimate Warrior. Roundly considered a major flop as WWE champion, it is important to remember the act the Ultimate Warrior had to follow. Jim Hellwig was expected to fill the shoes of Hulk Hogan, who was going on a break for a while after holding the title for a year and really carrying much of the load for the previous 6 years. Warrior beat Hulk in what was considered a torch-passing match and moment at WrestleMania 6 and set about grafting hard to live up to the expectations. He was never going to be the Hulkster, but he was still enormously popular and, despite his reputation as being a subpar worker, had many thrilling title defenses against Rick Rude, Ted DiBiase, and Randy Savage. He also sold a shed load of merchandise and converted 1 or 2 young impressionables into lifelong fans, even if he didn't have Hogan's power at the box office. He didn't measure up as a draw, but Warrior's lone run with the WWE title yielded some highlights and was thrilling to a young, face-painted Pacitti. Number 7, The Miz. All things considered, Miz's first WWE run wasn't half bad. It wasn't an all-timer or anything, but the man who came to WWE via reality television worked tirelessly to improve and was actually a respectable champion. He had a couple of decent matches with Randy Orton on pay-per-view, a really good Falls Count Anywhere bout with former partner John Morrison on the January 3rd, 2011 Raw, and had a shockingly great mini-program with Jerry Lawler, which produced decent matches at Elimination Chamber 2011 and on Raw. Miz grew in confidence during his reign and showed that he had the tools to carry the ball. His effective heel shtick meant that the fans couldn't wait to finally see him get beat. Hell, he even got a WrestleMania main event match with John Cena out of it, which he won, something nobody would have called as early as a year beforehand. He held on to the strap for 160 days before inevitably dropping it to Cena. Not bad for a performer who, just a few years earlier, was banished from the locker room for eating chicken over a veteran's bag. Number 6, King Booker. In a fair and just world, Booker T would have been given a run with one of WWE's major titles long before he won it in the summer of 2006. WrestleMania 19. When it did finally come, it was worth the wait for the former 5-time WCW World Champion. The truth is, Booker had been floundering for a while before winning King of the Ring and adopting the Royal Guise. He bested the Animal at SummerSlam and in a 4-way also featuring Bobby Lashley and Finlay at No Mercy before dropping it to him at Survivor Series. Booker also managed to squeeze in a defense against WWE Champion John Cena and ECW Champion Big Show at Cyber Sunday after fans voted for his title to be put on the line in their triple threat match. King Booker was a great character and a very respectable champion, aided well by his King's Court stable, Finlay, William Regal and wife Sharmell. Entertaining on the microphone and rock solid between the ropes, he wore the gold well. Number 5, Eddie Guerrero. Eddie Guerrero's improbable WWE title victory over Brock Lesnar at No Way Out 2004 was cause for celebration for Eddie, his colleagues, and fans alike. But winning the title was just the start. The hard work would be holding it, as Guerrero soon found out. He had a great match with Kurt Angle at WrestleMania 20, but after the dust had settled on the Showcase of the Immortals, it became clear that SmackDown had a real lack of top-level talent for Eddie to work with. After another cracking televised defense over Rey Mysterio, Guerrero began a program with JBL. And as Bradshaw himself has stated many times over the years, Eddie really made the JBL character. Their bloodbath at Judgment Day was spectacular, and their bull rope rematch at the Great American Bash was a worthy sequel. Eddie had a hard time being champion, feeling the pressure of being the face of a brand that had a depleted roster and often poor creative direction. He did a much better job than he probably realized, holding the title for 133 days and having a couple of really great feuds and matches in that period of time. Number 4, The Undertaker. The last of The Undertaker's 3 World Heavyweight title reigns was one of his best. It began at and inside of Hell in a Cell when the Dead Man beat CM Punk. The match itself wasn't one of their better efforts together, but Taker had his share of crackers over the ensuing months. His 4-way victory over Punk, Batista and Rey Mysterio at Bragging Rights was good, as too was his triple threat triumph over Chris Jericho and Big Show at Survivor Series. His chairs match, win over Batista at TLC was expectedly sturdy, while his defense against Rey Mysterio at the 2010 Royal Rumble is one of the better David vs. Goliath matches that you're likely to find on this side of Sting vs. Vader. On television, Taker had more good defenses against Mysterio and CM Punk. Eventually, he lost the gold to Chris Jericho at and inside of the Elimination Chamber when Shawn Michaels attacked him in order to get his WrestleMania rematch. The Phenom was on rare form for the 140 days that he held the title, the last of his career before he transitioned into a special occasions only performer. Number 3, Sheamus. When Sheamus won his first WWE title, beating John Cena at TLC 2009, it was clear that he was really far from ready for the spot. When he won his next major world title, the World Heavyweight Championship in 2012, he was far better prepared to have a proper run with it. After winning the Royal Rumble, the Celtic Warrior famously beat Daniel Bryan with one move in 18 seconds at WrestleMania 28. Though fans were initially shocked that D-Bry's reign had ended in such fashion and disappointed that they never got a long match between two standouts, they would get plenty of opportunities to see the two go at it, including in a great 2 out of 3 Falls match at Extreme Rules. Sheamus continued to plug away and add to his good match resume as the months passed. He beat Alberto Del Rio, Chris Jericho and Randy Orton in a 4-way at Over the Limit, before besting Dolph Ziggler at No Way Out and Del Rio on 3 consecutive occasions at Money in the Bank, SummerSlam and Night of Champions. He finally dropped it to a resurgent Big Show in a brutal slugfest at Hell in a Cell, ending his reign at an impressive 210 days. Number 2, Randy Savage. Like the Ultimate Warrior a couple of years later, Randy Savage had an uphill task being WWE Champion after Hulk Hogan, especially with the Hulkster hanging around as his sometimes tag partner while trying to seduce Miss Elizabeth. But anyway, moving on. The Macho Man had all the tools to be the top guy and was a great choice to win the tournament for the vacant belt at WrestleMania 4. After beating one-man gang Greg Valentine, Butch Reed and Ted DiBiase on the grandest stage of them all, Savage hit the road and defended the title pretty much every night for the next year. This included televised defenses against Gang and DiBiase, as well as Andre the Giant, Haku, and Bad News Brown. He never had a big pay-per-view title defense, since those were fewer and further between back in those days, but Savage had good matches elsewhere and overall fit the bill as champion. His ostentatious style and over-the-top character were tailor-made for things like talk shows, and Savage truly felt like a superstar while holding the belt. All told, he reigned as WWE Champion for just over a year before dropping it to his former Mega Powers partner at WrestleMania 5. Number 1, JBL. Reinvented after an age as a babyface tag teamer, John Bradshaw Layfield turned heel and was positioned in the headline spot after SmackDown suffered a number of setbacks like Brock Lesnar quitting, as well as Kurt Angle and Big Show suffering injuries. Unafraid to be a proper antagonist and get real heat, JBL really went for the jugular in promos and angles, especially during his first feud with Eddie Guerrero. After he beat Latino Heat at the Great American Bash, the tall Texan had high-profile defenses against Guerrero, The Undertaker, Booker T, and then to end the year against all 3 at the same time. Most expected JBL to be a transitional champ, predicting that he would flop hard in the role. What was great about JBL though is that he always only just escaped with the gold by the skin of his teeth, and he did everything to be a true heel, even going so far as to reject having his own merchandise for sale. In early 2005, he had more strong matches with the likes of Kurt Angle and Big Show before passing the baton to John Cena at WrestleMania 21. When Cena finally won the WWE title for the first time, fans were as happy to see him win it as they were relieved that someone had finally managed to get it away from JBL after he'd been in possession of it for 280 days. One thing I've come to learn in life, it's that invariably everyone, even your closest friends in the world, will stab you in the back. I mean, I did learn that spending my life watching professional wrestling, so it might not be strictly true, but WWE in particular had me convinced that my nearest and dearest could turn on me at any moment. The heel turn is a very effective device and is arguably at its most effective when fans don't really see it coming. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the video, you stupid marks! I hate you all! I've never liked you! I hate you! I hate you! See? Like that. I'm Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are the 10 most shocking WWE heel turns. Join us, pricks. Number 10, Shawn Michaels on Hulk Hogan. When Shawn Michaels returned to WWE in 2002, it was as a much different person to the tyrant that made life a misery for many of his colleagues in the late 90s. The Heartbreak Kid was changed, having kicked his habits and become a born-again Christian prior to his unlikely comeback. As a man of renewed faith, Michaels resisted the urge to do much of the button-pushing stuff he had done on TV as a member of D-Generation X and sought to set a positive example. Part of that meant not turning heel, though a short feud and mega money match match with Hulk Hogan managed to sway his mind in the summer of '05. After a couple of months being aligned with one another in a tag team, HBK decked the Hulkster with sweet chin music after the pair saw off Carlito and Kurt Angle on the July 4th episode of Raw. The turn came out of absolutely nowhere, as no dissension had been teased between the two icons, and it was thus incredibly effective. The showstopper's work in the aftermath as he built up the SummerSlam encounter was some of the best of his career, and showed that, while he was a reformed character, he still had it in him to be a really good bad guy. Number 9, CM Punk on The Rock. Raw 1000 was a spectacular occasion that really had to be capped off by something truly special. In the show's main event, John Cena cashed in his Money in the Bank briefcase and took on CM Punk for the WWE title. The straight-edge superstar had held the gold for an age and was on a roll as one of the top babyfaces in the company. The two had an exciting back-and-forth match, as they tended to do, with both men looking like they could walk away as champ. Cue a referee bump, and then Big Show slinking out to eventually cause the DQ, giving Cena the victory but ensuring that Punk retained the belt. That was the signal for The Rock to sprint out, take down the world's largest candy ass, and set him up for a people's elbow. As he went to complete the move, however, Punk re-entered the ring and blindsided the Great One with a diving clothesline, followed by a go to sleep as a stunned crowd looked on in disbelief. Punk later justified his actions by saying that he was tired of being WWE champion while still being overshadowed by the likes of Cena and Dwayne. I mean, he had a point. Punk would soon truly cement himself as a villain by joining forces with Paul Heyman, and had a hell of a run as a top-tier bad guy. Number 8, Sergeant Slaughter on America. When he left WWE in the mid-80s, Sergeant Slaughter was one of the hottest babyfaces in the territory after standing up to the hated Iron Sheik, but his role was soon filled by a pink man in red and yellow defending the red, white and blue. When Sarge returned in 1990, it was perhaps a natural that Slaughter would team with Hogan, who was still riding high as the do-gooder face of the company. Vince McMahon, however, had other ideas and proposed that he turn his back on the Stars and Stripes and feud with Hulk instead. Ramping up the heat a few notches, Sarge's heel turn would occur during Iraq's invasion of Kuwait, which led to the Gulf War, with the real-life G.I. Joe becoming an Iraqi sympathizer amidst complaints that his own country had gone soft. As part of the attitude and character change, Slaughter aligned himself with General Adnan and Colonel Mustafa, Iron Sheik, and began wearing Arab headdresses and using the camel clutch as a finisher. It was a truly shocking change in tact and resulted in Slaughter receiving death threats. Thankfully, the company didn't go through with him burning Old Glory on air. As had been discussed, a sacred Hulk Hogan t-shirt was used instead. Controversial at the time, the whole turn and subsequent storyline was one of the most daring of the era. Number 7, Paul Bearer on The Undertaker. There was something not quite right about The Undertaker's original pairing with Brother Love, a fact that WWE seemed well aware of, as they soon switched him out for the much more appropriate figure of Paul Bearer. The ghastly duo were instantly iconic and fit like a pair of purple gloves. Under the guidance of Bearer, the dead man flipped between heel and face and back again, achieving success as WWE champion and quickly cementing himself as one of the company's strongest and most popular characters, regardless of whether he was a goodie or a baddie. After 5+ years by each other's sides, a split in the summer of 1996 was not too surprising, but the manner in which it happened truly was. The turn took place at the end of The Undertaker and Mankind's chaotic boiler room brawl battle at SummerSlam, as they made their way back into the arena and fought over possession of the mystical urn. You can't spell turn without urn, after all. Bearer refused to hand it to his protege when he had the advantage and instead proceeded to help put the boots to the Phenom, switching allegiances to Mankind, much to the confusion of both Taker and the crowd in attendance. There would be many more twists and turns in the Bearer-Undertaker relationship in the ensuing years, but this initial turn still ranks as one of the most shocking aspects of their storied association. Number 6, Rikishi doing it for The Rock. The question of who was the unknown assailant that ran down Steve Austin at the 1999 Survivor Series was a whodunit that remained unanswered for almost a year while the Texas Rattlesnake recovered from major neck surgery. When he returned in the fall of 2000, he wanted answers and set about accusing anyone and everyone in order to get to the bottom of it. Of all the potential culprits, one of the least likely was Rikishi, the fun-loving dancing babyface whose career had coincidentally skyrocketed in Austin's absence. But as revealed by Commissioner Foley following a thorough investigation and a couple of red herrings, it was indeed Big Quiche behind the wheel on that fateful night, with the Samoan sumo claiming that he did the deed in a bid to help the career of his cousin, The Rock, while implying that WWE was intrinsically racist and pushed white wrestlers ahead of those of color. It was a reveal right out of left field, and the reasoning left a little to be desired, but it did give Rikishi a crack, lol, at main event stardom in feuds with both the Bionic Redneck and the People's Champion. In the end, the turn was not a success, and WWE quickly transplanted the heat onto Triple H, who was revealed as the real mastermind behind the whole vehicular assault anyway, naturally. Number 5, Shawn Michaels on Marty Jannetty. The Rockers were a quintessentially late 80s, early 90s babyface tag team. They were colourful, exciting, slapped hands with the fans, and always played by the rules. A joy to watch, they were often highlights of WWE cards of the era, and forged a legacy as one of the best duos ever. It was clear to some, though, that as good as they were as a team, there were 2 potential singles stars there just waiting to break out. The pair started to show some signs of dissension in late 91 and were invited onto Brutus Beefcake's barbershop talk show to hash it out. All looked well as they appeared to put their differences aside and embraced in what looked like a clear sign that they were on the same page. And then Shawn Michaels blasted Marty Jannetty with a vicious superkick before throwing him headfirst through the barbershop window and tearing up a picture of him and his former partner. It was an impactful angle and a great turn that really came out of nowhere, launching the singles career of the Heartbreak Kid in the process. Of course, everyone knows that Marty Jannetty really threw himself through that window in a bid to sabotage his partner's career, but don't let that stand in the way of a convenient narrative. Number 4, Kevin Owens on Chris Jericho. Kevin Owens' betrayal of Chris Jericho was a case of a heel turn where the person turning may not have technically been a babyface, but the circumstances surrounding the act made it appear as such. Owens was the reigning Universal Champion and had formed a team with Y2J, who was more than happy to play hanger-on and ensure that his best friend always retained his title. This played out for months as Owens invariably escaped from tough matches with the strap still around his waist, thanks to intervention from Jericho, who was at that point also going around and adding those who he perceived to have wronged him to his list. Their chemistry was incredible, and though ostensibly heels, their shtick was so over that they became babyfaces in the eyes of many. Their union came to an end at the fantastically elaborate Festival of Friendship, which Jericho had organised for his buddy. After all the platitudes and song and dance routines had finished, Owens gifted Jericho the list of KO, with Chris's name being the first on it, the moment of realization giving the prizefighter an opportunity to attack. A fantastic piece of business played to perfection by all involved. Number 3, Steve Austin on The Rock. Austin vs. Rock was basically the only option to headline WrestleMania X7, and the two legends were set on a collision course for the Showcase of the Immortals, which just so happened to be taking place in Austin's native Texas. A rare babyface versus babyface headliner on the biggest show, well, ever to that point, the build-up emphasized the fact that both men felt a strong need to be WWE champion above all else, and would stop at nothing to walk out of the Astrodome with the gold. Stone Cold proved true to his word, enlisting the help of his mortal enemy, Mr. McMahon, in order to finally get the victory over a resilient Brahma Bull. The sight of the blue-collar, beer-drinking hero and the nefarious CEO shaking hands and sharing a beer after doing the dirty on the Great One certainly took a moment to sink in and felt like watching a poodle do the polka. Very, very odd, but you could not look away. Austin has since said that if he could redo the whole thing again, that he would call an audible and hit Vince with a stunner, cancelling the planned heel turn, since business went down in the post-WrestleMania period with Austin portraying a vicious heel champion. Number 2, Seth Rollins on The Shield. From their debut until their dissolution, The Shield were arguably the most powerful force in WWE. Demonstrating that there really is strength in numbers, Roman Reigns, Seth Rollins and Dean Ambrose ran roughshod over the promotion, kicking ass and taking names, and winning titles in the process. They were so good and so cool with their cavalier attitude and SWAT-style gear that inevitably they became babyfaces. Cracks began to appear not too long after, especially during their series of awesome matches with the Wyatt family, though they managed to get things back on track and cleared the air before entering into a feud with Evolution. The day after the Hounds of Justice did a clean sweep against Triple H, Batista, and Randy Orton in a 6-man elimination match, it was revealed that, after the Animal had quit earlier in the broadcast, the game's plan B for getting rid of the Shield was Rollins attacking his teammates from behind with a steel chair, allowing a 3-on-2 beatdown to commence. Naturally, Ambrose and Reigns both began battling against their former friend as the Shield officially, temporarily, came to an end. It's hard to truly shock people in the modern era, but the Shield proved that it was doable. Number 1, Randy Savage on Hulk Hogan. Macho Man Randy Savage's slow burn babyface turn was complete as he shook hands with Hulk Hogan, who had come to Savage's aid and prevented a thorough kicking at the hands of the Honky Tonk Man and the Hart Foundation. When on the same page, nobody could hope to compete with the Mega Powers. Macho Man's manager, the lovely Miss Elizabeth, was also on hand to play cheerleader and peacemaker should tensions arise. All was not well forever, however, and Savage, a paranoid hothead at the best of times, grew suspicious of Hogan's feelings for his lady. During their bout with the Twin Towers at the main event 2, Savage was thrown outside the ring and landed on Elizabeth, causing Hogan to carry her off backstage. She was fine and Hulk returned, but Randy then took off himself and left Hogan to fight the odds alone. No prizes for guessing how he fared there. Tempers flared in the post-match backstage scene as Savage ranted and raved while Hogan begged Elizabeth to talk some sense into her man. While he was doing so, Match attacked and beat down the real American, hitting him with the WWE title. This obviously brought an end to the Mega Powers tag team while also turning Savage heel and setting up the WrestleMania headline feud and match. While their relationship was rarely totally harmonious and Savage often simmered away in the background, it was still a shocking act, especially for the times, and one of the greatest turns of all time. And just remember, if you're turning on Terrible Terry, it's always justified. When a championship is won in a sport or an award is given in some avenue of entertainment, you usually expect the result to stick. In the sports entertainment world of WWE, however, a title change is never a sure thing, since whether it be to advance storylines, test a reaction, or just to get people talking, WWE can always find a way to reverse, cancel, or otherwise ignore them. So pause those celebrations, bring up the instant replay, and get out the big book of dusty finishes, because my name is Adam Pacitti from Cultaholic Wrestling, and these are 10 reversed WWE title changes. Join us. Number 10, Daniel Bryan and the WWE World Heavyweight title. We all remember Daniel Bryan's meteoric rise to his WWE title triumph in the main event of WrestleMania 30 in 2014. The Yes Movement had made D-Bry the most popular performer in the company in the run-up to his big win at the Showcase of the Immortals, with fans passionately spurring on the seemingly overlooked star. What tends to be forgotten about is the American Dragon's previous World Heavyweight title run, which began in late 2011. Bryan was a reigning Money in the Bank contract holder, having won SmackDown's version of the eponymous ladder match. He attempted to cash in during his feud with Mark Henry, though the first couple of attempts proved fruitless. The World's Strongest Man attacked the Bearded Wonder before the match could even start the first time, while the second time it seemed as though Bryan had done it after Big Show had knocked Henry out for him on the November 25th episode of SmackDown. But hold on a minute, player, because here comes SmackDown General Manager Teddy Long to let us all know that Henry wasn't medically cleared to compete and voided the switch. Bryan would only manage to pull it off almost a month later at TLC. Number 9, William Regal and Eugene and the WWE World Tag Team titles. William Regal's 2004 homecoming was set up perfectly, with the battling Brit and his friend Eugene challenging World Tag Team Champions La Resistance on the October 11th episode of Raw, which emanated from Manchester, England. Regal was on the comeback trail following more than a year off, during which he almost died due to health complications caused by a heart parasite he had contracted during a WWE tour of India. He and his odd couple partner were firm favourites, and the crowd went absolutely bonkers when Regal pinned Sylvain Grenier for the feel-good win. Feel good, do you? Well, wouldn't it be a shame if Raw General Manager Eric Bischoff came out and ruined that feeling, eh? That's right, amid a sea of celebrations, that son of a bish came out and restarted the match because Sir William had used the power of the punch to secure the 3 count. The champs then went on to retain in predictable fashion. Considering Regal and Eugene would randomly win the titles about a month later, there's really no reason they couldn't have just sped up the process here, especially considering WWE had already pulled a similar trick earlier in the year when Bischoff's understudy Johnny Nitro pulled the rug out from Chris Benoit and Shawn Michaels after HBK pinned the illegal man. Number 8, Chris Benoit and the WWE title. Speaking of Benoit, he was thrust into a pay-per-view headline feud with WWE champion The Rock not too long after he and the rest of the Radicals jumped from the sinking ship that was WCW. The Crippler was presented as a threat heading into their showdown at Fully Loaded 2000, but few felt that he would upset the Great One and bag the belt, even though he was being helped in his pursuit by temporary manager Shane McMahon. Incredibly, it appeared that the Rabid Wolverine had won the title on the night, thanks to a technicality. It initially looked as though referee Earl Hebner awoke from one of his many naps and called for the bell, with everyone assuming that Benoit had submitted to his very own crossface. However, the official shockingly awarded the bout to the challenger because he believed that The Rock had attacked him from behind with a chair earlier, when really it was Shane. As the Brahma Bull could lose the title via disqualification due to the pre-match stipulations, this made the Canadian the new champ. For about 90 seconds, that is, until Commissioner Foley sauntered out, reversed the decision, and restarted the match. WWE booked a similar scenario for Benoit in the main event of Unforgiven 2 months later. Number 7, the Fabulous Rougeaus and the WWE Tag Team titles. Before pay-per-view buy rates and television rights fees became the biggest economic drivers of WWE's business, the big money was made at house shows. Why else do you think WWE stars in the 80s worked 400 days a year, working 3 times a day, and were sometimes on the road for months at a time without a single day off? In all seriousness, the non-televised events were incredibly important, and WWE treated them as such, occasionally running major angles and even booking title changes to take place on them. Like at the Montreal Forum on August 10th, 1987, when the Fabulous Rougeaus took on WWE Tag Team Champions, the Hart Foundation. Foundation manager Jimmy Hart attempted to interfere on their behalf at the end, only to be disposed of his megaphone, which was then used on Brett for the ostensible title change. The Rougeaus were announced as the new champions and celebrated appropriately, but the decision was hastily reversed and the match switch is not recognized by WWE. The Pink and Black Attack went back to defending the straps the very next night, while Brett vowed to never be screwed out of a title in Montreal again. Number 6, Owen Hart and the WWE title. When you look at the best wrestlers to have never won the WWE title, it is fair to say that Owen Hart would be at the top of most fans' lists. I mean, I would personally have to put him just below Mojo Rawley on mine, but he's certainly up there. The Rocket was only ever in serious contention for the title when feuding with Big Brother Brett in 1994, though he was unable to unseat the Hitman during their high-profile series. He came close on one occasion, however, when he beat Brett in a lumberjack match during a mammoth Superstars TV taping. Taking place weeks before their classic cage match at SummerSlam, the younger Hart pinned his older sibling following interference from Jim Neidhart. The referee called for the bell and the heel contingent came to the ring and raised Owen on their shoulders, mimicking the Hitman's own title-winning celebration from WrestleMania 10. However, once a second referee pointed out the interference, complete with a replay on the video wall, the match was restarted and the excellence of execution retained. If you want to check it out, the match was later released on the Wham Bam Body Slam VHS. Number 5, Rob Van Dam and the WWE Undisputed title. For a minute there, it seemed like Rob Van Dam would become a bona fide member of the WWE Main Eventers Club. The whole flippin' show came to WWE in 2001 as part of the Invasion angle and was one of the very few success stories from that muddled mess. He locked horns with major players like The Rock, Steve Austin and Kurt Angle and challenged for the WWE title toward the tail end of the year as his popularity skyrocketed. WWE refrained from pulling the trigger and cooled off off on RVD's push in early 2002, though he remained a fan favourite and got a crack at The Undertaker's undisputed title in the main event of the May 20th episode of Raw. Big Evil had only had the title for 24 hours after defeating Hulk Hogan with the worst chokeslam ever at Judgment Day the night before. Van Dam was a tad sprightlier than Terrible Terry and really took it to the champ with his signature offense. And that included a Rolling Thunder, which won the match? Wait, what? Obviously not, because as anyone could see, Taker got his foot on the ropes on the count of 2. Ric Flair then restarted the match, and the dead man retained with a last ride to restore the natural order of things. Number 4, Dean Ambrose and the WWE title. It was heartening to see the new blood in the WWE main event of Elimination Chamber 2015 as former Shield teammates Seth Rollins and Dean Ambrose clashed over the Architect's WWE title. Rollins was in the process of establishing himself as the main man after cashing in his Money in the Bank contract during the epic climax of WrestleMania 31, while the Lunatic Fringe was striking a chord in his quest to simultaneously bag the gold and make life miserable for the Authority. Their match was chugging along nicely, and it looked like it could go either way as they traded big moves for 20 entertaining minutes. After neutralizing Kane and J&J security at ringside, Dean attempted to hit Seth with his top rope standing elbow drop, only for the champ to pull the referee in harm's way. The official was clattered, but Ambrose avoided a Phoenix splash and nailed Dirty Deeds, with a second referee coming in and counting the 3 to a huge ovation. The euphoria was short-lived, mind, as the original referee called for a DQ win instead. An indignant Ambrose then stole the title belt, to which you simply have to say, fair play. Number 3, Greg Valentine and the WWE title. Was there any WWE star surlier than Greg Valentine? Short and stocky with a face cut from granite, the Hammer is, quite frankly, the sort of bloke who's not afraid to eat a packet of crisps while having a poo. In his day, Valentine was typically in the championship mix and held both the WWE Tag Team and Intercontinental titles. He never held the WWE title, but in a fleeting moment of confusion, it appeared that he had done it in one of the strangest ways possible. Valentine was throwing down with then-champion Bob Backlund on the October 19th, 1981 Madison Square Garden house show when he took Backlund for a ride with the airplane spin. Bob's legs hit the official, knocking him down, before Backlund then fell on top of Valentine with the groggy ref counting the pin. The Hammer then jumped up and began celebrating as if he had made the cover, and the ref, still shaking those cobwebs loose, went along with it and awarded him the title. It was promptly taken away from him after a post-match inquisition, and a rematch was booked for WWE's next visit to the world's most famous arena, which Backlund won. Number 2, Chris Jericho and the WWE title. Chris Jericho had a bit of trouble during his first year in WWE, starting with the bizarre co-Intercontinental Champion storyline with China. Y2J and the Ninth Wonder of the World consecutively held and defended the title after one of their IC title matches ended in a double pin, though WWE themselves consider the title vacant for the period between that and Jericho winning it outright at the 2000 Royal Rumble. 4 months later, Jericho's habit of mocking Stephanie McMahon saw him thrust into a WWE title match with Triple H on the April 17th edition of Raw. Jericho had coaxed the game into putting the title up for grabs and enlisted the APA to stand ringside and watch and prevent any chicanery. He almost got an almighty assist from referee Earl Hebner, who delivered a blatant fast count following a lion salt in retaliation for being pushed to the ground by Hunter. The pop for the Ayatollah of rock and roller's triumph was huge, but Jericho was forced to return the belt after the cerebral assassin threatened Hebner into reversing his decision. Number 1, John Cena and the WWE title. It's hard to feel too bad for John Cena having a world title win reversed, isn't it? I mean, the man's had, 16 of them at this point? Let someone else have a go, big selfish John. CM Punk was certainly having a go of it in 2012. The straight-edge superstar was in the midst of the longest WWE title reign of the modern era when he put the strap on the line against his perennial rival at Night of Champions. It's John Cena and CM Punk in a pay-per-view main event, so you knew that the quality of the action was going to be of the highest standard. Like most of their meetings, there was also a genuine sense that either man could win, something heightened by Cena's Money in the Bank cash-in failure, the fact that Punk had held the title for so long, and the show was taking place in Boston, Mass, baby! After umpteen kickouts and close calls, it came down to Cena delivering a rare top-rope German suplex for the apparent win. Not so fast, Jorts boy, because your big beefy shoulders were also down and the referee rendered the match a draw. It wasn't much of an ending, but it was an ending, and sometimes that's enough.